A certain investigator, renowned for his relentless pursuit of justice, is deemed the shining star of the alliance, harboring an unwavering disdain for malevolence. At his desk, a certain king solemnly vows that there is no doubt he shall be the future of the alliance. During a grand conference, a certain champion expresses his eagerness for a duel with him. Within the confines of the campus library, a certain student rises with fervor, exclaiming, "No! How dare he?" In response, a handsome young man smiles faintly, proclaiming that the dragon-type spirit, perceived as fierce and brutal by others, is in fact his cherished companion. I am the unrivaled sovereign of dragon-type spirits, the legendary master of spirits. I am who I am, Zheng Xuan, the voice of my own existence. Chapter 1. The Unambitious Father. I have returned, Zheng Xuan casually announces as he pushes open the door, setting down his tattered backpack. As always, he disregards his drunken father slumped over the table and makes his way to the cramped kitchen, barely 2 or 3 square meters, to prepare dinner. "You little rascal, can't you even greet your old man upon entering?" The middle-aged man, seemingly hearing the commotion from the kitchen, opens his bleary eyes and mumbles a complaint. After a moment of recovery, the somewhat more coherent middle-aged man rubs his unkempt hair, wipes his hands on his clothes, and ambles into the kitchen with a sheepish grin. "You little brat, what delectable dish are you preparing for your father? I recall your scholarship funds are due today. Could we perhaps forego those insipid meals for a sumptuous feast?" Observing Zheng Xian's busy silhouette, the middle-aged man feels no twinge of guilt, but instead brazenly inquires further. Upon hearing his father's question, Zheng Xian halts his actions and retorts with irritation. "Zheng Dali, do you think? Is this how a father should behave? You have hands and feet, still in the prime of your life. Yet you choose idleness over seeking employment. You languish at home, drowning in drink, while expecting your underage son to care for you. Do you have no shame? Moreover, what's even more outrageous is that you're now fixated on your son's meager scholarship funds. Could you not act like a decent person?" Gazing at his disheveled father, who resembles a slothful fish, Zheng Xuan feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A glance around reveals a home devoid of any comforts. Were it not for his status as a reborn and time-traveling individual, he likely would not have survived to this day. Indeed, Zheng Xuan is not originally from this world. The former Zheng Xuan was an abandoned orphan. He barely graduated high school on the meager subsidies he received, drifting aimlessly for years, leading a life as futile as that of his current slothful father. It was only after a tragic accident that the world learned of the demise of one Zheng, who had been overlooked. Now, Zheng Xuan stands as the study committee member of Class 1, Year 1 at the prestigious 4th High School of the Southwest Alliance, consistently ranking among the top 3 academically, recognized as one of the 10 best singers on campus, a notable figure within the community, and a librarian of the campus reading corner. He has also garnered numerous accolades, including first place in the campus round of the Spirit Theory competition, third place in the city competition, MVP in the unconventional Spirit Alliance simulation matches, and reaching the top 16 in the grand online Spirit Battle Tournament of the Great Xia Alliance, all of which highlight his remarkable success as a high school student. The reason for asserting that Zheng Xuan is not of this world can be discerned from his numerous titles and honors, excluding the earlier normalcy, revealing a stark contrast in the latter half of his achievements. Returning to the matter at hand, Zheng Dali, the unkempt middle-aged man, does not respond with indignation upon being rebuked by his son. Naturally, he does not react with furious embarrassment either. Instead, Zheng Dali wears a smirk and asks, "You little rascal, haven't you accumulated nearly 100,000 Alliance coins from your various jobs, scholarships, and competition winnings since you were 12 or 13? How do you know?" Zheng Xuan, caught under his father's intense gaze, instinctively clutches the Alliance bank card containing his savings. Noticing Zheng Xian's anxious demeanor, Zheng Dali quips, "Of course, I'm not so foolish as to miss your little schemes. I've been keenly aware of your activities, knowing it doesn't concern me. I warn you, do not covet my savings, for they serve a greater purpose." Zheng Xian warns, setting aside familial ties in light of his father's questionable character. "Look at how nervous you are. Even if I'm a neglectful father, I wouldn't stoop to plotting against your funds meant for buying spirit eggs at school." In the face of Zheng Xian's stern admonition, Zheng Dali retorts with a hint of defensiveness. However, cough cough, seeing Zheng Xuan still casting doubtful glances, Zheng Dali clears his throat and reminds him, "I must inform you that the breeding house at your school is rather limited in its offerings. The spirit eggs available likely lack strength and high qualifications. Typically, As a local school-level breeding facility, the spirit eggs provided yield creatures that are either locally typical or exceedingly common, such as Oddish, Rattata, and Caterpie. Spirits like Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, which are ideal for novice trainers due to their rapid growth and immense potential, are out of the question as primary spirits, let alone as ace Pokémon. Zheng Xuan is well aware of this common knowledge, and the reason he has amassed such savings is due to the principal of his school. Recognizing Zheng Xuan's exceptional capabilities, made an exception by selling him a spirit egg of a Rampardos, a powerful species, at a price of 100,000 Alliance coins, nearly giving it away. It is worth noting that even the common spirit eggs in the school breeding house are priced at 10,000 to 20,000 Alliance coins, not to mention the unique horned rhinoceros spirit egg from the principal's primary spirit, which is comparable to the final evolutions of the starter Pokémon. Setting aside the issue of base stats, the most crucial aspect is that the offspring of a powerful spirit will surely exceed the average spirits produced in the same breeding house. As a fervent Pokémon enthusiast in his previous life, Zheng Xuan is acutely aware that this opportunity is, without a doubt, the best chance for someone of his humble background to rise. I shall contemplate this matter earnestly. Zheng Xuan, having returned from his reverie, solemnly nodded in response. Clearly, he had not disclosed the matter of the principal of the 4th middle school sponsoring the spirit egg to his rather lackadaisical father. However, in the next moment, the words of his indifferent father, Zheng Dali, once again shattered Zheng Xuan's composure. The principal's armored rhinoceros is quite impressive. I have reviewed the battle data, and its strength is commendable. It is said to possess elite-level prowess, and as the progeny of a spirit egg hatching from this unicorn rhinoceros, it is destined to achieve at least elite-level potential. Furthermore, the armored rhinoceros excels remarkably in terms of attack, stamina, and defense, making it entirely qualified to be nurtured as a primary spirit. It is no exaggeration to assert that for the vast majority of individuals, it could very well serve as a trump card spirit.
Chapter 2. The Pokémon Egg. Of course, this is the case for the vast majority of people, but for you, as the son of Zheng Dali, you have far better options. Upon uttering these words, Zheng Dali, who had previously been lounging about in a disheveled manner, seemed to elevate his stature as a father. Feeling suddenly grand, he failed to consider the expression of his son, Zheng Xuan, who stood before him in an apron, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape in an A shape. Frozen in place, unable to grasp the situation. Zheng Dali, at this moment, perhaps you should refrain from such jesting. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Zheng Xuan, feeling somewhat mocked, expressed his annoyance at the smirking Zheng Dali. Had these words been spoken a few years prior, Zheng Xuan might have genuinely believed them. His mother had passed away after giving birth due to complications, and his father was a man who spent his days drowning in alcohol, idly waiting for death. Even requiring the assistance of his underage son, Zheng Xuan had indeed questioned whether this was merely the fate of a character from a neighboring tale. Thus, after observing his father, this lazy man, for several years, taking note of his daily trips to the convenience store for liquor, borrowing money from friends, and his habitual drunken stupors, Zheng Xuan ultimately concluded that his father, Zheng Dali, was not a hidden powerhouse akin to the formidable father of a protagonist from a story next door. Naturally, the human constitution in this world did not support the existence of such a being. Therefore, upon hearing Zheng Dali's astonishing proclamation today, Zheng Xuan was merely taken aback for a brief moment, dismissing his father's nonsensical ramblings. Enough of your drunken babble. I still have to prepare dinner. So don't concern yourself with my savings. If you're truly out of money, just ask Uncle Wu for a loan. After all, you've borrowed from him for so many years. One more time won't make a difference. Assuming that his lackadaisical father was merely speaking out of drunkenness or still harboring ulterior motives regarding his savings, Zheng Xuan immediately issued an eviction order. Hey, you little rascal, how dare you speak to your father like that? Observing Zheng Xuan's unabashed dismissal, Zheng Dali couldn't help but tease him, while simultaneously raising his hand to hold the kitchen doorframe. He also suppressed his earlier smirk, striving to adopt a serious demeanor, and defended himself. I can joke about many things, but when it comes to significant matters in your life, even if I am a rogue father, I would never hinder your progress at this crucial moment. I know you have always aspired to be a trainer, and with your 16th birthday approaching in just 10 days. Once you acquire your first Pokémon, you will meet the League's requirements to register as a novice trainer. In the past, I might have allowed you to do as you pleased, but now, witnessing your resolve and determination to save up for your dream of becoming a trainer has compelled me to reconsider my stance. Although Zheng Xuan felt a slight shift in his perception of his previously unimpressive father as he listened to Zheng Dali's earnest words, he still maintained a skeptical attitude. At the very least, it temporarily quelled his urge to dismiss his father, as he was curious to see what further revelations this idle man could provide. In any case, to support your dream of becoming a trainer, I, your father, shall personally sponsor you with a Pokémon egg, lest others ridicule me for being an irresponsible parent. After delivering this long-winded speech, Zheng Dali patted his chest and spoke with bravado. Zheng Xuan could hardly believe that his lackadaisical father could utter such grandiose statements. And for a moment, he refrained from rebutting, recalling the notorious reputation of his father within the neighborhood as a negligent parent. But just a moment ago, that was not the case. At this moment, Zheng Xuan's attention was entirely focused on the dining table in the cramped living room. More precisely, it was fixated on the Pokémon egg nestled within the incubation device, enveloped in a nutrient solution. Look, this is the gift from your hardworking old father for your upcoming 16th birthday. Observing Zheng Xuan's stunned expression, Zheng Dali beamed with pride, pointing at the egg in the incubation device and explaining to Zheng Xuan. Ignoring Zheng Dali's smug demeanor, Zheng Xuan swiftly approached the modest wooden dining table, extending his hand to touch the slightly cold surface of the incubation device. Through the glass shell, Zheng Xuan felt as if he could sense the life energy emitted by the Pokémon egg within, becoming somewhat entranced. After what felt like an eternity, he finally turned his head back to his father, once again questioning, "Dad, you can hardly afford to drink, relying entirely on the generosity of friends like Uncle Wu, and yet you managed to buy an incubation device, not to mention the Pokémon egg inside?" Cough, cough. Zheng Dali, who had been feeling triumphant, nearly choked at Zheng Xuan's barrage of questions and immediately began to cough. Ignoring his father's embarrassing display, Zheng Xuan continued to inquire, "And this Pokémon egg? You didn't just pick it up from the roadside, did you? Please don't tell me that this egg was also funded by Uncle Wu. I sometimes genuinely wonder if you've saved his entire family. Or perhaps there are two possibilities. Either you are Uncle Wu's father, or he is yours." Before he could finish his thought, Zheng Dali, agitated, delivered a swift slap to interrupt him. "You little rascal, the first possibility is still conceivable, but the second is utterly absurd," Zheng Dali admonished. "Huh." Clutching his head in pain, Zheng Xuan weakly responded, "Are you saying you saved Uncle Wu's family, or that you are Uncle Wu's father?" In the brief silence that followed, Zheng Xuan quickly stepped aside, maintaining a safe distance from his lackadaisical father, fearful of receiving another slap. "You little brat, quit being cheeky and get to the point." Seeing Zheng Xuan create distance, Zheng Dali, unable to act on his impulse to teach him a lesson, could only maintain a stern expression and scold him. "Fine, fine." Zheng Xuan waved his hand in resignation. Observing Zheng Dali's lack of rebuttal, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but genuinely wonder if his father had indeed saved Uncle Wu's entire family. Of course, he couldn't entirely rule out the possibility of a blood relation between his lackadaisical father and Uncle Wu. "Rest assured, I am your father. How could I possibly deceive you? Take good care of this Pokémon egg. It will undoubtedly be no less than your principal's Rhydon's egg," Zheng Dali once again patted his chest and assured. Chapter 3, The Breakfast Shop. The following day, Zheng Xuan woke early, prepared himself, and donned a backpack filled with the incubation device, stepping out to attend the final class of the semester. "Good morning, Grandpa Zhang. Good morning, Grandma Wong. Good morning, Rockruff." After exchanging greetings with the neighbors, Zheng Xuan made his way to a breakfast shop he frequented. "Uncle Zheng, good morning." Zheng Xuan greeted the busy owner of the breakfast shop. Do not misunderstand. Although the owner of this breakfast shop shares the surname Zheng, he has no relation to Zheng Xuan or Zheng Dali. Out of appreciation for the taste and a sense of loyalty to his surname, Zheng Xuan had chosen to dine here year after year, day after day. No, it was not due to the low prices or any preferential treatment from the owner because of their shared surname. "Ah, it's little Zheng. How are you today?" The busy owner, seeing Zheng Xuan approaching, smiled broadly and inquired warmly. Yes, Uncle Zheng, the usual three-piece set." Zheng Xuan nodded and greeted the cold turtle beside the owner, saying, "Cold turtle, the buns you steamed yesterday were delightful. I'll be counting on you again today." Grr. Delighted by Zheng Xuan's praise, Cold Turtle opened its mouth wide and responded joyfully. This is a signature dish from the Zhang's breakfast shop, featuring the cold turtle which emits sparks, and the steamed buns are exquisitely delicious. "Xiao Zheng, come here, your trio set." While Zheng Xuan greeted him, the proprietor had already served the dishes: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a large meat bun. This is what Zheng Xuan refers to as the trio set meal. "Hey, Zheng Xuan, you actually didn't wait for me." As Zheng Xuan was relishing the delectable food, a voice emerged from behind. "Uncle Zheng, I want the trio set too." The newcomer plopped down beside Zheng Xuan, raising his hand to greet the owner. He then turned to Zheng Xuan with a cheeky grin, saying, "It's fantastic. After finishing class today, summer vacation begins. Moreover, the most important thing is that I will turn 16 this summer, and my dad is preparing a Pokémon egg for me, allowing me to apply to become a rookie trainer in the league." The newcomer, named Wu Jialong, is the son of Uncle Wu. the generous friend mentioned earlier who has a penchant for laziness. Both he and Zheng Xuan wear the same school uniform, a blue base with black stripes that appears rather shabby. They are both students of Class 1 at the 4th middle school. However, Zheng Xuan earned his place through merit and even serves as the class representative, while Wu Jialong was pushed into the class through his father's connections. Currently sitting at the bottom of the class, the relationship between the Zheng and Wu families can be traced back to Zheng Dali, Zheng Xian's father, and Uncle Wu. Hence Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong have been childhood friends, growing up together. Haha, knowing that my childhood friend is a relentless chatterbox. Zheng Xuan promptly chose to remain silent. Not listening, the tortoise recites scriptures. Hey, Zheng Xuan, why are you treating me this way? Once my dad-ass fire chick hatches, I'll take you to soar. Zheng Xuan continued to munch on the meat bun. That is a fire chick. Evolving into the formidable Blaziken. When the time comes, I'll command the Blaziken to punch the steel-type gym leader and kick the ice-type champion. Zheng Xuan sipped his soy milk. You brat, when I become the youngest fire-type champion in the Daxia League, you can boast to everyone that you are Wu Jialong, the champion's sidekick, and gain some prestige. Wu Jialong, in a fit of excitement, leapt from his seat, exclaiming at Zheng Xuan with a mix of admiration and frustration. This fried dough stick tastes delightful. Zheng Xuan picked up a piece soaked in sweet soy milk and remarked, Dog Xian, you have completely infuriated me. Have you any idea what it means to offend a future youngest champion of the Daxia League? Are you trying to go against the entire league? Observing Zheng Xian's continued indifference, Wu Jialong appeared to be at his wit's end, scratching his head in frustration before finally resorting to threats. Jialong, what are you mumbling about? Your trio set meal has arrived. Finish it quickly and head back to school. At this moment, the breakfast shop owner reminded Wu Jialong, who was inexplicably losing his composure. All right. The previously fuming Wu Jialong instantly switched to a jovial expression. He hurriedly took the trio set meal, eagerly adding 3 large spoonfuls of sugar to the soy milk, and didn't he forget to urge the owner, Uncle Zhang. You go ahead and attend to the customers waiting over there. All right, enjoy your meal. The breakfast shop owner, aware of the childhood bond between Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, responded without much thought and returned to his duties. I'm full. I'll be on my way. Having finished his trio set, Zheng Xuan rose leisurely, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and bid farewell to Wu Jialong, who was still engrossed in his meat bun. Hey, in a hurry. Wu Jialong swallowed his mouthful of meat bun and quickly raised his hand to stop Zheng Xuan, questioning, How can you leave when I haven't finished eating? You may not be finished, but I am, Zheng Xuan replied calmly. No, I know you're done. But why don't you wait for me to head to school together? Wu Jialong appeared somewhat bewildered. You eat your food, I'll go my way. Why should I wait for you? With that, Zheng Xuan carefully adjusted his backpack and prepared to depart. Hey, I was wrong, truly wrong. Xiangu, I'll never call you Dog Xian again. Can I be your sidekick instead? While biting into his meat bun, Wu Jialong tugged at Zheng Xian's pants, pleading for mercy. Call me that one more time. Xiangu, you are my Xiangu. On the way, having concluded their playful banter, Dog Xian, did your dad really prepare a Pokémon egg for you? Wu Jialong inquired, sporting a sly expression. Zheng Xuan, feeling exasperated, chose not to engage with Wu Jialong. If he agreed, wouldn't that mean admitting to the moniker Dog Xian? It's perplexing. Isn't Uncle Zheng destitute? How could he procure a Pokémon egg? Even the cheapest egg at the breeding facility costs a minimum of 10,000 Poke dollars. Wait a moment. Could it be that Uncle Zheng acquired this Pokémon egg through the black market at a bargain? By the way, did Uncle Zheng mention what kind of Pokémon is inside this egg? The loquacious Wu Jialong, upon encountering a hint of intrigue, couldn't seem to stop talking. I don't know. Zheng Xuan waved his hand dismissively. In truth, Zheng Xuan harbored similar questions as Wu Jialong, but after pressing Zheng Dali for answers yesterday, his father remained tight-lipped, revealing not a shred of useful information. Chapter 4. Xiangu, I possess a golden finger. However, while Zheng Xuan was oblivious to the origins of the Pokémon egg his destitute father managed to obtain, he was well aware of the Pokémon that awaited hatching within it. Moreover, he knew that the egg, nestled within the incubation device in his backpack, contained a Pokémon of astonishing potential. Pokémon Yaya. Level, LV1, hatchling stage. Type, dragon. Ability, exceptional. Gender, male. Status, healthy. Potential evaluation, dark gray. Held item, none. Level skills. Inherited skills. Indeed, while caressing the incubation device's exterior yesterday, Zheng Xuan not only discerned that the Pokémon awaiting hatching was the dragon-type Yaya, but he also could see Yaya's various data attributes. It was the quintessential golden finger that a protagonist ought to possess. This was the very foundation that empowered Zheng Xuan. Despite being mired in a wretched family situation with a father who squandered his days in drunkenness and debt, to aspire to become a trainer, aiming for the heights of greatness and beyond. In fact, long ago, during his first encounter with the neighbor's pet Rattata, Zheng Xuan had discovered the existence of his golden finger. Fully embracing his extraordinary potential, Zheng Xuan gazed at his peers dressed in splendid attire. And although clad in tattered garments, he held his head high with pride. He even yearned to shout to the heavens, "I originally wished to coexist with you as an ordinary person, yet the result has been estrangement. No more pretense. I reveal my hand. I, Xian Gu, possess a golden finger." It was precisely this realization that prevented Zheng Xuan from being swept away by the tide, dragged down by his lazy father into a fate of collective decay and a life of mere survival. Wait a moment. Could he truly have obtained a Pokémon egg of the powerful dragon type, especially one as rare as Yaya, his lazy father, is not actually a hidden, unparalleled master, is he? Zheng Xuan mused quietly to himself. Now, he felt as though, within just a day or two, the long-held negative stereotypes he had accumulated about his lazy father were gradually crumbling. However, such a transformation was undoubtedly welcomed by Zheng Xuan, who had long harbored resentment towards his father for not living up to expectations. Regarding the assertion that the dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, within this exquisite egg possesses astonishingly high qualifications, it is primarily due to the fact that since Zheng Xuan acquired this golden opportunity, the data he has encountered in terms of qualification evaluations has predominantly featured the colors white and yellow, perhaps owing to his position at the bottom of the hierarchy. Zheng Xuan has only twice had the chance to witness a green qualification, namely in the form of the principal's main Pokémon, the formidable armored rhinoceros, and that of the Rhydon's egg. However, the purple qualification, which exceeds the green, belongs to Uncle Wu's ace Pokémon, Blaziken, which is frequently released into the wild. It is worth mentioning that Uncle Wu, the father of Wu Jialong, is the esteemed owner of the Fire-type gym in Zhongyu City, a formidable figure at the Quasi-King level, renowned not only in Zhongyu City but throughout the entire Southwest Alliance. As for the black qualification, it is indeed the first time Zheng Xuan has encountered such a rarity. Reflecting on it, when Zheng Xuan initially inquired about the exploits of Uncle Wu's father, he was profoundly misled by the latter's remark, "Xian, you are still too young. In our line of work, who doesn't have a few impoverished friends?" How naive he had been. Humph, even if you do not disclose it, I shall eventually uncover your secrets. To have concealed this from me for so long. I had always believed I was merely a poor individual leveraging a golden opportunity to rise, only to discover that I am, in fact, the privileged offspring of affluence. The term second-generation Pokémon trainers refers to those who, basking in the glory of their powerful parents, typically receive their first Pokémon egg, which is often one from the starter trio or other powerful Pokémon, or even a quasi-divine egg, thus beginning their journey from a vantage point far above the majority. Zheng Xuan had thought that the most prominent second-generation trainer in his vicinity was the carefree Wu Jialong, who, relying on his status as the son of the regional fire-type gym leader, not only received a starter Pokémon, but also a descendant of Uncle Wu's ace Pokémon, Blaziken, thus promising an immeasurable future potential. Yet, to his astonishment, Zheng Xuan discovered that his own starting point was even more extraordinary, possessing the dragon-type Pokémon Yaya, whose rarity surpasses that of the starter trio, and whose qualification evaluation has astonishingly surpassed the previously seen ceiling of purple, reaching an unprecedented black. It is no wonder, then, that this morning at the breakfast shop, Zheng Xuan could not muster a kind expression for his childhood friend, Wu Jialong. "Jialong, it is not that I look down upon you. It is simply that your current standing makes it challenging for you to be worthy of your brother Xien." Observing Wu Jialong boasting and exuding self-satisfaction while chatting with other students, Zheng Xuan could not help but allow a smirk, tinged with disdain and nonchalance, to appear at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, Dog Xien, why are you dawdling today? Are you still dreaming of the day when your brother dragon will take you, his sidekick, to soar across the entire Great Xia Alliance?" Noticing something amiss with his childhood friend, Wu Jialong approached with an exaggerated demeanor, patting his chest and boasting. Indeed, Dog Xien, all you need to do is lie back and relax while watching Brother Dragon lead the charge. Truly, Brother Dragon is exceptional. I have long recognized his potential as a monarch. No, a king. Naturally, as the only son of the regional fire-type gym leader, Wu Jialong was surrounded by sycophants eager to flatter him. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Wu Jialong struck each of his 3 lackeys on the head. "You wretches! How dare you call him Dog Xien? Only a powerhouse like me is worthy of that name. You shall refer to him as Brother Xien." The reciprocity of force left Wu Jialong's fingers stinging, yet he still managed to maintain his authoritative demeanor while reprimanding his lackeys. Yes, Brother Xien." The 3 lackeys, having received their punishment, dared not protest further and could only endure the pain while responding in unison. "Look at this, such a wastrel. He pales in comparison to Brother Xien, a model youth who never bullies others." Zheng Xuan silently mused. "All right, Jialong, I've already waited for you for quite some time. It's getting late, and if we dawdle any longer, we truly will be late." However, On the surface, Zheng Xuan maintained his cold and aloof demeanor, reminding Wu Jialong. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong immediately expressed his displeasure, protesting, "Hey, Dog Xien, you're getting a bit arrogant. I've told you, my name is Wu Jialong. Calling me dragon or brother dragon is acceptable, but you cannot refer to me as chicken dragon just because I like Blaziken." Chapter 5. A polite refusal. Humph, Dog Xien, if that is the case, then I must have a word with you. Not wanting to lose face in front of his lackeys, Wu Jialong prepared to engage Zheng Xuan in a verbal spar, intending to expound some grand principles. "And who might you wish to speak with, my dear classmate?" Unexpectedly, a robust voice interjected from behind. "Who dares to interrupt the future fire-type king of the Great Xiao Alliance?" Wu Jialong exclaimed, riled by the sudden interruption. "Future fire-type king?" The intruder appeared momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he seized Wu Jialong by the ear, sternly admonishing, "Wu Jialong, you little rascal. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused at the 4th middle school over the years, tarnishing Director Wu's reputation? And you, the so-called future fire-type king, why don't you ascend to the heavens and declare yourself the champion of the alliance instead? Do you truly believe that no one at the 4th middle school can teach you a lesson? Do not misuse Director Wu's esteemed name. I was specifically instructed by him to temper your arrogant demeanor." Ouch, ouch. I was wrong, Principal, I truly was. I want to do it again. Wu Jialong yelped in pain, begging for mercy as he was reprimanded. "If you know your mistake, then hurry up and leave. It's time for morning reading. And you're still loitering at the school gate, thinking today is the last day before a holiday, allowing such laxity?" The intruder slowly released his grip, still wearing an expression of anger as he continued his reprimand. Yes, Principal, we will return to the classroom right away." Wu Jialong and his companions nodded vigorously, hastily responding in unison. After receiving the principal's approval, they immediately fled the scene. "Zheng Xuan," the principal suddenly called out. However, his previously stern expression had noticeably softened, even revealing a hint of a smile as he patiently addressed Zheng Xuan. "Zheng Xuan, while it is fine to engage in mischief with Wu Jialong and these troublesome students, do not let them influence you. I hold high hopes for you, as you are the future of our 4th middle school. Thank you for your concern, Principal." Zheng Xuan replied respectfully, not daring to be dismissive. "Ah, Zheng Xuan, do not burden yourself with too much pressure. 100,000 alliance coins is merely a figure of speech. If you fall short, I will supplement the difference. The reason for this number is solely to silence the gossip of outsiders." At this moment, the principal resembled a father anxiously seeking to marry off his aging daughter, offering Zheng Xuan some advice. "Thank you, Principal, but actually, Zheng Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, he could not possibly confess that he now possessed a better option and no longer needed to pay for his previous misguided decision. Otherwise, would that not be akin to reciting the words of a scoundrel? In that case, the principal, who had just reprimanded a reckless wastrel like Wu Jialong, would certainly not hesitate to tear him apart. "Zheng Xuan, I understand your concerns. Are you merely worried about idle gossip? Once you become a top-tier trainer, a true powerhouse, those who speak ill of you will naturally transform into your admirers." The principal, misinterpreting Zheng Xuan's worries as concerns about favoritism, smiled slightly and continued to offer reassurance. Realizing the principal had misunderstood, Zheng Xuan could only brace himself and persist in his explanation. "Principal, the reason I came today was to apologize. I am aware that the spirit egg of your esteemed unicorn rhinoceros is truly exceptional, and many aspire to become its trainer. Among them, I am undoubtedly the least qualified. Nevertheless, you have bravely defied the odds and chosen to entrust the unicorn rhinoceros to me. As the principal and a venerable elder, I cannot deceive you. It was only yesterday that I learned my father had prepared a spirit egg for me, even as a novice trainer. I find myself lacking the capacity to care for 2 spirit eggs. Thus, under these circumstances, to better nurture the creature and to ensure the unicorn rhinoceros does not miss out on a brighter future, I must choose the spirit egg bestowed upon me by my father." While explaining, Zheng Xuan set his backpack before him, revealing the hatching device within, to prove to the principal that he was not being dishonest. "Very well, since you have made such a choice, I support your decision. I still believe that regardless of the path you take, you are a source of pride for our school." Upon hearing this, the principal did not react with anger but merely sighed, still expressing his support for Zheng Xuan. It seems he perceives that Zheng Xuan's formidable pride is at play, with youthfulness making him unable to accept such an offer. "Thank you, Principal," Zheng Xuan replied with a wry smile. He noticed a flicker of disappointment on the principal's face. But in this awkward moment, Zheng Xuan felt unable to elaborate further, resolving instead to prove himself through future actions. "You should return to your class now. Do not be late." The principal managed a strained smile as he reassured him. "All right, goodbye, Principal." Zheng Xuan respectfully bid farewell and hurried away. Upon returning to the classroom, he settled into the back row where the underachiever, Wu Jialong, eagerly approached him. "Ugh, That bastard principal only targets us poor students. By the way, Dog Huan, why did the principal stop you alone? While disparaging the principal, Wu Jialong was also glancing around, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he did not spot that intimidating figure. It's about the unicorn rhinoceros spirit egg. You know my situation. Now that I have my dad's spirit egg, I can only choose to forego the principal's good intentions. Zheng Xuan did not hide the truth from his childhood friend Wu Jialong, explaining candidly. Indeed, while the League does not prohibit novice trainers from nurturing 2 spirit eggs simultaneously, as students, it is best to invest wholeheartedly in training 1 spirit at a time. We cultivate our first spirit in the 2nd year, and by the 3rd year, we can consider expanding our team. This is an unspoken norm among us. As a member of a prestigious gym family, Wu Jialong was no novice in training spirits. However, it's a pity. The principal may be a jerk, but his ultra-armored rhinoceros is quite formidable. I heard it previously triumphed over a peak-level elite trainer's main spirit despite being at a disadvantage. As for the unicorn rhinoceros, it surely possesses undeniable potential. Haha. Of course, it still pales in comparison to my fiery chick. Wu Jialong could not resist boasting. Chapter 6. The Challenge. Students, today marks the last class of this semester. I believe many of you have turned 16, and as long as you possess your first spirit, you can apply to the League to become a novice trainer. For those who have not yet reached this age, do not fret. You can still nurture your spirit eggs over the summer. By the 2nd year, most spirit eggs will be able to hatch, allowing you to officially engage in spirit training courses and become a bona fide trainer. The bespectacled homeroom teacher, slightly parched from a long lecture, explained to the excited students below. Haha, finally school is out. Do you know how I endured this day? It felt like an eternity. The loud voice belonged to none other than the extravagant Wu Jialong. Wu Jialong, while you may be happy, do not disrupt your classmates. And considering it's almost time to dismiss, I want to make you stand. The homeroom teacher raised a hand to signal the overly enthusiastic Wu Jialong to sit down. Haha, thank you, old teacher. I promise not to disturb others. Despite his words, Wu Jialong quickly began packing his bag, eagerly awaiting the bell that would signal the end of class. Ding ding. Class dismissed. Before the homeroom teacher's words had fully settled, Wu Jialong was already dashing out through the back door, followed closely by his 3 equally lagging companions. Sighing, the accustomed homeroom teacher merely shook his head, gathering his belongings to leave the classroom. Fortunately, after the 2nd year division, he would not encounter students like Wu Jialong again. Once the homeroom teacher had departed, Zheng Xuan cautiously readied his backpack to leave. Could you wait a moment, Zheng Xuan? A light, gentle voice interrupted his actions. Oh, it's you, class leader Liu. Is there something you need? Zheng Xuan paused and turned his head, inquiring with curiosity. The girl before him, Liu Chaoyu, was charming and poised, serving as the class leader of Zheng Xuan's 1st-year class. Zheng Xuan, my family has prepared a flower baby spirit egg for me, and I am unsure how to nurture it. May I invite you to join me this weekend to visit the library in the city to research some information? As she spoke, the girl's face flushed noticeably. Wow, another 2nd-generation trainer. A fairy-type spirit like flower baby, especially with substantial healing abilities, is no less rare than the starter spirits. Zheng Xuan mused silently, recognizing that this esteemed school, alongside the first school in the city, was indeed teeming with talent, particularly in Class 1. Zheng Xuan, if my request seems too forward, then perhaps we should forget it. Noting Zheng Xuan's hesitation, a glimmer of regret flashed in Liu Chaoyu's eyes as she smiled gently, preparing to take her leave. I'm truly sorry. I promised Wu Jialong, that rascal, to visit Uncle Wu's fire-type gym this weekend. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zheng Xuan could only decline politely. What a joke. If he needed to visit the library for research, wouldn't it be far more efficient to go alone? Bringing along a burden like Wu Jialong was certainly preferable to spending half the day being courteous to a girl. Oh, is that so? That's a pity. I should have invited you earlier. Understanding the bond between Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, Liu Chaoyu wore a smile, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Well, it's getting late. I must return home to prepare dinner. Goodbye, and see you after the 2nd-year division. With that, Zheng Xuan slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to depart once more. Goodbye. As Zheng Xuan stepped out, Liu Chaoyu waved her hand in farewell. With that, Zheng Xuan swiftly made his exit. Upon leaving the school gate, Zheng Xuan spotted the conspicuous Wu Jialong, perhaps a bit embarrassing. However, it appeared that he was currently embroiled in a dispute with someone. Goodness, aside from the principal and teachers, what student dares to confront a ruffian like Wu Jialong? Intrigued by the spectacle, Zheng Xuan, who also had a penchant for drama, immediately approached. Wu Jialong, just you wait. After the 2nd-year division, you will be my first challenge. A student, swaggering with his uniform open, brimming with bravado and exuding an air of arrogance, pointed at the equally haughty Wu Jialong, making a bold declaration. A jest? Is it? Do you really think my esteemed brother Long would fear such a petty underling as yourself? Wu Jialong, ever unwilling to back down, scoffed. Let the battle commence. Come on, Long Xiao, take him down. Wang Xiao, don't be intimidated. The onlookers, including several upperclassmen poised to ascend to their final year, eagerly stoked the flames of confrontation. Humph, Wu Jialong, I know you will undoubtedly choose Torchic as your first Pokemon. I have already enlisted my father's assistance in preparing a Squirtle egg. And when the time comes, I shall exploit type advantages to ensure you do not suffer too severely at my hands. The individual referred to as Wang Xiao was clearly well prepared, taunting Wu Jialong with bravado. Haha, Wang Jie, I am aware that you fear me. But I did not realize your apprehension reached such heights that you would select a water-type Pokemon specifically to counter me. Let me be frank, throughout my life, I have never feared anyone, least of all a lowly underling like you. What does type advantage matter? I shall still triumph over you and your watery tortoise. Wu Jialong, unwilling to lose face, continued to mock with unabashed arrogance. Very well, I shall await our encounter. Just be sure that you do not abandon your Torchic out of fear of type disadvantage. Wang Xiao's eyes darkened momentarily as he seized the opportunity to provoke further. You, Long Xiao, I shall command Torchic to eliminate you and your Squirtle with ease. Wu Jialong shouted defiantly. In this exchange, mere verbal sparring held little weight. The true measure among trainers is strength, not mere words. The crux of the matter will be whether you can maintain your resolve. With that final barb, Wang Xiao strode away with his entourage, leaving behind a simmering tension. Pathetic wretch, you cannot even hold your own in verbal duels, let alone in battle. You are no match for me. Wu Jialong spat, his arrogance undiminished. Chapter 7. What play shall we perform? On the way home, Wu Jialong dismissed his entourage. He wished to keep his father, the gym leader, unaware of his schoolyard alliances, lest he face the wrath of the seven wolves. Chicken Long. While you certainly stole the limelight from Long Xiao this time, I must say you have fallen into Wang Jie's trap, Zheng Xuan remarked from the side. Humph. You think I fear him? If it comes to family connections, my father is the regional gym leader. Wang Jie cannot possibly compete with me. As for strength, during our entrance exams, I easily bested him, leaving him to scurry away from the first class in disgrace. Wu Jialong scoffed, clearly dismissive of a once-defeated rival. His provocation is calculated. He knows you would emulate Uncle Wu's signature Pokemon, Blaziken, and thus choose Torchic as your first Pokemon. While this may seem like a battle, the truth is that inexperienced trainers and newly hatched Pokemon lack significant combat ability, rendering them mere fledglings pecking at one another. In such scenarios, type advantages become paramount. Others might thoughtlessly select Water Gun, and as a novice, you would struggle to uncover Torchic's fighting-type capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to counter. Zheng Xuan continued, subtly deriding Wu Jialong's brashness. There is some merit to your reasoning. Wu Jialong, no fool, began to grasp the implications of Zheng Xuan's analysis. With a resounding clap to his forehead, he exclaimed, no wonder that Wang Jie would block me at the school gate today. I thought he was merely seeking trouble. But it appears he came prepared. Zheng Xuan, no, Xiangu, you must offer me guidance. I cannot allow Wang Jie to humiliate me in front of the entire school and tarnish my reputation as Long Xiao. Wu Jialong implored, seizing Zheng Xuan's sleeve in desperation. Are you truly so foolish? Your greatest asset is your father, the fire-type gym leader, particularly regarding his expertise in nurturing Blaziken. Not to mention, in the entire Southwest Alliance, who could rival him? A few pointers from him would greatly benefit you. When it comes to dealing with a mere wealthy brat like Wang Jie, it will be a walk in the park. Zheng Xuan retorted, exasperated by Wu Jialong's obliviousness. But you know my father's temperament. Should he discover that I am engaging in such disputes, especially with all this commotion, he would not only refuse to assist me, but would likely punish me severely. Wu Jialong shivered at the thought. With his mother away in Kyoto for training, he felt particularly vulnerable, knowing there was no one to protect him from his father's wrath. Fire-type trainers often exhibit volatile natures, and Wu Jialong's father, a prominent figure among them, exemplified this fiery temperament. How foolish you are. You could at least embellish your story a bit. Zheng Xuan nearly exploded in frustration. Suppressing the urge to strike, he explained, simply assert that Wang Jie cornered you at the school gate, then use your usual bravado against him. As for you, do not overplay it. Just say you could no longer tolerate his doubts about your father's prowess, and thus you confronted him. When he boasts about using his water-type Pokemon to teach you fire-type trainers a lesson, go ahead and match his arrogance. You should be more familiar with that than I am. As the regional gym leader, Uncle Wu would never directly bully a junior like Wang Jie, and the responsibility for confrontation would naturally fall to you. Furthermore, he would not hold it against you for engaging in a dispute and could even offer guidance on countering type disadvantages. After you triumph over Wang Jie, rewards would surely follow, making this a splendid opportunity for you. By heavens, Xien, you truly are a genius. Cough, cough. Zheng Xuan feigned indifference, clearing his throat. Realizing his misstep, Wu Jialong quickly amended. What I meant was, you have a remarkably sharp mind. Very well, the matter is settled. You should take your leave now. Zheng Xuan waved dismissively, clearly irritated. Truly heartless, Xien. Begone. Upon returning home, Wu Jialong announced, Father, I am back, as he stepped through the door, adding a respectful title this time, in deference to the Pokémon egg that had captured his interest. However, this time, his father, the ever-drunken sloth, was nowhere to be found. The table was cleared, and even the stacked bottles that usually leaned against the wall had vanished. Is he out borrowing money from Uncle Wu again? Wu Jialong wondered, perplexed by the absence of his father's familiar presence. Then, he noticed a letter lying on the table. Goodness, this scenario feels eerily familiar. The plot lines he had encountered countless times in novels seemed to materialize before him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He opened the letter. Dear son, by the time you read this letter, I suspect I will have departed. After all these years of careful nurturing. Careful nurturing? Wu Jialong scoffed internally, bemused by the opening lines. Continuing to read, he found, now, you have grown into a capable young man who can take care of himself. I feel confident in trusting you with the care of the Pokémon egg. You have often wondered what kind of Pokémon lies within. And now I can tell you, it is a remarkable creature. You must take good care of it. Truth be told, I have known all along. As he reached this point, Wu Jialong's spirits began to sag. Despite the presence of his lackadaisical father, over the years of their shared existence, it seemed unnecessary to question whether he truly existed. In fact, if Zheng Xuan were to shed such burdens, he might lead a far better life in his 2 incarnations. Yet, the mere thought of the other party's departure stirred a twinge of discomfort within him. Ah, is that all? Initially engulfed in melancholy, Zheng Xuan's gaze fell upon the half-empty space at the bottom of the letter, mirroring the blankness of the reverse side, leaving him in a stupor, frozen in place. Struggling to regain his composure. What on earth is unfolding here? Chapter 8. All are dark horses. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Zheng Dali in his usual disheveled state, stretching his arms and yawning while murmuring to himself. Upon noticing Zheng Xuan, who remained lost in thought, he unabashedly exclaimed, That nap was simply delightful, you little rascal. Since you're back, why not hurry and prepare a meal? What is going on, Dad? You're not leaving, are you? Zheng Xuan gawked at his father as if he were a specter, instinctively inquiring. Listen here, you little scamp. You're not yet 16, and according to the law, even if you were to evict me, you wouldn't inherit this house. Zheng Dali retorted, feigning anger as he reprimanded Zheng Xuan. Isn't there a possibility that we're renting, and if we both leave, the property still belongs to the landlord? Besides, even if we owned it, you might have already sold it off for a drink. Zheng Xuan shot a disdainful glance at his father, reminding him with exasperation. Huh. That does seem to be the case. Zheng Dali scratched his tousled hair, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Instead, he shamelessly urged, enough of these trivial matters. Go cook already. After dinner, it'll be time to replace the nutrient solution for the Pokémon egg. Wait. Zheng Xuan interjected, waving the letter in his hand, his tone suddenly firm, bordering on accusatory. If you're not leaving, then what on earth is this letter about? Cough, cough. Zheng Dali, who had noticed the letter long before, cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. Let us eat first. We have important matters to attend to afterward. Don't change the subject, Dad. At your age, still pulling such pranks? Zheng Xuan was not easily fooled, continuing his interrogation. He would never admit that upon reading that farewell letter, he had nearly shed tears. As the conversation remained on track, even the thick-skinned Zheng Dali felt his cheeks flush, avoiding eye contact with his son. Yet, perhaps due to the prolonged stalemate or the intensity of Zheng Xuan's probing gaze, Zheng Dali eventually relented. Well, I initially intended to entrust Yaya's Pokémon egg to you, and then travel to experience the splendid scenery of the Great Xia Alliance, which prompted me to write this letter. However, as I continued, I found myself deeply moved, filled with paternal affection. Ultimately, I decided to wait until you come of age, succeed in your college entrance exams, and step into university before pursuing my own dreams. Zheng Dali would not confess that, constrained by financial limitations, he was hardly in a position to explore the splendid landscapes, let alone leave Chengyu City. Zheng Xuan wore an expression of disbelief, clearly unconvinced by his father's nonsensical ramblings. However, upon hearing this, he understood that further inquiries would yield no clarity, so he opted to drop the subject. Let us prepare dinner. I bought half a chicken to celebrate the joyous beginning of my summer vacation, and to commemorate that you, my troublesome father, have not completely vacated. With that, Zheng Xuan picked up the bag he had left on the floor and headed into the kitchen. That sounds about right. Zheng Dali, the lackadaisical father, finally set aside his frivolous demeanor, nodding as he muttered softly. After indulging in a hearty meal, it was rare for his lackadaisical father to volunteer to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan meticulously placed the hatching device on the table, discarding the spent low-concentration nutrient solution. Wrapping the Pokémon egg in a warm towel, he gently removed it from the hatching device. meticulously wiping away any residual liquid from the shell before carefully returning it to the device and infusing it with fresh nutrient solution. Caring for a Pokémon egg is a skill that every student in the Alliance must master before becoming a certified novice trainer. The hatching device in reality operates by simulating the necessary temperature, humidity, and other factors for egg incubation. The most crucial element, however, is enabling the egg to absorb the nutrient solution within the device, creating a healthy and safe environment for perfect incubation. Thus, through the hatching device, the natural incubation period of the Pokémon egg can be scientifically and rationally shortened. The egg requires a consistent supply of nutrient solution to accelerate its growth, necessitating periodic replacement of the solution, just as Zheng Xuan had performed, ensuring the egg receives ample nourishment to thrive until it successfully hatches. In the kitchen, adorned in an apron, Zheng watched with satisfaction as Zheng Xuan skillfully completed the task. Naturally, Zheng Xuan, engrossed in the hatching device and the egg within, remained oblivious to his father's small gestures. "Little one, may you grow strong." As he caressed the hatching device's exterior, Zheng Xuan's eyes brimmed with earnest hope. In this world where trainers bond with their Pokémon, the creature within this egg would not only be his future companion and ally, but also a reflection of his own future. Research indicates that from the moment of the egg's arrival, frequent communication, genuine emotional sharing, and prolonged close contact with the trainer foster deeper bonds between trainers and their Pokémon. This is precisely why Zheng Xuan insisted on bringing the egg to school even on the last day of his freshman year. In fact, as the end of freshman year approached, many students of appropriate age had already begun bringing their hatching devices to class. As for whether some had jumped the gun, preparing to cultivate their soon-to-hatch Pokémon earlier than others, the answer is an unequivocal yes. As Zheng Xuan's homeroom teacher stated today, students of eligible age had long begun nurturing their Pokémon eggs, while those who did not meet the criteria could still start cultivating during the summer vacation. Such regulations aim to bridge the gap between students and foster a relatively fair competitive environment. After all, no world can boast absolute fairness, and the Great Xia Alliance can only strive to maintain a semblance of equity. Moreover, with 2 full years in sophomore and junior years to exert effort and strive, the advantages gained from the few months of head start may not yield decisive results. In the Pokémon entrance examination, true success relies on perseverance, with trainers and their Pokémon diligently studying and training together, laying a solid foundation for genuine growth and strength. Of course, every potential and opportunity can lead to various outcomes. There is a saying that encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. The universe is yet to be determined. You and I are both dark horses. Chapter 9. Who is the true son? On the first day of summer vacation, Zheng Xuan did not indulge in a leisurely lie-in like most of his peers. Instead, he rose early to engage in morning exercises. This was an unwavering habit of Zheng Xuan. Whenever school was not in session, he would venture out for a jog to strengthen his physique. Zheng Xuan believed that even a trainer whose combat prowess relied heavily on their Pokémon required a robust physique. However, he had heard that some martial artists specializing in fighting types were fervently dedicated to honing their strength to the utmost, often rivaling their fighting-type Pokémon. Certainly, Zheng Xuan remains remarkably rational, devoid of any inclination to emulate these muscular behemoths. However, it is imperative that, during wilderness explorations, one possesses the ability to outrun others by a step, thereby enhancing one's chances of survival. Indeed, this stark reality is far removed from the safety portrayed in the Pokémon anime, where harmony prevails between humans and creatures. In fact, the habitable lands within this world are scarcely occupied by humanity, amounting to merely 1/10 or 1/12 of the territory. While the true sovereigns of this realm reside beyond human cities, those ferocious wild Pokémon, humanity can only rely on the protection of formidable trainers, establishing a tenuous semblance of safety through gyms, maintaining a precarious existence and development. Undoubtedly, had it not been for the revolutionary advent of the red and white Pokeball a century ago, along with the formation of various leagues that lowered the threshold for trainers, a multitude of human champions would not have emerged, and humanity's plight might have been far graver. In the past, Pokeballs were crafted from peculiar fruits and intricate, specialized processes, rendering their production highly inefficient. Thus, in those days, Pokeballs were essentially the exclusive domain of the old aristocracy, and the term trainer was likewise reserved for the privileged elite. It is only through the rapid advancements of the past century that humanity has managed to establish a foothold. Even so, despite the presence of gym-level trainers and those of even greater prowess providing protection, the casualties among ordinary people and trainers remain alarmingly high. After completing his morning exercises, Zheng Xuan made a stop at the Zheng family breakfast shop to grab a bite, while also procuring some breakfast for his lethargic father, before returning home with several large meat buns. Upon arriving home, he took a hot shower, resolutely avoiding any inclination to linger with his slothful father. Zheng Xuan could not afford to be idle. He needed to head to Uncle Wu's gym for his part-time job. Although turned a part-time role, Zheng Xuan's responsibilities were rather straightforward, inspecting the gym's cleanliness and ensuring that various instruments and equipment were functioning properly, tasks that were relatively easy. This arrangement was a unique form of support from Uncle Wu, the gym leader, who had specifically delegated this customized part-time position to Zheng Xuan. After all, if Uncle Wu were to directly provide financial support, Zheng Xuan could not accept it with the same sense of ease as Zheng Dali. Dad, I'm off to Uncle Wu's gym for my part-time job. I've brought you breakfast. If it's cold, heat it up yourself. I'm leaving now. Habitually receiving no response, Zheng Xuan slung on his backpack, which contained the hatching device, and stepped out once more. In Zhongyu City, at the fire-type gym, Zheng Xuan traversed the opulent reception area, utilizing his authorized access to enter the inner passage of the gym. Xiaohuan, you're here. A robust man clad in a fiery red robe raised his hand in greeting as Zheng Xuan emerged from the inner corridor. Uncle Wu, are you available to oversee the gym today? Despite the man's attempt to temper his presence, Zheng Xuan could still sense an immense aura of power emanating from him. He offered a slight smile and responded respectfully. Wu Lianqing chuckled, gesturing towards a nearby chair, inviting Zheng Xuan to take a seat. There's a battle scheduled for noon, so I've postponed some less significant matters to arrive early and focus on preparations. Oh, I hadn't heard of any quasi-champions coming to Zhongyu City to challenge you. Zheng Xuan inquired, somewhat surprised. Haha, it's just an old friend passing through Zhongyu City, stopping by to visit me and engage in a friendly spar. It's not a formal match, hence the lack of news. Wu Lianqing then turned the conversation to Zheng Xuan, saying, I heard from that kid Jialong that your father prepared a Pokémon egg for you. Is that correct? Wu Lianqing's evident curiosity imparted a peculiar feeling to Zheng Xuan, as if the renowned combat enthusiast was more intrigued by the Pokémon egg gifted by his lackadaisical father than by the prospect of battling an equal-level quasi-champion. Yes, Uncle Wu. Zheng Xuan nodded, then tentatively asked, by the way, Uncle Wu, considering my father's dire financial state, it must have required your assistance for him to procure the Pokémon egg and hatching device, right? Haha, you clever little rascal. I see you've come to pry information from me since you couldn't extract anything from your father. Wu Lianqing, seasoned by experience, immediately discerned Zheng Xuan's intentions, playfully patting him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Zheng Xuan offered an awkward smile. In truth, he understood that the chances of successfully extracting information from Uncle Wu were slim, and thus he merely approached the matter with a mindset of trial and error. Xiaohuan, your current task is to focus on your studies and take good care of your Pokémon egg. Your primary goal, of course, is the Pokémon entrance exam in 2 years. Other matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Rest assured, your father will not harm you. As for when you will learn everything, he surely has his reasons for the timing. Even if I knew, I wouldn't go against your father's wishes. Wu Lianqing demonstrated a remarkable understanding of Zheng Xuan's circumstances, and thus rarely exhibited such patience, offering explanations and reassurance. Were Wu Jialong still snoring away at home to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly question his existence. Wu Lianqing was patient and instructive with Zheng Xuan, while treating his own son with a more rigorous demeanor, leaving one to ponder who truly held the status of favored child. I understand, Uncle Wu. Zheng Xuan nodded earnestly, responding with a smile. Having lived 2 lives, Zheng Xuan's perspective undoubtedly differed from that of his peers. To be honest, he did not require Uncle Wu's reassurance. Yes, you have always been quite understanding. That trait is something my son could never emulate. I can only hope he causes me less trouble. The comparison between Zheng Xuan's maturity and Wu Jialong's penchant for mischief sparked frustration in Wu Lianqing, who felt compelled to immediately return home and deliver a lesson of paternal guidance to his son, who likely remained ensconced in slumber. Chapter 10, 2 Quasi-Champions. Given the manageable workload and the fact that specific personnel were assigned to relevant tasks, Zheng Xuan swiftly completed his duties for the day. Typically, Zheng Xuan might have tidied up and prepared to leave. However, today was different. Having learned from Uncle Wu that a quasi-champion level battle was imminent, he could not forego the opportunity to observe the clash of titans up close. As Zheng Xuan arrived at the spectator stands of the battle arena, a young man clad in the gym's distinctive attire called out, Xiaohuan, come over here. This spot offers a clearer view. Zhang Gu, and everyone else, hello? Zheng Xuan had been interning at the gym for some time and was familiar with the trainers there, promptly greeting them. Zheng Xuan has arrived. Take a seat. Take a seat. Xiaohuan, you should be starting your 2nd year of high school in the latter half of the year, preparing to nurture your Pokémon egg, right? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The young man known as Zhang Gu, along with the other trainers in the gym, warmly welcomed Zheng Xuan. Zheng Xuan is here. Quick, sit down. It was apparent that many of them initially harbored a hint of hostility towards Zheng Xuan, the newcomer to their ranks. After all, they had earned their positions at the Zhongyu gym through their prestigious university educations and as professional trainers, while Zheng Xuan, a mere high school student, did not command much respect, even as a part-time intern. However, once they learned of Zheng Xuan's close ties to the gym leader, any lingering resentment dissipated instantaneously. Consequently, numerous trainers were eager to cast aside their professional airs to curry favor with Zheng Xuan, the well-connected newcomer. Ah, how wonderful! Should any issues arise, I will certainly seek guidance from my esteemed seniors. Zheng Xuan could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Please, have a seat. We are all brothers here. Zhang Gu offered a slight smile, patting the chair beside him, indicating for Zheng Xuan to sit down. Very well, I shall not be modest then. Zheng Xuan felt no hesitation towards Zhang Gu, a familiar face from their youth, and immediately took a seat, casually inquiring, I recall you mentioned, Zhang Gu, that you were striving to break into the ranks of elite trainers. How has your progress been? Haha, do not mention it. I have always felt just a step short. I came today to observe the battle of a quasi-king level master like the curator, hoping to gain some insights that might aid my breakthrough, Zhang Gu responded humbly, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, here comes Wu Jialong. I almost thought I would be late. The commotion grew, and with his distinctive booming voice, it was evident that Wu Jialong had arrived. Zheng Xuan, Zhang Gu, I have missed you both dearly. As soon as he appeared, Wu Jialong eagerly squeezed between the two, completely disregarding the group of professional trainers from the dojo behind them. Zheng Xuan could understand this behavior, as they had grown up together. But it was puzzling why Wu Jialong treated Zhang Gu, a man of stature, with such deference. This was naturally because Zhang Gu, whose real name was Wu Zhan, was indeed family, a senior trainer and the foremost among the younger generation of the Wu family. Wu Jialong had caused his fair share of trouble in his youth, and, fearing the wrath of the temperamental Wu Lianqing, had often relied on his cousin Wu Zhan to clean up his mess. Jialong, do not crowd. I can make space for you, Wu Zhan said with a hint of annoyance, shifting aside to accommodate him. Ah, young Master Long has arrived. You must have received the fire chick egg prepared by the curator. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have my own unique insights into fire-type Pokémon, Wu Zhan added, as Zheng Xuan was also subjected to flattery, not to mention the countless compliments lavished upon Wu Jialong, the curator's sole heir. Alright, let us focus on the battle. Although today's contest is not an official match, the two quasi-kings will certainly not hold back completely. However, for those of us below the elite level, witnessing a battle of this caliber will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Wu Zhan interrupted, having anticipated the praise directed at Wu Jialong, and reminded the crowd to maintain their composure. Please remain silent, everyone. The combatants today include the curator from the General-type Dojo in Shishu City, Curator Chu, and the curator from the Fire-type Dojo in Zhongyu City, Curator Wu, who will engage in a 1v1 battle. At this moment, a professional referee from the dojo stepped forward to provide brief introductions of the participants. As the referee's words faded, both combatants stepped forward, taking their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. Zheng Xuan lifted his gaze to observe the man facing Wu Shu. He bore a slight stubble, a sallow complexion, and a somewhat corpulent physique, dressed in plain attire that made him appear as an ordinary middle-aged man, hardly the image of a quasi-king level master. Old Wu, did we not agree on a simple spar? Why has it become such a grand affair? The middle-aged man feigned irritation, addressing Wu Lianqing with a hint of reproach. Had he known it would be so elaborate, he would have tidied himself up to avoid appearing so disheveled, thereby losing the dignity befitting a quasi-king level trainer. Haha, old Chu. I merely wished to allow the young ones in the dojo to broaden their horizons. I did not invite any outsiders to watch. Surely, you do not mind? Wu Lianqing laughed heartily, explaining to the middle-aged man. One could not help but notice the striking similarity in their booming voices. Indeed, it was clear they were father and son. Stealing a glance at the overly excited Wu Jialong beside him, Zheng Xuan silently mused. Haha, old Wu. I do feel somewhat miffed, but at this point, it is impossible to send these youngsters away. The middle-aged man retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Come now. These are trivial matters. It has been years since we last battled. You may have grown somewhat complacent, but I wonder if your Pokemon's strength has waned. Wu Lianqing once again displayed the fiery temperament characteristic of a fire-type trainer, his gaze brimming with combativeness. With pleasantries exchanged, it was time to get serious. The middle-aged man opposite him also shed his laid-back demeanor, ready to engage earnestly. As both quasi-kings wrapped up their small talk, the referee stepped forward once more to officiate the proceedings of the battle. Now, according to the dojo challenge rules, the host, Curator Wu, will release the first Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Wu Lianqing wasted no time, promptly tossing an exquisite Pokeball. Come forth, Rapidash. With a commanding shout, a magnificent steed emerged from the luxurious ball, its fiery mane cascading from its horn to its tail, hooves engulfed in flames, as it materialized on the battlefield. Chapter 11. The Clash of Steeds? I cannot fall behind either. Go, Tauros. Seeing Wu Lianqing unleash his Rapidash, the middle-aged man swiftly followed suit, throwing his own luxurious ball. As the white light dissipated, a massive bull appeared, its muscular form exuding power, its tail resembling 3 steel whips, and sharp horns that gleamed ominously, clearly a force to be reckoned with. Uncle Chu's Toros against my father's Rapidash. This is truly a clash of steeds, Wu Jialong exclaimed impulsively, surveying the 2 Pokémon on the battlefield. Perhaps you should keep quiet. If Uncle Wu hears you, you may find yourself on the receiving end of some educational discipline when you return home, Zheng Xuan chided, his expression one of exasperation towards Wu Jialong's habitual recklessness. Beside them, Wu Zhan marveled at Wu Jialong's thought process, contemplating how this young man would likely not have survived this long had he not been Wu Shu's only son. It was not just outsiders who harbored such thoughts. Zheng Xuan, too, resonated with the sentiment. Is Uncle Wu truly not considering creating a new account with Long Ma? It seems likely that with Wu Jialong's loose lips, he could easily find himself facing a deletion, he pondered. While the audience harbored their own thoughts, the battlefield was rife with excitement. Toros, do not hold back. Use horn attack to greet your opponent. Following the rules of the dojo challenge, the middle-aged man, having the initiative, issued his attack command. With a resounding bellow, Toros raised its head, its powerful hooves shaking the ground. As it charged forward, its sharp horns gleaming with a fierce white light, crashing directly towards the Rapidash. Perhaps if it were anyone else, faced with such an intimidating assault from Toros, and considering the seemingly frail stature of Rapidash, they would have commanded it to evade or utilize its agility to outmaneuver. However, Wu Lianqing, known for his combative spirit, would not make such a choice. Rapidash, do not allow them to underestimate our strength. Meet their charge head-on with Flame Wheel, he commanded decisively. Instantly, the Rapidash, responding with a fierce whinny, became enveloped in blazing flames, charging towards the oncoming Toros as if the knight had sounded the call to arms. Just like my father. Charging head-on is the way to go, Wu Jialong exclaimed, his fists pumping with excitement. Not so simple, Wu Zhan interjected solemnly. As the saying goes, an outsider sees the spectacle, while an insider sees the intricacies. As a novice trainer, Wu Jialong was indeed an outsider, while Wu Zhan, on the brink of becoming an elite trainer, possessed a discerning eye that allowed him to perceive the subtleties at play. It's all about the angle. Zheng Xuan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan was taken aback. He never anticipated that Zheng Xuan, who, like Wu Jialong, was barely more than a novice trainer, would possess the insight to discern such intricacies. No wonder Uncle Wu held Zheng Xuan in such high regard. Despite not having hatched a Pokemon and lacking any battle experience as a high school student, he exhibited such remarkable perception and control. Could he truly be a prodigious trainer? Casting a glance at Zheng Xuan's somewhat youthful visage, Wu Zhan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Although many now hailed him as a genius, at Zheng Xuan's age, he likely was only marginally better than that brat Wu Jialong. Zheng Xuan was indeed correct. It was a matter of perspective, and of course, speed played an essential role. Soon regaining his composure, Wu Zhan affirmed, What are you two discussing? I comprehend each word, yet when they form a sentence, I find myself utterly perplexed. Wu Jialong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, exclaimed, You two are making me uncomfortable. Boom. Like a thunderclap, the collision between Quintero and the fiery steed, Blaziken, erupted with a deafening explosion. A gust of wind swept through the battlefield, stirring up thick clouds of dust that obscured the scene, leaving onlookers unable to discern the outcome of the clash between the 2 colossal beasts. The state of the battlefield was exceedingly volatile, and Wu Zhan seized the opportunity to explain. Master Wu's Blaziken, while appearing to charge directly into Master Chu's Quintero, is actually utilizing a subtle angle of deviation, thereby avoiding a direct impact on the most forceful point. After all, in terms of size, weight, and strength, Blaziken cannot hope to confront a powerhouse like Quintero head-on under equal conditions. Furthermore, have you noticed? Enveloped in flames due to Flame Wheel, Master Wu's Blaziken is simultaneously employing Energy Ball, combining the might of both moves and increasing its speed, thereby amplifying the impact of Blaziken's strike. As Wu Zhan articulated this, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he reflected, this is the caliber of a near-elite trainer. Their primary Pokemon have already transcended our frail abilities, unshackled from the rigid confines of conventional techniques. This is what true battling entails, starkly different from the realms of anime and games. Beside him, Zheng Xuan silently echoed the sentiment in his heart, though he had gleaned insights from films regarding authentic battles. This was indeed his first experience witnessing it at such close quarters, stirring a fervor within him. As the dust began to settle on the battlefield, the figures of the 2 opposing Pokemon gradually came into focus. Equal in strength? On the surface, it certainly appeared so. Yet, in reality, considering the advantages in strength and weight, Blaziken's ability to hold its ground against a foe like Quintero was, strictly speaking, a slight edge in favor of the former. Blaziken skillfully utilized its strengths to create distance, ensnaring its opponent with a fire vortex. Kintaro, taking advantage of the momentary injury, launched a vicious counterattack. As the dust cleared, both Wu Lianqing and Master Chu issued new commands almost simultaneously. Although Kintaro showed no delay in responding to its trainer's directive, Blaziken's agility was on full display. With a mere flick of its hooves, it evaded Kintaro's ferocious assault, simultaneously creating a safe distance. After all, no matter how fierce an attack may be, if it fails to strike its target accurately, it is rendered futile. Chapter 12, Stalemate. In truth, when considering the speed-based stats alone, Kintaro and Blaziken were nearly equivalent, with the former perhaps having a slight edge. However, due to factors such as size and weight, Kintaro could not match Blaziken in short-distance sprints or evasive maneuvers. Kintaro's speed advantage was more pronounced at medium distances, where a sufficient running start could grant it a fleeting lead. Yet, at this moment, having successfully created a safe distance, Blaziken promptly followed Wu Lianqing's command, causing the flames along its back to surge dramatically. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of fire, attempting to form a massive fire vortex to trap Kintaro in place. Master Chu's reaction was swift. Upon witnessing the attack being neutralized, he commanded, Kintaro, while the fire vortex is still forming, break through with a charge attack to close the distance, and use Horrifying Face to reduce your opponent's speed. Heeding the new directive, Kintaro disregarded the impending wall of flames and charged through before it could fully materialize. Maintaining its momentum, Kintaro raced towards Blaziken, its eyes glinting menacingly as it bore down on the still flaming Pokémon. Blaziken leapt over Kintaro, deftly avoiding the charge. Seeing Kintaro barreling towards them, Blaziken was clearly hindered by Horrifying Face, rendering its usual evasive tactics ineffective. Wu Lianqing swiftly made a judgment call and issued a new command. Unfazed by the approaching Kintaro, the battle-hardened Blaziken summoned flames once more, and just as Kintaro was about to collide, it executed a remarkable leap, defying expectations. Kintaro, maintaining its charge, adjusted its trajectory and unleashed another horn attack. Observing Blaziken's astonishing agility in evading Kintaro's fierce onslaught, Master Chu's expression sharpened, and he bellowed, Blaziken, release a fire vortex along your path to mitigate the opponent's assault, then counter with Flame Wheel. Meanwhile, Wu Lianqing, equally serious, followed suit with his commands. As Kintaro struggled to redirect its momentum, the flaming walls it ignited lined its path. Undeterred by the flames, Kintaro adhered to its trainer's orders, charging forward with its gleaming, sharp horns, undeterred by the obstacles. However, even with Kintaro's fearless approach, each collision with the fiery walls diminished its momentum slightly. As Kintaro broke through the last barrier, letting out a resounding moo, it prepared for its final charge. In response, Blaziken trumpeted a defiant cry, enveloped in a roaring blaze, rushing forward like an enormous fireball aimed directly at Kintaro. Boom! The ensuing clash was even more intense than the last, the sound of the explosion resonating through the audience, leaving them stunned. As the dust settled once more, both Kintaro and Blaziken remained vigilant, maintaining their standoff, though they both exhibited signs of fatigue. After all, they were evenly matched adversaries. Such high-stakes combat was undeniably taxing, particularly following their recent fierce collision, leaving both sides somewhat weakened. Old Wu, this is merely a friendly spar. Must we truly determine a victor? Observing the stalemate, the middle-aged man wore a smile and inquired first. Very well, let us conclude this spar without declaring a winner. It shall be a draw. Even Wu Lianqing, known for his combative nature, refrained from insisting on a decisive outcome, taking the opportunity presented by the middle-aged man's suggestion to finalize the decision. In truth, unless it was a formal match or a life-and-death struggle, trainers typically refrained from pushing their Pokémon to the brink of exhaustion, thereby preserving their fighting capabilities. Because the main elves under his command, once incapacitated, not only require a considerable amount of time for recovery, but also signify a lapse in strength during that period. Furthermore, the sparring session between Wu Lianqing and the other individual was merely a private exchange, and there was no need to push it to the limit. A gentle touch would suffice. As the battle concluded, the two gym leaders retracted their elves, resulting in a stalemate. The referee promptly stepped forward to announce the outcome. Clearly, the seasoned referee was not the least bit surprised by such a draw. Come, old Chu, let us retire to my office for some tea. These youngsters can handle the cleanup. Consider it their tuition fee. Upon the battle's conclusion, the host, Wu Lianqing, warmly invited the middle-aged man. Haha, indeed. Calling it tuition is quite apt. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, accepting Wu Lianqing's invitation without hesitation, and together they departed the battleground. Let us be off. The subsequent repairs and restoration of the arena shall be our responsibility. Once the two gym leaders exited, Wu Zhan was the first to rise from his seat in the audience, applauding as he directed the trainers from various gyms. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Hearing that work awaited him, Wu Jialong felt an uncomfortable twinge in his heart and quickly concocted an excuse to make his escape. Wu Zhan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I never expected you to be of much help, and worse still, you might just complicate things for us, increasing our workload." "Hey, Brother Zhan. Since you put it that way, I can leave with a clear conscience," Wu Jialong retorted immediately, displaying an impressive lack of shame. He then turned to Zheng Xuan with a playful grin, inquiring, "Dog Xuan, are you leaving? If so, we should depart together." "No, thank you. The issues with the battleground are part of my responsibilities as well. I cannot simply flee at the first sign of trouble." Zheng Xuan waved his hand, firmly declining. "Hey, Dog Xuan, I seriously suspect you're implying something about Brother Long." Though he protested verbally, Wu Jialong's actions spoke louder, as he eagerly took a step toward the exit, ready to make a hasty retreat. All right, Jialong, you should leave quickly. If Gym Leader Wu catches sight of you, you'll certainly face another lecture," Wu Zhan admonished, irritation evident in his voice. Chapter 13. 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. "You all get busy. I won't add to your troubles. Farewell." Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong dared not act up further and decisively turned to exit the gym at a brisk pace. "That rascal, only Gym Leader Wu can keep him in check," Wu Zhan observed with an amused smile as he noted Wu Jialong's anxious departure. Indeed, it was wise to frequently invoke Uncle Wu's name to temper his arrogance. Seeing Wu Jialong's figure vanish, Zheng Xuan nodded in agreement. As for the others present, they could only chuckle nervously. They dared not jest about Wu Jialong, lest he retaliate with petty revenge. Wu Jialong, despite being a source of frustration for many professional trainers at the gym, possessed his own unique abilities that distinguished him from the rest. Zheng Xuan and the others toiled throughout the afternoon, aided by rock-type elves and an array of specialized equipment, restoring the battleground, which had been left in tatters after the duel between the two quasi-champions, to its former glory. Truly, the destructive power wielded by such formidable individuals was astounding, and this was with them holding back. If they had unleashed their full might, even a professional battleground would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Reflecting on the now pristine arena, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the contrast to its previous state of disrepair. He understood that the damage was merely a result of a sparring session between Uncle Wu and Gym Leader Chu, where both parties had intentionally restrained themselves from utilizing their most devastating moves, ultimately settling for a gentle conclusion. Had it been otherwise, the battleground would likely have been rendered completely unrecognizable, and their restoration efforts could have extended into the afternoon. In truth, Zheng Xuan had not refrained from discreetly utilizing his unique abilities to gauge the strength of the main elves commanded by the two quasi-champions. For instance, take Uncle Wu's fiery steed, the Rapidash. Species, Rapidash level. Type, fire ability, flash fire gender, female status, healthy qualification assessment, light purple held item. Level skills, inherited skills, skill discs, taught skills. A long string of question marks, with the qualification assessment reflecting a newly added purple record, underscoring that Zheng Xuan, with his current novice abilities, could not hope to discern the precise data of such high-level elves. Of course, Gym Leader Chu's Toros was no different. "Little Xuan, what are you pondering? Still reflecting on the duel between the two gym leaders?" At that moment, Wu Zhan approached Zheng Xuan, tossing him a bottle of specially packaged beverage while explaining, "This is a diluted version of the delicious water, specifically designed to restore a trainer's stamina. A gym exclusive, might as well indulge." "Thank you, Brother Zhan." Zheng Xuan accepted the drink without hesitation, gulping down a generous mouthful, instantly feeling warmth spread through his body as his prior fatigue dissipated. He was well aware that the delicious water was akin to a restorative item for healing elves in games. In reality, it served to rejuvenate trainers, making it an exceptional and cost-effective necessity. "Truthfully, I understand your sentiments. It's not just you. Even as I approach the rank of an elite trainer, witnessing the duels of quasi-champions makes me acutely aware of my own insignificance and frailty." Plopping down beside Zheng Xuan, Wu Zhan gazed at the restored battleground, expressing his thoughts. "Brother Zhan, you're so young and already on the path to becoming an elite trainer. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. When you become a strong figure like Uncle Wu, you must look out for Jialong and me." Zheng Xuan smiled slightly, boasting to Wu Zhan, "Isn't it just adding another ally to one's side, expanding one's opportunities? Speaking well of others is no disgrace. Haha, little Xuan, just don't follow in Jialong's footsteps. The path to becoming a quasi-champion is not so easily traversed. Ordinary individuals may spend their entire lives nurturing their elves, barely reaching the threshold of elite status. We, on the other hand, have been fortunate enough to benefit from the guidance of our elders, starting at a significantly higher point compared to others, with abundant resources for training our elves. Yet, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Even so, many will never reach gym-level strength in their entire lives, let alone attain the status of a quasi-champion in their respective regions. Upon hearing Zheng Xuan's boastful remarks, Wu Zhan, typically composed, responded with a rational and humble analysis rather than the prideful demeanor exhibited by Wu Jialong. As they concluded their gym-related tasks and made their way back, Zheng Xuan reflected on Wu Zhan's words. Indeed, the path of trainers in the real world was far from the ease depicted in anime and games, and the competition to reach elite status was akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. However, Zheng Xuan had unwavering confidence in himself, bolstered not only by his extraordinary abilities, but also by the exceptional qualifications of the dragon-type egg nestled within his incubation device, driving his determination to alter the unfortunate fate of his previous life and ascend to greatness in this world. Time sped by, and a month swiftly elapsed, bringing the summer vacation to its conclusion. During this month, aside from caring for the dragon egg, Zheng Xuan primarily engaged in part-time work, seizing the ample opportunity provided by the summer break to earn alliance currency. Upon discovering that the egg contained a dratini, Zheng Xuan diligently researched various resources on raising dragon-type elves through the internet and library. Although Zheng Xuan is unable to discern the authenticity of the knowledge pertaining to the nurturing of Pokémon, it is undeniable that the resources required for cultivating dragon-type Pokémon, both in quantity and quality, far exceed those needed for ordinary Pokémon. This is a significant part of the reason behind the formidable strength of dragon-type Pokémon. It is no wonder that so many trainers yearn to possess one. Despite the substantial investment required, the impressive power of dragon-type Pokémon justifies the expenditure, culminating in a high input for an exceedingly high return. Upon realizing this, Zheng Xuan, acutely aware that even with nearly 100,000 alliance coins his finances remain woefully inadequate, has been frantically seeking part-time work to at least earn enough for the post-hatching sustenance of his Pokémon. However, it must be noted that the lengthy cultivation cycle of dragon-type Pokémon is notorious, evident from the extended hatching times of most dragon-type eggs and the levels at which they evolve. According to Zheng Xuan's observations, over the past month, most of his classmates have successfully hatched their Pokémon eggs and embarked on their journeys as trainers. Even that fellow Wu Jialong, with his fire chick, a member of the starter trio, successfully hatched it 1 week ago. Consequently, the ecstatic Wu Jialong inundated Zheng Xuan with phone calls, from the imminent hatching to the actual success, for nearly an hour. Chapter 14, Silence. Although Zheng Xuan often reassures himself that the hatching period for dragon-type Pokémon eggs is inherently longer, which is entirely normal, he cannot help but feel a pang of anxiety upon seeing his classmates continually showcase images of their first Pokémon in the group chat. Thus, an unavoidable sense of impatience begins to creep into Zheng Xuan's heart, leaving him with no choice but to continue waiting. Of course, among the numerous share-worthy moments, there is one particular rogue who, despite having only hatched his fire chick a week ago, has already posted over 100 pictures of himself with it, even including selfies. Ding! The sound of a notification. Zheng Xuan casually picks up his phone to check the message. Lo and behold, it is yet another post from Wu Jialong, flaunting pictures with his fire chick, captioned, "Successfully completed the 4th physical training session. One step closer to becoming the Fire King." Wu Jialong's fire chick is simply astounding. Unlike my own little Pokemon, which is still snuggled up in bed. Is it normal for fighting-type Pokemon to be this lazy? Wu Jialong's fire chick already bears some resemblance to Wu's prized Pokemon, the Blaziken, and will undoubtedly become his ace in the future. Surely, Wu Jialong will become the youngest Fire King in the Great Xiao Alliance. Following closely behind are a few of Wu Jialong's sycophantic followers, eager to curry favor. At this point, Zheng Xuan, unable to tolerate the incessant bragging, utilizes his administrator privileges to impose a 48-hour and 24-hour mute on both Wu Jialong, the primary offender, and his sycophantic cohorts. Subsequently, as the empowered administrator, Zheng Xuan posts in the class group, emphasizing, this group is a shared space for learning and life, not a platform for personal boasting. A special mute is bestowed upon certain individuals and their companions as a warning, in hopes that future classmates will take heed. Wu Jialong's ostentatious behavior has undoubtedly caused discontent among the classmates, yet due to his privileged background, no one dares to confront this erratic individual, opting instead for silence. Zheng Xuan's courageous act of silencing Wu Jialong, akin to a rebellion against oppression, while not publicly praised by his classmates for fear of retribution, still earns him their silent admiration. Of course, there is an exception. Lu Chaoyu, the class monitor from a similarly respectable family, does not cower before Wu Jialong. Instead, she openly supports Zheng Xuan. What Zheng Xuan says is quite right. I hope everyone can treat this group as a sanctuary for normal conversations, sharing knowledge and the delightful anecdotes of our Pokemon. To this, Zheng Xuan can only smile wryly. However, after taking such actions, the gloom that once lingered over him dissipates, replaced by a refreshing sense of satisfaction. He can vividly imagine Wu Jialong's furious and impotent rage at this moment, perhaps as a reward for his good deed. Or perhaps the favor of Lady Luck. Zheng Xuan suddenly notices that the Pokémon egg before him has developed some cracks. The Pokémon Egg Cultivation Guide, which has been nearly worn to tatters from his frequent perusal, informs him that such cracks indicate impending hatching. In the next day or two, or perhaps 3 to 5, the little Pokémon within will break free from its shell, achieving full hatching success. This realization undoubtedly brings an uncontainable excitement to Zheng Xuan's face. Even with his composure honed over 2 lifetimes, he finds it difficult to quell his enthusiasm at this moment. The stark contrast between his long-standing status as a top performer and the current lag in the cultivation of his Pokémon is palpable, compounded by the pressure exerted by the incessant bragging of that particular rogue. Zheng Xuan feels akin to a diligent farmer anxiously awaiting the harvest of his crops. Indeed, diligent labor will eventually yield rewards. It seems that Yaya may hatch successfully before that little scoundrel begins school. Stumbling over, his inebriated father, a lazy figure, approaches Zheng Xuan, noticing the abnormality of the Pokémon egg. Dad, I can't be bothered to monitor your drinking. But do be careful not to harm the Pokémon egg with your unsteady gait. Zheng Xuan remains on high alert as his father approaches, fearing that his drunken state might lead to reckless actions that could endanger the egg. Hey, you ungrateful kid. Now that you have a Pokémon egg, you forget about your old man, huh? Let me tell you, I'm perfectly fine. Before he can finish his reprimanding words, Zhengdali loses his balance and, with a thud, falls to the ground. I can't believe this. Keeping you away from the hatching device was indeed the right decision. Zheng Xuan sighs in exasperation at the sight of his father sprawled out on the floor. Yet, he cannot simply ignore him. If his father were to injure himself or catch a cold lying on the floor, it would be Zheng Xuan who ends up footing the medical bill, as he cannot rely on the disheveled Zhengdali. Thankfully, the human constitution in this world is remarkably resilient. Although it may not compare to a certain superhero from the Kanto region, nor to the 3 non-superheroes who perpetually fly, it is sufficient to prevent someone from being hospitalized merely from a fall. Grumbling aside, Zheng Xuan cannot neglect his father. He dutifully helps the dazed and surprisingly sleepy Zhengdali back to his room. The benefits of regular exercise become apparent, as he manages to carry the over 100-pound figure of his father back to his room without resorting to any wild escapades. Since Yaya shows signs of hatching, it is imperative to begin preparing moo milk and special calcium tablets, which are particularly suitable for freshly hatched Pokémon. Stepping into the realm of being a novice trainer and officially nurturing Pokémon undoubtedly marks the beginning of a financial drain, especially when it comes to Dragon-type Pokémon, which require massive investments and resources. Thus, amidst his joy, a tinge of worry lingers in Zheng Xuan's heart. Fortunately, after years of savings and a little profit from part-time work over the summer, Zheng Xuan finds himself in a position to sustain himself until Yaya can develop combat prowess. At that point, he will have the confidence to explore more lucrative opportunities. Certainly, let there be no misunderstanding. Zheng Xuan does not harbor intentions of robbing the Alliance's bank. Besides, even if he possessed such audacity, he lacks the requisite strength. Chapter 15. Hatching. The incubation period of Dragon-type Pokémon eggs once again left Zheng Xuan feeling helpless, as nearly 5 days had passed since the first signs of cracks appeared. Aside from the early morning on the second day, when Wu Jialong, eager for retribution after being silenced publicly in the class group, rushed over to confront Zheng Xuan, causing quite a stir. However, upon witnessing the cracks forming on the egg within the incubator, Wu Jialong, who was known for his mischievous nature yet understood the gravity of the situation, reined in his impulsive thoughts and maintained a respectful silence. He merely inquired whether the moo milk necessary for nurturing the newly hatched Pokémon was prepared in advance, and if the finances were still sufficient, offering to lend some from his personal stash if needed. As he departed, Wu Jialong left behind a half-hearted threat. Once your Pokémon is ready for battle, I shall return to settle the score for my silencing. Now, it was already the afternoon of the 5th day. During this time, Zheng Xuan had not ventured out for part-time work. Instead, he remained steadfastly by the incubator, fervently studying every available book and manual on nurturing juvenile Pokémon. His aim was to ensure the optimal upbringing of the soon-to-hatch Dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, and for the first thing it would see to be its trainer himself. Many animals experience a bonding phase upon birth, recognizing the first creature they encounter as kin, leading to profound dependence. This behavioral trait is not exclusive to animals. Pokémon, endowed with emotions, exhibit the same. This is precisely why the Daxiao Alliance advocates for new trainers to hatch their first Pokémon from an egg rather than capturing one directly with a Pokeball. This scientifically grounded approach fosters a mutual bond of reliance and support between the initial Pokémon and the novice trainer, ensuring a safe foundation when subsequently capturing wild, feral Pokémon. Especially with Dragon-type Pokémon, whose pride is often commensurate with their formidable strength, starting from an egg is undoubtedly the most effective method. Crack! A faint sound accompanied by the cheerful chime of the incubator resonated, and Zheng Xuan realized that Yaya's egg was on the verge of hatching. In fact, 1 hour prior, Zheng Xuan had observed the cracks on the dark green speckled shell deepening, hinting at an imminent breakage. Now, with the faint sound of shattering, the first exhilarating joy of a novice trainer surged through him, mingled with a palpable anxiety. The dark green speckled egg began to tremble gently, and the cracks at its apex widened, emitting a dazzling white light. As the radiant glow dissipated, a small creature emerged from the remnants of the shell. Its body predominantly a vivid shade of green, with dark green around its small horns and eyes. It donned a grass-green scarf-like collar from its neck to its chest and sported a long, distinctive white fawn. At that moment, the diminutive creature, akin to a puppy in size, blinked its large red eyes, curiously gazing at its trainer. Jang. Upon its birth, Yaya's gaze was solely fixed on Zheng Xuan, instinctively treating him as family, as previously mentioned in the context of biological behavior, and leapt directly into his hands. After a brief moment of dazed astonishment, Zheng Xuan cautiously cradled Yaya in one hand while extending the moo milk he had prepared earlier with the other, offering it to the still curious newcomer exploring its new world. Jang. After tasting the delightful beverage, Yaya eagerly clutched the towering milk bottle, greedily sucking away. Pokémon Yaya. Level, LV1, Hatchling. Type, Dragon. Ability, Exceptional. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Dark Black. Held item, None. Level skills, Scratch, Leer. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Swords Dance, Dragon Rage. With Yaya's successful hatching, Zheng Xuan finally grasped the accurate data about his new companion. Truly, the extraordinary qualification rating of Black was no exaggeration. And the inherited moves were all formidable. Dragon Claw served as Yaya's primary offensive maneuver, crucial for its ultimate evolution into the formidable Bagon. Swords Dance. An immensely significant buff move, would undoubtedly elevate Yaya's already terrifying attack capability by 2 stages. As for Dragon Rage, it was one of the ultimate moves of dragon types. Boasting a staggering power of 120, capable of determining the outcome of battles upon hitting an opponent. Such terror, Zheng Xuan, utterly astonished by this little creature before him, could only nod in awe. Jang. Though Yaya could not comprehend why its trainer appeared so stunned, it nonetheless raised the milk bottle, indicating that it had finished its drink. Wait, you finished so soon? Zheng Xuan, recovering from his stupor, instinctively reached for the now empty bottle. Jang. Yaya expressed its refusal, once again clutching the bottle and raising it, its eyes brimming with desire. Could it be, Yaya, that you wish for another bottle? Zheng Xuan inquired incredulously in a hushed tone. It was worth noting that this was a standard 500 milliliters bottle of moo milk, nearly matching Yaya's size. The speed at which Yaya had consumed the first bottle had already astonished him. Yet now, the prospect of Yaya desiring yet another bottle left Zheng Xuan in utter disbelief. After all, he was aware that even Wu Jialong's newly hatched Shikling could only manage half a bottle, approximately 250 milliliters, and could barely finish an entire bottle after commencing physical training. Jang. Seeing that Zheng Xuan had finally comprehended, Yaya released the bottle, nodding eagerly at him. In response, Zheng Xuan could only retrieve another bottle of moo milk from the stocked cooler, tentatively extending it to Yaya. After all, even with his doubts, Zheng Xuan could not allow his little Pokemon to go hungry. Yet, in the next moment, Zheng Xuan was left dumbfounded as Yaya resumed its frenzied sucking, only pausing after consuming nearly half the second bottle, content at last. Goodness. The total intake of moo milk must have exceeded Yaya's own size. Did it possess such an impressive appetite? Observing Yaya's slightly bulging belly, Zheng Xuan's face was etched with disbelief. Freshly hatched, and nearly the same size, Yaya's consumption was 3 times that of Wu Jialong's Shikling. 1 bottle of moo milk costs 50 alliance coins, making Yaya's meal a staggering 75 coins. For comparison, Zheng Xuan's household, including his father's meager food expenses, barely exceeded 50 coins per day, and that was with meat at every meal. Chapter 16, Yaya's Nurturing Manual. It is crucial to note that this was merely Yaya's initial display of appetite following hatching. As it grows in the coming days, its size will undoubtedly increase. And so too will its consumption. Upon considering this, Zheng Xuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had he not engaged in frantic part-time work recently, he would scarcely have enough to cover Yaya's milk expenses in the days to come. Observing Yaya's burgeoning appetite, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would have to dip into his prior savings. Jang. At long last sated, Yaya, having exhausted its excitement, began to show signs of drowsiness. From the nurturing manual, Zheng Xuan learned that this was typical behavior for newly hatched Pokemon. Eat, sleep, and repeat, maximizing nutrient intake to facilitate growth. As he watched Yaya curl up like a puppy in slumber, Xien couldn't help but smile. Gently, he lifted the little creature and placed it in its specially crafted warm nest on the bed, tucking a delicate blanket around it. After attending to this task, He realized it was already evening, and it was time for him to prepare dinner. Has he hatched? As Zheng Xuan stepped out of his room, he was met by his father, who, in his usual languid manner, inquired. Yes, the little one finished drinking moo milk and has fallen asleep, Zheng Xuan replied, nodding at his father, who rarely displayed such a serious expression. This is the nurturing manual I've compiled for Yaya. It should prove invaluable to you. Observing Zheng Xuan's nod, Zheng Dali retrieved an old, worn notebook from his belt and tossed it directly to Zheng Xuan. The nurturing manual for Yaya? Zheng Xuan instinctively raised his hand to catch the notebook, surprised by its shabby condition. Do not blindly trust the nurturing information found online. Although most of it is vetted and unlikely to harm the Pokémon directly, following such guidelines indiscriminately could hinder its growth and potential. Some methods may even be inferior to the Pokémon's natural development. You must understand that genuine nurturing knowledge is kept within the confines of certain families and factions. It is not something one can acquire through such inexpensive means. Zheng Dali, seemingly aware of Zheng Xuan's recent endeavors to gather information, chose not to interfere until now, when Yaya had successfully hatched and was ready for formal nurturing. I understand, Zheng Xuan nodded, feeling the weight of the old notebook in his hands grow heavier. Just as his father had said, the plethora of nurturing information circulating online varied greatly, and the library's resources were no exception. While a portion of it might be accurate, much was likely outdated, having been supplanted by superior knowledge. The true nurturing wisdom was firmly held by families and factions, designed to ensure their offspring could nurture Pokémon effectively, thereby widening the gap between them and ordinary individuals who were still groping in the dark or relying on obsolete nurturing practices. Nevertheless, it was only natural. These families and factions had invested generations of effort, countless financial resources, and the futures of many individuals and Pokémon to compile this knowledge. Why would they share it freely with outsiders without appropriate compensation? Thank you, Dad, Zheng Xuan, fully aware of the considerable value embedded in the old notebook, felt a momentary sense of uncertainty in facing his unusual father, given his own background as an orphan in a past life. There's no need for thanks. As my son, everything I possess will eventually belong to you. However, since I'm still around, the house isn't going anywhere, so you needn't worry about it for now. Zheng Dali, who had little taste for sentimentality, raised his hand to interrupt, speaking with a righteous tone. Enough already. I told you last time that this property belongs to someone else. Why are you so fixated on it? Zheng Xuan, feeling exasperated, knew his father's intentions but couldn't help but respond with annoyance. My memory fails me. I'm getting old and can't keep track of things. All I remember is that it's time for dinner. Zheng Dali feigned ignorance, attempting to divert the conversation. Seeing his father patting his stomach, deliberately hinting at his own hunger, and having just acquired the old notebook that alleviated his immediate concerns, Zheng Xuan willingly conceded. I'll go prepare dinner to celebrate Yaya's successful hatching. Tonight we feast. After a hearty meal, Zheng Xuan returned to his room. Noticing that Yaya was still peacefully asleep, he carefully replaced the blanket that had been kicked off, then approached his desk and opened the nurturing manual, immersing himself in its contents. An hour passed, during which Zheng Xuan managed to absorb a portion of the knowledge within the old notebook, and he finally closed it with satisfaction. Nurturing Pokémon was indeed an intricate art, far beyond merely providing food and water. It was a significant discipline. Only through meticulous care could one unlock a Pokémon's innate talents and abilities, sculpting a rough gem into a priceless jewel. Poor nurturing or allowing natural growth without guidance would inevitably transform a precious stone into a worthless rock. This was why, among Pokémon of the same level and type, setting aside the influence of trainers, wild Pokémon, despite their battle experience, were often comprehensively outperformed by those that had been carefully nurtured. However, with this detailed nurturing manual for Yaya in hand, Zheng Xuan was now capable of devising a nurturing plan tailored to Yaya's current stage of development. With this thought, Zheng Xuan retrieved his own notebook. Preferring the tactile experience of writing over technological conveniences, he began to diligently jot down his ideas. The growth of dragon-type Pokémon, if left to nature without a trainer's intervention, would be an exceedingly lengthy process. Yet, according to the nurturing information in the old notebook, a certain ancient dragon-type champion had fortuitously discovered that the absorption of abundant dragon-type energy could accelerate the growth of dragon-type Pokémon. This method was further developed and refined by subsequent dragon-type trainers, evolving into a special nutrient solution created from specific dragon-type resources combined with berries that alleviated burn status, effectively aiding dragon-type Pokémon in rapid growth. Zheng Xuan's next nurturing plan was to prepare this special nutrient solution for Yaya once it reached a stage suitable for regular training, thereby expediting its transition through the juvenile phase. Chapter 17, Winning at the Starting Line. The following day, upon returning from his morning exercise, Zheng Xuan was greeted by Yaya's cries. He hurried back to his room. retrieving Moo Moo milk from the dispenser and offering it to the eagerly waiting Yaya. Chirp chirp. Upon tasting the delightful Moo Moo milk, Yaya finally settled down. How did you sleep last night, Yaya? Zheng Xuan gently patted Yaya's little head and inquired patiently. Chirp chirp, clutching the milk bottle with its tiny arms. Yaya nodded contentedly, eyes sparkling like stars. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm going to take a shower now, and later, I'll use a warm towel to give you a wipe down. Don't worry, it'll be very comfortable. Zheng Xuan affectionately ruffled Yaya's head, smiling as he explained. Knowing Yaya's appetite, Zheng Xuan fetched another bottle of Moo Moo milk from the dispenser and placed it beside the little creature. After completing these tasks, he finally felt free to leave for a moment. Before long, after washing up, Zheng Xuan returned to his room holding a basin of warm water. Come on, Yaya, let me give you a bath. It feels really nice. He carefully soaked a towel in the warm water, gently wiping away the milk stains from Yaya's mouth, then proceeded to clean from head to toe. Chirp. Clearly, Yaya showed no signs of resistance and thoroughly enjoyed the bathing process, emitting cheerful sounds. All done. Now we need to go register your information. But I'm afraid you'll have to endure being tucked into the pet backpack for a while. Zheng Xuan felt a pang of guilt at the thought of confining Yaya in the small backpack. However, considering that Yaya was an exceptionally rare dragon-type Pokémon with no basic self-defense capabilities, Zheng Xuan could not allow it to be exposed like other small Pokémon, even in a seemingly safe city with low crime rates. To ensure safety, Zheng Xuan even invited Wu Jialong to accompany him, willing to offer a meal in exchange, just to ensure a smooth and secure journey to the Pokémon Center, where he would register as a novice trainer and gain access to purchase Pokeballs. Indeed, for the sake of convenience in the statistics and management of trainers, and more importantly, to restrict the nefarious elements and organizations lurking in the shadows. The Great Xia Alliance has established regulations. Trainers who have not registered at the Pokémon Center are prohibited from purchasing Pokeballs. Furthermore, unregistered trainers are unable to pass through security checks at high-speed trains and airports, and even minors must present relevant proof from their parents to gain access. Chirp chirp. Yaya, however, is quite unperturbed. The mere prospect of going out brings it immense joy. During, the sound of Zheng Xian's phone ringing interrupts the moment. Hello, Jilong. Are you outside the community? Yes, I'm coming right away. Zheng Xuan answers the call from Wu Jialong, who had agreed to accompany him to the Pokémon Center. Let us go, Yaya. Zheng Xuan retrieves the pet backpack he had prepared earlier, signaling Yaya that it is time to depart. Chirp. Yaya shows no concern for the cramped confines of the pet backpack. The mere opportunity to accompany its trainer fills it with uncontainable excitement, and it leaps into the backpack eagerly. Then let's be off. Zheng Xuan slings the pet backpack over his shoulder, clutching the necessary documents, and steps out of his home. Outside the community, as they pass by pedestrians who gaze at them with envy, Wu Jialong is playfully frolicking with his fiery chick. It is quite rare for trainers to start with one of the 3 starter Pokémon in this civilian district, and even more so in the heart of Zhongyu City. Xien, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you forever. Wu Jialong, with keen eyes, begins to complain as soon as he spots Zheng Xuan. Don't be ridiculous. I came down the moment I got your call. How could I possibly keep you waiting? Zheng Xuan retorts, slightly exasperated by Wu Jialong's antics. He then glances at the spirited, brightly colored fiery chick by Wu Jialong's side. Small Pokémon, fiery chick. Level, LV3, hatchling. Attribute, fire. Trait, acceleration. Gender, male. Status, healthy. Quality assessment, purple. Held item, charcoal. Level skills, scratch, growl, ember. Inherited skills, focus energy, flame kick, survival instinct. After examining it, Zheng Xuan cannot help but commend. Your fiery chick has indeed been nurtured exceptionally well. No wonder it is a descendant of Wu Uncle's prized fiery chicken. This fiery chick has inherited both the glory of its lineage in terms of quality assessment and inherited skills, showcasing terrifying potential. And its powerful acceleration trait is a cherry on top. Moreover, Zheng Xuan is taken aback to discover that Wu Jialong has swiftly demonstrated his financial prowess by equipping his fiery chick with the rather expensive item, charcoal. Zheng Xuan recalls that even a relatively common item like charcoal costs at least 20,000 to 30,000 poke dollars, and once it appears on the market, it is swiftly snatched up. It is likely that many professional trainers would struggle to have their fire-type Pokémon carry such an item, yet Wu Jialong, a novice trainer, has managed to do so. Goodness. No wonder you are the biggest dandy of the 4th middle school. You are truly maximizing your advantages from the get-go. For a moment, Zheng Xuan begins to question whether accompanying Wu Jialong was indeed the right decision. After all, should trouble arise, it would certainly be Zheng Xuan, the low-key one, who would not be the first to suffer, but rather Wu Jialong, who possesses a starter Pokémon and an expensive item, would undoubtedly attract attention. Unaware of Zheng Xuan's thoughts, Wu Jialong mistakenly believes he is being praised and promptly strikes a pose, boasting, of course, You should consider who the trainer of this fiery chick is. I am destined to be the future fire-type champion. I often ponder whether you should address me as Wu the champion or Dragon the champion. If you call me Wu the champion, it might conflict with my father if he becomes a champion too. But if you call me Dragon the champion, it may imply I am a dragon-type champion, whereas I primarily specialize in fire types. However, after much contemplation, I devised a plan. I shall capture a Charizard as my main Pokémon, and then I will frequently send it out to resolve any troubles, thus simplifying everything. Are you foolish? Charizard, while it possesses dragon lineage, is a fire and flying-type Pokémon. Zheng Xuan interjects, finding Wu Jialong's logic amusing. Although Charizard's Mega Evolution transforms it into Mega Charizard X, a fire and dragon-type Pokémon, it is undeniable that a certain friend, commonly known as Dodo, has no traditional dragon-type Pokémon apart from Dragonite. Reflecting on this, Zheng Xuan grows curious. He has not heard any news regarding Mega Evolution, wondering if the Alliance is still researching or concealing information, or if it has simply yet to be discovered. Nonetheless, Zheng Xuan feels the first two possibilities are more likely. Chapter 18, The Novice Trainer. By the way, what is your starter Pokémon? Why are you being so mysterious about it, not sharing in the class group, and not calling me right away? Now you come out with a pet backpack, trying to hide it. After his self-praise, Wu Jialong suddenly remembers something and circles around to Zheng Xuan's back, peering into the pet backpack's observation hole, squinting to investigate, but unable to discern anything. Do you think I am like you, constantly seeking to show off? One must remain low-key. Being a wolf in sheep's clothing is the true mark of a protagonist. You, with your arrogance and penchant for boasting, would be nothing more than a minor villain in a novel. Zheng Xuan chuckles, teasing him. You are talking nonsense. How could I possibly be a villain, let alone a minor one? Wu Jialong protests immediately, then, filled with self-satisfaction, declares, My father is the gym leader of the local dojo. In ancient times, I would have been a young lord. Even now, I am a legitimate member of the Alliance, destined to be the fire-type champion, perhaps even the champion. Wu Jialong is truly aggrieved, not merely by Zheng Xuan's dismissive tone, but also by the addition of the word minor before villain, which he finds intolerable. Jialong, could you please tone it down a bit? I just saw the news yesterday about a potential champion-level criminal being pursued by Alliance officials who fled to the Southwest Branch. They may very well be hiding in Zhongyu City. If you attract their attention with your ostentatiousness, what will happen? Zheng Xuan glances around, feigning a nervous expression as he quietly warns. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong, who had been boasting moments ago, suddenly lowers his voice several decibels. After scanning the area again, he still cannot calm his nerves and asks anxiously, Xien, you are not deceiving me, are you? I haven't seen this news. Of course not. Do you think you are someone who pays attention to the news? Besides, do you think I wanted to call you out to go to the Pokemon Center together? Usually, I could go alone. Seeing Wu Jialong nearly falter, Zheng Xuan presses on with his intimidation. Goodness, could this really be true? I admit I was a bit loud earlier. It shouldn't have drawn that much attention, right? Xien, why didn't you tell me sooner? You've put me in a terrible position. Perhaps I should call Brother Zhang. But wait, Zhang isn't even an elite trainer. To a potential champion, he would be just a weakling. Yes. Call my father. My father is a potential champion. That fugitive would surely not be his match. As he speaks, Wu Jialong reaches for his phone to dial. This action startles Zheng Xuan, who had been anticipating some entertainment, and he quickly intervenes to stop him. Zheng Xuan had not anticipated that his casual remark, merely aimed at deflating Wu Jialong's arrogance, would instill such genuine fear in him, compelling him to consider calling Wu uncle. Do not be foolish. Would a formidable opponent of such caliber deliberately seek to confront a mere child like you? Look at Uncle Wu. Does he even regard you with any significance as your father? Moreover, when others are being pursued by League inspectors, they scarcely have time to spare, let alone concern themselves with you. If they were to stall, not only would you lose your life, but they would also pay the ultimate price, which is hardly worth it. Zheng Xuan hastily explained, fearing that Wu Jialong, this fool, might actually call Uncle Wu. While the reasoning is sound, why would I lose my life, and it be of little consequence for him to pay with his? Wu Jialong, upon realizing this, wore an expression of indignation. Enough with the trivialities. Rest assured, simply accompany me to the Pokemon Center. Zheng Xuan felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he would have gone alone. Bringing along Wu Jialong only seemed counterproductive, increasing his own peril. You make a valid point. Fear not, for I shall protect you throughout this journey, and you will surely be safe. Wu Jialong patted his chest in assurance, only to be abruptly silenced by Zheng Xuan covering his mouth. You truly are a character. At such a time, refrain from making any bold proclamations. Furthermore, your earlier expression of sheer terror has left me questioning your confidence. Releasing his grip with disdain and wiping his saliva on Wu Jialong's clothing, Zheng Xuan remarked irritably. Naturally, that was a quasi-king level being. A criminal of my father's caliber, who wouldn't be frightened. However, Once I grow stronger, even a quasi-king will be easily subdued by me. This time, having gained some wisdom, Wu Jialong could only mutter his bravado softly. Enough boasting, the bus is arriving. Zheng Xuan reminded him, somewhat exasperated. Oh, it's here. Observing the crowded bus, Wu Jialong decided to adopt a more subdued demeanor than usual. The modest community where Zheng Xuan resided was a fair distance from the nearest Pokémon Center. Fortunately, as a major city, Zhongyu had more than one Pokémon Center. Otherwise, Zheng Xuan would have had to squeeze into the subway with Yaya to reach a more distant city center. After spending half an hour, the two arrived at their destination. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Zheng Xuan followed the signs to the designated registration point. Hello, are you here to register as a new trainer, age eligible? The staff, noticing their youthful faces, inquired with a smile. It's not me. He is the one registering as a new trainer. I became a new trainer a week before him. Wu Jialong interjected first, eager to steal the spotlight. Yes, hello, I am here to register as a new trainer. Here are my documents, including proof of my elementary, middle, and current high school enrollment. Ignoring Wu Jialong, Zheng Xuan nodded slightly to the staff while producing the prepared documents. All right. I see that all your provided information is in order, and you are indeed over 16 years old, meeting the age requirement of the Daxiao League. May I ask if you have brought your initial Pokémon? The staff continued with the procedure. I have it. Zheng Xuan placed the pet backpack on the counter, unzipped it, revealing Yaya's little head peeking out, curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Ah, it's Yaya. Such a rare little Pokémon. The staff momentarily lost their composure upon seeing Yaya, then exclaimed in astonishment. Clearly, having worked at the trainer registration desk in the Pokémon Center for so long, this staff member had seldom encountered a rare dragon-type Pokémon like Yaya. Yes, could you please expedite the registration process and grant me the privilege to purchase Pokeballs? Zheng Xuan was not keen on attracting attention like Wu Jialong and quickly urged. The staff, realizing they had momentarily lost their professional demeanor, promptly apologized. I sincerely apologize. Your registration has been successfully completed. Congratulations on becoming an official new trainer. Additionally, I have opened your purchasing privileges for Pokeballs, allowing you to buy them at any legitimate shop or Pokemon Center in the city. Of course, according to the regulations of the Daxiao League, the quantity of Pokeballs you can purchase will vary depending on your trainer level. The staff reminded him. The restrictions on the purchase of Pokeballs, much like the need for trainers to register, are robust measures implemented by the Daxiao League to deter criminal elements. They also serve to significantly limit the illicit underground Pokemon trade. Thank you. After zipping up the pet backpack, Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude and immediately left with the still curious Wu Jialong, despite the registration area being relatively empty at that moment. As most visitors to the Pokemon Center were there for healing their Pokemon, Zheng Xuan preferred not to linger. After obtaining the purchasing rights, he quickly bought a red and white Pokeball for 500 yuan at another side of the Pokemon Center and pulled Wu Jialong out of the establishment. What the heck, Dog Xien? Why are you in such a hurry to come and rush off again? By the way, what did that staff member say about your initial Pokemon called Yaya? What kind of Pokemon is that? I've never heard of it. Wu Jialong, still somewhat bewildered, finally had the chance to ask Zheng Xuan once outside the Pokemon Center. I told you to study, but you went to feed pigs. How did you manage to get through school? Zheng Xuan replied, somewhat speechless, realizing that Wu Jialong still hadn't grasped the situation after all this time. You know I'm not the best in theoretical knowledge. However, in the second-year training course, practical combat is my forte. I will no longer be at the bottom. Wu Jialong quickly defended himself, feeling somewhat guilty about his theoretical shortcomings. This is Yaya, a dragon-type Pokemon. Noticing that no one was around, Zheng Xuan set down the pet backpack and opened it to reveal Yaya's little head once more. Wait, what did you say? Your initial Pokemon is a dragon type? Wu Jialong exclaimed, gripping Zheng Xuan's arm in disbelief as he questioned him again. So, do you now understand why I was so anxious? Zheng Xuan chuckled ruefully. He too wished to be less cautious, but the allure of a dragon-type Pokemon was simply too great. Subsequently, he took out the red and white Pokeball he had just purchased and addressed Yaya. You need not remain cramped in the pet backpack any longer. The space within the Pokeball is quite ample, enough for you to frolic. Yaya nodded excitedly, having felt somewhat uncomfortable after being in the pet backpack for too long. With Yaya's consent, Zheng Xuan finally captured Yaya within the Pokeball, allowing his previously anxious heart to finally settle. After completing this task, he patted the still-dazed Wu Jialong and smiled. All done. We should head back now. I had promised to treat you to a meal. I know a great place for home-style dishes. Shall we go there? Dog Xien, you've obtained a dragon-type Pokemon as your initial one, and yet you still intend to treat me to cheap food? No way. I must insist on treating you lavishly. You've tricked me quite enough. Wu Jialong protested immediately, visibly displeased. Zheng Xuan retorted without hesitation. You scoundrel. Do you have any idea how much it will cost me to train Yaya? It's practically a bottomless pit, given the circumstances. It's quite generous of me to treat you to a meal, and you dare to think of exploiting me further. Dog Xien, you ought to be more reasonable. Wu Jialong lamented, his face a mask of despair. If you continue along this line, I might just rescind my offer to treat you. Zheng Xuan squinted with a smile, akin to the Buddha himself, keeping Wu Jialong firmly in check. You're ruthless. Wu Jialong could only leave behind a defiant remark, yet felt compelled to follow closely behind Zheng Xuan. At the small restaurant's table, Jilong, with school about to commence. How confident do you feel about your upcoming battle with Wang Jia? Zheng Xuan suddenly inquired, struck by a thought. Humph, that little brat. I can easily handle him. I haven't regarded him as a rival at all. Wu Jialong scoffed dismissively while munching on peanuts. Do not underestimate your opponent. Otherwise, should you truly find yourself defeated, the embarrassment will not be confined to just the two of you, but will be known throughout the entire school. Zheng Xuan reiterated once more. Fear not. For after heeding your advice last time, my father bestowed upon me a couple of strategies to ensure that I will decisively defeat that Wang Jia. After all, he is merely a privileged brat from a merchant family. How can he possibly be compared to me, Long Shao? Wu Jialong continued to speak with an air of confidence, completely disregarding his adversary. As long as Uncle Wu has provided you with some tips, that's sufficient. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, he had just recently become a novice trainer, and in the realm of trainers, the seasoned Uncle Wu, a quasi-king level powerhouse, wielded greater authority. After tossing another peanut into his mouth, Wu Jialong shifted his flippant demeanor and inquired of Zheng Xuan. And what of you? Now that Yaya has hatched, what plans do you have moving forward? I've heard that dragon-type Pokémon are far more challenging to nurture than others, requiring extensive resources and growing at a sluggish pace. To be frank, they are not ideally suited as initial Pokémon for a novice trainer. Most importantly, the materials for nurturing dragon-type Pokémon may prove quite elusive without those references. You may fall significantly behind, and coupled with the inherent slow growth of dragon types, I fear this could adversely affect your future college entrance examinations. As the sole heir of the gym leader, Wu Jialong may not excel in theoretical knowledge from textbooks, but he has been immersed in Pokémon nurturing since childhood and is well aware of many intricacies. No need to worry about nurturing materials. My father handed me a comprehensive manual for Yaya, filled with ample and detailed nurturing information. Zheng Xuan replied with a slight smile, revealing nothing and immediately providing an explanation in response to Wu Jialong's concerns. Goodness, Xuan, your father couldn't he possibly be some hidden master, could he? First, he gifted you with the dragon-type egg of Yaya, then provided you with corresponding nurturing materials. Even my father would struggle to acquire such things. It is no wonder that Wu Jialong wore an expression of disbelief. After all, he was well aware of Zhang's father's impoverished appearance. Yet the current situation starkly contrasted with his previous impressions, which seemed utterly incongruous. I cannot fathom why Wu Jialong is so perplexed. Zheng Xuan could only offer a wry smile in response. You ask me, but who should I inquire of? Chapter 20, Physical Training. Today marks the 4th day since Yaya's hatching. Over the past 3 days, Yaya has primarily engaged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, awakening briefly to frolic before resuming her meals. She has grown rapidly, from a size reminiscent of a newborn pup to nearly half a meter in height. Her weight officially surpassing 10 kilograms, undeniably indicating robust health. During this rapid growth phase, Zheng Xuan supplemented Yaya's diet with specially formulated calcium tablets, combined with moo milk to provide the necessary nutrients for her development. Zheng Xuan had heard that these specialized calcium tablets were concocted from the bone meal of raised kinglers, and long-term use could enhance a Pokémon's bone density while promoting growth. Having navigated through these 3 days, Yaya's energy levels have surged significantly. She no longer immediately collapses into slumber after meals and is ready to commence some foundational training. However, as she is still in her juvenile stage, engaging in high-intensity formal training will have to wait until she surpasses this phase and her bodily functions are fully developed. Therefore, Zheng Xuan scouted a deserted factory nearby to serve as a clandestine training base for himself and Yaya. On the first day of basic physical training, they commenced with simple running exercises. The benefits of running not only enhance stamina, but also improve speed. In the early stages of Pokémon battles, aside from the proficiency of skill execution and accuracy, 2 crucial factors are the Pokémon's stamina and speed. Yaya, shortly, you will run 5 laps around the exterior of the workshop alongside me. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Zheng Xuan inquired of Yaya, who was eager to spring into action at his feet. Having estimated the perimeter of the abandoned factory workshop, it was roughly 1 kilometer. Trusting in the extraordinary constitution of Pokémon, Zheng Xuan decided to impose a moderate level of intensity for Yaya's first physical training session. Chirp! Yaya vigorously nodded, indicating her eagerness and lack of fear. Very well, let the physical training commence. The moment Zheng Xuan's words fell, the impatient Yaya erupted into action. Darting past her trainer and leading the charge, leaving Zheng Xuan trailing far behind. Observing this, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but smile, maintaining his own pace. In long-distance running, the immediate speed burst is not the focal point. Rather, the emphasis lies on stamina endurance. For a Pokemon like Yaya, who expended significant energy right from the start, even with her exceptional constitution, she would not be able to sustain such exertion for long. And the excessive energy expenditure in the first half would lead to a painful struggle in the latter half. However, Zheng Xuan had no intention of revealing this to Yaya directly. He believed that allowing her to experience it firsthand would yield a more profound understanding. Before long, he spotted Yaya ahead, panting heavily and slowing down. Despite having lapped Zheng Xuan entirely, he was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be the first to complete 5 laps. Yet, it must be said, as expected of the protagonist of this world, the constitution of Pokemon is simply extraordinary. Within only a few days post-hatching, Yaya exhibited remarkable speed and stamina, having sprinted 2 laps at full throttle, leaving Zheng Xuan, a seasoned trainer, significantly behind. Can you keep going, Yaya? Maintaining a steady pace, Zheng Xuan passed the slowing Yaya, offering encouragement that was, in essence, a subtle provocation. Chirp, unyielding Yaya, upon seeing her trainer surpass her, immediately pushed her little legs, laden with fatigue, to accelerate once more. Little one, you are still too young. Watching Yaya once again overtake him, a smile crept onto Zheng Xuan's face. This time, having already exhausted much of her stamina, Yaya could only sprint half a lap before needing to reduce her speed again, helplessly watching Zheng Xuan surpass her once more. Yaya, we've only completed a little over half. There are still 2 laps remaining. Zheng Xuan smiled encouragingly as he observed Yaya struggling to keep up. Chirp. Yaya let out a frustrated cry, attempting to regain control of her weary body to overtake him again. Yet, nearing her physiological limits, her body became increasingly uncooperative, leaving her to watch in dismay as her trainer pulled ahead. It wasn't long before Zheng Xuan lapped her again. Observing Yaya's unwavering determination, he encouraged her, "Hold on, Yaya. This is not your limit. Even if it seems so, you must transcend it." Chirp. Yaya's eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Casting aside her fatigue, the combative and tenacious nature typical of Dragon-type Pokemon was vividly displayed at this moment. The once heavy limbs regained their strength, and she resumed her sprint. "Have you broken through?" Witnessing Yaya, who had swiftly grown to level 2 over the past few days, now surpassing her previous limits during her first physical training to reach level 3, akin to Wu Jialong's fiery chick, Zheng Xuan could not help but feel elated. Truly, the exceptional aptitude of the black type is astounding. The growth potential Yaya has exhibited is simply terrifying, something Zheng Xuan had never encountered before. It appears that the matter of dragon-type nutrient solutions must be expedited. Zheng Xuan mused inwardly, unwilling to let the challenges of being a trainer hinder Yaya's rapid growth. Reinvigorated, Yaya quickly surged past Zheng Xuan, swiftly fulfilling the requirement of 5 laps for their physical training run. As Zheng Xuan sprinted to the finish line, he was met with the sight of Yaya collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. His expression darkened instantly, and he hurried over to admonish her. "Yaya, after intense exercise, you cannot simply fall to the ground to rest. Quickly get up and take a few steps. Otherwise, not only will you be sore tomorrow, but you might find it difficult to walk this afternoon." Upon witnessing Zheng Xuan's anger, Yaya weakly responded, yet she could only obediently rise from the ground, complying with her trainer's commands and moving her exhausted body. After Zheng Xuan completed the final lap of his training, drenched in sweat, he took a brief respite of over 10 minutes, temporarily concluding the morning's physical training. Next came the time for reflection. Zheng Xuan observed Yaya, who had only just rested, yet was already brimming with vitality, and inwardly marveled at her extraordinary constitution. He then feigned a stern demeanor and lectured her. "Yaya, I hope this experience serves as a lesson for you. You expended all your energy on the initial burst, which nearly left you unable to sustain the latter half of the run. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, you might not have even managed to outrun me." A mere human. Chapter 21, Skill Training. Inside the dilapidated factory workshop, Zheng Xuan strained to right an iron barrel before filling it with mud and sand. Once he had completed this task, he called over Yaya, who was indulging in her moo-moo milk. Although the physical training had significantly enhanced Yaya's abilities, it had also resulted in considerable exhaustion. Just this morning, she had left the house well fed, yet after the rigorous training, she clutched her bottle of moo-moo milk and began to devour it voraciously. Zheng Xuan found himself simultaneously elated and pained. He rejoiced in Yaya's newfound strength while lamenting the sight of his poke dollars seemingly going up in flames. "Yaya, we shall now commence skill training. For the time being, we will focus on mastering your grasping technique. Your objective is to break this iron barrel in half with a single strike." Zheng Xuan pointed to the iron barrel target he had designed and encouraged her. "Chirp." Yaya raised her little hand, clearly unable to contain her excitement. "All right, Yaya, Unleash your grasping technique on the barrel. Without hesitation, Zheng Xuan issued the command, targeting Yaya's first opponent, albeit a rudimentary target of a sand-filled iron barrel. Chirp! Yaya let out an enthusiastic cry, raising her small hand to gather a faint gray-brown glow before sprinting towards the barrel. Bang! The collision between her claw and the barrel produced a rather loud sound. However, the actual effect was less than satisfactory. Aside from leaving a claw mark on the barrel, it only caused a slight indentation, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Feeling somewhat defiant, Yaya attempted a few more strikes against the barrel, merely causing it to wobble slightly, with the resulting damage virtually indistinguishable from her previous attempts. Chirp! Observing the lackluster results of her attacks, Yaya felt a wave of disappointment. Yaya, there's no need to rush when releasing your technique. I noticed that while you mobilized your energy quickly, it was not fully concentrated. Perhaps you didn't completely unleash the technique. In fact, this might have had the opposite effect, suppressing the very power you intended to exert, which is why the overall result was so minimal. Zheng Xuan, keenly observing from the sidelines, offered a gradual explanation. He also took the time to reassure the disheartened Yaya, saying, "It's all right. This is merely our first practice. It's normal to fail. Only through repeated failures can we achieve the best success." Chirp! Inspired by her trainer's encouragement, Yaya reignited her fighting spirit. Following Zheng Xuan's advice, she focused once more, channeling energy into her small hand to form a claw shape before charging at the barrel again. Bang! The impact resonated loudly. This time, Yaya propelled the heavy barrel nearly a meter sideways, and a significant dent appeared where it had been struck, with several cracks now seeping fine sand from the center of the indentation. Well done, Yaya. This time, the results are much better. Zheng Xuan praised her without reservation. Chirp! Chirp! Overjoyed by Zheng Xuan's commendation and her own success, Yaya began to dance joyfully. However, let us not become complacent. We can achieve even more. While showering her with praise, Zheng Xuan also reminded her. Chirp! Yaya nodded earnestly, preparing herself for another attempt. All right, let us try again and aim to surpass our last achievement. Seeing Yaya not only embrace the rigorous training, but also actively cooperate in her quest for strength, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but smile. All right, Yaya, it's getting late. We should conclude today as training and head back. Zheng Xuan glanced at the time and raised his hand to signal to Yaya, who was still practicing with the target. The several damaged barrels surrounding them bore testament to Yaya's impressive accomplishments. Thankfully, the abandoned factory was filled with such barrels. Otherwise, Zheng Xuan would have had a headache trying to find suitable alternatives for targets. After all, he couldn't possibly have Yaya practice against the factory walls or support pillars, could he? Finding a suitable training ground was no easy feat. Had it not been for Zheng Xuan's familiarity with the area from his childhood, he might not have discovered this abandoned factory at all. As for why he didn't opt for a professional training facility, aside from the crowded environment, Zheng Xuan wished to avoid prematurely revealing Yaya's identity. Moreover, renting a dojo for training was prohibitively expensive, and as someone who was frugal, he was reluctant to spend such unnecessary money. However, while this abandoned factory met Zheng Xuan's needs for secret training, its remote location in the city raised safety concerns. Zheng Xuan had heard tales of wild Pokémon attacking this factory, resulting in numerous casualties, prompting the factory to cease operations and the owner to go bankrupt after incurring significant losses. This was the reason for its abandonment. For safety's sake, Zheng Xuan planned to leave the abandoned factory before dusk, so upon realizing the time, he quickly ushered Yaya away. In such secluded urban areas, while there were occasional police patrols during the day to drive away dangerous wild Pokémon, at night, these places could become hotspots for wild or abandoned Pokémon. Zheng Xuan was fortunate. Not long after they departed, a large and small figure arrived outside the workshop where Yaya had been training. Upon returning home, Zheng Xuan wasted no time in enjoying a relaxing hot shower, while Yaya reveled in her own bath. Next came the preparation of dinner. Zheng Xuan found it quite easy to solve the meals for himself and his father, but now that Yaya had outgrown the hatching stage, she could no longer subsist solely on moo milk. Although her primary food remained the nutritious moo milk, Zheng Xuan adhered to the nurturing manual and prepared a digestible vegetable and meat porridge for her, complemented by ordinary fruits of her preferred flavor and, of course, specialized calcium tablets to aid her growth. This entire meal preparation not only exceeded what Zheng Xuan, as a trainer, would consume but also required significantly more effort, costing a sum that could easily cover several days of meals for him and his father. It truly made Zheng Xuan acutely aware of the concept of poor in literature, rich in martial prowess. Being a trainer, especially of dragon-type Pokémon, was no easy task. At times, Zheng Xuan found himself contemplating whether it might not be easier to raise grass-type Pokémon, like many of his classmates in their group chat. After all, they required minimal investment, thriving simply from sunlight and water. However, Zheng Xuan merely pondered this during his leisure time. If a change were to occur, it would be Zheng Xuan who would end up in tears. Chapter 22. The Unexpected Guest. The following day. Let us go, Yaya. Today marks the beginning of our second day of training. After washing up, let us have some moo-moo milk for breakfast. Zheng Xuan gently patted Yaya, who was nestled in a delicate little nook by the bed, rousing her from slumber. Except in the presence of outsiders, Zheng Xuan always released Yaya from her pokeball, which fostered a deeper bond between them, a connection known as a link. Jang. Like most children, Yaya was reluctant to rise, and, after several nudges from Zheng Xuan, finally emerged, albeit somewhat begrudgingly, to follow him to wash up. Once they finished, Yaya, having regained some energy, sat at the table, cradling her moo-moo milk and occasionally popping a few berries into her mouth. These berries were chosen by Zheng Xuan according to Yaya's taste preferences. Although they were slightly more expensive than the fruits consumed by humans, Zheng Xuan's finances were sufficient to bear the cost. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan began his routine of organizing his backpack, packing various items necessary for training, as well as some medical supplies in case of injuries. Once he had finished, he returned Yaya to her pokeball after breakfast, then headed to his family's breakfast shop for a quick bite before proceeding to the training grounds at the abandoned factory. Upon entering the dilapidated structure, Zheng Xuan's keen eyes caught sight of dark red bloodstains on the withered lawn. Is this blood? Did wild Pokemon come here last night? Immediately, he released Yaya from her pokeball. Even though Yaya was still in her juvenile stage and her combat abilities were not fully developed, she was undoubtedly stronger than Zheng Xuan, who considered himself a rather inept trainer. Yaya, stay vigilant. There might be other Pokemon around. Zheng Xuan whispered to Yaya. In response, Yaya stood ready for anything. Regardless, they needed to ascertain whether the intruding Pokemon had left. If it had departed, they could continue with their training. If it had not, they would have to devise a plan. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng Xuan made a resolute decision. There was no way he would allow an uncertain presence to instill fear in him, nor would he flee without at least taking a glance. Observing the trail of blood, Zheng Xuan assessed that the intruder must have sustained significant injuries. Even with a Pokemon's extraordinary resilience, it would take time to recover. At the very least, in such a weakened condition, it would be challenging for the creature to evade him and Yaya, unless it disregarded its injuries entirely. Zheng Xuan's intention was to investigate whether this unexpected guest had indeed left. If so, it would merely be an inconsequential incident. Even if it had not departed, he wished to evaluate its strength under conditions that ensured safety. If it proved formidable, he would retreat and call for assistance. Conversely, if it was not particularly strong, Zheng Xuan desired to explore alternative methods to drive it away. If all else failed, he would simply make a hasty exit and seek help afterwards. Yaya, let us head to the workshop, but remain cautious. With his mind set, Zheng Xuan's expression turned serious as he reiterated his warning. Jang. Yaya responded quietly, maintaining her vigilance. Upon re-entering the chaotic workshop, Zheng Xuan noted that, according to his recollection from yesterday's departure, nothing had changed, including the iron barrel that Yaya had damaged during training. Has it left, or is it not in this workshop? Zheng Xuan surveyed the area, maintaining utmost alertness. The iron door behind him was opened wide to facilitate a swift escape should the need arise. Bloodstains were present at the side door, indicating that the intruding Pokemon had been there but had not entered the workshop. Rather, it had ventured to another area, specifically the storage room of the abandoned factory. After searching for a while with Yaya, Zheng Xuan uncovered some traces. It seems that the intruding Pokemon, upon discovering our presence in the workshop, chose to retreat to the factory's storage room. He boldly theorized, observing the darkened blood trail leading to the storage area. Should we investigate the storage room? The certainty of the intruder's injuries, coupled with its evasive behavior, bolstered Zheng Xuan's confidence. Jang, Yaya, embodying the spirit of youthful fearlessness, showed no sign of trepidation. Given their unanimous agreement, following the principle of majority rule, Zheng Xuan smiled slightly, pleased that Yaya concurred with his decision, and they resolved to proceed to the storage room. Yaya took the lead, with Zheng Xuan closely following. As they arrived at the factory's storage room, directed by the trail of blood, they were met with a hissing warning from within. A snake, or perhaps a feline Pokemon. No, this sound resembles that of a feline. Could it be a Meowth? Zheng Xuan recalled a friendly Meowth belonging to a spirited lady in his neighborhood, making him somewhat familiar with that sound. That particular Meowth had once warned him of his approach, only to be scolded by the lady after Zheng Xuan offered it a small fish treat. After which the Meowth had become quite attached to him. Momentarily digressing, Zheng Xuan recognized that the unexpected guest was a Meowth, known for its generally stable temperament. As long as he refrained from foolishly touching the coin on its forehead, Meowth would typically not initiate an attack on humans. This was why many cities tolerated the presence of Meowths and stray cats, rather than expending effort to drive them away. Is that you, Meowth? I know you're injured. And I have healing medicine. Rest assured, this vast abandoned factory allows us ample opportunity to coexist peacefully. Zheng Xuan offered his assistance, hoping to ease the situation. Observing the silence from within, he hesitated to enter the storage room and instead retrieved some medicine from his backpack, placing it at the side door. Your injuries seem serious. The larger bottle on the ground is a hemostatic agent to expedite healing, while the smaller one contains anti-inflammatory medication to aid in your recovery. After completing this gesture, Zheng Xuan and Yaya stepped back to provide the creature with a sense of safety. Returning to the workshop, Zheng Xuan noticed Yaya's puzzled expression and chuckled softly, asking, "Yaya, are you wondering why I didn't continue to drive the intruder away and instead chose to help?" Jang. Yaya nodded her little head. In truth, once I realized the intruder was a Meowth, a creature known for its stable nature, I abandoned the idea of expulsion. Leaving behind the medicine to assist, it was within my capacity. Perhaps by helping it, it will lower its guard and be willing to communicate with us. This could lead to me seeking its guidance in combat, as wild Pokémon possess rich experience in battles. Zheng Xuan explained. Chapter 23, The Cat Boss and Meowth. Today as physical training went splendidly. You've made significant progress compared to yesterday, Yaya. Zheng Xuan praised Yaya, who was resting atop an iron barrel after completing her physical training. In fact, Yaya had finished 5 laps around the course even faster than Zheng Xuan. He had arrived late since he had added a couple of extra laps to his routine, having learned from yesterday's experience. Yaya no longer recklessly expended her energy, but had adapted to the training regimen, and with her improved strength, she had exceeded her goals. Let us take a break, Yaya. If you're hungry, I've prepared some moo milk in my backpack. Wait, where's our backpack? Just as Zheng Xuan was about to let Yaya rest a moment before enjoying her moo milk, he suddenly noticed that the backpack he had placed in the open area had vanished. Jang. Upon hearing that her beloved moo milk was missing, Yaya grew anxious, abandoning her moment of rest to dash back to the spot where the backpack had initially been placed. It appears that there must be a sprite that, taking advantage of our physical training, has stealthily snatched away our backpack. If I am not mistaken, this sprite is likely the Meow residing in the factory storeroom. Zheng Xuan surmised that the possibility of a third party existing within this abandoned factory is rather slim. Thus, the theft of the backpack should indeed be linked to the Meow in the storeroom. However, the one point that perplexed Zheng Xuan is the fact that, logically, that Meow should have sustained severe injuries. Even with medication, its recovery could not be so swift, nor could it possess such agility to pilfer their backpack. Chirp chirp. Upon hearing this, Yaya immediately tugged at Zheng Xuan's pant leg, signaling a desire to confront the Meow. Very well, let us proceed to the storeroom. But you must promise me not to act recklessly and instigate a conflict. Given that Yaya is still in its juvenile stage and undergoing growth, Zheng Xuan was reluctant to subject it to high-intensity battles so soon. Seeing Zheng Xuan's insistence, Yaya could only nod in agreement. As Zheng Xuan led Yaya to the exterior of the storeroom, they indeed spotted the discarded backpack, which was now completely devoid of its contents. Chirp. Yaya retrieved the grimy backpack and protested with a fierce cry directed at the storeroom. Enough, Yaya, you promised not to engage in conflict. Leave the next steps to me. Squatting down, Zheng Xuan gently ruffled Yaya's head, offering words of comfort. He then addressed the storeroom, saying, Meow. I am aware that you have taken my backpack. The moo milk and medications may remain with you, but I kindly request the return of my phone. Upon uttering these words, Zheng Xuan was suddenly aware of the sounds of a dispute emanating from within the storeroom. It dawned on him that there was not merely one Meow inside, but rather other sprites as well. This explained the earlier confusion. How could a sprite so severely wounded exhibit such nimbleness and successfully steal their backpack at such close proximity? The theft must have been executed by the injured sprite's companions, specifically the very Meow that initially issued a warning to Zheng Xuan and Yaya. Before long, a reluctant Meow emerged from a gaping hole in the side door, clutching the remaining moo milk, the medicine box, and Zheng Xuan's phone. Following closely was a limping Meow, its abdomen marked by a pronounced wound that continued to ooze blood, appearing so weak that it seemed on the verge of collapse. Sprite, Meow level, LV31, Advanced Profession. Type, Normal. Ability, Technical Expert. Gender, Female. Condition, Severely Injured. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Yellow. Item held, None. Level Skills, Inherited Skills. It was indeed a startling revelation to witness the formidable prowess of the severely injured Meow. Zheng Xuan instantly heightened his vigilance, prepared to withdraw Yaya at the slightest hint of hostility and promptly flee. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of relief that neither he nor Yaya had acted inappropriately earlier. Had they provoked the entity, even with its grievous injuries, their lives could have been at stake. It is worth noting that the strength of an advanced professional is akin to that of Wu Zhan and is far beyond what a novice trainer like Zheng Xuan could contend with. Even though Yaya's potential surpassed that of its opponent, The disparity between them was akin to that of the bright moon and a firefly. The harsh reality was that the still-developing Yaya was hardly worthy of being called an opponent in the presence of such a professionally trained adversary, and one might even say it was not fit to tie the latter's shoes. However, in this moment, Yaya evidently displayed greater composure than its trainer. Staring down the formidable foe before it, Yaya remained undaunted, embodying the combative spirit and pride characteristic of dragon-type sprites. Instead of retreating, a fierce determination ignited in its eyes. Meow, meow loud emitted a low murmur. To Zheng Xuan, it did not seem like a provocation or a warning, but rather akin to an apology on behalf of the meow meows. Meow. Next, the smaller meow meow, somewhat reluctantly, called out to Zheng Xuan and Yaya, subsequently placing the moo moo milk, the medicine box, and Zheng Xuan's phone before them. Zheng Xuan simply picked up his phone, gesturing toward the moo moo milk and the medicine box as he explained, "It's all right. You may keep the moo moo milk and the medications, but my phone contains important items that I cannot part with." Clearly having savored the delightful taste of the moo moo milk, the meow meow fixated its gaze on the milk on the ground, then eagerly looked up at Meow Lauda, meowing with a pleading tone. With a sense of reluctance, Meow Lauda, seeing the pitiful expression of the meow meow, could only nod in acquiescence, casting a grateful glance at Zheng Xuan. "You may take these medications as well. Your injuries are quite severe, and without proper treatment, it may take a long time for you to heal. However, if you feel uncomfortable, I would like to ask you to impart some battle experience to Yaya once you have recovered," Zheng Xuan suggested, pointing to the medicine box. Meow? After a moment of contemplation, Meow Lauda ultimately consented. As a wild sprite, it would never subscribe to the notion of unearned gains. Zheng Xuan's proposal for a trade alleviated much of Meow Lauda's wariness. Moreover, given its current need for medication to expedite healing, as well as the meow meow's persistent yearning for that delectable milk, the prospect of investing some time to mentor the talented yet inexperienced child seemed a worthwhile exchange that Meow Lauda had no reason to decline. Chapter 24, The Start of School. Having tentatively secured the friendship of Meow Lauda and its family, Zheng Xuan felt a pang of regret at losing several bottles of moo moo milk and a portion of the medications as the price of this newfound alliance. However, considering the long-term benefits, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Due to the loss of supplies, the morning's training had to be hastily concluded. Zheng Xuan, with a hungry Yaya in tow, bid farewell to Meow Lauda's family and returned home. Upon arriving home, the impatient Yaya, having received Zheng Xuan's permission, climbed onto the table, opened the device, and eagerly indulged in the fresh moo moo milk. Observing that the supply of moo moo milk in the preservation device was rapidly dwindling, Zheng Xuan could only smile wryly as he placed a phone call to reorder a new batch, which would inevitably cost him several thousand yuan. Coupled with the absence of a part-time job and his full commitment to Yaya's training, the financial strain left Zheng Xuan feeling somewhat anxious. Fortunately, a glimmer of joy for Zheng Xuan was the rapid progress Yaya was making, far surpassing that of other sprites of its age. With only a few days remaining until school commenced, he knew the training regimen would require adjustments. Nonetheless, before school starts, with further training and the guidance of the experienced Meow Lauda in battle techniques, Yaya would undoubtedly stand on par with any opponent. Even those who had weeks of head start in hatching their sprite eggs, Zheng Xuan mused confidently. With the time and progress that had initially lagged behind, Zheng Xuan felt assured that he could catch up and even surpass before the start of school. At that moment, he thought to himself, forget about others. Even that arrogant Wu Jialong would have to obediently prostrate before him. What is that smell? Oh no, I burnt the porridge. Zheng Xuan, lost in thought while cooking, unfortunately paid the price for his distraction. Meanwhile, within the fire-type gym, Zheng Xuan, reluctant to waste money on renting training grounds, was relying on his own gym, while Wu Jialong brazenly occupied an entire segment of the training area. Achoo! Wu Jialong suddenly sneezed, his expression darkening as he shouted, "Which rascal is whispering about young Master Long?" Afterward, with a cheerful grin, he encouraged, "Chick, let's give it our all. We'll train one more round, and once school starts, we'll mercilessly take down that audacious scoundrel who dares to challenge me, along with his water turtle. Oh, and that fellow Dog Juan, who quietly possesses a dragon-type Pokémon. He is truly my formidable rival. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by him." Having just finished encouraging the fire chick, Wu Jialong took a sip of his chilled drink and flaunted a chicken leg. Noticing the fire chick's expression of hunger, Wu Jialong finally spoke. "Once we complete this training session, you can enjoy a drink, but as for the chicken, you'll have to settle for this duck leg beside you. Today marks the first day of school." Zheng Xuan rose early as usual, relishing a three-piece breakfast set at the Zheng family breakfast shop, when he was soon joined by a bleary-eyed Wu Jialong. "I'm so tired, Dog Juan. The wonderful vacation has ended, and now I must once again rise early for classes. My nightmare is about to begin," Wu Jialong complained while munching on a meat bun. However, After this period of intensive training, my fire chick has made significant progress. Its strength is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of our class, and the once underdog is poised to make a comeback. After venting his frustrations, Wu Jialong began to boast once more. Zheng Xuan, however, paid no heed to Wu Jialong. For when it comes to growth and strength, his own Yaya is far superior. After these days of training, especially with the recovery of Cat Boss from its injuries, Yaya has received guidance on executing moves and battling experience, resulting in a remarkable leap in strength, advancing to level 4, and nearing the threshold of evolving from its juvenile stage. Look at Zheng Xuan, possessing such impressive strength, unlike Wu Jialong, who parades around. His aim is not merely to blend in, but to stand out spectacularly. Chick, with me, Huan Gu, around, you can only play a supporting role. He urged Wu Jialong to eat quickly. Warning, if you're late on the very first day of school, the principal will surely have words with you. Zheng Xuan, having finished tidying up the last of the soy milk, reined in his wandering thoughts and prompted the still complaining Wu Jialong. Dog Huan, be reasonable. Look at me. I've come this far, and you still bring up that scoundrel principal to scare me. Wu Jialong lamented with a mournful expression. Shall I take my leave then? Zheng Xuan replied, shouldering his backpack, intent on departing. This tactic has never failed. Wait. I'll be done in a moment. Zheng Xuan, Huan Gu. You're my brother, aren't you? Wu Jialong hastily gathered the remnants of his meal, gripping Zheng Xuan's backpack tightly, resolutely refusing to let him go. The minor skirmish concluded. At Zhongyu City 4th High School, today marks the first day of the new term, as Zheng Xuan and his peers ascend to their second year, initiating the division of subjects and classes, coinciding with the arrival of new first-year students. At this moment, the school is bustling with activity, a veritable sea of people. Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong chose not to first check the class assignments, as their original class, upon promotion to the second year, would automatically be designated as the training class. Their classmates would remain the same, with perhaps a few opting for other subjects departing, while a select few outstanding students from the training program would join them. What truly piqued their interest was the matter concerning the Pokemon College entrance examination. TSK. This year's top scorer in the Pokemon entrance exam for Zhongyu City has once again been snatched by First High School. For several consecutive years, Fourth High has been overshadowed by them. However, things will be different this time. With me, young Master Long, around, Fourth High will at most lose face for another year. But when it comes to my year's Pokemon entrance exam, the title of top scorer shall undoubtedly belong to me, young Master Long. Wu Jialong proclaimed with grandiosity. Others concerned about the Pokemon entrance exam results were not limited to just Zheng Xuan. Many were third-year students preparing for the exam. Upon hearing Wu Jialong's words, they were immediately incensed. Have we not yet taken the Pokemon entrance exam, and we are already being written off? Some irate third-year students prepared to confront the source of the provocation, only to find that it was none other than the notorious playboy, Wu Jialong. They promptly reined in their anger, fearing to draw attention to themselves. Good heavens! That eccentric playboy who constantly makes a scene at school. Everyone knows his father is the head of the local dojo. Humph, with your status as the bottom of the class. Do you really think you can become top scorer? Ridiculous. The vast majority of students feared Wu Jialong's background, opting for silence rather than provoking him. Yet there were always a few who fancied themselves bold enough to speak up. Xiao Wong, is that you again? As Wu Jialong was reveling in his bravado, he quickly identified the audacious challenger, Wong Jie, who equally embodied the characteristics of a spoiled rich kid. Chapter 25. The two heroes of the Wong family. Upon hearing Wu Jialong's dismissive tone, Wong Jie instantly bristled with anger and retorted, Wu Jialong, do you really think this entire Fourth High belongs to you? Let me tell you, you are merely riding on your father's coattails. In the realm of trainers, it is true strength that matters, not background. Nonsense. If it weren't for your father, you wouldn't even have access to the eggs of the three royal families. Stop barking here when it comes to background. My father surpasses yours. In terms of rhetoric, you can't outmatch me, and in strength, I will crush you. You worthless fool. Wu Jialong, known for his sharp tongue, showed no fear of the retort, quickly breaking through Wong Jie's defenses with a few choice words. You just wait. After the class assignments are over, I'll meet you at the battle arena. I'm keen to see if your Pokemon's strength can back up your bluster. Fully aware he could not win an argument against Wu Jialong, Wong Jie resolved to settle things through battle. Just as Wu Jialong was preparing to hurl another insult, he was interrupted by someone stepping forward beside Wong Jie, patting him on the shoulder and approvingly stating, Xiao Jie, you did well. When dealing with those who love to boast, you should crush them with your true strength, leaving them speechless. Excuse me, young man. Who do you think you are interrupting, young Master Long? Wu Jialong scoffed, disdain evident on his face. What kind of nobody dares challenge him? What nobody? Don't let the earlier bravado fool you. This person clearly has a lower defense than Wong Jie. A single comment from Wu Jialong made him reveal his true colors. Enraged and humiliated, originally wanting to retort, he suddenly realized that responding would only confirm his own shortcomings, so he raised his hand, signaling to his companion. The companion, understanding the cue, stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, "Our young master is a top student who once ranked among the best at First High School. Transferring here to Fourth High only because your principal made a considerable effort to recruit him, all to ensure that in your year, he could snatch the title of top scorer from First High." The follower, having transferred alongside the young master, carried himself with an air of superiority, clearly looking down on the students of Fourth High, who have always been overshadowed by First High. "Haha, you're hilarious. You must have been unable to make it at First High, hence your arrival at Fourth High. Let me tell you, Fourth High is young Master Long's territory. If a spendthrift like you comes here, you better behave yourself. If young Master Long is in a good mood, he might even toss you a few bones to gnaw on." Wu Jialong, a person of stature, could not tolerate anyone stealing his limelight. Zheng Xuan, observing the unfolding drama, was amazed. He had read countless types of novels, witnessing many conflicts between protagonists and spoiled brats. Yet witnessing three spoiled rich kids tearing each other apart was indeed a rare sight. Wu Jialong's incisive remarks instantly shattered the facade of the self-proclaimed elegant young master. His face contorting with rage, hues of blue and purple dancing across his features. "Shao Jia, teach him a lesson. If necessary, cripple his fire chick." The young master, with a grim expression, whispered to Wong Jia, "Brother, isn't that too much? Winning against him and silencing him would suffice. If we were to cripple his fire chick, I worry his father is a formidable figure in the Pokémon world." Wong Jia was startled by his brother's ruthless advice. He initially contemplated designing Wu Jialong, employing attribute advantages to counter his opponent, driven by a desire for revenge against the enmity stemming from being beaten in the first year. However, his elder brother's words urged him to inflict severe harm upon his adversary's initial Pokémon, aiming to sabotage their future. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that if this were an ordinary individual, with the vast resources of the Wong family, a minor financial settlement would suffice to sweep things under the rug. But the individual across from them is none other than the son of a regional gym leader, a figure whose background surpasses even that of the Wong family. If Wong Jia truly dared to act in such a manner, would he not be endangering himself as well as the Wong family? Very well, command Squirtle to injure his Torchic, delaying his training for a while. This way, he will fall behind. As long as we can gather momentum and widen the gap, he will be forever suppressed beneath the might of the two heroes of the Wong family. With a fierce expression, Wang Hao calmed slightly upon hearing his brother Wong Jia's words and continued to advise him. This is feasible. In battles, injuries are inevitable. Even if his father were to intervene personally, he could hardly voice any objections. Observing Wang Hao's change of heart, Wang Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him and readily agreed. The playground buzzed with excitement, yet unbeknownst to the crowd, the principal of the fourth school, along with the director of education behind him, was observing everything from afar. "Principal, I truly fail to comprehend why you would recruit Wang Hao from the first municipal high school, considering Wang Jia is nothing but a troublemaker. I've heard that his brother is equally notorious for causing chaos. Good heavens, with Wu Jialong, a major instigator. Our school has never encountered such a formidable lineup since its establishment." The director of education, witnessing the escalating dispute between Wu Jialong and the two heroes of the Wong family, felt a throbbing headache and could not help but voice his complaints to the principal. "Director, do you know why our fourth school has always been overshadowed by the first municipal high school?" Upon hearing the director's grievances, the principal refrained from providing a direct explanation, instead responding with a smile. "How would I know why? The first municipal high school ranks higher, attracts better students, and possesses stronger capabilities. Isn't that entirely normal? Isn't this the case in most cities?" The director bore a troubled expression, inwardly grumbling that their principal spent every day yearning to compete with the first municipal high school, even proclaiming annually that they would surpass them. Yet at his age, he should have long transcended such ambitious aspirations. It was entirely unnecessary. Seeing the director at a loss for words, the principal finally spoke slowly. "It is because we have been too conventional. We already fall short in various aspects compared to the first municipal high school with its superior resources, and yet we continue to nurture our students in a conventional manner. It is clear that we cannot surpass them. So, principal, are you planning to implement a grand strategy?" The director inquired respectfully, maintaining a facade of deference despite his inner turmoil, for the principal's position and prowess overshadowed him. "It is still too early to determine whether this is a brilliant move or a blunder. We can only wait for the outcome of the next college entrance examination to reveal the truth." With that, the principal stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of sage-like composure. Chapter 26, Training Class 1. At this moment, the director of education saw a different picture. Observing the principal silent and the howling wind tousling what little hair remained on his head, he appeared far from the image of a solitary figure in a cold river, reminiscing about bygone acquaintances. After a long pause, perhaps feeling the cold wind's relentless assault and unable to endure it at his age, the principal reluctantly abandoned his lofty demeanor and asked, "Director, do you know why you still occupy this position after all these years?" "That is because, Principal, you, along with that vice principal who is more of a phantom than a presence, have yet to retire." Of course, this remark remained unvoiced by the director, who instead respectfully inquired, "Principal, why do you mention this?" "It is because your work has been lacking. With so many students congregating below, the campus is in disarray. If word gets out that we condone student brawls, it would tarnish our fourth school's reputation." The principal reprimanded the director with an irate expression. "Didn't you instruct me to stand by and observe?" As the principal's piercing gaze intensified, the director's voice grew quieter, losing all confidence. In the end, he had no choice but to shoulder the blame, nodding respectfully in response. "Yes, Principal, this is indeed my oversight. I shall disperse the onlookers and apprehend the instigators for reprimanding and education." "Well, since you recognize your mistake, hurry and rectify it." The principal waved his hand dismissively and turned away once more. Fight! Fight! The commotion was overwhelming. Honestly, this group of new trainers in the second year was even more boisterous than those in the third year. Indeed, in student life, even small matters can ignite fervent discussions among students, let alone when a few notorious rascals engage in a significant dispute, naturally drawing more onlookers who cheered on the chaos. "Hey, don't pull me. I fought hard to secure a front row position to watch." A student, initially thinking someone was trying to usurp his place, turned around and shouted. However, upon turning, he was met with the terrified expressions of his companions and a fearsome figure looming behind them. "What classes are you from? What are your names? Who is your homeroom teacher?" The furious voice that echoed behind them was the most dreaded trio of questions in student life. Hearing that familiar roar, the previously lively chatter among students fell into an immediate hush. "Director, we came to look at last year's college entrance examination results." Yes. We came to observe the excellent achievements of last year's seniors, striving to bring glory to our own class. I was just passing by." A multitude of onlookers, frightened of being dragged back to the office by the director, hastily defended themselves. "Get out of here. Whatever class you're from, return to it. On the very first day of school, you're causing such a ruckus." With the director's reprimand, the students scattered in a panic, fleeing in fear of being caught and used as a cautionary example by this stern director. Hey, Xien, are you really going to abandon me? I can understand if everyone else leaves, but why are you going too?" At that moment, Wu Jialong's ill-timed voice cut through the chaos. Hearing it, the director, who had been seething with frustration at the principal's high-handedness, felt the veins in his forehead throb and nearly lost his composure, itching to discipline these troublemakers. "Wu Jialong, Wong Hao, and Wong Jie, report to my office immediately." The director asserted his authority, grabbing Wu Jialong, who was attempting to slip away with the other students, and sternly reprimanding the trio of troublemakers. As the three notorious individuals were led away by the director, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped unscathed, indifferent to the fates of the three valiant souls. The next time they saw the trio was during the opening ceremony held on the playground. First, the principal took the stage to recount the glorious history of the fourth school, acknowledging the excellent achievements of the previous graduating class, encouraging the soon-to-be seniors preparing for the college entrance examination, urging the second-year students to strive for excellence, and welcoming the new first-year students into the fourth school family. Once the principal's lengthy oration concluded, the next segment involved the director introducing the three silent troublemakers, once again to be publicly reprimanded in front of the entire school staff and students as a cautionary example for others. In a certain sense, the flamboyant Wu Jialong once again stole the spotlight throughout the school, particularly in front of the first-year students who were unfamiliar with the illustrious reputation of Long Shao. At this moment, the smile on Zheng Xuan's face lingered, a genuine expression of joy for his friend. As the opening ceremony drew to a close, the principal once again took the stage to instruct the class teachers to assign and collect a 400-word reflection on the ceremony within 2 working days, eliciting a chorus of complaints from the students. Once the assembly concluded, Zheng Xuan and his classmates returned to their new classroom for Class 1 of the training department, standing in the orderly lines they had formed on the playground. "Dear students, from this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher for Class 1 of the training department, and I will also be your instructor for both the Elven Studies and Practical Combat courses. I trust you all recognize me. My name is Zhou Ming, and my contact number is on the podium," announced a robust man with numerous jagged scars across his face, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. His cold tone sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Oh no, our homeroom teacher is actually Zhou the King of Hell, the most feared among the school's notorious trio." Indeed, what shall we do? These next 2 years are bound to be difficult. As the stern-faced teacher Zhou concluded, Zheng Xuan immediately heard whispers and murmurs of discontent from his peers. He understood well that the so-called 3 evils of the school referred to the principal, the director of studies, and this very Zhou teacher, all known for their strict demeanor. The title of King of Evils was attributed to Zhou, as, compared to the principal and director, as a teacher, especially one of practical combat, he interacted with more students, resulting in a greater number of afflicted pupils. However, for a diligent student like Zheng Xuan, the strictness of the teacher bore little influence. Rather, he was intrigued by the practical combat course, which, reportedly, would not only take place in the school's combat arena, but also involve supervised outdoor survival training to ensure safety. Chapter 27. I have an objection. Unperturbed by the students' whispered slander, Zhou Ming continued. Since Class 1 of the training department primarily consists of students from last year's first-year class, the structure of the class remains unchanged. The class monitor will still be Lu Xiaoyu, and the academic representative will continue to be Zheng Xuan. Does anyone have any objections? No sooner had Zhou Ming's words left his lips than a voice of dissent rang out. I object. The assembly was taken aback to discover that the source of the objection was none other than Wong Hao, who had recently transferred to the school and had already made quite an impression. In my class, you must raise your hand and call out report before speaking. Zhou Ming's cold expression warned. Accustomed to brashness, Wong Hao felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shivered, raising his hand obediently to declare, report, Teacher Zhou. I have an objection. Although I have just transferred and recognized Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding capabilities, her continued role as class monitor is unquestionable. I believe the position of academic representative is of great importance within the class. I am unfamiliar with Zheng Xuan, but I believe I am quite suited for this role. Oh, is he challenging me? Zheng Xuan thought, taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been entertained by the conflict between Wu Jialong and the Wong brothers, only to find himself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. I object. Wu Jialong, seated at the back, immediately raised his hand and stood, exclaiming, report, Teacher Zhou. I too have an objection. He echoed Wong Hao's sentiments. Although I have only been at 4 middle school for a year and acknowledge the excellence of both students, I do not oppose Lu Xiaoyu's position as class monitor, nor do I oppose Zheng Xuan continuing as academic representative. However, concerning this position, I find that our newly transferred Wong Hao, who has come to our school, lacks the qualifications to fulfill this role. With that, Wu Jialong wore a mocking expression, raising an eyebrow in provocation at the visibly enraged yet restrained Wong Hao. You, Wong Hao, unable to retaliate against Wu Jialong for the moment, turned away and attempted to clarify, Teacher Zhou, before transferring, I maintained a position among the top 10 at City No. 1 High School. Merely top 10? Zheng Xuan regularly secures the first position in the entire school. Wu Jialong took delight in boasting about his good friend, even if he typically refrained from such displays. As brothers often do. That was City No. 1 High School, a fiercely competitive environment. Do you think it's the same at 4 middle school? Achieving a top 10 position there is far more challenging than being first here. Wong Hao retorted, his pride swelling. What a joke. Then why did you come here like a stray dog? Wu Jialong pressed on. You think your principal invited me? Wong Hao shot back, frustration rising. With a resounding bang, Zhou Ming struck the podium, commanding immediate silence. Enough. In my classroom, keep your tempers in check. I will not show any favoritism based on who was invited by the principal and who was not. With a keen sense of the brewing tension, Wu Jialong prudently sat down, leaving Wong Hao standing awkwardly alone. Since there are objections regarding the academic representative position, we will temporarily leave it open. After the first monthly exam, it will be evident who is suited for the role. If further disputes arise, we will review the midterm results. Although I do not believe in repeating matters, my rule allows for only 2 mistakes. Thus, with no further objections, Zhou Ming decisively concluded. Now, let us commence the lesson. As you all know, not only within the Daxiao Alliance but across the entire league, trainers are classified into various levels. The rookie level, which you refer to as rookie trainers, followed by ordinary, professional, elite, and gym levels. Generally, trainers reaching the gym level are qualified to oversee a city's gym, maintaining law and order as well as managing development. Above that is the quasi-champion level, capable of overseeing regional gyms that encompass a major city and its surrounding smaller cities. As for the champions, they may seem like distant figures to you, yet I sincerely hope that among you, there will emerge a champion-level trainer. The addition of another champion would bolster our Daxiao Alliance, alleviating some pressure and reducing unnecessary casualties. Zhou Ming elaborated passionately. Shao Jia, you little rascal. Why didn't you stand up for me earlier? Wong Hao quietly grumbled to his companion Wang Jia. Clearly, Wong Hao felt slighted for having to face the challenge alone without his brother's support. Brother, that is Zhou the King of Hell. You were a student at City No. 1 High School and not at 4 Middle School, so you may not be aware of this teacher's fearsome reputation. I've heard that once. A group of ruthless criminals attempted to take over the school and negotiate with the Southwest Alliance. Do you want to know what happened? What happened? Wong Hao asked, instinctively leaning in. It was Zhou Ming who, commanding his elite Pokémon, returned from vacation to single-handedly turn those criminals and their Pokémon into pulp, leaving several students so traumatized that they had to be hospitalized for psychiatric treatment. Wang Jie recounted, shivering at the thought. Wow, this teacher is that ruthless? How has he not been dismissed? Wong Hao exclaimed, a mix of surprise and relief washing over him, glad he had not crossed this teacher. Dismissed? He was commended for his valor and awarded the title of Best Teacher of the Year by the Southwest Alliance. It's us students who suffer. Wang Jie lamented with a grimace. Was transferring from City No. 1 high school the right choice or the wrong one? Wang Hao reflected, his face betraying his distress. Having just transferred from the prestigious first high school to this institution, I initially believed I could reign supreme at the fourth high school. However, I soon encountered a prodigal youth with an even more formidable background than my own. Our clash led to a confrontation, resulting in the disciplinary director apprehending me and delivering a scathing reprimand in front of the entire student body. To make matters worse, I now find myself under the stringent supervision of a fierce teacher, which likely means I won't be able to act with impunity for the next 2 years. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, the true predicament lies in the fact that, in his quest for the position of class representative, he has provoked individuals he ought to have avoided. Chapter 28, The Battle Arena. Wu Jialong. During the next physical education class, we shall meet at the school's battle arena, where we will determine superiority and settle our scores. As the time approached, Wang Jie, brimming with confidence, sought out Wu Jialong to issue a challenge. Humph, I waited for you all morning. I thought you were too intimidated by me, young Master Long, to show up. Wu Jialong replied, equally eager. He had been eager to teach Wang Jie a lesson since the summer vacation, having trained diligently alongside Fire Chick for this very confrontation. You can still boast now, but I hope you won't be too frightened to face me later. Wang Jie retorted defiantly. Am I afraid of you? That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Let us go right now? The two engaged in a playful shoving match as they made their way to the battle arena. Wow. Young Master Long and young Master Wong are really heading to the battle arena. I thought they were just posturing this morning, but it seems they are genuinely going to fight. This day was shaping up to be more thrilling than the past decade combined. I need to gather more people. It would be a shame to miss out on such a spectacle. The students in their class, along with those from the neighboring Class 2 of the training department, erupted in excitement. Classmates, class is about to start. Where are you all going? To the battle arena to watch the spectacle. The two biggest rascals of the fourth high are about to throw down. Who cares about class? Really? Then I'm skipping class to see this. It's much more interesting than listening to music in my next music lesson. As they made their way, students from other subjects and even seniors from the separate building for grade 3 joined in on the excitement. The battle arena, constructed at great expense by the fourth high school to meet league standards, is primarily used for practical combat classes. Students in grades 2 and 3 can rent the space for a nominal fee to hone their battling skills or for routine training. The arena features 6 battlefields and several training areas, covering no less than 50 acres, making it the largest in the fourth high school and a rarity in the entire city of Zhongyu. The security personnel managing the arena, accompanied by a large guard dog, were taken aback at the sight of the approaching throng of students. Did we receive any notification that a class would hold a practical lesson on the very first day of school? Besides, this crowd doesn't look like they belong to any one class. Are students from an entire building coming? The guard dog, usually quick to bark at the slightest disturbance, remained silent, unable to muster even a growl at the sight of the approaching crowd. What brings you all here? The security guard stepped forward, ready to inquire. Without hesitation, Wang Jie tossed a bank card toward him, exclaiming, Security, I want to rent out the entire battle arena for a day. Just charge it to this card. It is well known that the school, in its effort to cater to students, charges merely a symbolic maintenance fee for renting battle and training spaces. Even if it were an external arena, Wang Jie could easily afford it. A day or two's expense was insignificant to him. Sure? Before the guard could fully agree, Wang Jie boldly strode into the arena, turning back to taunt Wu Jialong. Now that we're here, don't you dare back down. Aye, young Master Long. Fear no one, Wu Jialong retorted, raising his pokeball with disdain, and followed closely behind. The other students, inspired by Wang Jie's extravagant gesture, cheered as they rushed in together. Zheng Xuan naturally joined the throng. What is going on? Haven't you ever seen a top student skip class? Besides, it's just the gym class that the teacher often misses anyway. On the battlefield, Wu Jialong and Wang Jie stood resolutely at opposite ends. The audience, nearly filling one side of the arena, bore witness to a clash that justified their titles as the most prominent figures at the fourth high school. Wu Jialong, release your fire chick. I grant you the first strike, Wang Jie declared, clutching his pokeball, already envisioning Wu Jialong's defeat before the battle had even commenced. When I defeat you, don't come crying to me. Wu Jialong, unperturbed by the taunts, commanded, come forth, Fire Chick. After training for so long, today we shall triumph. With that, Wu Jialong unleashed Fire Chick, which appeared in a burst of white light, bouncing energetically and letting out small flames in a display of provocation. It was a testament to the adage, a trainer's spirit reflects in their Pokémon. It had not been long since Fire Chick had become unruly under Wu Jialong's training. Damn it! Wang Jie's expression darkened. Not only had Wu Jialong irritated him, but now his Pokémon was taunting him as well. Go, Squirtle. Teach him a lesson. Wang Jie hurled his Pokeball, and upon release, it rebounded into his hand just as he had practiced. Wang Xiao has even mastered the throwing technique that professional trainers struggle with. How impressive. It may be easy to throw a Pokeball, but catching it steadily is a challenge. This comparison cast Wu Jialong in a less favorable light. In the audience, numerous spectators praised Wang Jie's skill. Having successfully executed the sequence and receiving admiration from the crowd, Wang Jie's demeanor softened, revealing a triumphant smile. His summer of practice had not been in vain. The elegant movement, combined with his confident command for Squirtle to outmaneuver Wu Jialong's Fire Chick, had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The Squirtle, adorned with a shell of brown on its back and a soft yellow underbelly, sported large purple eyes and a round head, fittingly embodying the charm of its nickname. The Squirtle. Pokémon, Squirtle. Level, LV3, Hatchling. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Condition, Healthy. Qualification rating, Green. Item, None. Learned skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun. Inherited skills, Ice Punch, Mist. Zheng Xuan scrutinized Squirtle, understanding why Wang Jie had the confidence to challenge Wu Jialong, the most notorious ruffian of the 4th high school. It must be acknowledged that he possessed the requisite strength to back it up. Given the type advantage, Squirtle's mastery of Water Gun meant that even if Wu Jialong's Fire Chick had a higher level and innate talent, it would not be an easy battle. Chapter 29, Fire Chick vs. Squirtle. Since you wish for us to resolve this swiftly, then let us not hold back. Fire Chick, charge in and scratch him to pieces. Wu Jialong commanded without hesitation upon seeing Squirtle. True to its nature, Fire Chick, blessed with the hidden ability of Speed Boost, far surpassed most Pokémon in speed. Coupled with Wu Jialong's rigorous training, Fire Chick dashed forward with astonishing swiftness, displaying a terrifying velocity that left the audience in awe. How can it be so fast? Wang Jie was taken aback by Fire Chick's speed. He has only recently embarked on his journey as a novice trainer, nurturing Pokémon for a brief period. I believe Wu Jialong on the opposing side shares a similar experience. Yet how is it that his Torchic appears so formidable? Squirtle, do not panic. Utilize Water Gun to counter it. Wang Jie urgently commanded, though it was uncertain who was truly flustered. Of course, this was Squirtle's first battle as well, and it possessed little combat experience. As it observed its opponent rushing towards it with great fervor, a sense of trepidation crept in, compelling it to instinctively retreat into its safe shell. However, the trainer urged it to confront the foe head-on, leaving Squirtle in a state of hesitation. Yet, recalling the kindness of its trainer, who had provided nourishment such as Moo Moo milk, it decided to trust its trainer's judgment, at least for the time being. Squirtle aimed at the approaching Torchic, having only recently mastered the Water Gun technique, and released a slender stream of water, uncertain of its true power. Nevertheless, if struck, the already vulnerable Torchic, being a frail creature, would likely suffer greatly. Torchic, do not be afraid, evade it. Although he issued the command promptly, Wu Jialong felt a twinge of uncertainty within. After all, without the requisite training, the success rate of executing moves and dodging attacks at this stage relied heavily on mere luck. Fortunately, Torchic, displaying remarkable spirit, managed to evade the incoming water stream. Despite its initial fear, alas, it was a near miss. Had it connected, it would have not only dealt significant damage to the opponent, but also left Torchic in a distressing state. Wang Jie shook his head and sighed slightly. Had they secured an early hit, their chances of victory would have greatly increased. Although he had previously enlisted the family's security personnel who possessed water-type Pokémon to train Squirtle in Water Gun techniques, they had only practiced on stationary targets, leaving him inexperienced against moving ones. Squirtle, retreat into your shell. Witnessing Torchic's impending attack, Wang Jie forgot his earlier frustration and called out to Squirtle with urgency. The timid Squirtle had long desired to retreat into its protective shell upon seeing Torchic's fierce demeanor. Squirtle, Squirtle. Thus, upon hearing its trainer's command, Squirtle joyfully complied and immediately withdrew into its sturdy shell. Torchic, use Ember to roast it. I refuse to believe that this turtle won't come out of its shell. Aware of Squirtle's defensive advantage, Wu Jialong refrained from forcing Torchic to attack and promptly changed tactics. Chamo. Frustrated by Squirtle's refusal to engage directly, Torchic unleashed a burst of flames directed at Squirtle's shell. However, the damage inflicted by Ember, being an attack weak against water types, especially one that was safely tucked away in its shell, proved to be minimal. Haha, Wu Jialong, this is the advantage of type matchups. No matter how swift your Torchic may be, it is utterly ineffective against my Squirtle. Witnessing the flames strike Squirtle's shell without leaving a mark, Wong Jie finally felt at ease and displayed a smug expression, taunting Wu Jialong. Just as Zheng Xuan had previously warned Wu Jialong, Torchic, lacking developed fighting-type abilities, was not well suited to confront a water-type Pokémon with a defensive edge. Squirtle, does it hurt? Feeling only a slight tremor, Squirtle cautiously emerged from its safe haven, its expression one of disbelief. The aggressive approach of the opposing Torchic had indeed instilled pressure, but realizing that its sturdy shell could withstand the attack, Squirtle found the courage to come out. Squirtle, they are helpless against us. Let us retaliate with tackle and teach our opponent a lesson. A triumphant Wong Jie commanded Squirtle to initiate an offensive. As for why he opted for tackle over the more effective water gun, it was clear from the earlier encounter that Torchic possessed the agility to evade long-range attacks. Wong Jie did not wish to risk embarrassment with Squirtle's unrefined technique. Moreover, considering Squirtle's speed, attempting to strike the fast Torchic with tackle seemed futile, yet Torchic's previous maneuver had inadvertently closed the distance, benefiting the slower Squirtle. Wu Jialong, you fool. By allowing Torchic to close in, you've only aided my cause. I should have never been so cautious around you. Wong Jie regarded Wu Jialong with disdain, confident that a tank-like warrior could easily overpower a fragile assassin. Indeed, Wu Jialong's intimidating title as the son of the fire-type gym leader in Zhongyu City had instilled fear in many, compelling them to tread carefully. Humph, you rely solely on type advantages and that shell of yours. Without that, you would stand no chance against me. Wu Jialong retorted angrily. Haha, Wu Jialong. Today you face your reckoning. Seeing Wu Jialong's flustered demeanor filled Wong Jie with immense satisfaction, erasing the humiliation he had previously endured. This was the nature of battles between novice trainers. Without external mediators like referees, it was all too easy for Pokémon to engage in brawls and trainers to exchange heated words, even to the extent of physical altercations. After all, could one expect these young, brash trainers, who had only just met the age requirements of the Daxiao Alliance, to exhibit the qualities and conduct of professional trainers? Perceiving Wu Jialong's hesitation to issue commands while engaging him, Wong Jie, elated, shouted, Squirtle, use tackle to knock Torchic away. Unbeknownst to him, while he was caught up in excitement, Wu Jialong's smile gradually faded. Come a little closer, just a bit more. As long as you don't retreat into your shell, you'll be a good child. He muttered to himself, watching Squirtle with its round head charging forward, and found it increasingly endearing. Once they were at the right distance, Wu Jialong could no longer contain himself. He burst into laughter and commanded Torchic. Haha, Torchic. You finally lured them in. Now it's our turn. Use reversal and give that water turtle a proper welcome. Chamo. Torchic, fully prepared, ignited with flames as it received the trainer's command, channeling all its energy into its sharp beak, striking with a newfound ferocity towards Squirtle's head. The reversal move Torchic executed was Wu Jialong's trump card, one he was confident would lead him to victory. Naturally, Torchic could not learn this move through mere leveling. It was evident that Wu Jialong had leveraged his financial means to utilize a move tutor, enabling Torchic to acquire this technique. The power of reversal in the game is influenced by the bond between Pokémon and trainer, potentially reaching a formidable 102 points. In reality, the deeper the connection between a Pokémon and its trainer, the greater the power. Since Torchic hatched from its egg, Wu Jialong had lavished it with care, ensuring it was well fed and attended to, thus forging a deep bond. Therefore, the strength of this reversal move was undeniable. Even if it did not unleash its full potential, it would still maintain considerable power, albeit slightly diminished due to proficiency. Moreover, during the initial stages of novice trainers, everyone's Pokémon abilities remain in their nascent form, barely grasping a handful of moves, rendering them capable of divine feats against any adversary. What? Wong Jie, who was initially brimming with confidence, suddenly found the situation taking a dramatic turn, his face paling in shock as he frantically commanded, Squirtle, quickly retreat into your shell for defense. If the trainer was in a state of panic, one could only imagine the turmoil of Squirtle, who was directly on the front line, acutely sensing the terrifying power of the Ember Chicken's attack, leaving it utterly flustered. Originally, the sturdy shell behind Squirtle boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, serving as a formidable shield against most assaults. Yet, in this instance, the weighty shell had transformed into an impediment, restricting Squirtle's movements. By the time Squirtle attempted to retract into its shell, the Ember Chicken, endowed with terrifying speed due to its acceleration trait, swiftly closed the gap of merely a dozen meters, unleashing its ferocious assault upon Squirtle in an instant. Bang! Following the violent clash, the robust Squirtle was sent hurtling backward as if it were a kite severed from its string, accompanied by its pained cries. Clearly, under the devastating blow of the Ember Chicken's move, Squirtle was grievously injured. Squirtle, are you alright? Wong Jia, witnessing Squirtle crash to the ground, akin to a lost soul, anxiously inquired. However, at that moment, it was evident that Squirtle was far from well, having sustained a severe injury and then crashing heavily onto the ground. The prospect of recovery seemed utterly bleak. Ember Chicken, take advantage of this opportunity to finish it off. Let us follow up with a scratch attack and take Squirtle down. The relentless Wu Jialong immediately issued a new command, intent on mercilessly punishing the fallen Pokémon. Upon seeing this, Wong Jie realized the gravity of the situation. With Squirtle currently unable to defend itself, another blow from the Ember Chicken could very well incapacitate it entirely. Without hesitation, he withdrew Squirtle into its Pokeball, exclaiming in frustration, I surrender, I surrender. It's me who has lost. I promise not to trouble you in the future. Hey, what's this? You 1T trouble me? I might just come looking for you instead. I never expected you to back down so quickly. I don't even get the satisfaction of defeating you in a single blow. Wu Jialong, reveling in his victory, naturally adopted an arrogant demeanor towards the defeated Wang Jia, relishing the opportunity to taunt him. Dragon Master is magnificent, and Ember Chicken is incredible, truly worthy of the title Dragon Master. And from now on, don't call him Wang Xiao, refer to him as Little Wong. Let us see who dares to question our Dragon Master's strength. The undisputed champion of the 4th middle school. In the stands, where there were previously supporters of Wang Jia, now Wu Jialong's entourage emerged to fan the flames of praise for their leader. Oof, Wu Jialong, you merely won by luck against my brother. How about you face me in battle? On stage, witnessing his younger brother's unfortunate defeat and the subsequent rise of his opponent's arrogance, Wang Hao confronted Wu Jialong with a dark expression. Haha, I just thrashed your brother, and now you want me to take you on, too? After winning one battle, Wu Jialong exuded confidence, showing no fear towards Wang Hao, whom he likened to a cornered dog. Just as it seemed Wu Jialong was about to agree, a smirk appeared on Wang Hao's lips as he interjected, Humph, you said it yourself. Let us continue our battle. But remember, if you lose, don't come crying to me. Wait. Just as he was about to utter the remaining excuse, he was unexpectedly interrupted. Wang Hao's expression hardened, searching for the audacious individual who dared to cut him off. To his surprise, it was him. Seeing the person who stood up, Wang Hao was taken aback, never anticipating that such a minor figure would have the audacity to interrupt him. Wasn't this the same individual he previously sought to undermine for the class representative position, remaining silent out of fear when Wu Jialong intervened to support him? Indeed, the one who interrupted Wang Hao was Zheng Xuan. Wang Hao, if you wish to challenge Wu Jialong, why not wait until tomorrow? Isn't it obvious that you are trying to take advantage of the exhaustion of his Ember Chicken? Are you afraid of Wu Jialong and seeking to gain an unfair advantage? Zheng Xuan retorted with a mocking smile, countering Wang Hao's intentions. How could Zheng Xuan not see through Wang Hao's ulterior motives? He merely wanted to exploit the Ember Chicken's fatigue, knowing it would struggle to unleash another Ember attack, allowing him the opportunity to defeat Wu Jialong while minimizing the impact of Wang Jia's loss. You. Pointing at Zheng Xuan, Wang Hao seethed with anger, feeling exposed for his deceptive scheming. Chapter 31. Just wanting to develop steadily. Simultaneously, Wang Hao felt a bit bewildered. His decision to transfer to the 4th middle school stemmed from his thorough investigation into the students, especially those in the same cohort. Besides the formidable competitor Wu Jialong, there were only a few minor threats. Yet among them, there was no Zheng Xuan. Wang Hao had looked into Zheng Xuan, discovering him to be merely an ordinary student, even hailing from a poor family with a notorious alcoholic father. Despite having once performed admirably in academics and receiving some accolades, what did that matter? After the second year's division of subjects, it was the prowess of trainers and their Pokémon that truly counted. Past academic achievements were no longer relevant. Wang Hao believed that Zheng Xuan's rise to the class representative position was solely due to Wu Jialong's backing. Thus, upon transferring, it was only logical for Wang Hao to seek to unseat Zheng Xuan from such an important role, which had sparked their previous altercation. Damn it, Zheng Xuan. Had you not spoken, I wouldn't have realized what a scheming little villain Wang Hao is, trying to take advantage of Dragon Master while he's down. Wu Jialong was no fool. He had simply succumbed to a common folly of men, overexcitement. Indeed, if you have the capability, battle again tomorrow. Taking advantage of the situation now is hardly commendable. That is a valid point. Even if you win, it will be a victory lacking honor. I truly misjudged the Wong brothers. One surrenders immediately while the other seeks to win dishonorably. Originally thinking that little Wong's display was shameful, it turned out that Big Wong was even more cunning. Faced with the judgmental stares of those around him, Wang Hao's expression turned sinister. He had never been subjected to such humiliation in his life, trembling with rage. Unable to endure any longer, he erupted, disregarding his image, and shouted, "Enough! Since you claim I am taking advantage of the situation, I will defeat you, Zheng Xuan, in the first monthly exam, and in the midterm practical test. I will face you, Wu Jialong, head-on." Subsequently, he shot a fierce glare at Zheng Xuan, as if to engrave this individual in his memory. Finally, Wang Hao left the battle arena, accompanied by a few silent, head-down lackeys. As for Wang Jie, he had long since fled the moment he lost the battle, seeking to escape the humiliation. How delightful. So satisfying. What are the Wong brothers, the Great Wong and Little Wong? They're all trash. From now on, whenever they see Dragon Master, they'll have to slink away. Even on the way home, Wu Jialong continued to gloat. Enough already, Chicken Dragon. If it weren't for your brother Huan, you'd have fallen prey to Wang Hao's schemes. And then you'd be left crying while I relish my victory here. Zheng Xuan replied with exasperation. Wu Jialong was indeed reveling in the newfound fame, satisfying his vanity. But Zheng Xuan preferred to maintain a low profile, merely wishing to develop steadily before the upcoming Pokémon examination. Yet now, in his effort to remind Wu Jialong, he had offended the Wong brothers, making it likely that his days of low-key existence were numbered. A jest? Do you really think I would fear those two brothers? Together, they are no match for me. However, I am not one to be overly harsh. I must concede that you, Dog Huan, have a modicum of merit. Here's the deal. My father has promised that if I win this battle and bring him honor, I may attend the auction in Zhongyu City this weekend with his business card in hand, and I will bring you along. Wu Jialong spoke with an air of self-satisfaction, eloquently expounding. Initially prepared to disregard Wu Jialong's usual tirades, Zheng Xuan's interest was piqued upon hearing the mention of the auction, and he interjected. If that is the case, I must admit you have a conscience, and it was not in vain that I reminded you of the trouble caused by those Wong brothers. Humph, those two are merely lost souls. Wu Jialong continued to express his disdain, looking down on them before the fight, and even more so after. The altercation between Wu Jialong and Wang Jie, particularly with so many students skipping classes to witness it, could not simply be brushed aside. After school, in the classroom of Class 1 of the training department, the notoriously stern teacher, Zhou Ming, stood with a cold gaze. Having encountered the notorious director of education that morning, he was now venting his fury at the podium. Wu Jialong, Wang Jie, you two truly have the audacity. After your earlier dispute, you came to my office. And then at the opening assembly, you disgraced yourselves before the entire school. How is it that in less than a day, you've stirred up such a significant issue again? The director of education, infuriated, felt as though in his 20 years of service, he had never encountered such troublesome students. The old principal still believed this class could surpass the top school in the city, which was utterly preposterous, if they truly did. He would be compelled to eat his own shoes. After half an hour of furious ranting, the director, feeling parched, raised his hand, signaling Zhou Ming, Teacher Zhou, why don't you come up and say a few words about your students? Zhou Ming nodded, taking the podium and sipping from the thermos. The students, including Zheng Xuan, braced themselves for another round of scolding. However, to their surprise, Zhou Ming's opening remark was, "Today, you have indeed made a grave mistake by allowing juvenile Pokémon to participate in high-intensity battles. Do you not realize that Pokémon in their juvenile stages have not fully developed their bodily functions and should not engage in such strenuous training in battles? The consequences could lead to prolonged growth and development, or, worse, adversely affect their innate talents and qualifications. Can you bear that responsibility? From now on, for your future and the health and growth of the Pokémon, those without at least basic proficiency are strictly forbidden from participating in battles. Do you all hear me?" At this, Zhou Ming pounded the podium, reiterating, "Do you hear me?" "We do." The students replied in unison, not daring to be negligent. "All right, it's getting late. Pack your bags and head home. Remember to submit your reflections as instructed by the principal tomorrow." With that, Zhou Ming began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave. "Wait." The director of education, nearly spitting out his tea at the sight, quickly interjected. He looked perplexed at Zhou Ming on the podium and asked, "Teacher Zhou, is that all there is to it?" Chapter 32. The cruelty of the training department. What else is there? Haven't you already addressed the issues, Director? I have also informed the students about the key points regarding Pokémon training, and I reminded them about the principal's required reflections. Is there anything else you wish to address? Zhou Ming responded calmly. What about punishment? The two students who instigated this chaos, along with more than half of your class skipping, have caused a considerable disturbance for the entire sophomore year, even the whole school. The director of education was unwilling to let this matter go lightly, especially given that it occurred after he had already reprimanded them that morning. Director, have you not already chastised the disruptive students? Furthermore, the Daxiao Alliance is vigorously promoting battles among all. While these students were indeed wrong for allowing juvenile Pokémon to battle, imposing severe penalties seems excessive. Zhou Ming countered with unruffled composure. Hearing this, The students were deeply moved, thinking that this teacher, whom they had heard was notoriously strict, might have been misrepresented. Now, he was standing up for them against the director. However, the next words from Zhou Ming would not bring them laughter. Surveying the touched students, Zhou Ming smirked. As for the many students who skipped physical education class, I cannot be bothered to intervene. In my view, that meager amount of exercise, often encroached upon by other teachers, hardly qualifies as physical education. My original plan is to personally oversee tomorrow's physical education class, doubling the exercise load. As long as you don't drop dead, we'll push you to your limits. This will lay the groundwork for future practical classes and outdoor training. From now on, I will set this standard for Class 1 of the training department during physical education and to prevent other teachers from encroaching on class time. I will take on the role of physical education instructor myself. Zhou Ming's words left no room for dispute. Even the director of education, who stood nearby, dared not intervene. While others spread rumors about the past incidents involving the school, the director was well aware of just how formidable teacher Zhou truly was, and what mysterious identity he bore before being invited to teach at the fourth school. In fact, before the division of classes in sophomore year, cultural subjects like Chinese, mathematics, and basic Pokémon studies had already been completed. After the division, the teaching plans adjust according to different subjects to better adapt to the evolving times and the Daxiao Alliance's educational requirements. As for students like Zheng Xuan who chose the training department, their goal was to cultivate skilled trainers, focusing on Pokémon nurturing and battle. This subject attracted the largest number of students, as most aspired to become trainers commanding Pokémon in battles, striving to achieve the renowned status of gym leaders or champions in this world. Of course, this is a lofty aspiration, and countless individuals spend their entire lives without reaching this ultimate goal. Nevertheless, while selecting the training department provides ample options for future university applications, from prestigious institutions to ordinary universities, graduates need not worry about employment, as there is a significant demand for trainers in society, given that it is a profession with a high mortality rate, thus leading to a supply-demand imbalance. However, the fierce competition within the training department is also the most daunting. The Pokémon College entrance examination ultimately eliminates the majority of students who fail to gain admission to university. The reality is that for an ordinary family to afford the upbringing of a single Pokémon is already a considerable burden. Yet, the standard for the Pokémon College entrance examination is 3 Pokémon, with the minimum requirement being 2. Competing with other trainers who have 3 Pokémon inherently places those with fewer at a disadvantage. Therefore, many students who lack the means or do not wish to become trainers, or possess talents in other areas, opt for subjects with lower requirements, preparing for other pathways in the college entrance examination. For students in the training department, due to the heavy cultural course load, subsequent studies primarily focus on review, significantly reducing teaching time. Even with the addition of new courses, the instructional time after sophomore year will not be overly lengthy. Under normal circumstances, classes are dismissed around 3 in the afternoon, affording ample time for students in the training department to nurture their Pokémon independently. This educational model becomes even more pronounced in the senior year, where it is not uncommon for students to attend only half a day's classes or, at times, participate in merely one practical lesson throughout the day. Among the senior students who accompanied me to the battle arena, it seems there were none who had classes, unlike the first and second year students who often skipped classes with a heavy heart. It is precisely for this reason that Zheng Xuan has the opportunity to rush to the abandoned factory after school to continue training his Pokémon, Yaya. After several days of interaction, the family of the cat leader has grown quite fond of both Zheng Xuan and Yaya, even trusting Zheng Xuan enough to allow Miao Miao to join Yaya in physical training. Indeed, after a session of physical training, Yaya and Miao Miao sat side by side on a metal barrel, enjoying the delightful moo moo milk together. Subsequently, the cat leader continued to instruct Yaya and Miao Miao on executing claw techniques, with the training targets conveniently being the ubiquitous metal barrels, practical and cost-effective. Furthermore, the cat leader took the time to impart specialized techniques for Yaya's newly learned biting moves, facilitating a quicker mastery of the skill. Of course, Zheng Xuan, as a trainer, was not without his own contributions. As Yaya's strength grew, he devised specialized training focused on enhancing evasive abilities. The principle was straightforward, reminiscent of the childhood game of tossing sandbags. To this end, Zheng Xuan personally crafted numerous sandbags, enabling Yaya and Miao Miao to dodge incoming projectiles during their evasive training or while practicing their skills. Initially, Yaya and Miao Miao were somewhat flustered by the sporadic sandbag throws, allowing Zheng Xuan to easily land hits. During skill practice, they either failed to release their moves due to the distraction of dodging the sandbags or sacrificed their moves in an attempt to evade, leading to a situation where neither objective was accomplished effectively. However, it wasn't long before Yaya mastered the technique of evasion, deftly avoiding Zheng Xuan's sneak attacks. and even maintaining the release of her moves during the dodging process, showcasing her innate talent and potential. Conversely, Miao Miao, whose potential was merely average, struggled to evade Zheng Xuan's sandbags during training, unable to maintain the integrity of her moves while dodging. Chapter 33, a glimpse that could cause an explosion. The following day, during the morning classes, Zheng Xuan learned from the instructor of the nurturing course how to create energy cubes. Although he was taught the basic recipes suitable for general Pokémon, Zheng Xuan exhibited remarkable talent, managing to produce high-quality energy cubes after only one failure. Perhaps due to his experiences from 2 lifetimes. Zheng Xuan's adeptness with the fruit mixer garnered special praise from Teacher Zhu, who noted that he performed better than many senior students. It is worth mentioning that Teacher Zhu is the head of the nurturing department next door and is a graduate from a prestigious Pokémon nurturing university, equivalent to an elite-level Pokémon trainer. This is a person of genuine expertise in Pokémon nurturing, a rarity in the entire Zhongyu city, far removed from those mere pretenders who lack the ability to back their claims. Zheng Xuan's outstanding performance naturally elicited varied reactions from his classmates. Zheng Xuan, we still have some confusion regarding the operation of the fruit mixer and the optimal timing for forming energy cubes that Teacher Zhu just mentioned. Do you have any insights to share with us? This was a pitiful request from a group of girls led by Lu Chaoyu. Meanwhile, Wu Jialong, who had repeatedly produced several lumps of charcoal-like substances, resignedly threw up his hands and lamented, Zheng Xuan, I don't care, from now on. You will be responsible for making the energy cubes for my fiery chick. On the other side, the Wong brothers were visibly disgruntled by Zheng Xuan's success. The younger brother, Wong Jie, having endured a year of suppression from Wu Jialong and having suffered a thorough defeat the previous day, was at least subdued for the time being. However, the elder brother, Wong Hao, had just transferred and was eager to make a name for himself. Witnessing the girls encircling the seemingly unimpressive Zheng Xuan, he was overwhelmed with jealousy. Wong Hao glared fiercely at Zheng Xuan's back, his hands moving swiftly as if he envisioned tormenting the annoying fellow, completely oblivious to the faint wisps of smoke beginning to emanate from his own fruit mixer. It was Wong Jie, glancing inadvertently, who suddenly widened his eyes in alarm. Goodness, just one more glance, and it might explode. Brother, it's going to blow up, run. Without a moment's hesitation, Wong Jie yanked Wong Hao's hand, dragging him down beneath the experimental table, during which his head collided with the table, eliciting cries of pain from the two brothers. Bang! A faint explosion echoed as the fruit mixer emitted a thick plume of black smoke, having successfully short-circuited and malfunctioned. Thankfully, the fruit mixers used in the classroom, while perhaps not the most effective or expensive models for crafting energy cubes, prioritize safety above all, typically resulting only in short-circuiting rather than causing any real explosions. Of course, one might speculate that it was precisely because they were cheaper models that they were prone to malfunction. Oh my, the Wong brothers have blown up. On the other side, Wu Jialong, who relished the chaos, momentarily distracted from his earlier frustrations over his lack of talent, found himself invigorated by the unfolding drama. Even if he lacked the talent, he would never reach the level of catastrophe that the Wong brothers had managed. Once Wu Jialong set the tone, panic spread through the classroom. As the girls screamed in terror, and even many boys began to wail, creating quite a ruckus. Everyone, stop screaming. The school's fruit mixers are equipped with safety measures. This is merely a minor short-circuit malfunction, not an explosion. Finally, it was Teacher Zhu at the podium who, after slapping the desk until his hand was red and swollen, managed to restore some semblance of order. Zheng Xuan, I'm scared. Is it really going to explode? Lu Chaoyu tugged at Zheng Xuan's sleeve, her voice quivering with fear. Yes. Zheng Xuan, you will protect us, won't you? The other girls chimed in, seeking reassurance. Didn't Teacher Zhu say that the school's fruit mixers are safe and won't explode? It's likely that those unfortunate Wong brothers accidentally caused a short circuit, leading to the smoke. Zheng Xuan explained, somewhat exasperated. What a situation. Initially, I thought that Wu Jialong, who managed to produce several lumps of charcoal-like substances, was already a talent in his own right, yet I never anticipated that the Wong brothers would surpass even that. Stepping in to take charge was Teacher Zhu, who, embodying the spirit of a capable woman, quickly approached and unplugged the malfunctioning fruit mixer, pulling the terrified Wong brothers from their hiding spot beneath the table. You two brothers really outdid yourselves. I turned my back for just a few minutes, and you've managed to ruin the fruit mixer, sending the entire class into a panic. You are the first in years to achieve such chaos. Teacher Zhu scolded, her frustration palpable as she looked at the terrified siblings, who were now drenched in cold sweat, resembling two drowned rats. Classmate Wong Hao, this is not merely a matter of money. Your reckless behavior not only jeopardizes your own safety, but also impacts your fellow classmates. Mr. Zhu admonished with evident irritation. I am truly sorry, Mr. Zhu. We assure you that we shall exercise greater caution in the future. Wong Jie, having regained a semblance of composure, hastily patted his chest, and vowed to Mr. Zhu. Indeed, we will be more mindful henceforth and will not cause any further troubles. Wong Hao, no longer brash, quickly echoed in agreement. Very well. I shall not pursue any further accountability for today. Just be more vigilant regarding your safety in the future. Observing the disheveled appearance of the two brothers and recognizing that the incident had already transpired beyond rectification, Mr. Zhu decided against imposing any further penalties. Casting a glance at his watch, he sighed softly before speaking. The hour grows late. Let us conclude today's training session. Class monitor, please arrange for a few students to tidy up. Class dismissed. Thank you, teacher. The students, now thoroughly calmed, either slumped on the ground or sat on benches, still shaken, promptly rose and responded in unison. Chapter 34. Physical Education class having wrapped up the morning's lessons. The schedule for Class 1 of the training department only included a single physical education session in the afternoon. Yesterday, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou Ming, had emphasized the necessity to rectify the issue of inadequate physical activity during these classes. Oh no. The notice states that the class will not be held on the playground, but rather in the combat training hall. I knew this would spell disaster. Wu Jialong lamented. His face contorted in dismay as he clutched his head and fussed restlessly. Why are you wailing? If not for you, there wouldn't be so many students skipping class, which has ultimately resulted in everyone having to double their exercise. Zheng Xuan retorted sharply, clearly annoyed by Wu Jialong's lamentations. Of course, in the current classroom, save for Zheng Xuan, no one dared to scold Wu Jialong, the most notorious troublemaker. As for the Wong brothers, being among the instigators of the morning's chaos, they were now entirely subdued. This was not instigated by me. It was that Wong Jie who issued the challenge. Although I triumphed effortlessly, showcasing the might of an unparalleled champion, I must assert that I am the true victim here. Why should the director reprimand me? Why should the formidable Mr. Zhou punish me? Wu Jialong complained, oblivious to the fact that one of his lackeys had suddenly noticed something and quickly warned, Young Master Long, Mr. Zhou is coming. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong straightened up, his bravado fading as he instinctively adopted a more serious demeanor, displaying the spirited vitality of a contemporary student. As Mr. Zhou approached with measured steps, Wu Jialong managed a forced smile and respectfully greeted, Good day, Mr. Zhou, portraying a facade of a model student with remarkable finesse. Naturally, Mr. Zhou, well aware of Wu Jialong's notorious reputation, was not easily deceived. He merely cast a cold glance at him and said, I hope you can still manage to smile later. With just those few words, Wu Jialong felt utterly deflated. At that moment, he yearned to cry, but faced with Mr. Zhou's icy demeanor, he dared not shed a tear. He could only shuffle over to Zheng Xian's side and quietly murmur, Dog Xien, I can't continue like this. I want to drop out. Will you join me? Feel free to drop out if you wish to become a societal outcast, but I assure you, you won't even pass the first hurdle set by Uncle Wu. You'll end up hanging by your thumbs. Zheng Xian replied with a sidelong glance at Wu Jialong's woeful appearance. How cruel. With a merciless teacher at school and a father who disregards familial ties, my life is indeed arduous. By the way, Dog Xien, do you think Zhang Ge can take on Mr. Zhou? Wu Jialong suddenly inquired, as if a thought had struck him. I estimate that Zhang Ge would be thoroughly defeated by Mr. Zhou. What are you thinking? Zhang Ge has only recently graduated. How could he possibly compare to a teacher capable of instructing practical combat? Zheng Xian responded, exuding exasperation. What on earth was Wu Jialong contemplating? Did he truly believe he could invoke his cousin Wu Zhan to extricate himself from an insurmountable challenge? Wu Zhan is undoubtedly a genius. But even geniuses require time to mature, do they not? The esteemed Mr. Zhou, well-renowned in the school, likely possesses elite-level prowess, and Wu Zhan, who has not yet even crossed the threshold into the elite ranks, would surely find himself in dire straits at the hands of his well-meaning cousin. Very well. I shall wait until Zhang Ge breaks through before deciding. For now, I must lay low during Mr. Zhou's class. Wu Jialong could only murmur through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Before Wu Jialong could gather himself, a whistle pierced the air. Class 1 of the training department, assemble. Mr. Zhou called out, maintaining his stern demeanor. In deference to Mr. Zhou's formidable reputation, the students promptly formed up, including even the disruptive Wu Jialong and the Wong brothers, who stood obediently in their designated spots. As trainers, one cannot be deemed a good trainer without a robust physique, especially at your current stage, where physical exercise is of utmost importance. Considering many of you may have just recently hatched your Pokémon, I shall not require you to release them for physical training as the third-year students do. However, in due time, I will expect the same from all of you. Now, regardless of gender, I want you to run 3 kilometers around the training field as a warm-up. Mr. Zhou's orders elicited a collective groan from the students. In regular physical education classes, merely hearing the teacher request that boys run 1,500 meters and girls 1,200 meters was already a daunting task for many students. Yet, When it came from Mr. Zhou, the demand of 3 kilometers for everyone, regardless of gender, was enough to incite widespread lamentation. What are you waiting for? Previous class leaders. Lead the way and get everyone running. Even if you cannot finish, you must crawl your way through this 3 kilometers. Upon noticing the students' inertia, Mr. Zhou promptly barked at them. The class leader, a tall boy with a wheat-colored complexion named Tang Bin, known to his acquaintances as a Bin, clearly accustomed to physical exertion, wasted no time in declaring, boys team, girls team, according to Mr. Zhou's instructions, start running around the training field. Thus, the beleaguered students, under Mr. Zhou's piercing gaze, could only shuffle around the perimeter of the training field, lamenting as they ran. Nearby, third-year students and their Pokémon paused their training. And particularly those training to become instructors shuddered at the sight, grateful that their former teacher was not Mr. Zhou. Come on, young Master Long, you got this. It's just 3 kilometers, crush it. As he jogged, Wu Jialong encouraged himself with peculiar enthusiasm. Hey, dog Xien, you've really fallen behind. Only just catching up now? Wu Jialong remarked with surprise as he noticed Zheng Xuan overtake him from behind. Dog Xien, this isn't good. If you've been torturing yourself, why are you only now surpassing me? Clearly, indulging in the present is the way to go. Wu Jialong mused, albeit obliviously. You fool. If all goes as expected. I've already lapped you twice. At this rate, even a grandmother crossing the street would outpace you. Zheng Xuan replied, dripping with disdain. What? That can't be. You lapped me twice? Wu Jialong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Then, with a cunning glint in his eye, Wu Jialong devised a scheme, contemplating that if he couldn't run fast himself, he wouldn't let Zheng Xuan do so either. Hey, Zheng Xuan, wait up. I need to talk to you. Unfortunately for him, all that awaited him was Zheng Xian's receding figure. Having gained a half-lap lead on Wu Jialong, Zheng Xuan smirked at his own cleverness. What a joke. You suddenly acting all polite. There must be something up your sleeve. Do you really think your brother Xien can be fooled by you? I need to slow down a bit. Once dog Xien catches up, I can grab him. Wu Jialong, undeterred, still clung to his mischievous intentions, though he would never admit that his slow pace was due to exhaustion. Chapter 35. Tang Bin's gratitude. Zheng Xuan, I never imagined that as a top student, you would possess such remarkable stamina. After being pursued and caught up by Zheng Xuan from behind, the athletic committee member Tang Bin, while catching his breath, couldn't help but exclaim, it's not too bad. Perhaps it's due to my daily workouts during the holiday. Zheng Xuan smiled in response. He had been engaging in physical training with Yaya at an abandoned factory, always starting with 5 kilometers, and now that teacher Zhou only required 3 kilometers. It posed little challenge for him. However, for most of the girls and some boys who were not fond of sports, it might be quite a struggle. I was still exercising during the holidays, but I became a bit lax afterward due to tending to the hatching of the Pokémon egg and caring for the Pokémon. Tang Bin admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the athletic committee member, he should have excelled in sports, yet he found himself unable to outrun Zheng Xuan. It's all right. As a trainer, the Pokémon should always take precedence. Zheng Xuan was somewhat surprised. Logically, given that he had been busy making money and had little time for socializing. Coupled with his preference for solitude, he only had a decent relationship with Wu Jialong in class, while others were merely acquaintances without deeper connections. In stark contrast, Tang Bin, the athletic committee member, was sunny and outgoing, maintaining excellent relationships with most classmates, excluding the likes of Wu Jialong, the Wong brothers, and unique individuals like Zheng Xuan. Yet, unexpectedly, this athletic committee member, who wasn't in his circle, took the initiative to engage in conversation and share so much, clearly indicating it was more than a mere greeting. Speaking of which, I owe you a proper thank you. The usually cheerful Tang Bin now appeared somewhat bashful. Upon noticing this, Zheng Xuan instinctively leaned slightly towards the training area, creating a safe distance between them. He acknowledged that the definition of love in this world was relatively inclusive. Many renowned trainers had even married their Pokémon. However, as an ordinary person, he could only respectfully decline the notion of accepting normal women outside his realm. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, Zheng Xuan's action of distancing himself abruptly made Tang Bin realize that his sudden overture could easily lead to misunderstandings, rendering him, typically quite articulate, somewhat tongue-tied. Finally, with determination, Tang Bin blurted out, what I mean is, Zheng Xuan, I am truly grateful to you for relinquishing the unicorn rhinoceros Pokémon egg gifted by the principal. It has now become my cherished companion. In truth, he had wanted to thank Zheng Xuan during the holidays, but had hesitated due to their unfamiliarity and uncertainty about how to express his gratitude, leaving his plan unfulfilled. Thanks to Zheng Xuan's selfless act, the principal entrusted the unicorn rhinoceros egg to Tang Bin, who came from a modest background, yet had performed well, much to the delight and honor of both him and his family. The principal also cautioned Tang Bin not to emulate Zheng Xuan, who, due to personal pride and ambition, had declined assistance, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Understanding how much he had benefited, Tang Bin, despite his jovial nature, felt he owed a significant debt to Zheng Xuan. Thus, in wanting to express his gratitude, he exhibited such awkwardness. It felt too trivial to merely say thank you for acquiring such an excellent partner as the unicorn rhinoceros. So that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan let out a slow sigh of relief. I truly appreciate it, Zheng Xuan. If there's ever anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly oblige. Coming from a humble background, Tang Bin couldn't prepare any extravagant gifts, so he could only express his gratitude and make a promise. No, you needn't overthink it. It was indeed because my father secretly prepared the Pokémon egg for me, and I concealed the unicorn rhinoceros matter, leading to this awkward situation that caused misunderstandings for both the principal and you. Zheng Xuan endeavored to clarify once more. Unfortunately, like the principal, Tang Bin evidently did not fully believe him, yet he still patted his chest in assurance, saying, Zheng Xuan, rest assured. I will do whatever is within my power to help you. All right then, perhaps it's best not to explain. Zheng Xuan felt a wave of frustration. When they encountered Yaya, it was likely more misunderstandings would arise. Fortunately, the awkwardness was shattered by teacher Zhou, who stood at the finish line with a stern expression, chastising the students on the training field. Do you all think the exercise is insufficient? Grouping together in 3s and 4s, yet still whispering. Zheng Xuan and Tang Bin arrived at the finish line one after the other. Wu Jialong's plan to delay Zheng Xuan ultimately fell flat. You two did well. Remember to move around more after intense exercise, then return to your positions. Clearly, Zheng Xuan and Tang Bin's performance was far superior to that of their classmates, earning them rare praise from the strict teacher Zhou. Yes, teacher Zhou, they responded in unison. After more than 10 minutes, the 3-kilometer warm-up finally concluded. Aside from Wu Jialong acting out and attempting to evade a lap, only to be seen through and kicked aside, subsequently crawling back to complete his missed lap, nothing else transpired. Observing the exhausted students, Zhou Ming's expression soured. Although the quality of life was improving, the students' physical fitness continued to decline. To be frank, this cohort is the weakest I've ever taught, Zhou Ming declared with a classic teacher's rhetoric. He then continued his admonishment. In a class of 50, aside from Zheng Xuan and Tang Bin, whom I am slightly satisfied with, what about the other 40? Are they all dead? Moving sluggishly, panting after just a few steps. Given your physical condition, even with the protection of Pokémon, you wouldn't survive a night in the wild. What I want to convey is that, with the protection of your parents and mentors, you can live safely in this city. But is the city truly 100% safe? Every year, there are so many casualties among civilians and trainers. Do you not watch the news? Furthermore, you cannot depend on others' protection for a lifetime. The only thing you can do is, while in school, strengthen yourself. Even if it's just running a bit faster than others, it could save your life in critical moments. Zhou Ming's reprimands were stern and just, resonating like a drumbeat, causing the students to lower their heads in silence. Chapter 36. A Dog's Eye Sees No Greatness. In the following days, the students of Class 1 of the training department came to deeply understand the formidable reputation of the King of Death, Zhou Ming, and they greatly cherished the delightful moments in other classes, missing the physical education teacher who had evidently been overshadowed by Zhou Ming. Those students who did not skip class were fortunate. At least they had met the physical education teacher once. In contrast, students like Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, who had skipped the very first physical education class, lamentably didn't even know who the teacher was. Although class time had decreased and school let out earlier, the students' joy had diminished. Primarily, each day featured a high-intensity physical education class, leaving them sore and bruised upon returning home. Who could endure such a fate? Even amidst the collective groans of suffering students, time did not slow its pace, and soon it was Saturday, marking a temporary end to their tribulations. Additionally, this day was when Zheng Xuan had previously promised to accompany Wu Jialong to the auction in the city. After completing his obligatory morning exercise without fail, Zheng Xuan tidied up his personal hygiene, retrieved Yaya, who had been exercising at home with weights, and prepared to meet up with Wu Jialong. First, they took the bus, and upon reuniting, they then boarded the subway heading to the city. Zheng Xuan, what are you planning to buy at the auction today? My dad gave me a card so I can purchase some nurturing resources for my fire chick. Since we're like brothers, I can just pay for both of us. Wu Jialong spoke with unbridled enthusiasm, stating that since the money spent was his father's, he might as well indulge. Never mind, I still have some savings. During this period, I haven't worked part-time at the dojo, and Uncle Wu has been quite generous by paying me a salary. He continued to explain his presence at the auction. As you know, resources for cultivating dragon-type creatures are rather scarce in the market. They are typically snatched up as soon as they become available. Moreover, without any other purchasing channels, I decided to spend a bit more at the auction. Xien, wishing to decline Wu Jialong's good intentions, added an explanation. Don't worry. Today is a medium-sized auction held only once a month. There will surely be items that pique your interest. Wu Jialong reassured, patting Zheng Xuan on the shoulder. Yes, I've done my homework beforehand. and this auction indeed features items that I desire. Zheng Xuan nodded in response. The expansive auction venue was filled with an array of luxury cars parked outside, and each attendee was dressed in formal attire. The men donned suits that exuded gentlemanly charm, while the women were resplendent in elegant gowns. Only Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong stood out in their ill-fitting casual wear. Consequently, under Wu Jialong's arrogant leadership, the pair were predictably intercepted by security personnel clad in uniform black suits. "Kids, this is not a place for you," the security officer admonished, mistaking them for mischievous students wishing to sneak in for a glimpse. TSK, another one with eyes that looked down on others. Wu Jialong, brimming with resentment from recent encounters, was far from inclined to tolerate such treatment. "You," the security officer, taken aback, thought to himself, "are children nowadays so audacious?" To prevent the situation from escalating, he adopted a threatening demeanor, warning Wu Jialong, "Do you see this fist, as large as a pot? One punch and you'll be crying for a long time. So, it's best you scram. All right. You're the first person in my life to dare threaten young Master Long like this." Wu Jialong, rather than feeling intimidated, appeared eager for a challenge. The security personnel exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if this young lad was mentally sound. "What is going on here?" A middle-aged man, resembling a manager, approached after noticing the commotion. "Sir, these two kids are attempting to force their way into the auction, and I've stopped them. The one leading seems a bit off in the head. After I warned him, he turned around and threatened me," the security officer reported hastily. Upon hearing this, the manager raised his hand, signaling the security staff to return to their posts, his expression showing mild displeasure. After all, many notable figures were attending this medium-sized auction, and if the reception was poorly managed, he risked reprimand from higher-ups, not to mention the potential disaster of a botched auction leading to his resignation. However, maintaining a professional demeanor, the manager addressed them with a courteous smile. "Good day to you both. I am the supervisor responsible for the reception today. Unfortunately, without an adult or an invitation, you cannot enter. Well, you may be one of the more polite sycophants among the many here, so I'll spare you my ire this time," Wu Jialong replied, opening his coat to reveal the pokeball at his waist, thus proving his maturity. He then turned to Zheng Xuan and said, "Dog Xien, where's the bag I asked you to carry for me on the subway? You can hand it over now. I found it too heavy, so I just tossed it," Zheng Xuan retorted, unwilling to indulge Wu Jialong's whims. "What? You threw it away?" Wu Jialong exclaimed, grabbing Zheng Xian's backpack and demanding, "I don't believe it. Where is it? Is it in your bag? Hurry and open it. Otherwise, young Master Long will be humiliated." The supervisor watched this spectacle, his forehead throbbing as he suppressed the urge to curse. He lamented his decision to leave home without checking the calendar, finding himself entangled with such an eccentric character. Nearby, male and female guests chuckled in delight, inquiring about the identity of these amusing children, finding them utterly entertaining. Feeling burdened by Wu Jialong's antics and the attention they attracted, Zheng Xuan was filled with a desire to kick him, to avoid further scrutiny. Zheng Xuan bit back his anger and retrieved Wu Jialong's small bag from his own backpack, tossing it to him while threatening, "I think Uncle Wu will not be pleased to learn you've embarrassed him again today. You'll certainly face the consequences tonight." At this, Wu Jialong seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, shivering involuntarily as he hastened his movements. "Take it. This is my invitation," he declared, tossing the golden invitation to the supervisor. The somewhat dazed supervisor instinctively caught the invitation, glancing at it, only to freeze in disbelief. His gaze towards Wu Jialong was now filled with terror, and he trembled, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his composure, the supervisor swallowed hard and stammered, "May I ask, esteemed guest, who you are?" Chapter 37. You truly make me feel like I'm dying of filial piety. Did I not inform you? Why ask who I am? Wu Jialong feigned a hint of irritation, responding with a dissatisfied tone. "I am terribly sorry, young Master Long. Please, you and your friend may enter." The supervisor, now thoroughly intimidated, bowed deeply in invitation. "What about the one who scolded me earlier?" Wu Jialong inquired, his demeanor still haughty. The security officer, still in a state of shock, realized the manager's swift change in demeanor had left him bewildered. "Fool, apologize to young Master Long immediately, or from today onward. You need not return." The supervisor, sensing the guest's imminent ire, quickly pushed the offending security guard forward, delivering a stern reprimand. "Young Master Long, I sincerely apologize. I was mistaken, judging you hastily." The security officer stammered, bowing and scraping in his apology. "Young Master, I am truly sorry. Today's incident was due to our staff's oversight. Please do not hold it against us. How about this? We will offer you an 80% discount on the items you bid for today, with the difference covered by our auction house as an apology." The supervisor hastily proposed a compensation plan. In truth, even as a supervisor, he had no authority to grant an 80% discount, as only a small fraction of the auction items belonged to them. he would have to personally cover the cost of the discount. However, he believed that facing such a distinguished guest, his superiors would not only overlook the incident, but also commend him for his quick thinking in salvaging a potential loss for the auction house. Dog Xien, did you hear that? An 80 discount means I can save some money. Wait, no way, I'm not saving any money. That's my dad's money, not mine. I plan to use that portion to fill my own little treasure chest. Wu Jialong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Clearly accustomed to such antics of shifting funds from one pocket to another. You truly make me feel like I'm dying of filial piety. Zheng Xuan silently gave a thumbs up. The supervisor, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat once more, realizing that young Master Long was indeed the son of the dojo's master, although he had suspected based on the invitation S designation. Receiving confirmation from the young man himself sent him into a state of panic. Young master, please come inside. We have prepared the finest VIP room for you. There is no need for you to jostle with ordinary folks in the main hall. The supervisor respectfully invited again, and with those words, all the impeccably dressed gentlemen and elegantly attired ladies nearby were suddenly rendered ordinary. By the way, I don't want to squeeze through the same passage as those people. Wu Jialong, harboring a petty grudge against those who had pointed and whispered earlier, was certainly not one to overlook such slights. Rest assured, esteemed dragon young master. Our auction house has a dedicated VIP entrance, specifically designed for distinguished guests such as yourself. Allow me to escort you to the number 1 VIP suite. The supervisor responded with utmost respect. At that moment, a sleek motorcycle roared from a distance, its engine growling like a wild beast, speeding swiftly before executing a drift and coming to a steady halt in a parking space. Wow, that seamless display of skill is rather impressive. But the patterns on that motorcycle seem somewhat familiar. Wu Jialong exclaimed, only to realize something amiss. Wasn't this Wu Zhan's motorcycle? Supervisor, let us hurry inside. Wu Jialong urged, a hint of impatience in his tone. The supervisor, still taken aback by the audacity of the day's visitors, snapped back to attention at the urgency in his voice and replied, yes, of course, esteemed guests, please follow me. Just then, Wu Zhan, descending from the motorcycle with a stern expression, strode toward them. In a swift motion, he seized Wu Jialong by the ear, demanding an explanation as the latter yelped in protest. So, you little rascal, Uncle Wu entrusted me to keep an eye on you. Yet you deceived me into believing the auction commenced at 11 o'clock, when in reality, you slipped away an hour early. If I hadn't inquired with those around, I would have fallen for your trick. At this revelation, Zheng Xuan understood why Wu Jialong had been so insistent on leaving early, and he wondered why Uncle Wu would so easily entrust this troublemaker with a card to attend the auction alone. It became clear that Uncle Wu, well aware of his son's tendencies, had indeed instructed Wu Zhan to keep a close watch on this mischievous young man, only for Wu Jialong to play a cunning trick by misleading Wu Zhan about the exact time, resulting in the earlier commotion. My apologies, I am his cousin. This lad can be a bit mischievous. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble. After reprimanding Wu Jialong, Wu Zhan flashed a smile and offered an apology to the supervisor and others. No. The supervisor quickly waved his hands, having risen to his position through acumen. He would naturally refrain from mentioning the earlier altercation. It was evident that neither the dragon young master nor his cousin were individuals he could afford to offend. Esteemed guest, I was just about to escort the two of you to the suite. Would you care to join us? The supervisor inquired cautiously. Please lead the way. I apologize for any inconvenience. Wu Zhan replied politely. Not at all, esteemed guests. Please follow my lead. The supervisor said respectfully as he guided them. Such tasks were typically handled by dedicated reception staff, but with guests of this caliber, there was no room for error. Upon entering the so-called number 1 VIP suite, they were greeted by opulent chandeliers adorned with crystal droplets, gleaming floors, exquisite decor, and expensive furnishings, all epitomizing extravagance. Wow, here I am, Wu Jialong suddenly exclaimed, taking a bold step forward before dramatically collapsing onto the plush sofa, exhibiting an unreserved demeanor as if he were at home. Ahem, esteemed guests, please take a seat. After a brief moment of astonishment, the supervisor continued to attend to them respectfully, gesturing for the staff to bring an assortment of fruits and snacks. Here is the remote device for bidding. The supervisor was about to elaborate when Wu Jialong, munching on some fruit, interrupted. I know how to use this. No need for you to elaborate. Very well, esteemed guests, the auction is about to commence. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to press the remote device to summon us at any time. With that, the supervisor departed with due respect. It must be said, catering to such distinguished yet somewhat eccentric guests placed considerable pressure on the supervisor, as he feared a careless mistake could offend them, prompting his swift exit. Chapter 38, The Auction. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests in the suite, our monthly medium-sized auction is now commencing. Without further ado, the first item for bidding is an enchanting artifact carried by a fairy, the mysterious water drop. after testing by our appraisers. This extraordinary drop has been deemed of rare quality, able to enhance the power of water-type moves by 20. Such a rare item starts at an opening bid of 30,000 Alliance coins, with increments of no less than 1,000. Water-type trainers, do not let this opportunity slip away. The auctioneer, a strikingly beautiful mixed-race woman named Jessica, stood tall with fair skin and a captivating figure. Every smile and gesture exuded charm, particularly as she lifted the glass display containing the sapphire-like mysterious water drop, captivating the attention of both male and female bidders below like a magnet. However, apart from a few water-type trainers, many were likely more focused on her than the artifact, while the women were enamored with the gem-like drop. 35,000. The first bid came from a well-dressed gentleman, adjusting his collar and inadvertently revealing an expensive gold watch, believing he was impressing the crowd of socialites. Yet, he was quickly outbid by a middle-aged man who resembled a diamond tycoon, shouting, "I bid 40,000. In the VIP suite, witnessing the fervent bidding below, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Beside him, Wu Zhan took the initiative to explain. Generally speaking, the quality and rarity of fairy artifacts are categorized as common, ordinary, rare, and precious. The higher the quality, the better the effect. Beyond these categories, there are even higher levels, but those are beyond our reach. Taking the mysterious water drop as an example, common grade items only provide a boost of 5, ordinary grade 10, rare grade 20, and precious grade an astonishing 30. Thus, trainers compete not merely on raw strength, but also on the impact of the artifacts they carry. Unlike in anime or games, in reality, the conditions for the existence of fairy artifacts are quite stringent, with a clear distinction in quality, and the enhancement effects are influenced by this quality. Zheng Xuan was somewhat familiar with this, but due to his financial constraints, he was not in a position to acquire such high-end items. Wu Zhan continued. As for the price of the mysterious water drop, it may be somewhat cheaper along the coastal regions of the Great Xia Alliance. But here in our Southwest Division, it could be marked up significantly, with rare grade items typically priced between 60,000 to 80,000. The first auction item concluded swiftly, and the final price aligned with Wu Zhan's estimate, reaching around 70,000. By the way, Xiao Xian, you accompanied Jialong to the auction. Surely you have something in mind? Wu Zhan was well aware of Zheng Xian's situation. He wouldn't attend an auction without a specific desire. As expected of Brother Zhan, you see right through me. Zheng Xian nodded, teasingly adding, "Oh, come now. You're not the type to act without a clear goal. Spill it. What are you after? I still have a little cash to help you secure it." Wu Zhan offered, eager to assist Zheng Xian. "No need, Brother Zhan. I have some savings. And I merely wish to purchase some nurturing resources. Nothing too extravagant." Zheng Xian declined politely, waving his hand. "All right, Brother Zhan, if I need more, I won't hesitate to ask," chimed in Wu Jialong, showcasing his snacks. "Very well. Should you find yourself short, do let me know." Seeing Zheng Xian's determination, Wu Zhan conceded. "Thank you, Brother Zhan." Zheng Xian replied with a smile. The auction continued to bustle below, while the professional auctioneer expertly maintained the rhythm, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Especially under those captivating, seductive glances, numerous male compatriots, whose male hormones surged excessively, found themselves entranced, eagerly vying to showcase their wealth. This fervor instantaneously escalated the prices of what were originally modest auction items, doubling, tripling, and even soaring higher. Even the affluent VIPs, who occupied private booths, were not spared from this phenomenon. They too emerged, waving their hands grandly, extravagantly splurging sums far exceeding the original prices, only to ultimately secure an ordinary auction piece. This spectacle left Zheng Xuan in the booth utterly dumbfounded, witnessing firsthand the essence of professionalism and the terrifying power wielded by a woman. No, it should be said, the terrifying influence of a beautiful woman. A mere beckoning gesture and a flirtatious glance could compel others to willingly part with the riches in their wallets. It was truly alarming. He mused to himself that he must distance himself from such temptations, lest his savings be depleted, leaving him to share a meager meal of dirt with Yaya this month, rather than next. However, Zheng Xuan did not remain in a daze for long, as his turn to reluctantly spend was imminent. The next auction item was a rare collection of resources for cultivating dragon-type spirits, consisting of 1 50-year-old dragon bloodgrass and 5 10-year-old specimens. Given that the item's owner required a bundled auction, this time it would not be auctioned separately, commencing at a starting price of 10,000, with each subsequent bid needing to exceed 1,000. As the auctioneer's words fell, Zheng Xuan grasped the remote control device, poised to raise the bid. "Wait." Beside him, Wu Zhan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Then, with a hint of surprise, he inquired, "Xiao Xian, this is a resource for cultivating dragon-type spirits. Why would you want to bid on it?" "Alas, Brother Zhan, I thought you had lost your wits. Xiao Xian's initial spirit is the dragon-type Yaya. Why do you think he came to the auction to purchase dragon cultivation resources? It's because they are rare and unavailable elsewhere. Wu Jialong explained, dripping with condescension towards Wu Zhan's ignorance. What? Xiao Xian, your initial spirit is Yaya, the dragon-type spirit? Wu Zhan's expression shifted from mild surprise to sheer disbelief, prompting him to repeatedly inquire, disregarding his image. Yes. Zheng Xuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, as he realized he had indeed neglected to inform his close friend Wu Zhan about this matter. Yet, he found it puzzling that Wu Jialong, the blabbermouth, had not disclosed it to Wu Zhan either. Zheng Xuan then added, "It's a spirit egg that my father prepared for me. I chose not to select the principal's unicorn rhinoceros." Chapter 39, Dragon-type cultivation resources. Goodness, you two have kept this from me quite well. Wu Zhan, who understood why Zheng Xuan was being so cautious, teased him. Hee. Zheng Xuan forced a smile. Come on, brother Zhan, you spent the entire summer in seclusion. Even if I wanted to tell you, there was no opportunity. Wu Jialong retorted, clearly displeased. Oh, is there such a grievance? Does anyone dare to bully you? The esteemed young master of the Dragon Clan, at number 4 high school? I suspect it's more likely you're the one doing the bullying. Wu Zhan chuckled, thinking it more prudent to worry about whether other students might fall victim to Wu Jialong's antics. Brother Zhan, do spill the beans. Have you broken through to the elite level yet? Wu Jialong inquired curiously, inching closer. Hee. My mighty chicken fortuitously broke through and evolved into a blazing chicken. Though I only possess one elite-level spirit, I can barely consider myself an elite trainer, Wu Zhan chuckled. Had it not been for his successful breakthrough, the gym leader would not have allowed him to oversee Wu Jialong's mischief. That's wonderful, brother Zhan. Let me tell you, there's a teacher at our school who always targets me. Do you think you could handle him? Wu Jialong gazed at Wu Zhan with eager anticipation, hoping his cousin could help him escape his plight. Smack. To his surprise, Wu Zhan swiftly delivered a slap to Wu Jialong's head. You little rascal. What do you mean by targeting? It's clear you're the one causing trouble, earning the teacher's reprimands. You brought this upon yourself. It's already generous of me not to inform Uncle Wu. Wu Zhan retorted irately. Brother Zhan, the teacher that Jilong wants you to deal with is our school's practical class instructor, Zhou Ming. At this moment, Zheng Xuan, who had been focused on the bidding below, could not resist chiming in. Damn it, I'm your cousin, and you're trying to get me killed. The usually composed Wu Zhan erupted in curses. Feeling unsatisfied, he delivered another kick to Wu Jialong's backside, prompting the latter to howl in pain as he hurried back to his position. Meanwhile, Wu Zhan's face contorted into a painful expression as he seemed to recall something, ultimately offering a wry smile. That Zhou Yama has been teaching at number 4 high school for the past 2 years. He was my homeroom teacher back in the day. We're doomed. These 2 years will not be easy. Seeing Wu Zhan so fearful, Wu Jialong's spirit sank into despair. Zheng Xuan, preoccupied with the auction, fixed his gaze intently on the stage. The dragon blood grass quickly escalated from its starting price of 10,000 to 18,000. However, given that it was a consumable cultivation resource, having exceeded market value, there were only a few remaining bidders. Finally, Zheng Xuan gritted his teeth, seizing an opportunity to raise the bid by 1,000, ultimately securing the dragon-type cultivation resources for 19,000. The dragon blood grass, despite its name, bore no actual connection to dragon blood. It was named for its growth in areas inhabited by dragon-type spirits, such as Dragon Valley and Dragon Lairs, and contained the essence of dragon energy, making it a fundamental resource for dragon-type cultivation. As for the 50-year-old dragon blood grass, its market price hovered around 10,000 per unit, while the 10-year-old variants were significantly cheaper, approximately 1,000 each. However, considering that the market often had prices without availability, Zheng Xuan's additional 4,000 for this set of dragon blood grass was not a loss. After all, having attended university and being well-informed, Wu Zhan stepped forward to elucidate. Having spent nearly 1/5 of his savings was undoubtedly the largest expenditure Zheng Xuan had made in his lifetime, causing him considerable pain. It became evident that those powerful spirits, particularly dragon types, were indeed resources that required substantial financial investment to nurture. With the resources secured and his objective achieved, Zheng Xuan could only spectate at the subsequent auction, observing the animated crowd below as they vied passionately for the next items while broadening his horizons. Next up was one of the auction's highlight items, a rare consumable item known as the Feather of Might, capable of permanently enhancing a spirit's attack strength to a minor degree, with prolonged effects on subsequent training and attack. Such an item was exceedingly scarce, even in the capital of the Great Xia Alliance, Kyoto. Alright, without further ado, the starting price is 50,000, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5,000. Trainers, do not miss this opportunity to acquire an item that can directly bolster your spirit strength. With that, The auctioneer once again threw a flirtatious glance, which elicited screams from the audience. Finally, it was time for me, the young master of dragons, to make my move. Wu Jialong, who had been idly waiting, immediately straightened up upon hearing this. Clearly, he had refrained from bidding earlier in the auction specifically for this rare item, the Feather of Might. Before long, the bidding for the Feather of Might surpassed the initial item, the mysterious water droplet, even climbing to 100,000. A guest in the number 1 VIP booth raised the bid by 10,000, bringing the current auction item to 110,000. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to raise the bid? If not, we will count down from 5 seconds. After that, this rare item will belong to the distinguished guest of the number 1 VIP booth. The auctioneer swayed enticingly, attempting to urge the guests to continue bidding. However, given that the price had exceeded 100,000, which was no small sum, and considering that there were even more anticipated auction items ahead, anyone wishing to continue bidding had to weigh whether their wallets could withstand such an expense. Furthermore, this was a significant figure from the number 1 VIP booth. And even if others entertained thoughts of continuing to bid, they had to contemplate whether doing so would offend him. Very well, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed guests in Room 1, who have successfully acquired this rare Feather of Strength for the sum of 110,000 Alliance coins. As the auctioneer found it futile to coax further bids, he was left with no choice but to bring down the hammer, thus congratulating the distinguished individual who secured the item. It was hardly a challenge, as I bid only once to claim it. I truly possess a gift. In the private room, Wu Jialong toyed with the remote device, speaking eloquently. This is merely because others are conserving their funds for the final grand auction item and have no time to engage with you, Zheng Xuan interjected from the side. Although items like the Feather of Strength are indeed rare and can directly enhance a Pokemon's power, they are ultimately consumables, and thus their value among rare items is comparatively modest. Once the price exceeded 100,000, it was only natural that others refrained from competing. Wu Zhan added, "Bah, you two are simply envious of my talent." Wu Jialong remained self-centered, refusing to heed their rebuttals. With an air of arrogance, he turned his gaze back to the auction stage, where a staff member wheeled in an item draped in black cloth, exclaiming, "Enough of this chatter, behold the true piece de resistance of this auction." Chapter 40, Pokemon Trading. Is this a Pokemon? Zheng Xuan was taken aback as the black cloth was lifted. Beneath it, in an iron cage, lay a creature resembling a toad, adorned with a green appendage akin to an unopened flower bud, the Bulbasaur. Often referred to as the garlic tortoise, one of the esteemed starter Pokemon. But isn't the sale of Pokemon prohibited by the Daxiao Alliance? Zheng Xuan was bewildered, recalling that in an effort to combat unlawful organizations and dark forces, the Daxiao Alliance had instituted a series of regulations that included a ban on Pokemon trading. Oh, but you see, you are merely law-abiding students within the confines of your campus. The Daxiao Alliance primarily targets illicit Pokemon hunters and underground markets, as these nefarious individuals often resort to violence and abuse, forcibly eradicating the wild instincts and resistance of Pokemon. Consequently, illegally traded Pokemon frequently bear hidden injuries, psychological scars, and diminished potential. However, due to their generally lower prices compared to Pokemon eggs, sales are hardly a concern, if left unchecked. The immense profits involved would entice more offenders to take risks. Yet, the so-called breeding houses that adopt Pokemon and sell Pokemon eggs are, in essence, a form of Pokemon trading as well. The difference lies in that the Pokemon in breeding houses are not subjected to abuse, but rather are gently rehabilitated to temper their wild instincts and hostility towards humans. Wu Zhan patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan understood that this was the harsh reality of society, starkly contrasting the idyllic dreams of campus life. Furthermore, the stakes involved in Pokemon trading are simply colossal. Even the Daxiao Alliance cannot entirely eradicate Pokemon trading. Thus, legitimate Pokemon hunters are permitted to capture Pokemon in the wild and trade them at standard market prices with the Alliance, even earning precious contribution points. Naturally, this is also one of the sources of Pokemon for various official breeding houses, and outside the Alliance, they can be traded at auction houses and other legitimate venues. To be frank, this legitimate Pokemon trading is also a side hustle or primary source of income for many university students. At this point, Wu Zhan couldn't help but chuckle, clearly having dabbled in the role of a Pokemon hunter himself. Of course, I mean those who are registered as legitimate Pokemon hunters, not the illegal poachers. I see now, Zheng Xuan mused as he absorbed this information. Just as Wu Zhan was clarifying matters for Zheng Xuan and himself, the auction outside was in full swing. The intrinsic value of the starter Pokemon is unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary Pokemon. The opening bid commenced at 100,000. With increments of no less than 10,000, and even under such stringent conditions, fierce competition erupted among the guests, particularly those in the private rooms. Esteemed guests, I must apologize for my oversight. I neglected to mention that this Bulbasaur has undergone rigorous testing with various professional instruments and equipment, confirming it possesses the exceptional green quality akin to the Squirtle egg auctioned last month. Thus, trainers seeking to possess a powerful starter Pokémon must not overlook this superbly qualified little creature. The auctioneer's alluring words undoubtedly stoked the flames of competition, intensifying the bidding war, with the price swiftly surpassing 300,000. Green quality Pokémon, especially starter ones, are exceedingly rare. Even Wu Zhan, having reached the status of an elite trainer, felt a stir of desire at the sight of the Bulbasaur. It's merely a green quality garlic tortoise. My Torchic is far superior. Wu Jialong scoffed, then, with a playful grin, leaned closer to Zheng Xuan, inquiring curiously, by the way, Dog Xien, why didn't you test Yaya's quality during your last visit to the Pokemon Center? Even if you were worried about drawing attention at the time, you could have come to the gym. Our Zhongyu Gym's professional instruments are on par with those at the Pokemon Center. No need for that. Regardless of Yaya's quality, I believe that through our efforts, we can still become strong. Zheng Xuan responded, somewhat defensively. He couldn't very well reveal that he possessed a unique ability to discern the qualities and data of various Pokemon at a glance, rendering cumbersome instruments and tedious tests unnecessary, not to mention that they often entail unavoidable errors and inaccuracies. Besides, it is still a Dragon-type Pokemon. Its potential cannot be too far off. I'll let you in on a secret. My Torchic possesses purple quality, surpassing green, a true gem among gems, with immeasurable growth potential ahead. So, Dog Xien, you must train hard. Don't let me pull too far ahead, or having a weak lackey like you around will stress me out. Wu Jialong patted Zheng Xuan on the shoulder, earnestly advising him. It seems the time has come to inform Uncle Wu about your unauthorized attendance at the auction, Zheng Xuan thought with a slight smile, enjoying the game of pretense. I could always tell my dad that I simply misremembered the time, Wu Jialong retorted, lacking conviction. And what about your quarrel with the auction staff and the matter of accepting kickbacks to pad your pockets? Zheng Xuan continued to remind him quietly. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong's eyes widened in shock, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, You've got me there, Dog Xien. Xingo, I'm sorry. With his secret in someone else's hands, Wu Jialong quickly conceded. All right, the auction is about to conclude. What are you two whispering about? Wu Zhan turned to the two, his expression one of confusion. Eager to change the subject, Wu Jialong quickly interjected. Has it ended? How much did that Bulbasaur go for? 350,000 Alliance coins. It's a reasonable price for a starter Pokemon or egg. Without excessive markup, Wu Zhan explained without suspicion. Tap, tap. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the VIP room. Wu Jialong sprang to his feet, eagerly rushing to open it. Esteemed guest, here are the items you won at the auction. A supervisor, escorted by security personnel, respectfully presented the auction item. Simultaneously, as a savvy individual, the supervisor discreetly handed over a card with a wink, along with the auction item, to Wu Jialong. Upon seeing this, Wu Jialong knowingly accepted the card, clearly understanding it contained the kickback from his discounted purchase at this auction. Yes, well done. Here is my card. Go ahead and swipe it for the exact amount I just spent. No discounts, understood? Wu Jialong declared with righteous authority. Chapter 41, Preparation of Nutritional Solutions. Upon returning from the auction, Zheng Xuan could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the spatial package containing the dragon-type cultivation resources he had successfully bid on. It is noteworthy that the technological advancements in the real Pokemon world bear a striking resemblance to those of Zheng Xian's previous life. However, due to the legendary beast Rayquaza's continuous flight through the ozone layer and its vigilant guardianship over its territory, any intruder, be it person or object, faces its wrath. Consequently, the real Pokemon world has seen few satellites launched into outer space, severely hindering cosmic exploration. Nonetheless, every cloud has a silver lining. While significant progress in space exploration remains elusive, research into spatial dimensions has far surpassed that of Zheng Xian's former world. The Pokeball serves as a prime example, containing a substantial space within, allowing Pokemon to thrive inside. This innovation has also birthed numerous convenient spatial devices for human habitation and travel, such as spatial backpacks, tents, and packages. Thus, large cargo and precious items are typically stored in spatial packages, much like the compact one that Zheng Xuan now held, which contained all his auction treasures, albeit not many. He retrieved the jade box containing the dragon blood grass and opened 2 compartments, revealing 2 plants of varying ages. At once, Zheng Xuan discerned the differences between them. The 50-year-old dragon blood grass, positioned on the left, boasted larger roots and leaves, its deep crimson hue radiating a faint red glow, signifying its extraordinary nature. Setting aside its medicinal properties, its appearance alone justified its high value. In contrast, The 10-year-old dragon blood grass on the right seemed rather unremarkable. However, it held immense utility for Zheng Xuan, as it could temper the potent effects of the 50-year-old variety when mixed, preserving its unique properties and allowing his young Pokémon, Yaya, to absorb its essence steadily. As he prepared to concoct a special nutrient solution for dragon-type Pokémon, Zheng Xuan remembered to release Yaya from its Pokeball. Chirp! Upon emerging, Yaya seemed to catch a whiff of something enticing, letting out an excited call before dashing toward the jade box containing the dragon blood grass. Yaya, stop! Zheng Xuan exclaimed, startled by its impulsive behavior. He had not anticipated the allure of the dragon blood grass would be so overwhelming for Yaya that it would ignore the moo-moo milk he had prepared for it. Chirp! Disappointed at being denied such a delicacy, Yaya complied with Zheng Xuan's command and sat down, gazing longingly at the dragon blood grass on the table. Ah, Yaya, it's not that I do not wish for you to eat it. Rather, consuming it directly would not be as beneficial. We must combine it with some berries to create a nutrient solution that will expedite your growth. You've always wanted to battle, haven't you? Once you drink this special nutrient solution, I believe you will soon surpass your juvenile stage, Zheng Xuan reassured, gently patting Yaya's head. Chirp! Hearing this, Yaya, whose fervor for battle was almost instinctual, immediately became animated. After soothing Yaya, Zheng Xuan proceeded to follow the steps outlined in the cultivation manual his father had given him, which detailed the preparation of the nutrient solution. First, he retrieved a juicer. Surprisingly, the apparatus used to create such a sophisticated nutrient solution was quite simple. Carefully, Zheng Xuan placed the 50-year-old dragon blood grass into the juicer, followed by 2 berries that could alleviate burn status, and then added 3 10-year-old dragon blood grass plants, setting aside 4 ordinary berries of Yaya's preferred sweet flavor for later incorporation. Following the prescribed ratio of 1, 2, 3, 4, Zheng Xuan activated the juicer for the initial rapid blending, patiently awaiting the mixture to transform into a rich crimson liquid. Once the solution achieved the desired consistency, he added the remaining 4 ordinary berries for the final blend. The entire process was straightforward, yet Zheng Xuan remained utterly focused, fearful that any misstep might compromise his efforts. As the ordinary berries melded into the previous crimson liquid, the color lightened slightly, yet remarkably, the mixture began to concentrate, reducing from nearly half a liter to just over 100 milliliters, an embodiment of the essence of concentration. Ultimately, this concentrated liquid was poured into a glass bottle he had prepared, and Zheng Xuan meticulously compared it against the description in the manual until he breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the rudimentary conditions and simple equipment, the final product had turned out as expected. He then called Yaya over, presenting the exquisite nutrient solution, valued at over 10,000 Alliance coins, to the eagerly awaiting Pokémon, whose mouth was practically watering. Chirp! Yaya exclaimed in delight, expressing gratitude before gulping down the nutrient solution in one go. Before long, resembling a drunken reveler, Yaya stumbled toward the bed, finally collapsing into its cozy nook to sleep. Zheng Xuan was well aware, from the manual's information, that this was a normal reaction. Otherwise, one might suspect Yaya had consumed potent liquor instead of a nutrient solution. After drinking the solution, Yaya's growth should rapidly accelerate, allowing for formal training and battles to commence. Zheng Xuan mused to himself. Unlike other Pokémon, which could easily surpass their juvenile stage even with minimal activity, Yaya, as a dragon type, progressed more slowly despite diligent training and a rich diet, needing the aid of an expensive nutrient solution to hasten the transition. However, in terms of combat strength, a spirited Yaya would likely dominate weaker Pokémon, even taking on multiple opponents without issue, as its superior aptitude and rigorous training contributed significantly to its prowess. Returning to the harsh reality, Zheng Xuan reflected on the fact that the recent auction had cost him nearly 1/5 of his savings. Although the Wu family had begrudgingly returned half of the kickback, approximately 10,000 Alliance coins, as hush money, it was a stark reminder of his dwindling funds. The pace at which he was spending could not sustain him until the upcoming exams. Indeed, it might not even last through his second year of high school. He needed to devise a method to earn money, and quickly, as his previous part-time earnings had proven insufficient to support Yaya's regular needs. However, a recent suggestion from Zhang had sparked an idea. Zheng Xuan resolved to devise a money-making plan as soon as Yaya was ready for battle. Chapter 42. Expelling the Rattata. In the outskirts of Zhongyu City, at a rural farm, a week had passed since Yaya consumed the dragon-type nutrient solution. Zheng Xuan lay concealed with Yaya atop a ridge, observing a small group of Rattata, 5 or 6 in number, excitedly scampering toward a field of golden corn. After waiting for half an hour, Zheng Xuan finally spotted the thieving Rattata he had been anticipating. Yaya, go for it. Use bite to teach these bandits a lesson, he commanded. Eager for action, Yaya pounced like a tiger descending from the mountain, fiercely lunging at the nearest Rattata. Pokémon, Rattata. Level, LV6, Normal Beginner. Type, Normal. Ability, Guts. Gender, Female. Status, Suboptimal Health. Qualification rating, White. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack. Inherited skills, None. This Rattata was the strongest among the group, while the others had yet to surpass their juvenile stage. In the merciless wilderness, the majority of elven offspring do not abide by the human concept of a juvenile phase during which they are deemed incapable of combat. Typically, once they can steady themselves on their limbs and move, they are expected to partake in hunting or fighting. Consequently, many wild elves exhibit issues such as stunted growth, hidden injuries, and diminished potential. In fact, just yesterday, after Yaya surpassed the juvenile stage and reached level 6, Zheng Xuan acquiesced to the request of Cat Boss, permitting Yaya to engage in a sparring session with Meow Meow. In the absence of guidance from Zheng Xuan, the trainer, Yaya, who was also a novice at the same level, decisively overwhelmed the level 10 Meow Meow, demonstrating superiority in attack, speed, and defense. Following this encounter, Meow Meow, thoroughly defeated by Yaya, ignored her companion throughout the day, even when Yaya attempted to appease her with Moo Moo milk. Thus, having witnessed Yaya's true prowess, Zheng Xuan felt assured in allowing her to confront 6 adversaries alone. The nearest small Rattata, merely at level 4, was paralyzed by fear in the face of the sudden threat, forgetting to evade. With a piercing cry, the unfortunate Rattata fell victim to Yaya's sharp teeth. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The frail body of the Rattata could not withstand such severe damage, leaving it with no opportunity to faint or lose its fighting capability. With the first victory secured, Yaya set her sights on another Rattata, swiftly biting into it despite its feeble resistance. Witnessing the terrifying power of their assailant, the remaining Rattatas instinctively sought to flee rather than avenge their fallen comrades, thus forfeiting their numerical advantage and granting Yaya the chance to eliminate them one by one. As the leader of the group, the only other Rattata of ordinary proficiency bravely stepped forward to shield Yaya. However, upon witnessing Yaya's formidable strength, this Rattata leader hesitated, baring its sharp fangs and issuing a warning sound, while simultaneously calling for its fleeing comrades to return. Determined not to allow it the opportunity to rally its allies, Yaya, under Zheng Xuan's timely commands, fixed her gaze upon the Rattata leader and continued to use bite. Zheng Xuan, confident in Yaya's defense, knew that even the level 10 Meow Meow had only managed to leave her with minor, quickly healing scrapes, and the impact from a small Rattata would likely feel no more than a tickle. With a resounding thud, the two collided. Yaya roared and lunged at the Rattata leader with ferocity. In that singular strike, the leader fared no better than its companions, collapsing under the severe blow and losing all fighting ability. Observing this scene from a safe distance, Zheng Xuan expertly tossed out a pokeball. This ordinary-level Rattata not only served as proof of his commission, but could also fetch a decent price in a trade with the League. As for other juvenile Rattatas, their existence was hardly worth the trouble. Even a human armed with a weapon could easily deal with them, and the League was not a repository for refuse. In the distance, witnessing their leader succumb to the demon's might, the remaining Rattatas lost all confidence in their ability to assist and fled in disarray. The prospect of earning 500 League coins for merely driving off the crop-raiding Rattatas and 1,000 for capturing the leader was too enticing to ignore. Moreover, the ordinary-level Rattata, despite lacking potential, could still be traded for a modest recovery price of 500 coins. Thus, Zheng Xuan found himself elated, having earned a total of 1,500 coins in a mere hour of travel, half an hour of waiting, and a brief skirmish, enough to cover Yaya's food expenses for a week or procure 1.5 stalks of 10-year-old dragon bloodgrass. Upon returning to the farm, Zheng Xuan informed the old man, "I have dealt with the Rattatas that were stealing from your crops, and their leader has been captured. It should be quite some time before they cause any further trouble." Zheng Xuan intended to report on the progress of the commission to the elderly man, who was the sponsor of the task and the owner of the farm, and to bid farewell. "Thank you so much, young man. That band of Rattatas has been utterly detestable, stealing from my crops for over a week. It is a relief to have resolved this matter. By the way, have you had lunch? You must join me at my home." Upon hearing this good news, the old man's previously furrowed brow transformed into a beaming smile, and he eagerly expressed his gratitude while inviting Zheng Xuan to lunch. "No, thank you. I still have to hurry back to submit my task." Zheng Xuan swiftly declined. Chapter 43, Commission Task. After much persuasion, Zheng Xuan finally managed to politely refuse the exceedingly hospitable old man and boarded a countryside minibus back to Zhongyu City. Upon returning, Zheng Xuan's first order of business was to deliver his completed task at the Zhongyu City Pokémon Association, an agency directly under the Southwest Alliance and the Great Xia League. The president of the association holds significant sway over the city's development, much like the mayor and gym leaders. The true destination of Zheng Xuan's visit was the Adventurers Guild, an organization under the Pokémon Association. The term Pokémon Hunter does not resonate well with the public, so the official title is Adventurer, which sounds far more prestigious. However, behind this facade, Pokémon hunters engage in trading Pokémon and delivering various commission tasks at the Adventurers Guild. Of course, this is a legitimate organization. As for the underground organizations, Zheng Xuan had heard of the Hunters Guild, the true home of all Pokémon hunters, where numerous lucrative commissions often involve poaching, arson, and other illicit activities. However, these matters were still far removed from Zheng Xuan, who was still in the novice stage. During his first visit to the guild, he registered his identity. But by his second visit, he had become quite adept at taking a number and waiting in line, ultimately arriving at a service counter. Hello. I would like to submit commission number 123XXXX regarding the expulsion of Rattatas. Here is the captured Rattata leader for trade as well. Zheng Xuan followed the example of others in presenting the details of his commission. Very well, sir. I will process your commission shortly. The reward for your task and the traded Pokemon will be credited to your account at market value, along with the price of the Pokeball. The staff efficiently handled the transaction. Thank you. Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude and soon received a notification on his phone confirming a deposit of 2,000 coins, including 500 for the Pokeball. As for accepting entrusted tasks, there is no need for such complexities. Simply opening the Adventurers Guild app on your mobile device will allow you to browse various assignments. Noticing that it was still merely noon, Zheng Xuan resolved to return for lunch and to recuperate before taking on a suitable task. With the harvest season approaching, there were numerous assignments similar to the previous one involving the expulsion of the pesky Rattata, so Zheng Xuan was not concerned about finding an appropriate task. After a brief respite, he selected another fitting assignment and hastened towards the outskirts of the northern part of the city. The client was the head of a poultry farm in the northern suburbs, which raised ordinary chickens, ducks, and geese. The task involved investigating the culprit behind the disappearance of the farm's animals and either driving it away or bringing it to justice, with a maximum reward of up to 5,000 coins. This was indeed the primary reason Zheng Xuan hurried towards the task. The financial incentive was quite substantial. Furthermore, this assignment was not exclusive to a single individual, but rather competitive in nature, meaning that whoever managed to identify and resolve the issue first would claim the generous reward. Upon arriving at the farm, Zheng Xuan discovered that a fellow competitor had already arrived. Judging by your appearance, you're probably still in high school. Have your Pokemon even evolved from their juvenile stage? You come here to take on tasks? Allow me to inform you that I am a freshman at Zhongyu University, and you cannot possibly compare to someone who has not yet experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination. The newcomer was a brash young man, who looked down upon Zheng Xuan's youthful demeanor. This task was not solely dependent on strength. It also required intelligence to uncover the true culprit. With considerable experience in dealing with such individuals, Zheng Xuan promptly retorted, "What? Are you implying that I lack intelligence?" The young man was somewhat irate, having been belittled by a high school student. "I never said that. You admitted it yourself." Zheng Xuan waved his hand innocently. "I am a student of a prestigious university. You are the first in history to claim that my intellect is lacking," the young man declared, puffing up with arrogance. "Suit yourself." Zheng Xuan did not wish to engage in a futile argument with such a person, as it would truly be detrimental to his intelligence. Although he was not currently a match for this freshman, the latter dared not bully him, given his high school status. "Hey, can you two stop arguing? I'm on the verge of losing my mind here. That beast has taken over 10 chickens and ducks overnight, and what is worse, it has killed over 100. I can tolerate these losses, but I genuinely fear that one day it will escalate and attack the workers at the farm, which would cost me a fortune. Even now, the atmosphere is tense and is disrupting the entire operation of the farm." The anxious head of the poultry farm, seeing the two about to argue, quickly interjected. "Calm down. It's just a minor inconvenience. I can handle it with ease." The young man remained dismissive, asserting that if it weren't for his recent university expenses, he would not even deign to consider this lowly one-star task. Indeed, the Adventurers Guild assigned star ratings to tasks, with 1 star being the simplest and least dangerous, ideally suited for novices like Zheng Xuan who had just registered as adventurers. With the star classification of tasks, adventurers also had corresponding ranks. By completing a certain number of tasks and accumulating points, they could level up and unlock more challenging assignments. As for the young man, it was evident that his adventurer rank was low, but his actual capabilities did not reflect this stage, otherwise he would not be so disdainful. Knowing that this young man's involvement could hinder his chances of securing the maximum reward, Zheng Xuan did not immediately choose to give up. Instead, he aimed to contribute meaningfully to the task, such as identifying the culprit's identity and hideout, or preventing further attacks, which could still yield a fair share of the reward. "Boss, may I accompany you to examine the remains of the affected poultry?" The usually decisive Zheng Xuan promptly inquired of the farm's manager. "Oh, certainly. Gentlemen, I will take you to see the remains of the affected poultry. Knowing you were coming, I had the workers cordon off the crime scene in advance. It has yet to be dealt with. The anxious manager was eager to resolve this unfortunate calamity and was quite cooperative. I'll pass. You can take that, young man. I have no need for it. With that, the arrogant young man tossed out his pokeball, releasing a formidable-looking Mytina, its striking black and gray fur commanding immediate attention. Chapter 44, Mytina. Species, Mytina. Level, LV20, Ordinary Advanced. Type, Dark. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Yellow. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Howl. Bite, Scary Face, Roar, Thunder Fong, and Swagger. Inherited skill, Fire Fong. Skill disc, Ice Fong. As the Mytina appeared, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult for Zheng Xuan to ignore. It was no wonder this young man was so arrogant. Having just entered university, his Pokémon possessed such strength, indeed granting him a modicum of confidence. Pleased with the fearful reactions from those around him, the young man turned to see Zheng Xuan's indifferent demeanor and felt a twinge of annoyance. Were it not for Mytina's Intimidate ability not being permitted to be used against humans, Zheng Xuan would likely be on his knees, crying for mercy by now. With this thought, the young man dismissed Zheng Xuan's reaction and smugly introduced his Pokémon. This is my ace Pokémon, a Mytina on the verge of evolving into a professional level. I doubt that wild Pokémon responsible for stealing the poultry can possibly be a match for my superior capabilities. Therefore, prepare to reward me, boss, for I shall resolve this culprit's presence in no time. While addressing the farm manager, the young man also shot a provocative smile in Zheng Xuan's direction. After flaunting his accomplishments, he turned to Mytina and commanded, Mytina, sniff out the scent and see if you can locate the creature that has been devouring the poultry here. Following the trainer's command, Mytina caught a whiff of the scent and quickly nodded, leading the young man away with great urgency. Someone, take this young man to view the remains of the poultry that were killed last night. The farm manager, perceiving the young man and Mytina's formidable strength, preferred to focus on them and no longer wished to attend to Zheng Xuan, the high school student. The previously promised personal guidance was now reduced to simply assigning a worker to lead Zheng Xuan to the scene, while he himself held his position, unwilling to engage in such labor. In response, Zheng Xuan, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, merely smiled and paid little heed as he followed the designated worker. Upon arrival at the first crime scene, it appeared that some of the poultry had been strangled to death with great force, their bones utterly shattered, while others had been severely corroded, likely by strong acids or highly toxic substances, leaving behind only remnants. After witnessing the grim fate of the affected poultry, Zheng Xuan began to formulate some theories. The wild Pokémon capable of committing such acts would likely include species like Ekans and its evolution Arbok, as well as other serpentine Pokémon such as Seviper, or perhaps nocturnal predators like Houndoom and its evolution Houndoom, or even centipede-like Pokémon such as Centiskorch. However, taking into account the environmental conditions, climate, and Pokémon habitats in Zhongyu City, it was highly probable that the culprit was either Ekans or, much to Zheng Xuan's dismay, the formidable Arbok. Not entirely, for the latter is an evolved form of the former, exhibiting greater toxicity and a more ferocious temperament. It also signifies a high level of evolution, at least beyond level 22, indicating a presence that is at least on par with professional standards, far beyond what he and Yaya can contend with at present, should the worst-case scenario materialize. And this malevolent creature turns out to be an Abai monster, that arrogant university student and his formidable hound may not necessarily stand a chance. According to Zheng Xuan's pessimistic analysis, if a professional grade Abai monster were to appear, it would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary high-level hound to triumph over it. Of course, it is not an absolute that a regular grade creature cannot conquer a professional grade 1, but at the very least, that deep yellow qualified hound stands little chance. Should we call the police? Or perhaps wait a moment longer? Zheng Xuan was concerned that the foolish university student might inadvertently provoke the Abai monster, making it too late to alert the authorities and potentially causing greater damage. However, upon reflection, given how the head of the breeding farm looked down on him, Zheng Xuan felt no obligation to go above and beyond. He simply needed to fulfill his own responsibilities. All right, thank you, sir, I have reached my conclusion. Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude to the guiding worker. Hey, what conclusion could you possibly have drawn from just a brief glance around here? The worker expressed skepticism regarding Zheng Xuan's swift deduction. It's fine, sir. Please take me to your boss. Zheng Xuan smiled, unconcerned by the worker's doubts. Meanwhile, a young man who had rushed out with the hound finally came to a halt. Hound, are you certain this is the place? He inquired, gazing at the dilapidated wooden cabin before him. Grr. Unexpectedly, the hound suddenly became alert, baring its fangs and emitting a low growl of warning. Has it arrived? Well, that saves us the trouble of searching for it. The young man maintained his confidence, asserting that even in the perilous wilds, he was well acquainted with danger. Moreover, he had unwavering faith in his ace Pokémon, the Hound. Even if things went awry, other Pokémon could surely support it, ensuring their victory. What did you say? Calling the police? Absolutely not. If I were to involve the police, why would I even bother paying you? You understand that once the police get involved, my existing safety risks will undoubtedly fail the scrutiny, and I'll be facing hefty fines. No way, absolutely not. The breeding farm's manager immediately grew frantic at the mere suggestion of involving the authorities. As a small enterprise like theirs, located on the outskirts, they could not afford the costs associated with hiring trainers as security personnel, and they would undoubtedly fail a safety audit. If nothing went wrong, they could continue operating with the upper authorities turning a blind eye, but should an incident occur, they would face severe penalties, a fate exemplified by the abandoned factory where Zheng Xuan had previously worked. Thus, the manager sought to pay a sum to commission trainers to resolve the issue at hand. Listen, I'll increase the payment. In addition to the 5,000 for the commission, I'll add another 5,000. Whoever helps me resolve this issue, be it you or that university student, will receive this reward, as long as you avoid calling the police and do not disrupt the normal operations of the breeding farm. The manager, now desperate, even offered to double the reward. The payment for this commission task had now increased to 10,000 alliance coins, which undoubtedly piqued Zheng Xuan's interest. Even though he was well aware that his current abilities might struggle against such a formidable foe, he realized he could take advantage of that dim-witted university student. Chapter 45. The young man's humiliating defeat. Huff huff. A disheveled figure, panting heavily, was none other than the previously overconfident young man. Hound, did that guy follow us? He gasped, inquiring of his sidekick Hound, which was equally in a state of distress. The once majestic and formidable Hound was now in a sorry state, its body battered, with one hind leg severely injured and bleeding. Upon hearing the young man's question, the Hound, sluggish from its injuries, slowly shook its head. Relieved that the Hound indicated no pursuers, the young man let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, this is far beyond the difficulty of a one-star commission. How could a professional grade Abai snake appear? That cursed farm manager will pay for this. I lost one of my main Pokémon, Armored Force, while trying to hold off that Abai snake. The young man's face was filled with rage as he placed all the blame on the farm manager for misrepresenting the difficulty. Without a hint of self-reflection, he failed to acknowledge that his arrogance and disdain for this commission played a significant role in his dismal outcome. Bang! The young man kicked open the door of the breeding farm, dragging his injured Hound, and seized a worker, demanding to know the manager's whereabouts before storming off in anger. You fool! How dare you misreport the difficulty of this commission? A professional grade Abai snake is already considered high difficulty even in a 2-star commission. Yet you had the audacity to report it as 1-star? Prepare for the consequences. I'll ensure that this breeding farm is shut down. Upon entering, the young man, ablaze with fury, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the bewildered manager. What on earth happened? The manager, utterly confused, had done nothing but sip tea in his office and now found himself the target of a tirade. Fool, do you have any healing potions? My Hound is injured. I rushed out without bringing any healing supplies. After venting his frustrations, the young man finally remembered his Hound's severe injuries and urgently inquired. And no, young man, we don't have any trainers here at our breeding farm, so we don't stock healing potions for Pokémon. We do have medications for treating humans, such as those for external injuries, colds, and heat stroke. The manager hastily waved his hands, cautiously inquiring, who needs your worthless human medications? I need healing potions for my injured Pokémon, you idiot. The young man remained furious, wishing he could unleash his Hound upon this fool, if not for the fear of imprisonment. You need healing potions, do you? I have some. Zheng Xuan, who had arrived at some point, chimed in with a helpful reminder. Thanks. Seeing Zheng Xuan extend a helping hand was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, and the young man's demeanor softened considerably. He regarded Zheng Xuan with newfound warmth. 600 for a bottle. This is a non-profitable transaction. Payment up front, and then I'll provide the potion. Zheng Xuan explained with a smile. What do you mean non-profitable? The original price is 300 per bottle, and now you're charging double. The young man was immediately incensed, having thought he was receiving aid only to discover it was an attempt to exploit the situation. 900 per bottle. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, you can head back to the city and go to the Pokémon Center. However, given the corrosion on your Hound's hind leg, by the time you spend 1 or 2 hours reaching the city for treatment, it may leave a scar at best or result in a disability at worst. Regardless of how enraged the young man became, Zheng Xuan maintained an air of confidence, fully aware of his leverage. Aren't you afraid I might rob you? The young man threatened coldly, eyeing Zheng Xuan's audacious demeanor. Zheng Xuan chuckled, unfazed by the young man's threats, and replied, I am but a student, a protected individual under Alliance law. Plus, with so many witnesses and surveillance cameras around, Feel free to act as you wish. For the sake of 900 coins, you would risk imprisonment and expulsion from school, while I would only lose a 300 coin healing potion. Meanwhile, you would be sacrificing your entire youth. Damn it, you're ruthless. Hand over your phone. I'll transfer you 900 coins. Just give me the healing potion. The young man, his forehead veins bulging with rage, could do nothing against his opponent and could only suppress his fury as he spoke. It's too late. You just frightened me, and now I have to pay 1200. Hand over your phone. The young man dared not continue arguing with Zheng Xuan, for he knew that this wretched individual would surely raise the price again. After receiving the payment notification, Zheng Xuan finally retrieved a bottle of healing medicine from his backpack and tossed it to the young man, kindly advising, shake it before use. It will be more effective. I don't need your reminders. The young man replied coldly. As he tended to the injuries of the large wolf dog, Zheng Xuan turned his attention to the boss, the head of the breeding farm. Boss, it seems you've landed yourself in trouble. According to the rules, misrepresenting the difficulty of a commissioned task incurs a penalty of 10 times the reward. Gentlemen, I truly had no idea. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I know that fellow was so formidable? How about this? I'll add an extra 5,000. If you two work together, can you handle him? The farm manager lowered his stance and pleaded once more. Zheng Xuan was about to refuse. After all, even that arrogant university student had suffered a hard blow, let alone he, a mere high school novice just embarking on his journey as a trainer. He merely wished to earn money, not recklessly risk his life. The difficulty had suddenly escalated, and for the sake of his and Yaya's safety, he figured that having just scammed the university student a small sum, along with the subsequent penalty from the boss being partially compensated to the client, this venture wouldn't be a total loss. Unexpectedly, while Zheng Xuan was prudent, the young man was not. The young man raised his hand and called out, I'll add another 10,000. This time, I'll handle the task for you. Think it over. If you refuse, just like that fellow said, you'll be liable for a tenfold penalty, which amounts to a fine of 50,000 alliance coins. And you won't resolve anything. Fine then, I'll just add more money. Understanding the stakes, the farm manager could only nod tearfully. Since you've come to an agreement, I wish you all the best. Zheng Xuan was ready to leave. Earning money was good, but risking his life for it was not worth it. Wait, brother. I'll take the lead, and you provide support. Afterward, I'll share 5,000 with you. The one who panicked at Zheng Xuan's departure was not the farm manager, but the young man. No, brother, are you that reckless? Can you even match him? Zheng Xuan replied in surprise. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle with the ABO Snake. The remnants of the previous battle were still visible around them. Indeed, that fellow was in the nearby wooden cabin. The young man pointed towards the cabin and warned. Zheng Xuan, unable to resist the allure of money, acquiesced to the young man's plea for collaboration. Of course, Zheng Xuan had his own motives. He was merely taking on the supporting role, and if things went awry, it was only prudent to make a swift exit. While he might not match the young man's strength, he prided himself on his ability to flee. By the way, are you in your final year of high school? How many Pokémon do you have, and does your strongest one possess at least intermediate strength? The young man inquired hastily. He was also consumed by thoughts of revenge, and as the battle loomed, he realized he had yet to ascertain his partner's strength. I only have one. And as for its strength, it's barely at the intermediate level, Zheng Xuan admitted somewhat sheepishly. However, he reasoned that his level 6 Yaya could easily defeat a level 10 Meowth, which could indeed be considered intermediate, levels 11 to 15. So why not? One is sufficient. Having more might complicate things for you. The young man too felt a twinge of insecurity. In the previous battle, he had rashly summoned other Pokémon to assist when the large wolf dog was struggling against the enemy, only to find that his lack of experience in commanding multiple Pokémon led to disastrous results. Ultimately, he was forced to release his main Pokémon, Machop, sacrificing his own safety to stall the ABO Snake's relentless assault. Looking at the large pool of blood not far away, the young man felt a wave of despair. His companion, whom he had been with for so long, had met such a gruesome fate at the jaws of the ABO Snake. This was also why, after hastily tending to the large wolf dog's injuries and resting only an hour, he rushed back for revenge once the dog was fit to move. Release your Pokémon. Don't wait until it's too late. The young man gathered his thoughts. The priority now was to eliminate the ABO Snake and avenge Machop. Come forth, Yaya. Zheng Xuan threw the Pokeball, releasing Yaya. What is this? A dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya? The moment the dragon appeared, the young man was utterly stunned. This individual he had scorned, who was particularly greedy, actually possessed a dragon-type Pokémon. In his astonishment, the young man also felt fortunate that he had refrained from quarreling with Zheng Xuan earlier, although he was currently lacking in strength. He could not ignore the powerful backing this individual had. Being granted a dragon-type Pokémon as a starter, wasn't he that a privilege reserved for the scions of prominent families? Large wolf dog, unleash a howl. Not daring to underestimate the situation, the young man immediately commanded the large wolf dog to perform a howl. which would enhance both its and its allies' attack by 1 level and draw the ABO snake out from the cabin. Just as planned. The ABO snake slithered out from the shadows of the wooden cabin, directly launching a barrage of poison needles at the large wolf dog, its old foe. Pokémon, ABO snake. Level, LV21, beginner profession. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Gender, female. Status, lightly injured. Qualification rating, deep yellow. Held item, none. Level skills, glare, bind, poison sting, bite, big snake glare. Screech, dissolving liquid. Inherited skill, black mist. Large wolf dog, evade the poison needles and use sand attack to obscure its vision, then swiftly follow up with Thunder Fang. The young man, already on high alert, immediately urged the large wolf dog to dodge and prepare a counterattack. Without needing any further prompting, the large wolf dog, aware of the ABO snake's cunning, quickly evaded to the side and kicked up a cloud of sand to obscure its opponent's sight. As the ABO snake attempted to dodge the oncoming sand, it collided with the large wolf dog's electrified fangs. Just then, the ABO snake, fierce and resolute, chose to endure the Thunder Fang attack, letting out a pained cry, but it aimed to seize the opportunity to bite down hard on the large wolf dog. Large wolf dog dodged quickly. At such close range, the large wolf dog was caught in a bind, having exhausted its strength, despite the young man's frantic warnings. It was too late. The ABO snake clamped down on its waist with a vicious bite, eliciting a howl of agony. Yaya, go save the large wolf dog. Let us use our best move, bite. Zheng Xuan, seeing the large wolf dog in peril, immediately commanded Yaya to assist. After all, the large wolf dog was their main force. If it fell, their battle would be lost. Ironically, even though Yaya was a dragon-type Pokémon, its most proficient move at this stage was a dark-type attack, bite. Unfortunately, Yaya's current weakness was evident. Its body lacked the sufficient dragon energy to execute high-level moves, making it impossible to utilize techniques like Dragon Claw or those inherited from its lineage. With unwavering courage in the face of a formidable foe, Yaya opened its jaws wide, its sharp teeth enveloped in potent dark energy, and retaliated with a bite that ensnared the ABO snake, mirroring the move that had just restricted itself. Just then, initially dismissing Yaya as a trivial opponent, the ABO snake had focused all its attention on the large wolf dog, but now, as Yaya clamped down, targeting a precise weakness. Coupled with the attack boost from the earlier howl, it inflicted significant damage upon the ABO snake. This highlights the stark disparity in levels between Yaya and the Arbok. We're at a Great Pyrenees of comparable strength. If Arbok dared to allow Yaya to bite at the 7-inch mark, it is likely that with just that single strike, Yaya would pierce the skin at that location, inflicting damage to the heart within. Thus, the battle would come to a swift conclusion. Sustaining such an injury, Arbok would be compelled to release its grip, allowing its old rival, the Great Pyrenees, to escape. Enraged, Arbok would seek vengeance on Yaya, attempting to ensnare it with its tail. Should Arbok succeed in capturing Yaya, the latter would face the formidable threat of being constricted by such a large serpent, which excels in the art of strangulation. Alas, Yaya, akin to a slippery loach, under Zheng Xuan's tutelage, is well versed in the ways of an assassin. After achieving success with a single strike, it would immediately retreat 1,000 miles, leaving Arbok without an opportunity to seize it. If Arbok were to pursue Yaya in a fit of vengeance, the Great Pyrenees, having extricated itself, would not easily let it pass. Unable to capture the fleeing Yaya, Arbok redirected its focus back to its old adversary, the Great Pyrenees, fully aware that the latter is the primary threat, one capable of inflicting real harm, while the fleeing little creature poses no significant danger to it. Chapter 47. As long as it dies. You performed admirably just now. Moreover, your Yaya demonstrated commendable timing and accuracy in its strikes. Even the young man who previously underestimated Zheng Xuan's abilities could not help but express his admiration with a thumbs up. Focus on commanding your Great Pyrenees. The recent strike has instilled caution in this Arbok towards my Yaya. If the Great Pyrenees attempts another attack, it may not find success. Humph, that was merely a fluke. The young man scoffed, somewhat embarrassed, for he had not anticipated Arbok's ferocity. Willing to endure the Great Pyrenees Thunder Fang just to seize the opportunity to bite it. Regrettably, that Thunder Fang did not instill fear or paralysis in the opponent. Otherwise, the Great Pyrenees would not have been caught off guard. Having endured a barrage of thunder fangs from the Great Pyrenees and Yaya's biting assaults, compounded by previous injuries, the wild Pokémon, lacking the luxury of healing items, was decidedly in a poor state. Even a professional-grade Arbok was not faring well. Consequently, the wounded Arbok became increasingly vigilant, its serpent eyes fixated on the Great Pyrenees while occasionally glancing at Yaya. In this 1-against-2 scenario, it dared not act rashly. Great Pyrenees, continue using sand attack. Observing Arbok's heightened alertness, the young man realized this was not an advantageous situation and promptly directed the Great Pyrenees to initiate a new round of offense. It must be said, while the sand attack move may not be highly regarded in high-level play, it proves exceptionally effective in this lower-tier match, likely leading to an exchange of sand rather than a direct confrontation. The young man's intention in continuing to have the Great Pyrenees use sand attack was not without purpose. He hoped to provoke the ever-defensive Arbok. Furthermore, this was one of the few ranged techniques available to the Great Pyrenees. After all, irrespective of its damage output, one cannot deny the annoyance of having sand thrown in their face, particularly towards the eyes. Wouldn't that infuriate you? Zheng Xuan, observing the young man's underhanded tactics, inwardly deemed it shameless. After all, he was exploiting Arbok's inability to communicate, otherwise it would surely have scolded him. Subsequently, he turned to Yaya and said, "Yaya, let us retaliate." Jang, overjoyed, Yaya mimicked the Great Pyrenees, hurling dirt and stones at Arbok. Wait a moment. Why are you throwing dirt and stones instead of fine sand composed of ground-earth energy? The young man inquired curiously. Goodness, your sand attack is practically a rock-type move. Yaya simply hasn't mastered the sand attack yet, but it won't take long, as the technique is not particularly difficult. Just a few more attempts, and it will grasp it. Zheng Xuan chuckled, replying to the young man. The young man was left speechless. Meanwhile, Arbok found itself equally confounded. While it could evade the fine sand thrown by the Great Pyrenees without injuring its critical eyesight, it had no choice but to dodge the stones launched by Yaya. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Unable to contain its fury, Arbok shot forth several toxic needles at Yaya, asserting that it was not to be trifled with. In the face of the faster needle attack compared to the sandbags Zheng Xuan had previously thrown, Yaya adeptly evaded and continued to hurl stones. Now thoroughly provoked, Arbok was willing to forsake its old rival, the Great Pyrenees, and swiftly lunged towards Yaya. Yaya, be cautious and evade. Fearing that Zheng Xuan, being inexperienced in battle, might overlook the danger, the young man rushed to provide a warning. He quickly commanded, Great Pyrenees, create distance from Arbok. When the opportunity arises, unleash Fire Fong at the previously injured area of Arbok. Although there was a safe distance between them, Arbok moved with remarkable speed, prompting Zheng Xuan to instruct Yaya to begin retreating. To the young man's dismay, as Arbok rapidly approached Yaya, it suddenly unleashed a thick black mist, quickly enveloping the area and obscuring its movements. Was this black mist intended to conceal its actions, thwarting the Great Pyrenees from aiding Yaya? Or did it serve as a cover for a surprise attack against the Great Pyrenees? The young man found himself at a loss, for this Arbok was exceedingly cunning, far surpassing any opponent he had encountered before. Arbok's target remains your Great Pyrenees. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Xuan discerned Arbok's intentions and immediately alerted the young man. Feigning anger, Arbok turned its attention to Yaya, but this was merely a ruse. The black mist served as a cover, with its true aim still directed at the primary threat, the Great Pyrenees. Great Pyrenees, quickly create distance. The young man, now frantic, disregarded further contemplation and promptly followed Zheng Xuan's advice, issuing commands without hesitation. Just as the Great Pyrenees began to retreat, Arbok dashed out of the mist with incredible speed, almost like a spring, lunging toward the Great Pyrenees for a bite. Fortunately, Zheng Xuan's warning came just in time. The terrified Great Pyrenees barely evaded Arbok's ambush. Had Zheng Xuan's warning been a moment late, or had the young man failed to issue his command in time, the Great Pyrenees would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the serpent's jaws. Great Pyrenees, take this opportunity to counterattack with Fire Fong. Seeing Arbok's attack miss, the young man recognized an excellent chance for retaliation and shouted excitedly, "Awoo!" With a fearsome howl, the Great Pyrenees seized the moment as Arbok fell from its missed attack, baring its fiery fangs and delivering a punishing bite at the same spot Yaya had previously injured. The Great Pyrenees, on the verge of breaking into professional rank, is undoubtedly a mainstay, a powerhouse. This potent strike inflicted far greater damage than Yaya's earlier bite. Arbok, suffering this severe blow, emitted a mournful cry before ultimately succumbing to the pressure, losing consciousness and completely forfeiting its combat abilities. This professional-grade Arbok, as evidenced by the recent battle, possessed commendable qualities. If traded to the League, it could fetch no less than 10,000 League coins. The young man took a deep breath and then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, declared, "As compensation, I will grant you the entirety of this commission's reward, but I demand its demise." Given their underhanded tactics and the animosity fueling their actions, the likelihood of capturing this Arbok was virtually eliminated. Hence, the young man's singular desire was to see it slain, avenging the loss of his comrade's strength. Chapter 48. One cannot become wealthy without taking risks. After the fact, photographic evidence was provided, and Zheng Xuan submitted this commission task. Furthermore, the owner of the breeding farm. Fearing that Zheng Xuan and his companion would hold him accountable for falsely reporting the difficulty of the task, willingly paid an additional reward on top of the original commission. Consequently, Zheng Xuan ultimately received a handsome remuneration of 20,000, truly embodying the adage, without the nightly forage, a horse does not grow fat. Without unexpected wealth, a person does not prosper. As for the young lad, he later learned that the breeding farm owner had also added 5,000 to the reward, yet he steadfastly insisted on giving all the earnings to Zheng Xuan. This was not solely due to Zheng Xuan and Yaya's remarkable contributions during the task, but also because they had rescued the young lad's large wolf dog twice and had put in considerable effort during the battle, ultimately foregoing the compensation for trading the arbok. From the young lad's perspective, Zheng Xuan could fully empathize. In his quest for vengeance for his spirit companion, he was willing to relinquish the trade in exchange for wealth, determined to eliminate the culprit, the arbok, even if this commission task yielded nothing. Looking from Zheng Xuan's own viewpoint, while the arbok's demise felt somewhat wasteful, given its lack of value, he had nonetheless reaped substantial rewards from this commission task, and thus remained unperturbed. In the end, Zheng Xuan and the young lad exchanged contact information. By the way, what is your name? How should I save it? They both inquired almost simultaneously. Quite astonishingly, after a fierce battle, neither knew the other's name. Zheng Xuan. I am Ma Xiaoping. Then, farewell. Zheng Xuan initiated. Farewell. I hope to see your excellent results in next year's college entrance examination. Ma Xiaoping replied with a smile. Possessing an initial dragon-type spirit and exhibiting such extraordinary strength, Zheng Xuan's name would undoubtedly stand out in next year's spirit examination, possibly making him the top scorer in Chengyu City. Thus, Ma Xiaoping felt compelled to treat him with caution. Surely not. Zheng Xuan scratched his head, responding somewhat uncertainly. After all, he was only a sophomore. How could he participate in the college entrance examination next year? Brother Zheng, be a bit more confident. Next year's top scorer will be you. While complimenting him, Ma Xiaoping also found it somewhat surprising. Could this year's senior class truly be brimming with talent, with prodigies everywhere? Even someone with a dragon-type spirit lacked the assurance to stand out? Thank you for your kind words. Zheng Xuan replied with a sheepish smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Upon returning home, having received a windfall, Zheng Xuan decided to share one of the two remaining 10-year-old dragon blood grasses with Yaya as a reward for her outstanding performance during this task. Now that he had money, obtaining cultivation resources like dragon blood grass would be a piece of cake. In the future, he would feast on rare dragon blood grass and drink moo moo milk, with his training instructor being the esteemed Master Cat, a professional high-level trainer. What could his contemporaries and their spirits possibly compete against Brother Xien? Opening his messaging app, Zheng Xuan began typing. Brother Zhang, aside from the auction, are there any other avenues to acquire dragon blood grass? Brother Xiaoping, does your university have channels to procure basic dragon-type resources, like dragon blood grass? Brother Zhang, today I defeated a professional-grade wild spirit in the wild. He attached an image, which appeared to be a distressing photo of the arbok's grim fate. Soon, his phone began to buzz. First, he checked the reply from Brother Zhang. Is it a legitimate source or an underground one? Are there really underground sources? Zheng Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that Brother Zhang seemed to have quite the network. But then he thought, why would he reach out to Brother Zhang first if he didn't? Wu Zhan replied, dragon-type spirit cultivation resources are quite rare. They rarely circulate in the market. However, some discreet shops can be accessed through personal referrals, especially for basic cultivation resources like dragon blood grass. High-year varieties may be harder to find, but lower-year ones should be available. If you absolutely need high-year dragon blood grass, I can only recommend you go to the black market. Goodness, Brother Zhang truly has connections. Zheng Xuan, feeling a surge of excitement, quickly typed, Brother Zhang, for now, I only need lower-year dragon blood grass. Can you share the location? Moments later, Wu Zhan sent a location link and continued. This place has been my partner for many years and has a good reputation. You can mention my name when you go, and you should receive a discount. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I owe you a meal. Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude. No need for that. Save your money for cultivation resources. You've grown up following me since childhood. Who else would I take care of if not you? Zheng Xuan felt a wave of gratitude. Even though he wasn't related to Wu Jialong like a brother, Wu Zhan had indeed provided substantial support. Once he grew stronger, he would surely return the favor to Brother Zhang. As Zheng Xuan pondered, he opened a message from his new acquaintance. Ma Xiaoping replied, there are indeed resources, but they need to be exchanged for credits. In university, money won tea by rare resources, but brother, your family can't possibly lack cultivation resources, right? I see that you have trained Yaya quite well. Zheng Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had indeed resorted to desperate measures, seeking solutions from someone he had just met. After considering for a moment, he replied, the problem has been resolved. Thanks, brother, QAQ. The other party responded, I told you. Brother, your family can afford dragon-type spirits. how could you possibly lack resources? The reason for taking on commission tasks is to gain experience, right? I understand, I really do. Zheng Xuan merely replied with a chuckle, hastily ending the topic. Meanwhile, a flurry of notifications from his chat group, featuring Wu Jialong and Huaziji's photos, had amassed an astonishing number of unread messages. Zheng Xuan skimmed through them. Most were images and memes ridiculing him. A few voice messages read, "Dude, you scared me. I thought I accidentally clicked on something. And it turned out to be the bloody scene of the Arbok, which made me drop my phone. You owe me a new one. Wait, you didn't really defeat a professional-grade Arbok, did you? It must be a stock photo or a newly hatched weakling. That Arbok looks a bit large. Are you sure you didn't edit it? Could it really possess professional-level strength? Dude, you weren't just accompanied. You must have been carried by some big shot." Chapter 49, Practical Lessons. The following day, the delightful weekend came to an end, and it was time to return to school on Monday. Zheng Xuan roused the slumbering Yaya. Preparing to tidy up for school. Spirit, Yaya. Level, LV7, Ordinary Beginner. Type, Dragon. Ability, Exceptional. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Quality Evaluation, Shallow Black. Held item, None. Skills, Scratch, Glare. Bite, Tap. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Reverse Scale, Swords Dance. Taught skills, Sand Attack. Yaya, you've grown again. Zheng Xuan remarked with satisfaction as he observed Yaya's rapid level increase in such a short time. Such swift progress would surely be hard for the other classmates, especially Wu Jialong, to accept. Clearly, Yaya had reaped the rewards from the battle against the professional-grade Arbok, as combat was indeed one of the most effective means to enhance a spirit's strength. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Yaya's internal nutrients had yet to be fully consumed. However, the question mark next to Sand Attack suggested that Yaya was still in the process of learning the technique from the wolf dog. He had only grasped the form but not yet the essence, which had not solidified into his own skill. Nevertheless, it was still quite impressive. Achieving such an effect on the first attempt was remarkable, and with further practice, Yaya would surely master the Sand Attack technique. Zheng Xuan found himself once again witnessing the formidable other side of high qualifications, with an astonishing capacity for comprehension. At school, in the familiar surroundings of the Zheng family breakfast shop, he encountered the ever-drowsy Wu Jialong. "Dog Xien, the picture you posted yesterday was a fake, right? Did you really defeat a professional-level ABO snake?" Upon seeing Zheng Xuan, Wu Jialong mustered his energy and hurriedly pressed for answers. "You a big boy. Pretending to be adorable. It's all a ruse, merely to scare you a little. Don't you see the effect was quite evident? You got yourself a brand new phone. Aren't you just delighted?" Knowing that Wu Jialong would undoubtedly persist with endless inquiries, Zheng Xuan chose to remain silent. After all, who would believe that a mere novice, like Yaya, could engage in battle with a professional ABO snake? Although not at the forefront of the confrontation, Yaya's contributions were hardly inferior to those of a great hound. Even the involved party, Ma Xiaoping, had to concede this point. Fortunately, I, young Master Long, possess keen insight, and I saw right through your little web image. Dog Xien, day by day, stop dreaming such unrealistic dreams. Only by keeping your feet on the ground can you grow strong. Wu Jialong recited his father's admonitions almost verbatim to Zheng Xuan. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while. But wait until you truly realize that your brother Xien has already left you in the dust." Zheng Xuan mused inwardly. He still adhered to the belief that those who pranced about the most were either mere clowns or side characters. The true protagonists were those who feigned weakness while hiding their strength. After the morning classes, particularly the cultivation lesson, Zheng Xuan felt increasingly adept at crafting energy cubes. It was time to follow the recipes in the cultivation manual to create Yaya's exclusive energy cubes, thereby replacing Moo Moo milk as the staple food. After all, having passed the juvenile stage, the nutrition from Moo Moo milk alone was insufficient to meet the needs of the Pokémon. A fact Zheng Xuan had discerned from Yaya's ever-growing appetite in recent days. According to the knowledge acquired in the cultivation lesson, Zheng Xuan needed to prepare the corresponding Pokémon food, cultivation resources, and the indispensable energy cubes. Currently, he had identified a purchasing channel for cultivation resources, which could be resolved with a visit this weekend. As for the Pokémon food, Zheng Xuan had been studying reasonable combinations, and at this stage, he planned to incorporate more meat into Yaya's diet, alongside berries, Moo Moo milk, and energy cubes. Of course, the energy cubes he was currently adding were merely the basic ones he had crafted at school, suitable for general Pokémon. Even these basic energy cubes made Yaya drool with desire, second only to the last batch of nutrient solution and the remaining dragon blood grass. While Moo Moo milk once again took a backseat. As for the exclusive energy cubes, Zheng Xuan had already spent 10,000 alliance coins to purchase a household model of a berry mixer, believing it wouldn't be long before it was delivered, allowing him to learn how to make Yaya's exclusive energy cubes. Caring for just one Pokémon required so much preparation. Zheng Xuan could hardly imagine how busy he would be once his team expanded. It's no wonder that even aspiring champions and those at the champion level yearn for a fellow cultivator of equal caliber as a companion, allowing them to focus solely on training their Pokémon and commanding battles without worrying about food and drink. But alas, Zheng Xuan had to rely on himself. Could he depend on his father, who couldn't even cook? As for that rascal Wu Jialong, he had the luxury of relying on his father, the gym leader, and his mother, a specialist cultivator, which is why he could afford to be so carefree and worry-free at such a young age. In the afternoon, at the battle hall, it was time for the practical lesson, the first of its kind for Class 1 of the training department since the start of the semester. The previous sessions had merely served as physical education classes, all conducted by the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, and the students dared not express their discontent. Standing on the battlefield, Zhou Ming looked sternly at the neatly organized students and stated, "I have given you half a month to cultivate your Pokémon. If there are still any Pokémon that have not passed the juvenile stage, aside from a few that grow slowly, can I then assume you do not qualify to be in Class 1 of the training department?" He continued, "Now, if there are any students whose Pokémon have not surpassed the juvenile stage and who have special circumstances, you may come forward to report. If not, I can only express my regret. From today onwards, you will be transferred to Class 2. As Zhou Ming's words echoed, the unprepared students erupted in uproar, clearly unaccustomed to such a selection process. "Report, Teacher Zhou, may I ask why? We earned our place in Class 1 through a year of hard work in the first year. How can you just say we must obediently move to other classes?" One student, unable to accept this, raised his hand to question. "Indeed, Teacher Zhou, we all entered based on our own abilities, not by any backdoor. You can't just eliminate us like this. Just because some come from affluent families and have abundant cultivation resources, allowing their Pokémon to easily surpass the juvenile stage, they can remain in Class 1 while we, from ordinary families, must be eliminated?" A brave student stepped forward to voice dissent, naturally prompting others to rally in support. The reason was simple. "In my class, we do not welcome the weak, especially those who are lazy." Zhou Ming's cold gaze swept across the room, particularly honing in on the students who had protested, sending shivers down their spines. Whether you come from ordinary families or impoverished ones, these are not excuses for your laziness and lack of effort. Instead, they should motivate you to strive harder than those who start at a higher point than you. Are there no students in your class facing difficulties? Why can they achieve what you cannot? His voice, though not loud, resonated deeply with the students, especially those who had questioned him, their heads bowing in shame. Upon hearing this, particularly the last two sentences, Zheng Xuan felt an uneasy sensation creeping in. As expected, in the next moment, Zhou Ming pointedly addressed the class. "Your former class representative, Zheng Xuan, concerning personal privacy, I shall not elaborate on his family situation. But you may be even more aware than I am. Let us take him as an example. Why do you not strive to learn from such an exemplary figure?" He then called out, "Zheng Xuan, release your Pokémon so that your classmates can witness your efforts and strength, and show them that children from ordinary families are not inferior." Having promised the principal's request, Zhou Ming, now responsible for Class 1 of the training department, was naturally intent on conducting research and subsequent observations of his students. In the class, although there were rascals like Wu Jialong and the Wong brothers, Wong Hao and Wong Jie, whose prowess as second-generation Pokémon trainers was self-evident, there were also excellent students from ordinary families, like Zheng Xuan and Tang Bin. Particularly Zheng Xuan, after a thorough investigation and half a month of observation, Zhou Ming discovered his solid foundation, excellent academic performance, and upright character, excelling in physical education and cultivation classes, truly a promising candidate for a trainer. Aside from the difficulties stemming from his family background, Zhou Ming's discerning and critical gaze found no significant flaws. The most he could do was worry that Zheng Xuan's association with troublemakers like Wu Jialong might lead to his potential being tarnished. Such a talent, through relentless effort, could achieve considerable success, even if starting with a Pokémon of ordinary qualifications. This trust was rooted in the fact that Zhou Ming himself was a testament to such potential. Seeing Zheng Xuan was akin to seeing a second version of himself, which gave Zhou Ming the confidence to use Zheng Xuan as an example. "I merely wish to convey to this group of students, who constantly aspire to lofty ambitions, that children emerging from ordinary or even impoverished families can achieve greatness through their seemingly unremarkable and average Pokémon. Teacher Zhou, must we truly release the Pokémon?" Zheng Xuan hesitated and inquired, for if it were to be set free, would it not be a resounding slap in the face to Teacher Zhou in front of everyone? "Do not worry about it. No classmate will ridicule you. They lack the qualification." Zhou Ming, misunderstanding Zheng Xuan's hesitation as a fear of revealing his ordinary Pokémon before the entire class, encouraged him in a rare moment of support. Faced with the situation, and casting a glance at the stifled laughter of Wu Jialong in the class, Zheng Xuan had no choice but to steel himself and pull out his Pokeball. At that moment, the Pokeball felt as heavy as a millstone in his hand. He then threw the Pokeball, and as the white light dissipated, the figure of Yaya gradually emerged. Gigi? Yaya looked around curiously, somewhat perplexed, wondering why it could roam so early today. Wait, is this Yaya? The usually composed homeroom teacher. Zhou Ming now displayed a rare expression of astonishment. This was completely different from the script he had anticipated. What on earth? A dragon-type Pokemon, Yaya? Am I seeing things? This truly is a dragon-type Pokemon, Yaya? The speaker was naturally Wong Hao, a transfer student. Haha, Zheng Xuan, you're about to become famous. Wu Jialong could no longer contain his laughter. Zheng Xuan's initial Pokemon is actually a dragon-type, Yaya. The girls in the class, led by Lu Chaoyu, erupted in admiration. It was clear that what had initially seemed too ostentatious had now escalated into something even more pronounced due to teacher Zhou's elaborate setup. Zheng Xuan felt a wave of anxiety. Although he had mentally prepared for the day when Yaya would inevitably be revealed, he had not expected it to occur in such a manner. Ahem. Zhou Ming forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and resumed his stern demeanor, clearing his throat. The once lively scene fell silent, as the presence of the formidable Zhou Ming commanded attention. Very well. I shall grant you all an additional week. If, after 1 week, your Pokemon have not evolved from their juvenile stage, do not make me personally escort you out. You had best report to Class 2 on your own. He continued. The rest of you, release your Pokemon in pairs, draw lots, and battle until a point is reached. No intentional harm is permitted. As for you, Zheng Xuan, your opponent shall be me. Rest assured, I shall not use any excessively powerful Pokemon. Zhou Ming stated with a cold expression. The reason for selecting Zheng Xuan was not out of personal vendetta, but rather a firm belief that this promising talent required his direct guidance. You are doomed, Zheng Xuan. You've embarrassed Teacher Zhou, and he will surely discipline you. Wu Jialong whispered mischievously. Typically, it was they, the troublemakers, who faced the teacher's wrath. It was a rare sight to see the well-behaved Zheng Xuan in the same predicament. Wu Jialong, what are you doing? Do you wish to take Zheng Xuan's place and face me instead? Zhou Ming, seemingly having overheard Wu Jialong's whispers, narrowed his eyes and reprimanded. My apologies, Teacher Zhou. I shall take my leave. Wu Jialong hastily waved his hands in refusal and scurried away, not wanting to end up like the unfortunate Zheng Xuan, subjected to the wrath of the formidable Teacher Zhou. Teacher, please show mercy. At this point, Zheng Xuan could only respond with a wry smile. Fear not. I shall not engage you with my strongest Pokemon. The little one I will send out is of similar strength to yours. Zhou Ming smiled, assuring him that he would not resort to unfair tactics. Come forth, little one. Zhou Ming tossed his Pokeball, and as the white light dispersed, a small elephant with red-striped large ears and a light blue body rolled onto the ground before making its entrance. Chapter 51, Yaya vs. Little Elephant. Pokemon, Little Elephant. Level, LV10, Ordinary Beginner. Type, Ground. Ability, Sandvale. Gender, Female. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Light Purple. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Growl, Rollout, Rage Roll. Inherited skills, Sand Attack, Body Slam, Tackle. Skill Disc, Sandstorm. Upon reviewing the impressive data of Little Elephant, Zheng Xuan felt a surge of trepidation. Similar in strength? Teacher Zhou truly holds them in high regard. It is no exaggeration to say that this is undoubtedly the strongest adversary Yaya has encountered. Of course, this excludes the professionally ranked Arbok, which had a significant level disparity. Most importantly, as novice trainers. Even those at the next tier of ordinary trainers, requiring 3 Pokemon to reach ordinary strength, would find themselves hampered by a lack of skill mastery, rendering them unable to execute combos effectively. In contrast, seasoned trainers from previous generations, despite having freshly bred Pokemon, would purposefully cultivate their Pokemon towards specific tactics, imbibing them with the rudiments of strategy. On the surface, both Yaya and Little Elephant were classified as ordinary beginners, appearing to possess nearly identical strengths. But if it came down to a direct comparison, the exceptionally gifted Yaya, though slightly lower in level, would likely surpass Little Elephant in capability. However, in actual combat, numerous factors could influence the outcome. Victory could not merely be determined by superficial comparisons. You may take the first move. Otherwise, some may accuse me of bullying. Zhou Ming stated calmly. Then we shall not hold back. Yaya, use Swords Dance to enhance your power. Zheng Xuan knew that if he did not reveal his trump card, he would likely face a humiliating defeat, especially since he did not want Yaya's undefeated momentum to be tarnished by a single crushing loss. According to Yaya's cultivation manual, Dragon-type Pokemon possess an inherent combativeness inscribed in their lineage. If they could consistently overcome formidable foes, achieving victory after victory would not only accelerate their growth, but also forge an invincible aura. At that point, the sheer presence of this aura could instill fear in their adversaries. Gigi, responding to Zheng Xuan's command, Yaya, surrounded by a gleam of swordlight, leapt into an unknown dance of battle. While it may have appeared somewhat comical to outsiders, the aura surrounding Yaya was undeniably bolstered. Long ago, when unable to utilize powerful dragon-type moves, Zheng Xuan had intentionally nurtured Yaya's understanding and practice of swords dance. Although the learning curve for swords dance was steep, Yaya, being exceptionally gifted, had managed to grasp it through persistent practice, allowing her to gain a tangible boost in attack. Is that swords dance? Such a rare skill. Especially for a student to possess such a skill disc, it must be an inherited skill. It seems this Yaya's talent may surpass my little elephant. Zhou Ming, suppressing any condescension that might arise, ceased to regard Zheng Xuan as merely a second-year student, instead treating him as a formidable rival. After all, should he lose in a situation where he was ostensibly bullying a weaker opponent, it would be a significant blow to Zhou Ming's credibility. Furthermore, his decision to engage was not born of a petty desire for revenge, while he did harbor some such thoughts. He more earnestly wished for this promising talent to experience setbacks, to learn humility, and then strive for excellence. Perhaps even seizing the title of top Pokémon candidate from the talent-rich First High School. Zhou Ming's educational aspirations were admirable, yet Zheng Xuan also had his own path to carve, indicating that a fierce battle was inevitable. Little Elephant, enhanced sand attack. Zhou Ming, without further hesitation, issued his command. Roar. The once lively and adorable little elephant, upon receiving the command, instantly transitioned into a state of combat readiness. With a powerful flick of its leg, it hurled countless grains of sand, not at its opponent, but into the air. Subsequently, under the little elephant's sustained control of the sand splashing technique, a small area was enveloped in a fine mist of sand, astonishingly creating a miniature version of a sandstorm. Zheng Xuan watched in awe as this little creature, despite its lack of strength and inability to wield the true sandstorm technique, leveraged its mastery of the sand splashing maneuver to repeatedly manifest and manipulate a small-scale imitation of a sandstorm. This, in turn, allowed the little elephant's hidden ability, Sand Veil, to enhance its evasion in this illusory sandstorm. But the spectacle did not end there. Zhou Ming promptly commanded, "Little Elephant, use round." Aware of the impending technique, Zheng Xuan could not allow the opponent to gain further momentum and immediately directed, "Yaya, charge into this false sandstorm and use grab to interrupt the little elephant's move." Standing in the arena, Yaya felt a twinge of anxiety. This opponent was unlike any it had faced before. Upon hearing Zheng Xuan's command, it charged fiercely into the swirling sands. While it displayed some courage, it was still inadequate. "Little Elephant, maintain our rhythm, roll on." Observing the resolute Zheng Xuan and Yaya, Zhou Ming's eyes flickered with appreciation, though it was quickly replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that the initial power of the roll technique was a mere 30 points, but with successive applications, it could amplify to an astounding 16 times, reaching a terrifying 480. Moreover, by utilizing the round move beforehand, its power could double, potentially soaring to an astonishing 960. At that point, not only would Yaya, a similarly ordinary beginner, be unable to withstand such overwhelming damage, but even the revived professional-level Arbok would likely falter under such fearsome onslaught. The spectators, witnessing the unfolding drama, were left in a state of shock. Wait, the sand splashing technique can be utilized like this? Are our Pokémon truly just throwing mud at each other? Teacher. We want to learn this enhanced sand splashing technique. It's far cooler than tossing mud. And what about this combination of round and roll? What purpose does it serve? We haven't studied this in textbooks. In the low-visibility environment filled with swirling sand, not only was Zheng Xuan's ability to capture the dynamics of the battle being tested, but also Yaya's capability to navigate through the faux sandstorm. Bang! Amidst the swirling dust, Yaya hastily responded to the little elephant's rolling assault from the side. Despite a moment of panic, Yaya managed to gain a slight advantage, successfully pushing the little elephant back. However, the next encounter would subject Yaya to the doubled force of the little elephant's strike. The most terrifying aspect was that if it failed to interrupt the little elephant's relentless attacks, even the third or fourth rolling strikes might prove too much for Yaya to endure. Chapter 52, A Fierce Battle. As the movements of Yaya and the little elephant were obscured by the false sandstorm, Zheng Xuan began to feel a sense of urgency. On one hand, the escalating threat of the little elephant's rolling technique loomed over Zheng Xuan and Yaya like the sword of Damocles. On the other hand, Yaya had only recently mastered the blade dance technique, and due to its limited proficiency and inherent constraints, it could not sustain the enhanced attack for long. In every aspect, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Zheng Xuan and Yaya. This was the brilliance of Zhou Ming's strategy. It skillfully avoided the early weaknesses of the rolling technique, akin to a soft knife slicing through flesh, leaving both Zheng Xuan and Yaya in discomfort. Otherwise, had they engaged in a straightforward head-on confrontation, with the enhancement of the blade dance, Zheng Xuan was confident that Yaya could shatter the little elephant's offense. or at the very least, interrupt its rolling technique with relative ease. Fortunately, influenced by its own limitations, Yaya could not maintain the blade dance for long, and the little elephant was similarly constrained. Particularly, this makeshift sandstorm had been constructed through rather cunning means, after the little elephant exerted itself in the rolling technique. It lost control over the ground-type energy, and the suspended grains of sand gradually settled until normalcy was restored. However, by this time, the little elephant had surpassed the initial low power of its rolling technique, and its second roll had already reached 120. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Yaya was sent flying by the little elephant's charge. "Yaya, are you alright?" Zheng Xuan asked anxiously. "Jimmy," shaking off the dust. Yaya steadfastly assured that it was fine. "You can still concede now. The little elephant's third rolling attack might injure you," Zhou Ming cautioned. If the first two rolling techniques had allowed Yaya, bolstered by the blade dance, a chance to interrupt the little elephant's moves, the third roll, with its accumulated power escalating to a terrifying 240, could not be withstood by Yaya, especially when attempting to disrupt the little elephant's advance. "Yaya, can you still fight?" Zheng Xuan refrained from directly responding to Zhou Ming and instead turned to Yaya. "Jimmy," Yaya roared defiantly, affirming its unyielding spirit. "Very well, let us continue to fight." Zheng Xuan's emotions were stirred by Yaya's determination, and in a rare moment of abandon, he shouted fervently, "Little elephant, fulfill their desires." Zhou Ming's gaze once again reflected admiration, this time without pretense. His earlier inquiry had been a test. Had Zheng Xuan shown fear of the formidable opponent and conceded defeat, he might have felt regret. However, Zheng Xuan and Yaya's resolute stance and indomitable spirit led Zhou Ming to reassess his rigid perceptions of his students. Boom. As the rolling power escalated to the third attack, the little elephant rolled across the battlefield like a boulder, creating a resounding tremor with each motion. Following this, with the ferocity of an oncoming tide, accompanied by swirling dust, the little elephant charged once more at Yaya. In truth, as a trainer, Zhou Ming understood that the little elephant could not maximize the rolling technique at this stage. Its prowess was capped at a third attack, beyond which, due to the severe drain on its stamina, it would be unable to sustain another rolling assault. Thus, this third attack represented the little elephant's ultimate strike. Success or failure rested on this moment, for if it could not shatter Yaya's defenses, the little elephant would be left with little capacity for further resistance. Yaya used Dragon Rage. Faced with the little elephant's ferocious advance, mere evasion would no longer suffice. They could only rely on Yaya's strongest move for a glimmer of hope. Although previously, Yaya had been incapable of executing Dragon Rage, Zheng Xuan discerned the determination in Yaya's resolute gaze and recognized a flicker of possibility, thus empowering Yaya's fervent ambition. "Jimmy," roaring defiantly, Yaya unleashed the dragon energy within, amplifying its terrifying aura, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Could this truly be the power of an ordinary-level Pokémon? Boom. Swiftly, the little elephant's rolling assault collided head-on with Yaya's Dragon Rage, unleashing a thunderous explosion, particularly in this context. The ongoing clash of the little elephant's rolling and Yaya's Dragon Rage had yet to conclude, the sustained high-intensity collisions igniting the spectators' adrenaline. Indeed, the fierce battles between professional trainers showcased in films and live broadcasts paled in comparison. My goodness, Dog Xien is quite formidable, managing to withstand the attacks commanded by the King of Hell against the little elephant. When that little elephant rolls into action, even the fiery chick would likely prove no match. Even the arrogant Wu Jialong must concede at this moment that he and the fiery chick cannot achieve such a performance. The Wong brothers, standing nearby, appeared utterly dumbfounded, especially Wong Hao, whose astonishment left him speechless. Was such an opponent truly someone he could contend with? It was a wonder he had previously looked down on Zheng Xuan, even aspiring to seize the class committee position from him. Now, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare provoke him. No wonder he abandoned the unicorn rhinoceros. I was once in a similar position, but now I feel like a fool. Tang Bin chuckled wryly to himself. Zheng Xuan, not only excelling academically, but also displaying such extraordinary prowess as a trainer, elicited an incredulous reaction from Lu Qiaoyu, who covered her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, the other students observing the battle grew increasingly astonished, their jaws dropping wider with each passing moment, utterly captivated by the spectacle. It is no wonder they referred to the battles among these novice trainers as mere chicken pecking. Prior to today's intense practical lesson, the vast majority of them would have held their heads high. However, after witnessing this confrontation, they could not help but compare their petty skirmishes to such fierce battles. Realizing they paled in comparison, at this moment, they had already associated Zheng Xuan with terms like prodigy and freak. While figures like young Master Long and the two Wong brothers appeared as mere novices in the presence of this formidable adversary capable of standing against the King of Hell. Chapter 53, A Fortunate Victory. The fierce clashes on the battlefield finally drew to a close, with both evenly matched sides enduring the impact, each catapulted backward. Subsequently, both the now still little elephant and the disoriented Yaya, having unleashed their utmost efforts, began to pant heavily due to the intense exertion. However, on the surface, Yaya appeared a bit wobbly and disoriented, having clearly reached its limit, should the little elephant launch another attack. Even the slightest would serve as the final straw to break Yaya. Roar. With its legs feeling heavier than ever, the little elephant summoned its last ounce of strength to charge at Yaya. Victory was imminent, and this adversary had proven to be the most challenging it had faced since birth, yet it was destined to emerge victorious. Squeak. In its state of confusion, Yaya instinctively opened its mouth to bite at the approaching figure, only to inadvertently sink its teeth into the little elephant's nose. Roar. The little elephant let out a pained howl and, unable to endure any longer, collapsed, losing its ability to fight. No one had anticipated that Yaya, seemingly devoid of the power to resist, would conclude the battle through reckless biting, thereby becoming the ultimate victor. Little elephant, return. Yaya, go rest. Zhou Ming and Zheng Xuan recalled their respective Pokémon in unison. Well done, Zheng Xuan. If you maintain this level of effort, you might very well secure the top spot in this year's Pokémon examination in Zhongyu City. Zhou Ming bestowed unprecedented praise upon Zheng Xuan. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Zheng Xuan was taken aback by such high commendation, yet the title of champion in the Zhongyu City Pokémon examination was indeed the first goal he sought in his life. Other students should learn from Zheng Xuan. You too have opportunities ahead. There is still ample time and many chances to change your destiny. Zhou Ming turned his gaze toward the other students, offering rare encouragement. Although he had lost to his student today, he bore no resentment. After all, seeing his students excel beyond him was precisely what he desired, just as he had expressed in the first lesson of the semester. He sincerely hoped that even if only one of these students could rise to the level of a champion, becoming a pillar of the Great Xia Alliance, he would be utterly satisfied. Enough daydreaming. Those who have yet to battle, please continue lining up for your turn. Zhou Ming clapped his hands, rousing those lost in thought or stupor from their reverie, and reprimanded them to restore their previous demeanor. Not far away, the principal and the head of the teaching department, having arrived in the audience area at some point, observed the scene from a distance. Principal, I must admit your foresight is remarkable. This year's second-year class truly has the potential to surpass the first high school in the city, especially with this Zheng Xuan. He might genuinely clinch the top spot in the Zhongyu City Pokémon examination. The head of the teaching department, having watched the thrilling battle, saw great promise. This Zheng Xuan and his dragon-type Pokémon Yaya are no ordinary individuals. When he registered, did he leave behind the name Zheng Dali as his parent? The principal inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the head of the teaching department. The student records indeed only list his father Zheng Dali's name. This Zheng Xuan comes from a special family, having lost his mother at a young age. Wait a moment, principal, are you suggesting that Zheng Xuan's father might be someone extraordinary? The head of the teaching department tentatively responded. The Great Xia Alliance has no one by the name of Zheng Dali among its champions or top trainers. Either he is using an alias, or he possesses a significant background that allows him to remain incognito for so long as a top-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this Zheng Xuan's exceptional talent as a trainer or his possession of a dragon-type Pokémon. The principal articulated his analysis. However, when I visited his home, I observed that the situation could be described as quite dire, particularly with that drunken father Zheng Dali, who hardly seemed like a formidable figure. The head of the teaching department countered, believing the principal's analysis to be excessive. Fool, even if he isn't a champion, such strength is beyond your comprehension. The principal smacked the head of the teaching department with irritation. Principal, there are students present. Could you perhaps spare me some dignity? How can we proceed with the teaching tasks after this? The head of the teaching department cautiously gestured toward the students below, subtly reminding him. Young Zhou doesn't care for dignity, so why should you? Enough. From today onward, focus on this year's second-year students. They are our most promising class. Understood, understood. The head of the teaching department nodded repeatedly, unbeknownst to Zheng Xuan, who was hurrying to the school infirmary after reporting to his homeroom, teacher Zhou Ming. The principal and head of the teaching department were discussing him in the audience. Although he had achieved a fortunate victory, Yaya had nearly exhausted its energy due to the forced use of its reverse scale ability, rendering it in a poor state, prompting Zheng Xuan's urgency to seek medical attention. The injured area had been treated with medicine, and while it wasn't severe, the exhaustion was considerable. After drinking some refreshing water and consuming energy cubes, Yaya felt significantly better. The school nurse, clad in a white coat, advised, you should take care to rest more in the coming days and avoid engaging in high-intensity battles. Thank you, nurse. Zheng Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest concern had been the potential aftereffects of Yaya's forced use of the reverse scale ability. But following a series of examinations, it appeared there were no significant issues. Not at all. The young man is quite impressive. His initial Pokémon is a dragon-type Yaya. When I first laid eyes on it, I was taken aback, thinking I must have been mistaken. The school nurse squinted and smiled, offering praise. Hee hee. Zheng Xuan refrained from explaining, merely smiling along. Since there was no way to clarify, it was better to leave it unsaid. Very well, if you still have concerns. You may come for a follow-up check in the coming days. The medical facilities at our school are hardly inferior to those of the Pokémon Center. The institution places great importance on healthcare and allocates funds each year for this purpose. Whenever this topic arises, the school physician is more than eager to deliver an elaborate introduction. Thank you, doctor. I have immense faith in the capabilities of our school. But I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude once more and hastily sought an excuse to depart. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanished from sight, prompting the school physician to shake his head and return to his duties. Yet, he took a moment to jot down the names of Zheng Xuan and Yaya on a piece of paper in front of him. Chapter 54. Fame is a double-edged sword. After his confrontation with the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, Zheng Xuan found himself once again in the spotlight. Why mention again? Zheng Xuan was already a top-ranking scholar on campus, a figure of considerable renown, albeit not one to stir trouble like the Wu and Wong brothers. Nevertheless, his victory over the infamous Zhou Yin Wong, who had faced the wrath of the students, undeniably propelled Zheng Xuan's reputation to new heights, surpassing even the notorious Wu Jialong, who had diligently maintained his debauched reputation for many years. Recently, a plethora of rumors had surfaced, such as the purported love-hate saga between Wu Jialong, the rightful heir of the Zhongyu Dojo, and the illegitimate son, Zheng Xuan, or the shocking revelation that the notorious playboy Wu Jialong had actually been relying on Zheng Xuan. Alternatively, as a commoner who rose from humble beginnings, how could Zheng Xuan possibly possess Dragon-type Pokémon and the untold secrets of a Dragon-type champion? Infuriated, Wu Jialong erupted in a fit of rage, vowing to spend money to track down the source of these rumors and confront them personally. Faced with this torrent of gossip, Zheng Xuan found himself in a predicament. Fame can be a burden, and he had no intention of seeking such notoriety. His desire was merely for steady growth. Fortunately, under the strict oversight of the school's administration, the uproar subsided swiftly, transforming a significant issue into a minor one. The weekend arrived once more. Today, Zheng Xuan planned to visit the address Wu Zhan had shared with him previously to procure the dragon-type cultivation resources needed for Yaya. Given the unpleasant experience from the last auction, Zheng Xuan resolutely decided against bringing along the troublemaker Wu Jialong. Following the address, he took the subway to the bustling commercial district in the city center. Hadn't Wu Zhan mentioned that these cultivation resources were sold by hidden shops? Why then, were they so brazenly located in a commercial street? Zheng Xuan felt perplexed. It seemed rather audacious for a shop dealing in illicit goods to be situated in such a busy area. Was their strategy simply to operate in plain sight? After navigating the area for over 10 minutes as directed by the navigation app, Zheng Xuan finally arrived before the establishment. A shop? Wasn't this a restaurant? After verifying the address multiple times, he stepped inside. It was still early, and only a handful of patrons occupied the restaurant. Hello, there's a menu nearby. What would you like to order? The waitress, a young girl, gestured toward the menu on the table. Hello, I was referred by Wu Zhan. Zheng Xuan lowered his voice and said tentatively, you need to use the restroom? It's inside, allow me to show you. The girl's demeanor brightened instantly, and she responded eagerly. All right, thank you. Although Zheng Xuan wanted to comment on how peculiar this form of communication was, he nodded and followed the girl. They arrived at the kitchen. Dad, this guy was referred by a familiar face. The girl announced. A middle-aged man dressed in a chef's outfit set down his spatula and inquired, which familiar face referred you? Wu Zhan, I'm here to purchase some cultivation resources. Zheng Xuan stated matter-of-factly. Oh, it's that young man Wu Zhan. Very well, follow me. Xiaonuan, keep an eye on the shop, if anyone orders. Just say the chef is busy and can't cook. Who wants to cook when business is booming? The middle-aged man beckoned the girl to watch the shop, while he led Zheng Xuan to a concealed basement. Since you were able to find this place, I assume you are looking for something beyond the ordinary cultivation resources. Speak, what exactly do you wish to purchase? Before Zheng Xuan could take in the expansive basement, the man posed the question. I'd like to acquire some basic cultivation resources for dragon-type Pokémon, such as Dragon's Bloodgrass. Zheng Xuan replied calmly. How much do you need? We have plenty of 10-year-old Dragon's Bloodgrass, but the 50-year-old variety is currently unavailable. If you require it, we can arrange to procure it for you in advance. The middle-aged man said with a smile, noting that this was the first transaction of the week amidst the recent strict inspections. I'll take 10 for now. Zheng Xuan estimated the quantity, figuring that at 1 per 3 days, this would suffice for Yaya for about a month. He then added, as for the 50-year-old Dragon's Bloodgrass, I'd like to reserve one as well. Certainly. Please leave your contact information, and we will notify you once we obtain the 50-year-old dragon's bloodgrass. Also, be aware that our prices are slightly above market value. The standard price is around 1,200 per unit. But since you were referred by Wu Zhan, and this is our first collaboration, I'm willing to offer it at a discount of 100, making it 100 each. For 10 units, that totals 11,000. Will you be paying by card or QR code? The middle-aged man enthusiastically explained. I'll use a QR code. Trusting Wu Zhan, Zheng Xuan proceeded with the payment. Once the transfer was received, the middle-aged man rummaged through the medicine cabinet, packaged 10 units of dragon's bloodgrass in a wooden box, and handed it to Zheng Xuan. After settling the payment and having exchanged contact information, the middle-aged man added before Zheng Xuan departed, "Here's a free tip. Although it's still early, the black market is preparing for a large auction event before the year ends. There will be a small batch of 50-year-old dragon's bloodgrass available, perhaps even some 100-year-old varieties. Most importantly, according to rumors, there may also be the sale of dragon-type Pokémon habitats. These high-quality dragon's bloodgrass could very well originate from there." The middle-aged man assumed that Zheng Xuan was merely a college student referred by Wu Zhan, eager to foster a good relationship by sharing hard-earned information. "Thank you, boss." Zheng Xuan smiled and expressed his gratitude. It was evident that the middle-aged man had overestimated Zheng Xuan's capabilities. He was merely a high school student and likely lacked the resources to compete in the latter's arena. However, Zheng Xuan was indeed quite interested in the high-year dragon's bloodgrass. Moreover, there was ample time for him to save up before the auction, and the annual grand auction, even if held in the black market, piqued his curiosity, prompting him to want to participate and witness the grandeur of the event. After leaving the restaurant disguised as a shop, Zheng Xuan proceeded to a fruit shop in the commercial district to purchase a batch of ordinary fruits favored by Yaya and the esteemed cat leader's family, as well as special fruits for making exclusive energy cubes for Yaya. In fact, just yesterday, the home fruit mixer Zheng Xuan had ordered was delivered, but he found to his embarrassment that the fruit stock at home had been entirely devoured by Yaya. Thus, after reprimanding Yaya, Zheng Xuan's second objective for visiting the commercial district today was to acquire a fresh supply of quality fruits to store in the previous space bag, ensuring he could provide Yaya with the necessary amounts according to the established recipes. Additionally, each time he visited the cat leader's family, he intended to bring some fruits as gifts to express his gratitude for their dedicated guidance to Yaya, as her rapid growth was undoubtedly due in part to their efforts. Chapter 55, The Rising Star Cup Battle Tournament. Zheng Xuan devoted his days to attending classes and absorbing various forms of knowledge, while after school, he trained at the abandoned factory. At home, he reviewed and solidified his learning while crafting energy cubes. On weekends, he accepted commission tasks to earn money, all the while allowing Yaya to gain additional combat experience through practical battles. In such a fulfilling routine, time flew by, and before long, the midterm examinations arrived. As for this period, Wong Hao, who once boasted about seizing the position of class representative from Zheng Xuan with outstanding results in the first monthly exam, has long since become a thing of the past. Merely managing to pass the nurturing course has extinguished Wong Hao's chances of competing against Zheng Xuan. It remains unclear whether his previous dismal experience with creating energy blocks in the nurturing class has cast a psychological shadow over him, rendering him unable to focus in subsequent classes, resulting in a dramatic decline in his grades. Alternatively, it could be that having witnessed Zheng Xuan's formidable prowess, Wong Hao has chosen to refrain from provoking him further, lacking the audacity to vie for the class representative position, and has instead opted for a strategy of self-preservation, willing to endure ridicule rather than engage in competition with Zheng Xuan. Which possibility holds true, only Wong Hao himself knows. Unlike the monthly exam, the 2 days leading up to the midterm assessment consist of tests in cultural subjects, such as basic sprite studies and the nurturing course, with the third day introducing a practical combat assessment. On the afternoon of the second day, immediately after finishing the last nurturing class, Zheng Xuan was dragged by Wu Jialong to the city center to register for the New Star Cup battle tournament organized by the Zhongyu City Sprite Association. The New Star Cup, as its name suggests, aims to select trainers with potential who can become future stars, with participation limited to high school students below the professional level, meaning most contestants are third-year students treating this tournament as a preparatory exercise before the upcoming Sprite College entrance exams. Of course, there are also confident second-year students like Wu Jialong, who aspire to challenge their senior peers and prove themselves against those with an additional year of Sprite nurturing experience. Initially, Zheng Xuan was reluctant to participate, believing that the tournament's spotlight should not fall on second-year students like himself, as he has always preferred to remain low-profile and felt there was no need to overshadow others. However, upon hearing Wu Jialong casually mention that the first prize includes a cash reward of 200,000 Alliance coins along with the option to select rare-grade Sprite carrying items, Zheng Xuan could not deny that he was undeniably tempted by such lavish rewards. Zhongyu City is home to the Sprite Battle Center, a landmark building and the largest battle venue in the city, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, serving as the designated arena for medium to large-scale battle competitions. Despite being a tournament aimed at students, the Sprite Association has grandly chosen the Battle Center as the competition venue. Upon arriving at the registration point, located in the plaza in front of the Battle Center's main entrance, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong found a considerable queue even at this hour, with many students. Some accompanied by parents, arriving from other cities to register, and the numbers were not insignificant. Zhongyu City, being the leading city among several smaller neighboring cities and a major urban center as planned by the Daxiao Alliance, attracts students eager to compete for the prestigious New Star Cup, which boasts substantial rewards and recognition. Moreover, with numerous high schools within Zhongyu City itself, it is anticipated that the number of participants could exceed 10,000, making the choice of the Battle Center as the venue quite understandable. However, the organizing body, the Zhongyu City Sprite Association, adheres to a policy of selecting only the most promising candidates from among the many registrants, eliminating those who misrepresent their capabilities or do not meet the criteria. Following this, multiple rounds of preliminary selections will take place. Employing a 1v1 battle format with a ruthless elimination system, only the final 32 victors will qualify for the official New Star Cup tournament. After enduring an hour-long wait, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong finally reached the registration staff. The staff member mechanically glanced up and inquired, "Name?" "Wu Jialong. Age? 16. Second-year student?" "Yes. I'm here to challenge the third-year students." Wu Jialong exclaimed boldly, heedless of the disdainful glares from those around him. "Good luck," the staff member replied with a smile, noticing the outrage among the other contestants. "Young man, consider yourself fortunate to be in a civil society. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be glaring. They'd be coming after you. I hope they have good luck too. I certainly don't want to face them in the preliminary rounds." Wu Jialong continued, unfazed. As he reveled in the attention his confidence garnered, the next staff member gestured for security to escort Wu Jialong away, genuinely concerned that his continued presence might incite a riot among the third-year students. Once the troublemaker was sent off, the staff member rubbed his aching head and resumed the inquiries. "Name?" "Zheng Xuan. Age? 16. Also a second-year student." Zheng Xuan replied with a smile. "Are you here to challenge the third-year students as well?" The staff member became visibly uneasy, wondering if this student was associated with the previous one. "No. I'm here with a mindset of learning, hoping to spar with the third-year seniors to gain combat experience and learn more," Zheng Xuan stated, somewhat disingenuously. He certainly couldn't confess that he was motivated by the enticing 200,000 coin prize and the chance to select rare-grade Sprite items. Thankfully, this one seems normal. The staff member sighed inwardly, relieved that 2 consecutive oddities had not approached him. Registration complete. Next, the staff member gestured for Zheng Xuan to leave. "Thank you." Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude as he departed, seeking out Wu Jialong, who had been escorted away by security. "Hey, have you registered?" Wu Jialong asked, grinning. "That security guy was really nice. Not only did he escort me out, but he even gave me an orange, which was surprisingly tasty." With that, Wu Jialong showcased the last segment of the orange before tossing it into his mouth, reveling in his own delight. "You truly are something else. They were worried you might get beaten up, so they sent you out, and the orange was merely a peace offering to prevent you from causing more trouble." Zheng Xuan retorted, unimpressed. Wu Jialong immediately countered, "What nonsense. I believe they were simply envious of my talent. I advise you to leave soon. There are no security personnel here to protect you," Zheng Xuan calmly warned. "First, let me clarify. I'm not backing down. My mom told me to come home early for dinner." Chapter 56, Preliminary Selection. On the third day of the midterm tests, the practical assessment took place. The rules for the second-year practical assessment were straightforward. Opponents are matched by lottery, with a total of 5 rounds of 1v1 battles. Winning all 5 rounds yields a perfect score, while losing even one results in a deduction of 20 points. Opponents are randomly assigned, meaning the likelihood of facing similarly skilled adversaries is exceedingly low, which explains why Wu Jialong, who has consistently lingered at the bottom of the rankings, is confident he can rise above the fray this time. As he puts it, "I, Long Xiao, am a born combat genius." Zheng Xian's opponent in the first round was a student from another class within the training department, who, having heard of Zheng Xian's reputation, opted to surrender without even releasing his sprite upon entering the arena. The student displayed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he cheerfully packed his bag and reported his departure home, citing a collapsed mindset and a need for 3 days of healing. It seemed he had merely come to school to draw a lot and would not participate in any further battles, effectively securing an extended weekend. Zheng Xuan felt disheartened that the opponents in the following 3 rounds similarly surrendered without allowing his sprite, Yaya, a chance to enter the fray. leading him to suspect that these individuals were perhaps in cahoots with the first one. Fortunately, in the final round, although his opponent was also not from Class 1 of the training department, they dared to unleash their sprite, a small rockruff, at last. As soon as the match commenced, the trainer incessantly commanded his small rock Pokémon to use Transform, relentlessly stacking defensive buffs. Ultimately, however, he was swiftly defeated by an agile strike from the opponent's Pokémon, leaving a stark contrast in their abilities. The 5 rounds of battle concluded in under 10 minutes, yet it squandered Zheng Xuan's entire morning. Observing the fervent battles of the senior high students next door, Zheng Xuan felt an undeniable urge to join in. Dog Xien, have you finished as well? This is utterly devoid of excitement. It feels like mere formalities. Even Wong Hao, who previously expressed a desire to challenge me face-to-face, has backed down. The rest either surrendered or were defeated in a single move, wasting Long Xiao's time. Wu Jialong proclaimed with evident satisfaction. It must be noted, this marked the first time since leaving the good kid's kindergarten that he achieved a perfect score, and he was undeniably elated. Following Zheng Xian's gaze, particularly towards the spotlight-stealing senior high students, Wu Jialong expressed his dissatisfaction. Why aren't we adhering to the same combat assessment rules as the seniors? Each round should have the victors draw lots for the next round. That would truly present a challenge. This continuous slaughter of weaklings is simply uninteresting. It was likely an effort to accommodate the second-year students during their inaugural practical assessment, given the peculiar circumstances. Of course, it could also be to provide room for the senior students' evaluations, considering the battle venue and training grounds were entirely utilized, barely meeting the demand. Ugh, why does the school favor such differential treatment? Our senior students truly treasures, while someone like me, Long Xiao, an unparalleled genius, is not? Zheng Xuan retorted with disdain. Humph, genius always incites jealousy. On Saturday, the New Star Cup preliminary round commenced. Zheng Xuan had received a notification from the organizing body, the Zhongyu City Pokémon Association, the previous day, instructing him to participate in the grouping preliminary round. Thus, he unusually forewent his morning training to rush to the battle center. Even Wu Jialong, typically reluctant to rise early, appeared at the venue with bleary eyes, indicating the significance he placed on this new Star Cup competition. The large screen displayed the 8 groups, and after some effort, the 2 located their names. Zheng Xuan was assigned to Group B, while Wu Jialong found himself in Group F, effectively eliminating the possibility of internal conflict before the main event. The 2 temporarily parted ways, with Zheng Xuan heading to his designated area. From the conversations among the surrounding competitors, Zheng Xuan learned that the organizers intended to disperse some seed players across various groups to significantly enhance their chances of advancing to the finals. Zheng Xuan also discovered that Group B had 2 seed players. One was a top 10 scholar from the city's first high school, whose ace Pokémon was the evolved form of the starter trio, the Forest Lizard. This individual had previously established an impressive record, wielding 2 leaf blades, cutting through dozens of students' Pokémon along the east road of the campus. The other was a student from the prestigious Qingshan High School, rumored to have commanded a Heracross to vanquish a horde of over 100 Rattatas on the outskirts of the city, thereby protecting a local farm and earning the title of one of Qingshan's outstanding young 10. Indeed, the New Star Cup, heralded as the most prestigious competition at the high school level, attracted an array of formidable contenders. Zheng Xuan couldn't help but reflect on how this preliminary round far surpassed their midterm practical assessments. On stage, the leaders of the Pokémon Association delivered opening remarks, followed by various sponsors. But Zheng Xuan's attention was solely captured by the champion's reward of a 200,000 yuan prize and the choice of a rare Pokémon item, along with a year's supply of custom Pokémon food sponsored by Longting Group. His eyes sparkled with ambition, tempted to immediately confront the 2 seed players in his group to secure his advancement. Once the opening concluded, each group simultaneously engaged in the preliminary rounds with fervor. Observing the competitive spirit on the battlefield, Zheng Xuan was frequently astonished by the displays of skill, which undoubtedly distinguished this level of competition from the lackluster mutual pecking of their school assessments, as neither side exhibited signs of surrendering without a fight. Are you a competitor for my group? At that moment, someone interrupted Zheng Xuan's observations. Turning to the source, he saw a slender boy sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a tailored suit, who inquisitively introduced himself. I am Chao Lei, a student from the key class of the training department at the city's first high school. Oh, I've heard of you, Chao Lei. Our seed player in Group B who commands the ace Pokémon, the Forest Lizard, and has cut down dozens of students' Pokémon on campus. Zheng Xuan shook his hand, responding courteously. Brother, could you refrain from such pauses? Otherwise, I might be perceived as a criminal, Chao Lei remarked with a hint of exasperation. Haha. Zheng Xuan smiled slightly, though he found it curious that this seed player would approach him without prior acquaintance. The school has exaggerated. There weren't dozens of them. I simply got lucky and defeated around 10. By the way, what is your name? Chao Lei, he adjusted his glasses, somewhat shyly inquiring. Zheng Xuan. Zheng Xuan replied nonchalantly. Zheng Xuan, you should be cautious in your next match. Your opponent is a seed player from Qingshan City, Chen Tao, who is said to have a formidable B-drill. Chao Lei warned with a serious demeanor. Oh. Zheng Xuan looked at Chao Lei intently, curious about his motives for sharing such information. Heh. I have my own reasons for informing you. After all, the New Star Cup is hosted in our Zhongyu City. If a student from Qingshan were to seize the championship, where would that leave us local students? Chao Lei chuckled, sensing Zheng Xian's wariness. Is that all? Zheng Xian pressed further. All right, you got me. Chao Lei raised his hands in surrender, conceding, I noticed you were with Wu Guanzhu's son, and I wanted to befriend you. I had no ill intentions. If you want to befriend Wu Jialong, just approach him directly. Why come to me? Zheng Xian replied with a smile, retorting. The sight of Chao Lei, a seed player, attempting to ingratiate himself with an unremarkable competitor like Zheng Xian, hinted at ulterior motives. Wu Guanzhu's son tends to be dismissive of students who excel academically, but I genuinely wish to befriend you. Zheng Xian, Chao Lei continued to explain. But Zheng Xian interrupted him by raising his hand. Sorry, it's my turn to compete. We can discuss this later. With that, Zheng Xian turned and walked away. After Zheng Xian departed, Chao Lei adjusted his glasses, concealing a sinister smile as he murmured, Heh, interesting, truly interesting. You don't know how to recognize an opportunity when it's presented to you. I initially aimed to use you to connect with Wu Yinqing's son, but if you remain so ungrateful, beware during the preliminary rounds. If you cross paths with me, it won't just be a matter of you failing to advance. But I may very well harm your Pokémon. Once he finished mumbling to himself, Chao Lei relaxed his furrowed brow, resuming his guise of a kind, harmless individual. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian was quietly reflecting, that Chao Lei seems rather intriguing. He doesn't strike me as one of those sycophants eager to curry favor with Wu Jialong. He resembles more of a venomous serpent. On the battlefield, in Group B's preliminary match, the competitors were Zheng Xian from Zhongyu City's 4th High School and Yang Mao from Qingshan City's 1st High School, preparing for their 1v1 battle. Please send forth your Pokémon, the referee announced, providing a brief introduction to both competitors. As the referee's voice faded, Zheng Xian and Yang Mao simultaneously released their Pokeballs. As the white light dissipated, Zheng Xian's Pokémon, Yaya, faced off against Yang Mao's B-Drill, both poised for combat. Pokémon B-Drill. Level, LV15, Intermediate. Type, Bug Poison. Ability, Bug Sense. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Deep Yellow. Held item, None. Level Skills, Fury Cutter, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Dual Cut, Hone Claws, Twin Needle. Inherited Skill, Pin Missile. Is this the Dragon-type Pokémon Yaya? The once confident Yang Mao's expression instantly fell upon seeing his opponent's Pokémon. Is this what students from the big city look like? To have a Dragon-type Pokémon as a starting partner, what a despicable display of bourgeois privilege. If it's not a sniper ability, then Yaya poses little threat. Although B-Drill holds an advantage in flight, Zheng Xian does not believe that B-Drill can endanger Yaya, which has already reached level 10. B-Drill, use Hone Claws to enhance yourself. Relying on B-Drill's flying capabilities, Yang Mao boldly disregarded the grounded Yaya, arrogantly commanding B-Drill to use Hone Claws, preparing for a decisive strike that would inflict considerable damage. Yaya unleashed Dragon Rage. Since the opponent seems eager to be a target, Zheng Xian was more than willing to oblige. Had this been earlier, Yaya might have felt somewhat helpless against an opponent with aerial superiority. However, now that it has mastered Dragon Rage, it compensates for Yaya's deficiencies in ranged attacks. Grr. Upon receiving the command, Yaya's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as it arched its small belly, channeling dragon energy, and unleashed a formidable shockwave towards B-Drill, which was honing its poison sting in midair. B-Drill, endure it. Yang Mao's face turned ashen. He had initially judged that Yaya lacked ranged attack capabilities, which is why he confidently allowed B-Drill to enhance itself. Little did he expect that Yaya had learned Dragon Rage. B-Drill's proficiency with Hone Claws was not sufficient to evade an attack while maintaining the technique. Thus, Yang Mao had no choice but to risk having B-Drill withstand the blow to fortify its next assault. Hiss! B-Drill weathered Yaya's Dragon Rage, visibly pained, yet managing to complete the Hone Claws move, brandishing its two sharp poison stings that glimmered ominously. Unfortunately, Yaya was not adept at special moves, and the damage from Dragon Rage was limited. Otherwise, B-Drill would not have been able to endure so easily. Observing that B-Drill only showed signs of discomfort without sustaining significant damage, Zheng Xian could only sigh. Excellent, B-Drill. Now, let's get into our rhythm and use our signature Twin Needle attack. Yang Mao shouted with confidence. Too many opponents have fallen to B-Drill's Twin Needle attack after completing Hone Claws. Even the lofty Dragon-type Pokémon would not be an exception. At this moment, Yang Mao was exhilarated. on the verge of using the seemingly weak bug-type Pokémon to directly defeat the formidable dragon-type Pokémon, especially under the watchful eyes of many. Becoming a dragon-slaying hero. Naive. Yaya, use sand attack to hinder the opponent, then follow up with pursuit. Under Zheng Xuan's composed command, Yaya flung sand at the charging Beedrill, not aiming at its face, but rather its rapidly flapping wings. Zheng Xuan's objective was to disrupt Beedrill's flight rhythm, providing Yaya the chance to counterattack. Otherwise, with Beedrill's swift aerial advantage, it would be challenging for Yaya to strike first, ignore their interference, and continue with Twin Needle. Yang Mao, dismissing the opponent's efforts as futile, commanded Beedrill to attack. The thrown sand did create a slight stumble in Beedrill's flight, yet it pressed on, obeying its trainer's orders, raising its glimmering twin needles to stab at Yaya. Chapter 58, Confronting Beedrill. Faced with the oncoming Beedrill, Yaya refused to back down, its claws, infused with dark energy, swiped at Beedrill's twin needles. In midair, where leverage was already scarce, and compounded by the earlier disruption to its flight rhythm, Beedrill's attack, though appearing sharp, lacked substance. In their clash, Beedrill's twin needle attack was unexpectedly swatted aside by Yaya, leaving it staggering and unable to halt its momentum as it crashed to the side. Yaya capitalized on the advantage and bite down to finish off the opponent. Seeing Yaya in control, Zheng Xuan was not the least bit surprised and promptly issued his command. Beedrill, what are you doing? Hurry and take flight. Create distance to evade. Yang Mao, now panicking, had lost his composure the moment Beedrill's twin needle attack was deflected by Yaya. Hiss. Despite enduring the pain, Beedrill instinctively flapped its wings, attempting to ascend and evade, but its wings had suffered damage from the previous impact, hindering its immediate flight. By the time Beedrill managed to gain altitude, Yaya's attack was already upon it. Hastily raising its twin needles for defense, Beedrill appeared weak and ineffective, allowing Yaya to easily break through and sink its sharp fangs into Beedrill's vulnerable abdomen, enveloped in dark energy. With this single strike, Beedrill could not withstand the intense damage. Failing to emit even a cry of anguish, its wings gradually slowed their flapping until they ceased entirely, and any thought of escaping became a futile dream. Ultimately, Beedrill collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Yang Mao, akin to a marionette severed from its strings, slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the fallen Beedrill, repeatedly muttering, "How is this possible? How can this be?" As one of the main contenders from Qingshan City in the New Star Cup battle tournament, to fall in the very first round of the preliminary match was a bitter pill for the once self-assured individual to swallow. In the viewing area of Group B. Damn it. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tao, a seed player from Qingshan City, slammed his fist against the railing before retracting it sharply, his face flushed, unsure if it was due to the disgrace of his partner's early elimination or the intense pain radiating from his finger. Regardless, this misfortune would be reckoned against Zheng Xuan, the one who eliminated Yang Mao. Chen Tao declared vehemently, "So what if it's a dragon-type Pokémon? Once it meets my Kairos, I will surely avenge Yang Mao." No wonder there was such arrogance. It turned out to be the dragon-type Yaya that bolstered his confidence. On the other side, leaning against his seat, Chao Lei's expression subtly shifted as he habitually adjusted his glasses. Given that the New Star Cup battle tournament is aimed at high school students, especially those who traveled from afar to compete, both the preliminary and subsequent matches are held on weekends, indicating that even with group eliminations, the preliminary rounds will span a considerable duration. With this victory, Zheng Xuan's battles for the day had concluded. His next match was scheduled for the following afternoon, providing ample time to either continue training or take on commission tasks. Bidding farewell to Wu Jialong, who was still anxiously waiting for his turn, Zheng Xuan swiftly accepted a commission task on his phone. After nearly 2 months of diligent effort, having completed over 20 commission tasks, Zheng Xuan had accumulated enough points for promotion and could now undertake higher-paying 2-star commission tasks. For instance, this time, he accepted a 2-star commission to deal with a small Beedrill swarm that had taken over an orchard and caused casualties. Winning against a Beedrill in the morning during the preliminary match only to face another in the afternoon's commission meant that Zheng Xuan's day was destined to be intertwined with Beedrill. Furthermore, the term swarm was used because, aside from the main group of over 10 Beedrills, there were also dozens of Kakunas and hundreds of Weedles. Understanding the actual situation of the Beedrill swarm, Zheng Xuan had no choice but to abandon his usual strategy of having Yaya confront multiple opponents alone. After all, setting aside the existing Beedrills, there are still dozens of steel larvae that, when provoked, might forcibly evolve into Beedrills. At that moment, it would not be just Yaya. Even a professional-level Arbok resurrected here would likely find itself pierced with holes by the furious swarm of Beedrills. Therefore, Zheng Xuan instructed Yaya to deliberately wander around, attempting to lure a small portion of the Beedrills away from their group, gradually diminishing their strength. Although the method was simple, it proved remarkably effective. The typically arrogant Beedrill swarm, upon noticing the presence of an outsider, did not pause to consider whether it was a human conspiracy. They immediately dispatched 2 Beedrills to expel the intruder. However, these 2 Beedrill warriors quickly fell into Yaya's ambush, akin to lambs entering a tiger's den, and never returned to their group. They were swiftly captured and contained within Zheng Xuan's Pokeball. While their potential may not have been particularly remarkable, even the smallest fly is still worth something. Subsequently, the Beedrill swarm sent out several more Beedrills to search for their missing comrades, but met the same fate, disappearing without a trace. When the Beedrill leader sensed something amiss and personally led a portion of the swarm to investigate, they too fell victim to Yaya's ambush. Much like the scene from Halua Saves Grandpa, the Beedrill leader, whose strength was comparable to Zheng Xian's previous opponent, was faced with a different scenario this time. Zheng Xuan chose not to allow Yaya to conceal her power and instead unleashed the full force of Yaya's Dragon Claw. Caught off guard, the Beedrill leader succumbed instantly, leaving the remaining Beedrills in a state of shock. Whether they attempted to resist or scurry back for help, they could not escape Yaya's deadly grasp. With the majority of their forces, led by the Beedrill leader, lost, the few remaining Beedrills tasked with guarding the group were left without a backbone and fell victim to Yaya's surprise attack. Due to restrictions on purchasing Pokeballs, Zheng Xuan was only able to capture 10 fortunate Beedrills. As for the remaining Beedrills, he could only express his apologies, allowing Yaya to end their nefarious existence and transform them into fertilizer for the orchard, avenging the fallen gardeners in the process. Without the protection of the Beedrills, many steel larvae, eager to forcibly evolve into Beedrills, were caught off guard and dealt with by Yaya. After all, under Zheng Xuan's keen observation, those nearing evolution were laid bare before him. Having dealt with the potential threats, Zheng Xuan chose not to pursue any further slaughter, leaving the remaining immobile steel larvae and the terrified, fleeing caterpies to the orchard's caretakers. Chapter 59. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. However, before notifying the orchard supervisor, Zheng Xuan sought some additional compensation, namely, the honey from the Beedrill hive. It is well known that Beedrills, the progenitors of wasps, do not produce honey like honeybees. However, they still mix collected pollen with fruits to create honey, which is nutritionally comparable to that produced by honeybees. Such a precious commodity is not easily acquired at any price, and Zheng Xuan was determined to secure it for himself. After a bit of effort, Zheng Xuan placed 2 jars filled with Beedrill honey into his backpack. Shaking his head and sighing, these Beedrills aren't putting in enough effort. After scouring thoroughly, I only managed to gather 2 jars. Why can't they learn from honeybees and adopt the 996 work ethic, producing honey tirelessly from dawn till dusk? If the Beedrill leader, confined within the Pokeball, were to hear such remarks, it would likely choke on its own frustration. They had only recently begun to accumulate this modest fortune, scrimping and saving to produce honey for the survival of their swarm. Yet now, not only had their hard work been completely depleted, but they were also being criticized for their lack of diligence. All right, Yaya, let's head back and give you a little more to eat. Seeing Yaya still savoring the delicious Beedrill honey, Zheng Xuan called for their departure. Jimmy, upon hearing that it could once again indulge in the delectable treat, Yaya eagerly returned to its Pokeball. Pokemon Yaya. Level, LV11, Intermediate. Type, Dragon. Ability, Overcome. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Potential rating, Shallow Black. Held item, None. Level skills, Scratch. Leer, Bite, Tackle, Pursuit, Dragon Rage. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Swords Dance. Taught skills, Sand Attack. Observing Yaya's level rise once more, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but smile, reflecting on the bountiful rewards of their efforts. In truth, Yaya had been stuck at level 10 for quite some time, lacking an opportunity for breakthrough. Fortunately, defeating such a multitude of Beedrills and steel larvae provided the catalyst needed, allowing Yaya to finally advance to the intermediate level. On Sunday, during the second round of the selection tournament, Zheng Xuan arrived early at the battle center. This time, his opponent, although having also made it to the second round, was somewhat inferior in strength compared to the previous commander of the Beedrills. The commanding Pokemon was a Geodude, who began with the conventional tactic of using Defense Curl to bolster its defenses. However, it ultimately succumbed to Yaya's overwhelming offensive power and fell beneath Yaya's claws. Having advanced once more, Zheng Xuan intended to check on Wu Jialong's situation, but unexpectedly, he encountered Wu Jialong, who was already lamenting his misfortune. Wu Dog Xian, it's over. My esteemed reputation as Dragon Xiao has been utterly tarnished in a single battle. With that, Wu Jialong prepared to wipe his tears and snot on Zheng Xian's sleeve. Hey, don't be so disgusting, Zheng Xuan exclaimed, hastily retracting his arm and disdainfully tossing a packet of tissues. Stop with the theatrics. What exactly happened? He asked, somewhat annoyed. Oh, it's nothing much, just that our Dragon Xiao has fallen in the second round of the new Star Cup selection tournament. Wu Zhan couldn't hide his amusement as he approached from behind. Brother Zhan, what brings you here? Although Chicken Dragon's command skills were lacking, Zheng Xuan still had faith in the strength of his fire chick. During the selection phase, as long as he didn't encounter a seed player prematurely, there was hope. Zheng Xuan didn't finish his thought, as Wu Zhan's gleeful expression spoke volumes. Wu Zhan explained with a smile. I originally thought I would drop by on a whim to check out this year's New Star Cup. Yet, upon arriving, I witnessed our unfortunate dragon Xiao encountering a seed player from his group and tragically falling in the second round. This trip was well worth it. Brother Zhan, please stop, or I might really cry. Wu Jialong sniffled, dabbing at his eyes with tissues. Even if it was a seed player, Chicken Dragon shouldn't have lost so miserably, right? Observing Wu Jialong's heartbroken demeanor, as if he had endured unspeakable suffering, Zheng Xuan felt curious about just how formidable the seed players in Group F truly were. Haha. In their group, there are 2 seed players, one commanding a rock-type Onyx and the other commanding a water-type Vaporeon. This time, Jialong faced the Vaporeon trainer. And given that his strength was already inferior, combined with a type disadvantage against the fire chick, it was a brutal match. Wu Zhan waved his hand, expressing deep sympathy for Wu Jialong, though he struggled to suppress his grin. How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, if Chicken Dragon had swapped with my group, he would have had a decent chance to advance against 2 seed players, one a grass-type Trico and the other a bug-type Heracross. Zheng Xuan added with a mocking tone. Are you all devils? I'm already feeling terrible enough. No one comes to comfort me, and instead, you all mock me. After all the kindness I've shown you. Wu Jialong complained with a woeful expression on his face, wiping his nose. It's precisely because you've been so arrogant that you've faced this retribution. Wu Zhan replied, maintaining his smile. Exactly. Zheng Xuan chimed in, continuing to poke fun. You 2 scoundrels. You mock me today, but mark my words, I shall return in glory. And you will find it hard to predict your fates. I see you've become rather audacious. Do you not believe that your fate is uncertain as well? Wu Zhan wore a stern expression and feigned a threatening demeanor. You may suppress me now, he declared, but I must utter that phrase. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. That phrase sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? At this moment, it seemed to awaken some long-buried memories within Zheng Xuan. Dog Xien, have you also read the most popular novel of this time? The protagonist is named Xiaoyan, who once came from a wealthy lineage, just like me, a prodigious trainer. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, he lost his talent and became a subject of ridicule. Then, the daughter of the betrothed king, dissatisfied with his mediocre abilities, personally came to annul the engagement. On that day, the protagonist roared out that very famous quote I just mentioned. Wu Jialong, feeling a surge of excitement at the mention of the novel, quickly stifled his sorrowful thoughts. It has that flavor, Zheng Xuan exclaimed with a hint of nostalgia. And what followed? Wu Zhan inquired, equally intrigued. The follow-up reveals the mysterious figure responsible for Xiaoyan's loss of talent, who turns out to be a hidden king-level powerhouse. Under the guidance of this king-level expert, Xiaoyan embarks on numerous adventures and ultimately finds himself flanked by Manasi on one side and Shinado on the other, riding the blazing steed, and confronts the betrothed king's daughter, becoming the youngest champion. Wu Jialong's face was alight with dreams as he spoke. Quick, what is the title of the novel? I must search for it immediately. The usually composed Wu Zhan was now a bit unsettled. Unexpectedly, Wu Jialong shook his finger and, in a tone of faux mystery, stated, I cannot say. I fear the book may be banned. Chapter 60. The main event commences. In the battle center. What was once a scattered audience of contestants during the preliminary rounds was now a packed venue with an enthusiastic crowd, cheers, discussions, and shouts echoing throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, after a fierce month-long selection process, only the following 32 victors have made it to the main event of the New Star Cup. Let us congratulate them with thunderous applause and cheers. On stage, a well-dressed host commenced the opening ceremony. As the host's words fell, resounding applause and fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. Now, allow me to introduce the dignitaries present at the commencement of our main event. Mr. Wu Lianqing, the master of the Zhongyu City Dojo, Mr. Xiaoluo, the mayor of Zhongyu City, and the president of the Elven Association. After the introductions, Mr. Wu Lianqing took the stage to deliver a speech. Today, we gather here to witness the emergence of these infinitely promising young individuals who have made it to this stage from Zhongyu City and several surrounding cities. I hereby declare the first round of the New Star Cup battle competition officially begun. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted once more into cheers. The draw concluded. The first match features Group B seed player, Chao Lei, against Group F seed player, Du Ming. In the viewing room, Wu Jialong exclaimed gleefully, haha, how delightful. That unfortunate fellow is facing a counter. The reason was simple. Du Ming was the very seed player who had commanded the water EV that eliminated Wu Jialong during the preliminary rounds. even if others are defeated. They are still among the top 32. What about you? Zheng Xuan teased from the side. Come on, I've said not to bring up that dark history again. Next time, I'll just come back and win the championship. Wu Jialong immediately flushed at the mention of his defeat in the second round of the preliminary rounds. Humph. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Your group must be exceptionally weak. Wu Jialong retorted with a hint of bitterness. All right, Jialong, no need to be bitter. Xiaoxian is here because of the contestants, and I'm here due to the privileges of elite trainers. For someone like you, being able to sit here without being pushed outside is already quite fortunate. Wu Zhan reminded him with a smile. Of course, Wu Zhan was merely jesting. Even if Wu Jialong was unqualified to be there, the organizers wouldn't dare to make him leave the viewing room and squeeze in with the spectators outside, especially since his dojo master father was sitting on stage. Who would dare question his presence? I'm furious. No amount of consolation can remedy this. Ever since his dark history surfaced, Wu Jialong felt his status within the trio plummet. The other two would frequently bring it up to provoke him, and he felt powerless to retort. The battle is about to begin. Zheng Xuan reminded him just in time. The battle commenced with Chao Lei's Forest Lizard launching a quick attack, closing in on Du Ming's Water EV with astonishing speed, attempting to catch the opponent off guard. However, the Water EV's reflexes were equally swift, under trainer Du Ming's command. It immediately utilized a water gun to create a reaction force against the ground, distancing itself from the Forest Lizard, and then executed a Psybeam to lower the Forest Lizard's attack power. This also allowed it to strike first with a tail whip that unleashed star-shaped beams of light. The Forest Lizard, not to be outdone, countered with an energy ball, resulting in an explosion as the two attacks collided. The Forest Lizard took advantage of the smoke from the explosion to approach the Water EV once more. Anticipating the Forest Lizard's approach, Du Ming did not allow the Water EV to dodge, but instead commanded it to use Charm, further reducing the Forest Lizard's offensive capabilities. Fortunately, the Forest Lizard remained resolute and undeterred by the Water EV's charm, continuing to unleash the Leaf Blade attack as instructed by Chao Lei. This Forest Lizard possesses remarkable talent. Inheriting high-level Leaf Blade skills, it is quite a formidable threat, Wu Zhan remarked from the side, clearly favoring Chao Lei to emerge victorious in this match. A statement also intended as a reminder to Zheng Xuan. The other Wu Jialong, who had fallen short in the second round of the preliminary rounds, certainly had no standing to heed this warning. Brother Zhan, I'm not even certain I can win. Reaching this stage already means there are no soft targets left to exploit, Zheng Xuan responded with a wry smile, continuing to disregard Wu Jialong. The Forest Lizard's attack landed, inflicting significant damage on the Water EV. Had it not been for the reduction in its attack power, this strike would have likely dealt a heavy blow. Du Ming, however, was no pushover. Although the Water EV was at a disadvantage against the Forest Lizard, it still possessed countermeasures. The Ice-type move, Aurora Beam, struck the Forest Lizard at close range, dealing effective damage. As the exchanges continued, they appeared evenly matched. But the Forest Lizard's intent to close in on the Water EV had been achieved. It subsequently unleashed a Giga Drain, inflicting damage while also replenishing its own vitality. Thus, the Forest Lizard's relentless tactics proved to be a headache for Du Ming, ultimately prompting the Water EV to execute a last resort move aimed at turning the tide. Unfortunately, with Chao Lei in the lead, he was unwilling to grant the Water EV the opportunity for close combat, allowing the Forest Lizard to maintain its distance. Eventually, the Forest Lizard's Leaf Blade attack successfully defeated the Water EV, concluding this battle. The subsequent second and third matches were equally thrilling, leaving the audience in the stands hoarse from cheering. In the fourth match, the draw concluded. The seed player Zhao Xian from Group A will face off against the Dark Horse contestant Zheng Xuan from Group B. The competitors are Zhao Xian from Zhongyu City No. 1 High School and Zheng Xuan from Zhongyu City No. 4 High School, set to engage in a 1v1 battle. Please send forth your Pokémon. The referee dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities, providing a brief introduction to both participants. As the referee's voice faded, Zheng Xuan and Zhao Xian exchanged glances, and simultaneously, both released their Pokeballs. As the white light dissipated, Yaya and the opposing Electrike, a small yellow creature with black stripes and antennae, made their grand entrance. Pokémon Electrike. Level, LV16, Advanced Normal. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Light Green. Held item, None. Skill level, Glaring Eyes, Flash of Lightning, Electric Shock, Charging. High-Speed Star, Electric Wave. Inherited skills, Thunder Punch, Light Screen. Chapter 61, Yaya vs. Electric Monster. I truly did not wish to encounter this fellow. Observing Yaya's dashing entrance, Zhao Xian's expression darkened. He had scrutinized all the contenders emerging from the preliminary rounds, and Zheng Xuan's Dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, was among the last he wished to face. The reason was simple. Dragon types resist electric-type moves, while Electric Monster predominantly wields electric-type attacks. However, having reached this stage, Xien was no ordinary opponent. He soon steeled his resolve and commanded decisively, Electric Monster, charge up to enhance your power. Zzz. The plug atop Electric Monster's head swiftly discharged electricity, the current intensifying with each leap, subsequently reinforcing its own strength. The charging move significantly amplified the potency of its next electric-type attack and raised its special defense by 1 level. Yaya, use sand attack and then rush in for a bite. Zheng Xuan, seizing the perfect opportunity to close the distance, immediately instructed Yaya to launch a clump of sand before charging towards the still self-enhancing Electric Monster. Just wait for you to come closer, Electric Monster, unleash Electric Wave. Xien commanded urgently upon seeing Yaya barreling forward. Beep. It was evident that Electric Monster possessed remarkable proficiency with the charging move, completing its self-boost with remarkable speed. Electric energy enveloped its body, and the plug emitted several bolts of lightning, scattering the incoming sand, while simultaneously restricting Yaya's surrounding area. Yaya, withstand it, and continue to approach. With the type resistance mitigating damage, Zheng Xuan remained unconcerned about Yaya sustaining significant harm from the charged attack, instructing Yaya to press forward. Chirp. Enduring Electric Monster's electric wave, Yaya finally closed the gap, baring its massive jaws to sink its teeth into Electric Monster. Beep. Struck by Yaya's bite, Electric Monster emitted a pained cry, its frail form absorbing immense damage. However, the consequence of Yaya's successful strike was that it became afflicted with a current akin to a disease from contact with Electric Monster. Did I guess right? Noticing the current enveloping Yaya after the encounter, Xien believed the static electricity's properties had come into play. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately shouted, Electric Monster, do not let this opportunity slip away. Use Thunder Punch to send the opponent flying. Yaya, continue biting. Do not allow the opponent a moment to recover. Observing the opponent's ignorance towards Yaya's unique disregard for type effects, adopting anime mechanics, Zheng Xuan persisted in commanding Yaya to unleash its ferocity to the fullest, denying the enemy any chance to breathe. At that moment, Yaya displayed remarkable speed, utterly unlike a creature ensnared in paralysis. With Electric Monster within mere reach, it brandished its sharpened fangs, once more aiming for Electric Monster's abdomen. Meanwhile, Electric Monster gathered a fist imbued with electric energy, about the size of a cooking pot, and struck fiercely towards Yaya. Ultimately, Yaya's attack was swifter. Its fangs clamped down hard on Electric Monster's abdomen, though it also bore the brunt of Electric Monster's retaliatory punch. Beep. Unfortunately, Electric Monster evidently could not withstand the damage any longer, emitting a mournful wail. Even though Yaya emerged battered and bruised, it resolutely clung to its bite until Electric Monster slowly succumbed to the ground, finally releasing its grip to gasp for breath, showing clear signs of distress. I concede. Return now, Electric Monster. With a face full of regret, Xien recalled his incapacitated Pokémon. Reflecting on his numerous mistakes, he recognized his erroneous assessment of static electricity and the belief that the special ability's induced status would determine the match's outcome, inadvertently granting Yaya the opportunity to close in. Additionally, he had overly relied on Electric Monster's prideful electric-type moves. Of course, these were all matters of the past. As a renowned esports player once stated, when you lose, anything you say is merely an excuse. On the other side, Zheng Xuan, somewhat exasperated, recalled the lively Yaya, who remained oblivious to its injuries amidst the audience's cheers and applause. The good news was that Yaya possessed a vivacious character well suited for competitive battles. The bad news was that it had become overly exuberant. After departing the battleground, Zheng Xuan first headed to the treatment room at the battle center, enjoying the privilege of free healing for his Pokémon as a participant. Under the care of the medical staff and their healing Pokémon, Chansey, Yaya swiftly recovered from its relatively minor injuries. It must be noted that within the Great Xia Alliance, healing Pokémon were a rare existence, particularly those like Chansey, which were typically in the hands of professional medical personnel, making them hard to encounter in the wild. Thus, Zheng Xuan had been astonished to see class leader Lu Qiaoyu's flower-like Pokémon, which, while not rare abroad, was relatively uncommon within the Great Xia Alliance, as it lacked significant habitats, and foreign alliances restricted the importation of such Pokémon. However, the Great Xia Alliance also boasted its own prideful entities, most notably the Dragon Valley located in the capital, which was the world's largest habitat for Dragon-type Pokémon. Not only did it house exceedingly rare Dragon-type demigods, but it also contained a treasure trove of various Pokémon related to dragons, and the dragon breeding resources obtained annually from it constituted a substantial fortune. One of Zheng Xuan's dreams was to enter Dragon Valley and capture even a single dragon-type demigod Pokémon. He would be utterly satisfied. I digress. Nevertheless, the end of the first semester of the second year of high school was approaching. and Zheng Xuan needed to begin preparing for the cultivation of a second Pokémon in the upcoming semester to avoid falling behind his peers. However, what troubled Zheng Xuan now was the decision regarding the selection of his second Pokémon before the winter break preceding the next semester. With Yaya as his starter Pokémon, he had become somewhat arrogant. Yet, he could not help but elevate his standards, believing that ordinary Pokémon were unworthy to be Yaya's companions. The choice of a second partner had to meet at least the threshold of the starter trio. Yet challenges arose. Although Zheng Xuan had been diligently accepting commission tasks, his wallet had indeed become considerably fuller than before. Aside from the funds required for raising Yaya, he had the means to breed a second Pokémon. However, the previous auction of a green-quality Bulbasaur, which fetched a staggering 350,000 Alliance coins, was akin to a harsh wake-up call, dashing Zheng Xuan's lofty aspirations. Of course, Zheng Xuan had also considered trying his luck to find a bargain, utilizing his lucky charm to gamble for an egg or the like. However, whether in legitimate breeding houses or black market shops selling Pokémon eggs, others possessed professional instruments for detection. It merely required additional effort and yielded slightly varied results. High-quality Pokémon and eggs had long been absorbed by others internally. There was no opportunity for Zheng Xuan to find a hidden gem. Chapter 62. Already researching the opponents in the top 8. The next day, the matches for the top 16 commenced. In contrast to the previous day's marathon of 16 matches from dawn till dusk, today's matches for the quarterfinals afforded more ample time. Aside from the ever-enthusiastic audience filling the seats, television crews from Zhongyu City and surrounding areas, along with staff from various streaming platforms, were present to broadcast the events. The draw for the first match was swiftly concluded. In Group B, seed player Chen Tao would face off against the breakthrough contender Zheng Xuan. Before the match, several reporters conducted interviews with the participants. A reporter inquired, "Chen Tao, what do you have to say about your opponent Zheng Xuan? Especially considering he is the only sophomore to reach the top 16? I have nothing to say. I am already researching the opponents in the top 8. Chen Tao replied, arms crossed, with an indifferent demeanor. "Chen Tao, do you mean to say that you are utterly confident in securing victory in this battle?" A tenacious reporter pressed on. "I do not believe that a second-year high school student poses any threat to me." With that, Chen Tao arrogantly turned away. Meanwhile, another reporter posed a question to Zheng Xuan. "As the only second-year student to reach the top 16, do you have anything to say? Let's give it our all. Every opponent is formidable." Zheng Xuan responded in a rehearsed manner. "Just received news that your opponent, Chen Tao, is quite certain of his victory and has already begun strategizing for the next match. What do you have to say about that?" The reporter ignited. "Sigh. I'll strive to give my all and leave no regrets." Zheng Xuan sighed. "Oh?" The reporter asked, surprised. "Is Zheng Xuan lacking in confidence?" "No. I'm encouraging him to give his all and leave no regrets. As for me, I still have the opportunity to participate in the next competition." Zheng Xuan explained with a smile. Both competitors are indeed brimming with fighting spirit before the match." The reporter could only respond with an awkward smile. The two contestants made their way through the designated player tunnel towards the central arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the young player on the left. The only second-year student to reach the top 16 in this Star Cup, Zheng Xuan from Zhongyu City No. 4 High School." The enthusiastic commentator introduced. Not only were television and live broadcast staff present, but specialized commentators were also on hand, highlighting the organizers' significant regard for this round of top 16 battles. No sooner had the commentators' words faded than the audience erupted in cheers. "Go, Huanbao. Fly with confidence. Sister will always be with you. Yaya, give it your all and crush that arrogant guy. Zheng Xuan, do not lose to your opponent." The audience's excessive enthusiasm, especially the emergence of unfamiliar nicknames, caused Zheng Xuan to wear a bitter expression, feeling as though he could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. "Haha, it appears our Zheng Xuan is quite popular." The commentator jested. Then, continuing the introduction, "Now, let us welcome the player on the right, Chen Tao from Qingshan City." After this announcement, only sparse applause filled the arena, starkly contrasting the previous fervor. This can be easily explained. Chen Tao was effectively the visiting competitor, and his pre-match bravado had left a poor impression, compounded by his rather unappealing Pokémon, Kairos, resulting in a lack of supporters. Acknowledging this disparity, the commentator could only smile wryly and carry on. Enduring such differential treatment, Chen Tao's expression darkened, nearly squeezing water from his face, and he directed his resentment, along with the grudge from his teammates' elimination in the qualifiers, squarely at Zheng Xuan. The battle commenced, and the referee commanded both sides to send out their Pokémon. At the referee's signal, both players released their Pokémon simultaneously. Pokémon, Kairos. Level, LV16, Intermediate. Type, Bug. Ability, Hypercutter. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Green. Held item, None. Level skills, Harden, Clamp, Focus Energy, Bind, Body Slam, Bug Bite. Inherited skills, Double Hit. Fury Cutter. Skill Disc, Brick Break. Cry. With a pair of small, spiky horns and a brown exoskeleton, Kairos glared fiercely at its opponent, Yaya. Its trembling horns suggesting they could crush the opponent at any moment. Despite Zheng Xuan's meticulous nurturing, or perhaps due to innate talent, Yaya's height and stature far exceeded that of an average Yaya. However, before Kairos, it still appeared diminutive. Jimmy. Yaya puffed out its small belly, defiantly glaring back. Humph, Kairos. Clamped down on the opponent. Chen Tao snorted coldly, commanding Kairos to launch an attack. With his Pokémon still in its pre-evolution stage, or first evolution, the inherent advantage of a base stat of 500 was sufficient to dominate the field, as few Pokémon could withstand a direct confrontation with Kairos. This was the source of Chen Tao's arrogance, a blatant disregard for all participating competitors. Yaya, create some distance and use Swords Dance to empower yourself. Zheng Xuan knew very well that even though Yaya had grown stronger over the past month, reaching level 12, its base level still lagged far behind that of its opponent. While Yaya was accustomed to challenging stronger foes, this opponent was indeed different. Thus, Zheng Xuan dared not conceal his strength any longer and immediately activated the Swords Dance move, aiming to enhance Yaya's most proficient attacks to bridge the gap in power. Truly a wealthy individual to have access to a Swords Dance skill disc. Nonetheless, even with that, you remain no match for my Kairos. Chen Tao roared confidently. Observing Yaya enhance its power through Swords Dance, he not only refrained from hastening Kairos' attack to thwart it, but rather intentionally allowed Kairos to wait for Yaya's enhancement to conclude, clearly aiming to humiliate his opponent to the fullest in front of the audience. If the spectators were not targeting him, he would seize the opportunity to publicly humiliate the favored contestant. Furthermore, he aimed to defeat all local competitors and seize the championship of this Star Cup battle, thereby silencing the jeers from the crowd. Such arrogance is truly astonishing. Yaya, demonstrate your strength to the opponent with Dragon Claw. In contrast to his boastful adversary, Zheng Xuan cautiously played another trump card. Jimmy. Yaya's eyes glinted fiercely as it let out a roar, marking the second opponent to underestimate it, with the first, a professional level abyss snake, having long since been buried. Subsequently, its small form erupted with astonishing might, dense dragon-type energy coalescing in its claws, as if it could tear apart everything in its path. Chapter 63. Except for that man. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tao reluctantly suppressed a hint of contempt and commanded Kairos. Kairos, continue using Clamp and show the opponent that even after enhancing, it remains no match for you. Cry. Seeing Yaya daring to initiate an attack, Kairos was equally furious and obeyed its trainer's command, raising its glimmering horns to clamp down on Yaya. Just one clamp from its horns could snap a tree thick enough for 2 or 3 people to embrace, let alone this little creature before it. Kairos charged forth with great momentum, appearing formidable, yet its movements were somewhat cumbersome compared to Yaya's agility. After several attempts to clamp Yaya, all were evaded as Yaya nimbly dodged, seizing an opportunity to strike Kairos' back with Dragon Claw. Bang! With all its might, Yaya's Dragon Claw landed successfully, managing to push the significantly heavier Kairos back a meter. Although Bug-type armor offers decent defense, Kairos still felt considerable pain from the impact, baring its teeth in response. Furthermore, what surprised the renowned powerhouse Kairos was that this small creature possessed such strength. Had it not been for its rich battle experience, it might have lost its footing and toppled over from the force of the blow. Kairos, turn around and use Brick Break. Chen Tao, unwilling to watch Kairos be toyed with by Yaya, immediately commanded a change of tactics. Yaya, evade and continue using Dragon Claw. Zheng Xuan was confident in Yaya's evasion abilities, which had been one of his focal training projects. Kairos executed a powerful chop towards Yaya with impressive speed and force, indicating a high level of proficiency with Brick Break. Of course, as Zheng Xuan had anticipated, Yaya had already prepared to dodge the moment Kairos launched its attack. Boom! The fierce strike from Kairos created a significant crater on the battlefield. Had it made direct contact with Yaya, it would undoubtedly have resulted in severe injury, if not outright incapacitation. However, despite missing its target, the force of Kairos' attack still compelled Yaya to stagger back several steps before managing to regain composure. This showcased the extraordinary prowess of Kairos, and it is no wonder that trainer Chen Tao harbored such confidence in his ability to defeat all contenders and claim the ultimate championship. Yet, this also highlighted Yaya's remarkable resilience. Even while at a significant disadvantage in terms of level, it was still able to hold its ground, showing no signs of defeat thus far, which is truly astonishing. Look! Seizing the fleeting opportunity after Kairos' attack had concluded, Yaya once again lunged forward to deliver a powerful blow. The commentator suddenly gasped in astonishment. It turned out that although Yaya had been pushed back by the force of the attack, it quickly returned with a vengeance. Exploiting the brief moment when Kairos' strike had missed to launch a dragon claw aimed directly at Kairos' lower body. Yaya had evidently heeded the advice of its trainer, Zheng Xuan, who had previously instructed it that surprising larger opponents by targeting their lower limbs could yield unexpectedly effective results. Kairos could hardly anticipate that this seemingly insignificant creature was not only cunning but also devious. In the mere moment of hesitation, it found itself caught off guard by Yaya's ambush. Bang! The first sound was the dull thud of Yaya's claws crashing into Kairos' stout legs. Boom! The second sound was the thunderous impact as Kairos lost its balance and collapsed to the ground, unable to prevent the ensuing crash. Yaya, seizing the moment, continued its dragon claw assault on the opponent's vulnerable spots. Witnessing the gratifying results, Zheng Xuan immediately commanded Yaya to press the attack. Kairos scrambled to rise from the ground, frantically preparing to retaliate. Chen Tao, who believed he had maintained control over the battle with a clear advantage, was suddenly thrown into disarray by this unforeseen turn of events. Resorting to using its trump card, Frenzy. Prior to this, Chen Tao had never anticipated that he would need to employ such a strategy before reaching the finals, especially since it was a last-ditch effort that only grew stronger as Kairos' stamina waned. Alas, Chen Tao was destined to pay the price for his arrogance, ultimately swallowing the bitter fruit of defeat. For Yaya's movements were undoubtedly swifter. Its dragon claw strike aimed at Kairos' abdomen. The very area that appeared to be the safest behind its prominent fangs was in reality the most vulnerable point in Kairos' exoskeleton. With a resounding impact, Yaya's ferocious strike elicited a pained cry from Kairos, marking its first defeat since hatching after vanquishing countless opponents. Though Kairos attempted to resist in fury, its body had reached its limits, unable to support its will to fight back, and no miracle occurred. Kairos ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, losing its combat capabilities. After Kairos fell, Yaya plopped down onto the ground, too breathless to relish the cheers of victory, panting heavily after executing 3 consecutive dragon claw attacks, having reached its current limits. Nonetheless, it had triumphed, overcoming the opponent that had once underestimated it. I lost. I actually lost. At this moment, Chen Tao felt utterly despondent, staring blankly at the battlefield, unable to accept this outcome, an ending he had never envisioned. Zheng Xuan's Yaya is simply too formidable. Regardless of the results of this year's Rising Star Cup, I dare say that for the next edition, Zheng Xuan will undoubtedly be a frontrunner for the championship. The commentator exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk in excitement. Simultaneously, being a professional commentator, he did not forget to offer encouragement to the defeated competitor. Of course, we must also give a round of applause to Chen Tao for his valiant efforts. Let us welcome him to Zhongyu City. As the commentator's words echoed, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and jubilant cheers, all directed towards the victorious Zheng Xuan and Yaya. After all, people often remember the victors, while the defeated fade into obscurity, save for that solitary man before the high ground. In the viewing room, wow, I can't believe this guy Zheng Xuan actually made it to the top 8. This is utterly absurd. Have any second-year students ever reached the top 8 in previous years? Wu Jialong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, torn between concern for his brother's struggles and the frustration of seeing him drive a luxury vehicle. There have been some, but they are exceedingly rare. In response, Wu Zhan could not help but reflect. I must say, Xiaoshuan's abilities, disregarding the number of Pokémon in his team, are already on par with the majority of third-year students. I can't let this continue. If it does, I'm going to be left far behind by that dog, Xiaoxian. I refuse to allow that to happen, Wu Jialong declared earnestly. Oh, hearing this, Wu Zhan felt a sense of relief and quickly inquired. Have you finally awakened and decided to strive for improvement? Indeed, having an exemplary figure like Zheng Xuan around could inspire Wu Jialong, a typical rich kid, to adopt a more proactive attitude. If the guild leader were to witness this, he would surely be pleased. Chapter 64, Because You're Foolish and Wealthy. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong shook his head and resolutely stated, No, I have made a decision. What decision have you made? Wu Zhan asked, somewhat puzzled. With a serious expression, as if he were making a monumental choice, Wu Jialong replied, Even if it means risking a beating, I'm going to steal the money my dad set aside for my college education to purchase various training resources, striving to surpass that dog, Xiaoxian. Fool. The guild leader is right here watching the match. If he finds out, do you think he won't come over and give you a good thrashing? Wu Zhan responded with exasperation. He had genuinely thought that Zheng Xian's influence might lead Wu Jialong to turn over a new leaf. I was wrong. Brother Zhan, I was just joking. Wu Jialong quickly backtracked, suddenly recalling that Wu Lianxing was present at the competition. Jialong, training Pokemon is not merely about burning resources. Otherwise, the Pokemon you raise will be nothing but empty shells. Only by being grounded can you truly grow stronger. Look at Zheng Xuan. He is a perfect example. You really need to learn from him. Wu Zhan admonished, frustrated. I know, Wu Jialong replied dismissively. In the adjacent viewing room. Wow, I didn't expect this guy Zheng Xuan to actually eliminate Chen Tao, this formidable rival. This has certainly helped me a great deal. Chao Lei expressed his surprise and delight as he watched Zheng Xuan's victory. You have the audacity to participate in the Rising Star Cup with all these prominent figures in attendance. Gym leaders, mayors, and association presidents. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? A voice behind him questioned impatiently. Heh, I'm merely here to better fulfill the task assigned by the adults. Winning the championship will also grant me the title of a prodigy, facilitating my covert plans. Chao Lei replied with a smile, unperturbed by the inquiry. Just be careful. Don't overreach. If you expose your identity and jeopardize the adults' plans, I will personally deal with you. The individual continued to threaten. Instead of eliminating me, why not seize the opportunity to take down this guy? Chao Lei suggested, pointing at Zheng Xuan on the screen. The individual was infuriated. To risk my exposure just to eliminate a child? Are you out of your mind? This kid possesses an exceptionally talented dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, with at least purple tier potential. Aren't you tempted? Chao Lei retorted with a grin. Let's discuss this later. We cannot allow it to disrupt our plans. With that, the individual vanished into the shadows. TSK, having ghost-type Pokémon really is convenient. Chao Lei remarked, casting a glance at the disappearing figure with a sigh. Monday school. Zheng Xuan. You are simply amazing. All the third-year students from our school have been eliminated, yet you, a second-year student, have made it to the top 8. So impressive. I will definitely come to support you in the next round. You are the pride of our school, Zheng Xuan. Without any unexpected incidents. As soon as Zheng Xuan arrived at school, he was met with a chorus of praise from his peers. Boss, didn't you sign up for the Rising Star Cup battle? Indeed, Long Xiao, with your prowess, you could at least make it to the main event. What a pity. Long Xiao, to have missed the registration for this competition. Otherwise, how could it be that only Zheng Xuan advanced? Meanwhile, several of Wu Jialong's lackeys, witnessing Zheng Xuan basking in the limelight, felt compelled to defend their leader. Cough, cough, it's no great loss. I'll participate in the next edition and claim the championship. Wu Jialong explained awkwardly with a slight cough. He also felt relieved that, with so many eliminated in the preliminary rounds and no audience present, his own embarrassing early exit could easily be concealed. As someone in the know, Wu Zhan wouldn't come to school, so all he needed to do was silence Zheng Xuan. Haha, Dog Xuan, no Zheng Xuan. This afternoon after school, I'll treat you to a grand feast to celebrate your advancement to the top 8 of the Rising Star Cup. Wu Jialong exclaimed, clapping Zheng Xuan on the shoulder with great flair. Long Xiao, can we join? Yes, Long Xiao, don't just invite Zheng Xuan. The other students chimed in. Everyone's welcome. Dining and karaoke all inclusive. All expenses will be covered by me, young Master Wu. In a bid to obscure his blunder, Wu Jialong was willing to spend lavishly. Have you lost your mind? Suddenly wanting to treat us, and under the guise of celebrating my advancement to the top 8? Zheng Xuan questioned, puzzled. Oh, don't say it like that. I genuinely feel proud of you for achieving such results, as a brother. Wu Jialong began. But Zheng Xuan raised his hand to interrupt. Cut the act. Honestly, what scheme do you have up your sleeve? Well, I just hope you can keep a few secrets. Wu Jialong whispered. Uff, you mentioning this almost made me forget. After all, it's quite normal for a top 8 contestant not to remember someone who didn't even make it past the preliminaries. Zheng Xuan jested softly. Wu Jialong, casting furtive glances, hurriedly pushed Zheng Xuan out of the classroom and around the corner, whispering, Dog Xuan. No, that's wrong, Xuan Go. There were too many people in the classroom earlier. I misspoke. You've watched too many dramas. I thought there was something serious. Don't worry. I'm too busy preparing for battle to expose you. Zheng Xuan replied tersely. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, by the way, why do you only play half the joke? Scram, scram, scram. Do you really think I'd kneel down for you? Wu Jialong nearly erupted in anger. All right, just don't forget to treat me. Since you're treating for the top 8, don't forget about the semifinals and finals for the top 4. Zheng Xuan reminded him with a playful pat. Wait, something feels off. Why should I be the one treating after you achieved such a good result? Wu Jialong suddenly realized something was amiss. Because you're foolish and rich? Get lost. On Saturday, the top 8 faced off. The competitors who had made it this far were all formidable talents, having emerged from a pool of thousands of participants. Zheng Xuan, a sophomore, stood out among a group of seniors preparing for college entrance exams. As per tradition, the event was initiated with a congratulatory speech from the organizing body, the Elven Association, followed by an announcement from a leader to commence the competition. The drawing of lots ensued. Zheng Xuan was exceedingly fortunate, being drawn to be the opening contestant. Pitted against the seed player from Group A, Sun Hong, while he himself emerged victorious from the B group. Chapter 65, Defeating Charizard. As usual, pre-match interviews with reporters were unavoidable. Zheng Xuan, having successfully defeated a favored champion in your previous match and advanced to the top 8. Could you share any insights on nurturing your Pokémon? Train your Pokémon well. Read more. and let them have plenty of rest without snacks. Zheng Xuan pondered briefly before responding calmly. Heh. Are you joking, Zheng Xuan? What do you have to say about your opponent in this match? The reporter, momentarily caught off guard, redirected the conversation. I'll strive to give it my all and leave no regrets. Is Zheng Xuan issuing a warning to his opponent? The reporter recalled Zheng Xuan's similar words from the previous match and asked again. Not at all. That is something I'm saying to myself. After all, having made it this far, who knows, with a bit of luck, I might go even further. The reporter was left speechless, facing this unconventional contestant, and could only hastily conclude the interview. Well, that wraps up our interview. We hope Zheng Xuan has an outstanding performance. On the battlefield, as the referee gave the signal, Zheng Xuan and his opponent, Sun Hung, released their Pokémon simultaneously. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, LV16, Intermediate. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Quality rating, Green. Item, None. Level skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath. Inherited skills, Bite, Flame Vortex. Skill Disc, Flamethrower. Roar. As Charizard entered the arena, it let out a fierce roar. Chomp. In response, Zheng Xuan's Pokémon, Yaya, was equally defiant. Roar. Charizard laughed heartily, seemingly mocking Yaya. Chomp, chomp. Yaya retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, Charizard, appearing to lose its composure, unleashed a torrent of Dragon Breath at Yaya. Fortunately, the agile Yaya managed to dodge just in time, brandishing its claws in continued provocation. All right, Charizard, calm down, will you? Sun Hung, although perplexed as to why Charizard had suddenly erupted in fury, attempted to rein in his raging Pokémon, even as it bypassed his commands to attack Yaya. He then apologized to Zheng Xuan. I sincerely apologize, Zheng Xuan. My Charizard might be a bit temperamental. No worries, since the referee has given the signal. The battle has commenced, so there is no need for apologies. Zheng Xuan replied with a smile, finding it a novel experience to encounter such a temperamental opponent. Although he was unsure why this situation had arisen, he could venture a guess that it was likely related to a conversation between Charizard and Yaya. If all went as expected, Charizard must have mocked Yaya for being a Dragon-type Pokémon yet so weak, to which Yaya retorted that despite Charizard's name, it wasn't a true Dragon-type. This must have provoked Charizard to unleash its Dragon Breath, coupled with Sun Hung's overly gentle demeanor, which starkly contrasted with Charizard's volatile nature. It led to Charizard acting independently in its fury. Once Charizard calmed down, Sun Hung commanded, Charizard, use Flame Vortex to trap the enemy. It was evident that Charizard was highly proficient with Flame Vortex. After unleashing a torrent of flames, it swiftly formed a vortex that ensnared Yaya, leaving no room for escape. Fortunately, despite the rapid formation of the flame vortex, it wasn't without its flaws. The intensity of the flames wasn't sufficient to fully contain Yaya. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Xuan commanded, Yaya, rip through the flame vortex with Dragon Claw and close in for an attack. Without hesitation, Yaya bore the brunt of the flames, its Dragon-type energy coalescing into formidable claws that tore the vortex apart, and with the residual force still in play, Yaya charged straight towards Charizard. Charizard, counter with Dragon Breath. Observing Yaya's aggressive advance, Sun Hung remained composed, immediately ordering Charizard to retaliate with the Dragon Breath move that countered Yaya. Roar. Complying with the command, Charizard let out a bellow before unleashing a strong gust of energy imbued with Dragon-type essence towards Yaya. Yaya, accelerate and break through. Xien was acutely aware of the formidable proficiency exhibited by this fire dinosaur's moves. To evade its assault would necessitate relinquishing his own offensive. Yet to unleash Yaya's formidable close-range attacks, he would have to endure some punishment. Once more, Yaya breached the fire dinosaur's fiery breath, drawing perilously close, eyes glinting with ferocity, as it brandished its awe-inspiring claws and lunged at the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, evade quickly, Sun Hung hastily urged. However, Yaya's assault was not so easily dodged. The pent-up fury from enduring hits transformed into a ferocious strike. Bang! The fire dinosaur hastily raised its arm in defense. But it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In a clash of similarly weighted opponents, it was evident from the very first encounter that the fire dinosaur could not withstand the vicious onslaught from Yaya, being sent sprawling by a single claw. Subsequently, the fire dinosaur tumbled across the ground several times before finally managing to halt the momentum of the impact. Are you alright, fire dinosaur? Sun Hung inquired anxiously. It was his first time witnessing the fire dinosaur suffer such a crushing defeat. Roar. Struggling to rise from the ground, the fire dinosaur emitted a furious roar. The pain it felt was trivial compared to the humiliation of being struck down by another Pokémon. Its fury surged, and the flames at its tail flared dramatically. Excellent. Fire dinosaur. As long as you are unharmed, let's ignite our fighting spirit and unleash Flamethrower. Relieved upon seeing the fire dinosaur was fine, Sun Hung promptly commanded, Yaya, do not grant the opponent any respite. Press the advantage and continue using Dragon Claw. Simultaneously, Zheng Xuan issued his directive. The fire dinosaur opened its maw wide, directing a stream of searing flames towards Yaya, while Yaya, amidst continuous evasions, sought to close the distance once more. Once at an appropriate range, Yaya suddenly kicked up a cloud of sand aimed at the fire dinosaur's face. Seizing the moment when the latter dispersed the sand with flames, Yaya surged forward with explosive speed. Although it inevitably sustained burns from the flames, its claws successfully struck the fire dinosaur's abdomen. Roar! Enduring excruciating pain, the fire dinosaur, on the brink of collapse, unleashed one final blast of flame towards Yaya, determined that even in defeat, it would not allow its opponent to escape unscathed. Sun Hung gazed at the fire dinosaur, who, despite losing its fighting capability, remained unyielding, and his thoughts raced. Chapter 66, Uncertain Details. Jang, finally triumphant over its opponent, Yaya, bolstered by sheer will, collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Clearly, the damage sustained throughout the battle, culminating in the fire dinosaur's last vengeful strike, had pushed Yaya's stamina and physical resilience to their limits. Return Yaya, without waiting for the referee to announce the match result. Zheng Xuan recalled Yaya into its pokeball and hurried off to treat its injuries. Rest assured, after treatment from Chansey, Yaya's condition has significantly improved. It merely requires ample rest. The professional medical personnel return Yaya's pokeball while offering Zheng Xuan words of comfort. Thank you, doctor. Expressing gratitude, Zheng Xuan accepted the pokeball, envisioning Yaya peacefully slumbering inside, and he let out a slow sigh of relief. This is simply our duty. We hope that you, Zheng Xuan, continue to strive forward. It has been many years since we have seen a second-year student reach the semifinals of the New Star Cup. The medical staff clearly had been spectators at the match, encouraging Zheng Xuan with enthusiasm. Thank you. Both Yaya and I will strive for that, Zheng Xuan replied, his grip tightening around the pokeball, filled with determination. Throughout the battle, he had witnessed Yaya's unwavering perseverance, all for the ultimate goal of victory. As a trainer, he too must embody the conviction to triumph and not lag behind. How is Yaya's injury? Wu Jialong, who had hurried over, inquired anxiously. Noticing Wu Jialong's worried expression, Zheng Xuan chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Don't worry, it's much better now. Just ensure it gets plenty of rest. As long as it's all right. I must say, Dog Xien, you have done well to reach the top 4. With a little more effort in the semifinals and finals, you might just secure the championship. Wu Jialong patted Zheng Xian's shoulder, brimming with pride, as if he himself were the one who had reached the semifinals. Indeed, aside from the elusive championship, it was exceedingly rare for a second-year student to make it to the top 4 in the New Star Cup. Little Xien, just give your best in the upcoming matches. Do not place excessive pressure on yourself, Wu Zhan said with a smile, offering comfort. In his eyes, Zheng Xian's untapped potential was evident. And even if he were to falter in this New Star Cup, who could possibly rival the growth he would achieve in the following year's competition? As the three prepared to leave, Zheng Xuan, wait. Sun Hung called out while sprinting towards them. Sun Hung, is that your name? Speak up. If you're looking for Dog Xien, you're referring to Zheng Xuan. What business do you have with him? Wu Jialong questioned sharply, harboring no fondness for the students from Shi High, especially since this Sun Hang's fire dinosaur had injured his friend's Pokémon. I came to thank Zheng Xuan. He has made me realize my shortcomings, and I will strive to improve. Faced with Wu Jialong's aggressive demeanor, Sun Hung appeared somewhat intimidated and cautiously responded. Wu Jialong was taken aback. It was unfathomable for someone to thank their opponent after losing a match. Were it him, he would have likely hurled insults instead. Enough, Jilong. Do not press him further. Zheng Xuan waved his hand, signaling Wu Jialong to step back. Sun Hung, continue to work hard. Your fire dinosaur is exceptional. And to be honest, my victory was partly due to luck. Zheng Xuan smiled slightly, offering encouragement. Zheng Xuan, you are too kind. I actually have one more thing to discuss. If you happen to encounter Chao Lei later, please be cautious. Though it may seem presumptuous, if you find yourself struggling, I hope you will concede promptly. Hey, what's your issue? We're not even in battle yet, and you're already suggesting Dog Xien concede? Wu Jialong was immediately incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Hung. It was Wu Zhan, standing nearby, who sensed the gravity of the situation, pulling Wu Jialong aside and soothingly saying, All right, Jialong. Let Sun Hung finish his words. I apologize. I did not intend to suggest Zheng Xuan concede. It's just that I have seen this Chao Lei. He has killed before. As he spoke, fear was unmistakable on Sun Heng's face. Do you have any evidence? Where did you witness this? Wu Zhan was the first to inquire. Unlike those sheltered high school students, he had witnessed much brutality during wilderness adventures. In the wild, the law's reach was minimal, governed instead by the law of the jungle. I am sorry, I was too frightened at the time to capture evidence on my phone. It was during an outdoor survival class organized by the school. I saw him murder a classmate who had offended him. I didn't dare to report him. And it was only when the supervising teacher was counting heads that they discovered someone was missing. Ultimately, we found belongings next to a high-level arbok. It must have been Chao Lei who framed the arbok for the murder. Sun Hung trembled as he recounted the incident, barely managing to articulate his fears. Why do you trust us? Zheng Xuan finally asked. During the preliminaries, I saw Chao Lei approach you, and it seemed he was rather displeased. He did approach me, seeking to use my connection with Zhilong, which is why I ignored him. Zheng Xuan nodded, explaining. Let us put this matter to rest. I shall investigate the background of Chao Lei. Xiaoxian, continue to focus on your preparations for battle, and Zhilong, simply keep your mouth in check. As for you, Sun Hong, thank you for bringing this matter to our attention, but until we have results from the investigation, it would be wise for you to refrain from discussing it with anyone else. At this moment, the eldest among them, Wu Zhan, stepped forward and decisively stated, rest assured, I will not speak of this to others. I only dared to bring it up after observing that Zheng Xuan is a good person and has had a fallout with Chao Lei. Sun Hung still trembled as he quietly responded. After Sun Hung departed, Wu Zhan slowly began to speak. During this time, Xiaoxian and Zhilong, you both must keep your distance from Chao Lei. Even if he approaches you, ensure you are in the company of many others. If this person possesses a vile character or is affiliated with some other nefarious organization, that would be one thing. But we must be wary if he is a member of the Redemption Society who has infiltrated our midst. Chapter 67, The Finals. The following day, the semifinals took place in the morning. On the battleground, the colossal rock serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Exhausted, Yaya ultimately triumphed over her opponent, a foe whose height and weight far exceeded her own. By leveraging her agility and the enhanced dragon claw technique to strike at the vital point where the massive rock serpent's body connected, thus emerging as the final victor. Why did the rock serpent's sturdy characteristics not come into play? I could have turned the tide with this. Why is its trainer standing there, dazed, unable to recover, repeatedly murmuring? Only Zheng Xuan understood that Yaya's seemingly effortless victory was, in reality, a precarious tightrope walk, fraught with the danger of defeat at any moment. No less challenging than any previous battle. Thankfully, before the match, Zheng Xuan had reviewed all of the opponent's battle footage, formulating a targeted strategy that magnified the rock serpent's sluggish reflexes, thus fully utilizing Yaya's nimbleness to deliver a decisive blow. No longer dwelling on the previous match's outcome, Zheng Xuan recalled Yaya into her pokeball, determined to make the most of the time available to treat and restore her, ensuring that in the afternoon finals, Yaya would be in peak condition to face the semifinals victor, Chao Lei, and his forest lizard. Outside the treatment room, Zheng Xuan awaited the professional medical staff to attend to Yaya's injuries. Here, give this to Yaya. It's a wonderful item that I usually hesitate to use. Upon arrival, Wu Jialong tossed an item to Zheng Xuan. Is this a vitality shard? Opening the box revealed a yellow diamond-shaped crystal. Zheng Xuan studied it for a moment before recognizing what it was. While her injuries can be treated, her stamina and energy won't recover quickly. With this, I guarantee Yaya will bounce back immediately. She could easily devour 3 large bowls of rice. Wu Jialong explained with a smile. This must not be cheap, right? Zheng Xuan understood that this was a high-grade recovery item capable of reviving Pokémon from the brink of death, unlike ordinary healing items. Oh, it's just a small expense. Wu Jialong replied with a grandiose air. Zheng Xuan felt a twinge of gratitude, but Wu Jialong suddenly added, anyway, it was my father who asked me to give this to you. He provided 2 in total, and I kept 1 for myself. Please thank Uncle Wu for me. Zheng Xuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Just do your best to defeat that fellow named Chao Lei. If you win the championship, it will reflect well on me. Wu Jialong encouraged, patting Zheng Xuan on the shoulder. In the afternoon, the New Star Cup finals commenced. The atmosphere was electrifying, filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, flags waving, and throngs of people. Though intended for high school students, the event was undeniably grand. Skipping the usual cliches of opening ceremonies and the customary polite exchanges in pre-match interviews, we find ourselves at the battleground. Zheng Xuan, I never imagined that the contestants who made it from the preliminary rounds to this point would end up being you and me in the same group. Chao Lei greeted Zheng Xuan with a wave, his enthusiasm apparent. Zheng Xuan nodded and suggested with a smile, I truly didn't expect this. How about you concede and let me claim the championship? This way, we can avoid a confrontation. I'm afraid that won't do. While I too would rather not face you as an opponent, I must respect the integrity of the competition. If I were to concede, the validity of your championship title would certainly be questioned, Chao Lei explained with a sense of righteousness. Haha, just joking. Since we're in a match, let us give it our all. With that, Zheng Xuan readied his pokeball, prepared for the battle. At the referee's signal, Zheng Xuan released Yaya, while Chao Lei summoned his forest lizard. Pokémon, forest lizard. Level, LV17, advanced normal. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow. Gender, male. Status, healthy. Qualification rating, light purple. Held item, none. Level skills, leaf blade, pound, cross cut, energy ball, tackle, leer, leaf, quick attack, mega drain, detect, quick defense. Inherited skills, leaf blade, photosynthesis, cut. Skill discs, protect, grass knot. Impressive. Zheng Xuan exclaimed upon observing the opponent's forest lizard, particularly taken aback by the configuration of skill discs. The protect skill disc was something even Wu Jialong, the son of the gym leader, had yet to acquire, yet it was present on a student-esque Pokémon. Similarly, the grass knot, a specialized move against larger Pokémon, was a rare skill disc. Zheng Xuan could now believe what Sun Heng had mentioned earlier. Chao Lei's background was likely quite formidable. Zheng Xuan, the match begins. I want to hold back. Chao Lei maintained his so-called gentlemanly demeanor and commanded, Forest Lizard, use quick attack. Following the command, the forest lizard lunged forward, bursting forth with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of green light as it charged towards Yaya. Yaya, dig to evade the opponent's attack. Zheng Xuan promptly issued the command. Faced with Yaya's current lack of moves, Zheng Xuan, as her trainer, was not idle, while rare and expensive skill discs like Protect were unattainable. The dig move was still within reach. Yay! Yaya excitedly began to burrow into the ground, clearly relishing the act of digging. And soon her entire form disappeared beneath the surface. Forest Lizard, use Detect to counter any potential ambush. Chao Lei swiftly altered his command upon witnessing this. As Yaya tunneled underground, the Forest Lizard's attack missed entirely. Now, following its trainer's command, it focused intently on the ground, vigilant for any signs of Yaya's imminent assault. It's coming. Noticing a subtle shift in the surroundings, Chao Lei promptly alerted his Pokémon. Suddenly, as if foreseeing Yaya's surprise attack, the Forest Lizard pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful leaf blade downwards. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground was cleaved open, creating a crater, but upon closer inspection, there was no trace of Yaya within the depression. Behind you, Chao Lei hastily warned. The Forest Lizard, having also sensed the disturbance, swiftly turned to face Yaya, who had erupted from the ground. Bang! The brief clash between the two resulted in both combatants being pushed back a short distance. It appeared that both competitors were unleashing their full might, engaging in a fierce back and forth, equally matched. The announcer boasted from the stage. Chapter 68, revealing hidden cards. Forest Lizard. Continue with Leaf Blade. Chao Lei reorganized his offensive strategy, opting to utilize the continuously hitting Leaf Blade instead of the Grass-type moves that were less effective against Dragon types. Receiving the command, the Forest Lizard brandished its Leaf Blades, glinting coldly as it swiftly lunged towards Yaya with a slash. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan promptly directed, Yaya, use Dragon Claw to repel the opponent. With a fierce cry, Yaya, sensing the rapidly approaching threat of the Forest Lizard, surged forward, channeling immense dragon energy into its colossal claws, tearing through the air with relentless ferocity. The clash resounded with a jarring sound akin to metal colliding. Yet the outcome was unexpected, as the Forest Lizard was sent staggering several meters back by Yaya's strike. The power of that Dragon Claw was remarkable. Witnessing the Forest Lizard being so easily repelled left Chao Lei in disbelief, as if he had realized something significant. Yaya had cleverly utilized the dig move to evade the Forest Lizard's interference, enhancing its sword dance underground. With keen eyes, Chao Lei noted the fluctuations in Yaya's momentum. Something was amiss. Seizing the opportunity, Yaya lunged to bite the opponent. Chao Lei's momentary distraction was swiftly sensed by Zheng Xuan, who wasted no time in issuing a new offensive command. It must be said, the Forest Lizard bore a striking resemblance to Yaya, both specializing in relentless and high-intensity assaults, leaving no respite for their foes. Thus, Zheng Xuan's initial directive for Yaya to dig was not merely to bolster its own strength, but also to disrupt the opponent's combat rhythm, allowing Yaya to regain its tempo with a direct Dragon Claw strike. Just as Yaya was about to seize the Forest Lizard, Chao Lei swiftly commanded, Forest Lizard, defend quickly. The once flustered Forest Lizard immediately positioned its leaf blades defensively, transitioning from offense to defense, barely managing to withstand Yaya's ferocious assault. Akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Observing the Forest Lizard's valiant yet arduous defense, Chao Lei promptly ordered a counteroffensive. Forest Lizard, now's your chance. Use Cross Cut. The Forest Lizard adeptly swung its leaf blades in a cross pattern, gathering energy, and then unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the remnants of Yaya's attack, sending it reeling. Forest Lizard, it's our turn to dictate the pace. Charge in for a series of slashes. Chao Lei commanded with a sweeping gesture, reclaiming the initiative in the assault. Meanwhile, despite Yaya's brief setback, Zheng Xuan remained undeterred, offering timely encouragement. Yaya, calm down and trust yourself. Unleash the two-stage attack we've been practicing. With a resolute roar, Yaya raised its claws and lunged at the oncoming forest lizard. The first stage of the attack, a claw strike, was a foundational move that Yaya had diligently honed since its initial training, showcasing remarkable proficiency. With a resounding crash, Yaya's strike met the forest lizard's leaf blades, both attacks seemingly equal in might. However, unbeknownst to the forest lizard, Yaya's next phase of attack transformed mid-collision. As dark energy coalesced into a claw shape, viciously aimed at the forest lizard. The malicious follow-up from this attack would amplify its power. Although this two-stage tactic was a clever maneuver, it would still enhance the potency of the malicious strike significantly. This was akin to the earlier instance of the little elephant utilizing a makeshift sandstorm through the sand throw move, which had its limitations. Not good. The forest lizard is using Protect. Chao Lei, no ordinary trainer, instantly grasped Zheng Xuan's strategy and swiftly commanded the forest lizard to employ its hidden trump card. On the stage, Master Wu remarked, "These two students are exceptionally talented." Zheng Xuan's command of Yaya's two-stage attack poses a dual challenge of mastering Pokémon moves and energy control. A feat not easily accomplished, even by many professional trainers and their Pokémon. He continued, and this Chao Lei, able to discern his opponent's intentions repeatedly and adaptively command changes, is equally remarkable. Such prowess is rare at this stage of training. This year's Newcomer Cup finals truly shine with brilliance. Mayor Charlotte turned to Wu Yinqing, praising the two contestants on stage. Both were indeed outstanding, standing out amongst their peers. Wu Yinqing concurred with admiration. "I've heard that this Zheng Xuan is quite close to Ling Gongzi." Mayor Charlotte inquired curiously, seemingly eager to uncover intriguing details. However, Wu Yinqing dismissed the notion with a wave, casually responding, "It's just playful banter among kids." "Ah, well, I happened to learn about Zheng Xuan's unique family background, allowing him to nurture such an exceptional trainer. I was merely curious and appreciative of talent," Mayor Charlotte explained with a smile. The fierce competition continued unabated. Yaya struck with its dark claws, fiercely slamming against the forest lizard's protective green energy shield. The intense collision sent ripples through the energy shield, which appeared precarious yet remained steadfast. "I truly envy that Protect move. If given the chance, I'd do anything to acquire it." Zheng Xuan gazed longingly at the forest lizard's energy shield, which held firm against Yaya's onslaught. On the other hand, Chao Lei secretly grumbled, initially confident that the forest lizard's superior strength would allow it to triumph even against the grass-type moves restricted by type resistance. He found himself caught off guard by the opponent's hidden capabilities and nearly faced defeat, necessitating the use of his trump card for defense. "Young man, once I withstand this blow, I refuse to believe you have anything left," Chao Lei thought triumphantly. Although he had to reveal his concealed Protect move, he believed it would soon be his turn to retaliate after the opponent's successive hidden cards were played. "Forest Lizard, use Giga Drain," Chao Lei commanded, fully exploiting the grass-type Pokémon's inherent ability to recover health and sustain itself in battle. The one-seed competitor, Water EV, had fallen victim to this underhanded tactic. Seeing that the opponent had successfully withstood Yaya's attack with Protect, Zheng Xuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. "Yaya, charge in and use Dragon Rage," Zheng Xuan shouted immediately. The previous attacks were merely a ruse to draw out the opponent's Protect move. Despite Yaya's sustained assaults depleting its energy, the sacrifices made for this pivotal moment were well worth it. With eyes ablaze, Yaya's internal dragon energy surged, coalescing into colossal claws imbued with tremendous force, crashing towards the forest lizard, which was still engaged in its Giga Drain maneuver. This is outrageous. How is this low-level Yaya executing high-level moves? Chao Lei was utterly dumbfounded, momentarily dropping his composed facade and exclaiming in astonishment. In a flurry of panic, he urgently warned the forest lizard, evade. Continue using Protect. Faced with Yaya's ferocious charge, the forest lizard felt fear for the first time. Realizing that evasion was impossible and hastily raising its protective energy shield, praying it could withstand the terrifying blow from Yaya. Now, with its strength elevated to a new level, Yaya's dragon rage far exceeded its earlier confrontation with the little elephant. It was worth noting that the little elephant had managed to withstand Yaya's previous might by relying on a combination of its rolling and spherical form to amplify its power to an extreme level, making the two evenly matched at that time. But now, what could the forest lizard rely on to resist? A hastily erected Protect shield? Perhaps there was a chance if it had the opportunity to unleash its full power, but certainly not now. "Yaya, shatter the opponent's last hope," Zheng Xuan shouted unabashedly. Crack, like the crisp sound of shattering glass. The energy shield, tenuously upheld by the forest lizard, could scarcely withstand a single blow from the massive claws of Yaya before it swiftly crumbled under the strain. The forest lizard within had long since lost its initial vigor, resembling a defenseless little lamb laid bare before the ravenous wolf that was Yaya. so frail and powerless. Bang! The forest lizard, in a panic, raised its arm in a futile attempt to defend itself. The weakened energy shield offered little protection. With that one devastating strike, it was sent hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string. Boom! It then traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing down again, kicking up a cloud of dust. As for the forest lizard, one of the protagonists, it had already succumbed to the injuries, fainting and completely losing its ability to fight. Did it lose? With the forest lizard's defeat, Chao Lei's expression shifted from disbelief to furious wrath. He instinctively reached for his waist, but after a moment, he slowly let his hand fall, as if his spirit had been utterly extinguished. However, Zheng Xuan, across from him, perceived the situation with clarity. Chao Lei's reflexive motion towards his waist was clearly an attempt to retrieve another Pokeball. There was indeed something amiss. Zheng Xuan understood well that had this been anywhere other than the glaring spotlight of the battle arena, his opponent would have likely switched Pokemon and continued the assault. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed leaders, we have just witnessed the emergence of the champion of the New Star Cup Battle Tournament. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Zheng Xuan. The commentator, brimming with excitement, leapt from his seat and exuberantly shouted, Zheng Xuan! Zheng Xuan! Zheng Xuan! The crowd in the audience echoed the fervor, erupting into enthusiastic applause and chants of the champion's name. Alas, Zheng Xuan had no time to relish the privileges of victory. The moment the match concluded, he hurriedly took Yaya to the medical room. After all, the high-intensity battles following the main event made injuries inevitable, and he had become a regular visitor to the treatment room. Fortunately, with the expertise of the medical staff and the reassuring healing abilities of the Chansey, Yaya's injuries were swiftly tended to. I had long observed your potential for greatness. Go Xuan. Now you have truly claimed the championship. Wu Jialong exclaimed joyfully, relishing the thought of boasting to others that the champion of the New Star Cup had once been his subordinate. I recall that winning the New Star Cup Battle Tournament grants extra points for the Pokemon entrance examination, doesn't it? Wu Zhan interjected unexpectedly. What? Extra points for the Pokemon entrance examination? Wu Jialong's face instantly contorted in regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Otherwise, why would those high school seniors engage in such fierce competition? Beyond the generous rewards, this was the most significant incentive. Oh no, Zhang, is there still a chance for a revival match? Wu Jialong wore an expression of despair. Are you out of your mind? The champion is standing right in front of you. How could there still be a revival match? Wu Zhan replied brusquely. Even if there were a revival match, I doubt you would be selected, given that you didn't even pass the preliminary round. Zheng Xuan added with a sharp remark. How outrageous you all are. Wu Jialong was left speechless in his indignation. Soon, the third-place match concluded, and the event organizers approached Zheng Xuan, the champion, to attend the awards ceremony and interview session for the New Star Cup. After the ceremony and interview concluded, Zheng Xuan finally received the coveted prizes he had long desired. The first item was, of course, the trophy for the New Star Cup Battle Tournament. Though Zheng Xuan was uncertain whether it was crafted from pure gold or merely gilded, it appeared to hold considerable value. Should misfortune befall him in the future, it might fetch a handsome price. The second item was a plain yet significant Alliance Bank card, which naturally held the 200,000 Alliance coins prize that Zheng Xuan cherished most. Following that was a selection of rare Pokemon items, which required prior reservation and would be delivered to his doorstep by designated personnel. Oh, has an additional prize been added? Zheng Xuan inquired curiously, clutching the card-like item. Contestant Zheng Xuan, this is a customized membership card from Longting Group. Simply by holding it, you can collect a year's worth of tailored Pokemon food at any of Longting Group's establishments. However, dear, we recommend you collect it monthly, the staff explained patiently. Zheng Xuan was quite familiar with Longting Group, a colossal state-owned enterprise in the Daxiao Alliance, involved in a myriad of businesses related to Pokemon, even extending to Pokemon funeral services. Regardless, with the prizes and rewards secured, apart from one certain individual facing the embarrassment of an early exit from the preliminary round, all was well. Zheng Xuan had successfully concluded his journey in the New Star Cup Battle Tournament. Chapter 70, The Black Market. Shortly after the conclusion of the New Star Cup Battle Tournament, Zheng Xuan's winter vacation commenced. While visiting a hidden shop on Commercial Street to acquire breeding resources, he learned from the proprietor that a large auction would soon be held in the black market, prompting Zheng Xuan to make preparations. Let us go, Xiao Xuan. Are the mask and cloak ready? Wu Zhan reminded him. Absolutely. Having an elite trainer like Wu Zhan as a safeguard was part of Zheng Xuan's preparations. Initially, Zheng Xuan had merely mentioned the black market auction in passing, not intending to invite Wu Zhan along, yet unexpectedly, the latter proposed to accompany him. The mask and cloak were, of course, meant to conceal their identities and appearances, not because Zheng Xuan had gained fame as the New Star Cup champion and sought to flaunt his status, but rather as a long-standing custom of the black market. Zhang, I have done my homework and am fully prepared. Zheng Xuan pointed to the backpack behind him in response. If you're ready, then let us depart. This time, we want to bring along that troublemaker, Jialong. In the old district of Zhongyu City, as the city underwent development and shifted its focus, the once thriving urban area was gradually abandoned, with few original residents remaining. This left behind a desolate expanse of uninhabited and unmanaged buildings, creating an ideal environment for various unsavory characters to congregate, and the black market thrived in this region. Previously, Zhongyu City had been cracking down on illegal transactions in this area, but due to limited resources and the large profits involved in black market dealings, the efforts had seen little success. They had resorted to a cooperative approach, with staff working alongside black market managers to maintain order, effectively reducing crime rates while still generating substantial tax revenue each year. I digress. The two arrived near the old district, disguised their identities, and paid an entrance fee at the door before gaining entry. The auction had yet to commence, allowing time to wander about. Perhaps they might stumble upon something valuable. I used to love coming here to seek treasures when I was in college, Wu Zhan suggested quietly. I'll follow your lead, Zhang Ge. As it was Zheng Xuan's first visit to the black market, and he was unfamiliar with everything, he had no reason to refuse. It must be said that the variety of items available at the black market stalls was astonishing, from high-end Pokémon breeding knowledge, energy cube recipes, and Pokémon items, to various breeding resources, collectible antiquities, and memorabilia. Everything one could imagine was available. During their exploration, Zheng Xuan remained undeterred, entering a shop specializing in selling Pokémon eggs, hoping to uncover high-quality eggs using his special abilities. However, after several rounds of searching, he found only exceedingly ordinary eggs, devoid of even green-quality potential, dispelling his hopes of a fortunate find. Nonetheless, after a circuit around the black market's periphery, Zheng Xuan did not leave empty-handed. He discovered another function of his special ability to probe items, and, at a stall selling various ancient artifacts, he unearthed a special stone containing ancient coins. The vendor merely used instruments to probe a faint energy response, dismissing it casually in a corner of the stall. Under the pretense of an interest in stones, Zheng Xuan purchased it for a mere few thousand. If the stone were to be shattered, revealing ancient coins within, selling them to those so-called wealthy collectors could yield a value not inferior to that of a rare-grade elven artifact, likely exceeding 50,000 alliance coins at the very least. Zheng Xuan cast a fleeting glance at it before nonchalantly placing the stone into his backpack, his heart secretly rejoicing. Were it not for the addictive thrill of stumbling upon such treasures, this brief encounter could very well equate to a quarter of the prize money he had tirelessly earned from the New Star Cup Championship. Alas, in the vastness of the black market, Zheng Xuan realized that this was merely a singular opportunity for him to strike gold, a modest gain indeed, while dreams of sudden wealth were best left to the realm of slumber. Hey, Xiao Xian, do you not fancy the wares of the black market? Opting instead for just a random stone? Wu Zhan, who had stuffed his space backpack with numerous items, inquired with surprise. Brother Zhan, it's not that I look down upon it, but rather my funds are limited, and my capabilities do not allow for more, Zheng Xuan responded with a wry smile. Didn't you just win a prize of 200,000? Have you spent it all so quickly? Wu Zhan expressed further astonishment, recalling that Zheng Xuan was not one to squander money like Wu Jialong. I need to start preparing for my second elven companion, which requires prudent financial management. Zheng Xuan explained. That makes sense. Do you have any thoughts on your choice for the second elven partner? After all, your initial elven companion standards are rather high. Wu Zhan remarked with a touch of admiration, recognizing that Zheng Xuan had triumphed over stronger opponents to seize the New Star Cup, and his initial partner's potential seemed to surpass that of Wu Jialong's fiery chick. Currently, Zheng Xuan felt quite lost in making that difficult decision, a source of considerable headache. The auction is about to commence. Let us enter. There's no rush. We can take our time to deliberate, as selecting an elven partner is a lifelong commitment. Wu Zhan said with a smile, attempting to reassure Zheng Xuan, who appeared conflicted. In fact, Wu Zhan had not yet concluded his thought, as many had traversed a similar path, temporarily opting for more ordinary elves, and later, once their strength had grown, having better choices to transition the ordinary qualified elves to secondary teams or even abandon them altogether. Upon entering the auction venue, it was evident that the black market auction was not as lavish as formal ones. However, thanks to Wu Zhan's status as an elite trainer, they were afforded a small private room, albeit modest, sparing them the need to jostle for space in the crowded hall, where safety was also a concern. The auction quickly commenced. True to its reputation as an annual grand event, an array of rare-grade elven artifacts emerged, even surpassing the rare items featured in previous medium-scale auctions. Notably, several elves and eggs from the prestigious trio had already made their appearance, showcasing the high caliber of this auction. Zheng Xuan glanced around, noting that all the displayed items possessed green qualifications, which did not meet his elevated standards. Moreover, Each item was expected to fetch prices exceeding the last auction's 350,000, a sum Zheng Xuan could not afford. During the course, Zheng Xuan seized the opportunity to bid on 5 50-year-old dragon blood herbs, spending nearly 60,000. While the solitary auction of a 100-year-old dragon blood herb was beyond Zheng Xuan's current capabilities, leaving him to politely decline. Finally, the last auction item before the grand finale was revealed, an egg adorned with purple speckles. Zheng Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to witnessing something miraculous. Elven species, Wubbits. Level, LV1 juvenile phase. Type, flying dragon. Trait, penetration. Gender, female. Status, healthy. Quality rating, light purple. Held item, none. Level skills, inherited skills. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the item for auction, an egg of the Wubbit, a combination of flying and dragon types, which evolves into the formidable Soundwave dragon. Most importantly, our professional instruments have detected that this Wubbit egg possesses an extraordinarily rare quality, a 1 in 1,000 purple. Cherish this rare opportunity, as this egg could elevate a trainer to gym leader status, or even to the level of a quasi-champion. The starting bid is set at 300,000, with increments of no less than 30,000. The auctioneer bellowed enthusiastically. Upon witnessing the Wubbit egg, Zheng Xuan felt an undeniable surge of desire. However, with a starting bid of 300,000, essentially the price of a prestigious trio elven creature, and already reaching over 500,000 in such a short span, even his heart's yearning could not compel him to compete at this level. The final price for the Wubbit egg reached an astonishing 660,000 alliance coins, a sum equivalent to 2 of the prestigious trio elven creatures. Are you surprised by the final sale price? Wu Zhan teased, noticing Zheng Xuan's astonishment. Indeed, somewhat. Zheng Xuan nodded. Wu Zhan glanced at the auction stage, confidently asserting, if all goes as expected, that Wubbit egg is likely related to the final auction item. Brother Zhan, are you referring to the information about the dragon-type elven habitat? Zheng Xuan suddenly recalled the shop owner's earlier words. Only such valuable information could far surpass that of a high-quality dragon-type elven egg, thus becoming the grand finale of the auction. Wu Zhan explained with a smile. Coincidentally, just as Wu Zhan finished speaking, the auctioneer began to build excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you have gathered some insider information for attending this auction. Indeed, the next true finale item is the recently discovered address of a dragon-type elven habitat. I trust everyone understands the immense value this item represents, so I need not elaborate further. As for the authenticity of the information, the previous dragon-type elven egg serves as sufficient proof, with the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The auctioneer continued, considering the value of this information, it cannot be absorbed by just 1 or 2 parties. The mysterious seller has requested that this information be divided into 10 portions for sale. Naturally, we respect the seller's wishes, and we will now commence bidding for the first portion, starting at 200,000, with minimum increments of 20,000. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Wu Zhan immediately raised the bid to 300,000, leaving the audience in stunned silence. After a brief pause, someone cautiously bid an additional 20,000. Seeing others join the fray, Wu Zhan decisively upped the bid to 350,000, exuding an air of certainty. Perhaps intimidated by Wu Zhan's boldness, or perhaps wary of the bidding price's ambiguity, many chose to refrain from competing, believing there would be ample opportunities later. Ultimately, Wu Zhan successfully secured the first portion of information for 350,000. After winning, Wu Zhan boasted, Xiao Xian, in situations like this, hesitation and wishful thinking are grave mistakes. One must act decisively to maintain control. Rest assured, others will soon comprehend and regret their timidity. The sooner you bid, the less you will spend. Truly, Brother Zhan, you are remarkable. You certainly possess substantial wealth. Zheng Xuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I think you've missed the point, Wu Zhan mused inwardly. Realizing how Zheng Xuan could get along with the eccentric Wu Jialong, it seemed there was bound to be one unconventional individual among them. Seeing that Zheng Xuan had some misunderstandings, Wu Zhan proactively explained, this time, it was the curator who instructed me to participate in the auction. The expenses are covered by the institution. If it were just for a piece of news, I certainly wouldn't have such a substantial sum to spend. Initially, I thought it would require a considerable amount, but unexpectedly, the seller displayed some cleverness by dividing the information into 10 parts for bidding. Is it Uncle Wu who sent you? Zheng Xuan inquired, somewhat surprised. However, upon reflection, he realized that the information regarding the habitat of dragon-type Pokémon was of immense significance. Even a semi-legendary powerhouse would not dare to take it lightly. Haha, you are indeed fortunate. I estimate that the curator will organize a team to explore this dragon-type Pokémon habitat, and you will undoubtedly be invited to witness the grandeur alongside your family dragon. Moreover, who knows, we might all have the chance to capture a dragon-type Pokémon. Thinking of it this way, the 350,000 spent would truly be worth it. Even the well-informed Wu Zhan was filled with fantasies and aspirations regarding the potential exploration. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan's spirits soared. Could this be the proverbial blessing in disguise? Although he lacked the financial means to bid on the coveted Wong Bat Pokémon Egg, he had nevertheless gained an opportunity to explore the habitat of dragon-type Pokémon. The competition below escalated into fierce verbal disputes, and were it not for the intimidating presence of the security personnel nearby, physical confrontations might have ensued. Nevertheless, as Wu Zhan had boasted, the bidding for the first piece of information reached a staggering 350,000, with subsequent bids climbing even higher, especially the final bid of 600,000, nearly rivaling the price of the previous dragon-type Pokémon Egg. This clearly illustrated the frenzy surrounding dragon-type Pokémon, with an average price exceeding 400,000. The total value of the 10 pieces of information surpassed an astronomical 4 million Alliance coins, certainly enough to meet the threshold for bidding on semi-legendary Pokémon eggs, which, if available, would be a prime example of being priceless yet unattainable. Let us go. The auction has concluded. Since there's still time, let us explore the black market and see if we can unearth some treasures. My space backpack isn't full yet, Wu Zhan suggested, patting the somewhat dazed Zheng Xuan. That sounds good. Zheng Xuan readily agreed. After all, this trip to the black market had yielded an ancient coin, the value of which offset his expenditure on dragon blood grass. Remaining in a state of stagnation was difficult for Zheng Xuan to accept. It was akin to those anglers who refused to return empty-handed, always wanting to bring something back. Chapter 72. The adventure begins. Upon returning from the black market, a smile lingered on Zheng Xuan's lips. The reason was simple. After the auction concluded, he had indeed not returned empty-handed. At a stall filled with rags, he discovered an elegantly curved spoon, long buried in dirt and dust, a Pokémon tool meant for Psychic-type Pokémon, just like the Psychic-type Pokémon itself. This rare item was a treasure in its own right. Furthermore, with its rarity level, this seemingly inconspicuous spoon was valued significantly higher than the previously auctioned mysterious water droplet, only second to the dragon's Fong, a Pokémon tool he currently possessed. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, for the championship of the new Star Cup battle competition, Zheng Xuan naturally opted for the dragon's Fong, which greatly enhances Yaya's abilities. This decision had indeed posed a challenge to the staff of the Pokémon Association in Zhongyu City, who scoured their entire warehouse but could not find such a rare item. They ultimately had to hasten the transfer of the dragon's Fong from another city's Pokémon Association that possessed it. Zheng Xuan was completely unaware of this. All he knew was that in future battles against Pokémon of similar strength, who could withstand the formidable blows of Yaya equipped with powerful gear like the dragon's claw. Of course, if that didn't work, he could always come back for another strike. Simultaneously, Zheng Xuan felt immensely relieved that the new Star Cup battle competition limited the carrying of items by Pokémon. Otherwise, the gap would have widened further. Especially for a commoner like him who could barely afford items, having a little capital, he had just escaped the impoverished class. The next day, early in the morning, his close friend Wu Jialong called. Hey Xuan, I have tremendous news. My dad said today he will take you and me to explore the newly discovered habitat of dragon-type Pokémon. Wu Jialong's excited voice boomed through the phone. Hee. As one of the parties involved, Zheng Xuan merely smiled slightly. It seemed this matter had likely been kept from you until the last moment. Stop chuckling, Xuan. Hurry to the dojo. We'll set off at 9 a.m. sharp. Go, go, go. Without waiting for Zheng Xuan's response, Wu Jialong hurriedly hung up. How impatient. Zheng Xuan scoffed, then dressed himself, retrieving the Pokémon ball containing Yaya, which was comparable in size to a dumbbell, and stepped out the door. Oh, didn't you just finish training? Now you're off again. Zheng Dali, who had just arisen to relieve himself, noticed Zheng Xuan leaving the house with great enthusiasm. Subsequently, glancing at the breakfast laid out on the table, several cold buns, and the empty living room, a wave of loneliness akin to that of an empty nester washed over Zheng Dali, who finally sighed. Busy, everyone's busy, being busy is good. Zheng Xuan arrived at the dojo early. To his surprise, the usually tardy Wu Jialong, who was habitually late and would not arrive until the last moment, had actually beaten Zheng Xuan to the venue. Xuan, I've envied your possession of a dragon-type Pokémon for ages. This time, I must capture one to show off. Wu Jialong declared boldly. Zheng Xuan, puzzled, asked, weren't you always aspiring to become a fire-type champion? You don't understand. Everyone knows I'm a fire-type champion, but if I pull out a dragon-type Pokémon, wouldn't that shock them all? Wu Jialong said, beaming with pride. Fool, don't even think about a dragon-type Pokémon. I've already found a second Pokémon for you. So don't even think about messing it up. came a booming voice that instantly silenced the previously braggadocious Wu Jialong. Uncle Wu, Zheng Xuan greeted as Wu Lianqing strode in with an imposing presence. Ah, little Xuan is here. Wu Lianqing replied with a smile. Then, turning to Wu Jialong, he donned a frustrated expression once more. Father, according to the Alliance's regulations, I have come of age and have my own opinions. I do not wish for you to control or manipulate my life. Wu Jialong put on a pitiful facade. In truth, Wu Jialong had his share of difficulties. Zheng Xuan mused quietly. Children from dojo families, especially only children, are often burdened with the mission of inheriting the dojo from a young age. Though they enjoy unparalleled access to high-quality Pokémon, they lack the freedom to choose their preferred Pokémon. In essence, while enjoying the immense conveniences provided by their predecessors, they must also endure certain constraints and bear corresponding responsibilities. Idiot, weren't you the one who was crying for a little Charizard? Your father had to risk his reputation and pay a hefty price to obtain the offspring of the Fire-type champion S-Ace Pokémon, Charizard, from the Northwest Alliance. Wu Lianqing exclaimed, slapping the table angrily, his frustration directed at his ungrateful child who was receiving such great benefits yet still complaining. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? You are my father after all. I want to tell Mom about the private savings. Wu Jialong cried, covering his head and wailing. Then switched to a playful tone, grinning. How foolish, pity who? No one should pity that Wu Jialong. Zheng Xuan thought to himself with disdain. It was fortunate he had just empathized with Wu Jialong. Now it seemed the other party had no real suffering, living the carefree life of a dojo heir. A reality Zheng Xuan could hardly fathom. Get away. I'm treating you this well, and if you dare leak any information, I'll tear you apart, you ungrateful child. Wu Lianqing reprimanded harshly. Hee. Wu Jialong chuckled to himself, having completely forgotten his earlier boast about capturing a dragon-type Pokémon. As the esteemed leader of the dojo, Wu Lianqing arrived at the scene, the team swiftly gathered. In addition to Wu Lianqing at the forefront, there was the newly appointed elite trainer, Wu Zhan, along with several professional trainers from the dojo's inner circle, followed closely by the two least skilled members, Xien and Wu Jialong. In the realm of exploration and adventure, it is commonly understood that fewer individuals lead to smaller targets and heightened safety. Thus, this expedition was capped at fewer than 10 participants. 3 off-road vehicles departed from the dojo, leaving the urban sprawl behind and heading straight into the wilderness. It was not a matter of customary agreement. Several factions and teams, having received word of this endeavor, set out around the same time, all intent on claiming their share of the substantial bounty at stake. On a distant high-rise, a cloaked figure clad in black observed Zheng Xuan and his companions as they departed from the dojo, exiting the city. Master, Wu Lianqing has set off. The figure reported in a hushed tone, clutching a peculiar communication device. The response from the other end was inaudible, yet the figure nodded repeatedly in affirmation, replying, yes. My subordinates will release the information immediately. After ending the call, the figure surveyed the bustling cityscape. Hee, why am I laughing like this? Never mind. This time I shall not only reap a windfall, but also accomplish the task entrusted to me by my master. Truly, a double triumph. Chapter 73, The Natural Cavern. 100 kilometers north of Zhongyu City. Master, the cavern ahead has been preliminarily explored. Its terrain is intricate and ever-changing, with passageways that branch out in all directions. We have traversed over 1,000 meters, yet have found no exit. Furthermore, the route ahead is too narrow for vehicles. We must proceed on foot. A trainer, accompanied by a massive Zubat, hastily returned to the team to report to Wu Lianqing. After parking the vehicles in an open area, Wu Lianqing declared, the remaining members, apart from Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong who will remain in the center of the formation, shall release their primary Pokémon to guard our flanks. I will lead the way, while Wu Zhan will bring up the rear. As the spokesperson of the team, Wu Lianqing promptly made the decision. He summoned his primary Pokémon, Rapidash, which not only resolved the issue of illumination within the pitch-black cavern, but also ensured that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Rapidash's remarkable agility and riding prowess could swiftly evacuate the two burdensome companions, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. The seasoned trainers required no rehearsal. The other professional trainers promptly released their Pokémon to flank the formation, while Wu Zhan called forth his Fire-type Ninetales as the rear guard. In a typical exploration team, the rear guard position is as vital as the leading position, which is precisely why Wu Lianqing had chosen Wu Zhan for the role. Following the guidance of their specialized instruments, the team entered the cavern. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above. Screech. Hiss. There are Zubat and Golbat. One of the professional trainers warned. Before the warning had fully registered, a swarm of Zubat and Golbat, roosting atop the cavern, flapped their wings in unison and launched themselves at the team. This was the harsh reality of the wild. When wild Pokémon detect human presence, it is rarely a cordial encounter. The most benign response may involve warnings and expulsions of intruders, while the most severe reactions, as now exhibited, involve outright assaults. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of Zubat and Golbat, the team maintained their composure, responding to the threat in an orderly fashion. Rapidash, unleash a fiery barrage, Wu Lianqing commanded, initiating a fierce counterattack. The robust flames dispersed the majority of the frontline attackers. Ninetales, release a fiery blast. Colossus, fire whirl. Flareon, we must not lag behind. Naturally, as trainers affiliated with a fire-type dojo, they possessed an abundance of fire-type Pokémon adept at executing special moves. What are you doing? Zheng Xuan admonished as he grasped Wu Jialong, who was eager to join the fray. I want to summon my Torchic and use Ember. Although I just learned the move, my Torchic is exceptionally gifted and has already mastered it. Wu Jialong explained anxiously, fearing that the Zubat and Golbat would be dispatched before he had the chance to prove himself. Wushu has not permitted us to engage in battle. If you recklessly charge in, it may disrupt the rhythm of the other's combat. You will not only fail to assist, but may inadvertently hinder us. Zheng Xuan cautioned. Xin is right. Jialong, just stay put. With us here, those Zubat and Golbat cannot harm you. Do not interfere. Wu Zhan concurred while directing Ninetales in battle. Very well. I shall refrain from joining. Wu Jialong reluctantly acquiesced. The battle concluded swiftly. Within a mere instant's worth of time, hundreds of Zubat and Golbat failed to penetrate the team's perimeter and fled in disarray. Notably, Rapidash accounted for the majority of the fallen foes, with over half succumbing to its ferocious flames. Even the slightest spark could instantaneously extinguish a Zubat or Golbat, and those directly struck by the flames were reduced to ash, underscoring the vast disparity in power. Additionally, Wu Zhan's Ninetales exhibited remarkable control over the flames, ensuring that any stragglers did not breach the team's defenses. Well done, everyone. It seems you have all been diligently training and have not been lax. After the battle, Wu Lianqing, unusually, praised the composed professional trainers. The unexpected commendation brought delight to the trainers, motivating them to strive for even better performance in the future. However, before they could bask in their triumph for long, Wu Lianqing commanded, clear the battlefield and search for usable resources. The remnants of the Zubat and Golbat swarm, aside from the littering of droppings, would surely yield a trove of spoils. Indeed, it was not long before those tasked with scavenging returned, laden with an array of resources, including numerous valuable poison-type cultivation materials, assorted common-grade items, and even Zubat eggs, filling their space bags to capacity. Master, our harvest this time consists mainly of over a dozen high-quality Pokémon eggs, with a preliminary valuation exceeding 150,000 Alliance coins. We have not even reached our destination yet, and we have already achieved such gains. The reporting trainer beamed with delight. High risk, high reward. Despite the ease with which they dispatched their adversaries, they faced a horde of wild Pokémon, many of which were professional-grade Golbat. Were it not for Wu Lianqing, a soon-to-be champion, personally leading the expedition, even elite trainers like Wu Zhan would have retreated in trepidation. Let us tally this impressive haul upon our return. Onward. The comparison of a bounty amounting to 150,000 to mere trinkets was a privilege that only Wu Lianqing could assert in that moment. Yes, master. The group responded in unison. After Zheng Xuan and his companions had been navigating the cavern for some time, another group hurriedly arrived by vehicle. Captain, it appears to be a vehicle from the Zhongyu dojo. It bears the dojo's insignia. A young man called out to the burly figure behind him. Damn it, we are a step too late. If it weren't for the ambush from a swarm of bee drills on the road, we would have arrived sooner. The Tiger Squad should have been here long ago. The burly man fumed. The dojo's team had gained entry into the cavern before them, signifying a substantial advantage in reaching their destination, which, given the formidable prowess of the dojo's leader, would considerably diminish the spoils available for their claim. Everyone disembark. There is no need for the remaining personnel. Set up all necessary instruments and equipment, and let us all enter the cavern to recover our lost time. The burly man commanded, gesturing for his team to proceed. This contingent was sizable, comprising dozens of individuals, who, under the leadership of the burly man, surged into the cavern with great determination. Shaped by nature's artistry, this natural cavern was astonishingly vast, likely possessing more than one entrance and potentially multiple exits. At the entrances of other locations, groups of individuals arrived in succession, either early or late, all heading towards the same destination. Chapter 74, The Rumblestone Tribe. The topography of the cave was intricate and convoluted. Even with the aid of specialized instruments, Zheng Xuan and his companions found themselves somewhat disoriented, having taken several wrong paths and compelled to retrace their steps. The perils they faced were evident, having endured no fewer than 10 assaults from wild spirits since entering the cave. Fortunately, aside from the leading quasi-king level powerhouse, Wu Lianqing, the other members of the team were formidable in their own right. easily neutralizing these seemingly dangerous attacks, which were, in retrospect, merely minor inconveniences. Something is amiss ahead. Wu Lianqing, at the forefront of the team, despite his exceptional prowess, dared not let his guard down. Upon noticing the anomaly, he immediately raised his hand to signal the others. The team remained vigilant, proceeding with utmost caution. Even Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, under the protection of the group, had one hand resting on their waist where their pokeballs were secured. Though acting impulsively might prove counterproductive in a critical moment, every bit of strength could enhance their chances of survival. There's movement behind us. Who's there? A voice called from ahead. Even though the sound of speech indicated that the presence before them was not that of wild spirits, the team did not relax their guard, but rather heightened their readiness. After all, the wilderness harbors dangers beyond just wild spirits. Threats from other trainers loomed large as well. Is that you, Master Wu? Wonderful. It's Master Wu who has arrived. One individual from the opposing group, having raised their defenses, was overjoyed to see that the leader of the arriving team was none other than the gym leader, Wu Lianqing. And you are? Wu Lianqing inquired, maintaining a safe distance. Master Wu, we are adventurers from the Tiger Brigade. The man quickly explained, employing the title of adventurer to evidently substantiate their innocent identity. The Tiger Brigade? Wu Lianqing expressed confusion. As a prominent gym leader, he was preoccupied with his duties and had not kept abreast of the affairs concerning the adventurers' guilds. Master, this is a newly emerging mid-sized adventurer team from Zhongyu City, led by a man named Wong who possesses the strength of an elite high-level trainer in his prime. The Tiger Brigade has great potential to evolve into a large-scale adventuring group, Wu Zhan interjected quietly beside him. Indeed, Master Wu, we are a formally registered adventurer team in the guild, not an illegal hunting group, the man hastily affirmed, eager to avoid inciting Wu Lianqing's hostility. What is the situation you find yourselves in? As they drew nearer, Wu Lianqing noticed that the 10 or so individuals before him were all covered in grime and appeared quite disheveled, with even the nearby vigilant spirits showing signs of injury, clearly having endured significant battles. Master Wu, we are truly ashamed. The Tiger Brigade had indeed found the exit, but we were suddenly ambushed by a considerable number of Rumblestone tribe members, and our group of dozens was immediately scattered, the man recounted, his expression one of deep remorse. As a team that had long thrived in the wilderness, they possessed ample experience in dealing with wild spirit groups. However, their overzealousness today had led them into a surprise attack by the wild spirits, leaving them thoroughly embarrassed. And where is your leader? Wu Lianqing continued his questioning. Master Wu, our leader took a portion of our elite members to fend off most of the ambush from the Rumblestone tribe, allowing the rest of us a chance to escape. As for his current whereabouts, we are uncertain, the man replied, a bitter smile on his face. Firstly, we cannot, nor do we have the resources or manpower to escort you out. However, you may choose to accompany our team forward. Perhaps we can locate your group. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Lianqing made a decisive choice. The disheveled appearance of these individuals and their spirits suggested they were unlikely to be deceitful regarding their ambush. And while he could not fully trust them, his sense of duty as a gym leader compelled him to lead them onward. Fantastic. Thank you, Master Wu. We are immensely grateful. Thank you for your benevolence, Master Wu. Upon hearing this, the weariness on the faces of the 10 or so individuals vanished, and they expressed their gratitude with utmost respect, recognizing that aligning themselves with the gym leader was indeed the best choice. We need someone to lead the way ahead. Who among you is willing to volunteer? Wu Lianqing called for volunteers, as these individuals were familiar with the location of the exit and could serve as guides. Additionally, given the incomplete trust, he could conveniently divide them into 2 groups for easier management. I'll do it, Master Wu. I know where the exit is. The first individual, evidently the leader of this group, stepped forward to offer his guidance. Then you shall lead, and the rest of you should position yourselves on either side of the team. If we encounter any conflict, follow instructions to ensure your safety. Wu Lianqing's gaze hardened, serving as both a reminder and a warning. Understood, understood, the man nodded repeatedly, feeling a chill run down his spine, soon breaking into a sweat. Master Wu, it's just ahead. As he spoke, the man pointed into the distance, where a faint beam of light could be seen filtering through a cave entrance. Immediately thereafter, the man seemed to witness something too painful to behold, slowly closing his eyes, his face contorted with anguish. Zheng Xuan, taking advantage of the terrain, gazed downwards. Perhaps due to it being midday, a significant amount of sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating the area before the entrance well enough for him to discern the source of the man's distress. Gathered before the cave entrance were hundreds of small fists and rumble stones, seemingly basking in the warmth of the sunlight. Yet surrounding them were traces of blood and various spirits, including several grotesque corpses. Clearly, the remains of those spirits and trainers were left behind by the Tiger Brigade during their hasty escape from the ambush. This Rumblestone tribe shall not be captured. Eliminate them all. Wu Lianqing declared with a fierce intensity, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, the group responded in unison, witnessing the tragic fate of their compatriots. Even those with no direct ties felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen. Moreover, the prevailing attitude of the Great Xia Alliance and the vast majority of trainers towards wild spirits that had unjustly harmed humans was notably consistent, to eradicate violence with violence. Wu Zhan, you will command everyone in the battle shortly. As for the leader of the Rumblestone tribe, it is beyond your capability to confront. I shall handle it personally. Wu Lianqing's fiery temper flared, and he decided to delegate authority to Wu Zhan. He himself aimed to confront the Rumblestone leader, which was nearly twice the size of an ordinary Rumblestone, occupying the prime spot for sunlight. Chapter 75, The Great Flame Explosion. Wu Zhan understood that this was Wu Lianqing's intention to hone his ability to shoulder responsibilities. He promptly accepted the command. Rest assured, master. I will do my utmost to excel. Having received Wu Lianqing's approval, Wu Zhan turned to the members of the Tiger Brigade who had accompanied them and inquired. I am Wu Zhan. Do any of you possess water-type or grass-type spirits? If so, please raise your hands. I need to tally the numbers. To combat the rock and ground-type Rumblestones, water or grass-type spirits were undoubtedly the most effective, capable of delivering quadruple damage. Hence, it was no surprise that Wu Zhan's first task upon taking command was to assess the number of trainers with such spirits. I have a mosquito frog. I was initially planning to buy a water stone to help it evolve after this mission, but I hadn't anticipated that it could be useful now. Wu Zhan, my primary spirit is a water-type Kingler. As for me, my initial Pokemon happens to be a gigantic vine, undoubtedly a formidable opponent against these Rumblestones. My Stinky Flower is eager to join the fray as well. No, you mustn't, and you cannot. Several individuals nearby hastily intervened, not wishing to harm 800 enemies while inflicting 1,000 wounds upon themselves. At that moment, Wu Jialong stealthily approached Zheng Xuan. Dog Xien, does my father mean that we will have a chance to participate in the battle soon? Wu Jialong's excitement was palpable. He initially thought this outing would provide him the opportunity to showcase his skills in the wild, only to find himself treated like a national treasure, kept safe within the team, unable to engage in combat at all, which was quite frustrating. That should be the case, right? Zheng Xuan replied, uncertain. However, he shared Wu Jialong's sentiments. After all, they had come all this way for an outdoor adventure, only to be restricted from taking action, which felt quite stifling. Given Yaya's current strength, it was hardly inferior to that of an average professional-grade Pokemon. So why should they be so timid? They should have struck with full force long ago. Jialong, Xiaoxian, you two will follow me shortly. Although the gym leader has tacitly allowed you to join the battle, Brother Zhan still wants me to keep an eye on you. Qian Jiting, a professional trainer affiliated with the gym, had been instructed by Wu Zhan to look after the two novice trainers present. Haha, finally able to participate in the battle. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. With permission to engage, Wu Jialong's previously sullen expression transformed into one of joy. Brother Qian, rest assured, once the battle commences, we will undoubtedly stick close to you. Zheng Xuan assured, a hint of delight gracing his face as well. Let us hope so, Qian Jiting replied with a bittersweet smile. Clearly aware that this was not an easy task, he would have preferred commanding Pokemon in direct confrontations like the others, rather than babysitting two novice trainers. Nonetheless, he had considerable confidence in Zheng Xuan's abilities, especially since he had claimed victory in the Rising Star Cup battle as a high school sophomore, which was indeed impressive. What truly concerned Qian Jiting, however, was Wu Jialong, the troublemaker, who would be the focus of his attention moving forward. It seemed that while 3/10 of his energy would be dedicated to battling, the remaining 7/10 would have to be devoted to keeping an eye on Wu Jialong. Before long, everyone present was prepared for the impending battle. Blaze Horse, unleash the explosive flame. With Wu Lianqing's command, the first shot of battle was fired, or rather, the first cannon. The flames enveloping Blaze Horse's mane and limbs surged dramatically, and a massive fireball shot forth, expanding several times in midair, transforming into a fierce blaze shaped like a character, crashing down upon the unsuspecting Rumblestone horde below. As the overwhelming flames descended, the Rumblestones finally reacted, hastily attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Boom. The astonishing explosion shook the entire cavern, the deafening blast reverberating around them, leaving the crowd stunned. Such terror, when they gazed down once more. The previously rugged terrain at the cave entrance had been flattened, or rather, entirely leveled by the explosion. In the aftermath, the area still bore remnants of flickering flames and the charred, blackened ground. This strike was undoubtedly aimed at capturing the Rumblestone leader. But those unfortunate bystanders surrounding it were the collateral damage of this chaos. The Rumblestone leader, despite its formidable strength and rock-type resistance, was significantly injured, while the hapless surrounding Rumblestones were reduced to mere rubble by the violent explosion, leaving only a few scattered survivors clinging to life thanks to their sturdy traits. Full-scale attack. After issuing the command, Wu Lianqing leapt onto Blaze Horse, charging forth like a knight into the fray. Facing the Rumble Stone horde alone, he showed no sign of fear. The others soon commanded their Pokémon to join the battle. However, they could not match Wu Lianqing's reckless charge into hundreds of wild Pokémon. To better observe the battlefield, the team advanced a bit, yet remained at a safe distance. The trainers, having taken stock, directed their Water-type and Grass-type Pokémon to focus on the Rumble Stones surrounding the smaller Rumble Stones, aiming to completely dismantle the enemy's perimeter in the initial assault and create chaos. Wu Zhan began to issue commands. Yaya, since it's our turn to strike, let us demonstrate our strength to them. On the flank of the battlefield, Zheng Xuan encouraged Yaya, stroking its head. Gur. Yaya responded with unwavering determination. The higher-level Rumble Stones would be dealt with by the trainers commanding Water and Grass-type Pokémon, while Zheng Xuan's task was to assist in clearing the smaller Rumble Stone horde on the outskirts. Under Wu Zhan's guidance, the team advanced in an orderly manner, with designated individuals tasked with confronting the Rumble Stones, while others accelerated to eliminate the numerous smaller Rumble Stones. Meanwhile, Wu Lianqing was particularly brutal. Even with him mounted on Blaze Horse, its speed remained unimpeded as it charged into the Rumble Stone ranks, as if into a realm devoid of obstacles. The surrounding Rumble Stones attempted to resist, but fell victim to the hooves of Blaze Horse. Yaya, continue using Dragon Claw. On the side battlefield, Zheng Xuan commanded Yaya to plunge into a group of smaller Rumble Stones, its fierce momentum causing the smaller Rumble Stones to shrink back in fear, unwilling to retaliate. Thanks to its exceptional trait, Yaya ignored the sturdy trait of the smaller Rumble Stones, achieving results that even outshone those of many professional trainers. Chapter 76. Politely declining an invitation. Fire Chick, we cannot afford to lose here either. Thunderbolt. Seeing Zheng Xuan and Yaya wreaking havoc, Wu Jialong, whose results were lackluster, grew anxious and ordered his Fire Chick to mimic Yaya's actions, breaking through to join the smaller Rumble Stones. Aromatous used Bite. Observing Zheng Xuan and Yaya's impressive performance, Qian Jiting shifted his focus to Wu Jialong, directing his Pokémon Aromatous to follow closely behind Fire Chick and clear the smaller Rumble Stones on the flank. Brother Qian, why do you keep following me? It affects my performance. Wu Jialong complained somewhat. Originally, he felt a sense of balance with both him and Zheng Xuan being protected. But now it seemed he was the sole target of protection. No, I noticed there were quite a few smaller Rumble Stones over here, so I had Aromatous act. Knowing Wu Jialong's temperament well, Qian Jiting promptly denied it. Well, just don't interfere with my actions. Wu Jialong could only respond begrudgingly. Don't worry. You just need to command Fire Chick to wreak havoc, and I'll have Aromatous keep an eye out for any sneaky foes. True to his name, Qian Jiting was quite clever. He rephrased his words, instantly brightening Wu Jialong's mood. Yaya, unleash your maximum power with Dragon Claw, attacking the Rumble Stone in the front right. After effortlessly dispatching the smaller Rumble Stones, Zheng Xuan set his sights on a Rumble Stone that had been heavily injured by a water gun. Gur. Facing a professional-grade opponent. Even one at the peak of the initial professional level, 21 to 25, Yaya showed no signs of fear as it raised its massive claw and charged forward. In a panic, the Rumble Stone tried to evade the incoming water gun attack, momentarily oblivious to Yaya rushing in from the side. Clang. The mighty claw collided with the Rumble Stone's hard rocky body. The already flustered Rumble Stone, caught off guard by the sudden powerful strike, stumbled and fell, desperately trying to get back up, only to be struck down by the water gun from a distance, rendering it unconscious on the spot. You are indeed Zheng Xuan, the champion of this year's Rising Star Cup, a remarkable achievement for someone so young. I am Huang Wei, the captain of the Tiger Squad. It is thanks to your Yaya that we were able to bring down that formidable Rumble Stone. Otherwise, my Mosquito King would have struggled to land a hit. The speaker was none other than the guide from earlier, who immediately praised Zheng Xuan's accomplishments, evidently seeking to cultivate goodwill. I merely played a supportive role. The victory over Rumble Stone is entirely your achievement, Zheng Xuan modestly replied. Initially, he had approached the situation with a tentative curiosity, eager to gauge the disparity in strength between Yaya and Rumble Stone. It became apparent that the gap in levels and power was indeed vast. Yaya's full-force ambush could only barely topple Rumble Stone, inflicting minimal damage. Nevertheless, the objective of his experiment had been achieved, and assisting in the defeat of a Rumble Stone was an unexpected delight. Brother Zheng, you are far too humble. I noticed that the number of small stone you defeated rivals that of professional trainers. So how about it? Once you graduate from university, would you consider joining our Tiger Squad? A captain like me earns over 200,000 annually, not including other benefits, and we can fully sponsor your expenses until graduation, including the costs of nurturing your Pokémon. Huang Wei boldly promoted himself. He had previously gathered some insight about Zheng Xuan from trainers at the gym, learning of his humble beginnings. Although he was unaware of how Zheng Xuan had acquired a dragon-type Pokémon, he saw a glimmer of hope in persuading him. Given the substantial investment required for raising such a Pokémon. I apologize, but my current focus is solely on gaining admission to a prestigious university. I have no other plans at the moment. Zheng Xuan was caught off guard by Huang Wei's sudden invitation and, after a brief pause, politely declined. In truth, after claiming the Rising Star Cup Championship, numerous factions, including adventure groups like the Tiger Squad, had extended olive branches to him, offering generous conditions such as sponsorship through university. Yet, Zheng Xuan had gracefully turned down each offer. It was not that he had set his sights on grander ambitions, but rather a simple reluctance to bind himself with what he perceived as a form of servitude. Of course, the offers presented were not enticing enough to cloud his judgment. Had they dangled a few bank cards with modest goals attached, alongside several quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, and sweetly urged him to join them, he might have found himself kneeling in gratitude, exclaiming, "Great one, I've heard you have no children, if you wouldn't mind. I would be honored to care for you in your old age. As the saying goes, an unremarkable origin is no shame. The ability to bend and endure defines a true man." Boom. The distant sound of an explosion shattered the awkward silence that lingered following Zheng Xuan's polite refusal. Wu Lianqing's execution had not been effortless, yet it had succeeded without much difficulty. The Rumblestone leader was at the pinnacle of elite strength. Yet it was far from the level of a gym leader, rendering it no match for a quasi-king level opponent. Its remains were reduced to mere sludge. The delay had been a deliberate tactic by Wu Lianqing, designed to challenge the group and hone their skills. Witnessing their leader fall to a powerful adversary, the remaining rumble stones and the scattered small stones lost their fighting spirit, consumed by thoughts of escape rather than resistance, let alone seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. Still thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted with me, Wong Hu? A towering figure suddenly emerged, roaring into the sky like a hero from folklore. A robust, muscular creature. The blaze-roaring tiger, renowned as the universe's mightiest roar, charged forth alongside its imposing master, blocking the path of the fleeing rumble stones. It's Captain Wong Hu. Thank goodness. He is unharmed. I was worried that something had happened to him. The appearance of Wong Hu and the blaze-roaring tiger sent the members of the Tiger Squad into a frenzy, filled with relief and excitement. For the fallen brothers. Blaze-roaring tiger, cross/. Facing the rumble stones, Wong Hu's fury was palpable as he commanded his Pokémon, charging into the fray like a tiger descending from the mountains. At that moment, other survivors from the Tiger Squad hastily joined the battlefield, encircling the trapped rumble stones and small stones. Chapter 77, The Valley. Master Wu. Having just commanded the blaze-roaring tiger to decimate the rumble stones with great aplomb, Wong Hu approached Wu Lianqing, tempering his demeanor into one of respect. Wong Hu. Well done. You possess genuine strength, and I shall remember you, Wu Lianqing acknowledged, impressed by Wong Hu's prowess, especially with the impeccably trained blaze-roaring tiger. Master, you flatter me. If it weren't for my lack of skill, the Tiger Squad would not have been scattered by those rumble stones. Wong Hu replied with a bittersweet smile. Hearing this, Wong Hu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he not been so swiftly defeated by the rumble stone leader? Or if he had not been so reckless, the Tiger Squad might have fared better. Regardless, I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue of the Tiger Squad. To express my gratitude, I would like to offer you half of our gains from this expedition, Wong Hu declared earnestly, though known for his fiery temperament and imposing physique. Wong Hu was far from a mindless brute. For him and the entire Tiger Squad, losing half of their gains from this operation would be a severe blow. Given the substantial investments made, the need for medical care for injured members, and the compensation for those who had perished. However, he reasoned that if this opportunity could forge a connection with someone as influential as a gym leader, the financial sacrifices would be worth it. There's no need for that. You wish to give me your earnings? That would be quite improper. To be frank, my motivations for this exploration were primarily to train the gym trainers and to assist my inept son. As for the profits, to be blunt at my stage, they are of little concern. Wu Lianqing gently waved his hand in refusal, exuding an air of detached nobility. My sincerest apologies, master. I may have overstepped, Wong Hu sighed, suddenly realizing his presumption. Indeed, he had been rather presumptuous. A gym leader of a region, a quasi-king level powerhouse, would hardly be swayed by such mundane matters as money, perhaps having long regarded it with disdain. If only Wu Lianqing knew what Wong Hu was contemplating, he would likely have protested vehemently. If he truly viewed money as worthless, he would not have hidden savings from his wife and children. The refusal stemmed not only from a desire to maintain the dignity befitting a gym leader, but also from a sense that Wong Hu lacked discretion. After all, when has anyone ever offered money publicly? Observing that the battlefield had been thoroughly cleared and that everyone was eagerly awaiting his command, Wu Lianqing nodded and said, "It is getting late. Let us proceed to our destination. Once we traverse this cave, We shall be quite near. Yes, master. The group responded with enthusiasm. Upon exiting the cave, they discovered themselves in an enormous valley, shaped like an inverted bowl. The summit of the valley was narrow, even at noon. When sunlight flooded in at its peak, it failed to illuminate the entire valley. It was no wonder that the rumble stones had taken refuge at the cave's exit to bask in the rare sunlight, as this was likely one of the few moments throughout the day when rays could penetrate the depths. Thus, the Tiger team's encounter with an assault was not without reason. It was merely unfortunate timing. Master, what should we do next? Wong, who, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, cautiously approached Wu Lianqing to inquire. Previously, he might have harbored a longing for the dragon-type Pokémon, but after the onslaught from the Thunderstone tribe, Wong Hu had to concede that, given the current strength of the Tiger team, they were unqualified to stake any claim. Hence, it would be more prudent to search the mysterious valley for rare resources or capture exceptional Pokémon, which might suit them far better. Our destination is the central area of the valley. If you wish to accompany us, feel free to team up. If you prefer to explore independently, be my guest. I will not restrict your freedom, Wu Lianqing remarked, noticing the other party's cautious intentions but choosing not to dwell on them. In that case, we shall not trouble Master Wu for protection, as our capabilities are limited. We wish you swift success, Wong Hu said politely as he clasped his fists in farewell. Do take care, Wu Lianqing urged, his demeanor unchanged. He then set off with the dojo's team. Huang Wei, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in dismay. What a pity. Our strength is insufficient, leaving us unqualified to engage with the dragon-type Pokémon. Even if we shamelessly followed Master Wu, we would only end up at odds over the dragon types, suffering the consequences ourselves. Wong Hu was no mere tiger. Having risen to the position of leader within a medium-sized adventuring group, he possessed a keen understanding of the situation. Captain, what I meant was, it is regrettable that we could not recruit that champion of the New Star Cup, Zheng Xuan, Huang Wei clarified. I am aware of him. Immense potential, a promising future. It can only be said that our Tiger team's temple is too small to accommodate such a great Buddha, he added, flatteringly. That is certainly not the case. In fact, I reached out to Zheng Xuan after his victory, but he politely declined. I did not wish to be rejected again, and in a fit of anger, I believe I even blocked him. Huang Wei was left utterly speechless. The valley's unique environment, dark and humid, fostered an exuberant growth of shade-loving vegetation, which also indicated that it was a paradise for many bug and poison-type Pokémon. Naturally, their natural enemies were not absent, creating a complete ecological system. Along the way, the team suffered numerous attacks, occasionally ambushed by lurking Arbok and Centiskorch from dense grass, or disturbed by the beak Pokémon overhead. Clearly, the indigenous creatures displayed a distinct fervor towards these human interlopers. Snap! The fiery steed emitted a disgruntled snort, clearly displeased with the damp surroundings and those foolish enough to consider it prey. Were it not for the trainer's explicit request, it would have unleashed its powerful aura to frighten them away or ignited the area in flames. Dragon Bloodgrass. This means we are not far from the habitat of the dragon-type Pokémon, a trainer from the dojo exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing the professional trainer's call, the team gathered around. Indeed, it was Dragon Bloodgrass, not of low quality, all around 50 years old. The origin of the Dragon Blood grass auctioned in the black market must be here. Wu Zhan stepped forward to observe for a moment and shared his analysis. Chapter 78, Soundwave Dragon. If all goes as expected, it should be related to the hillside ahead, located at the center of the valley, occupying a vantage point that only a regional overlord could claim as its dwelling. Wu Lianqing cautioned, prompting everyone to look up and see a sizable hill in the distance, which they had overlooked while busy surveying the surroundings and searching for traces. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. There are bound to be others besides the Tiger team. We must move quickly, or there will be nothing left. Wu Jialong exclaimed, bursting forth with excitement. Boom. Coincidentally, just as Wu Jialong finished speaking, a violent explosion echoed from afar, and a wave of pressure swept towards them. It seems that the commotion has been stirred by another faction. I will go ahead to investigate. Wu Zhan, coordinate the remaining members and hasten to the scene. With that, Wu Lianqing mounted his fiery steed and galloped away, kicking up dust. Dad, take me with you. Wu Jialong shouted in a panic, but at that moment, Wu Lianqing was nowhere to be seen. Jialong, don't be foolish. The master must scout ahead for danger. How could he possibly take you along? Let us hurry as well. Wu Zhan, now in command, calmly addressed everyone. With few Pokémon suitable for riding and unable to accommodate all, they had no choice but to run on foot. By the time the group arrived hastily, they found Wu Lianqing already engaged with wild Pokémon. It's my dad's ace Pokémon, Blaziken, Wu Jialong exclaimed in astonishment. It's a Soundwave Dragon, Zheng Xuan observed, noting the Pokémon battling against Blaziken on the hillside, a massive bat-like creature characterized by its prominent ears and wings. Unmistakably a flying and dragon-type Soundwave Dragon. It was said that this fierce Pokémon possessed terrifying combat prowess in the dark, making even the quasi-deity three-headed dragon reluctant to provoke it lightly. It's the dojo's team. Hurry over and don't get separated. Someone called to Zheng Xuan and the others from nearby. Wu Zhan, lead the team to join forces with them. I will find a way to draw away this quasi-king, Soundwave Dragon. Wu Lianqing shouted from atop his fiery steed as he deftly dodged the creature's Soundwave attacks. Clearly, even commanding his ace Pokémon Blaziken and the fiery steed, both of which were of quasi-king strength. Wu Lianqing found himself somewhat beleaguered by the Soundwave Dragon due to attribute disadvantages. Ultimately, to prevent the battle's aftermath from endangering others, he had no choice but to have Blaziken and the fiery steed work together to divert the Soundwave Dragon's attention, relocating the battlefield elsewhere. Quickly move along. You all must keep going. Wu Zhan, unable to maintain his usual composure, urged the group frantically to quicken their pace as he noticed numerous openings scattered across the hillside, from which another Soundwave Dragon emerged, charging towards them. Any Pokémon capable of evolving into a Soundwave Dragon would undoubtedly possess elite-level strength, far beyond their ability to contend with. Zheng Xuan also took note of the approaching Soundwave Dragon. Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon. Level, LV49, Elite High. Type, Flying Dragon. Ability, Penetration. Gender, Female. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Light Purple. Held item, None. Level Skills. Inherited Skills. Taught Skills. Never mind, I'd better run for my life. After merely a glance, Zheng Xuan felt all fighting spirit drain away and resolutely decided to flee. He turned to offer a few encouraging words to Wu Jialong, only to be taken aback. Goodness, the normally boisterous Wu Jialong has sprinted to the front of the group, leaving behind his frail physique that used to tire after just a few laps in gym class. However, conceding defeat to the enemy did not mean surrendering entirely. As the only elite trainer in the team, Wu Zhan chose to hold the rear, quickly sending forth his ace Pokémon Blaziken to intercept the Soundwave Dragon. Blaziken. Unleash Flamethrower. Oh no. The towering Blaziken, with a piercing gaze, faced the rushing Soundwave Dragon and immediately unleashed a torrent of flames. The thick flames surged upward to intercept the diving Soundwave Dragon. However, the creature merely dispersed them with its wings. Though the effectiveness was lacking, it at least delayed the Soundwave Dragon's advance. Yet, after a brief adjustment, the Soundwave Dragon renewed its ferocious assault, diving down rapidly once more. At this critical juncture, Wu Zhan could only grit his teeth and issue the command, Flame Chicken, unleash a fierce assault. With a resounding cry, the Flame Chicken demonstrated astonishing agility, leaping into the air with formidable force, charging directly at the oncoming Soundwave Dragon. Faced with a grave threat, Wu Zhan had no choice but to resort to this method to thwart the Soundwave Dragon's attack. Otherwise, this team would likely not endure long enough to reunite with the main human forces. Bang! In the face of the Flame Chicken's onslaught, the Soundwave Dragon remained undaunted, even extending its bat-like wings to collide head-on with the Flame Chicken. The disparity in strength became painfully evident with just this one strike. The Flame Chicken was overwhelmed by the Soundwave Dragon's effortless wing attack and was sent crashing down from the sky. Flame Chicken, Wu Zhan shouted anxiously, hastily recalling the fallen Flame Chicken into its pokeball. How infuriating! The gap in power was far too vast. This was the first time Wu Zhan felt such helplessness. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Soundwave Dragon stirred up a tempest, relentlessly advancing toward Wu Zhan, who found himself struggling to maintain his footing and had to drop to one knee. Clearly, the aggressive Soundwave Dragon was urging Wu Zhan to send out another Pokémon to continue the battle. Do you think I fear you? Wu Zhan roared, rising from the ground and reaching for the Pokeballs at his waist. However, he was suddenly halted by a rough hand. You are quite capable, young man, but allow me to take over this battle. If you were to get injured, I would have a hard time explaining it to Master Wu. The newcomer, an elderly man, advised with a cheerful smile. You are Elder He of the Pokémon Association. Wu Zhan recognized the old man, who was none other than the vice president of the Pokémon Association in Zhongyu City, a seasoned gym leader who had retired from the front line due to his age. Haha. As long as you recognize this old fellow, rest assured, I shall handle the upcoming battle. I may not be able to contend with their leader, but dealing with a mere elite-level Soundwave Dragon is well within my capabilities. Elder He chuckled as he threw out his luxury ball. As the white light dissipated, a majestic warrior eagle emerged, emitting a sharp cry as it soared into the sky, its keen eyes fixed intently on the Soundwave Dragon, ready to confront it at eye level. Chapter 79, The Man in Black. At a considerable distance from the fierce battle in the valley's center, a figure cloaked in black observed the tumultuous conflict through binoculars, relishing the unfolding drama. Indeed, Gym Leader Wu Lianqing has engaged the Soundwave Dragon leader, while Vice President He Yong confronts another Soundwave Dragon. As for the last one, it is being restrained by other forces. It seems all have been drawn into the fray. Seeing this, the upper echelons of Zhongyu City are certainly numerous this time. If they were all to be lost here, the alliance's strength in Zhongyu City would plummet by more than half. Haha, that would be simply splendid. The cloaked figure let out a sinister chuckle. At that moment, another figure in black, riding a large beak sparrow, arrived and respectfully reported, "My lord, the preparations you instructed have been completed. How many times must I say it? With that esteemed individual present, you cannot refer to me as my lord. Call me Captain Black Crow." The man in black immediately erupted in anger. "Understood, Lord Black Crow." The subordinate trembled slightly but persisted in using the title, fully aware of the man's desire to emulate the esteemed figure. Knowing that he could be reprimanded repeatedly but could never truly change his address, lest he envision his own grim fate. "Humph. How many times must I repeat myself before you learn?" The man in black scoffed dismissively, though inwardly he was elated. "Lord Black Crow, shall we proceed according to plan?" The subordinate inquired cautiously, fearful of saying something amiss that might provoke displeasure. "Since the preparations are complete, there is no need to rush. Let me watch a bit longer." Normally, a quasi-king level expert is a lofty presence, yet now they resemble mere circus monkeys leaping about in my sight. The man in black sneered with delight, reveling in the chaos. "Understood, Lord Black Crow." The subordinate respectfully retreated to the side, not daring to disturb the man's amusement. In the valley's center, the gym's team, amidst a frantic escape and with the assistance of others, finally merged into the main human force. However, this area was not entirely safe, as a formidable soundwave dragon still lingered. Fortunately, several powerful individuals were present, and the combined forces of multiple factions managed to halt the soundwave dragon's rampage, even hinting at the possibility of suppressing it. In battles of this caliber, not even Zheng Xuan, let alone the elite trainer Wu Zhan, could intervene, so the group could only assist in dealing with some of the Zubat that burst forth from the cave. However, even the Zubat that could engage in battle were at least professional level, with several being elite, leaving Zheng Xuan to remain on the sidelines. Fortunately this time, it was not only Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong who were being protected, but also other young talents from various factions who had come to broaden their horizons. What happened here? There was such a commotion not long ago. Wu Jialong, ever the chatterbox, intruded into another's conversation and inquired. The others, recognizing Wu Jialong's identity, had no choice but to respond candidly. "Initially, our factions happened to collide, and after much debate, we finally devised a plan for profit distribution. However, just as we began to engage, we were caught off guard by the ferocity of the Soundwave Dragon leader. Even several of our elders combined were no match. Fortunately, Gym Leader Wu arrived just in time to draw it away, or I shudder to think of the consequences. I can't believe it. You were already plotting how to divide the spoils before the battle was even concluded. No wonder things went awry. But now that our gym has arrived, we must redistribute the shares. We want the lion's share." Wu Jialong exclaimed impatiently. I'm somewhat of a low-ranking member. I fear I cannot make such decisions." The person was taken aback, astonished at how quickly the conversation had shifted. "You can determine matters regarding the gym?" Zheng Xuan asked with a smile. "Of course. In our gym, I still hold sway," Wu Jialong declared proudly, arms crossed behind his back. "Oh, Jialong, when did you become a gym-level trainer?" At that moment, Wu Zhan, who had finally managed to ease the Flame Chicken's injuries with the help of the Pokemon Association's medical staff and was now sporting a faint smile, approached with a teasing tone. What I meant was, in the gym, my words still carry weight. You must have misheard." Wu Jialong hastily denied, fearing his cousin would report back later. Then he shifted the topic again. "Brother Zhan, when do you think this battle will conclude? The levels are too high. We can't participate at all. Our side's Soundwave Dragon, with the cooperation of our elders from multiple factions, has already shown signs of faltering." Wu Zhan explained patiently, glancing toward the once menacing Soundwave Dragon, which was now entangled with several flying-type Pokemon such as Beedrill, Noctowl, and Zubat, while also facing the relentless onslaught of Ice-type moves from the dominant Lapras, clearly nearing its breaking point. As for the other side, Elder He's Warrior Eagle was likely stronger than the Soundwave Dragon. Although they seemed evenly matched now, it was evident that with time, the Soundwave Dragon would struggle to hold out. In the sky, the Warrior Eagle, a proud and valiant Pokemon, showed no fear of the ferocious Soundwave Dragon. The two clashed like contrasting streaks of light, creating a series of sonic booms with each collision. Even after sustaining injuries, neither side showed any sign of retreat. Instead, they fought with even greater ferocity, determined to establish supremacy. However, the battlefield unfolded as Wu Zhan had anticipated. The initial clashes here were evenly matched, but the valiant Eagle gradually gained the upper hand amidst the relentless tug of war. The crux of the matter lay in the battle involving the Dojo Master, for that was the true determinant of victory for either side. As these words were spoken, not only Wu Zhan, but the expressions of those around him turned grave. clearly understanding the dire consequences of the outcome. Although they could not see the critical battlefield relocated to a distant site, the intermittent sounds of fierce explosions and the tremors that reverberated from afar instilled a profound sense of pressure, causing many to shudder and contemplate fleeing. Alas, what are they thinking? That is my father, the master of the fire-type dojo in Zhongyu City, a near-king among the top 10 forces in the Southwest Alliance. A paragon of strength. How could he possibly be defeated by some mere dragon? Whatever it is, that dragon is of no consequence. Ultimately, it was Wu Jialong who stepped forward, though it remained uncertain whether he was a cheerful optimist or simply oblivious, as he effortlessly dispelled the tension with a few words, rekindling hope. Wu Jialong spoke wisely. How could the master's prowess ever falter? Zheng Xuan, who had little role in this episode, offered a supportive smile from the sidelines. Chapter 80, The Purification Plan. It appeared that aside from our esteemed master Wu still engaged in fierce combat, the battles elsewhere were nearing their conclusion. Slowly lowering the telescope from his grasp, the figure cloaked in black felt a twinge of disappointment upon not witnessing the desired outcome. Losing interest, the black-robed man waved his hand dismissively and said with an air of nonchalance, "Forget it, there's no point in watching any longer. Inform the others to proceed with the plan." "Yes, my lord Black Crow," responded the subordinate, who had been waiting nearby, his legs numb from standing too long, suddenly elated. He then retrieved a communication device and issued the order. Lord Black Crow commands, initiate the purification plan. Almost simultaneously, the hidden subordinates in the valley unleashed countless pokeballs. Subsequently, as they rode upon the back of a Fiero, the black-robed subordinates issued a cruel command during their escape. Use self-destruct, mischievous Thunderbolt, and Flareon. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the released mischievous Thunderbolt and Flareon were bound by some unknown devices. Once activated, they forcibly amplified the Pokemon's fury to its utmost, unleashing an explosive wave of energy that triggered a colossal detonation. Boom, boom. A cacophony of violent explosions erupted throughout the valley, shaking the very heavens with their reverberations. The terrifying shockwaves generated by the explosions rolled forth, devastating the valley's vegetation and leaving countless wild Pokemon in a state of disarray, their fates uncertain. But this was not the end. Due to the overlapping explosions occurring simultaneously, along with the resonance created and the choice of detonation points located at the valley's weakest areas, the destructive impact escalated rapidly to a critical juncture. Inevitably, the earth began to quake and crumble. At first, countless fissures appeared throughout the valley, extending upward to the highest peak, until it ultimately collapsed entirely. The immense summit, along with countless rocks and boulders, plummeted towards the valley floor. The so-called purification plan devised by the black-robed subordinates entailed utilizing and sacrificing hundreds of high-level mischievous Thunderbolts and Flareons, simultaneously executing self-destruct to obliterate and bury this valley, artificially creating a disaster to entomb the high-ranking officials of Zhongyu City, particularly the dojo master Wu Lianqing. As time progressed, approximately 15 minutes passed. A coalition of formidable forces managed to subdue the Soundwave Dragon with the assistance of several flying-type Pokemon, following which the primary offensive, Lapras, dealt a heavy blow with an ice beam, compelling the Soundwave Dragon to emit a reluctant roar before retreating, injured, back to its lair in the hills. Meanwhile, the warrior known as He Lao, after a prolonged engagement, seized upon his opponent's momentary fatigue and found an opportunity to unleash a powerful attack, the Divine Bird Strike, completely shattering another Soundwave Dragon. However, following this fierce strike, the valiant eagle found itself unable to further restrain the Soundwave Dragon, helplessly watching as it too, like its previous companion, fled back to the hills in panic. In the pivotal battleground, Wu Lianqing summoned forth his third main Pokemon, the Duckbull Fire Beast, to join the fray. With Wu Lianqing's exceptional command, the trio of near-king-level Pokemon collaborated to confront the Soundwave Dragon leader, ultimately reversing the stalemate and forcing the leader into a desperate evasion of various attacks, revealing signs of defeat. In summary, the situation across all battlefronts appeared remarkably favorable. Boom. Until the series of explosions erupted. The sudden and sustained explosions left everyone deafened and shocked, frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Wu Jialong, clutching his ears, cursed in alarm. Quickly, let us take shelter in the hills cave. Although momentarily dazed, Zheng Xuan quickly reacted, shouting to the crowd. Listen to this, young brother. Hurry into the cave, this valley is about to collapse. He Lao, hastily arriving atop the valiant eagle, despite having lived a long life, had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle, urgently shouting to the crowd. Indeed, only by taking refuge in this hill can we hope to survive. This young brother speaks wisely. Everyone quickly inside. Take care of the younger ones nearby, and lead them into the cave without delay. The crowd swiftly responded, their survival instincts ignited. Their escape actions remarkably efficient. No, my father is still out there. Wu Jialong suddenly panicked. They had the chance to take refuge in the cave. But Wu Lianqing had relocated the battlefield far away to avoid endangering others, and it was uncertain whether he could make it back in time. The Master's strength ensures that even if we all perish, he will remain unharmed. Someone offered words of consolation. Jialong, go into the cave. The Master has the Blaziken, and he will arrive shortly. Wu Zhan reassured him from the side, for every trainer affiliated with the dojo held unwavering faith in the Master's capabilities. Look, the mountaintop is collapsing towards us. Someone shouted, noticing the fissures stretching to the summit, causing an entire section of it to cave in, resembling a massive meteor plummeting toward the center of the valley. This is disastrous. The mountaintop has collapsed. Even if we take refuge in the cave, we will be buried alive beneath such a colossal mass. This is it. Whether we hide inside or remain outside, we are doomed. Everyone, enter the cave and have the Pokémon create a protective barrier. Perhaps there is still a chance. Give it up. Even in peak condition, there is no hope. The crowd's spirits sank into despair. This level of catastrophic disaster was beyond their capacity to resist, with some even sitting down, resigned to their fate. Yaya, hiding in the Pokeball might just save your life. Zheng Xuan clutched his Pokeball tightly, abandoning the notion of entering the cave, despite being one of the initiators. The entire mountaintop crashing down could not be withstood by this hill. Rather than be buried alive inside, he and Yaya would not survive. So it was better to perish outside, perhaps preserving Yaya's life. Death, for Zheng Xuan, who had inexplicably faced it once, seemed less terrifying than he had imagined. Perhaps this very act of lying down would transport him to another world. Yaya. Forcefully breaking free from the Pokeball, Yaya clung to Zheng Xuan's leg, as if protesting against his cowardice in imprisoning it within the Pokeball, fearing for its life. After such a long period of companionship, the bond between them had deepened, and Zheng Xuan effortlessly understood Yaya's sentiments. Gently stroking Yaya's head, Zheng Xuan offered a bittersweet smile, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, though he remained oblivious to their content. Chapter 81, The Advancing Blaziken. At this moment, for everyone present, it was undoubtedly the onset of the apocalypse. The group inevitably split into two factions. One, utterly despondent, stood motionless, resigned to their fate, while the other clung to a glimmer of hope, desperately fleeing towards the cave in the hillside. Look, in the sky, a voice cried out in astonishment. Is that the Blaziken of Master Wu? Good heavens, has he lost his mind, attempting to crash down from the mountaintop? Following the direction of the exclamation, the crowd beheld a colossal pillar of fire shooting skyward. Amidst the blazing inferno was none other than Master Wu's renowned Blaziken. The soaring column of flame aimed directly at the plummeting mountaintop, a massive boulder. Should it succeed in shattering it or causing a significant shift, perhaps there would be a chance for survival. Yet, the flicker of hope was but a faint ember, facing a cataclysm capable of burying an entire valley. It was clear that no ordinary Pokémon could withstand such a calamity. Perhaps only those revered as the pillars of the Alliance, those of the champion caliber and above, could wield such formidable power. Everyone, immediately, retreat to the cave. At that moment, Wu Lianqing, riding the fiery steed, rushed in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, the faction that had previously resolved to await their demise suddenly found themselves unconditionally trusting and began to flee towards the cave. The others, bolstered by renewed hope, hastened their escape, swiftly entering the cave. Yaya, perhaps we won't perish after all. With that, Zheng Xuan recalled Yaya and took off running. His years of training finally coming into play. After all, isn't the essence of training to escape more swiftly in times of crisis? In the sky, under the eruption of Blaziken, the towering fire pillar finally collided with the mountain, descending like a meteor. In their initial clash, there were no surprises. Even with Blaziken expending all its might, it could not halt the massive object's relentless descent. However, the fact that Blaziken did not get swept away by the terrifying force of the fall was a testament to its extraordinary prowess. Blaziken, unleash your true strength. Annihilate it completely. The lives of everyone depend on you. Wu Lianqing, disregarding all semblance of dignity, bellowed into the heavens. A war. The roar of Blaziken resonated, cutting through the cacophony of collapsing debris that echoed throughout the unformed valley. The once waning flames surged dramatically, doubling, tripling, and then multiplying exponentially, morphing into an enormous firebird composed entirely of fiery energy, reminiscent of the legendary Pokémon, Moltres. Crack. A fissure formed. The immense rock face ultimately could not withstand the terrifying blow. Starting from the point of impact by Blaziken, it began to fracture in all directions, eventually collapsing into countless sizable fragments. After achieving this, Blaziken reached its limit, unable to sustain itself any longer, and fell from the sky, promptly recalled by Wu Lianqing into a luxury Pokeball. Thank you for your efforts, my partner. Grasping the Pokeball tightly, Wu Lianqing offered a word of comfort, then mounted his fiery steed and rushed into the cave before the multitude of rocks descended. The monumental scene of Blaziken demolishing the mountain would forever be etched in the minds of all, lingering long after the chaos subsided. This was a glimpse of the terrifying existence nearing champion caliber. In comparison, the previous skirmishes were mere trifles. One could only imagine the awe-inspiring might of a true champion, capable of moving mountains and splitting the earth, easily shattering human comprehension. Boom. Countless boulders rained down like a torrential storm, even with the hillside as a barrier. The inhabitants of the cave felt their hearts race with trepidation. After enduring countless impacts from falling rocks, the hill could no longer bear the weight and began to collapse. Particularly as the dwelling of Zubat and Noibat, the entire hillside had been hollowed out with numerous caves. This collapse sealed off many of the weaker ones. Inside the cave, the already scattered group was further divided by the sudden collapse, isolated in the pitch-black surroundings, completely cut off by the debris. With even small falling rocks capable of triggering a collapse, it was evident that had Blaziken not shattered that mountain, the entire hillside would have been entirely entombed. In the distant safety zone, a figure cloaked in black, riding a significantly larger Spearow than its kin, roared in anger, "Someone tell me, what on earth is happening? How could the foolproof plan have gone awry? Lord Black Crow, Wu Lianqing's strength is indeed formidable. We never anticipated that a quasi-champion could achieve such prowess." A cautious subordinate explained. "What nonsense. My eyes are not blind. I can see." The black-cloaked figure, in a fit of rage, hurled the telescope he held, striking his subordinate's head, who, ignoring the pain of the bleeding wound, chose to remain silent, perhaps slightly calmed by the release of his anger. The black-cloaked figure coldly commanded, "Gather everyone." "Lord Black Crow, are you planning to ambush the weakened Wu Lianqing?" Another subordinate suggested, swallowing hard. "Fool. Gathering everyone is to deliver a warning before we flee." The black-cloaked figure retorted furiously. If they possessed the strength to confront Wu Lianqing, would they have gone to such lengths to destroy the entire valley and bury him alive? Even if the opponent's ace Pokémon had lost its combat abilities, there were still other quasi-champions among their main forces. Even if they sacrificed their lives, it would not suffice to exchange for even one of their main Pokémon. A cold sweat broke out on the subordinate, grateful that the black-cloaked figure did not pursue the matter further. Nearly 100 black-cloaked subordinates swiftly gathered upon receiving the call. Then, gritting his teeth, the black-cloaked figure issued his order. "Report to that esteemed individual that Wu Lianqing is too powerful. His ace Pokémon, Blaziken, is nearing champion level. The purification plan has been thwarted and failed. Furthermore, with such a commotion, the Alliance forces in Zhongyu City will undoubtedly investigate this matter thoroughly. For the time being, let us all remain low-key, silence communications, and continue to conceal our identities. Of course, if anyone exposes themselves due to their own foolishness, you had best take matters into your own hands. You know all too well the organization's methods." Chapter 82. 3 Discussions, 3 Victories. Ugh, where am I? Zheng Xuan groggily awoke, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself facing an unfamiliar pitch-black environment. Instinctively, he reached for the Pokeball at his waist. Thankfully, it was still there. Grasping the Pokeball provided Zheng Xuan with considerable reassurance. "Come forth, Yaya." He activated the Pokeball, releasing Yaya from within. Chirp. Upon emerging, Yaya remained vigilant, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, prioritizing the safety of its trainer. Zheng Xuan recalled that they had taken refuge in a cave, only to be suddenly cut off by a collapse that severed their connections. To avoid further cave-ins, he had ventured deeper into the darkness until, seemingly, a rock struck him, rendering him unconscious. Zheng Xuan touched his aching head, attempting to recall the memories leading up to his fainting. Ugh, the physical constitution of humans in this world is truly abnormal. To be struck on the head by such a large rock and only suffer a bleeding wound and fainting, in my previous life, that would have meant certain death, or at the very least a concussion. Zheng Xuan stumbled over a stone beside him, bending down to observe the bloodstains above, and could not help but let out a sigh of lamentation. There were medications in his bag. With a little care, he would soon be back on his feet. But where was my bag? It was only then that Zheng Xuan noticed that the spatial backpack he had been carrying on his back had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace even in the immediate vicinity. This was the very backpack Zheng Xuan had purchased with considerable expenditure for this endeavor, and its loss, along with the energy cubes, Pokémon food, and healing supplies contained within, would undoubtedly cause him great distress for a long time. Without a doubt, this misfortune would only exacerbate the already precarious situation of his financially struggling family. Chirp. Yaya, ever vigilant of their surroundings, seemed to sense something amiss and emitted a warning call in a particular direction. In that moment, Zheng Xuan had no time for his heartache. He steeled himself, summoning every ounce of focus. After all, These caves were known to be lairs for Zubat and Noibat, having narrowly escaped the calamitous fate. Avoiding being crushed or buried alive by falling rocks, he now found himself walking straight into the jaws of a tiger. Who could he turn to for justice in this situation? Yaya, cautiously approaching, was directed softly by Zheng Xuan as he steadied himself against the cold walls of the cave, making his way toward the source of the rustling sounds. He could only be grateful that his nutrition was balanced and he had not fallen prey to night blindness. Otherwise, in such a predicament, he would be as helpless as a blind man. As he drew nearer, the sound became increasingly distinct. Was something gnawing on something? Buzz. The creature seemed to have detected Zheng Xuan and Yaya's approach, emitting a warning sound. This noise bore a resemblance to that of a Zubat. Upon hearing it, Zheng Xuan felt a slight relief. If it had been a Noibat, he would have been thoroughly done for. As he moved closer, he finally discerned some outlines. It was none other than his lost spatial backpack. Chirp! Yaya, evidently incensed, had spotted a small bat perched on his backpack, greedily devouring his Pokémon food and the energy cubes he usually spared. Species, Zubat. Level, LV10, Ordinary Beginner. Type, Flying Dragon. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Deep Purple. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Absorb, Gust, Supersonic. Inherited skills, Wing Attack, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane. This Zubat was even more exceptional than the Zubat egg he had seen at the auction. Zheng Xuan's heart raced. It was worth at least 660,000 Alliance coins. And here it was right before him. Buzz. The Zubat ceased its meal and immediately lunged toward Zheng Xuan. You struck first, so don't blame me for being impolite. Zheng Xuan nearly burst out laughing. He had initially feared that the creature would flee upon sensing their presence, being a local after all, and he would have no way to pursue it. Yet, to his surprise, it had taken the initiative to attack. Yaya, use Dragon Claw and listen for its position. Zheng Xuan trusted Yaya's abilities and issued the command without hesitation. After all, Zheng Xuan was an ordinary human, and while he was adept in FPS games, guiding Yaya based on sound was not within his capabilities. However, Yaya, with its innate talent, could easily track the opponent's movements in the darkness. Yaya stood poised, waiting patiently like a hunter with a firearm, anticipating its prey. Suddenly, it surged forward, leaping into action, its claws imbued with dragon energy, striking fiercely at the exposed Zubat. Buzz. The Zubat was startled by Yaya's sudden assault, and, just as it was about to be struck by Yaya's Dragon Claw, it quickly regained its composure. It showcased remarkable flying prowess, flapping its wings and executing a dazzling series of evasive maneuvers, narrowly escaping what seemed to be a certain hit. Had it not been for the darkness, Zheng Xuan would have been able to appreciate the beauty of the Zubat's flawless evasion, undoubtedly deserving a score of 82, with the remaining 666 points going to its opponent. After such a perfect display of agility, the Zubat could easily imagine how infuriated Yaya must be, for among its kin, none could rival its flying talent. However, the Zubat had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. In terms of innate talent, the dark-hued Yaya surpassed the deep purple Zubat. In terms of battle experience, Yaya had faced countless adversaries, far surpassing the Zubat, which had relied solely on its own training. As for strength, Yaya had consistently triumphed over foes, rarely encountering anyone of a lower level, as it often dispatched opponents in a single blow. 3 victories. To quote a certain well-known figure from the nearby village, in terms of such affluent battles, I have never engaged in one throughout my lifetime. Chirp. Witnessing its attack miss, Yaya was now incensed. It had always been the one showcasing its prowess, so how could it allow others to showcase theirs against it? Employing its advanced 2-stage attack technique, it altered its strategy. After the initial strike missed, it swiftly transitioned into a second, more decisive blow aimed squarely at the Zubat. The Zubat, lost in its moment of pride, was caught off guard as Yaya pivoted and launched another attack, forcing the Zubat to dodge in a panic. However, having already suffered once, Yaya was not about to let its opponent escape unscathed. It anticipated the Zubat's flight path and successfully landed a strike. As the son of the Noibat clan leader, the prince of its lineage, the Zubat had been accustomed to affection and adoration since hatching and had never known pain. Thus, when Yaya's claws connected, it knocked the Zubat to the ground. Though it did not faint, it was overwhelmed by a pain it had never experienced before, leaving it incapable of further resistance. Chapter 83. Capturing the Zubat. It was as if Yaya understood Zheng Xuan's intentions. The second strike was measured and not overly forceful, designed to provide Zheng Xuan with the perfect opportunity to capture the Zubat. Zheng Xuan, comprehending Yaya's sentiments, seized the moment the Zubat fell and tossed a pokeball with precision, hitting his target. The Zubat was enveloped in a red light and was drawn into the pokeball, which subsequently fell to the ground, pulsing with a red light before eventually ceasing its motion. Success. The tension that had held Zheng Xuan's heart in suspense finally dissipated. Fortunately, his first capture battle in life concluded flawlessly. Zheng Xuan picked up the Pokeball, hesitating momentarily, contemplating whether to mimic a certain character's exaggerated moves and awkward phrases about capturing a Pokemon. Regardless, he had indeed captured a Zubat. Clutching the Pokeball tightly, he exclaimed, "This is the extent of my acceptance." Chirp! Yaya let out an excited cry. Clearly, it was quite pleased with the prospect of having the Zubat as a teammate. For not everyone could impress it with such remarkable skill. Come forth, Zubat. After successfully capturing the Zubat, Zheng Xuan felt confident releasing it. Buzz. Upon emerging from the Pokeball, the Zubat emitted a dispirited sound, then plopped down on the ground, displaying a demeanor of profound disappointment as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Seeing that the Zubat's first action upon emerging was not to flee, but rather to sulk, Zheng Xuan knew he had a chance. Time to entice it with food. Zubat, come taste this. It's an exclusive energy cube I specially made for Yaya. As a dragon-type Pokemon, you should enjoy it. Zheng Xuan opened his storage box, presenting the energy cube as if it were candy meant to coax a child. Buzz. As the Zubat savored the delicacy, its previously gloomy mood vanished in an instant, and it promptly devoured the remaining energy cubes, savoring each bite. Buzzbat, listen to me. Do you know why Yaya was able to defeat you so effortlessly? Zheng Xuan initiated the first step of his gentle persuasion. Buzz. Although telepathy allowed Buzzbat to sense a hint of ill intent, the overall demeanor remained friendly, especially after enjoying some delectable treats. Thus, Buzzbat did not resist Zheng Xuan's approach. Instead, it displayed a slight confusion. Do you know what a trainer is? A trainer is a human partner like me, capable of providing Pokemon with delicious food, refreshing drinks, and enjoyable activities, while also assisting them in growing stronger. Yaya became powerful in just that manner. Zheng Xuan continued to entice. Jang. Yaya puffed out its little belly and raised its arm, showcasing its strength to Buzzbat. Buzz. Excitedly, Buzzbat nodded, having already sampled the delicious Pokemon food and energy cubes, confirming that the other party was indeed truthful. As for Yaya's prowess, being able to defeat the strongest among its peers in a single blow was quite telling, wasn't he it? Thus, Buzzbat started to believe in the notion of becoming stronger. As for the refreshing drinks and enjoyable experiences, after witnessing the first two aspects, Buzzbat, which had lived a monotonous life in the valley, began to dream and yearn for something more. So, will you be willing to be friends with me and Yaya? Are you also inclined to stand side by side with your trainer as comrades and partners, just like Yaya? Zheng Xuan pressed on while the iron was hot. After much contemplation, Buzzbat finally nodded decisively. In truth, it was not solely Zheng Xuan's persuasion at play. The little creature inherently craved the outside world and its wonders. Otherwise, it would not have ventured out of its safe nest while its guardians, the Soundwave Dragons, were engaged in battle. During this escapade, when a cave collapse occurred, Buzzbat, in a state of panic, fortuitously encountered the unconscious Zheng Xuan, snatching his backpack and curiously rummaging through the foreign items, only to unexpectedly discover delectable food. After indulging for a considerable time, it eventually found itself face to face with the backpack's original owner, Zheng Xuan. How wonderful! Let me formally introduce myself. I am Zheng Xuan, and this is Yaya. Buzzbat, I hope you two will get along well. With the success of his persuasion plan, Zheng Xuan was elated, as the dilemma regarding his second Pokemon partner had finally been resolved. Jang. Yaya also extended its tiny hand in friendship. Buzz, despite still harboring some trepidation towards Yaya, which had just bested it, Buzzbat ultimately could not resist Yaya's ardent gaze and reached out with its winged hand for a symbolic handshake. Taking out a flashlight from his backpack, Zheng Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for direction. Fortunately, Buzzbat, being a local, could guide them. Otherwise, Zheng Xuan and Yaya would have been left to wander aimlessly without any professional tools. Zheng Xuan made a request. Buzzbat, we wish to leave the cave or rendezvous with other humans. We need your assistance to guide us. Buzzbat eagerly took to the air, responding with enthusiasm, assuring that it was a trivial matter, regardless of whether this was Buzzbat's own nest or an unfamiliar environment. It could effortlessly use ultrasound to detect the terrain and find a suitable path. Meanwhile, with the arrival of their stalwart leader, Wu Lianqing, many members of the team who had been separated were swiftly located. Wu Jialong, that lucky fellow, was struck unconscious by falling debris during the collapse and had not even had the chance to get lost from the team. The result was that apart from initially being knocked out, he had curiously sustained no other injuries, and when he finally awoke, he was promptly found by Wu Lianqing. Dad, we must hurry to find Dog Yi and locate that Zheng Xuan fellow, Wu Jialong urged anxiously. Rest assured, that boy Xiaoxian is far more reliable than you, and he will be fine. Wu Lianqing comforted him, though inwardly he felt far more anxious than Wu Jialong. If anything were to happen to Zheng Xuan, he would have no idea how to explain it to Zheng Dali. It is worth noting that this was a nest inhabited by several soundwave dragons. It was not just a rookie trainer that could perish in such perilous conditions, but even elite trainers could meet their end if they encountered the more ferocious soundwave dragons in the dark. Sigh, the team was too chaotic at the time. We didn't have time to turn on the lighting devices, and with the sudden incident in the pitch-black environment, the team scattered. I should have held on to Xian in time to prevent him from getting separated from the group, lamented Wu Zhan, shaking his head in frustration. However, despite his words, Wu Zhan himself was significantly injured. He was not as fortunate as Wu Jialong. Even with formidable Pokémon like Blaziken and Ninetales guarding him, he bore numerous bruises from falling rocks and had dislocated an arm due to a careless fall, now having to endure with a bandaged limb. Chapter 84. A String of Misfortunes. It is said that fortune is capricious and fate is fraught with misfortune. Wu Jialong and Zheng Xuan, despite being among the weakest in the team, were the least injured when calamity struck. One was knocked out on the spot, awakening to find himself rescued, while the other, having been knocked unconscious during the cave collapse, awoke to find himself having successfully captured a highly qualified Buzzbat, thus resolving the issue of his second Pokémon partner. In contrast, the capable Wu Zhan found himself the most unfortunate of the trio, covered in injuries, with a dislocated arm, and nearly buried alive. Master, there have been casualties among all factions. What should we do next? A middle-aged man, looking dejected, inquired of Wu Lianqing while simultaneously seeking direction for the group. The team divided into two parts. One group, led by He Lao, continued to search for survivors in the vicinity while also clearing blocked exits, while the other group, following me, ventured deeper into the cave for rescue, leaving no survivor behind. As the leader present, especially during such chaotic times, Wu Lianqing decisively made the call without hesitation. Wu Master, you can count on me. I will lead my team to search for survivors in the area and simultaneously clear the exits. He Lao was the first to voice support. He understood that in such dire circumstances, while numerous suggestions could be made, it was imperative for the team to have a unified voice making decisions, which was undoubtedly the most appropriate course of action. Then I shall trouble you, He Lao. All those from the dojo who are not seriously injured, come with me. Wu Lianqing gathered the dojo's team and commenced the rescue operation. After advancing a certain distance into the cave's depths, bang! Unexpectedly, a section of the dirt wall covered in mud and stones was violently breached. Hi! A somewhat dusty Zheng Xuan leapt through the opening, greeting everyone present. I hope I haven't disturbed you all. What the heck? Dog Xien, you're still alive. Wu Jialong, following the team, immediately exclaimed in surprise. You're so eager for my demise? Well, I shall not grant you that wish. I'm very much alive. Zheng Xuan replied with a smile. Is that so? Wu Zhan, also relieved at Zheng Xian's survival, suddenly noticed something. Oh, I forgot to introduce my second Pokémon partner. Buzzbat. It is thanks to it that I was able to find you all. Zheng Xuan smiled, taking the initiative to introduce. Buzz. Having spent some time together, Buzzbat had grown somewhat closer to Zheng Xuan, now resting atop Zheng Xian's backpack and peering out to greet everyone. My goodness, is there no justice in the world? This guy not only emerged unscathed, but also captured a dragon-type Pokémon. What kind of luck is this? Witnessing this scene, Wu Jialong burst into tears of despair. When it comes to luck, you're not far behind. Wu Zhan, who was nursing both physical and emotional wounds, retorted irately. Just coming back is enough. Wu Lianqing welcomed him with a smile, relieved that Zheng Xuan had not encountered any troubles. Otherwise, Zheng Dali would have surely torn him apart. It is incorrect. If there is to be tearing, it should be directed at the group responsible for the explosive destruction of the valley, who sought to entomb the criminals alive. Wu Lianqing has resolutely decided that upon returning to Zhongyu City, he will organize a citywide large-scale search operation, targeting not only this group of lawbreakers, but also severely cracking down on those involved in organized crime and other illicit activities. Rest assured, none of these offenders will escape. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Lianqing continued to issue orders. Many individuals are still unaccounted for, and the rescue operation must persist. After all, we must either see the living or recover the deceased. Following the completion of the rescue efforts, the list of missing persons was finally reconciled. Although everyone had taken refuge in the caves, several fatalities resulted from subsequent cave collapses, with over 10 individuals injured. Among the critically wounded, had it not been for the timely rescue operation, they too might have been counted among the casualties. In mourning, Wu Lianqing led the group in paying respects to those who had sacrificed their lives. Not everyone possesses the fortuitous luck of Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, nor do they all have the strength of Wu Zhan. Even in the face of misfortune, some have the capability to fall back on their abilities. The fallen were predominantly the younger generation brought forth by several factions, possessing lesser strength, and lacking the awareness and experience to respond to such an abrupt crisis. Their panicked flight inadvertently hindered the timely protection that their elders could have provided, resulting in the tragic loss of their promising youth. Master of the pavilion, trouble is brewing. The Soundwave dragons and the swarm of buzzing bats are charging toward us. The vigilant strongman reported urgently upon realizing the imminent threat. With haste, they needed to vacate the cave. In the darkness and confined cave environment, the fighting prowess of the Soundwave dragons and buzzing bats would be amplified. Upon receiving the news, Wu Lianqing immediately commanded the group to retreat from the cave. Others, too preoccupied with grief for the deceased, hastily gathered their belongings, carried the bodies of the victims, and the severely injured, swiftly heading to the now accessible exit to escape the precarious cave. As the group fled, the Soundwave dragon leader, leading the charge, and the swarm of buzzing bats followed suit with fierce momentum. Due to the severe injuries sustained by the fire chicken, Wu Lianqing had no choice but to unleash the flame steed and the duck-billed fire beast, while He Lao released the valiant eagle, with the rest of the group deploying their primary Pokémon for battle. On the side of the Soundwave dragon leader, aside from itself, there were two previously injured Soundwave dragons, now regrouped, with the remainder being high-level buzzing bats. The strengths of both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a tense standoff where neither dared to strike first. Zheng Xuan and others unable to participate in the battle hid behind the protective barrier of their companions. Suddenly, sensing the buzzing bat's pokeball shaking violently, Zheng Xuan released it. What? Are you saying you are the offspring of the Soundwave dragon leader and escaped from the clan amidst the chaos? Due to their telepathic connection, Zheng Xuan managed to communicate with the buzzing bat. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. With such remarkable qualities, its lineage must be extraordinary. Zheng Xuan began to comprehend why the Soundwave dragon leader had led its entire clan in pursuit. It was to reclaim its lost progeny. The buzzing bat emitted a tone of remorse. Indeed, it longed for the outside world and feared that its elders would intervene, prompting it to choose this path of departure without notice. You can't shoulder all the blame. Why not explain the situation to your family? Zheng Xuan suggested, albeit reluctantly. At that moment, it seemed this might be the only approach to resolving the impending conflict. However, it was not without its risks. Should the buzzing bat fail to persuade the Soundwave dragon leader, Zheng Xuan risked losing it entirely. Chapter 85. The countenance of youth should never be defined. The Soundwave dragon leader flapped its enormous wings, effortlessly stirring up a tempest, glaring fiercely at the humans and their Pokémon, emitting a resounding roar. Pavilion Master Wu. It appears that the Soundwave dragon leader seems to be warning us of something. It has not attacked as before, which is indeed peculiar. Perhaps we should let a Pokémon skilled in communication approach for dialogue? He Lao suggested as he approached Wu Lianqing. If I recall correctly, one of He Lao's primary Pokémon is a dream-weaving tapir, right? Wu Lianqing inquired with a smile. Haha, I was indeed planning to send the dream-weaving tapir forward to attempt communication. He Lao chuckled, pleased that Wu Lianqing had guessed his intentions. Then, Uncle Wu. And He Lao, allow me to take the lead. Zheng Xuan interrupted, raising his hand apologetically. Nonsense, the front line is too perilous. Xiao Huan, retreat to the back. Wu Lianqing scolded, somewhat irritated, as Zheng Xuan, who typically was very sensible, seemed to have adopted Wu Jialong's reckless tendencies this time. Oh, Pavilion Master Wu, let the boy finish what he has to say. He Lao interjected, intrigued by Zheng Xuan. He had not forgotten that when the valley was destroyed, it was this very child who was the first to react, guiding everyone to seek refuge in the cave. Furthermore, he had managed to find the correct path in the pitch-black cave and rejoin the main group almost unscathed, a feat not easily accomplished by his peers, many of whom had perished, including one promising young member of the Pokémon Association whom He Lao had high hopes for. Uncle Wu, He Lao. The buzzing bat I captured should be the child of the Soundwave dragon leader, who fled the nest amidst the turmoil and happened to encounter me. Therefore, the reason the Soundwave dragon leader and its clan are pursuing us is largely to find its offspring, Zheng Xuan explained, a bit sheepishly. Wu Lianqing and He Lao exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This child seems to be extraordinarily fortunate. To be lost from the team, yet return unscathed as a novice trainer, is already a stroke of luck. And now he has inadvertently captured the offspring of the Soundwave dragon leader. This cannot merely be described as good fortune. It is indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. One must recognize that the Soundwave dragon leader possesses the strength to contend with Wu Lianqing's ace Pokémon, the fire chicken, alongside the mainstay flame steed. And it managed to return safely to its nest despite the onslaught of falling rocks, demonstrating formidable prowess. There is an unwritten rule in the Pokémon realm. The offspring of increasingly powerful Pokémon tend to inherit superior qualities. Thus, it is likely that the buzzing bat Zheng Xuan has captured possesses exceptional potential. Xiao Huan, do you intend for the buzzing bat to communicate with the Soundwave dragon leader? You must consider this carefully. If the dialogue does not go smoothly, not only will you risk losing this exceptionally gifted buzzing bat, but the impending battle may also become unavoidable. Wu Lianqing discerned Zheng Xuan's intentions and immediately cautioned against it. In his view, why ponder too much? One should simply engage in battle and let the strongest prevail. After all, the ultimate resolution lies in the demonstration of strength. While such a course of action may seem somewhat irrational, he did not wish for a junior to bear the consequences of a conflict that was likely to erupt regardless. Uncle Wu, I understand your perspective, but I must also respect the buzzing bat's feelings. If we cannot communicate and end up having to fight, it would simply mean that the bond between the buzzing bat and I is not meant to be. Zheng Xuan replied with a wry smile. From the Soundwave Dragon leader's perspective, having its offspring abducted would understandably incite great fury. Yet, from the viewpoint of a human trainer, battling to capture an exceptional Pokémon as a companion holds a semblance of legitimacy. Nevertheless, I still have faith in the buzzing bat, Zheng Xuan declared resolutely. Although their time together had been brief, he firmly believed that the buzzing bat could persuade the Soundwave Dragon leader. For its future should not be confined to a mere valley, but rather unfold upon a grander stage. Go ahead, pursue your desires. The essence of youth should never be confined to definitions. Wu Lianqing encouraged with a smile. This young man is truly remarkable. As an old fellow, I wholeheartedly support your decision. Old he nodded in satisfaction from the side, expressing his approval. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such an exceptional young individual. The last time was indeed a memorable occasion. Go forth, Wong Fu, and strive to demonstrate to your parents your unwavering determination to soar high. Zheng Xuan encouraged, turning to the timid Wong Fu, who was apprehensive in the presence of the formidable Sonic Dragon leader in the distance. Wong Fu suddenly seemed to resolve to take a significant step forward and boldly flew towards the Sonic Dragon leader. Ahem. The Sonic Dragon leader issued a reprimand as it observed the mischievous and rebellious offspring approaching. Subsequently, Wong Fu engaged in a dialogue with the Sonic Dragon leader. The standoff between the humans and the Sonic Dragons, as well as the Wong Fu clan, remained unchanged, both patiently awaiting the outcome of this intense exchange between mother and child. After a considerable time, Wong Fu flew back toward Zheng Xuan. Possessing the hidden trait of telepathy, Wong Fu could read the actions of its partner to prevent attacks during battles, which is an immensely valuable ability in double or triple encounters. However, in reality, telepathy had even deeper abilities, such as sensing the emotional fluctuations of targets and understanding their thoughts, enabling seamless communication with trainers. Creatures endowed with this hidden trait were typically psychic-type Pokémon. Due to Wong Fu's limitations in strength and its previous encounters being mostly with its kind, it had seldom had the opportunity to hone this skill. Nevertheless, this exceptionally gifted Wong Fu managed to convey a fairly accurate message to Zheng Xuan. Are you saying that your mother wishes to meet me and Yaya? Zheng Xuan replied, somewhat astonished. This awkward situation felt akin to a son-in-law meeting his in-laws. Yet Wong Fu was male. Very well, I shall comply. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zheng Xuan nodded in agreement. It was both sensible and reasonable for him to make the visit. Wait a moment, Xiao Xian. I will not obstruct your journey, but you must allow Li Huan Ma to accompany you. Wu Lianqing interjected. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that if he were to disagree, Wu Lianqing would likely prevent him from going alone. Despite previously stating he would not intervene in any of Zheng Xuan's actions, safety remained a paramount concern. Moreover, the adage a gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall was one Zheng Xuan fully understood. Chapter 86. The fledgling leaves the nest and spreads its wings. Greetings, Sonic Dragon. Faced with the considerably larger Sonic Dragon leader, whose immense presence emanated formidable pressure, Zheng Xuan endeavored to maintain his composure and greeted the creature. Moreover, even if the leader were to disregard martial ethics and attack him, the Li Huama, just a few steps behind, could ensure his safety. Ah, you weak human. Is it you who has tamed my child? In contrast to Wong Fu's unfamiliarity with telepathy, the Sonic Dragon leader had evidently mastered it to perfection, effortlessly transmitting its thoughts to Zheng Xuan. Indeed, but Wong Fu is also eager to venture into the outside world with me, to grow and become stronger together, rather than remain confined within this narrow valley. Zheng Xuan replied resolutely, his determination evident. Wong Fu chimed in agreement. I have heard Wong Fu say that it is your Pokémon partner who defeated it with a single move, inspiring it to aspire to grow stronger alongside you. Human, release your Pokémon. Let me witness its prowess. The Sonic Dragon leader demanded assertively. Should this human have commanded a high-level Pokémon to defeat Wong Fu and then deceived it, the leader would not permit its child to accompany a trainer of such dubious conduct. Zheng Xuan grasped the Sonic Dragon leader's intentions and retrieved Yaya's Pokeball from his waist, releasing it. Gimme. Upon its emergence, Yaya glared fiercely at the imposing Sonic Dragon leader, ready to defend its trainer, even though it was far from being a match for the leader. Unperturbed by Yaya's almost provocative gaze, the Sonic Dragon leader instead scrutinized the creature more closely. Zheng Xuan, with keen perception, noted a peculiar change in the Sonic Dragon leader's demeanor upon seeing Yaya, regardless of whether he had misjudged. It was evident that the leader's attitude toward Yaya was markedly more favorable than toward him, the human. Human, I acknowledge you, more accurately. I recognize the little one before you. It is worthy of becoming Wong Fu's partner. Zheng Xuan could hardly contain his amusement, astonished that the Sonic Dragon leader's approval hinged upon Yaya's merit. Nevertheless, he responded with sincerity. Thank you. Wong Fu is also my Pokémon partner, and I shall care for it diligently. Once it has grown stronger, I will bring it to meet you. Human, you must depart swiftly. This area is in ruins, and we must migrate to a new habitat. Having spoken, the Sonic Dragon leader roared and led several Sonic Dragons along with a multitude of Wong Fu back to their nest. Clearly, in the face of separation, the leader understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the reluctance would become. Wong Fu was acutely aware that the departure of its kin signified the commencement of its journey into the vast world, leaving the protection of its elders behind. Do not worry, Wong Fu. When you have matured, you will surely reunite with them. Zheng Xuan offered words of comfort. Ladies and gentlemen, today's encounter serves as clear evidence that an unlawful force has already set its sights upon us. Many present here are the backbone of Zhongyu City. If the adversary's scheme succeeds, I believe I need not elaborate on the potential consequences, correct? Wu Lianqing, at the forefront of the group, initially used today's events as a cautionary tale for everyone. However, he then shifted his tone. Moreover, throughout our journey, there have been whispers suggesting that amidst the casualties suffered by various factions, the one who stands to gain the most is a high school student, provoking discontent. If the previous statement had ignited fervent discussions among those present, the latter remark rendered the crowd suddenly silent. As Wu Lianqing pointed out, the various factions involved in this expedition had all suffered losses, compounded by a series of misfortunes that left everyone feeling both aggrieved and exhausted. In such circumstances, coupled with the significant investment made in this endeavor, the lack of adequate returns further exacerbated their despondency. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. If everyone were to suffer equally, perhaps no one would feel discontent. Yet, when one person reaps enviable rewards while others endure hardship, especially when that individual's strength does not correspond to their bounteous gains, it naturally breeds gossip and suspicion. As the subject of this discourse, Zheng Xuan understood this dynamic clearly. Thus, he had maintained a low profile throughout the journey, refraining from engaging with others, disregarding the murmurs around him, and keeping a watchful eye on the disgruntled Wu family heir to prevent any potential hostility. Given the casualties suffered by all factions, I will refrain from pursuing any inquiries. However, I must emphasize once more that Zheng Xuan is one of my own at the Zhongyu Gym. If anyone harbors intentions to target him or feels resentment toward his achievements, you are welcome to come to me. Wu Lianqing's firm stance, cold gaze, and incisive words rattled those present, causing those who had harbored such thoughts to lower their heads in shame. Truly, it is as if shame has been devoured by dogs. If others have attained such rewards, it is merely their fortune. I too have a vested interest in this matter. I have taken a liking to this boy Zheng Xuan. Should anyone dare to resort to underhanded tactics, I wonder if my position as vice president of the Pokémon Association is sufficient to instill a sense of apprehension among you. Old He fumed beside them, his indignation evident as he glared at the guilty parties, continuing to chastise them vehemently. After the consecutive warnings from the formidable Wu Lianqing and Elder He, the matter reached a temporary conclusion, causing those with ulterior motives to reconsider whether they could afford to provoke such prominent figures as the dojo master and the vice president of the Pokémon Association before attempting to target the high school student Zheng Xuan. Uncle Wu, following the earlier incident, Zheng Xuan intended to express his gratitude to Wu Lianqing. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Wu Lianqing raising a hand. Xien, consider today a lesson for you. Without the requisite strength, even if you fortuitously attain substantial gains, you may not necessarily be able to safeguard them. Do you understand this principle? Zheng Xuan, with a bitter smile, acknowledged, wishing to lead a more low-key life, yet today's events mirrored those at the Rising Star Cup, leaving him no choice but to stand out. What do you understand? Wu Lianqing continued, I know you are typically composed and disinclined towards ostentation, but there are times when one must be assertive. The more visible you are, the more others will regard you with caution. It is those lacking strength and influence who need to remain inconspicuous. Besides, do you truly have no backing? In Zhongyu City, our Zhongyu dojo is your support. He added with a grin, to put it bluntly, had this incident befallen that scoundrel Jialong, do you think anyone would dare to speak ill of him? Zheng Xuan chuckled awkwardly, not having anticipated Wu Lianqing's perspective to be so formidable. Dad, are you speaking ill of me? Wu Jialong interjected shamelessly, only to be kicked aside by Wu Lianqing, who retorted, get lost. Chapter 87, Nightmares. Blood. Corpses and splotches of blood were everywhere. With a sudden gasp, Zheng Xuan awoke from his slumber, panting heavily. Had he experienced a nightmare? Rubbing his swollen head, he endeavored to calm himself. Glancing beside his bed, he noticed a small nest with an additional occupant. Yaya and Wong Fu were still fast asleep. Reaching for his phone on the bedside table, Zheng Xuan instinctively wished to check the time. Alas, is it only 3 o'clock? He sighed softly. Wait, he suddenly took notice of the news notifications on his phone. Reports indicated that a mysterious valley in the northern part of Zhongyu City had been destroyed and collapsed by illegal forces, resulting in casualties among nearly 1,000 trainers who had gathered for exploration. The mayor of Zhongyu City, alongside the dojo master and the president of the Pokémon Association, vowed to rigorously combat this criminal organization, providing an explanation to the citizens, the Daxiao Alliance, and the Southwest Branch. Zheng Xian's foggy consciousness gradually cleared, and he successfully recalled how he had returned home from the valley. On that day, after Wu Lianqing, an elder, he had warned the envious members of Zheng Xian's substantial gains. The group began to retreat, while simultaneously searching for potential cultivation resources and rare minerals buried beneath the debris of the disaster, even attempting to rescue any surviving Pokémon. Zheng Xian also seized the opportunity to express his gratitude to Elder He, which inevitably led to another round of commendations and lectures. Eventually, when the team arrived at the entrance of the cave that had collapsed on their way back, they were met with a gruesome sight of blood and the disfigured bodies of Pokémon and trainers crushed beneath the rocks. After identifying and confirming the numerous corpses, the team realized that this exploration mission had been compromised by more than just a few factions that had acquired information from the auction. It was evident that malicious individuals had deliberately released information after their departure, luring a multitude of trainers, which ultimately resulted in this tragic catastrophe due to the valley's collapse. In the end, the exploration team utilized a special communication device with a strong signal to notify Zhongyu City to dispatch a professional rescue team, while the younger generation, including Zheng Xian and Wu Jialong, who could not offer any assistance, were escorted home. However, the hundreds of bodies unearthed and the blood-soaked ground were indelibly etched in Zheng Xian's mind. Despite having lived 2 lives as an ordinary person, Zheng Xian had never witnessed such a blood-soaked scene. Previously, he had regarded the casualty figures reported on television or through news alerts with a certain detachment. But this experience was sufficient to shatter his naive perceptions of the world's brutality. It was only through personal experience that Zheng Xian began to comprehend the true cruelty and madness of these so-called criminal organizations and factions. He had once thought that the world's lawbreakers, under the rigorous crackdowns from various alliances, were merely individuals engaging in petty theft or minor scams, perhaps even some who resorted to murder and arson. Little did he realize that the actual criminal elements were far more ruthless and deranged than the villainous organizations depicted in anime, such as Team Rocket, Team Galactic, and Team Plasma, surpassing even those fictional portrayals. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. Though Zheng Xian shone brightly at the Rising Star Cup, he felt profoundly powerless during this exploration. Whether it was the illegal forces detonating the valley or the grand confrontation with the Soundwave Dragon and Wong Fu's clan, or even facing the Rockruff, Zheng Xian found himself capable of doing exceedingly little, relegated to the role of a mere spectator. As dawn broke, Zheng Xian emerged from his room, sporting dark circles under his eyes. A myriad of worries plagued his mind, preventing him from finding any rest. After completing his unwavering morning exercises, Zheng Xian planned to take Wong Fu to the abandoned factory for the first day of their routine training. Upon arriving at the factory, he greeted Cat Boss and Meow Meow, offering them some tree fruits and Moo Moo milk as a token of appreciation. With Yaya's growth, her enthusiasm for Moo Moo milk had waned. However, Wong Fu, having tasted such exquisite nectar for the first time, had fallen deeply in love with it, prompting Zheng Xian to maintain a steady supply of Moo Moo milk. Meow, Cat Boss kindly called out, signaling Zheng Xian to release Yaya and continue its training. Today, we have a new partner joining us. Zheng Xian smiled as he took out the Pokeballs for Yaya and Wong Fu, activating them to release the Pokemon. Chirp. Yaya immediately began frolicking with Meow Meow upon her release. Wong Fu, being a newcomer, appeared rather shy. Fortunately, Yaya had not forgotten her new companion and frequently acted as a mediator, quickly bridging the gap between the 3 Pokemon. After some playful antics, it was time for formal training. Yaya continued her usual physical conditioning, followed by exercises for her teeth and claws. At this stage, Yaya's incisors were still quite fragile. Through constant training, they would break repeatedly, only to grow back stronger and more resilient. In ancient times, people would collect Yaya's lost teeth to use as substitutes for knives in their kitchens. To facilitate this, Zheng Xian had specially purchased metal blocks designed for training biting techniques, gradually filling his pouch, which necessitated an upgrade to their training equipment. This way, Yaya could not only hone her biting and claw techniques, but also sharpen her teeth and claws simultaneously. As for the training regimen for the new partner Wong Fu, Zheng Xian, while awake in the middle of the night and unable to sleep, began to formulate some ideas. First and foremost, a corresponding physical training plan was essential. Similar to Yaya's initial direct running, it would gradually evolve into weighted running. Zheng Xuan also intended to assess the maximum distance Wong Fu could fly during its first physical training session, 5.5 laps, approximately over 5 kilometers, which was an improvement compared to the juvenile Yaya. However, observing Wong Fu's deliberately exaggerated panting, Zheng Xuan understood that this was certainly not Wong Fu's limit. Given that Wong Fu had always been pampered within its clan, Zheng Xuan refrained from reprimanding it, instead opting to gradually correct Wong Fu's lazy training attitude through time. The guidance of a trainer, Yaya serving as a role model, and the lure of food. Next came skills training. The mastery of flight and aerial techniques exhibited by the buzzing bat truly astounded Zheng Xuan. With a flick of its wings, the bat effortlessly conjured fierce gusts of wind, stirring up clouds of dust across the open expanse. While its power may have been somewhat lacking, its command over flying-type energy was undeniably adept. Coupled with commendable speed and exceptional aerial skills, Zheng Xuan was convinced that, much like Yaya, the buzzing bat possessed the remarkable ability to triumph over stronger opponents with ease, showcasing the terrifying prowess of high-quality Pokémon in full glory. Chapter 88, The Redemption Society. As the year drew to a close, the citizens of Zhongyu City gradually ceased their fervent discussions and concerns regarding the catastrophic valley collapse that resulted in nearly 1,000 casualties. However, in the aftermath of this tragic event, the collaborative efforts of various law enforcement agencies in Zhongyu City yielded some results. Through meticulous investigation and careful tracing of leads, several members of the nefarious organization were apprehended. Yet, apart from extracting the name of the Redemption Society during interrogations, no valuable intelligence was obtained. Naturally, not all apprehended individuals were resolute warriors. As mere outer circle operatives, they offered little in terms of actionable information. Consequently, the Zhongyu City authorities could only publicly announce progress in their capture operations, pledging to intensify efforts against the members of the Redemption Society. In truth, the Redemption Society was only moderately notorious within the confines of the Daxiao Alliance. Aside from their annual activities that resulted in numerous casualties to maintain their fearsome reputation, the overall threat posed by the organization was dwarfed by the number of trainers who perished in the wild each year. Yet, due to the Society's erratic movements and enigmatic operations, it remained an elusive foe. Comparatively, the Society's infamy soared in foreign alliances, having once provoked the wrath of the legendary sea deity, Lugia, unleashing terrifying waves that inundated a coastal city in the American Alliance, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. Thus, the Redemption Society was classified as an international dark organization by the World Alliance. I digress. As in previous lives, the Spring Festival remained the most significant holiday for the Daxiao Alliance, without exception. However, owing to the limited social circles of Zheng Xuan and his father, Zheng Dali, their Spring Festival was, as in years past, predominantly ceremonial. Fortunately, this year, the presence of Yaya and the buzzing bat added a touch of liveliness to their home. Hey, you little rascal, you must have some money this year. How about some pocket money for me? After dinner, Zheng Dali shamelessly requested a red envelope. Seriously, Dad? Do you have no shame? It's a grand holiday, and while I didn't complain when you didn't give me any New Year's money, now you're coming to me asking for it? Zheng Xuan replied, somewhat speechless. Last year, he had declined Zheng Dali's brazen request in order to save money for a Pokémon egg, and he hadn't anticipated that Zheng Dali would bring it up again this year. Just give me the red envelope for good luck, and I'll return it to you. Isn't that how it works? Zheng Dali grinned. Look, you don't even need to prepare a red envelope. I've got one ready. Fine, but you better return it to me, Zheng Xuan said, a hint of suspicion in his tone, yet he accepted the red envelope that Zheng Dali handed him, placing several hundred alliance bills inside. Don't worry, I'm your father. Would I really deceive you out of a few $100? Zheng Dali remarked, his eyes nearly popping out as he watched Zheng Xuan seal the envelope. With that attitude, it's hard for me to believe you. Despite his sarcastic remarks, Zheng Xuan handed the sealed envelope back to Zheng Dali, fulfilling his filial duty in advance. A few hundred for good luck was a small price to pay, and Zheng Xuan was no longer in the same financial straits as before. As Wu Jialong often said, it's just small change, a mere drop in the bucket. That's the spirit. After receiving the red envelope, Zheng Dali shoved it into his pocket without a hint of the earlier promise to return it. Anticipating this, Zheng Xuan said nothing further and began to tidy up the leftover dishes and utensils on the table. Wait, Zheng Dali suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. He then stood up and began rummaging through his pockets. Although he pulled out a red envelope only to put it back, he eventually retrieved a mobile storage device, akin to a USB drive. Here, consider this your gift. Zheng Dali tossed it casually, as if discarding trash. Zheng Xuan caught it, his face a mask of confusion. Dad, even if you're being dismissive, there's no need to spend dozens on a storage device as a gift, right? This is something I asked Uncle Wu to help me acquire. It contains breeding information for the buzzing bat. I heard it's co-authored by a certain commander of the Soundwave Dragon, a near king, along with an expert breeder. Zheng Dali explained nonchalantly before grabbing a bottle of liquor and heading back to his room. Wait, your tone now seems to lack any pretense. Just who is this near king you keep mentioning? What exactly is your strength? Zheng Xuan pressed for answers. I'm just an ordinary person, with a bit of connection to your Uncle Wu. Much like you with Wu Jialong. Besides, who didn't have friends when they were young? Zheng Dali shrugged off the question and continued back to his room. I don't believe you, Zheng Xuan muttered as he watched the door close. However, the breeding information contained within that storage device alleviated Zheng Xuan's immediate concerns. In recent days, he had relied on Yaya's breeding data to train the buzzing bat. Yet, since the buzzing bat possessed both flying-type attributes and a focus on flying-type moves, it was impractical to solely follow Yaya's breeding methods that emphasized dragon-type development. The next day, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zheng Xuan rose early. But instead of engaging in his usual morning exercise, he set off with the gifts he had prepared to visit for New Year's greetings. After a brief bus ride, he arrived at his destination, the upscale neighborhood where Wu Jialong's family resided. The security guard, accompanied by a large guard dog at the entrance, recognized Zheng Xuan and, without hesitation, allowed him entry after registering his name. As he gazed upon the independent villa before him, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but marvel, as he always did on his visits. What an impressive sight. Moreover, aside from the villa itself, half of the entire upscale neighborhood, including a vast expanse of woods and a mixed terrain of plains and lakes, belonged to the Wu family. In the early morning, the ever-eager Wu mother was trimming plants in the garden when she caught sight of Zheng Xuan, laden with gifts. A smile spread across her face as she warmly called out, "Ah, it's little Xien. Come in, make yourself at home." "Hello, Aunt Song," Zheng Xuan replied, setting down his bundles. Wu mother, named Song Yiying, was a renowned expert breeder in Zhongyu City. It was said that Wu Lianqing's rise as a prominent near king was significantly aided by her support. "You child, why bring so many gifts? You really didn't need to spend that kind of money," Song Yiying chided gently, fully aware of Zheng Xuan's family's circumstances and believing it unnecessary to waste such funds. "It's just some fruits and nutritional products, hardly worth much." Zheng Xuan smiled, trying to downplay it. "Oh, don't stand out there. Come inside and sit. Jialong, that rascal, is still lazing about." Song Yiying continued to usher Zheng Xuan indoors, signaling to the butler to take the gifts from him. Chapter 89, The Mandatory Training Device. A bleary-eyed Wu Jialong stumbled down the stairs, yawning intermittently and appearing lackluster. However, upon spotting his close friend Zheng Xuan, he mustered a bit of enthusiasm. "Hey, Zheng Xuan, you made it. Hey, you little rascal, aren't you going to make some tea for little Xien?" Wu mother urged. "No need, Aunt Song. I'll just have some water," Zheng Xuan quickly responded, trying to be polite. Wu Jialong immediately retorted, "Mom, who among young people cares about health? Water is what I need. Aunt Wong, bring me 2 bottles of delicious water. I need to show off one to wake myself up." Receiving the drink handed to him by the butler, Wu Jialong performed the impressive dragon-absorbing water maneuver, finishing an entire bottle in mere moments. He then sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Ah, at last, I feel alive again." "You are truly remarkable," Zheng Xuan silently thumbed up, noting that while he had encountered many wealthy heirs, none were as peculiar as this one. "All right, take a couple of sips and let's head upstairs to my room. I have a magnificent treasure to show you." Wu Jialong, however, remained unfazed and eagerly extended the invitation. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan paused, then admonished with seriousness, "You had better be speaking in a coherent manner." Pushing open the bedroom door, Wu Jialong rushed into the room with heavy footsteps, swiftly retrieving a box from beneath the bed. As he opened it, he began to explain, "This is a forced exercise device. It can adjust the weight. When a sprite carries it, their speed is reduced due to the burden, but it enhances training and combat effectiveness. This is a special item recently developed by the Longting Group, with a low production yield and exorbitant price. Not something one can simply purchase. My father managed to acquire 2 sets with great difficulty. So tell me, is this not a magnificent treasure?" Wu Jialong said with undeniable pride. "How embarrassing," Zheng Xuan chuckled, already reaching to lift the box. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wu Jialong quickly pressed down on the box, anxiously exclaiming, "Dog Xien, I haven't even stated my conditions yet, and you already want to take it away? Isn't that just bullying an honest person? All right, brother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Money knows no boundaries between us. Brothers share wealth without fear of loss. Just tell me, are you a brother? Are you a man?" Zheng Xuan feigned a heart-wrenching expression and boldly questioned. "Now that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Though I will definitely share a set with you. You must agree to my condition," Wu Jialong said with a playful grin. "Making conditions is pointless, then I won't take it." Zheng Xuan waved his hand in refusal. Hey, I was wrong. It's all right, please don't refuse." Seeing Zheng Xuan's firm rejection, Wu Jialong grew anxious. He then divulged his secrets, explaining, "This set was specifically entrusted to me by my father as a New Year gift for you. If you refuse, he will surely kill me when he returns home. Then I absolutely cannot accept it. This gift is too valuable." Zheng Xuan reiterated his serious rejection. "Xingu, you are like a brother to me. I certainly don't want to be beaten on the first day of the new year. Moreover, my conditions aren't harsh. I merely want you to take me along a few times for your commission tasks." With a sorrowful face, Wu Jialong quickly closed the box and attempted to push it onto Zheng Xuan like it was a hot potato. "Aren't you Long Shao? Do you really care about the meager rewards from those commission tasks?" Zheng Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, considering that in the entire Zhongyu city, Wu's family might not be the wealthiest, but they were certainly not lacking in funds. "It's not about the rewards. I simply wish to gain some experience. Even a genius like Long Shao must endure challenges to achieve greatness." Zheng Xuan replied with a cold expression. "All right, to be frank, after the new year, there will be various family gatherings. In previous years, I could use the excuse of not being a trainer to evade participation, but this year, I need something to present as proof." Wu Jialong lamented, his face a portrait of distress. "Though I scored full marks in practical assessments and made significant progress, my overall results are still embarrassing. Not to mention that I barely managed to participate in the New Star Cup, and I was incredibly unlucky. You know how that went. How could I dare bring it up?" After explaining, Wu Jialong wore a forlorn expression. "So, how does this relate to you wanting me to accompany you on commission tasks?" Zheng Xuan inquired with curiosity. "You wouldn't understand. As a wealthy heir, I want to prove myself by taking on various dangerous commission tasks without relying on my affluent family. I have already mapped out this inspiring narrative. Now, all I need is for you to take me along on some commission tasks so I can leave behind a record as proof." Wu Jialong said with excitement radiating from his face. He had devised this brilliant plan after considerable thought, having consumed 6 walnuts in the process. Zheng Xuan initially appeared troubled, then hesitated, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle, before finally relenting. "Fine. In light of the forced exercise device, I begrudgingly agree to take you on a flight." "Splendid. When do we set out?" "I hope it's as soon as possible," Wu Jialong exclaimed, his face brimming with eagerness. "In the outskirts of the city." Wu Jialong grumbled. "Damn it, Dog Xien, we just finished lunch and haven't even had a nap yet, and now you've dragged me out to the suburbs. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to leave as soon as possible?" Zheng Xuan calmly countered. "You're ruthless. By the way, what commission task are we taking? It better not be one of those minor tasks with a reward of only a few thousand. That wouldn't showcase Long Shao's capability at all. It's best if it's something more thrilling." Wu Jialong quickly inquired, his imagination already conjuring images of fierce battles against foes. "Catching a murderer. Is that thrilling enough? Is that for real? That sounds incredibly exciting." Wu Jialong responded, his enthusiasm reignited. "You're daydreaming. Even if I wished to, I lack the star level and strength to take on such high-risk commissions." Zheng Xuan replied with irritation. "Then why are we here?" Wu Jialong surveyed the surrounding area, which consisted of abandoned factories and overgrown wastelands. It was a desolate place indeed. "We're investigating a suspect whose professional level is entry-level. While it may not compare to capturing a murderer, the risk is still significant," Zheng Xuan explained softly. "Wow, that's still quite thrilling." Wu Jialong lowered his voice in agreement. "By the way, I did some research. For these investigation and capture-type commission tasks, aside from credibility guarantees, don't they usually require a squad limit?" "Exactly. Do I need to worry about my credibility level? Plus, with just the 2 of us, we barely meet the minimum requirement." Zheng Xuan gestured with his hands, smiling in response. "Damn it, Dog Xien, you truly have guts. I admire that." The thrill surged through Wu Jialong, his face gleaming with mischief. The last time he felt such excitement was back in middle school, when he stealthily placed insects in his deskmate's pencil case. Chapter 90. Investigation task before the operation commenced. Zheng Xuan deemed it necessary to give Wu Jialong, the troublemaker, a precautionary warning. "Zhelong, during the upcoming operation, you must ensure to follow my commands at all times and refrain from shouting. Otherwise, you can just leave." "Damn it, Dog Xien, how heartless. You use my information to form a team and then want to kick me out? Not a chance." Wu Jialong retorted, keeping his voice low. "I am the captain and the task guarantor, so I naturally have the authority to dismiss you. Regardless, we've already accepted the commission. If the team information doesn't team match, we might lose some money, but I'm not concerned." Zheng Xuan threatened with a smile. "You're ruthless. I promise to heed your instructions throughout this operation." Wu Jialong had no choice but to concede, his frustration evident as he kicked a nearby stone. "Since you've made a promise, you must follow through." Zheng Xuan reminded him insistently. "Of course I'm aware. Why are you so nagging like my mother? Now you can finally tell me the truth and the plan." Wu Jialong urged, visibly disgruntled. In response, Zheng Xuan slowly began to explain. "The individual in question is named Zheng Xuan, who has been classified as a suspect by the police. Specific details about his crimes have not been disclosed. The task merely involves investigating his movements, hidden activity locations, and any individuals he has met. All of this can serve as evidence. Damn, this is not what I imagined. Why does it feel like we've turned into private detectives who secretly capture people cheating? Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong's previously high spirits were doused like cold water. His enthusiasm significantly dampened. It's roughly the same. Otherwise, how could we be assigned such an investigative task? Zheng Xuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Initially, there was no sense of awkwardness. However, with Wu Jialong's abrupt revelation, it became increasingly apparent that their actions resembled those of a lecherous paparazzo on the verge of clandestinely trailing and photographing someone. A more refined title might barely qualify them as private detectives. Coughing lightly, Zheng Xuan quickly diverted the conversation, although the remuneration was not substantial, at most 10,000 alliance coins. Contingent on the degree of completion, there were indeed a considerable number of task points to be gained. The crux of the matter is that I seem to have inadvertently spotted that individual in this area before. Hence, when I saw the photograph this morning while accepting the commission, it suddenly jogged my memory. Wait, Wu Jialong, who sensed something amiss, immediately pointed it out. Dog Huan. Something doesn't add up. That person must be deranged to venture into this godforsaken place. And the most crucial part is that you are here as well. Doesn't that suggest an even greater lapse in judgment? You are the one with a lapse in judgment. Do you recall the secret training facility I mentioned? It's located right over there, at the abandoned factory. Zheng Xuan retorted softly, gesturing towards the dilapidated factory not far away as evidence. In truth, Zheng Xuan was not the first to notice that someone had appeared in this area. The first to detect the anomaly was actually the local feline leader. Long ago, the feline leader had communicated through psychic means to inform Zheng Xuan that a group of uninvited guests had intruded into this region, not wild spirits, but humans, under the guidance of the feline leader. Zheng Xuan had stealthily investigated the intruders and discovered that they resided in an abandoned building a couple of kilometers away from the factory. After observing them, Zheng Xuan noted their tattered clothing and initially assumed they were merely vagrants, deciding not to concern himself further, but merely advised the feline leader to be vigilant about any potential encroachments. Nonetheless, Zheng Xuan had indeed encountered the suspect named Zhou Huan. At that time, the individual, clad in a mask and carrying a hiking backpack, had come to deliver food to these homeless individuals. Before entering the abandoned building, they unconsciously shed their disguise, which Zheng Xuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed. Perhaps due to curiosity, Zheng Xuan pondered what a normal person would be doing here aiding vagrants, leading him to observe them more closely, thus leaving him with a vague impression of their appearance. Upon seeing the suspect's photograph, his memories swiftly aligned with the blurry recollections. My name is Zhou Huan, in my 30s, residing at number 1, Tanfeng Garden, Tanfeng Street, in the western part of Zhongyu City. Abandoned by my parents at a young age, I grew up in a welfare institution in the west of the city, benefiting from the educational support policies of the Great Xiao Alliance, which allowed me to complete high school. Later, with the aid of student loans and various subsidies, I purchased the cheapest Caterpie Pokémon egg, becoming a novice trainer. Although the Caterpie lacked exceptional qualities, both of us were sufficiently diligent, and it soon evolved into a metapod. After reaching adulthood, I was compelled to leave the welfare institution, renting the most inexpensive housing in the suburbs. Due to the inconvenient commute, I had to leave home before dawn each day, or I would miss the earliest bus to the city. Despite the hardships, with the companionship of my metapod, I felt life had its hopes. Unfortunately, one day, while enshrouded in darkness on my way to school, I unexpectedly encountered a wild Pokémon. My metapod, in a bid to protect its trainer, was forced to evolve into a Beedrill to fend off the threat, but this action ultimately diminished its already mediocre potential. Subsequently, I failed the Pokémon College entrance examination. The reason was simple. With a Beedrill that had suffered a decline in potential, coupled with 2 ordinary Pokémon I caught merely for the sake of numbers, and the burden of supporting myself and my 3 Pokémon, I had to devote a significant amount of time to part-time work, resulting in a drastic drop in my academic performance. Lacking prowess in both academics and combat, it was no surprise that my results were dismal. After failing the entrance examination, I released the 2 additional Pokémon and remained with my initial Pokémon, Beedrill, becoming a drifter in society. Years passed in a haze, and by the time I reached the age of 30, I was still living a hand-to-mouth existence. It was during this year that I encountered a benefactor who, through their introduction, helped me join the Redemption Society. From then on, I no longer had to worry about food and drink and was assigned a respectable job, becoming a bank employee admired by many. Within less than 6 months, I met a beautiful woman, and our relationship blossomed into marriage, presenting an exterior of success in both career and love to the outside world. However, behind the scenes, I leveraged my position to provide the Redemption Society with information about affluent individuals facilitating the organization's extortion and kidnapping endeavors to secure sufficient funds. Until the previous year, that benefactor contacted me once more, inviting me to partake in a significant operation organized by the society, to which I, genuinely grateful for the society's nurturing, gladly accepted. Chapter 91. Landing the Big Fish. To avoid raising suspicion among those around me, I fabricated a legitimate reason for a business trip to attend this grand gathering organized by the society. Of course, this was not my first involvement in the Redemption Society's operations. During my year as a member, I had participated in numerous covert actions involving the kidnapping and extortion of the wealthy. Ironically, those affluent individuals, faced with the organization's formidable power or presented with evidence of their illicit wealth, willingly surrendered their money, only to remain silent afterward, without even considering alerting the authorities. With a pre-existing animosity towards the wealthy, I naturally devoted myself fully to each operation, performing my duties with utmost diligence. Consequently, my exemplary performance earned me a promotion from that benefactor, who also held the rank of squad leader within the organization, elevating me to an elite member and granting me 2 entry-level professional Pokémon, allowing me to become the coveted professional trainer I had long aspired to be. However, upon learning that the target of this grand operation was the gym leader of Zhengyu City, along with several other prominent figures, I was taken aback. Forgive my years spent at the societal bottom and my narrow-minded thinking. I could hardly fathom that by merely tossing out a few Pokeballs and pressing the button on the special device distributed by the organization, those renowned figures would panic and flee in the face of the calamity we would orchestrate. Viewed in this light, these so-called prominent individuals were not fundamentally different from us, the lowly. This cognitive upheaval led to a profound transformation within me. After the operation concluded, the commanding officer, Lord Black Crow, instructed us to continue concealing our identities, which meant I had to revert to the facade of a man admired and praised by my neighbors, with a good job and a wonderful wife. Yet in reality, this life filled with monotony and mediocrity was one I loathed. Thus, when I unexpectedly returned home to find my wife, embodying the image of a virtuous partner, entangled with my superior from the bank, I resolved to overturn everything. My wife wept and pleaded, explaining that she had resisted, and that this was the first and last time. I paid her no heed. My superior, attempting to dissuade me with gentle words, even resorted to threats of work-related consequences. But I remained deaf to their entreaties, until I produced a Pokeball, unleashing a Jengar that startled both of them into kneeling and begging for mercy. I merely waved my hand, bidding farewell to my former self. With Jengar's assistance, I efficiently handled the scene, ensuring that to this day, the police have yet to uncover conclusive evidence to ascertain whether those 2 individuals are missing or have met with a tragic fate. They merely classified me as a suspect. And due to being preoccupied with the urgent matters of capturing the Redemption Society, this kind of trouble was hastily listed as a commissioned task, seeking assistance from societal forces. During the Spring Festival, Zheng Xuan believed that this was the busiest yet most relaxed time for the law enforcement agencies in Zhengyu City. Thus, he frequently disguised his identity and secretly met with several friends from the organization at a temporary hideout in the outskirts of the city, indulging in revelry. Today marks the first day of the Lunar New Year. Taking advantage of the festive greetings, Zheng Xuan ventured out, having purchased numerous gifts, and sought a secluded spot to don another disguise, eventually arriving at a familiar abandoned building. He had heard rumors that a squad leader would attend today's gathering. So in an effort to win favor, he had specifically bought an expensive watch as a New Year's gift to present. Beside the abandoned building, in a slightly elevated patch of overgrown grass, Xien gently nudged Wu Jialong, who was so tired he could sleep on the ground, whispering a reminder. The 2 had been waiting in secrecy for over an hour, and Xien contemplated the risk of infiltrating the abandoned building to investigate the situation of the other party if they failed to show up. Just as he was lost in thought, the target finally arrived. Ugh! Wu Jialong, roused from his slumber by Xien's nudge, wiped the drool from his mouth and, upon regaining his senses, felt a rush of excitement. In a hushed tone, he said, "Finally, this guy is here. Dog Xien. Don't call me for such tedious tasks next time. It's utterly boring. Shoo, the target is going in. I'll take some photos first and see if I can capture an image of the handoff later. That will complete our commission," Xien whispered, seizing Wu Jialong's high-pixel phone to snap pictures of the suspect before and after shedding his disguise. Disinterest washed over Wu Jialong as he felt increasingly trapped by Xien's meddling, realizing that this was far from the thrilling scenario he had envisioned. Reflecting on their futures, one destined to be a fire-type champion and the other a dragon-type king, he found it ridiculous that they were resorting to such sneaky antics. With that thought, he silently raised a dismissive middle finger at Xien. "You stay put here while I find a way to sneak in and take a few more shots." Xien, entirely focused on the target, remained oblivious to Wu Jialong's disdain. To ensure their safety, Zheng Xuan had previously released his Pokémon, Yaya and Wong. Yaya was to act as backup, hiding midway, while Wong used his sensitive hearing to emit ultrasonic waves to locate the target. As Zheng Xuan cautiously approached the abandoned building, the suspect Zheng Xuan was engaging with a companion who had come out to investigate the commotion. Zheng Xuan, you keep coming to us. Aren't you increasing our risk of exposure? The person spoke with a tone that, while ostensibly critical, was surprisingly conversational. Even the lofty dojo master nearly fell into our hands. What do you have to fear from those useless cops? Zheng Xuan replied with a laugh rather than anger. The other man grinned widely indeed. Hurry up to the upper floor. What good stuff have you brought us? It's unbearable to just linger here. Rest assured, once this storm passes, the organization will surely arrange new identities for you. Zheng Xuan reassured him while they ascended the stairs, arms draped around each other. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan, having captured multiple intimate photos of the duo concealed in the shadows, intended to quietly withdraw. However, he received a message from Wu Jialong on his phone, causing his expression to shift dramatically and prompting him to reconsider his retreat. Shortly thereafter, a figure swaggered into the abandoned building. Zheng Xuan snapped another photo. Recognizing the familiar face of his rival from the New Star Cup finals, Chao Lei, after patiently waiting for the target to enter, Zheng Xuan stealthily began to withdraw, leaving no trace behind. Once in a safe location, Zheng Xuan finally inquired, Jilong, how is it going? Did you notify Brother Zhan? This matter is likely to escalate. It's beyond our capacity to handle, Zheng Xuan continued, a hint of concern in his voice. Don't worry, you have faith in my abilities, right? After sending you the message, I shared the news of our big catch with Brother Zhan. He should be on his way now, Wu Jialong replied, patting his chest confidently. It's your work that worries me, Zheng Xuan thought to himself, suppressing a sigh. Chapter 92, The Wheel of Fortune Turns. Jialong, Xiaoxian, where's the person? Wu Zhan arrived in a hurry, not alone but accompanied by several trainers from the dojo, clearly taking this matter very seriously. In the abandoned building below, I and Dog Xian witnessed them enter. Wu Jialong eagerly responded, finding excitement in the escalating situation. The suspect Zheng Xuan, along with Chao Lei, entered one after the other. I captured their photos, Zheng Xuan added. Wu Zhan scanned the faces of those present and spoke gravely. I've communicated with the police. Zheng Xuan is suspected of murdering his wife and her superior, but due to a lack of concrete evidence, they cannot directly arrest him. As for Chao Lei, I investigated his identity after the last New Star Cup, and all aspects of his documentation, including birth and educational certificates, are thoroughly intact, even his parents' records. Does that mean Chao Lei is in the clear? Wu Jialong interjected. No, although his apparent documentation is complete and appears more legitimate than most, using dojo privileges. I couldn't find any consumer records for his parents living out of town. Think about it. As modern individuals living in a city, it's impossible to have no consumer records unless their identity is fabricated or those individuals do not exist at all. Wu Zhan's expression grew more serious as he spoke. Regardless of whether these individuals are associated with the Redemption Society, there is clearly something amiss. We should apprehend them all first and sort it out later, proposed Qian Jitai, who had accompanied Wu Zhan. Wu Jialong eagerly concurred. Brother Qian is right. Let us capture them all first. If we get the right ones, it's a great profit. If not, we can just apologize and compensate. Jialong, Xiaoxian, you two stick with me for the confrontation. The rest surround the entire abandoned building and wait for my signal to act. Wu Zhan, not one to dither, was determined to achieve results with the Dojo's team. Understood. The group replied in hushed tones. Inside the abandoned building, the squad leader introduced Zheng Xuan, saying, This is Zheng Xuan. Although he has only been with the organization for less than a year, he has made significant contributions and was quickly promoted to an elite member by Captain Gia. Indeed, a talent. Chao Lei adjusted his glasses, scanning Zheng Xuan with a smile that concealed disdain. Thank you for the compliment, squad leader. I will continue to strive and contribute to the organization. Zheng Xuan responded with feigned humility. Contribute to the organization? Chao Lei no longer concealed his mockery, a smirk spreading across his face. Yes, of course, Zheng Xuan, unsure of what had offended the squad leader or if the gifts he presented were unsatisfactory, could only nod awkwardly in response. Suddenly, Chao Lei's expression soured as he glared with malice, scolding, You killed 2 people, are suspected by the police. And yet you dare to repeatedly visit the organization's temporary hideout. Is this your contribution to the organization? At these words, Zheng Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. He fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground, pleading for mercy. Squad leader, I didn't mean to. It was the fault of those 2 scoundrels. I had no choice but to deal with them. Rest assured, I handled it very cleanly. The police found no evidence during their investigation. Moreover, I prepared a solid alibi for that operation, so the police won't uncover anything. It's only a couple of missing people. It's a common occurrence. Soon enough, the police will drop the case due to lack of leads. While begging for mercy, Zheng Xuan cast desperate glances at those around him who were sharing camaraderie, hoping someone would intercede on his behalf. However, among those present at that moment, some merely bowed their heads in silence, pretending not to recognize the situation, while others displayed a demeanor of reveling in the chaos, which genuinely sent a chill down Zheng Xuan's spine. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled that pair of scoundrels who had once begged for mercy from him in a similar fashion. Now, however, the tides had turned, and it was he who found himself pleading to others. Clap, clap. Chao Lei's expression twisted further as he clapped his hands, coldly remarking, "Well said, very well said. It's merely the disappearance of one or two individuals, nothing out of the ordinary. The police will soon forget all about it. Therefore, for the sake of the organization's safety, why not make one last contribution?" With a mocking smile, Chao Lei had already drawn out a pokeball. "Captain, I was recommended to join the Redemption Society by the captain of the Ghost Fong squad. Are you truly forcing my hand? Unwilling to sit idly by?" Zheng Xuan also reached for his waist, ready to unleash his Pokemon in resistance. "Oh, are you actually threatening me now?" Chao Lei initially feigned surprise. Then, his expression shifted to cold indifference as he said, "But this time, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The very person you refer to as the captain of the Ghost Fong squad is the one tasked with dealing with the unstable elements during this period. Don't blame me, it's all you're doing." Arbok sees him. Almost as soon as Chao Lei finished speaking, Zheng Xuan released Arbok, launching the first attack. Clearly possessing some measure of courage, he was indeed a noteworthy opponent. Facing the oncoming Arbok, Chao Lei appeared oblivious, remaining steadfast in his position, betraying a hint of admiration for his adversary. Hiss! Just as Arbok opened its gaping maw to bite fiercely at Chao Lei, several strands of silk shot forth from the shadows, ensnaring Arbok tightly. Enraged, Arbok attempted to tear through the web with brute force, writhing and struggling, yet remained ensnared by the tenacious and sticky threads. Subsequently, the master of the silk, a massive spider adorned with red and black, boasting purple patterns, crawled down from the dark ceiling, brandishing its sharp fangs. "It's Ariados. When did you?" Zheng Xuan's face was one of astonishment, realizing he had failed to notice when the opponent had released their Pokemon since entering the room. "Fool, in our line of work, lacking sufficient awareness of safety can easily cost you your life." Observing the bewildered expression on his opponent's face, Chao Lei continued to mock him. "Beedrill, use Twin Needle." Refusing to yield so easily, Zheng Xuan unleashed another Pokemon, which was none other than Beedrill, chosen specifically to honor his initial Pokemon. "Alas, you're beyond saving. Have you not realized the vast disparity in our strengths? Forget it. I can't even be bothered to bully you. This is my weakest Pokemon." Chao Lei remained dismissive, promptly tossing out another Pokeball. As the white light dissipated, a green figure, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward toward Beedrill. It was the forest lizard, which Chao Lei had commanded during the Nova Cup. Compared to before, this forest lizard had significantly increased in strength. Its ghostly speed and rapidly swinging leaf blades aimed directly at Beedrill's abdomen. Beedrill, clearly unprepared to face such a terrifyingly swift opponent, hastily raised its stingers in defense, only to be effortlessly bypassed by the forest lizard, which then brought its leaf blade crashing down, sending the ailing Beedrill flying. Were it not for the level suppression of a professional beginner against an ordinary advanced Pokemon, Beedrill likely would not have been able to withstand even a single attack from the forest lizard. "Curse it, keep attacking. Use your best Twin Needle." Zheng Xuan roared in frustration at Beedrill's retreat in the wake of a brief skirmish. This Beedrill was ultimately not the one he had trained so intimately as his initial Pokemon, even though its level was indeed higher than that of his lost Beedrill. The actual combat effectiveness it displayed was vastly inferior. "Your Pokemon is worthless, and so is the trainer." Observing Beedrill's hesitance, Chao Lei understood that his opponent was not commanding a Pokemon they had raised themselves, but rather one gifted by the organization, a mere facade, warranting his disdain. Chomp! Meanwhile, Arbok, having finally broken free from the web, bared its sharp fangs in fury and lunged at Chao Lei. "Ariados, feel free to dispose of that little toy. Don't waste too much time." Growing impatient with Arbok's repeated attempts to bite him, Chao Lei openly criticized Ariados for its penchant for toying with its prey. Seeing that its trainer was somewhat annoyed, Ariados had no choice but to eliminate the rare toy, weaving its silk into a web that once again ensnared the unfortunate Arbok. Before advancing to inject its poisonous stinger, even taking the time to clean up the battlefield by dragging the prey back into the shadows. However, moments later, the anguished cries of Arbok sent shivers down the spines of those present. Watching as his strongest Pokemon was so easily dispatched by the opponent, Zheng Xuan's spirit shattered entirely. "No, I must escape." Spotting the exit not far away, Zheng Xuan resolved to abandon his Pokemon to save himself, shouting, "Beedrill, if you want to survive, use all your strength to repel your opponent." The instant he awaited Beedrill's strike, drawing the opponent's attention away, he planned to make his escape. Beedrill, having been on the defensive, ignited its survival instincts upon hearing Zheng Xuan's command. Flapping its wings with all its might and unleashing a fierce assault with its glimmering stingers toward the forest lizard. However, as it succeeded in driving back its opponent and realized its own strength, it caught sight of its trainer abandoning it to flee, causing its previously surging momentum to plummet. No rush. Forest lizard will first deal with this bug before pursuing that fleeing rat. Xiao Lei merely chuckled mockingly at the sight of his opponent abandoning their Pokémon and fleeing in disarray. Bursting through the door, Zheng Xuan dared not glance back at the tragic Beedrill, desperately racing toward the locations he recalled having human activity, for this was his only chance at survival. Furthermore, during his flight, Zheng Xuan hastily reported to the police, even if it led to his eventual arrest for murder. Being imprisoned was far better than falling into the clutches of that demon. I initially intended to stage a hunt, but alas, the rat panicked and overturned the table. Now that you've called the police, there's no way I can let you go. Xiao Lei's expression twisted into a sinister grin. Behind him, Ariados and the forest lizard swiftly surpassed their trainer, rapidly pursuing the prey that had gained some distance. I hope everyone remembers. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the organization. It seemed that Xiao Lei had already sealed Zheng Xuan's fate, as he warned those behind him in advance. Yes. The crowd behind him, startled by the sudden warning, could only nod in agreement. Boom. A loud explosion startled everyone once more. Xiao Lei instinctively turned toward the source of the blast, not forgetting to taunt. I never expected that this rat still had a trick up its sleeve. But the next moment, upon seeing a Blaziken that had just defeated Ariados and the forest lizard, Xiao Lei was momentarily stunned. Moments later, regaining his composure, Xiao Lei's expression shifted to one of fury as he bellowed at the crowd. You fools. The enemy has come knocking, and you still don't realize it. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and act. As he scolded them, Xiao Lei threw out another Pokeball, and as the white light faded, a massive Nidoking emerged, roaring as it took the stage. Before the forest lizard had fully matured, this professional level, 31 to 35, Nidoking was undoubtedly Xiao Lei's trump card Pokemon. Yet, even with Nidoking dispatched, Xiao Lei remained cautious. The reason was simple. The final evolution of the starter Pokemon was undeniably at the elite level. In truth, the League's definition of an elite trainer originally revolved around the ace Pokemon mastered by the League's core trainers. With the exception of a few extraordinary cases, the vast majority of starter Pokemon evolve into their final forms at this juncture. Consequently, the final evolutionary forms of the starter Pokemon not only experience a significant leap in vitality, but also a dramatic surge in power, signifying that trainers who reach this level are the distinguished elite among humanity. Hence the title of elite trainer is bestowed upon them. Nidoking, embodying the power of the earth, is shielded by Ariados, which alternates between using poison needles and silk to protect Nidoking. Aware of the disparity in strength, Xiao Lei intends to strike first, simultaneously recalling the forest lizard, which is at a disadvantage. Should the situation become dire, Xiao Lei is even prepared to forsake his ace Pokemon, Nidoking, as well as his main Pokemon, Ariados, to preserve his own life and safeguard the forest lizard, a beacon of hope for the future. Blaze Chicken, with a fiery punch, interrupts Nidoking's move. In the shadows, Wu Zhan gradually reveals himself while issuing the command to attack. In an instant, other professional trainers concealed in the darkness emerge, directing their Pokemon to launch an assault on this band of lawbreakers. Damn it, it's the people from the Zhongyu Gym. Upon witnessing the arrival of numerous fire-type Pokemon and trainers, Xiao Lei instantly recognizes the identity of his adversaries. The fierce Blaze Chicken, wielding fiery fists, shatters the poison needles launched by Ariados, and the searing flames incinerate the opponent's webbing, advancing directly towards the poised Nidoking. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, both sides command their Pokemon in a flurry of attacks, creating a lively spectacle. Chapter 94, Joining Forces Against the Enemy. Zheng Xuan also identifies a suitable opponent amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a pale yellow, newly evolved Rattata at level 20. Had it been 2 months prior, Yaya would undoubtedly have been no match for this Rattata, but now, Yaya's rapid progress and strength renders it quite competitive. Pokemon Yaya. Level, LV14, Intermediate. Type, Dragon. Ability, Exceptional. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Shallow Black. Held item, Dragon's Tooth. Level skills, Scratch, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Taunt. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Swords Dance. Skill Disc Dig. Taught skill, Sand Attack. Damn, that guy is Zheng Xuan, the champion of the New Star Cup. The trainer of Rattata recognizes Zheng Xuan the moment Yaya strikes. However, upon realizing Zheng Xuan's identity, the trainer's expression shifts to one of anger and humiliation, for it signifies that a seasoned adult has been regarded as the weakest of prey by this student. Enraged, he bellows, Rattata, Use bite and tear into him with all your might. I cannot afford to lose to a mere student. Rattata raises its prominent front teeth, propelling itself forward with powerful hind legs, racing towards Yaya to strike. Yaya, use Dragon Claw to fend off the opponent. Observing the swift approach of the brown-yellow rodent, Zheng Xuan calmly directs Yaya to confront it. Yaya has dealt with many small Rattatas, but this high-level Rattata is indeed a first. Nevertheless, with abundant experience encountering the reckless behavior typical of the Rattata species, Yaya seizes the moment and delivers a powerful blow to the vulnerable flank of the opponent. Rattata, in agony, attempts to transform its pain into strength, continuing to lunge at Yaya. Boom. Little did the unfortunate Rattata anticipate, it is met head-on with a searing fireball, suffering further injury. Dog Xien, don't blame me for stealing the kill. I simply observed that everyone had an opponent, and it seemed you were the only one in need of assistance, especially since this rodent appears quite manageable. The interloper is none other than Wu Jiaolong and his blazed chicken. Generally, third-party interference in a battle is considered impolite, and most adhere to this unwritten rule, striving to avoid crossing boundaries. However, given the current nature of the battle, and understanding Wu Jiaolong's character, Zheng Xuan is not angered. Instead, he remarks, do as you wish. This Rattata is quite high level. Just be cautious in commanding blazed chicken, and don't let it get too close. Love you for this, Dog Xien. I'll treat you to a meal later. It's not every day we get to fight against lawbreakers, and I definitely don't want to be a bystander. Seeing Zheng Xuan unfazed by his interference and tacitly approving his involvement, Wu Jiaolong is filled with joy. Damn it, you two brats. Don't blame me for bullying the weak. The trainer, feeling overlooked, grows even angrier and swiftly retrieves another pokeball, releasing yet another Rattata. Why are you so fond of these rodents? Originally curious about the identity of the trainer's second Pokemon, Wu Jiaolong can't help but laugh upon seeing yet another brown-yellow rat. This isn't due to arrogance or prejudice. Rather, it is indeed rare for someone to choose multiple Rattatas as their Pokemon, given their notorious reputation for weakness. Blazed Chicken, don't underestimate this one. I'll handle this Rattata, while you take care of the injured one. Upon witnessing the emergence of another Rattata, Zheng Xian's expression becomes serious, as this Rattata clearly exhibits strength that places it at the beginner professional level, significantly surpassing the previous one. Leave it to me. I'll dispatch my opponent swiftly and then assist you. Sensing Zheng Xian's grave demeanor, Wu Jiaolong refrains from questioning further and nods in agreement. Yaya dig. Encountering a beginner professional opponent once more, Zheng Xuan remains cautious and instructs Yaya to burrow underground to initiate Sword's Dance for enhancement. If you wish to hide underground to bolster your attack, then both Rattatas shall target Blazed Chicken. The trainer, having likely witnessed Zheng Xian's battles before, though filled with rage, does not lose his composure. He aims to concentrate forces to swiftly eliminate the threat posed by Blazed Chicken. Seeing the situation unfold, Yaya, concerned for Blazed Chicken, is about to call out to abandon the enhancement and emerge to restrain the opponents. However, Wu Jiaolong's voice rings out beside him. Dog Xien, maintain your battle rhythm. Blazed Chicken can withstand it. Zheng Xuan glances at Blazed Chicken and the self-assured Wu Jiaolong, nodding in response. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Pokemon, Blazed Chicken. Level, LV14, Intermediate. Type, Fire. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Purple. Held item, Charcoal. Level skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Focus Energy. Inherited skills, Boost, Flame Kick. Survival Instinct. Skill Disc, Reversal, Flamethrower, Protect. In truth, Blazed Chicken is not significantly weaker than Yaya in terms of level or strength. One cannot simply judge it based on Wu Jiaolong's previous misstep at the New Star Cup. Blazed Chicken, use Flamethrower to continue dealing with that Rattata. Despite his usual playful demeanor, when it comes to actual battles, Wu Jiaolong adopts a rare serious expression. Facing the dual assault from both Rattatas, Blazed Chicken remains composed, heeding its trainer's commands, and unleashes a considerable burst of intense flames towards its previous opponent. The flames, augmented by the charcoal item, exhibit even greater potency, scorching the unsuspecting Rattata, which yelps in pain, compelled to abandon its offensive and roll on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames clinging to it. Damn it. Keep attacking. The trainer, undeterred by the injured Rattata, commands the other Rattata to persist in its assault. However, upon witnessing Blazed Chicken erect a crimson energy shield, merely causing ripples in the air, effortlessly repelling Rattata's attack, the trainer can no longer contain himself and erupts in expletives. Damn it. A low-level Blazed Chicken, using either a high-level Flamethrower or the rare move Protect. What a farce. It is reminiscent of a game where ordinary individuals fall prey to ruthless RMB players, voicing their ire in vehement denunciations. Yaya, with its dragon claws, seizing the opportunity while the opponent's assault is thwarted by the fiery Torchic. Zheng Xuan commands Yaya to break through the earth, its colossal claws tearing towards the vulnerable abdomen of Lada with terrifying might. Faced with this sudden and heavy blow, even the novice Lada suffers grievously, its feeble frame unable to withstand such immense force, emitting a wail as it is sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Well done, Dog Xien. Observing Yaya effortlessly repelling the foe, Wu Jialong is overwhelmed with joy. But the battle is not over. They must press the advantage. The enemy remains standing, indicating that the fight is far from finished, and Zheng Xuan is not foolish enough to celebrate prematurely. After all, those who pop champagne at halftime seldom fare well in the second half. Chapter 95, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Initially, the battle between the two sides was stalemated due to the desperate resistance of these outlaws, who were indeed cornered. However, one side comprises seasoned professional trainers, primarily of advanced rank, while the opposing side scarcely boasts even intermediate-level strength, with many merely being empty vessels lacking in real prowess. The disparity in strength inevitably leads to a one-sided outcome. Numerous members of the Redemption Society are captured or defeated, including Zheng Xuan, who was apprehended early on and, in a bid to avoid falling into the hands of his own, proves to be far more cunning than his fellow members. Yet, regrettably, the leader of the adversaries, Xiaolei, manages to escape by sheer luck. As time ticks forward by a quarter of an hour, Xiaolei's main Pokémon, Gyarados, desperately attempts to obstruct the onslaught, even sacrificing itself to shield others, yet to no avail. As the sole elite Pokémon on the battlefield, the Blaziken unleashes its fiery punches, each strike generating a fierce wind, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly repelling the advancing Gyarados, along with several other Pokémon that had been commanded to intervene. Confronted with the rapid approach of Blaziken, akin to a blazing comet, Xiaolei reluctantly abandons his powerful attack enhanced by the ability to amplify ground power, hastily instructing Nidoking to charge at the foe. Xiaolei's Nidoking, possessing commendable attributes and towering above its ordinary counterparts at 14 meters, appears almost diminutive before the imposing Blaziken, particularly since Wu Zhan's Blaziken is equally gifted, having already surged forward by 2 meters, making the former seem like a mere younger sibling. With a fierce momentum, Blaziken approaches, channeling fire energy into its fists, delivering a powerful punch that collides with Nidoking's charge. The disparity in strength is immediately evident. Nidoking, weighing over 100 pounds, is sent staggering back 2 to 3 meters by a single blow from Blaziken. In a state of utter disarray, Nidoking bellows in rage, seeking to regain its footing. However, just as Nidoking advances with renewed vigor, it is met with 2 swift punches from Blaziken, instantly transforming its countenance into a swollen visage, causing its fighting spirit to dwindle, forcing it to retreat awkwardly, introducing an element of farce into what was previously a tense and serious battle. After a brief skirmish, Xiaolei realizes he is no match for the trainer affiliated with the dojo, and if he wishes to preserve his own life, he must resort to the previously contemplated strategy of sacrificing the pawn to protect the king or employ some underhanded tactics. The Gyarados, easily repelled by Blaziken, has stealthily merged into the shadows, silently approaching Wu Zhan, the trainer of Blaziken. Adhering to the insidious principle of eliminating the trainer when the Pokémon cannot be subdued, the Gyarados, embodying the cruel essence of a spider, swiftly launches its attack, brandishing its venomous fangs, poised to pierce the frail prey before it for a lethal strike. Just as it is about to sink its fangs into its target, an unforeseen twist occurs. A beautiful, golden-furred tail elegantly swats the hideous insect away, revealing the graceful and noble Ninetales, standing beside Wu Zhan. Accompanying its beauty is the formidable prowess of an elite-level Ninetales, which subsequently unleashes a torrent of flames, scorching the agonized Gyarados. Xiaolei, witnessing this scene, is engulfed in a mix of unbounded rage and profound helplessness. The Blaziken remains unresolved, and another elite Pokémon stands guard beside the opponent, rendering the situation nearly insurmountable for him. You fool, you underestimate elite trainers far too much. Do you think your tricks will work on them so easily? A voice of disdainful mockery reaches Xiaolei's ears. Though the taunt is harsh, to him, it sounds like sweet music. Reinforcements have arrived. Captain of the Ghost Fong Squad, originally at a loss and furrowing his brow, Xiaolei's face now lights up with uncontainable joy. From the shadows, a not overly large, pitch-black portal is torn open, revealing a deep purple Pokémon with a perpetually grinning visage. It is Gengar. Wu Zhan inwardly curses. The enemy reinforcements have arrived, aiming to extract Xiaolei, this prized fish. Hee hee. Gengar emits a chilling laugh, and soon a shroud of black mist envelopes the area, successfully ensnaring Xiaolei within. This mist is toxic. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Zhan refrains from pursuing the enemy, recalling his Blaziken and urgently warning his companions. particularly the oblivious Wu Jialong and Zheng Xuan, to evacuate the area. Within the black mist, Jengar waves its hands, further enlarging the hole in the wall, before unceremoniously tossing the temporarily unconscious Chao Lei inside like discarded refuse. With a wide grin, Jengar then leaps into the portal, which subsequently seals shut, restoring the wall to its original rough and dilapidated state. It's over. This prized catch has escaped, and at least half of the merit will be lost. Wu Jialong sighs in dismay. There's no helping it. That Jengar is incredibly strong, capable of shrouding an area in black mist with such swiftness, combined with highly toxic gas. Zheng Xuan has paid some attention to the main battlefield's dynamics, and the appearance of that Jengar has undeniably disrupted what was otherwise a decisive victory. It's the Ghost Fong, a registered member of the Southwest Alliance, a captain-level figure within the Redemption Society, already possessing elite-level strength years ago. If it comes to a direct confrontation, I fear I would not stand a chance against them. However, the adversary is equally cautious, wary of potential ambushes from the higher-ups in Zhongyu City, and thus dares not strike against us, merely opting to rescue that Chao Lei. Wu Zhan elaborates. Though he yearns to apprehend Chao Lei, given his ability to command such a multitude, it is evident he is a captain-level figure within the Redemption Society. Successfully capturing him would undoubtedly be a historic first for Zhongyu City, a feat incomparable to previously captured small fry. Alas, for the sake of safety, Wu Zhan must forego the reckless pursuit of glory. Enough with the gloom. Capturing over 10 members of the Redemption Society is still a significant achievement. Perhaps this time we might earn some contribution points from the Alliance as a reward. Wu Zhan scans the disheartened crowd, a smile breaking across his face as he offers reassurance. Upon hearing that rewards may include contribution points from the Alliance, the previously despondent group regains their smiles. These points are a special currency of far greater value than the common currency of Alliance coins, awarded for exceptional contributions to the Alliance, boasting astonishing purchasing power. With sufficient contribution points, one could not only acquire outstanding starter Pokémon, but even exchange for quasi-divine Pokémon or Pokémon eggs without difficulty. Of course, Jialong and Xiaoxian. As the discoverers of this Redemption Society stronghold, as primary contributors, you will undoubtedly receive rewards and contribution points. Wu Zhan is acutely aware that the higher-ups in Zhongyu City have been frazzled by the Redemption Society's previous incident, and this operation to eliminate their stronghold will undoubtedly alleviate their immediate concerns, thus magnifying the credit for their efforts. Chapter 96, Alliance Contributions. Somewhere in Zhongyu City, drip drip, water droplets occasionally fall, creating ripples upon the murky water. The stench is unbearable. At this moment, Chao Lei groggily awakens, immediately assaulted by a myriad of foul odors. He cannot help but wonder, where am I? Here lies the sewer in the western part of the city. For the time being, you shall be punished to remain here. And only when this tempest passes can you return to the surface. The figure cloaked in black spoke coldly. On what grounds? Even if you hold a rank above mine, you cannot treat me this way. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Chao Lei protested vehemently, despite the fact that the individual had saved his life not long ago. Humph. Were it not for the favor of Lord Yaya behind you, do you truly think I would risk my own safety to rescue you? The masked figure scoffed disdainfully. Hearing this, Chao Lei felt a surge of anger and immediately challenged. You clearly possess the strength to deal with that elite trainer and the other adversaries present, thereby weakening the power of the Zhongyu Gym. Why did you not take action? In response to the inquiry, the masked figure evaded the question, mocking, I thought you might inquire why I did not rescue your Pokémon or those under your command. Humph. I was already prepared to sacrifice the pawns to protect the king. Recovering Nidoking while only losing a mediocre Ariados is hardly a significant loss. Furthermore, that Ariados lacks the qualifications to be worthy of me. As for those useless subordinates, they serve no purpose and can be easily replaced. Had it not been for that Zhao Huan you recommended exposing the temporary hideout, none of this would have transpired. The mention of Zhao Huan only intensified Chao Lei's fury, prompting him to lay blame without reservation. TSK, how fickle human hearts can be. The masked figure mocked, reminding him, however, you cannot fault me for the latter incident. I had previously commanded you to eliminate all unstable elements during this sensitive period, yet you proved inadequate and nearly put yourself at risk. Even if this matter reaches Lord Yaya, it remains your fault. Although Chao Lei simmered with indignation, he found himself at a loss for a retort. Having been struck at his weakest point, just remain here quietly. Countless eyes are watching Zhongyu City, including investigators dispatched by the League. Do you think I would fear a mere brat who has just been promoted to elite rank? With that, the masked figure slipped once more into the shadows. The orchestrator of it all, Gung Gue, after displaying a mocking expression towards Chao Lei, also vanished into the darkness. Hey, watching the masked figure depart, Chao Lei felt a twinge of urgency. Get lost. You imprison me here, and what am I to eat and drink? Just wait. I shall report your actions to Lord Yaya. This operation to dismantle the Redemption Society, which had only captured a mere dozen lackeys, was deliberately portrayed by the Zhongyu city government, the gym, and the Pokémon Association as a resounding victory against the unlawful organization. Not only did the leading Wu Zhan and the outstanding members of the operation receive high praise from the higher-ups, but Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, the two students who stumbled upon this success, also earned a mention in the reports. In light of this, Wu Jialong purchased over 1,000 copies of the newspaper, instructing his subordinates to distribute them at the school gate once classes resumed. Due to his notorious reputation, even the most reluctant students had no choice but to accept the papers. Ultimately, it was the arriving head of discipline who halted this farce, reprimanding the instigator Wu Jialong and simultaneously revoking the award intended to honor him as a model student for bringing glory to the school. Zheng Xuan, indifferent to such superficial accolades, was far more concerned about the substantial rewards. As a primary beneficiary of this operation, he received a special reward of 25 points of league contribution from Zhongyu City's higher-ups, even surpassing that of Wu Zhan, who led the team. Do not underestimate these contribution points. Even a single point could fetch a staggering 10,000 league coins on the open market, and even so, no one was willing to play the fool and exchange them for currency. Zheng Xuan understood that the generosity stemmed not only from orchestrated hype and media manipulation, but also from the machinations of Wu Lianxing, the gym leader, who was looking out for his own. This minimum reward of 250,000 was even greater than the prize Zheng Xuan earned through tireless effort in winning the New Star Cup. Should Zheng Xuan choose, these contribution points could easily be exchanged for an excellent starter Pokémon or a rare Pokémon egg, or even various uncommon items. However, currently overwhelmed with caring for Yaya and his new partner, Wong, Zheng Xuan had no immediate intention of adding a third Pokémon to his roster. As for Pokémon items, still trapped in a mindset of scarcity, combined with his prior experience of acquiring ancient coins and a bent spoon for free, he was not extravagant enough to purchase items he did not urgently need. Notably, the ancient coins and bent spoons were sold during the holiday for 60,000 and 90,000 respectively to a wealthy collector. Zheng Xuan's worth surged once more. Yet, it also proved the adage that money can corrupt. Now, Zheng Xuan's daily life had become so lavish that he dared to add an egg to his breakfast trio and could afford to enhance his instant noodles with 2 sausages, even treating himself to a bowl of beef noodles from a newly opened restaurant in the neighborhood on weekends. After much contemplation, unwilling to squander his newfound wealth, Zheng Xuan ultimately decided to exchange 10 points of league contribution for 2 coveted skill discs, recognizing that such rare skill discs are not only expensive but also scarce. Even with wealth, one could not acquire them without the right connections. Although Wu Jialong later scolded Zheng Xuan for wasting contribution points on skill discs, Zheng Xuan saw no regret in prioritizing a swift increase in combat power without burdening others. Enduring a small loss was temporary. Securing such divine skills was an investment for a lifetime. In any case, one could pocket a small profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Following this eradication event, Zhongyu City's higher-ups fulfilled their obligations to the citizens and the League, while the Redemption Society would likely remain dormant for a while. Zheng Xuan returned to the monotonous routine of school and daily training. The only distinction from the previous semester was the unlocking of a simulation survival training course in the wild for the upcoming semester. Chapter 97, Wilderness Survival Training. A month had passed since the start of school. The leadership of Zhongyu No. 4 Middle School decided that the second-year training department would organize a wilderness simulation survival training session at Xiaoba Mountain, located not far from Zhongyu City, lasting 3 days and 2 nights. Upon receiving this notification, the students of the training department were thrilled, unable to sleep all night in their excitement, which only served to incite envy and resentment among students from other disciplines who had to dutifully attend classes in preparation for their own college entrance exams. After all, children from ordinary families, lacking the protection of a trainer parent, would never dare to venture into the wild. Not everyone had the fortunate circumstances of Wu Jialong. Zheng Xuan had only had the opportunity to train in the wild during the last exploration due to sheer luck. Typically, when accepting commission tasks, he only dared to tread the outskirts. The school placed great importance on this simulation training, with numerous practical course instructors visiting the site in advance to ensure that every corner of Xiaoba Mountain was thoroughly examined to rule out the presence of high-level wild Pokémon. Of course, there was also the notion that after this event, the school would shift its focus to preparing the third-year students for their college entrance exams, allowing the second-year students a taste of something sweet as a preview. On Friday morning, students gathered in unison and boarded buses to head to the outskirts by class. "Hey, Zheng Xuan, how about we team up this time?" Wu Jialong approached with a playful grin, inquiring. "Don't be ridiculous, I'm the New Star Cup champion. What title do you hold to warrant my association with you?" Zheng Xuan feigned disdain. "Hey, weren't we supposed to avoid mentioning that?" Wu Jialong quickly lowered his voice, questioning him. Oh, is that so? You truly are a scoundrel. All right, I can barely recall a bit. What are you scheming now? Zheng Xuan expressed some suspicion, sensing that Wu Jialong had ulterior motives for approaching him. It was rumored that this simulation training would involve teachers grading the participants, along with special rules for locating tokens using a map. The team that collected the most tokens would receive higher overall scores, which would ultimately impact their final grades. As soon as I caught wind of this news, I rushed to inform you. My intention is for us to join forces to dominate the second year, then the entire fourth high school, and finally unify the entire higher education landscape of Zhongyu City. Wu Jialong, oblivious to the peculiar glances from those around them, spoke animatedly, his excitement growing with each word. Ugh. Zheng Xuan turned away in disdain, warning, keep your distance. You really should read fewer novels. It's clearly making you delusional. Don't let that affliction infect me. Humph. How can a mere sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Wu Jialong retorted with a scoff, raising his middle finger at Zheng Xuan. Cough, cough. Observing this exchange, Zheng Xuan calmly interjected. I believe it is necessary to enlighten the classmates about the history of the New Star Cup. Wu Jialong quickly backtracked. I was mistaken, Brother Xuan. Actually, I have some good news to share. This time, I've invested heavily in a new space backpack from Longting Group, with an internal capacity of 2 cubic meters. Inside, I've packed a luxurious tent, a barbecue grill, charcoal, and snacks. Well, since you've thoughtfully prepared everything for me, I shall graciously accept. Zheng Xuan feigned reluctance, letting out a slight sigh before nodding in agreement. Although the outdoor survival training was morphing into a spring outing, which felt somewhat off. After such a prolonged period of monotonous training, wasn't it time to indulge a little? TCH, ultimately, you simply cannot resist the allure of outdoor barbecues. Wu Jialong retorted. Though having learned from past missteps, he refrained from making any derisive gestures. Amidst the laughter and chatter of their fellow passengers, the bus finally arrived at their destination. Due to the class supervisor Zhou Ming, who was the lead instructor for the practical course, having arrived early to oversee the proceedings, the explanation of the outdoor training rules was entrusted to a beautiful teacher from another class, dressed in a professional outfit that accentuated her tall stature. Adorned with stylish gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of intellectual beauty. It was rumored that the lovely teacher was originally slated to lead Class 1. But the principal had overridden that decision, opting instead for the formidable Zhou to oversee this class, which was deemed highly promising. Many male students harbored resentment over this decision. Greetings, Class 1. I am Li Xiaoxiao, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Li Xiaoxiao surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping over what were once her students, who bore no grievances, merely listening attentively. She continued, your homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, is quite busy today, so I will be explaining the rules for this simulation survival training. You may form teams of 2 or 3, randomly select maps hand-drawn by the teachers during their reconnaissance, and utilize special smoke grenades to enter from various designated points on Xiaoba Mountain. Following the map, you will search for tokens, which will enhance your scores in this training. The higher the score, the better your ranking, which is also tied to substantial rewards from the school, and it will positively influence your final grades and evaluations. Li Xiaoxiao reminded them, ensuring everyone understood the importance of safety. Once the rules were articulated, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as students from various classes eagerly began forming teams, eager to collect maps and smoke grenades to ascend the mountain through designated entrances. During this time, the class monitor, Lu Xiaoyu, along with other students aware of Zheng Xuan's capabilities, extended invitations to him. However, before Zheng Xuan could find an excuse to decline, Wu Jialong firmly rejected them, citing that the luxurious tent could only accommodate 2 people. What nonsense. A team of 3 means splitting the score for tokens even further. I, Long Xiao, aim for first place. I won't create additional competition for myself. Zheng Xuan accepted the map and smoke grenade, dragging along the somewhat embarrassing Wu Jialong, who boasted of his ambition to seize first place into Xiaoba Mountain. Wow, who on earth sketched this map? It looks like a chicken has scratched at it. How am I supposed to navigate with this? Upon opening the map and observing the crude lines and landmarks, Wu Jialong couldn't help but voice his disdain. You didn't actually bring anything useful for survival training aside from a tent, did you? Zheng Xuan, retrieving a compass from his bag, glanced at the empty-handed Wu Jialong in surprise. Doesn't the barbecue grill count? Wu Jialong sheepishly scratched his head, asking in a low voice. Count for what? Zheng Xuan replied, unimpressed. That's why I sought you out to form a team. Clever, right? Wu Jialong said, unabashedly. You truly are a piece of work. Zheng Xuan rolled his eyes in response. Chapter 98. Searching for tokens. Xiaoba Mountain is a range of relatively low-altitude peaks located in the southern suburbs of Zhongyu City. Due to its proximity to the city and the presence of dedicated patrols, the level of spirits living here is not particularly high, primarily consisting of grass, bug, and rock-type spirits. It is also one of the safer areas for novice trainers to capture spirit companions. This outdoor survival training, aside from essential practical experience, aims to provide second-year students with a safe environment to capture their second spirit. After all, not every student can afford to nurture a second spirit or spirit egg, so the school must cater to the needs of its average students. Following the hand-drawn map and utilizing the compass for direction, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong trekked through the forest for over an hour before they finally discovered a flowing, crystal-clear stream as their water source. With the water issue resolved, Zheng Xuan took some time to find a higher, more open area to set up camp. To increase the difficulty of this training, nearly all tokens are hidden in deeper parts of the mountains. Thus, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong briefly discussed their strategy and decided to set up camp first before satisfying their hunger. Dog Xuan, let me show you what a high-tech luxury tent looks like. With that, Wu Jialong retrieved a tent compressed into a large device from his backpack and activated it. The button illuminated, and the device began to inflate, rapidly forming a spacious tent without the need for manual stakes, as mechanical claws at each corner had already secured themselves into the ground. My goodness, technology has come so far? Even Zheng Xuan, typically unflappable, couldn't help but exclaim. However, upon reflection, given that the world had long been capable of producing Pokeballs, an automated tech tent didn't seem too far-fetched. Nevertheless, while Wu Jialong often fell short in execution, Zheng Xuan had to concede that the former's financial prowess was indeed impressive. As Zheng Xuan momentarily lost his focus, Wu Jialong had already set up the barbecue grill and eagerly retrieved a small cooler, unpacking various frozen ingredients onto a folding table. Dog Xuan, I've got the grill and ingredients ready. You know I can't cook, so how to grill is all up to you. Having completed his part, Wu Jialong settled into a folding chair and eagerly beckoned Zheng Xuan to start grilling. You truly are something else, bringing so much stuff. What was supposed to be outdoor survival training has turned into a self-service barbecue. Although he complained, Zheng Xuan was already igniting the charcoal, preparing to marinate the ingredients. While grilling, Zheng Xuan also took the opportunity to portion the food for his spirits, Yaya and Wong, as well as preparing energy cubes and freshly picked fruits from their journey, even adding 2 10-year-old dragon bloodgrass. Once everything was ready, he called back the 2 spirits, who were having a great time playing with the fire chick, for dinner. The dog barked, and with a chuckle, he remarked that your combination of Pokemon food is hardly different from the custom recipe my mother prepared for my fiery chick. Wu Jialong, savoring his skewers, did not forget to critique Zheng Xian's approach to the Pokemon food, exclaiming in admiration. Naturally, otherwise, how could the prowess of Yaya and the fiery chick advance so rapidly? Apart from their diligent training, I have invested considerable effort into their nurturing. Although I am indeed a trainer, Zheng Xian has been diligently acquiring various nurturing knowledge, thus can be considered a half-breeder. Humph, flatter me a bit, and you really do get a swelled head. However, I am not particularly adept at nurturing knowledge. I shall stick to my duties as a trainer. Upon the mention of such theoretical knowledge, Wu Jialong immediately lost interest and wisely returned to his skewers. After the meal, Zheng Xian dragged the reluctant Wu Jialong, who was eager for a nap, out of the tent. After affixing a note indicating the campsite's ownership, they officially set off in search of the token. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild Pokemon such as Oddish and Rattata, which, upon witnessing the impressive strength of Yaya and the fiery chick clearing the path, promptly took a detour. In the wild, apart from hunting, mating, and territorial disputes, wild Pokemon generally avoid provoking one another. Even when they cross paths, they tend to remain vigilant and depart. Of course, weaker Pokemon with a significant disparity in strength have no choice but to flee. Amidst Wu Jialong's occasional lamentations, the duo explored the area according to the map for half an hour, finally arriving at the first location of the token. Gazing at the gleaming special object refracting sunlight, it was clearly the so-called token. Just as Wu Jialong prepared to approach and retrieve it, Zheng Xian halted him. It should not be so simple. There may be Pokemon guarding this token. Zheng Xian observed the trampled young grass nearby, along with faint traces of blood, inferring that some Pokemon might be using the token as bait to lure prey. Yaya, unleash Dragon Rage on that patch of grass, Zheng Xian commanded, pointing at the dense thicket not far away. A wave of energy infused with dragon power surged toward the entire patch of grass. The considerable force nearly uprooted the ground, let alone the weeds and leaves, which were instantly swept away by the impact. Suddenly, the disguise was blown away, and a large purple serpent sprang forth, gaping its maw wide to bite at Yaya. Pokemon, Arbok. Level, LV-15, Intermediate. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Female. Status, Lightly injured. Qualification rating, Light Yellow. Held item, None. Level skills, Glare, Bind, Poison Sting, Bite. In a moment of recklessness, Zheng Xian commanded, Yaya, seize it and finish it off. With a decisive wave of his hand, he sealed the Arbok's tragic fate. After all, Even that initial stage Arbok was no match for Yaya now, let alone this considerably weaker version. Hey, Zheng Xuan. Don't be so ruthless. I think it would be more fitting for the fiery chick to roast it, Wu Jialong said, eager to give it a try. It was clear he was just trying to claim the kill, speaking in such roundabout ways. Aware of this, Zheng Xuan merely smiled and explained, sorry Jialong. But you won't have the chance to intervene. Soon, the outcome confirmed Zheng Xuan's statement. In just a single encounter, the charging Arbok was effortlessly knocked to the ground by Yaya's paw, followed by a sharp bite aimed at the creature's vulnerable spot, which left it gravely injured. Witnessing this, Zheng Xuan swiftly tossed a pokeball, successfully capturing the unconscious Arbok. No way, Zheng Xuan, you actually caught this kind of riffraff? Wu Jialong, realizing he had no opportunity to intervene, asked glumly. Don't underestimate it. This Arbok alone is worth several thousand. Not everyone is as affluent as you. A rich second generation. My earnings are all hard-earned. Zheng Xuan replied curtly. Chapter 99, Joint Training. Outside Xiaoba Mountain, hundreds of tents were set up. In the largest tent, the principal of the 4th high school, the director of education, and the practical lesson teachers led by Zhou Ming were all seated on one side. Ah, oldly. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met. I vaguely recall the last time was during a meeting at the Education Bureau last year. Now, it has already been over half a year. The elder seated at the forefront broke the silence. The principal of the 4th high school is named Li Yunlong. Though due to his personal habits, both teachers and students refer to him simply as the principal or old principal. Indeed, nurturing talents for the nation is a heavy responsibility. And being busy all year round means I can only meet old friends due to official matters, Li Yunlong lamented. Subsequently, sensing the topic was somewhat solemn or perhaps having other thoughts, he jested, Old calm, your 1st high school is still as financially extravagant as ever for this joint training. Our 4th high school has only sent 7 or 8 buses, while your school sent a full 15, almost double ours. My old principal, you don't know how many buses we have, yet you intentionally counted others' numbers, making your intentions too obvious. Thought the director of education beside them. Oldly, there's no helping it. Our 1st high school has a larger student body than your 4th high school, and managing them is quite a headache for me and the other teachers. The principal of the 1st high school feigned a shake of his head and a sigh, yet it was clear he was boasting. The old tradition of the 2 principals squabbling upon meeting was about to repeat itself, and the directors of education from both schools exchanged knowing glances. The 4th high school was the first to speak up. Hee, Principal Kong is joking, I just glanced over. And the students from 1st high school are not only disciplined but also stand out among peers. The opposing side quickly followed suit. Under Principal Li's leadership. The discipline of 4th high school is also commendable. The formation is orderly, and each student displays remarkable poise. After flattering each other, they finally returned to the main topic. This time, your esteemed school's teacher Zhou proposed the joint training along with the idea of keeping it confidential, which is indeed an excellent initiative. This not only tests the students' survival skills in the wild, but also evaluates their adaptability when faced with unfamiliar trainers. Truly, a win-win. The principal of the 1st high school praised. Indeed, this joint training was precisely proposed by Zhou Ming, a product of discussions among the leadership of 4th high school and communication with the leadership of 1st high school. Furthermore, to ensure the spontaneity and authenticity sought in the joint training and to increase the difficulty of the challenge. Both schools had previously used the pretext of rampant illegal organizations and the need for strict confidentiality involving teachers, students, and parents, ensuring that neither side's students knew the true nature of this outdoor training, which was inherently competitive. Of course, the reasons both sides were eager to promote this joint training were not merely deceptions, but also involved their own strategies and confidence. Firstly, as the proposer, 4th high school had long been overshadowed by 1st high school, with their second-year students, particularly those like Zheng Xuan, a champion of the New Star Cup, and Wu Jialong, a star contender. They naturally sought an opportunity to shine and prove their strength. On the other hand, 1st high school's second-year students had recently welcomed several top students transferring from the capital and were likewise bestowed the title of the strongest cohort in the school's history. Unafraid of 4th high school, which had a student capable of winning the New Star Cup. Moreover, recently affected by the negative reputation stemming from the actions of Chao Lei, a member of the Redemption Association, 1st high school was equally eager to find an opportunity to showcase their strength. The trio wandered through the valley for several hours, and exhausted in both body and spirit, they finally discovered a water source. Wei Gu, look quickly, there are tents set up over there. And wait, there's even a barbecue grill. One of them suddenly exclaimed upon spotting the temporary campsite not far away, filled with delight. It must be leftovers from someone else's spring outing. Let us seize it first. The location is well chosen, saving us the trouble of setting up camp ourselves. The individual known as Wei Gu, following the direction indicated by his companion's finger, gazed without a hint of hesitation, decisively making a choice. Indeed, he lives up to his reputation, exuding an aura of sheer dominance. The third companion hastily showered him with flattery. The trio, disregarding their weary bodies and aching legs, leaped across the small creek and sprinted towards the campsite. Oh, behold! It is the fifth-generation automated camping tent newly released by the Longting Group, truly a sign of affluence. Upon their arrival, the discerning Wei Gu immediately recognized the luxurious tent before him. It seems that this tent does not belong to mere outsiders enjoying a spring outing. Its owner is none other than Wu Jialong, a name that rings a bell. One person approached to examine the note affixed to the tent, casually reading it aloud. Yet, moments later, as if struck by a realization, he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. Last time, a fellow came to our school gate to distribute newspapers, and anyone who took one could also receive a free bottle of milk." The headline of that issue featured this Wu Jialong character, who apparently stumbled upon a temporary stronghold of an illicit organization and was subsequently commended by the mayor. "Are you referring to Wu Jialong?" Another person queried, somewhat astonished. This individual clearly recognized Wu Jialong's notorious reputation, and after taking the note, he confirmed it several times, finally murmuring, "It can't be. Is he truly the only son of the master of the Zhongyu Dojo, the infamous scion from the 4th Middle School? Whoever this dragon may be, I fear him not. I, after all, have transferred from the capital city. I have encountered not only dojo masters, but even the champions of the league." Wei Gu, disdainful and dismissive, snatched the note and immediately tore it into shreds, casting it aside while not forgetting to mock. "Fool, do you not see Wei Gu is here? Why should we fear that Wu Jialong? Besides, no matter how much he struts about at the 4th Middle School, can he truly interfere with us at the 1st Middle School? Let us not forget, we are in this desolate wilderness. How could anyone from the 4th Middle School venture here? It must be merely a case of shared names." The individual who had discovered the note patted his dazed companion and retorted with annoyance. "Oh look, there's even a small refrigerator here. By the way, you two, hurry and ignite the charcoal. We're going to have an outdoor barbecue. I shall use this so-called dragon's grill and provisions. Let us see what he can do when he returns." Wei Gu plopped down onto a comfortable folding chair, directing the two to get to work. Truly, Wei Gu embodies the essence of a ruler's arrogance. "Rest easy, Wei Gu. We'll call you once we VE grilled the skewers." The two, their faces lighting up with joy at the prospect of an outdoor barbecue, quickly replied with respect. Chapter 100. The campsite is burgled. In the dense forest, under the combined efforts of Yaya and the fiery young chick, a small group of approximately 20 Rada was easily driven from their nest. Of course, one cannot entirely blame Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong for their unreasonable behavior. The underlying reason was that these little Rada, driven by curiosity towards shiny objects, had unearthed tokens buried within the loose soil while foraging, bringing them back to their nest, thus inviting trouble. This led Zheng Xuan and his companion to search throughout the forest for nearly an hour without success, ultimately relying on the exceptional tracking abilities of the buzzing bat to locate traces of the Rada's activities, which eliminated the possibility of others having arrived first. Consequently, the two, accompanied by their respective Pokémon, stormed towards the Rada's nest in a fit of rage. However, rather than engaging in a massacre, they merely dealt with the most fiercely resistant ones to intimidate the others into retreat. Zheng Xuan cleared away a pile of debris, consisting of both dead branches and gnawed fruit cores, and picked up the most conspicuous token among them. After wiping it clean, he placed it back into his backpack. Meanwhile, Wu Jialong, muttering to himself, expressed his frustration, saying, "You've made me waste so much time. You little rodents, you deserve this." He retaliated by demolishing the Rada's nest. "Dog Huan, let us call it a day. It's time to return and recuperate. After all, we've already found 2 tokens, both valued at 50 points, just enough for each of us." After venting his anger, Wu Jialong gazed up at the sun, which was beginning to set, and found himself growing lazy. "All right, I noticed that the locations of the other tokens on the map are somewhat distant. If we head there now, we might not make it back to the campsite before dark." Zheng Xuan, too, was reluctant to travel in the dark, as nighttime outdoors generally poses much greater dangers than during the day. Exactly. After traversing mountains and forests for most of the day, I've certainly exceeded my quota of exercise. Once we return, I'll lie on the air mattress and not get up unless called for dinner. Seeing Zheng Xuan agree, Wu Jialong, who had been wearing a weary expression, finally managed a faint smile. As they made their way back to the campsite, Wu Jialong suddenly halted. "Sniff, sniff. Dog Huan, do you smell that? It seems like the aroma of barbecued food." Stretching his nose to sniff, Wu Jialong exclaimed in delight. "I think I do." Zheng Xuan caught a faint whiff of cumin drifting in the breeze. "It's the scent of skewers. We just ate at noon. I certainly wouldn't mistake it. Who would have thought someone would bring a grill for survival training in the wilderness? It seems our tastes are quite similar." Wu Jialong was visibly excited, resembling a person who has encountered a kindred spirit, which made Zheng Xuan reluctant to shatter his illusion. He could only remind him. Isn't it possible that someone borrowed your grill and ingredients to barbecue at our campsite? What? Wu Jialong was immediately enraged. He shouted furiously. Dog Huan, are you implying that our campsite has been robbed? Who dares to disregard the notice bearing my name? Zheng Xuan calmly reminded him, I think. Rather than wasting substantial space in our backpacks to carry a grill and skewers, the former possibility seems more likely. Damn it, to use young Master Long's belongings. I'll make sure they regret it. With a furious roar, Wu Jialong rushed towards the campsite. Concerned for Wu Jialong's safety, Zheng Xuan could only shrug his shoulders and hastily follow suit. Wei Ge leaned back in his folding chair, letting out a satisfied belch. I must say, after all that climbing and traversing through the woods, indulging in a barbecue truly lifts my spirits. Most importantly, the thought that all these various items, including the luxurious tent behind him, were acquired without cost filled Wei Ge with even greater pride. Good heavens, did we actually do all this? One companion gasped, surveying the chaotic scene around them. Indeed, the assortment of condiments is remarkably complete. This is the most delectable self-service barbecue I've ever had. Another remarked with amazement, initially believing that they would have to endure hardships during survival training, only to encounter such a delightful surprise on the first day. What should we do about the owner of these items, the one sharing the name with that infamous scion? The more timid individual, having feasted, began to worry about the rightful owner showing up. What is there to fear? If they do come for us, we can either fight if we're able or pay them off. Such trivial matters. Wei Ge scoffed, reclining with his legs crossed and picking his teeth. Clap, clap. Wu Jialong appeared, clapping his hands with a dark expression. Very impressive. This is the first time I've encountered someone bold enough to act like a rogue in my presence. Oh, the rightful owner has arrived. Upon hearing the applause, Wei Ge sprang up agilely, displaying no signs of panic at being caught red-handed. Rather, he enthusiastically stirred the pot. So, this truly is that infamous Wu Jialong from the 4th middle school. But wait, how did students from the 4th middle school end up here? Indeed, why are there students from other schools at Xiaobo Mountain? Could it be that this survival training has brought 2 schools together? Upon the arrival of the main character, the other 2 looked at each other in disbelief. So it seems you are students from the 1st middle school? Zheng Xuan teased, his tone laced with condescension, making it easy to deduce their identities. Indeed, I am Wei Chao, a student recently transferred to the key class at the 1st middle school from the capital city. And you 2 are students from the 4th middle school, perpetually overshadowed by the 1st? Wei Chao wore a disdainful expression, although Zhongyu City was indeed a large metropolis. It paled in comparison to their capital, Kyoto City. By no small measure, for narrative purposes, there is no hidden implication, just a playful remark. For instance, in terms of formidable figures, the strongest here was merely the regional dojo master, possessing the strength of a quasi-king. In contrast, Kyoto City, as the capital of the Daxiao Alliance, had even true kings who wielded limited influence. How foolish. Last year, a person who couldn't make it in No. 1 high school ended up in our number 4 high school, and now another who couldn't thrive in Kyoto City has appeared in our Zhongyu City, boasting such arrogance. Wu Jialong prided himself on never fearing anyone since his birth. You struck at a hidden sore spot. Wei Chao's face darkened, but he managed to suppress his anger and retorted sarcastically. I have encountered far more repugnant individuals than you, yet their fates were not particularly favorable. Zheng Xuan looked quickly. The dog is baring its teeth and ready to bite. Wu Jialong mockingly gestured as if calling a dog with a tisk-tisk sound. Not only did the 3 outsiders present acknowledge this, but even Zheng Xuan, who was supposed to be on his side, had to concede that this fellow was indeed a bit deserving of a beating. Damn it, if you have the capability, settle it with a match and let your strength do the talking. Wei Chao rolled up his sleeves, preparing to take action. Chapter 101, Fire Chick versus Little Fire Monkey. What are you doing? Do you intend to fight? Observing the other party rolling up his sleeves, Wu Jialong was somewhat surprised, yet his arrogance remained unshaken. Do you know who my father is? The dojo master of Zhongyu City, whose ace Pokemon is the Fire Chicken, a dual fire and fighting type. Besides being a fire trainer, he is also half a fighting trainer. Not to mention humans. Even ordinary Pokemon would not withstand 2 or 3 of my father's punches. Now, guess if I have practiced the family's martial arts? Though Wu Jialong appeared confident and imposing, he was merely bluffing. Zheng Xuan, having grown up with him, was well aware of this. Wu Lianqing's hulking figure and fists as large as cooking pots, combined with his status as Wu Jialong's half-fighting trainer, might lend him the strength to defeat Pokemon below professional level. But claiming he could take down opponents with just a couple of punches was indeed an exaggeration. As for the latter statements, they were purely fabrications. Zheng Xuan knew precisely what Wu Jialong was capable of, especially since he would often make a fuss even when catching fish and would pant heavily during PE classes. His fighting prowess relied solely on bluster and the fear instilled by his background, revealing no observable fighting techniques. Or perhaps this was merely Wu Jialong's unique style of martial arts. Wei Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had to admit that, faced with Wu Jialong's rhetoric, he had genuinely been hoodwinked. He quietly rolled his sleeves back down and conceded that he had indeed spoken a bit too loudly earlier. After all, those extraordinary fighters had ample examples of personally stepping into the fray, exchanging blows with their opponent's Pokémon. Though he felt a twinge of fear, he refused to back down verbally. Snorting derisively, "Humph, who said we need to fight in person? That is utterly crude. As a trainer, one should focus on the strength of their Pokémon. TCH, in the end, you are still cowardly. However, I, young Master Long, am magnanimous enough to offer you the chance to battle with my Pokémon. So you can lose with your heart fully convinced." After his bombastic proclamation, a slightly calmer Wu Jialong decided to give the opponent a chance to showcase their skills. After all, if a brawl were to ensue, aside from his extraordinary resilience instilled by his father's teachings, especially his remarkable immunity to the Seven Wolves, he seemed disadvantaged in other aspects. Humph, if you lose later. Don't go overboard in your desperation. Still somewhat wary of Wu Jialong's prowess, Wei Chao sought to cut off any potential escape routes while making his threats. That is also what I wish to convey to you. Wu Jialong harbored the same thought. Zheng Xuan, having selected a spacious area for their impromptu camp, set aside a portion for tents and living quarters, leaving the remaining space as their battleground. Wei Gu, you must crush the opponent. Go for it, Wei Gu. His two lackeys cheered enthusiastically. Zheng Xuan, meanwhile, settled into a folding chair comfortably, observing the unfolding drama, but his gaze occasionally darted toward the seemingly harmless lackeys, wary of any potential ambush. Although all present were students, lacking the experience of harsh trials, and while they might not adhere to the professionalism and ethics of seasoned trainers, it was rare for them to resort to underhanded tactics such as ambushes. Nevertheless, Zheng Xuan remained cautious. The two opponents exchanged provoking glances and almost simultaneously threw their pokeballs. As the white light dissipated, a nimble monkey, predominantly orange-furred with a distinctive swirl mark on its chest and a flaming tail, emerged. Indeed, the little fire monkey, another representative of the fire-type starter Pokémon alongside Wu Jialong's fire chicken. Pokémon, Little Fire Monkey. Level, LV15, Intermediate. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude rating, Deep Green. Held item, Everstone. Level moves, Scratch, Leer, Ember, Taunt, Fury Swipes. Egg moves, Flame Punch, Flame Burst, Mach Punch. TM moves, Flamethrower, Protect. Zheng Xuan studied the data on this little fire monkey with keen interest. No wonder Wei Chao was so arrogant. This little fire monkey was undoubtedly among the elite at the high school sophomore level, given its aptitude, move set, and overall strength. It was no surprise that such an exceptional student had transferred from Kyoto City, providing ample reason for his pride. As for the choice of holding an Everstone instead of evolving, Zheng Xuan speculated it might be to suppress evolution in favor of solidifying its foundation, possibly due to the use of certain resources. However, while this little fire monkey was one level higher than the fire chicken, its overall aptitude fell short. Considering Wu Jialong's backing from expert breeders, even excluding breeding capabilities, the fire chicken still held a slight edge in actual combat strength. Observing this, Zheng Xuan felt reassured that Wu Jialong would not face defeat. Little fire monkey, use Mach Punch, Wei Chao commanded with a flourish, directing the little fire monkey to initiate an attack. Right from the start, it employed a priority move, aiming to seize the initiative in battle. Woof! The little fire monkey let out a fierce cry, darting forward at remarkable speed, its paw glowing with a white light as it aimed to strike at the fire chicken's face. Certainly a ruthless approach. After all, there is an old adage, one does not strike a person's face, for doing so would surely lead to a fallout. Fire chicken, use quick attack. Wu Jialong responded just as swiftly. The fire chicken, already primed for action, exploded into motion with remarkable speed, its sharp beak targeting the little fire monkey's vulnerable eyes without hesitation. Both sides struck fiercely, yet this led them to instinctively protect their vital spots amidst their assaults. The two collided rapidly. While the fire chicken endured a slap from the little fire monkey, the latter suffered a harsh peck to its head from the fire chicken. With their initial attacks thwarted, both retreated, nursing their pains without immediately escalating the conflict. Being both fire-type Pokémon, the effectiveness of their fire moves was considerably diminished. However, both possessed fighting-type bloodlines, excelling in close combat techniques. In the subsequent exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Little fire monkey, Fury Swipes. Fire chicken, jump and use Flame Kick. As trainers, both issued their commands almost simultaneously. The little fire monkey advanced swiftly, its claws glistening with a chilling light, but the fire chicken, light as a feather, leaped effortlessly, evading the little fire monkey's Fury Swipes. In midair, the fire chicken's sharp claws, wreathed in fierce flames, descended with the momentum of its fall, delivering a powerful kick toward the little fire monkey. This move was typically the exclusive domain of the Fire Chicken's final evolution. The Fire Flaming Chicken, as the Fire Chicken stage struggled to execute such a complex maneuver due to limitations in strength, jump height, and weight. Yet Wu Jialong's Fire Chicken, endowed with exceptional talent, had inherited the flame kick and, by utilizing the force of its descent, transformed potential energy into kinetic energy, amplifying its power and successfully executing the move. Little Fire Monkey, since evasion is no longer an option, let us employ defense. With the opponent advancing fiercely, it was evident that Little Fire Monkey, in a state of urgency, had little chance to dodge. Wei Chao clenched his teeth, compelled to reveal his trump card first. Chapter 102, A Lack of Martial Virtue. Bang! The fiery chicks unleashed a powerful kick against the protective barrier of Little Fire Monkey, producing a resounding thud. The vibrantly colored energy shield began to shake violently from the intense impact, teetering on the brink of collapse, much like Wei Chao's anxious heart at that moment. Fortunately, Little Fire Monkey managed to withstand the forceful strike through its reliable defensive technique. However, this marked the onset of Little Fire Monkey's suffering. With the opponent's defense card played, it could not be utilized again for a while, allowing Wu Jialong to command the fiery chick to attack with even greater ferocity, leaving both Wei Chao and Little Fire Monkey lamenting their plight. In terms of strength, Little Fire Monkey was already at a disadvantage. Initially, it had managed to maintain an equal footing through a preemptive strike. It was not that Little Fire Monkey was entirely outmatched, but the sudden heavy blow disrupted the balance, especially as its stronger opponent seized the momentary weakness to unleash a relentless offensive, making it increasingly difficult to reverse the tide of battle. Moreover, the acceleration characteristic of the fiery chick, under such duress, caused its speed to escalate, intensifying its attacks with each passing moment. At first, Little Fire Monkey could find opportunities to counterattack, yet as the battle progressed, it found itself devoid of any chance to retaliate, forced instead to evade and defend. Ultimately, the situation escalated into a one-sided thrashing. Of course, as a trainer, Wei Chao sought to leverage his superior command skills to turn the tide. But the harsh reality was that his efforts were in vain, exposing further vulnerabilities. Finally, seizing the opportunity as Little Fire Monkey retreated, Wu Jialong commanded the fiery chick to unleash one of its trump cards, the Gratitude move. Previously, this very technique had toppled the water-type Squirtle, and now, the fiery chick's power had grown exponentially, making its Gratitude strike far more formidable. Boom! Little Fire Monkey, already reeling from the relentless onslaught, could not evade this colossal blow. Sent hurtling to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Yet, on the other side, the fiery chick, panting heavily, was in no better condition. Whether from its desperate flame kick or the decisive Gratitude strike, compounded by the incessant strain of high-intensity attacks, the fiery chick had sustained minimal injuries, but its stamina and energy were significantly depleted. Witnessing Little Fire Monkey's defeat, Wei Chao's expression darkened, nearly suffocating with despair. After a moment of composure, he coldly withdrew Little Fire Monkey, refraining from suggesting a continuation of the battle, disregarding the default 1v1 format, and instead, he immediately tossed out a second Pokeball. Releasing a dark-furred canine Pokémon, adorned with two bony protrusions on its back, Dairubi, a dual-type dark and fire Pokémon. Pokémon, Dairubi. Level, LV12, Intermediate. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Female. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Green. Held item, None. Level skills, Glare, Ember, Howl Mist. Inherited skills, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong. Still unwilling to concede, are we? Very well, let us continue, though I must express concern. If you suffer another defeat, I wonder if your fragile heart can withstand it. Wu Jialong jeered. Initially, he had prepared to deliver a victory speech, only to find his opponent undeterred after a single loss, promptly dispatching a second Pokemon. Naturally, Wu Jialong felt no anger, rather, his enthusiasm grew. He chose not to recall the fiery chick, firstly, unwilling to relinquish the speed advantage gained from its acceleration trait, and secondly, while the fiery chick had indeed expended considerable energy, a brief respite would suffice to swiftly deal with the opponent. Most importantly, Wu Jialong aimed to achieve a 1 vs 2 victory, maximizing the humiliation of his adversary and delivering a painful lesson to this arrogant foe. Enough chatter, Dairubi, unleash Thunderfang. Realizing the futility of argument, Wei Chao commanded Dairubi to initiate a surprise attack. Fiery chick, charge up for flame burst. Wu Jialong confidently issued his command. This prompted Zheng Xuan, who had been observing from a distance, to shake his head discreetly, respecting the battle and refraining from intervening. Enveloped in brilliant flames, the fiery chick surged forth, its terrifying speed akin to a crimson lightning bolt, crashing into Dairubi with tremendous force. Bang! Upon collision, contrary to Wu Jialong's expectations, The fiery chick did not send Dairubi flying. Instead, Dairubi absorbed the flames from the fiery chick, its power surging dramatically. In an instant, sparks of electricity flickered as Dairubi bared its sharp fangs, infused with violent electric energy, and sank its teeth into the fiery chick's slender form. Zing! The fiery chick trembled, enduring excruciating pain, paying the price for its trainer's misjudgment. Haha, fool. My Dairubi possesses the blaze ability. Your fire-type moves are utterly ineffective against it. Wei Chao, having finally turned the tide, unabashedly taunted. Fiery chick, unleash last resort. Wu Jialong, recognizing his miscalculation, resolved to press on, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. True to its name, Last Resort's power grows stronger as HP decreases, potentially reaching a maximum increase of 200, a weapon of reversal in dire situations. On the field, the fiery chick, previously weakened from heavy damage, suddenly radiated newfound strength, its aura soaring, causing Dairubi, who had just finished its attack and instinctively retreated, to tremble with fear. Quick, evade, Dairubi. The smugness on Wei Chao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and urgent alarm. Alas, at that moment, Dairubi's attempts to dodge or flee could not match the fiery chick's terrifying speed, especially at such close range. As the fiery chick's formidable attack descended upon Dairubi in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a deafening crash, Dairubi let out a pained wail. Soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, following in Little Fire Monkey's footsteps. Once again defeated, I have lost again. Watching Dairubi succumb to defeat once more, Wei Chao felt as though the very ground had crumbled beneath him, collapsing onto the ground, muttering incessantly. Ultimately, unable to accept the harsh reality of his second crushing defeat, fury surged within Wei Chao, and he turned to his two companions, barking angrily. You two, together. Take down that fiery chick. Seeing their leader's command, the two, albeit reluctant to seize the opportunity, had no choice but to retrieve their respective Pokeballs. Preparing to release their Pokemon. Classmates, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, but a lack of martial virtue is simply unacceptable. Zheng Xuan, who had been a mere spectator, stepped in front of the two. Get out of the way, dog Xien. Let me continue to deal with these people. Do they truly believe I lack temper? Wu Jialong, incensed by the audacity of the group, urgently sought to intervene. Are you foolish? Even in your bravado, you must consider the state of the fiery chick after exhausting its last resort. It has already paid for your mistake once. Do you wish to see it suffer a second time? Zheng Xuan chastised. Faced with Zheng Xian's reprimand, Wu Jialong's confidence faltered, and he could only weakly explain, I'm not asking the fiery chick to continue. I still have my little fire dragon. Yet, meeting Zheng Xian's piercing gaze once more, Wu Jialong had no choice but to fall silent, obediently recalling the fiery chick. You two fools, what are you gazing at? Blocked by an insignificant nobody. And don't dare to claim association with me henceforth. Witnessing two incompetent lackeys being thwarted by the opposing party, Wei Chao was fuming with rage, nearly ready to explode. It is precisely because of following you that we have been utterly humiliated. The two harbored their grievances in silence. Yet, on the surface, they hastily responded, oh yes. Wei Go, rest assured, we have the advantage in numbers. Turning to face Zheng Xuan, one of them provocatively remarked, good to see you, classmate, but we won't bully you. Let's continue with a one-on-one. No need, don't waste time. You two should come at me together. Zheng Xuan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the duo. What the hell, is my brother that arrogant? Classmate, what brand of plastic bag are you? You seem quite capable of holding so much. The two were infuriated. Having already faced their leader's reprimand, they could hardly endure the disdain from an outsider. Even a clay figurine has some earthy nature. A cornered rabbit will bite. You two should team up, otherwise, it won't be worth watching. Wu Jialong chimed in, not forgetting to assist with healing sprays and vitality shards for the young fire chick. You two idiots, since they don't know their own limits. Just let them have it. Wei Chao, already stripped of dignity, decided to go all out, urging the two to swiftly deal with their opponent. The two, being forced into a corner, exchanged glances and reluctantly stepped forward, releasing their respective Pokemon. Both were level 14 with deep yellow qualifications, namely Nidoran and Nidorina. While their stats were unimpressive, the affectionate display between Nidoran and Nidorina upon entering the fray drew Zheng Xuan's curious gaze. Furthermore, he recalled a little-known secret. Within the evolution chain of the Nidoran lineage, only Nidorina possesses reproductive capabilities. In pursuit of greater strength and to protect their kin, Nidoqueen and Nidoking forsook this ability. This led to the towering Nidoking, in order to propagate superior offspring, having to seek consent from the original Nidorino to pursue the petite and charming Nidorina, a thought too absurd to entertain. Wow, Nidoran and Nidorina, your relationship is quite extraordinary. In contrast to Zheng Xuan's subtle implications, Wu Jialong outrightly revealed the truth, his face a mask of astonishment. Stop dawdling. Release your Pokémon quickly. The Nidoran trainer, fully aware of the situation, stepped forward and scolded Zheng Xuan. Regaining his composure, Zheng Xuan smiled, offered no explanation, and tossed out a Pokeball, releasing Woobat. Aiming to utilize the duo's assistance to test the results of Woobat's recent training and nurturing. Pokemon Woobat. Level, LV12, Intermediate. Type, Flying Dragon. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Absorb, Gust, Supersonic, Shadow Clone. Inherited skills, Roost, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane. Buzzing. Upon its arrival, Woobat curiously surveyed its two adversaries, exhibiting no fear despite being outnumbered. It's Woobat. The expressions of the two opponents darkened instantly, facing a grave threat. A flying-type Pokemon indeed holds considerable advantage against inexperienced and ordinary trainers, especially considering Woobat's powerful dragon attributes. Nidoran, use Poison Sting. The two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously commanded their Pokemon. Following the order, Nidoran and Nidorina spit forth poison stings in unison, attempting to restrict Woobat's evasion space. Unfortunately, the airborne Woobat had far more room to maneuver than its grounded counterparts, especially with Zheng Xuan's Woobat possessing exceptional flying prowess and skill, allowing it to evade the attacks effortlessly. This Woobat's flying speed is astounding. The poison sting attacks are ineffective. The trainer of Nidorina lamented helplessly. Let us close in for a close-quarters brawl. The other could only hastily propose. Woobat, use Shadow Clone, and then tackle. Zheng Xuan calmly issued his command. Although he hadn't team-mastered Shadow Clone for long, Woobat was already adept at creating a clone that could attack in tandem. Woobat and its clone shot forth like twin arrows, slicing through the air towards Nidoran and Nidorina with a whistling sound. You have Nidorina use Poison Sting on one, while Nidoran stays alert for the other. First, we need to break through its Shadow Clone. Taking advantage of their two Pokemon, the trainer of Nidoran decisively commanded. Nidorina targeted one of the swiftly approaching Woobats, unleashing several poison stings. At such close range, it couldn't possibly miss, promptly shattering Woobat's clone. Now is our chance. Nidoran, use Poison Fang. The trainer, seeing the moment had come, commanded Nidoran to unleash its high-level inherited move. The very reason he had ordered his companion to attack Woobat, while instructing Nidoran to remain vigilant. Buzzing. Woobat vibrated its ears, emitting a supersonic wave of over 200,000 Hz, striking Nidoran, who had initiated the assault. Even a massive Pokemon would struggle against Woobat's supersonic attack, let alone the smaller Nidoran, who, upon being hit, became disoriented and staggered, unable to mount an effective counter. Nidorina grabbed the enemy. Fortunately, Nidoran was not alone. Nidorina swiftly took Nidoran's place, lunging at the nearby Woobat. Woobat, dodge and continue to tackle Nidoran. Zheng Xuan was confident in Woobat's evasive capabilities. Indeed, as Nidorina leaped to attack, Woobat flapped its wings, elegantly dodging the strike and crashing into the still dizzy Nidoran, sending it sprawling. Chapter 104, Seizing the Token. Ultimately, Nidoran and Nidorina were defeated. Woobat, relying on its exceptional flying abilities, nearly toyed with the two Pokemon, maintaining control over the flow of battle. Nidoran, after succumbing to Woobat's supersonic wave, was rendered nearly invisible for the latter half of the match. Even after being struck, the pain merely brought it back to awareness. Yet it could no longer bear the burden, being swept away by a gust from Woobat. Without Nidoran's assistance, Nidorina stood no chance against Woobat, becoming merely a target for its antics. Had it not been for the adherence to battle regulations, the opposing duo might have commanded their Pokemon to attack Zheng Xuan directly to turn the tide. Unfortunately, even if they had the courage to break the rules, they would likely face something even more formidable than Woobat, Yaya. Woobat ultimately showed no mercy. Perhaps in its eyes, Nidorina was hardly a precious gem, so after toying with it, it delivered a powerful tackle, leaving Nidorina crumpled on the ground. Observing the two's dejected post-defeat demeanor, Wei Chao's fury intensified as he shouted, "Useless teammates. You two fools. Hurry and release your second Pokemon. What are you standing there for?" Hearing Wei Chao's reprimand, the two exchanged glances but made no move toward their other Pokeballs, silently recalling the incapacitated Pokemon instead. It was already out of line to engage 2 against 1. They lacked the audacity to continue releasing more Pokemon. Moreover, Nidoran and Nidorina were their strongest initial Pokemon. Whether or not a second Pokemon appeared would not alter the outcome of their defeat, so they preferred to preserve a shred of dignity for themselves. Hey, you fools, you've already lost. To lose so badly in a 3-on-2 match, you'd be better off finding a hole to hide in. Wu Jialong, relishing in his victory, taunted them with hands on his hips. "Chicken Dragon," he said, opening their spatial backpacks, "I believe it's not just us. They must also possess specialized smoke grenades." Once activated, it signifies their elimination. Zheng Xuan discerned the trio's vulnerabilities and proposed, "Hold on, let us not resort to violence. We concede, you cannot activate our specialized smoke grenades. Indeed, I certainly do not wish to be eliminated on the very first day of outdoor training. Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating upon my return?" The two, struck where it hurt, quickly begged for mercy. "Hey, what are you doing? I warn you not to approach me." Even the usually steadfast Wei Chao was rendered speechless in the face of the advancing Wu Jialong. Wu Jialong flashed a wicked grin, fully embodying a villain, and threatened, "Fear not, I shan't harm you. I merely intend to borrow something to send you home." With that, he prepared to make a grab for it. "No way, absolutely not. Especially not me. I cannot afford such disgrace." Ultimately, Wei Chao relented, clutching his spatial backpack and urgently exclaimed, "I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Please, spare me this time. 50,000 alliance coins will suffice as compensation for our losses." Zheng Xuan raised a hand, attempting to display a friendly smile. "You rascals. We merely indulged in a bit of barbecue, at most worth a few hundred. How dare you demand such an exorbitant price? This is extortion," Wei Chao instinctively retorted, though he soon shrank back under Wu Jialong's menacing gaze. "Do not forget, you have also utilized my luxurious tent, along with the chairs, tables, and barbecue grill, all of which I purchased at great expense." Wu Jialong pointed to the items present, counting them off one by one. "We only used the grill and the chairs, and a few morsels of food. We didn't even have time to enter your luxurious tent. Indeed, we merely tore a piece of your note. Beyond that, we have not touched your tent." The other two quickly clarified. I initially thought you overlooked the note's warning, but it appears you willingly transgressed. Dog Huan, I believe demanding 50,000 is too lenient. We should set the price at 100,000. Or else seize the specialized smoke grenades and have your teacher compensate our losses." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jialong intensified his intimidation. "Fine, 50,000 it is. I'll transfer it to you. Just don't summon anyone else." Wei Chao raised his hand, signaling his compliance. Although being extorted of 50,000 caused him a twinge of pain, the thought of elimination, coupled with the prospect of being seen in such a disheveled state by school authorities, was far more unbearable. "Just scan the code and transfer it directly. Let's skip the friend request." Zheng Xuan chuckled, having never heard of earning a fortune during a spring outing. I don't wish to add you," Wei Chao retorted, feeling aggrieved. Considering the other party's willingness to pay promptly, Zheng Xuan dismissed the matter. For Wu Jialong, the money was trifling. What mattered most was indulging in the thrill of intimidation. "Can we leave now?" Wei Chao inquired weakly. "Begone. And remember to bow your heads in the presence of young Master Long. When dining, sit at the children's table," Wu Jialong commanded triumphantly. Zheng Xuan suddenly raised a hand to halt them, pointing to the surrounding mess. "Wait, clean up the litter before you depart. One must not neglect environmental protection, dear classmates." "Quite right. I detest those who pollute the environment. I heard the Sakura Alliance has recently been discharging nuclear wastewater. When young Master Long becomes the king, he must pay them a visit." Wu Jialong echoed enthusiastically. The three diligently tidied up the area. "Now may we be allowed to leave?" Wei Chao, panting and seething with anger, yet compelled to maintain a respectful demeanor, asked. "Chicken Dragon, take the token from his spatial backpack." Zheng Xuan suddenly interjected. Observing that the other party had been guarding their spatial backpack while cleaning, Zheng Xuan surmised that, having completed the transaction and enduring the demands of cleaning, the likelihood of his duo activating the specialized smoke grenades for elimination was minimal. Coupled with this serendipitous encounter, Zheng Xuan understood that this outdoor survival training was undoubtedly a joint exercise organized by two schools with a competitive nature. Hence the common objective of the tokens sought by both parties. Thus, the object concealed by the individual was likely the mutual target token. "All right," Wu Jialong cheerfully acquiesced. Although puzzled, he trusted Zheng Xuan's intentions and proceeded to seize it. Poor Wei Chao, already battered by adversity and exhausted from cleaning, found himself unable to protect his spatial backpack against the revitalized Wu Jialong. Indeed, it is a token, albeit only worth 50 points. Still, having it is better than having none. Wu Jialong brazenly snatched the token, stuffing it into his pocket before carelessly tossing the spatial backpack back to the slumped Wei Chao. Chapter 105. The opinions vary. Elsewhere, young Master Xia, this is the token seized from that group of 4th middle school students. Regrettably, there is only one, and it holds a value of 50 points, not as plentiful as the previous groups. One individual reverently presented the token. Excellent. Along with what we have gathered, we VE amassed 250 points on the first day. No other team can possibly surpass us. The young man referred to as young Master Xia weighed the token in his hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, I see no need for you, young Master Xia, to personally intervene. The tokens sought by these 4th middle school lackeys will end up in your hands." Another quickly chimed in, eager to curry favor. "The sky is darkening. let's return to the camp to rest. Tomorrow, we will inform all students from the 1st middle school to report any sightings of 4th middle school students, especially those who have found tokens. The rules of this exercise stipulated that no more than 3 could form a team, but it did not prohibit contacting others, provided they did not assemble, thus remaining within the regulations. Young Master Xia chuckled, relishing the loophole he believed he had discovered. When the time comes, he would swiftly eliminate the 4th middle school students, seize all their tokens, and systematically eliminate them, thereby emerging as the ultimate victor and gaining widespread acclaim. Subsequently, he would claim the top spot in Zhongyu City and even the entire Southwest Federation, returning to the capital city with great renown. This was the true reason he had transferred from the fiercely competitive capital to Zhongyu City with a few followers. Young Master Xia, I have just received word that Brother Wei seems to have encountered some trouble, facing off against the notorious local ruffian Wu Jialong from 4th middle school, and lost a token in the process. The informant spoke, visibly trembling. Utterly useless, to be defeated by a local ruffian. How shameful for someone who transferred from the capital. This tarnishes my reputation. The young man's expression darkened, his anger flaring at the thought of his lost face. Calm down, young master. The other party is merely a larger ant. After a good rest today, we will inquire about their whereabouts tomorrow and deal with them. A follower hastily reassured. Humph, that would be too lenient. Young Master Xia dismissed the suggestion with a wave of his hand. Then, with a cold glare, he continued. Since they managed to defeat that useless Wei, it indicates they possess some skill. Therefore, I shall wait until the final day, when they believe they have gathered sufficient tokens for a commendable score, only to shatter their dreams and render their efforts futile. Truly brilliant, young Master Xia. You are indeed a paragon of wisdom and valor. The 2 followers quickly showered him with praise. At the temporary camp, as dusk settled, the fire, designed to ward off the chill, was lit. Sitting by the fire, Wu Jialong fiddled with his phone before suddenly exclaiming, "Wow, Dog Juan, just as you said. Many of our 4th middle school students have had their hard-earned tokens snatched by those scoundrels from 1st middle school, and some have been eliminated by the activation of the specialized smoke grenades." He then lamented, "Had I known, I wouldn't have been greedy for that 50,000. It would have been better to eliminate those 3 scoundrels and avenge our 4th middle school brothers." As Zheng Xuan prepared dinner, he paused his actions and remarked with irritation, "Do you think everyone is as affluent as you? Looking down on this 50,000 yuan is ridiculous. If we can earn something, we should seize the opportunity. In the future, professional level elves will be just as costly as burning money. I must be well prepared. Moreover, if we let those 3 go and they manage to find the artifact, we can raid them again, which would yield additional rewards, wouldn't it? That makes sense." Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong immediately became intrigued, yet he soon faced a dilemma. But how will we find those 3 when the time comes? This Xiaoba mountain is so vast, locating 3 individuals won't be easy. Are you foolish? What do you think this expensive phone is for? We can easily contact others from the 4th high school to keep an eye on the movements of the 1st high school students. We can't just exploit those 3 unfortunate souls. We can also look for other victims from the 1st high school. Zheng Xuan continued. Haven't many people in the group been complaining about the 1st high school students stealing their artifacts? If we help them take revenge, not only can we reclaim the artifacts for ourselves, but we would also win a wave of goodwill. Your name, young Master Long, would become renowned. Zheng Xuan, rarely showing enthusiasm, laid out his entire plan. This is simply brilliant. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized how clever you are. Wu Jialong exclaimed with excitement, genuinely praising his close friend. The following day marked the 2nd day of their outdoor survival training. Wang Hao and Wang Jie, the brothers from the 4th high school, held their heads high, disdainful of teaming up with others, and opted to work together as a pair. Upon entering Xiaoba Mountain, they had a bountiful harvest, spending the entire day locating 2 artifacts and defeating a group of 1st high school students who had come looking for trouble, resulting in yet another artifact. Early in the morning, the brothers rose with the dawn. "Brother, what is our objective today? Should we continue searching for artifacts or raid the 1st high school?" Wang Jie asked, hastily donning a thick coat to combat the morning chill. "Of course, raiding the artifacts from the 1st high school students will be much easier. I never expected there would be students from the 1st high school participating in this outdoor training, all on a quest for artifacts just like us. It seems they are covertly encouraging competition between the 2 schools." Wang Hao spoke animatedly, seemingly forgetting that he had once been a student at the 1st high school. "I've heard this year's students at the 1st high school are quite formidable. In this competition, not just the entire school, but even our class has had several members robbed by them. By the way, brother, during your time at the 1st high school, who should we be wary of?" Wang Jie asked curiously. Reflecting on the past, Wang Hao sighed before responding, "Alas. The caliber of the 1st high school students is simply beyond what the 4th high school can compare to. When I was there, our class included talents nurtured by the municipal government and the Elf Association, alongside several powers that rival our Wong family. Moreover, The school had intentions of recruiting several outstanding students from the capital to further enhance the student quality. The first high school has never aimed to compete with other schools in Zhengyu City, but rather with the major cities in the Southwest Alliance. And this year is a particularly special time. You must be aware of that, right? Wang Jie paused for a moment before cautiously asking. Are you implying that it relates to the administrative district's rotation in the Southwest Alliance? Indeed. Calculating the time, the administrative district rotates every 5 years. And after this year's college entrance examination season, it will shift from Shichu City to Zhengyu City. At that time, the leaders from the Southwest Alliance will come to govern Zhengyu City. Who wouldn't want to achieve something noteworthy to attract their attention? Wang Hao mused. Upon receiving reports of victims in their group, the Wong brothers hurried to the designated location, only to find their efforts were in vain. They had no choice but to change their target and search for the nearest artifact marked on the map. Along the way, an unimpressed Wang Jie spoke first. Brother, I've thought about it seriously. Our school isn't as weak as you claim. Besides the two of us, there's that troublesome Wu Jialong, and we also have Zheng Xuan, who managed to win the New Star Cup as a sophomore. Our class is filled with talents as well. Initially nodding in agreement. Wang Hao then shook his head slightly in response to Wang Jie's sudden inquiry. Let me put it this way. The few first high school students I know didn't participate in the New Star Cup battles. It's not that they lack strength. It's that the first high school is deliberately hiding their talents. Just relying on the initial elves in the New Star Cup, those individuals could easily reach the top 16. And with the excellent students officially transferring from the capital this year, do you really think their strength is lacking? That may not necessarily be the case. After all, we both fell short in the preliminary rounds, right? We lack a year of nurturing, and it's still quite challenging to compete with those seniors, Wang Jie countered, embodying the sentiment that he could criticize his alma mater but would not tolerate criticism from others. Are you foolish? If it weren't for bad luck, with our abilities, we could have easily made it to the main event. Wang Hao replied tersely, relieved that they were discussing this privately. Otherwise, where would the Wong family's two heroes save face? That's the spirit. Since you have such confidence, why boast about those individuals? Isn't that just bolstering other strengths and undermining your own? Wang Jie cleverly circled back, reminding his somewhat timid brother not to fear outsiders. Moreover, last night, that scoundrel Wu Jialong was bragging about effortlessly defeating a student who transferred from the capital. I doubt those transfer students have much strength, so I hope I don't run into one. Otherwise, I'd post my achievements in the group to reclaim some pride. Wang Jie declared confidently, believing that if Wu Jialong could achieve such feats, he could too. Oh, do you know that Wu Jialong? A sudden voice interrupted from behind the Wong brothers. The appearance of three unfamiliar figures instantly heightened the brothers' vigilance. Are you from the first high school? Wang Hao cautiously inquired. Aren't you looking for me, the transfer student? Besides, I found that fellow's words quite grating, and since I also know that scoundrel Wu Jialong, I thought it would be fitting to settle both old and new scores with you too. The young man speaking was none other than Xia Xiao, the leader of the transfer students from the capital. What is your name? Upon hearing the transfer student's title, Wang Hao felt a surge of apprehension. You can call me Xia Xiao. After all, two losers have no right to know my true name, Xia Xiao said with a mocking smile, clearly dismissing the two. Ugh. The way you speak is so reminiscent of that scoundrel Wu Jialong. I hope you can maintain that facade later. Wang Jie seethed with anger, recalling his previous defeat. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you specifically. I mean, all the students from the fourth high school are rubbish, so you two should team up. I'm rather pressed for time. My subordinates just reported that there are other fourth high school students I need to go and collect artifacts from. Xia Xiao grinned, his arrogance almost scorching the faces of his opponents. Brother, don't stop me. I can't stand it anymore. I need to teach this arrogant scoundrel a lesson. Even more than Wu Jialong. Wang Jie exclaimed, his anger boiling over. This time, I won't hold you back. Make sure this guy regrets saying such things. Wang Hao was equally incensed. Yet the outcome was that within less than 15 minutes, Wang Jie suffered a miserable defeat, followed by Wang Hao's futile attempt at revenge. The brothers took turns, but still fell victim to their opponent's relentless onslaught. How is it possible that a sophomore possesses level 16 first stage evolution elves? What kind of growth hormone have they been using? Watching the two brothers sitting despondently on the ground, Xia Xiao scoffed. I told you to come at me together. Who knows, you might have caused me some trouble. Having you one by one is just wasting my time. Subsequently, casting a sidelong glance at the two attendants, he commanded, go seize their spatial backpacks. These two fellows possess some strength, and their bags should contain tokens. The circumstances favored the victor, and the defeated Wong brothers could only watch helplessly as their belongings were snatched away. After extracting the tokens and specialized smoke bombs, they were disdainfully returned, as if they were mere refuse. Even as the painstakingly collected tokens were taken from them, the brothers remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the unwritten rule that the vanquished must forfeit their tokens. However, upon witnessing the imminent activation of the specialized smoke bomb, they could no longer remain indifferent. You can take the tokens, but you cannot activate the specialized smoke bomb to eliminate us. I can offer you money. Please do not cast us out. At this moment, the two were too flustered to care about their dignity, urgently pleading for mercy. Huh, do you think I am in need of your paltry sum? Besides, you seem to mistake this for a school. In the wild, it is entirely possible to lose everything, including your Pokémon and your very lives. Consider yourselves fortunate that this is merely a training exercise. Xiaoxiao sneered, subjecting the two to a barrage of mockery. Amidst the ridicule, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. If the students from the 4th high school were of such caliber, the next 2 days promised to be exceedingly dull. Farewell, you naive little children, he taunted as he departed. The specialized smoke bomb was triggered, instantly enveloping the area in a dense crimson haze, prompting the vigilant patrolling teacher to arrive promptly and escort the disoriented Wong brothers away. On another front, crying and wailing. Are you even men? It's not as if your lives were taken. You merely lost your tokens and were eliminated. I believe being eliminated on the 2nd day is hardly shameful. Wu Jialong, ever the instigator, chimed in, having also set off a specialized smoke bomb to deal a metaphorical stab to the eliminated students from the 1st high school. All right, we must hasten our pace. By tomorrow, I suspect the tokens available on the map will be scarce. The majority will need to be seized from the students of the 1st high. My phone is useless without signal, so you must keep an eye on the group chat for location updates. With that, Zheng Xuan raised his hand, signaling Wu Jialong to depart. Chapter 107. The betting agreement outside Little Ba Mountain. Look, even the 2 heroes of the Wong family have been eliminated. Isn't this disastrous? With them gone, how many capable fighters from our 4th high are still in there? But Long Xiao and Xien Gu remain on Little Ba Mountain. Their strength should be sufficient to contend with those ruffians from the 1st high. I find that dubious. The 1st high has far too many skilled individuals. The eliminated students from the 4th high gathered, pointing and whispering at the 2 brothers, who were being led away by the instructor of the practical combat class. What are you all doing here? Aren't you ashamed? A familiar voice of reprimand instantly scattered the assembled 4th high students. The director's expression was grim. He had just taken a moment to glance at the 1st high's camp located elsewhere and noted with dismay that the number of their eliminated students was not even half that of the 4th high's. This meant that within Little Ba Mountain, the overwhelming majority were students from the 1st high, greatly increasing the risk of elimination for the remaining 4th high students. Sigh. I hope those few promising youngsters can put in the effort. We cannot afford to lose too badly this time. The director sighed softly, believing that this joint training should never have been conducted, as it essentially invited humiliation from the 1st high. Unfortunately, even as the director, he could not persuade the principal or the authoritative Zhou Ming to change their minds, leaving him to witness this impending disaster. It was not that he underestimated the talents of Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. The opponents were simply too formidable, with the 1st high boasting both superior strength and numbers. Truly, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Regaining his composure, the director returned to the command tent. Inside the tent, various surveillance screens displayed footage from around Little Ba Mountain. In fact, the affluent 1st high had even requested several rotoms from the Pokémon Association of Zhongyu City to enhance their surveillance capabilities. Your students, Wu Jialong and Zheng Xuan, are quite remarkable. They have defeated numerous students from the 1st high and secured a considerable number of tokens, undoubtedly ranking among the top teams. A teacher from the 1st high pointed at the surveillance footage, offering polite praise. Not at all. It is the quality of the students at the 1st high that we envy, particularly those transfer students, who are exceptionally strong. Even our renowned Wong Hao and Wong Jia have succumbed. The teachers from the 4th high could only respond with wry smiles. It was evident to any discerning observer that the 4th high was at a significant disadvantage in this joint training. Oldly, I know about this Wu Jialong. He is the child of the Wu family, and I have always regretted that he could not come to our 1st high. But what of this Zheng Xuan? What is his background? He won the New Star Cup relying on the rare dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya. How does he now possess a rare Wobbuffet? The principal of the 1st high inquired with some astonishment. Old Kong, I must say you are quite scheming. Your 1st high already has talents nurtured by the municipal government and the Pokémon Association. If it weren't for my connections with Director Wu, your Wu Jialong might have been poached as well. Now you have your sights set on Zheng Xuan, do you? Let me tell you, not a chance. Li Yunlong was instantly incensed, glaring fiercely as he rebuked. See, your temper is flaring up again. I merely wish for all students to have better opportunities. There is no need to be so possessive. Aware he had misspoken, the principal of the 1st high hastily changed the subject but could not allow his momentum to falter. Casually replying, your student Zheng Xuan is indeed excellent, but that does not mean he can surpass our summer Showdown. Heh, old Kong, care to make a wager? If Zheng Xuan can defeat your transfer student, that treasured flying skill disc of yours, the secret technique fly, shall be mine, Li Yunlong declared confidently, fully believing in Zheng Xuan's potential despite the formidable opponent. A bet? Very well, old Li, I shall wager your shadow ball skill disc. The principal of the first high retorted. You old coot, don't make such exaggerated claims. It might lead to misunderstandings. Feeling the curious gazes of surrounding teachers, Li Yunlong huffed indignantly, nearly ready to engage in a scuffle. Ahem, my apologies. I am getting on in years, and my mind is not as sharp. Now that we have agreed, let this be the stakes. The principal of the first high quickly cleared his throat, awkwardly explaining. Inside Little Ba Mountain. Achoo, Zheng Xuan, unaware of the bet made by the two principals, merely felt an itch in his nose, resulting in an unexpected sneeze. Dog Xuan, you're not catching a cold, are you? No matter how much you exercise, it cannot compete with my cozy fleece sweater. I warned you this morning to dress warmly before heading out. But you wouldn't listen, Wu Jialong remarked gleefully. It was just a sneeze. Is it really necessary to be this happy? Zheng Xuan replied irritably. Wu Jialong defensively countered. What are you talking about? I'm just showing concern for you. How could I be happy? Enough of this. What did you manage to gather this morning? I have 3 tokens here. How about you? Wu Jialong grinned. Sorry, I have 4. One more than you. No wonder I often hear the old saying. Gold belts are earned through killing and arson. It seems that seizing tokens from those fools of the first high is indeed more efficient. Which old person would tell you such things? Zheng Xuan scoffed. Hey, I can hear someone from afar bad-mouthing our first high. I shall see who is audacious enough to look down on us. A voice emerged from the dense underbrush. Dog Xuan. With that tone, I knew a prey had delivered itself to us. Wu Jialong exclaimed, suddenly animated. The leader cautiously emerged from the woods, and upon catching sight of the 2 individuals before him, he gasped in shock as if he had encountered a ghost. Goodness! It's the notorious rogue Wu Jialong from the 4th high school, along with the new Star Cup champion Zheng Xuan. Brothers, let us flee. Damn it! Why am I the rogue while you're deemed the champion? Wu Jialong retorted, his excitement swiftly evaporating as he felt the weight of an unjust blame for the robbery, which was a joint endeavor between them. Beside him, Zheng Xuan attempted to recall the sorrows he had faced in life, but failed to suppress a chuckle. Ha, Jialong, if you keep dwelling on this, the others will truly escape. Shouldn't you hurry and chase after them? I must catch that little brat and correct his misguided notions. With that, Wu Jialong dashed into the forest. Wongfu, assist me in tracing their escape route. Zheng Xuan, unlike Wu Jialong, did not foolishly pursue blindly. Instead, he called upon the tracking expert Wongfu, who, equipped with his radar, swiftly revealed the fleeing party's path. Chapter 108, The Eccentric Trio. By the time Wu Jialong arrived, Wongfu was preparing to deliver a decisive blow. The wind has risen. Let us strike the final blow. The battle on Zheng Xuan's side was nearing its conclusion. Despite the 3 opponents engaging in a wheel battle, they remained no match for Wongfu. Before Zheng Xuan could speak, the leader of the trio approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, no need for words. I understand the rules. These are the 2 tokens we found, along with a special smoke bomb. Now they are all yours. This unexpected turn left Zheng Xuan momentarily speechless. Why did you only label me as the rogue earlier? Wu Jialong, breathless and agitated, pressed him with a stern inquiry. Because this brother Zheng Xuan is indeed the champion of this year's New Star Cup. Who else could it be? The man appeared puzzled, and after scrutinizing Zheng Xuan's identity once more, he scratched his head and continued. Upon further inspection, this handsome face is unmistakable. Now it was Wu Jialong's turn to be at a loss for words. Zheng Xuan, amused by the expressions of both men, especially enjoying the rare sight of Wu Jialong being put in a difficult position, cleared his throat and said, Cough. That is correct. It is indeed me. Exactly. Losing to the champion is nothing to be ashamed of. The man beamed, displaying no hint of disappointment or despair from their impending defeat. Brother Zheng Xuan, from today onward, you shall be my fan. No, wait, I am your idol. Regardless, I will support you. Indeed, the loss was not in vain. We haven't even deployed our ace Pokémon, Yaya. Otherwise, the 3 of us would hardly withstand a single blow. The other 2 chimed in agreement. This experience further enlightened Zheng Xuan on the principle that like attracts like. Since you, brother Zheng Xuan, are too modest, we shall sound the alarm ourselves. As Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong remained silent, the man took the initiative to speak up. Go ahead, boss, let us return early. I no longer wish to sleep outdoors. The little breeze in the mountains at night is turning me into a popsicle, urged another. It's your fault for not preparing a decent tent. What did you buy from that shabby shop? Not only did it tear at the slightest gust, but it also collapsed in the middle of the night, nearly suffocating me, complained the third, a mournful expression adorning his face. Zheng Xuan had initially thought Wu Jialong was peculiar enough, yet he was taken aback to discover someone even more unique. Whose subordinate is this? Hiss. The man grinned as he activated his special smoke bomb, releasing a dense plume of red smoke. Brother Zheng Xuan, let us add each other as friends, so I can keep you updated on the whereabouts of those transfer students. He leaned closer, whispering, In truth, it's not just me. Many here have been displeased with those transfer students. They've barely arrived and already begun to bully us, flaunting their power and demanding that we provide them with the locations of your 4th high school students. I know, Brother Zheng Xuan, you are quite formidable. If you were to act, you could certainly teach those transfer students a lesson, showing them that the local students of Zhongyu City are not to be trifled with. Certainly, Zheng Xuan replied, bemused. The eccentric trio was soon escorted away by patrolling teachers, their exuberance casting doubt on whether it was indeed they who had been eliminated. Doggone it, what did that kid whisper to you? Was he badmouthing me again? Wu Jialong urgently inquired. Zheng Xuan casually replied, not at all, rest assured. He merely added me on QQ to keep me informed about the movements of the opposing transfer students. That's fine then. Wait a moment. Did you say he is from the 1st high school? Has he lost his mind, giving away his comrades' positions to you? Wu Jialong suddenly realized, pressing further, Zheng Xuan. Quickly tell me, what did you offer to win over those 3? They not only praised you, but are also willing to act as your informants? It must be my charisma, Zheng Xuan sighed lightly, standing with an air of heroism. Get lost. How come you're the one stealing the spotlight? I am the main character here. Wu Jialong lamented. Zheng Xuan smiled and reminded him, no, with me around, you shall always be the supporting character. Oh, come on. Wu Jialong fumed in exasperation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, another dull day came to an end. A reflection on the mediocrity of the students from the 4th high school. On their way back to the camp, Xia Xiaodian shook his head, expressing disappointment. The caliber of students at the 4th high school is quite lacking. Young Master Xia, the stronger students are primarily at the 1st high school. While the 4th high school has only a few insignificant ones, a follower promptly flattered. The stronger students are all at the 1st high school? I fail to see it. Those who ranked in the top 10 previously seem rather unimpressive to me. Xia Xiaodian remained dismissive. Of course, young Master Xia is from the capital city and has a robust strength, not to mention a wealth of experience. It's only natural for you to look down on them. The follower awkwardly smiled. Young Master Xia, someone has taken over our camp. And they are from the 4th high school. At that moment, another follower hurriedly delivered the news. Xia Xiaodian was initially taken aback, but upon processing the information, his expression turned furious, nearly growling. How bold. Take me to see who dares to disregard my warning signs. At the camp. Doggone it, this place is picturesque. Far superior to our previous campsite. Wu Jialong marveled as he surveyed the freshly erected tent. Zheng Xuan glanced around. As night fell, the beauty of the mountains was obscured. Moreover, he noticed the tent that Wu Jialong had knocked over in retaliation for space, remarking irritably, "You're driven by revenge, aren't you? Not only did you steal the campsite, but you also toppled someone else's tent. That's exceedingly rude. Don't dare say you know me after this. What is there to fear? Isn't stealing campsites a tradition among those transfer students? I've heard that this kid fancies himself the leader of the transfer students. Having taken many of ours, I'm merely collecting interest by knocking over his tent. Let us see where he sleeps tonight." Wu Jialong shrugged nonchalantly. He had long heard that the leader of the transfer students, who boldly claimed to be Xia Xiaotian, was even more arrogant than him, which irked him further. You're Zheng Xuan, the champion of the New Star Cup, and Wu Jialong, son of the Zhongyu Dojo master. No wonder you have the audacity to intrude into my camp and topple my tent. Xia Xiaodian scrutinized Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, his expression still seething with anger as he spoke through gritted teeth. You're the one who transferred from the capital city, aren't you? Wu Jialong mimicked the condescending tone, only to suddenly find himself unclear about the opponent's name. I'm not interested in you for now. Xia Xiaodian suppressed his fury, disregarding Wu Jialong entirely. Instead, he strode directly to Zheng Xuan, declaring, I know that the strongest at your 4th high school is you. Once I defeat you, everyone will understand that I am the true strongest in this year's competition. Chapter 109, Wong Fu vs. Thunder Sprite. You dare to ignore me. Wu Jialong was seething with rage, poised to charge forward, only to be intercepted by the henchmen of his opponent. One of them chuckled, Wu Jialong, rest assured, once Xia Xiao defeats your friend, he will naturally face you. Fool. My concern is that if Zheng Xuan crushes that arrogant scoundrel, who will I fight? Wu Jialong retorted sharply. Yet no matter how fervently Wu Jialong expressed his outrage, it could not alter the fact that the two were in a standoff. It seems your friend is quite confident in you. I wonder if he will still have the courage to face me after witnessing your dismal defeat. Xia Xiaodian sneered with a mocking smile. He likely won't have the opportunity to step onto the field. Zheng Xuan replied calmly. After exchanging harsh words, both summoned their Pokémon almost simultaneously. As the buzzing bat emerged, a yellow-hued creature adorned with sharp spines and crackling arcs of electricity appeared. It was the evolved form of EV, the electric-type Pokémon known as Raichu, having been evolved with a Thunderstone. Pokémon, Raichu. Level, LV15, Intermediate. Type, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, Female. Status, healthy. Aptitude evaluation, deep green. Held item, flame orb. Level moves, growl, tackle, tail whip, helping hand, mud slap, thunder shock, quick attack. Inherited moves, bite, double kick, discharge. TM moves, thunder fong, electromagnetic wave. Raichu quick attack. Xia Xiaotian initiated the assault. The dazzling Raichu, under the cover of night, boasted an impressive speed of 130 from a total of 525 base stats, further amplified by the flame orb's unique activation of its volt absorbability. Leaping with the swiftness of lightning towards the hovering Zubat. The speed of this Raichu was indeed terrifying, second only to the fastest Pokémon Zheng Xuan had encountered thus far. Wu Lianqing's Rapidash. However, the disparity in their capabilities was monumental. Even Wu Jialong's Torchic, benefiting from its speed boost ability, would likely pale in comparison at this level. Raichu's speed was unrivaled, with few challengers. Yet, Zheng Xuan remained unfazed, calmly issuing orders. Zubat, ascend and create distance. As Zubat quickly gained altitude, Xia Xiaotian's intent to utilize Raichu's terrifying speed for a preemptive strike was thwarted. Raichu, keep using Thunder Shock. After one missed attempt, Xia Xiaotian promptly changed his command. Proficient in special attacks, Raichu was not entirely at a loss against flying Pokémon. In fact, due to the type advantage, flying Pokémon found it difficult to assert dominance over electric types. Coincidentally, Zubat, possessing Dragon-type attributes, was a unique exception, as Dragon-type Pokémon were not intimidated by electric moves. The countless negative ions between Raichu's spines and fur surged with electricity from its lungs, unleashing powerful electric bolts that shot toward the airborne Zubat. Faced with the onslaught of potent electric strikes, Zubat's exceptional flying skills and agility shone through, fluttering gracefully in midair, evading danger with the grace of a fish gliding through water. This Zubat was formidable. Even Xia Xiaotian, typically arrogant as an opponent, had to concede silently. On the other hand, Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that due to the flame orb's continuous burn effect, Raichu was unlikely to sustain a prolonged battle. The best strategy was to evade combat until the opponent displayed signs of weakness before delivering a decisive blow, thereby ensuring a near-certain victory. However, both Zheng Xuan and Zubat possessed their own pride, making it difficult to accept a victory achieved in such a manner. Zubat, use Double Team to close the distance and strike. Upon Zheng Xuan's command, Zubat, shrouded in darkness without the illuminating Thunder Shock, sprang into action. Zubat and a rapidly formed clone dove from the sky toward Raichu, utilizing the cover of night. Under the cloak of darkness, only the faint outline of Zubat could be discerned, making it exceedingly difficult to track the opponent's movements, causing an unusual flicker of anxiety to cross Xia Xiaotian's face. After estimating the distance was adequate, Xia Xiaotian boldly commanded, Raichu, use Discharge to obliterate them. Compared to the less effective Thunder Shock, Discharge offered a broader area of effect, significantly restricting Zubat's evasion capabilities. As Raichu quickly amassed electrical energy, it suddenly spiraled out of control, the wild current eluding Raichu's command and careening chaotically. Boom. The strongest surge veered off course, crashing into nearby trees and causing an explosion. What just happened? In the face of this unforeseen event, Xia Xiaotian wore a look of disbelief. How could Raichu possibly lose control without reason, unless it had been disrupted by the opponent? Xia Xiaotian, not one to be easily fooled, quickly realized that Zubat was most adept at sound wave attacks, which often caught opponents off guard. And Raichu's loss of control was undoubtedly due to being struck by Zubat's supersonic, plunging it into confusion. Its mind link. Xia Xiaotian suddenly comprehended. The seemingly straightforward command to strike was actually a ruse to mislead him, allowing Zubat to communicate and execute a change of tactics through telepathy, resulting in Raichu falling victim without any resistance. Regrettably, Xia Xiaotian understood this too late. The shockwave infused with dragon energy surged toward Raichu. In its confused state, Raichu could neither resist nor evade, and was struck head-on by the dragon pulse, suffering severe damage. Damn it, return Raichu. Xia Xiaotian understood that in this state, Raichu was clearly no match for Zubat. Rather than allowing it to be beaten into submission and lose its fighting capability, it was wiser to recall it into its pokeball. No way, Xia Xiaotian's Raichu was actually defeated. One of Wu Jialong's henchmen exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. Hiss. Another instinctively pinched his own arm, feeling the sting of pain, and was even more astonished. This isn't an illusion. TCH. I told you, letting that dog Xuanzai take the stage would leave me as a mere spectator. You truly are frogs at the bottom of a well. Thinking that someone transferring from Kyoto City is exceptionally strong? Wu Jialong expressed nothing but disdain, finding Zheng Xuan's performance to be quite ordinary. Enough of your noise. After I defeat this guy, I'll deal with you. Xia Xiaotian, already incensed, grew even more agitated upon hearing Wu Jialong's derisive remarks, retorting angrily. What a joke. Let us see if you can win first. Wu Jialong crossed his arms, sneering in disdain. Chapter 110. Prince of Waves vs. Yaya. Go forth, my ace Pokémon. Crush the opponent. Despite his anger, Xia Xiaotian, undeterred, hurled forth his Pokeball. As the white light dissipated, a Pokémon resembling a penguin emerged, its head held high. Exuding an air of arrogance, it was the evolved form of the water-type starter Pokémon, Piplup, known as Prinplup. Pokémon, Prinplup. Level, LV16, Advanced. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Light Purple. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop. Level moves, Growl, Tackle, Water Gun, Metal Claw, Peck. Inherited moves, Water Ring, Brine, Hydro Pump. TM moves, Icy Wind, Protect, Water Pulse. Even Zheng Xuan, typically unflappable, felt a moment of surprise upon seeing this Prinplup. To cultivate a first-stage evolution of a water-type starter Pokémon in the second year of high school was indeed to be at the forefront of many. Having participated in the Star Cup battles, especially experiencing the fierce competition of the main event, Zheng Xuan knew that even among the third-year students, few possessed initial Pokémon at level 16. The opponent's strength had evidently reached the caliber of the Star Cup finals. Zubat, create a wind. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Zheng Xuan initiated the assault first. Under the command of the indomitable Xia Xiaotian, the ace Pokémon, the Water Prince, was equally unwilling to yield. Water Prince unleashed the wave of water to strike down the opponent. The bouncing bat flapped its wings, generating a tempestuous wind, which was swiftly countered by the wave of water. A powerful surge of aquatic energy that erupted like a tidal wave, charging towards the bouncing bat with unrelenting force. The Water Prince demonstrated remarkable proficiency with the wave of water, covering a vast area. Even the bouncing bat could not fully evade the onslaught and was struck by the surging tide. While the damage inflicted was significant, the more pressing concern was that the water drenched its body and wings, akin to donning a burdensome vest, thereby complicating the bouncing bat's ability to fly and evade. What an opportunity, Water Prince. Freeze the opponent with the ice wind. Witnessing the impressive effects of the wave of water, Xia Xiaotian could hardly contain his excitement as he shouted to the Water Prince. Fully aware that the ice wind move he had equipped for the Water Prince was the perfect weapon against the bouncing bat, which possessed dual attributes of flying and dragon, he anticipated a quadruple effectiveness. The Water Prince immediately exhaled a chilling breath, releasing a flurry of ice shards directed at the bouncing bat, which was desperately attempting to shake off the moisture clinging to it in a bid to lighten its load. Suddenly, the bouncing bat folded its wings and plummeted to the ground, not only avoiding the ice wind, but also significantly expelling the water from its body, bolstered by its flying-type energy. Realizing the bouncing bat was regaining its strength, Xia Xiaotian reacted swiftly. Water Prince, do not grant the opponent a chance to recover. Continue using Ice Wind. With the aid of a substantial recovery from its trainer, and having temporarily lost its flying-type advantage, the bouncing bat managed to endure the Water Prince's now reduced Ice-type attack, diminished to a twofold effectiveness, and vanished into the shadows once more. Damn it! If not for this cover of darkness, I would have already defeated the opponent. Seeing the adversary meld back into the night, making it difficult to discern its movements, Xia Xiaotian felt a surge of frustration, especially knowing that the opponent could communicate telepathically, controlling the battle with uncanny precision. Now Metal Claw, forcing himself to remain calm, Xia Xiaotian detected an anomaly in the darkness. In contrast to his own trainer, the battle-hardened Water Prince remained remarkably composed. Having already sensed the opponent's rapid approach under the cloak of night, the Water Prince's powerful forelimbs gleamed with a metallic sheen as it lunged towards the nearby foe. Struck by the Water Prince's metal claw, the advancing silhouette shattered, revealing the true instigator. Bouncing Bat. It continued to unleash its proud supersonic attack. Regrettably for the Bouncing Bat, the Water Prince, reputed to navigate the frigid seas with effortless grace, possessed an indomitable will and, fueled by excessive pride, could not tolerate defeat. Thus it pressed on, enduring discomfort to unleash another metal claw upon the Bouncing Bat. The Bouncing Bat, taken aback by the resilience of its opponent against its supersonic disruption, found itself unable to respond effectively to the sudden assault, resulting in a direct hit from the Water Prince's metal claw, sending it crashing to the ground. Compared to the seasoned Yaya, the Bouncing Bat indeed lacked practical combat experience, which was one reason Zheng Xuan had repeatedly deployed the Bouncing Bat in this training session, to assess training efficacy and to allow it to accumulate battle experience. Come back, Bouncing Bat, you did exceptionally well, Zheng Xuan encouraged as he recalled the Pokémon. To be fair, the Bouncing Bat's performance had been commendable, having defeated a higher-level electric Pokémon and narrowly losing to the Water Prince, which was also an evolved form, an achievement that would astonish others. Seeing Zheng Xuan recall the Bouncing Bat, Xia Xiaodian let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, I've managed to gain some ground. Roar. Yaya, finally given the chance to enter the fray, was filled with vengeful fury and radiated a terrifying aura as it roared at the Water Prince. The usually proud Water Prince felt a flicker of trepidation in the face of Yaya's burgeoning, indomitable presence, momentarily unable to meet its gaze. The appearance of Yaya reignited the tumult within Xia Xiaoyan's heart, as he had not encountered a Pokémon capable of overpowering the Water Prince in quite some time, recalling only the formidable creatures he had faced in prestigious academies in Kyoto. Regardless, the Ice-type advantage was unavoidable. Water Prince, continue using Ice Wind. Xia Xiaodian, unknowingly heightened by excessive anxiety, raised his voice significantly while issuing commands. Yaya, unleash Dragon Claw to crush the opponent. In Zheng Xuan's view, Yaya had shown considerable improvement since the New Star Cup and had no reason to hesitate. The principle of sheer force would suffice to achieve victory. With its massive claws charged with potent dragon-type energy, Yaya charged directly through the Water Prince's Ice Wind, feeling no pain, and struck down upon the Water Prince with tremendous force. The Water Prince could not remain passive. Despite the time constraints, it summoned Steel-type energy to counterattack with Metal Claw. However, to Xia Xiaoyan's horror, Yaya not only shattered the Water Prince's Metal Claw with a single strike, but also sent it reeling back a considerable distance, barely halting the impact. Is this the same Yaya that won the New Star Cup last semester? It's simply terrifying. Xia Xiaoyan's Water Prince is utterly outmatched. The rapid advancement of Yaya's prowess was astonishing. Previously, it had been a balanced contest, yet now, with a single move, it could repel a formidable evolved Pokémon like the Water Prince. Both Xia Xiaodian and his two companions watching were rendered speechless at the sight of the Water Prince being overpowered by Yaya. Only Wu Jialong sulked in the corner, grumbling. That Zheng Xuan is stealing all the limelight again. The battle remained intense. Yaya excelled in swift, fiery attacks, moving with the ferocity of a storm and striking with the speed of a wildfire, offering no respite to its opponent. Just as the Water Prince sought to retreat from the onslaught, it found itself once again struck head-on by Yaya's ferocious assault, its massive claws tearing towards its abdomen. Xia Xiaodian, alarmed, quickly commanded the Water Prince to erect an energy shield to withstand the impending blow. Water Prince, create distance and use Water Ring. Just before the energy shield shattered, Xia Xiaodian urgently directed the Water Prince to evade the battle, intending to employ the Water Ring to recover stamina in preparation for the fierce confrontation ahead. Zheng Xuan was well prepared for this. Yaya, provoke the opponent. With a mocking cry, Yaya taunted the Water Prince, who was attempting to evade battle. How could the proud Water Prince possibly endure such provocation? Its resilient wings glimmered with steel-type energy as it unleashed another metal claw, turning to charge at Yaya. Unfortunately, the previous encounter had already demonstrated that in direct confrontation, the Water Prince's attacks were at a disadvantage. Bang! Yaya's colossal claws once again shattered the Water Prince's furious counterattack, and the residual force of the Dragon Claw continued to strike towards the Water Prince's abdomen. Water Prince, despite the Water Prince's unwavering resolve, it could not withstand such a devastating blow, letting out a pitiful wail. Severely wounded, the Water Prince, bolstered by sheer will, managed to rise once more. But its unsteady and fragile form clearly indicated it could not sustain a high-intensity battle. Realizing the Water Prince's condition was unsuitable for continued combat, Xia Xiaodian felt a strong urge to recall it into its Pokeball. Yet, as a trainer, he understood that the Water Prince's proud nature would not allow it to accept such an act of retreat. Thus, Xia Xiaodian could only reluctantly command, Water Prince, use your final Ice Wind. Yaya, unleash the Dragon Claw once more and vanquish your opponent. Zheng Xian's gaze upon Prince Bo grew resolute. Regardless of his adversary's character, in this moment, one must give their all to honor the spirit of the opponent. Boom! With Yaya's full force strike, transcending the limits of physical endurance, Prince Bo fell heavily, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Return, Prince Bo. With a grave expression, Xia Xiaodian withdrew the incapacitated Prince Bo into its Pokeball. After such a crushing defeat, the arrogance that once defined Xia Xiaodian had dissipated. He tossed his spatial backpack to Zheng Xuan and, feeling utterly dejected, admitted, I concede this battle. I must acknowledge that there are those beyond my capabilities. I had underestimated the strength present among my peers in Zhongyu City. Of course, I abide by the rules of the contest. Inside the spatial backpack are all the tokens I collected this time, along with a special smoke bomb. As the victor, you have the right to activate my elimination. Humph. How dull. I expected you, as the defeated, to rage and shout. Wu Jialong interjected, hastily picking up the spatial backpack while rummaging through the spoils. His usual taunt slipping out. You speak as though you are the victor. Though I may have lost to him, I certainly have not lost to you. Facing Zheng Xuan, Xia Xiaodian felt no shame to retort, but to Wu Jialong, he could only huff disdainfully. Hey, don't you realize how close our bond is? We're on the same team. Wu Jialong, slightly irked, felt that if the opponent's Pokemon hadn't been incapacitated, he would have taught this insufferable fool a lesson. Quit the chatter and eliminate me already, or return my special smoke bomb. I'll activate my own elimination. Exhausted from the defeat, both physically and mentally, Xiaotian longed to leave at the earliest opportunity. Wait, are you trying to feign a ploy of false submission? Calling for us to eliminate you while secretly fearing the activation of that smoke bomb? Wu Jialong mused suspiciously, a sudden realization striking him as he believed he had discerned Xia Xiaoyan's intent. Enough with the paranoia. Just count the spoils honestly. If you tally them accurately, I'll share half with you. Zheng Xuan nudged Wu Jialong, gesturing for him to count the tokens aside. Well then, dog Xien, no need for further words. Brothers stick together. Wu Jialong, unperturbed, merrily moved aside to count the bounty. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan promptly activated the opponent's special smoke bomb. Clearly, the opponent was not engaging in a ruse, but was simply unable to accept being eliminated by Wu Jialong. Understanding this, Zheng Xuan refrained from taking pleasure in their misfortune, opting instead to grant the opponent their final dignity. Thank you. Though I may have lost this time, I assure you, I shall not falter in the upcoming college entrance examination. Xia Xiaotian, aware that Zheng Xuan had seen through his thoughts, approached to express his gratitude softly while also leaving a bold declaration. I will not be defeated by anyone. Zheng Xuan replied with a confident smile. Outside Xiaoba Mountain, within the command tent. Haha, old Kong, I told you that the transfer student you specially brought in from Kyoto is no match for our Zheng Xuan. Hand over that cherished flying skill CD. I know you have it on you. I am fully aware that it was meant as a reward for this outstanding student, but it would be more fitting for you to give it to me. I will graciously present it to this child, saving you the trouble of parting with your treasured collection. Upon viewing the surveillance footage sent by Rotom, which showcased Zheng Xian's triumph over his opponent, Principal Li Yunlong of the 4th school slammed the table and immediately demanded his wager from the glum-looking principal of the 1st school. Enough, enough. I would have felt it was a wasted investment to give it to you, but hearing you say it's to be gifted to this child makes me quite pleased. Consider it a form of support for a promising junior. The principal of the 1st school, upon hearing this, eagerly chimed in with a smile. Quite the opportunist. However, as the principal of the 4th school, I shall not be stingy. In addition to the flying skill CD I won from you, I shall also present my Shadow Ball CD to Zheng Xuan. Chapter 112, Energy Cubes. On the 3rd day, marking the final day of this wilderness survival training. Aside from ensuring the preservation or collection of tokens, the students from both schools within Xiaoba Mountain must exit within the stipulated time, presenting the ultimate test. The news of Xia Xiaotian, the renowned transfer student from the 1st school, being eliminated by Zheng Xuan, the champion of this year's New Star Cup from the 4th school, rapidly spread, creating quite a stir. To the students of the 4th school, this was hardly surprising. After all, Zheng Xuan had secured the New Star Cup as a second-year student, defeating peers of the same grade, even those who had transferred from Kyoto, eliciting little astonishment, merely admiration for his formidable prowess. However, for the students of the 1st school, the situation was different. They had directly experienced the exceptional strength of this group of transfer students, especially Xia Xiaotian, who had recently transferred and immediately overwhelmed the top 10 students of his year, claiming the top spot at the 1st school. Even many seasoned 3rd-year strongholds found themselves unable to contend with him. This was why the transfer students acted with such brazen arrogance at the 1st school, including during this wilderness training, where they commanded other students with little regard. While the students of the 1st school harbored disdain for the ostentatious behavior of the transfer students, they nonetheless held a deep respect for their strength. Thus, when they learned that Xia Xiaotian had been defeated, it was no wonder that the students of the 1st school erupted in shock and disbelief. Ugh! Wu Jialong emerged from the tent, stretching as he observed Zheng Xuan preparing breakfast. Dog Xien, what are your plans for today? Continue collecting tokens, or prepare to descend the mountain early? However, I lean towards the latter. After defeating that scoundrel yesterday and collecting over 10 tokens, I can't imagine anyone else scoring higher than our team. Now, it's just a matter of exiting the mountain within the allotted time. More importantly, staying up here has left us with poor food, sleepless nights, and hardly anyone to converse with. I'm about to lose my mind. Wu Jialong lamented, eager to prompt an early departure. Rest assured, I have no doubts about your ability to wallow in despair. Zheng Xuan chuckled at Wu Jialong's antics. However, thanks to your reckless indulgence over the past 2 days, we, who brought enough provisions for 4 to 5 days, have run out by last night. What? That is impossible. I saw the spatial backpack was full yesterday. Perhaps you were dreaming. After dinner, you collapsed into sleep without the time to check anything. Zheng Xuan bluntly exposed the truth. Then it's those 3 rascals who pilfered our food. No way. On the last day, I'm going to confront them. We're left with nothing but porridge for breakfast? Gazing into the watery bowl, Wu Jialong continued to complain. If we're only having porridge. I won't even have the strength to find them for retribution. Didn't I provide you with some energy cubes? Zheng Xuan pointed towards the storage box containing the energy cubes. Dog Xien, are you joking? I, Wu Jialong, would rather starve to death than eat one of your cubes. The aroma is simply divine. After biting into the energy cube, the delightful flavor tantalized Wu Jialong's taste buds, his eyes sparkling with delight. After savoring the taste, he exclaimed, Dog Xien, how come your energy cubes are different from what my mother made? I once sneaked one and nearly choked on the spice. Zheng Xuan chuckled and explained. You see, each Pokemon has its own flavor preferences. Designing exclusive energy cubes according to these tastes is one of the important tasks for a breeder. For instance, both Yaya and Wong Bat prefer sweet flavors. Thus, aside from the other ingredients, I added fruits like peach fruit that are particularly sweet. Moreover, with the quality reaching an advanced standard, the impurities within the energy cubes are remarkably few, and the flavor is naturally exquisite. I often consume these energy cubes to replenish my stamina. As for the energy cubes Ant Song provided for you, they likely cater to the spicy palate of the fiery chick. No wonder, every time I indulge in spicy rabbit heads and duck frames, I find myself overwhelmed by the heat, while the fiery chick seems utterly unfazed, exuberantly prancing about. Wu Jialong suddenly realized, you truly are a talent. Zheng Xuan could not help but give a thumbs up. Flattery, flattery. Wait, what did you just say? Advanced quality? Wu Jialong, with a playful demeanor, suddenly reacted, exclaiming, no way, Dog Xien, you produced energy cubes of advanced quality? As he spoke, Wu Jialong delicately picked up an energy cube, scrutinizing it with care. Its crystalline exterior even radiated a remarkable luster. Even as a novice, he should comprehend that the quality of this energy cube is undeniably high. It's merely an ordinary recipe. Producing energy cubes for Yaya takes a considerable amount of time, barely achieving advanced quality. The raw materials for Wong food differ slightly, and since the contact time is not long, it can only reach intermediate quality for now. As a trainer who dabbles as a part-time breeder, he had not indulged in idleness, painstakingly crafting energy cubes, and had finally made significant progress. Energy cube qualities: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and exceptional. Energy cube recipe levels: common, ordinary, rare, and extremely rare or above. Dog Xien, you truly are impressive. No wonder Teacher Zhu, the head of the breeding science department and an expert breeder, praised your breeding talent. My mother once mentioned that mastering 3 ordinary-level energy cube recipes and producing advanced quality before the age of 25 is already indicative of significant breeding talent. You are almost halfway there. Wu Jialong sincerely complimented, acknowledging his utter lack of breeding talent, having inherited none of it from his expert breeder mother. I still have a long way to go. Besides producing energy cubes, my experience in other areas remains insufficient. For now, I cannot be considered a qualified breeder. Zheng Xuan did not exaggerate, understanding that merely being able to produce energy cubes is not enough to qualify as a competent breeder. However, Zheng Xuan was also aware that his role as a part-time breeder was to study how to cultivate Pokemon, enhancing and solidifying his strength to better serve his primary career as a trainer. The two cannot be reversed. All right, after a satisfying meal, it's time to prepare to descend the mountain. With that, Wu Jialong began to pack his belongings. Oh, have you changed your mind and decided not to seek out those 3 for retribution? Zheng Xuan inquired, slightly surprised. I was just joking. Do I seem like the type to hold grudges? Wu Jialong quickly retorted. If I hadn't seen the messages in the group, I might have actually believed you. You must be busy descending the mountain to bask in your classmates' flattery, right? Hey, didn't you say your phone had no signal? Chapter 113, Continuous Major Events. At 5 p.m., the joint training concluded, and the instructors from both schools successfully escorted the remaining students out of Xiaoba Mountain, with the cooperation of both institutions ensuring safety. The first outdoor training, aside from a few unfortunate students who encountered wild Pokemon and sustained injuries while fleeing, did not result in any significant mishaps. After all, many safety hazards had been eliminated prior to training. Dear students, this outdoor training was not disclosed to have a confrontational nature beforehand, as it was designed to assess your adaptability when facing unfamiliar trainers. However, the results indicate a severe lack of preparedness from both schools. The 2 principals remarked from the makeshift podium. Ultimately, the student with the highest overall score from this assessment is Zheng Xuan from the 4th school, who will receive a mysterious grand prize from both principals. I also hope that all of you can learn from him. Meanwhile, you can check and redeem your scores and rewards on the school's official website. As soon as the announcement was made, nearly 1,000 students erupted in cheers. Though it remained unclear whether they were celebrating the end of a lengthy speech or their excitement over redeeming prizes, or perhaps a few were genuinely congratulating Zheng Xuan. At that moment, Zheng Xuan was called forward by Li Yunlong, who presented him with 2 device boxes. Principal, what is this? Zheng Xuan respectfully accepted the boxes, finding them somewhat familiar, musing, could this so-called mysterious grand prize be skill discs? One is a flying skill disc treasured by the principal of the first school, and the other is a shadow ball that I prepared as a reward. Both are rare and powerful moves, hard to come by. I hope you cherish them. Li Yulong explained. Principal, this is too valuable. I cannot accept. Zheng Xuan exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. It was merely a joint outdoor training. How could the rewards be so abundant? Just accept them. That flying skill disc was won from a bet with the principal of the first school regarding your battle with that transfer student. As for the shadow ball, it was originally intended as a prize for the student with the highest overall score. By coincidence, you received both. Zheng Xuan could not suppress his smile, for it was a remarkable achievement to obtain such rewards. The assembly whistle suddenly blew, and Zheng Xuan, unable to contain his joy, shouldered his large backpack in an orderly fashion and boarded the bus back to the city. The joint outdoor training between the two schools stirred quite a commotion in Zhongyu City, as the clash between the top two institutions in comprehensive educational strength naturally provided ample fodder for public discourse. Notably, while the overall strength of the first school still surpassed that of the fourth school, in terms of top-tier students, they had indeed been bested by the fourth school, which boasted this year's New Star Cup champion student, Zheng Xuan, whose name became further renowned. Many began to regard him as the prime contender for the next Pokémon College entrance examination. However, like all trending news, this buzz did not last long, and after 2 months, it faded from public attention, until another hot topic emerged. In early June, this year's Pokémon College entrance examination was held as scheduled, capturing the attention of the entire nation. As a prominent training subject, the Elf College entrance examination is divided into two main categories: cultural achievements and practical performance. Cultural achievements encompass 6 subjects: Chinese language, mathematics, the Alliance Common Language, Alliance History, Basic Elf Studies, and Basic Cultivation Studies, amounting to a total of 600 points. As for the most crucial aspect, practical performance is akin to the format of the New Star Cup, further refined and meticulously regulated to ensure a fair and just competitive environment. Through this combat mode, the final rankings are determined, with the champion being crowned as the so-called top scorer, irrespective of cultural achievements. In this realm of training where strength reigns supreme, cultural scores are rendered secondary, merely an embellishment. Take for instance the finest elf university in Zhongyu City, where the primary admission criterion for the training program mandates that one must rank within the top 200 in practical performance, with cultural scores being a subsequent consideration. By the end of the month, after nearly a month of fierce competition, the top scorer of the Zhongyu City Elf entrance examination was determined, and as expected, it was once again claimed by a student from the prestigious First High School. With the onset of July, the summer vacation commenced. Concurrently, the tournament to determine the overall champion of the Southwest Alliance was officially announced. Given the 5-year administrative cycle of the administrative cities, Zhongyu City, as the newly appointed administrative city of the Southwest Alliance, naturally hosted this grand combat tournament. Consequently, the atmosphere in Zhongyu City was teeming with excitement, as not only the leadership team of the Southwest Alliance took residence there, but strong individuals from all cities under the Southwest Alliance were also escorting their respective city champions to prepare for the competition. Chapter 114, the overall champion. In a certain location in Zhongyu City, the masked figure, occupying the highest position, remarked disdainfully to the exposed identity of Chao lay beside him. If it weren't for your last slip of identity, perhaps you could have participated in this year's elf entrance examination and even secured the top spot, subsequently continuing your deep infiltration. Who knows, decades later, you might have even mingled with the upper echelons of the Southwest Alliance. Chao Lei glared fiercely at the masked figure and retorted, "If you expect me to engage in politics and infiltrate the Alliance, then my identity should have been prepared with greater caution." Having survived in the sewers for nearly a month, subsisting on roasted rats, cockroaches, and leftover scraps, and drinking crudely filtered underground water, Chao Lei's resentment towards the masked figure had not diminished in the slightest, even after several months. "Even the most meticulous preparations would have been exposed by your foolishness," chimed in a squad leader facing Chao Lei, tauntingly. "Captain Gia has been lenient in punishing you to remain in the sewers for a month. In my opinion, a failure like you should have been eliminated long ago," added another squad leader, joining in the mockery. "You." Chao Lei's anger flared, but the undeniable fact of his exposed identity left him unable to counter. "Enough. Let us cease this meaningless infighting. The orders from Lord Black Raven have arrived." The masked figure raised a hand, signaling for silence among the group. Moments later, a messenger bird, adorned with red and white fur and carrying a bag, flew in from the shadows. After confirming that the masked figure was the recipient, the messenger bird rummaged through its bag and produced a letter, handing it over before reattaching the bag and flapping its wings to depart. Lord Blackraven has instructed us to prepare for the upcoming significant operation, personally commanded by that esteemed individual. Not only will our team participate, but there will also be reinforcements from other cities. Let us fully cooperate, the masked figure stated after reviewing the letter and summarizing its contents. 3 months had passed since the outdoor training, and Zheng Xuan's Yaya had recently broken through the ordinary advanced level, reaching level 16, while Wong Bat, having learned from its previous failure, diligently caught up and reached level 15. On the other hand, Wu Jialong had similarly experienced a significant power surge. His initial elf, Fire Chick, had just a week later achieved a breakthrough, successfully evolving into a mighty chicken. As for his other main elf, Little Fire Dragon, it was also on the verge of evolution, and importantly, after several months of companionship, Wu Jialong had begun to establish a bond with Little Fire Dragon, finally able to command it with agility. During the last outdoor training, Wu Jialong had seldom released Little Fire Dragon due to his inability to fully direct it. Indeed, the little dragon was rather unruly, and coupled with Wu Jialong's rebellious nature, it took considerable time for them to synchronize. This also explains why many trainers prefer to invest time nurturing elves from eggs rather than capturing them directly. Early in the morning, Wu Jialong made an unusual visit to Zheng Xuan's home. Is Uncle Zheng not at home? He said, peering around suspiciously upon entering. I'm not sure. My dad has been coming home late these days, claiming he's been drinking with some old friends. I can't be bothered with him. Zheng Xuan, just back from morning exercises and freshly washed, gestured toward the empty master bedroom while explaining. I say, Dog Xien, can you hurry up? The battle tournament for the overall champion of the Southwest Alliance kicks off today. With the elder absent, Wu Jialong finally felt at ease, plopping down on a chair and urging Zheng Xuan. Ready yet? Let us go. Besides, it's not like you're the one competing. Why the excitement? Zheng Xuan replied casually while gathering his belongings. Wu Jialong scoffed in response. TCH, do you understand the significance of this tournament? It's not something you can compare to your new Star Cup. At least I'm a champion. What are you? Zheng Xuan laughed. I'm the champion of the 23rd literacy competition at the Good Kid Kindergarten. After a moment of thought, Wu Jialong finally recalled that long-buried honor. You have some nerve to mention that. Just a compliment, just a compliment. As the two bantered, they quickly made their way to the familiar battle center via subway. After Wu Jialong scanned his face for entry, they navigated to the viewing room with ease. There are quite a few leaders present today, and many unfamiliar faces. Zheng Xuan noted, observing the direction of the podium, which had noticeably more new faces compared to the opening ceremony of the previous New Star Cup. They say the significance of this tournament is extraordinarily high. Otherwise, why do you think I urged you to come so early? Those leaders sitting up there are all influential figures who can sway the development of first-tier cities. Zheng Xuan understood well that the term influential figures referred to the mayor of the city government, gym leaders, and the president of the Elf Association. Although the mayor was superficially regarded as the most esteemed, in reality, the gym leaders were the true powerhouses of the city. While the Elf Association was involved in various aspects such as communication with the Alliance, breeding facilities, and adventure associations, wielding considerable authority as well. This time, the individuals seated at the center were indeed the leadership team of the Southwest Alliance, and even my dad, as the regional gym leader, could only accompany them. Look, do you see that elder in the middle? He asked the legendary Wei Lao of the Southwest Alliance, definitely a seasoned champion-level powerhouse. Wu Jialong, being the son of a gym leader, was relatively familiar with these alliance leaders. Zheng Xuan followed Wu Jialong's gaze and spotted the elderly Wei Lao, who, despite often appearing on television news, was still hard to reconcile with the idea of a champion-level powerhouse. However, due to the advancement of the internet, Zheng Xuan had certainly heard of his remarkable achievements, such as single-handedly repelling large-scale elf invasions, safeguarding numerous cities from wild elf attacks, and even single-handedly dismantling a certain dark organization, among other feats. The contestants are making their entrance. Wu Jialong's exclamation interrupted Zheng Xuan's thoughts. Hundreds of young prodigies, each the top scorer from their respective cities in the elf entrance examination, took to the stage one by one, basking in the applause and cheers of thousands of citizens, while dozens, if not hundreds, of media outlets captured the moment with flashes of cameras. Dog Xien, I heard that becoming this overall champion allows one to bypass cultural scores and gain direct admission to the elite class at Kyoto University or the outstanding class at Magic City University, with future prospects that could at least lead to becoming a gym leader. Wu Jialong couldn't help but feel a sense of aspiration as he spoke. Indeed, to stand out from millions of students and compete against hundreds of opponents to emerge as the ultimate champion does indeed confer the qualification for direct entry into the top classes of elite elf universities. Zheng Xuan echoed, reflecting on the significance of the moment. Chapter 115, The Semi-Divine. Although each city boasts its top achievers, their strengths vary greatly. After all, The champions from major cities like Zhongyu City naturally differ significantly from those hailing from third-tier cities. However, the intense battles observed over the past few days have left Zheng Xuan quite moved. It could be said that the elite Pokémon are abundant, and rare species are as numerous as the stars. Even the pre-evolution of the semi-divine fire moth, the burning bug, alongside the elegant and formidable Milotic, and the seldom-seen psychic-type Pokémon Hudi, made their appearances. Zheng Xuan had to concede that the caliber of the new Star Cup, in comparison, was indeed akin to what many jokingly referred to as the Baby Cup. If one were to scrutinize closely, even the Professional Trainers League paled in comparison. Furthermore, Wu Jialong divulged some insider information. The overall champion from this battle tournament would merely receive a guaranteed qualification, not a championship reward. The actual prize for the champion was a semi-divine Pokémon egg provided by the Southwest Alliance. Initially taken aback by this revelation, Zheng Xuan soon came to terms with it, realizing that only such a lavish reward could truly correspond to the title of overall champion. After a week of fierce competition, the last two students standing, adhering to the special examination format, were one from the host Zhongyu City No. 1 High School, whose ace Pokémon was the strikingly beautiful and powerful Milotic, along with the evolved form of the grass-type starter, the Vine Snake. The other was the champion from the previous administrative city, Shishu City, whose ace Pokémon was the pre-evolution of the semi-divine Tyranitar, known for its reputation as the Desert Tyrant, the Larvitar. Today marks the grand finale to determine the ultimate champion of the tournament. The entire battle center was once again packed with spectators, and even outside the center, throngs of people gathered. Despite being unable to enter the venue to witness the match, they remained steadfast, eager to learn the outcome of the finals at the earliest moment. Of course, many others were glued to their televisions and large streaming platforms, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this battle. To avoid being caught outside the battle center, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong had arrived early, yet they still found themselves jostled in the crowd. Fortunately, thanks to Wu Jialong's solid connections, they managed to access an internal passage and successfully entered the battle center. Goodness, there are just too many people. If it weren't for the internal passage, we would have been squished at the entrance. Wu Jialong grumbled. It was unavoidable. Reports indicated that last year's event in Shishu City faced similar chaos, even resulting in a stampede that caused numerous casualties, with several incidents of altercations leading to arrests. Today was relatively better, although still crowded. A significant police presence helped maintain order at the scene. Zheng Xuan was awestruck by the sheer volume of people, having never witnessed such a gathering in his life. You know, with so many people here, if something were to happen, Wu Jialong's ominous words were abruptly silenced as Zheng Xuan swiftly covered his mouth. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You ominous crow, do shut your mouth and wish for something good, Zheng Xuan admonished. I wasn't even finished speaking. Besides, Zhongyu City now has the backing of those high-ranking officials from the Southwest Alliance. What could possibly go wrong? Wu Jialong replied dismissively. Though he said this, Zheng Xuan admitted to feeling a sense of unease from the very start of the day, initially attributing it to the overwhelming crowd outside. He now felt an odd flutter even within the battle center, causing his expression to grow serious. Hey, Dog Xuan, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart or scare me. Wu Jialong stammered, feeling a twinge of apprehension after Zheng Xuan's reaction. Perhaps it's just a cold. As you mentioned, Zhongyu City's strength has indeed surged compared to a month ago, bolstered not only by the high-ranking officials of the Southwest Alliance, but also by powerful individuals from other cities. Exactly. There is no need for such doomsday thinking. Let us focus on the match. It's about to start. Wu Jialong, still shaken, hurriedly changed the subject. As the professional commentator introduced the competitors, the two players entered the central arena and took their positions opposite each other. At the referee's signal, both simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. One side released a ground-type Pokemon resembling a mole, the Drillbur, while the other summoned a grass-type starter's evolved form, the Servine, which sported a beautiful collar of green and cream. Clearly, the champion from Zhongyu City aimed to leverage Servine's type advantage to gain the upper hand. The opponent appeared to be setting up a sandstorm strategy. Drillbur's evolved form, Excadrill, was an excellent attacker for such a team, complemented by the formidable Tyranitar as the core weather manipulator. Observing the opposing Drillbur, Zheng Xuan instinctively commented, I've heard of this individual. He is the son of the president of the Shishu City Pokémon Association. Rumor has it that to secure a semi-divine Pokémon egg of Tyranitar for his son, he sold off several generations of family assets, reducing a prestigious association president to a life of frugality. Wu Jialong, an enthusiast for gossip, immediately chimed in. That sounds a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Zheng Xuan replied, only half convinced by Wu Jialong's words. After all, acquiring a semi-divine Pokémon egg would surely require a tremendous cost. However, claiming that a prominent association president would risk his entire fortune seemed a bit far-fetched. Alas, why don't I have a father like that? Wu Jialong sighed dramatically. I think you could share such sentiments with Uncle Wu. Perhaps he might gather funds to buy you a semi-divine Pokémon egg. Zheng Xuan suggested. No way. If I told my dad, he would probably hang me up and give me a beating with 7 wolves. Wu Jialong shivered at the thought, recalling some grim memories. Knowing this, you still dare to speak carelessly? Zheng Xuan retorted, exasperated. Hey, no exaggeration. My dad is quite good to me. He went through a lot to get me a Charmander, and even offered to let that semi-king from the Northwest Alliance enter our family's secret realm. Wu Jialong sheepishly explained, scratching his head. Chapter 116, The Flame Bird. Your family's secret realm? Zheng Xuan asked, intrigued, clearly hearing about this for the first time. Oh, you didn't know that our Wu family possesses a secret realm? I must not have mentioned it before. Wu Jialong responded, equally surprised that he hadn't shared this detail sooner. You mentioned a secret realm, but how would I know your family possesses one? Zheng Xuan countered, though now piqued by the topic. The so-called secret realm is essentially an independent little world, varying in size, existing alongside the main world Zheng Xuan inhabited. In gaming terms, it could be likened to a dungeon for battling monsters. Notably, the largest secret realm in the Daxiao Alliance is located within the capital city, home to countless dragon-type Pokémon or those with draconic lineage, known as the Valley of Dragons. The glory of the Wu family today is attributed to their historical claim to a secret realm featuring an active volcano, inhabited primarily by fire-type Pokémon. Led by the Fire Chick tribe, my father is the current chieftain of the Fire Chick clan. Moreover, our family is able to provide the Alliance with 3 or 4 Torchic or Spirit eggs each year, in exchange for the recognition of the ownership of our Wu family's secret realm by the Great Xiao Alliance, along with a series of favorable conditions. Wu Jialong was not only explaining, but also showcasing the illustrious legacy of his ancestors. How impressive! No wonder many members of your family, including Brother Zhan, have Torchic as their initial Pokémon. Zheng Xuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Naturally, our family's trump card Pokémon is Blaziken. Both the direct descendants and several exceptional collateral branches can procure Torchic eggs as their initial Pokémon, along with comprehensive breeding materials from Torchic to Blaziken. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no family in the entire Southwest Division that possesses more accurate and complete knowledge than ours, Wu Jialong declared proudly. Lifting his chin, while the two conversed, they remained attentive to the happenings on the battlefield. There, taking advantage of its type advantage and speed, the Servine was mercilessly pummeling the Drillbur, which could only dig tunnels to attack, attempting to exhaust the former's stamina and state through attrition. Soon, however, the Drillbur could no longer withstand the assault and fell, having managed to drain a fair amount of Servine's energy. It had truly given its all. The opponent promptly switched to their second Pokémon, a combination of Scorpion and Bat known as Scorpius King, which, leveraging its aerial advantage, managed to defeat both Servine and the subsequent Pokémon, Cubchoo, after a fierce battle. Although Scorpius King appeared weary, it too succumbed to the might of the ace Pokémon, Milotic. Following a single Water Pulse attack, the opposing side reluctantly sent out their final ace, Garchomp, and thus, the two formidable Pokémon faced off at last. Despite Garchomp being the unevolved form of the renowned pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and notwithstanding the audience's biases against it as an outsider, almost everyone was skeptical about this duel. After all, Garchomp, with its dual rock and ground typing, was quadruply weak against water-type moves. Additionally, pseudo-legendaries are often regarded as late bloomers, akin to dragon types, facing unavoidable disadvantages due to high-level evolution thresholds that create disparities in base stats during the early stages. While it might compensate for these disadvantages with formidable actual combat prowess, the weaknesses remained palpable. Yet, even in light of these challenges, Garchomp showcased remarkable strength, inflicting significant damage on Milotic multiple times, garnering gasps of astonishment from the audience. Nevertheless, the overall battle situation remained dominantly in favor of Milotic, despite a few fluctuations along the way, ultimately unable to alter the inevitable tide of victory in Milotic's favor. Just as Garchomp, with sheer tenacity, stood its ground, Milotic was poised to deliver the final blow to its opponent. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground, accompanied by the screams of countless spectators, plunging the scene into uncontrollable chaos. Goodness, could it be that our predictions were true? What are we waiting for? We must escape quickly. Wu Jialong, who had been intently watching the battle, was startled by the unexpected commotion, exclaiming in shock while instinctively preparing to flee. Was it an earthquake by chance or a deliberate act? Zheng Xuan was similarly taken aback by the tremendous noise. Perhaps due to the earlier feeling of unease, he subconsciously felt more prepared, and his reaction was swift. He understood that whether it was a natural disaster or man-made calamity, he could not flee alongside the panicked crowd. Grabbing Wu Jialong, who was about to bolt, he admonished, No matter what happens, we cannot lose our composure at this moment nor be swept away by the chaos. After being scolded by Zheng Xuan, Wu Jialong, regaining a semblance of calm, asked in a daze, "What should we do now? The situation below is a complete mess, and if we don't hurry to escape, the exits outside will surely be blocked. We should either contact Uncle Wu or Brother Zhan. Those are our best options at the moment." Zheng Xuan felt that today's events were likely to escalate, and seeking assistance was the best course of action. Ding ding ding. It was a call from Brother Zhan. Wu Jialong frantically pulled out his phone and answered. Moments later, he anxiously relayed their location, nodding fervently. Brother Zhan instructed them to stay put, as his father was on his way to find them. He further explained that the explosion had occurred within their Wu family's secret realm, leading to a volcanic eruption, which had torn apart the space of the secret realm, allowing a mysterious Pokémon from the depths of the volcano to invade the urban area of Zhongyu City. Wu Jialong hurriedly explained. "It seems I can already see it." Zheng Xuan pointed into the distance. The sky above Zhongyu City was engulfed in a crimson hue, as if boundless flames were scorching the clouds. Despite it being morning, it resembled the fiery glow of a sunset. Even from a considerable distance within the viewing area, Zheng Xuan could feel the searing heat wave approaching. Huh! A long, resonant cry echoed through the skies. At that moment, the city's clamor, the frantic cries of citizens, and the honking of vehicles were all overshadowed by this thunderous call. In the sky, a massive Pokémon resembling an immortal bird with a sharp, straight beak and a streamlined crown, its tail resembling flames, was constructed entirely of orange-red fire. With wings spread wide like an elegant arc, it was cloaked in flame-like soft feathers. As it soared through the air, it left a trail of blazing fire behind, as if the sky had been cleaved in two by a giant axe. Most terrifyingly, the endless flames emanating from its body shone brilliantly, like a second sun suspended in the air, radiating heat that scorched the entire city, quickly igniting numerous fires throughout. It was the legendary Pokémon known for its power over flames. Moltres. Chapter 117. Silence the Witnesses. To think that the mysterious Pokémon at the bottom of your Wu family's secret realm is indeed the legendary Pokémon, Moltres. Zheng Xuan was utterly astonished as he gazed at the dazzling flames in the sky. I had no idea. Wu Jialong was so shocked that his mouth fell open in an O shape, unable to regain his composure. Huff, huff. At that moment, a person pushed the door open, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "I finally found you too. Come with me to the underground shelter." The newcomer was none other than Wu Zhan. Brother Zhan, what on earth is happening? Is that great bird in the sky really the legendary Moltres? Did it truly emerge from our Wu family's secret realm? Upon finally seeing Wu Zhan, Wu Jialong, filled with questions and confusion, hurriedly inquired. The events unfolded too abruptly. I don't have much more information than you do. This Moltres indeed broke free from the secret realm. Someone attacked the realm and provoked the creature in the depths of the volcano, which led it to tear apart the realm's space and unleash its wrath upon Zhongyu City. As for why Moltres resided in the secret volcano, only the curator and the family managers hold that knowledge. For now, I must escort you to the temporary underground shelter. The remaining matters will naturally be handled by the leaders of the Southwest Division and the curator. Wu Zhan urged. Involvement with a legendary Pokémon, where a battle could easily devastate an entire city, is far beyond the capability of anyone below the Quasi-King level. They would be walking to their own demise, unworthy even of becoming cannon fodder. Truly, it is remarkable how that esteemed individual has drawn forth the legendary Moltres, igniting the city in vibrant crimson flames. How beautiful and exhilarating it is. Standing atop a towering building, a figure in a black robe, braving the heat wave, watched the unfolding chaos with fervent joy. A subordinate clad in black, riding a Fiero, approached respectfully to report, Lord Black Crow. The remaining team members have dispersed and are collaborating with those previously hidden to wreak havoc across the city. I understand. The figure in black waved dismissively, indicating his awareness. He then looked down upon the city, continuing to proclaim, from this day forth, this city, newly appointed as the administrative center of the Southwest Division, shall be reduced to ruins, with shattered remnants and a landscape of devastation. The world shall once again come to realize that our magnificent Redeemer shall orchestrate the unfolding of these events, forging the illustrious reputation of our organization with the lives of millions in this famed metropolis of the Great Xia Alliance. At the brink of madness, the figure in the black robe unleashed a powerful beam of light, as robust as a bridge pillar, swiftly directed towards the fiery avian that ravaged the city, striking the unsuspecting creature, which was engulfed in extreme fury. The colossal black mist generated by the explosion was soon dispersed by the fierce flames emanating from the center, revealing the flawless fiery form of the avian. Incredibly, the fiery bird emerged unscathed from such a terrifying assault. Following closely was a massive crimson figure, slicing through the air with a resounding boom, rapidly approaching the fiery avian. The collision between the blood-red figure and the fiery bird erupted in shockwaves, felt even from half a city away, instilling a sense of dread. Cursed be it, this is Wei Jiangwo's blood-winged dragon. From atop the building, the figure in the black robe glared at the elf that was locked in a fierce clash with the fiery bird, gritting his teeth as he uttered its name. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure in front of his subordinates, he composed himself and coldly remarked, "Humph, even if it is a king-level quasi-divine elf. The fiery bird is a legendary creature, one of the supremely exalted 3 sacred birds. Master Black Crow, we have just received news that Wu Lianxing is advancing towards us, and the leader of the Southwest branch has ordered a full-scale effort to apprehend us." A subordinate of the figure in the black robe reported urgently, not daring to delay. What? The black-robed figure was immediately taken aback. Regardless of how he attempted to mask it, his tone and demeanor betrayed his anxiety. A lingering fear from the previous year's operation, where that ferocious figure that shattered mountains left an indelible mark on his memory. Then, the higher-ups must retreat first. The remaining pawns that hold no value should be discarded. Let them continue to wreak havoc in the city and draw the attention of the Alliance. The black-robed figure issued a cold command, decisively sealing the fate of the lower-tier members of the Redemption Society. In the heart of the battle, the masked individual known as Ghost Tooth was currently disguised as an ordinary person, patiently lurking in the shadows, awaiting the moment when all the powerful figures were diverted to extinguish fires, evacuate the populace, and eliminate the malefactors throughout the city. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Ghost Tooth, leveraging the elusive nature of the Gonggue ghost-type elf, boldly ambushed several elite trainers guarding a warehouse. Seizing the champion prize originally meant for the victor of this battle, a quasi-divine Pokémon egg. This was the true purpose behind Ghost Tooth's defiance of orders to create chaos and destruction at the designated location. The premeditated plan to seize the egg had germinated in his heart the moment he learned of the organization's grand operation and caught wind of the champion prize. Who wouldn't he desire a powerful quasi-divine Pokémon? With it in his possession, Ghost Tooth was confident that even if he exhausted all his savings and efforts, he could nurture it into his new ace Pokémon within a decade. At that point, he might very well leap from the ranks of captain to a high-ranking member of the Redemption Society, perhaps even becoming a leader like that esteemed individual. With the assistance of Gonggue, Ghost Tooth effortlessly covered his tracks after the heist and attempted to flee from the battle center, only to be intercepted before the hidden stronghold of the Redemption Society by an unexpected visitor. The intruder was none other than the similarly disguised Chao Lei. Perhaps prior to the mission, Ghost Tooth had used the pretext of upper management's orders to disperse all his subordinates. But he could not elude the watchful gaze of Chao Lei, who, seeking revenge after their previous altercation, had been monitoring Ghost Tooth's every move. Upon their encounter, Chao Lei spoke first. "I know you have defied your superior's orders and committed some misdeeds." Hearing this, Ghost Tooth's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating whether to take a risk and eliminate Chao Lei to silence him. "Do not harbor any illusions of silencing me here. If I do not return to the stronghold within 15 minutes, there will undoubtedly be others to report what I leave behind to Master Black Crow." Chao Lei smirked, as if he had discerned Ghost Tooth's intentions. As Ghost Tooth felt an overwhelming surge of anger at being threatened, yet found himself unable to act against Chao Lei, he finally released a breath of frustration. "Rest assured, I will not unilaterally relay information to Master Black Crow, as it would not benefit me either. Therefore, you shall need to offer sufficient rewards in exchange for this secret." Aware that pressing too hard might lead to desperation on Ghost Tooth's part, ultimately harming himself, Chao Lei softened his approach and reassured him. Upon hearing this, Ghost Tooth's hostility waned slightly, and he tentatively inquired, "What do you desire as a trade?" Chao Lei smirked. "Ah, I knew you would still be testing me. The quasi-divine Pokémon egg is undoubtedly enticing, but I am acutely aware of my own limitations and would not dare to compete with you for it. However, I want the dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, which I mentioned to you last time, and you must help me acquire it." Chao Lei's demeanor suddenly turned resolute once more. Ironically, the firmness of Chao Lei's stance relieved Ghost Tooth, who, albeit uncertain where the oversight had occurred that allowed Chao Lei to seize the upper hand, found the deal acceptable. Moreover, he had a distinct recollection of the dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya, had it not been for the quasi-divine Pokémon egg. That would have likely been his target amidst the chaos. Feigning hesitation for a moment, Ghost Tooth finally nodded slowly. "The deal is struck. I can assist you in seizing that dragon-type Pokémon, but I am currently unaware of the little one's location, nor the timing. Do not worry about that. I know where that individual is. Though I could not find your whereabouts at the battle center, I unexpectedly discovered both your old enemy and that little one." As he spoke, Chao Lei took a step back, maintaining his composure. "All right, I understand. I will help you deal with your old enemy, enabling you to acquire that dragon-type Pokémon." Seeing this, Ghost Tooth reluctantly acquiesced. His original intention was to use the precarious situation as an excuse to delay matters, ideally issuing a verbal promise to deceive Chao Lei and afterward eliminate all potential witnesses. After all, securing the quasi-divine Pokémon egg and making a swift getaway was the optimal choice. Ghost Tooth sought to avoid unnecessary complications and risks. Unfortunately, Chao Lei, being astute, had swiftly countered his best-laid plans with words and actions, compelling him to provide a definitive response. Zhang Xuan, that bloodwing dragon, seems to be falling behind. During their retreat, Wu Jialong suddenly exclaimed, having noticed the fierce battle unfolding in the skies. Zheng Xuan also looked up. The bloodwing dragon, which had previously been locked in a fierce contest with the fiery bird, was now in a precarious state. The fiery bird, possessing the ability to absorb the city's boundless flames to restore its vitality and condition, had forcibly transformed the city into its domain, growing ever more formidable, employing a ruthless fighting style that disregarded its injuries to suppress the bloodwing dragon. Fear not, for I witnessed the Pokémon Association mobilizing specialized devices capable of creating a massive water curtain to isolate the flames, severing the opponent's grotesque ability to rejuvenate through fire. With so many powerful figures stationed here, that fiery bird will not be able to maintain its ferocity for long. Wu Zhan, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, expressed confidence in their side. Not long after his words, a resounding boom filled the air as a colossal azure water curtain barrier began to rise, swiftly enveloping several districts and the skies above, naturally including the battlefield at its center. This formidable barrier was a product of the energy released by a king-level and several quasi-king-level water-type Pokémon, along with dozens of gym-level trainers, constructed to counter the fire-type Pokémon. The sudden emergence of the water curtain barrier extinguished the boundless flames at the heart of the battle, severing the connection between the fiery bird and the external inferno. To counter this legendary spirit, the leader of the Southwestern Alliance, Wei Jiangwo, dispatched the ace spirit, the Dragonite, to restrain the adversary while implementing multiple countermeasures. Mobilizing all formidable forces, they even deployed the cutting-edge technology of the Longting Group, utilizing the Soul Water-type powerhouse as the core, and with the collective effort of numerous water-type spirits, constructed a water curtain barrier to nullify the abnormal abilities of the fiery bird. Only then did they send forth the remaining elite spirits to encircle this mythical creature. Is this the strength of the Alliance? Not only are there top-tier champions, but they also possess advanced technological means. Even the legendary spirit, one of the three sacred birds, the fiery bird, finds itself at a disadvantage. Zheng Xuan couldn't help but feel awestruck. Amidst his astonishment, Zheng Xuan was further alarmed. This was a creature capable of devastating cities, a regional-level fiery bird, which very likely wasn't even the pinnacle among the three sacred birds. Moreover, there existed beings above it that could easily obliterate a nation or even threaten the world. It seems that if we do not resolve this swiftly, we might find ourselves trapped when the powerful ones over there are free to intervene. A sudden ominous voice echoed from the shadows at the street corner. Quick, take cover, Wu Zhan shouted abruptly. The fiery chicken behind him swiftly moved forward to block the incoming shadowy orb attack from the darkness. Reacting just in time, having previously feared the presence of Alliance inspectors, he had no results then. This time, he would eliminate this troublesome entity. Emerging from the shadows were the masked figure known as Ghost Tooth and Chao Lei, stepping forth with deliberate slowness. Damn it, Ghost Tooth, the squad leader of the Redemption Society. Wu Zhan recognized the identity of the newcomer and instantly felt a surge of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, urging, I'll hold him off. You two hurry and escape. Jialong, find an opportunity to call the guild master and seek help from nearby experts. Be careful, Brother Zhan. Don't worry. Brother Zhan, I will call for reinforcements to save you. Both Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong understood that remaining here would only be a burden to Wu Zhan, so they promptly turned to flee. This person possesses some strength, and dealing with him will take time. You should pursue those two little brats. Their spirits are yours, which should be sufficient to barter for that secret. Ghost Tooth said coldly, willing to take the risk of exposure to eliminate this greedy individual. That'll suffice. After this operation, our grudges will be settled. Perhaps there will even be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Chao Lei grinned, relinquishing what was already unattainable. Yet he could still gain a highly qualified dragon-type spirit and the fire-type trio. This deal was a guaranteed profit for him. Although it was exceedingly challenging to erase the deep emotional ties with the initial spirits and original trainers, the Redemption Society, notorious in the world as a dark organization, possessed numerous brutal instruments and devices for brainwashing or memory erasure. Chapter 119, Trapped in Despair. The once bustling street was now desolate, littered with charred remnants from the fires, abandoned belongings of fleeing crowds, and vehicles still smoldering with lingering flames. After parting ways with Wu Zhan, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong headed towards the nearest refuge as guided by Wu Yinxing's phone call, a place secured by powerful individuals and a haven for awaiting further assistance. They were merely a few hundred meters from the shelter ahead, a distance that would ordinarily take mere minutes to traverse while strolling. However, for Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong at that moment, it felt like crossing a vast chasm. They were soon intercepted. Standing beside Nido King, Chao Lei spoke with a sinister expression. Since you have chosen to confront you here, you must be fully prepared. You wish to escape into that refuge ahead, don't you? Unfortunately, an elite-level trainer within has already been lured out and dealt with by Ghost Tooth. Zheng Xuan, run faster. I'll keep this guy occupied. You head in the opposite direction. Help will arrive soon. Wu Jialong urged Zheng Xuan in a hushed tone. Spirit, Nido King. Level, LV32, Advanced Profession. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Sheer Force. Gender, male. Status, Healthy. Potential rating, Green. Held item, Sharp Claw. Level skills, Glare, Poison Sting, Peck, Charge Beam, Earth Power. Inherited skills, Double Kick, Tackle. Skill discs, Rock Slide, Stomp, Protect. Chick Dragon, let us team up. Our chances will be greater. Zheng Xuan said with a faint smile, fully aware of the opponent's true strength, while Wu Jialong remained oblivious. If the adversary were merely of initial professional strength, he could handle it alone. If at the intermediate professional level, perhaps he and Wu Jialong could hold out for a while. Unfortunately, they were up against the advanced professional Nido King, and the disparity in strength was akin to an infant confronting an adult. No innate talent or potential could bridge such a gap. Zheng Xuan's expression grew solemn as he released his Yaya and Wubbits. When it came to matters of life and death, one must summon all their strength to confront the challenge. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Jialong mirrored Zheng Xuan's actions, deploying his strapping chicken and Charmeleon. Haha, you two have truly surprised me. Yaya and Wubbits, two dragon-type spirits, alongside strapping chicken and Charmeleon. Today must be my lucky day to encounter such a splendid lineup. Chao Lei could no longer contain his laughter upon witnessing the luxurious roster of his prey. Perhaps given a few more years, with such a magnificent spirit array, they wouldn't even qualify to be his opponents, merely larger ants beneath his heel in the present moment. Nido King, use horn attack, but be gentle. Do not injure my precious ones. Chao Lei's expression twisted as if the four rare spirits were already his possessions. Wubbits, use Dragon Pulse. Yaya, prepare Protect to withstand the assault. Zheng Xuan knew that of the four spirits, Yaya was the strongest, and it was the only one capable of enduring Nido King's ferocious onslaught. Simultaneously, Zheng Xuan exchanged a glance with Wu Jialong, who nodded in understanding. Unhesitatingly, Yaya positioned itself at the forefront, erecting a pale purple energy shield. Crack! The vast disparity in power rendered Nido King's horn attack to be disastrous. Upon mere contact with the energy shield, the immense force shattered it and breached Yaya's defenses. Fortunately, Yaya's efforts were not in vain, having mitigated the majority of the impact. And strapping chicken promptly used Protect to intercept, finally halting Nido King's advance. Yet it was not over. Charmeleon swiftly enveloped the battlefield in a smoke screen, creating a shroud of obscurity. Not good. Those two are clearly attempting to flee. Realizing the thick black smoke was a cover for their escape, Chao Lei's realization dawned. His adversaries were feigning desperation while plotting their getaway. Nido King, Forest Lizard, pursue them. We cannot let those two scoundrels escape. Chao Lei shouted in exasperation, ordering the Forest Lizard and Nido King to disperse the smoke and track the fleeing duo. Unbeknownst to him, as the Forest Lizard moved away from Chao Lei's side, Wubbits, concealed by the black smoke, launched a surprise attack on him. Seeking death, Chao Lei let out a pained scream as he was struck by the ultrasonic wave, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Even a spirit with extraordinary resilience could not withstand Wubbits' ultrasonic waves exceeding 200,000 Hz, let alone a mere human. The Forest Lizard hastily rushed to the rescue, yet it was powerless against the swiftly flying bat, merely watching helplessly as the latter inflicted harm upon its trainer before departing leisurely. The sudden assault by the bat was, of course, a contingency plan devised by Zheng Xuan. Even if it could not eliminate the trainer Chao Lei, it would significantly delay the adversary's pursuit, thereby granting the two a precious window for escape. After a considerable time, Chao Lei, having finally regained his composure, wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sky, his frustration reaching a boiling point. You two scoundrels, I shall make you pay with your lives. He seethed through gritted teeth, hurling a new pokeball that unleashed two pitch-black canines adorned with imposing horns. He issued a direct command. Black Luga, track down those two. With the bat serving as a living radar, Zheng Xuan could accurately ascertain the movements of their pursuers. Oh no, the enemy possesses Pokémon capable of locating us, and not just one. They are rapidly converging to intercept us. Upon receiving this alarming news through his bat's psychic link, Zheng Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Huff, huff. Wu Jialong gasped, his face flushed, lamenting, from this day forth, I must acquire a little fire horse. If only we had a rideable Pokémon, we would have long since made our escape. Wu Jialong's woeful remarks resonated with Zheng Xuan, who wholeheartedly agreed. Had they possessed even a single rideable Pokémon, they would likely have already eluded capture thanks to the time bought by the bat. Before long, the two agile black Ligia completed their encirclement, positioning themselves on either side of Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. Meanwhile, riding atop a large-mouthed sparrow, Chao Lei swiftly closed in, utilizing the advantages of flight to surround them. Run, you two fools, keep running. Why have you stopped? He taunted, relishing the desperation of the trapped duo. Chapter 120, The Mysterious Figure. Due to his momentary lapse in vigilance, Chao Lei had endured excruciating pain and nearly let slip two easily attainable prey. Having learned a harsh lesson, he vowed not to underestimate his opponents again, determined to unleash his full strength to eliminate them. The absolute powerhouse, Nidoking, along with two professionally trained black Ligia, was steadily closing in, constricting Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong's space for maneuvering. Today marks my misfortune, but you shall gain no advantage. My father is the gym leader of this region, a certain champion-level powerhouse. Prepare to endure a lifetime of relentless pursuit. Wu Jialong spat disdainfully at the adversary. Turning resolutely, he declared, Dog Xuan, since we cannot flee, let us face them together and fight to the bitter end. I will hold off the Nidoking, while you deal with the two black Ligia. Zheng Xuan proposed a simple division of labor, willingly taking on the most formidable task, reassured by the knowledge that neither of the black Ligia possessed the fire-type ability that could counter him. To challenge a force far beyond your capabilities, how utterly foolish. Chao Lei scoffed, and after mocking them, he wasted no time in commanding the Nidoking and the two black Ligia to launch their assault simultaneously. As the Nidoking barreled toward them, Yaya erected a protective energy shield, while the bat summoned a tempestuous wind to delay the massive impact of the Nidoking's charge. Unfortunately, the shield could not withstand the might of the Nidoking's onslaught, easily sending Yaya reeling back. This was the stark contrast between a professional advanced Pokémon and an ordinary one, an unmistakable disparity. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yaya unleashed its most powerful move, Dragon Tail. Its eyes gleaming with ferocity. With a sudden surge of fierce energy, it collided with the Nidoking, managing to force the significantly stronger opponent back several steps. Despite its diminutive stature, I am increasingly enamored with this dragon-type Pokémon. Its potential likely surpasses that of the rarest purple specimens. Chao Lei mused as he watched Yaya repel the Nidoking, feeling a mix of admiration and bitter envy toward Zheng Xuan, the trainer. If only he could possess such a formidable Pokémon, it would rival even the quasi-deity egg he coveted. Fuming, the Nidoking was incensed that this seemingly feeble creature had pushed it back and felt the sting of its own abdomen, a testament to the potency of the opponent's attack. Enraged, the Nidoking swung a powerful fist toward Yaya, only to be interrupted by the bat's disruptive supersonic waves, further aggravating its fury. This time, disregarding the interference, the Nidoking aimed another ferocious blow at Yaya. In a critical moment, the bat provided timely support, erecting another protective barrier to shield Yaya from the strike, but it was unfortunate that both the shattered barrier and the bat were sent flying, unable to withstand the intense pain and losing consciousness. Zheng Xuan's expression darkened as he recalled the bat. The disparity in strength was indeed overwhelming. Even with the bat's protective efforts, it could not endure a single attack from the adversary. Meanwhile, Yaya, now in disarray after its dragon tail, was left defenseless. On the other side, Wu Jialong fared no better, although the two black Ligia lacked the fire-type advantage. The overwhelming pressure of their prowess tilted the battle decidedly in their favor. The frail little fire dragon had already succumbed, leaving the muscular chicken to struggle against the combined assaults of the two black Ligia. Their previous stroke of luck had proven impossible to replicate, and there was no doubt that the two had genuinely fallen into dire straits. The muscular chicken faltered, not succumbing to the bites of the two black Ligia, but rather falling victim to a surprise attack from the forest lizard, which swiftly incapacitated Wu Jialong, who had been vocally denouncing the opponent's underhanded tactics. Clearly, although Chao Lei feigned indifference, he harbored a deep-seated wariness about Wu Jialong's earlier words. Should he actually eliminate Wu Jialong, he would undoubtedly face a lifetime of retribution from a champion-level threat, and given Wu Jialong's lack of substantial value, he feared that the Redemption Society would not risk their necks to protect him. In fact, he envisioned a scenario where, in his sleep, he might be bound and sacrificed by his own comrades, akin to the infamous events of the Three Kingdoms. This chilling thought sent shivers down Chao Lei's spine. He was no Lu Bu, but he had little faith in the character of the Redemption Society's members. Hence, the forest lizard had intervened to incapacitate the proverbial hot potato that was Wu Jialong. However, when it came to Zheng Xuan, who lacked any backing, Chao Lei exhibited far less trepidation. Even if the latter could potentially connect with the gym leader, such ties were nowhere near as steadfast as those of Wu Jialong, the beloved son. Just as Chao Lei prepared to command the Nido King to dispatch Yaya and allow the two Black Ligia to attack Zheng Xuan, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Yaya and his gung Gui. Upon the unexpected arrival of Yaya, Chao Lei instinctively grew cautious, remarking tentatively, "As expected of the squad captain, you've dispatched that elite trainer rather swiftly." To his surprise, he was met with a sharp rebuke. "You fool. After all the time I helped you by, you still haven't dealt with those two brats?" Hearing this, Chao Lei's expression darkened as he struggled to suppress his fury. "This is not your concern. I will eliminate them shortly. Time was of the essence. If I weren't worried about your subordinates leaking that secret, I wouldn't care about your life," he retorted, as Yaya reached out to grab Chao Lei, intending to drag him away and utilize gung Gui's stealth to make a hasty escape. The sheer terror on his face suggested that he had encountered something truly dreadful. 15 minutes later, the street where Zheng Xuan and his companions had initially been ambushed lay in ruins, ravaged by the fierce battle. Beside Wu Zhan, the primary Pokémon, Kitsune, Psyduck, and the little fire horse, had all fallen, leaving only the ace Pokémon, Blaziken, desperately maintaining a massive energy shield to protect its trainer. The specter opposite, with a mocking expression, commanded his subordinates, Gung Gui, Abai Gui, and Cha Zifu, to unleash their full power, intent on shattering the energy shield that protected their adversary and extinguishing the opponent's life once and for all. At long last, I have arrived." A light sigh was heard as a figure materialized inexplicably at the center of the conflict. Faced with this unexpected guest, particularly upon recognizing the familiar black robe, Yaya was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain his composure and angrily reprimand. "Which squad leader do you serve to dare roam freely?" "What? I find this black robe quite appealing. It turns out to be mere fodder's attire," the figure retorted. Chapter 121, A Hasty Retreat. Not only Yaya, but even Wu Zhan, who had been resigned to his fate, was momentarily stunned. Who is this individual? I wonder. When did the Redemption Society become so affluent that even the lower-tier members can don such exquisite black robes? The fabric and design are remarkably fine. It led me to misjudge the situation. The figure continued to jest. Although the newcomer's demeanor was somewhat flippant, it ignited a flicker of hope within Wu Zhan. For these nonsensical remarks served to indicate that this individual was indeed an ally, not a foe. "Who are you? And why do you impersonate a member of our Redemption Society?" Fixing his gaze upon this enigmatic figure, Yaya felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation wash over him, prompting him to swallow hard as he attempted to assert his authority. Let us dispense with unnecessary banter. I must resolve this predicament, for I have other matters to attend to," the figure stated with a calm tone. Yet Yaya could not shake the overwhelming aura of power that emanated from him. In the next moment, Yaya's pupils widened in shock as he beheld the figure slowly produce a luxurious pokeball. Only those of exceptional strength or distinguished lineage could wield such a treasure. After all, in a world where even ordinary pokeballs are subject to purchase limits, a luxurious one is a rare gem, often unattainable even with wealth. Clearly, this individual, whose every action exuded immense pressure, was more likely to belong to the former category. As the crimson light dissipated, a formidable creature clad in golden armor emerged, shimmering in the sunlight. Most terrifying were its fangs, reminiscent of a medieval double-bladed axe, whose sharpness could undoubtedly sever thick steel with ease. The arrival of this Pokémon stirred a tempest in the area, creating a cacophony of sound. Merely standing still, this creature's palpable momentum bore down on the assembled Pokémon, overwhelming them with a pressure akin to Mount Tai, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. The dual-axe battle dragon, a pinnacle being of the king level. In just a fleeting encounter, Yaya was engulfed by an unprecedented, paralyzing fear. He trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking as though he might flee at any moment. Even if one had never witnessed a pig run, they would surely recognize the overwhelming presence of a Pokémon capable of stirring the winds and clouds. This was an entity far beyond the average king level, a top-tier powerhouse. On the other side, while Yaya struggled, the reaction of his Pokémon was even more dire. Except for Gung Gui, who barely withstood the terrifying pressure, the rest of his main Pokémon had succumbed to despair, kneeling in submission, utterly lacking the will to resist. "Run quickly!" Yaya bellowed, hastily moving toward Gung Gui, abandoning his other main Pokémon as he forced himself to retreat. The mysterious figure did not hinder Yaya's escape. Instead, he simply observed the retreating form before leisurely vanishing into the shadows, leaving Wu Zhan, who was still in shock, rooted in place, unable to recover. In truth, had it not been for the figure's apparent disdain for squashing an insignificant insect, Yaya and Gung Gui would likely have already met their end in the streets. With no chance to flee, after some distance, Yaya, regaining a semblance of composure, recognized this truth. It was no exaggeration to say that his survival was solely due to the powerful individual's reluctance to extinguish a mere ant. Yet the lingering dread compelled Yaya to hasten his departure from the city, as if the perilous wilderness outside had become a comforting sanctuary in comparison. Driven by this fear, upon encountering Chow Lei during his flight, Yaya seized him without hesitation, intent on forcibly dragging him out of the city. What is happening? I was so close to taking him down. Do you intend to breach our agreement? Faced with Yaya's sudden assault, Chow Lei's first instinct was to evade. Fearing for his life. Fool, just stay there and await your demise. Yaya could only grit his teeth in frustration. Whatever consequences arose from this would be on that idiot's head, and he fervently hoped not to be implicated. Damn it. In the next instant, Yaya's expression shifted drastically. Gui's ability to meld into shadows had inexplicably faltered. No, to be precise, a powerful force had sealed off the spatial area. Only a top-tier king-level Pokémon, capable of manipulating the environment and space, could accomplish such a feat at that level. Transforming the decayed into the miraculous was commonplace. Just as the Firebird could effortlessly rend the fabric of a secret realm, a king-level water-type Pokémon, harnessing technological means, could similarly erect barriers to sever the Firebird's connection to external flames. Yaya's display of panic alerted Chow Lei, who remained in a state of confusion, to a hint of peril, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "What on earth is happening?" "Heh, all because of you, you fool. Had I eliminated you sooner, none of this would have transpired." Yaya was engulfed by profound regret and seething resentment toward Chow Lei. Nevertheless, he dared not act against him, for he once again caught sight of that familiar black-robed figure. To resist, or to kneel and plead for mercy, with the escape route sealed off. The remaining options were laughably absurd. Surrender your spatial backpack, or die. The reappearing mysterious figure rasped in a calm voice, articulating the most undeniable ultimatum. Though he was loath to comply, after a brief moment of hesitation, Yaya obediently relinquished his spatial backpack. The choice between forfeiting a quasi-divine Pokémon egg or losing his own life was not a difficult one to make. Beside him, Chow Lei, witnessing the once arrogant Yaya submit so abjectly, felt compelled to follow suit, discarding his own spatial backpack without a moment's thought. As Yaya, striving to maintain Yaya's attempts to escape, was astonished to find that the spatial blockade lifted upon surrendering the quasi-divine Pokémon egg, a wave of elation surged within him. Grateful that this powerful figure had proven somewhat trustworthy. "Fool, hurry and follow me," Yaya urged softly. Chow Lei, greedily eyeing the spatial backpack and the weary Yaya struggling to stand, ultimately allowed reason to triumph over desire and reluctantly chose to abandon his aspirations, retrieving all his Pokémon before vanishing into the shadows alongside Yaya. "Who are you?" As he observed the black-robed figure approaching, Zheng Xuan instinctively grew wary, despite the fact that this individual had just saved his life. To his surprise, the figure uttered no words. Instead, he merely picked up the spatial backpack and tossed it to Zheng Xuan, who wore a perplexed expression. Finally, in a state of shock, Zheng Xuan watched as the figure dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from sight. Chapter 122, A Windfall from the Heavens. Zheng Xuan first retrieved the few vitality fragments he possessed, administering them to Yaya to expedite its recovery before turning his attention to the spatial backpack that had been cast aside. Upon opening it, Zheng Xuan was immediately taken aback, hastily closing the backpack. Yet, after a brief moment, he could not resist reopening it, confirming its contents multiple times before solemnly sealing it shut once more. It could hardly be blamed that Zheng Xuan acted so peculiarly. Within the spatial backpack lay a quasi-divine Pokémon egg of immense value, akin to an ordinary person casually purchasing a lottery ticket and unexpectedly winning a substantial prize. This was undoubtedly a case of having narrowly escaped disaster, only to be rewarded with unexpected fortune, prompting a bitter smile to spread across Zheng Xuan's face. As the enormous surprise akin to a pie falling from the sky began to wane, Zheng Xuan found himself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. The reason was quite simple. This near-divine Pokémon egg was almost certainly the champion's reward from the recent grand competition. Although the finals had been abruptly halted due to unforeseen circumstances, the egg was undeniably a prized possession. This champion's reward, snatched away by malevolent forces, had inexplicably landed in Zheng Xuan's hands, and there was no doubt that it was a hot potato. Soon, Wu Jialong beside him began to stir, breaking Zheng Xuan's contemplation. "Oh, my head aches terribly. That scoundrel actually dared to ambush me." Wu Jialong groaned, cradling his head. After a while, his disoriented state began to clear, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What the heck? Dog Xuan, where's that bastard Chow? Did reinforcements arrive? We actually survived. This must be the treatment of protagonists." "Heh. It's merely our fortunate encounter with a powerful passerby who scared off the enemy. Zheng Xuan explained succinctly, deliberately omitting any mention of the Pokémon egg. It wasn't that Zheng Xuan mistrusted Wu Jialong. It was simply that the implications of the situation were too significant. Even he could not make a unilateral decision and would need to consult others before reaching a final conclusion. With this in mind, Zheng Xuan began to organize his backpack. To avoid attracting attention, he reluctantly abandoned the space backpack he had purchased for several thousand, emptying its contents into the opulent plus version of the rival's backpack, which was worth tens of thousands. Even the space backpack discarded by Chao Lei was no exception, as Zheng Xuan shoved everything into it. After all, anyone would find it peculiar to see someone carrying 3 space backpacks simultaneously. Of course, one could not dismiss the heightened sensitivity Zheng Xuan felt regarding potential exposure while clutching such a treasure. The complexity stemmed from the fact that this high-tech space backpack could not accommodate nested bags, making it quite cumbersome for Zheng Xuan, who would have gladly rated it poorly. "What are you doing, Dog Xuan?" Wu Jialong's curiosity was piqued by Zheng Xuan's strange actions. That powerful passerby scared Chao Lei and that guy with the codename Ghost Tooth into fleeing without taking their space backpacks, which I found quite valuable. "I thought I'd trade mine for it," Zheng Xuan explained, maintaining a composed demeanor. It was not merely a matter of being valuable. Aside from the inherent worth of the space backpack, it contained not only the priceless near-divine Pokémon egg, but also the accumulated wealth of Chao Lei and Ghost Tooth, the captain of the Redemption Society. Of course, the so-called cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the enemy would not have stored all their valuables in one place. However, even a portion of it would constitute a windfall. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong harbored no doubts. He thought, speedily looting is certainly something Dog Xuan would do. After all, he only managed to claim 1 out of the 8 chests from defeated enemies in the game. Moreover, Wu Jialong's attention was drawn elsewhere at that moment. "Wait a moment. Dog Xuan, are you saying that Ghost Tooth also came? Has Brother Zhan already?" Wu Jialong's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing that his cousin, who always shielded him, was gone. Who would help him clean up his mess in the future? "I think before you start to cry, it would be best to turn around and see who stands behind you," Zheng Xuan gently reminded him. "Huh, Brother Zhan, you're still alive." Wu Jialong turned to see the smiling figure behind him, none other than Wu Zhan. "I was saved by that mysterious powerhouse as well, so I hurried over here to find you. It seems you're faring quite well." Wu Zhan shot Wu Jialong an exasperated glance. "I was worried about you, Brother Zhan," Wu Jialong quickly explained, raising his hands in a gesture of contrition. "Enough with the chatter. It seems reinforcements have finally arrived." Wu Zhan pointed towards the distant site of reinforcements arriving on a Fiero, albeit belatedly, in the area where the main battlefield lay. Although the water curtain barrier sustained by technological means had extinguished the flames across several districts, the Firebird faced the onslaught of 2 King-tier Pokémon, the Flying Dragon and Armored Bird. With 3 more King-tier Pokémon joining the attack from below, it found itself in a dire predicament. Reluctantly, it resorted to utilizing the primal power of the 3 sacred birds, reigniting the flames across the districts once more shrouded by the water curtain. "Elder Wei, the instruments are operating at maximum capacity, but we still cannot suppress the flames," a middle-aged man anxiously reported to Wei Jiangwo at the forefront. The primal flames of the Firebird, while formidable, still pale in comparison to the sacred fire of the Phoenix King, Wei Jiangwo commented, observing the inferno with a calm demeanor. He then turned to reassure those beside him. This is merely a last-ditch effort on their part. It won't be long before the Firebird is exhausted. At that point, we should focus on calming the situation. "Elder Wei, this is a splendid opportunity to capture a legendary Pokémon," someone nearby urged. Clearly, the allure of capturing a legendary Pokémon surpassed even that of a near-divine one. "Sigh, facing 5 with 1, and relying on technological means. Even if we capture this Firebird, it will not yield willingly." Wei Jiangwo waved his hand, exhaling a weary sigh. Even he, having surpassed 70 years of age, found his thirst for power and strength diminished to a trickle, yet he could not resist the temptation of capturing a legendary Pokémon. Unfortunately, relying on such methods would inevitably fail to tame the haughty Firebird. Moreover, as a high-ranking member of the Alliance, he was acutely aware that hastily capturing a legendary Pokémon could lead to unforeseeable risks and consequences. With a piercing cry, the Firebird unleashed its wrath. Enraged, it summoned the flames of several districts, creating countless fiery whirlwinds that coalesced around it, illuminating the entire city like a crimson sun. The massive water curtain barrier, enduring the intense heat, soon became enveloped in thick mist, akin to giving the city a sauna treatment. The once precarious water curtain barrier suddenly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, fracturing and ultimately collapsing. Chapter 123, The Final Showdown. On the edge of a dilapidated skyscraper, an unremarkable middle-aged man, who would blend into a crowd without distinction, sat perched, his chin resting on his hand as he gazed at the tumultuous scene in the distance. a hint of delight finally gracing his features. Has even the primal power been forced out? Were it me, I doubt I could reach such heights. Wei Jiangwo truly lives up to his reputation as the first powerhouse of the Southwest Alliance, growing only stronger with age. The middle-aged man praised without reserve. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone. Fortunately, I took some small measures. Otherwise, I could not have achieved the desired outcome of mutual destruction. How else could I reap the benefits? My lord, the mid to high-ranking members have evacuated as per your orders. As for the lower-tier members, the original squad from Chengyu City, along with reinforcements from various locales, have been captured by the Alliance's powerhouses, save for a few still causing chaos. A figure in a black robe reported respectfully from behind. The very same Black Crow who had fled in panic upon hearing of Wu Lianqing's movements. Evidently, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the lord that the black-robed figures often spoke of. Yes, you may withdraw as well. It's time to conclude this operation and draw a perfect curtain. The middle-aged man nodded, gesturing dismissively. Upon hearing this, the Black Crow dropped to his knees, barely concealing his excitement, and cautiously inquired, "My lord, may I observe your unrivaled grace from here?" "Do as you wish," the middle-aged man casually replied, then leaped from the skyscraper, vanishing just before hitting the ground. Meanwhile, another subordinate hurried over to report. Elder Wei is currently commanding the main force of spirits, exerting every effort to fend off the assault of the Firebird. If there is any matter to report, do so. The assistant who previously stood beside Wei Jiangwo raised his hand to signal. The individual hastily reported, "Counselor Zhu. It appears that the instruments malfunctioned due to the influence of the Firebird, resulting in backlash that injured several water-type spirits. The water barrier cannot be reactivated in the short term. Record the malfunction promptly and report it to the district head of Longting Group for improvements. In the upcoming final battle, the water barrier will be of little use. Those with strength below that of a quasi-king must immediately withdraw from this area." Taking command, Counselor Zhu swiftly issued the orders. In the sky, countless flames of fire energy had already gathered, akin to a miniature sun, and the Firebird suddenly unleashed its full might. Boom. The immense fiery shockwave was sufficient to alter the very fabric of reality, obliterating everything in its path. Yet, a slightly stooped figure resolutely stood at the forefront, flanked by a formidable lineup of spirits, including the terrifying quasi-god spirit, the violent flying dragon, the proudly composed armored bird, the colossal boss Godora, the thunderous electric dragon, the unyielding Venusaur, impervious to flames, coupled with the malfunctioning device, the formidable swamp monster, all at the king level. This was the strongest spirit lineup under Wei Jiangwo, the current leader of the Southwest Alliance and once the mightiest of the Great Xiao Alliance, a pillar of the nation. The 6 king-level spirits surged with overwhelming momentum, each unleashing a dazzling array of colorful techniques, converging into a colossal assault that met the fierce waves of fire. Boom! The thunderous and persistent explosions echoed through the heavens, deafening all in their wake. Anything that dared to obstruct the confrontation was reduced to ashes, including the towering structures around them, crushed into powder, even affecting a significant portion of the city and triggering intense tremors. The might of the king level was truly fearsome. With a mournful cry, the Firebird in the sky finally succumbed, crashing down upon a partially destroyed building that had not been entirely obliterated by the battle. Of course, the situation was equally dire for the opposing side. Among the 6 king-level spirits under Wei Jiangwo, only the violent flying dragon managed to remain standing, showcasing the terrifying combat prowess of a quasi-god spirit, while the rest lay exhausted on the ground, including the trainer Wei Jiangwo himself. Although his spirits had withstood nearly all the assaults, his aged body now gasped for breath, utterly weakened. Elder Wei, the members of the Alliance hurriedly gathered around, supporting Wei Jiangwo. Without a moment's respite, Wei Jiangwo immediately commanded, "Summon the standby psychic spirits to assist the healing spirits in soothing and providing initial treatment for the Firebird." "Elder Wei, I believe such a grand mobilization is unnecessary. Allow me to take the Firebird." A suddenly appearing middle-aged man politely bowed slightly to Wei Jiangwo, maintaining a cordial demeanor. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wei Jiangwo broke free from the support of those around him and stepped forward to scrutinize the individual. He then recounted what he knew. Codename: the Hermit, a senior cadre of the Redemption Society, also known as the district head, real name Peng Zhe, a native of the Northeast Alliance. He joined the Redemption Society 16 years ago, committing his first crime 8 years prior, which provoked a large-scale invasion by a horde of violent carp, engulfing half of Shizuoka City along the coast of the Cherry Blossom Alliance, resulting in countless casualties and the deaths of 2 quasi-kings, severely injuring a king. 4 years ago, he once again incited an enraged Articuno during its migration in the Stick Alliance, leading to the annihilation of Axe City, the second largest city in the Stick Alliance. with over 1,000,000 casualties, while a stationed king and 2 quasi-kings, along with their trainers and spirits, were frozen into ice sculptures. Now, you have come to our Great Xia Alliance's Southwest Division to perpetrate evil, attracting the Firebird and plunging the entire city of Zhongyu into flames, causing immeasurable casualties and losses. The last sentence was nearly ground out between clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man bowed again, but coldly replied, I appreciate Elder Wei's concern. These experiences are but fleeting shadows to me. I am here today to take away the Firebird. As for my 2 bows, the first was to express gratitude for your efforts in subduing the Firebird, which created an opportunity for me to capture it. And the second was to apologize for the losses incurred. We have already sent numerous members to sacrifice themselves, sufficient to appease you. After the pleasantries, he issued a warning. I advise Elder Wei to reconsider. Given your current condition and the surrounding weaklings, you are unlikely to hinder my actions. It would be wise to act within your limits to avoid unnecessary conflict and casualties. Out of respect for Wei Jiangwo's strength, the middle-aged man refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack, instead hoping to intimidate his opponent into retreat. Chapter 124, Zoroark. With that, a creature resembling a fox emerged from behind the middle-aged man, its fur a fearsome melons of black, blood red, and deep gray, unmistakably Zoroark, adept in deception and illusion. This Zoroark immediately used its dark energy to carve a boundary line in the ground, making its intentions clear. Any who crossed this line would be met with aggression. Having completed this, the middle-aged man approached the weakened Firebird, which could only emit a low warning cry, without even bringing Zoroark along. Elder Wei, are we to simply watch as they seize the opportunity to capture the Firebird, turning it into a future accomplice of their malevolence? Someone nearby voiced in frustration. Indeed. Elder Wei, if you give the order, with so many quasi-kings present, we may not be at a disadvantage. Another echoed. I am willing to take the lead. I shall not allow these rogues to run rampant. Elder Wei, issue the command. Several voices urged, igniting the indignation of the assembled powers. This hermit was already king level 8 years ago. Currently, I only have the violent flying dragon with any semblance of combat ability. How can we contend against this fully staffed spirit team? Do you expect you all to cover the gaps? Wei Jiangwo, though filled with rage, did not lose his rationality. He understood the vast difference between king level and quasi-king. If a confrontation were to erupt, the weakened violent flying dragon could only hope to hold off 2 of the opponent's king level spirits, which was already its limit. The adversary, having been king level for 8 years, likely possessed more than just 2 king level spirits. If the remaining quasi-kings were to confront them, it would be uncertain how many strong fighters would fall in the effort to halt their advance. Such losses, along with the greater repercussions for the entire Southwest Alliance, were matters that required careful consideration from him as the Alliance leader. Upon hearing this, the assembled quasi-king powers could only suppress their anger, swallowing their frustration, knowing that the greater good must prevail. The middle-aged man, aware of the murmurs behind him, could not help but grin. This was all part of his scheme. The mightiest Wei Jiangwo and the Firebird would surely both suffer, and with no other king-level powerhouse present to thwart him, he was free to act. As for the remaining quasi-kings, unless the Southwest Alliance could withstand the losses of several, even dozens of quasi-kings, no one could stop him. Upon reaching a certain distance from the Firebird, the middle-aged man casually produced a high-grade pokeball and hurled it towards the weakened creature. However, to his surprise, before he could capture the Firebird, the expensive high-grade ball seemed unable to withstand the pressure, exploding into countless fragments. So it seems, as I have heard, ordinary pokeballs cannot capture legendary spirits. It appears that holds true. The middle-aged man mused, catching the shards raining down. In the distance, the members of the Alliance sighed in relief at the sight before them. The legendary sprite, even in its weakened state, was not so easily subdued. However, the object the middle-aged man uncovered next was enough to turn the countenance of everyone present pale with dread. He caressed the slightly rough exterior of the pokeball in his hand, sensing the dark energy it harbored. This was no ordinary dark ball. It was a special pokeball crafted by the Redemption Society, a reverse-engineered imitation of the Alliance's most formidable Master Ball, lacking certain core materials. It was rumored that the dark ball could transform any sprite into a malevolent creature, significantly enhancing their power. Those captured by it would lose their freedom and obey the commands of their captor. Moreover, the notorious reputation of the dark ball lay in its ability to seize sprites belonging to trainers, which was the cornerstone of the Redemption Society's strength, allowing it to remain resilient despite the World Alliance and several other factions hunting it down. If you do not act soon, this villain may truly succeed. In this critical moment, Wei Jiangwo shouted hoarsely. Upon hearing this, the crowd was both horrified and somewhat perplexed. Hell, Wei, do you think such petty tricks will intimidate me? Perhaps, wait, no? The middle-aged man was about to mock when he suddenly sensed a hint of danger and instinctively turned to look in a certain direction. To his astonishment, a figure cloaked in black had appeared at some point on the other side. This black-robed figure was not a mere disguise. Initially taken aback, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and became vigilant. The Zoroark that had been monitoring the Alliance members dissipated like a wisp of smoke, its true form suddenly appearing beside the middle-aged man, equally wary of the newcomer. Old Wei, the other party hasn't even thrown the dark ball yet. If you had called me a moment later, perhaps I could have simply snagged a rare special Pokeball, second only to the Master Ball. The black-robed figure completely disregarded the middle-aged man's reaction and greeted Wei Jiangwo from a distance. Feigning nonchalance, Zoroark crushed the intruder. The middle-aged man's expression soured. Naturally, no one would remain calm when their good fortune was interrupted. Zoroark immediately transformed into a streak of darkness intertwined with blood-red light, charging towards the black-robed figure with a terrifying force, its speed astonishing. If Zheng Xuan were present, his perception of speed would surely be pushed to new limits. Bang! A massive figure, radiant with golden light, suddenly interposed itself between Zoroark and the black-robed figure, blocking the attack while delivering a fierce claw that sent Zoroark tumbling back several meters. It was a Dragonite of champion-level prowess, and among the very best at that. The usually unflappable middle-aged man finally displayed a hint of astonishment. The only Pokemon capable of effortlessly overpowering Zoroark in this venue were likely the peak form Dragonite and Moltres, and now yet another had inexplicably emerged. Impossible. Even the champion-level forces of the entire Great Xiao Alliance are spread thin, each responsible for their own territories. How could they possibly be absent for such an extended period? The middle-aged man found it increasingly hard to believe. This operation was personally commanded by him, and all intelligence was in his hands. In the Southwest Branch, the only champion-level force was Alliance leader Wei Jiangwo, who had come to Chengyu City to oversee the administrative transition, not to mention other branches, where he was unaware of their operational timelines. How could they traverse such a great distance, abandoning their own defenses to provide support? As for hidden strengths, at the champion level, concealing one's presence was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, such power was hardly abundant enough to be wasted on hiding unless it pertained to the capitals of various alliances. Furthermore, this pinnacle of champion-level power, even within the Great Xiao Alliance, which ranked among the top 3 in the world, could only belong to either the leader of a branch alliance or one of the alliance's 4 champions. Chapter 125, The Curtain Falls. Moreover, commanding a powerful dragon type like Dragonite, the middle-aged man had never heard of such a top-tier champion-level expert. However, he could only deduce that with the appearance of the black-robed figure, the balance of power between the two sides had severely tilted, and his endeavor to capture Moltres would undoubtedly fail. If he continued to linger over gains and losses without choosing to withdraw swiftly, he might even find himself ensnared in this predicament. Casting a glance at the still weakened Moltres, though there was a tinge of reluctance, the middle-aged man did not dwell on it. As a member of the Redemption Society, who was reviled by all, he understood the assassin's path of retreating far and fast after a failed strike. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance today. I look forward to our next encounter. Until we meet again. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and, along with Zoroark, transformed into a shadow, vanishing without a trace. In the absence of any remarks from Wei Jiangwo or the black-robed figure, the onlookers could only watch helplessly as the intruders departed, no matter their dissatisfaction. Old Wei, should we commission a portrait and issue a wanted notice? Someone suggested. There's no need. The recluse excels in disguise and concealment, possessing a champion-level ditto as well. Even the most advanced instruments cannot pierce his facade. Thus, the significance of a wanted portrait is minimal. Wei Jiangwo waved a hand to dismiss such futile endeavors. Instead, he addressed the black-robed figure from a distance. We are grateful for your timely intervention today. Otherwise, the Redemption Society's scheme would have succeeded. Had they forcibly controlled that Moltres with the dark ball, it would have unleashed a wave of bloodshed. I say, Old Wei, at your age, still engaging that Moltres head-on. Were you certain I would arrive? The tone of the black-robed figure carried an air of reproach. The crowd was taken aback. They had never seen anyone speak to the leader of the Southwest Branch in such a manner. Even when one of the Alliance's 4 champions visited years ago, they had treated Wei Jiangwo with the respectful tone befitting a junior. In response, Wei Jiangwo smiled rather than fuming. What can I say? An old man like me must exert some effort. Otherwise, how else could I compel the high-ranking recluse of the Redemption Society, and someone even more concealed than him, to emerge? By the way, you've rested long enough. It's time for you to return. The Great Xiao Alliance still needs your strength. After resolving your current concerns, you should return. With that, the black-robed figure slowly faded away. Just 1 or 2 years. He meant the upcoming Pokemon examinations. Wei Jiangwo mused silently. Old Wei, who was that? Asked Zhu, the deputy, voicing the curiosity of those present. Wei Jiangwo casually replied, "That's a secret of the Alliance. Your rank is insufficient for now." Far from Chengyu City, in the wilderness, the middle-aged man, now donning a different visage, was equally perplexed by the identity of that black-robed figure. The operation conducted years ago had drawn the attention of everyone in Chengyu City, and while I was infiltrating the secret realm to ascertain the identity of Molters, I had gathered some intelligence in Chengyu City beforehand. At that time, I felt an oddity but couldn't pinpoint what it was. In retrospect, it must have been that individual. As for this operation, it was indeed somewhat hasty, but time did not allow for more thorough planning. Having lost the opportunity to capture Molters, where could I now find the strength to leverage? Wait, the one commanding Dragonite, possessing peak champion-level power, could not be one of the older leaders of the Branch Alliance. Nor could it be one of the current or former 4 champions of the Great Xia Alliance. There was only one possibility. Upon this realization, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine, thankful that the figure had not obstructed his escape. After communicating with the Psychic-type Pokémon and receiving treatment from a healing Pokémon, Molters temporarily set aside its anger towards humans. Of course, the primary reason was that this Molters felt a sense of trepidation. In a single human city, 3 individuals capable of posing a threat to it had emerged, causing it to question its very existence. After so many years of slumber within the volcanic secret realm, had its own strength diminished, or had humanity outside progressed too rapidly? Phew! As the phoenix emitted a long cry, a tempest was stirred, accompanied by dazzling flames, as it soared once more into the sky. Having learned from past misfortunes, the phoenix did not return to the comfort zone of the secret volcanic realm, but instead flew westward towards the boundless wilderness and mountains, in search of a suitable abode. The family's secret domain, after this ordeal, is likely to suffer a significant decline in its standing. In the distance, Wu Lianxing, watching the phoenix depart, could not help but sigh. The loss of the phoenix would inevitably prevent the Wu family's secret realm from producing the abundant fire-type resources it had in the past. And even the quality of any subsequent fire-type spirits would be adversely affected. This was an unavoidable consequence. After all, a common man is innocent. Yet possessing treasures can draw envy. Moreover, the Wu family had enjoyed such conveniences for many years and had already reaped ample rewards. At that moment, the previously vanished figure in a black cloak reappeared beside Wu Lianxing. "Fortunately, I did not let you depart last time, otherwise the conspiracy of the Redemption Society would have succeeded," Wu Lianxing remarked, reflecting that his decision to retain this individual now appeared to be a prudent choice. What success? It was Old Wei who deliberately orchestrated this situation, merely to draw me out. If that is the case, Wu Lianxing expressed his confusion. My intervention is naturally justified. Have I not transformed into the hero who thwarted the Redemption Society's conspiracy and saved Zhengyu City? Wu Lianxing was even more astonished. You are not one to pursue fame, are you? Certainly not. In this day and age, what value does a title hold? Without some benefit, who would be willing to act? The figure in black replied unabashedly. Are you referring to that quasi-divine spirit egg? Wu Lianxing, not a simpleton, immediately connected the dots. The most valuable item in Zhengyu City at this moment was indeed the quasi-divine spirit egg, stolen amidst the uproar caused by the Southwest Alliance. Observing a hint of amusement on the black-cloaked figure's face, Wu Lianxing felt a wave of frustration, wanting to retort, "You are a king, not a rogue." Initially unaware, I merely sensed that spirit egg from a brazen thug's backpack while passing by, and to prevent waste, I casually snatched it back. Upon hearing this, Wu Lianxing let out a sigh of relief. But as the realization dawned, he cursed himself for being foolish. Did this individual truly need to attack several elite trainers to retrieve it? Even a few quasi-kings would not be able to protect that quasi-divine spirit egg. Does Old Wei know about this? Wu Lianxing quickly inquired. Who knows? Chapter 126, Unmasking Identities. The post-disaster reconstruction efforts commenced with fervor at this moment. The most significant taboo in Zhengyu City was undoubtedly the word fire. As the initiatives unfolded, great emphasis was placed on improving fire safety measures. Simultaneously, the casualties from the disaster had begun to be preliminarily assessed, despite the presence of numerous strong individuals in Zhengyu City and timely response measures, as well as the swift evacuation of citizens to various temporary shelters. The chaos wrought by the Redemption Society resulted in the tragic loss of thousands of lives. Although this was a far cry from the hundreds of thousands lost in previous large-scale operations led by high-ranking officials of the Redemption Society, Zhengyu City's response had proven to be exemplary. Aside from the loss of life, the destruction caused by the Phoenix's arson and the subsequent battle, along with the earlier rampage by the Redemption Society members, rendered multiple districts of the city devastated, leading to immeasurable property losses. In a certain sense, although the Redemption Society's attempt to capture the Phoenix had failed, they had nonetheless achieved another objective in solidifying their notorious reputation. The events in Zhongyu City served once again as a wake-up call for the Great Xia Alliance and the World Alliance, emphasizing the urgent and indispensable need for counterterrorism efforts. At the temporary shelter, Zheng Xuan, having received a notification from his hapless father, briefly parted ways with Wu Zhan and walked to the location. The reason was simple. Although Zheng Xian's neighborhood was not in the affected area, it had still endured attacks from the Flames and the Redemption Society members, resulting in the destruction of an entire community. Fortunately, nearby strong individuals arrived in time, preventing greater loss of life. It could also be said that the members of the Redemption Society tasked with attacking the community were not fools. They were acutely aware of the severity of harming individuals versus damaging property. As soon as he stepped inside, Zheng Xuan was met by his father, Zheng Dali, who approached with a long, mournful face. "You little rascal, it's all my fault for being incompetent. Our house was still burned down by those scoundrels." Zheng Dali lamented. Wiping non-existent tears, Zheng Xuan rolled his eyes and impatiently reminded him, "I've told you countless times, that was the landlordess' house. And I even encountered her downstairs just now. She was not as sorrowful as you, and was instead comforting others. I am certainly heartbroken. This is a natural disaster. And the city government will compensate for the house after reconstruction. That landlord will truly become a property mogul now, making money while I suffer losses." Zheng Dali replied with a mournful expression. "Well, having somewhere to stay is already quite good. In a year, I'll be living in a university dormitory. So you'll have to make do a bit, but I'll ensure to send you living expenses every month." Zheng Xuan could only offer such consolation. "Alas, once you go to university, I, all alone, will have to pursue my dreams of exploring the world." Zheng Dali sighed dramatically. Even in pursuit of dreams, one must first fill their stomach. The market has been devastated, and I can hardly buy any vegetables. Fortunately, I got this free relief meal from the shelter. Saying this, Zheng Xuan placed the bag he was carrying on the table. "You little rascal, why didn't you bring out the meal sooner? I've been starving all day." Zheng Dali immediately snatched the meal and began to devour it greedily. After the meal, Zheng Xuan suddenly asked, "Dad, what should I do about that quasi-divine spirit egg in my backpack? Since you've snatched it, just keep it safe." "What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying." "The quasi-divine spirit egg? My heavens, are you joking?" Zheng Dali's exaggerated antics, oscillating between feigned ignorance, surprise, and anger, prompted Zheng Xuan to roll his eyes. Such a performer would undoubtedly win a Golden Broom Award. "Dad, your acting is subpar. We should just hold on to it. A quasi-divine spirit egg is not something one can casually gift away. Aside from blood relatives like parents and children, I cannot imagine anyone being so generous. Also, don't you think that black cloak of yours is ill-fitting? Remember to wear a larger size next time, or your beer belly will be on full display." Zheng Xuan bluntly remarked. "Alas, reaching middle age is unavoidable. I remember when I had an 8-pack, charming countless women, and now, after all my efforts, I've been reduced to this," Zheng Dali said, patting his belly with a sense of nostalgia. Zheng Xuan retorted, "Enough with the topic diversion. This is a quasi-divine spirit egg, akin to a hot potato. I cannot simply accept or abandon it. I'm just curious. How did you know that spirit egg was a quasi-divine one?" Zheng Dali asked, slightly puzzled. "Obviously, I possess golden fingers. Obviously. I am not like that fool Wu family dragon. The quasi-divine spirit egg awarded to the champion of the overall competition was snatched by the scoundrels of the Redemption Society. The common citizens may be oblivious, but the trainer's circle in Zhongyu City has already erupted with rumors. Furthermore, I have seen that ghastly figure before. Relying on a gung ghost's stealthy prowess, he possesses the capability to commit such acts. Additionally, I listened closely to his conversation with Chao Lei regarding their dealings. It is not difficult to deduce that this person is the most likely culprit to have attacked the guards at the battle center and stolen the quasi-divine spirit egg. Certainly, it is most remarkable that a captain of the Redemption Society, in the dire throes of being driven away by formidable foes, would be so reluctant to part with a spatial backpack that fortuitously contains a rather fine specimen of an elfin egg. Such coincidences are likely quite rare. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Dali applauded while shaking his head, saying, "Your analysis is commendable, yet you have overlooked a profoundly significant point." "Oh, what is it?" Zheng Xuan inquired in astonishment. "The fact is, I am not that cloaked figure at all." "Damn you." The father and son locked eyes, maintaining their standoff for a considerable moment. Zheng Dali was the first to relent, reluctantly admitting, "All right, I concede that the cloaked figure might indeed be me. However, I believe that this individual, endowed with wisdom and martial prowess, thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Redemption Society, propped up a collapsing edifice, and successfully salvaged the entirety of Zhongyu City. It is perfectly reasonable for such a noble deed to remain nameless, merely seeking a precious quasi-divine elfin egg. Furthermore, such thievery, abducting the quasi-divine elfin egg, was perpetrated by that band of scoundrels from the Redemption Society, which has nothing to do with that cloaked figure. Zheng Xuan nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then I shall reluctantly accept this quasi-divine elfin egg. Good grief, you little rascal, your audacity far surpasses my own. Zheng Dali retorted with exasperation. Chapter 127. The more, the merrier. The following day, Wu Jialong came knocking. Goodness, Zheng Xuan, this temporary shelter's room is even more spacious than your previous abode. Upon entering, Wu Jialong made himself at home, plopping down and surveying the surroundings. You brat, if you've come merely to mock me, I shall have to issue an eviction notice. Zheng Xuan shot him a glare. Of course not. Have you seen the group messages? It's utterly heartbreaking. The 4th high school has been bombed by that band of villains from the Redemption Society. As he spoke, Wu Jialong wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Whether from genuine sorrow or overwhelming joy was uncertain. Is that true? After returning yesterday, Zheng Xuan had devoted all his attention to that precious quasi-divine elfin egg, leaving no time to check his phone. It turns out that the loquacious school doctor in the infirmary is actually an undercover agent for the Redemption Society. In collusion with them, he orchestrated the bombing of critical buildings such as the teaching block, library, and battle hall, nearly leading to the plundering of the school's nurturing facilities as well. Fortunately, Wong, who resides in the staff dormitory, arrived just in time upon hearing the commotion and apprehended those rascals on the spot. Otherwise, the entire school would have been blown to smithereens. Wu Jialong lamented. At least it's during the holiday. Otherwise, we would have to suspend classes. Zheng Xuan reflected. Why during the holiday? When we return, the teaching block will be repaired, and we'll have to face the misery of attending school. Wu Jialong lamented, teary-eyed. You really are something. By the way, your visit today isn't solely for this matter, is it? How could it be? Come on, let us go. We've been dilly-dallying, and it's nearly too late. Suddenly struck by a thought, Wu Jialong urgently pressed. What are you rambling about? Zheng Xuan asked, increasingly puzzled. The finals were interrupted yesterday. They're rescheduling today. The battle center hasn't been destroyed. Cough, cough. The championship rewards have been taken by the scoundrels from the Redemption Society. What is the point of continuing the finals? Zheng Xuan spoke with a hint of guilt, for that championship reward was currently nestled in the hatching device in his room. You think every year's championship reward is merely a quasi-divine elfin egg? This year, it's only more generous due to the administrative city's restructuring. Besides, where would all these quasi-divine elfin eggs come from? Wu Jialong scoffed. So, this year we can only receive permission to enter Dragon Valley. Just like the top achievers from previous years, Zheng Xuan was well aware of the nature of past championship rewards. After all, it had been mentioned that his dream was to enter Dragon Valley and capture dragon-type quasi-divine elves, and he was certainly aiming for the top spot in the Southwestern Alliance. However, Zheng Xuan had not anticipated that even before the college entrance examination, his dream would be realized ahead of schedule. Yet, as the ancient saying goes, the more, the merrier, Zheng Xuan too desired to seize as many dragons as possible. Under Wu Jialong's urging, Zheng Xuan had no choice but to pack his belongings and return to the still crowded battle center. However, upon witnessing the two lauded young talents fiercely battling in the arena below, Zheng Xuan could not help but feel that they resembled naive fools, as a sense of guilt over having usurped someone else's reward began to fester within him. Thankfully, the permission to enter Dragon Valley was hardly inferior to a quasi-divine elfin egg. With a stroke of luck, he might even earn the favor of those powerful quasi-divine elves and gain the opportunity to battle and capture their unevolved forms. The battle remained predictable. Had it not been for the abrupt interruption yesterday, that student from the 1st high school would have long commanded Minas to vanquish the unevolved form of Jira. Ultimately, the top achiever of this year's Southwestern Alliance would fall to Zhongyu City, providing some encouragement to the citizens who had endured a great disaster. As such honor had not graced Zhongyu City for several years. Many speculated that this was one of the reasons the Southwestern Alliance, as the event organizer, chose to hold a rematch the following day. While one cannot say for certain, the leadership of the 1st high school undoubtedly felt most jubilant. For this calamity had struck the 1st high school, which, positioned at the edge of the main urban area, had been unfairly affected by the battle. Far more tragically than the 4th high school, which had only suffered the Redemption Society's destruction. Nonetheless, the leadership of the Southwestern Alliance, in conjunction with the Zhongyu City government, jointly declared that, with ample assistance and the collective effort of the entire city, the restoration of the education sector would be prioritized while ensuring the livelihood of the populace. After all, one cannot afford to neglect education, nor can one allow children to suffer. Students like Wu Jialong, who mistakenly believed that they could avoid school due to the explosion, were destined for disappointment. In the afternoon, Zheng Xuan first visited his former neighborhood to pay his respects. After all, he would no longer enjoy affordable breakfasts or the recently opened, yet tragically closed Nyo beef noodle shop, which never included green onions. He then proceeded to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Upon entering the gate, he was immediately charged by several unfamiliar Meowth, who launched an attack on Zheng Xuan. Instinctively, he stepped back and quickly retrieved the pokeballs from his waist, releasing Yaya and Wong to prepare for battle. Meow! A sharp warning echoed, causing the Meowth to abandon their assault, cowering on the ground and displaying a docile demeanor once more. Chief Cat, what on earth is happening? Spotting the familiar figure of Chief Cat, Zheng Xuan could not help but ask. Truth be told, this abandoned factory felt like his second home, which is why he had entered without any guard, nearly falling victim to a surprise attack by these unfamiliar Meowth. After a lengthy exchange facilitated by Wong, Zheng Xuan finally grasped the situation. The disaster that had befallen Zhongyu City affected not only humans, but also the stray elves inhabiting the city. For instance, the Meowth that had attacked Zheng Xuan belonged to a group that once thrived in the urban area but, fortunate enough to escape the chaos of battle, had fled to the abandoned factory, which bore the scent of their companions, seeking refuge under Chief Cat's protection. The panic-induced response stemmed from the destruction of their former home, as they were unwilling to see their new sanctuary suffer the same fate at the hands of outsiders. Ultimately, under Chief Cat's reprimand, the Meowth lined up like scolded children, each apologizing to Zheng Xuan and nuzzling against his legs in submission. This was not solely due to Chief Cat's admonishment. They likely sensed the pressure exerted by Yaya and Wong, the dragon-type elves, compelling them to seek comfort from this trainer. Of course, one cannot discount the allure of the moo milk Zheng Xuan had produced. What, Chief Cat? You and your team of Great Danes intend to confront the new owners of the abandoned building? Zheng Xuan was then informed of the explosive news by Chief Cat. Chapter 128, The Illicit Hunters. In a desolate building, Zheng Xuan's first battle after the new year commenced here. Collaborating with the dojo team led by Wu Zhan to dismantle the temporary stronghold of the Redemption Society. Subsequently, a pack of around 20 large wolfhounds claimed the abandoned structure as their territory. The leader of the wolfhounds, a Pokémon abandoned by its trainer, was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the powerful Pokémon belonging to those trainers. Thus it usually restrained its pack from engaging with human activities. However, this area, characterized by derelict factories and buildings, seldom witnessed human presence, requiring only occasional evasion of patrolling police. As a result, this pack gradually regarded themselves as the sovereigns of the region. In truth, apart from the cat boss and its kin, numerous stray Pokémon also inhabited this expansive territory. But the sole stable food source was a large garbage dump. With the intervention of the wolfhound pack and the ensuing urban turmoil, the number of stray Pokémon in the suburbs surged, leading to a scarcity of food that had barely supported their existence. Particularly since the former pack would rely on their numbers to drive away other strays, monopolizing the garbage dump for extended periods. A few jeeps halted a short distance from the abandoned building. "Is this the place?" inquired a burly man with a scruffy beard, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Indeed. Boss, this pack of wolfhounds' lair is right here," replied a lean man beside him with utmost respect. "Summon the brothers to disembark and capture all the strays in this area. We shall make a handsome profit." With that, the burly man extinguished his half-consumed cigar, seemingly relishing the pain it brought. What a ruthless bunch. More ferocious than expected. Trembling with fear, swiftly turned to the team in the jeep, calling out, "The boss has issued orders. We must capture these stray Pokémon." At Show's command, more than a dozen team members emerged from the vehicles, each exuding a fierce demeanor, clearly not to be trifled with. Hearing the commotion, the pack of wolfhounds surged from the abandoned building, baring their teeth in warning towards the burly man and his crew. "Oh, they've come out on their own. This is splendid, saving us the trouble of hunting them down. Arm up." The burly man stood at the front of the vehicle, beckoning his subordinates forward. "Young pups, taste the might of my prized possession. We should be able to fetch quite a sum for taking down these mutts." Several members, armed with specialized hunting rifles, approached the wolfhounds, hurling vulgarities as they drew near. The wolfhound leader, initially reluctant to provoke humans, was ignited with fury upon witnessing this aggression, immediately commanding its pack to launch an attack. Bang! The sound of the specialized hunting rifle echoed as several wolfhounds, daring to test the waters, were ensnared by the net deployed from the rifle, followed by a surge of intense electricity that elicited anguished howls from the captured canines. Using technology to deal with these lowly creatures is indeed convenient. The burly man chuckled mockingly, having always relished tormenting these Pokémon in such a manner. Witnessing this scene, the wolfhound leader was filled with rage. These humans were not engaging in traditional battles, but resorting to such tormenting methods against its companions. Instantly, it rallied the remaining wolfhounds and the capable groundhogs to charge at the humans. Finally ready. Let me take a shot." The burly man shoved aside a nearby subordinate, hoisting a large hunting rifle mounted on the vehicle, aiming at the wolfhound leader. Boom! A resounding blast reverberated as a specially designed projectile was fired, unfurling into a massive net that ensnared the entire wolfhound pack, including their leader. Subsequently, The electric Pokémon and the magnet Pokémon accompanying the burly man unleashed powerful electric attacks through the conductive net, simultaneously assaulting all the wolfhounds and groundhogs. In an instant, the air was filled with their agonizing cries. This was clearly beyond the bounds of a conventional battle. It was purely an act of sadistic torment aimed at extinguishing the Pokémon's will to resist. "Boss, many groundhogs can't endure any longer and are collapsing," cautiously inquired Show. However, the burly man interrupted, raising his hand dismissively. "What's there to fear? Right now, all attention in Zhongyu City is on urban reconstruction. Who's going to care about us? We're merely dealing with a bunch of trespassing wild Pokémon." He laughed heartily. "Of course, remember our public stance. We're merely capturing wild Pokémon." In the distance, Zheng Xuan observed the actions of these individuals with a darkened expression. His return to the vicinity of the abandoned building was to assist the cat boss and its companions in negotiating food distribution from the garbage dump with the wolfhound pack. Ideally resolving the issue through battle or, at the very least, driving these disruptive wolfhounds away from the area. Little did he expect that before he and the cat boss's team could intervene, these unwelcome guests would preemptively approach the wolfhound pack and employ illicit hunting tactics to capture and abuse these creatures. As a legitimate hunter and certified adventurer, Zheng Xuan naturally recorded the criminal evidence on his phone for reporting. Once he completed the recording, he swiftly dialed the reporting hotline. "Hello, is this the police station? I wish to report a crime." In front of the abandoned building, the wolfhounds and groundhogs lay incapacitated under the bindings of the specialized net. Unable to withstand the continuous high-voltage shocks, their capacity to resist extinguished. Growing impatient, the burly man gestured for his subordinates to collect all the wolfhounds and groundhogs using pokeballs and to overturn the nest within the abandoned building, also taking along the remaining juvenile groundhogs. Compared to the already battle-ready wolfhounds and groundhogs, these juvenile groundhogs were far more appealing to buyers who preferred to raise them from a young age, hence possessing greater market value. "Boss, having dealt with this pack of wolfhounds, there's an abandoned factory not far ahead, where a formidable cat boss resides. One that has previously held its own against a group of wolfhounds," Show suggested again, clearly having familiarized himself with the area as the team's strategist. In truth, had they not been affected by the city's upheaval, they would have likely acted the day before. However, the sudden turn of events inadvertently shielded their nefarious deeds. "Oh, the cat boss, you say? I've heard that wealthy individuals adore keeping a cat boss as a status symbol. Let us seize this cat boss as well and sell it off to those unscrupulous merchants on the black market." The burly man grinned widely, revealing his crooked teeth, exuding an air of arrogance as if the target was merely within easy reach. Chapter 129, The Assault. "Brothers, the boss has issued another command. There's another target in the abandoned factory ahead. Let us take it along and reward contributions tonight." Upon receiving the order from the burly man, Show immediately rallied the team. "Hooray, thank you, boss. Let us enjoy the night together, brothers. Long live the boss." Show's words ignited a wave of cheers among the crowd. Capturing these stray Pokémon was undoubtedly far safer than venturing into the wild. Zheng Xuan, contemplating the intentions of these individuals targeting the abandoned factory, recognized that although he had reported the incident, the city was in chaos, and the police force's availability was uncertain. Dispatching officers would inevitably take time. Thus, Zheng Xuan took a moment to assess the disparity in strength between the two parties, evaluating the possibility of neutralizing this band of illicit hunters, or, at the very least, buying time. Having reached a decision, he quickly communicated with the cat boss and stealthily followed the convoy from behind. This battle, relying solely on his own strength, would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage against this group, necessitating the support of the cat boss's team to seize any opportunity for success. By the time Zheng Xuan arrived on foot, the burly man with a beard had already stormed into the abandoned factory with half of his subordinates, scouring the premises for traces of their prey. What an opportune moment. Zheng Xuan's greatest concern was the large hunting rifle mounted on their vehicle. Now, with their forces scattered, leaving only 6 or 7 to guard the vehicle, it was the perfect opportunity to dismantle their formidable weaponry. Without hesitation, Zheng Xuan issued his command. Yaya took the lead. Unleashing a devastating dragon's fury, the immense impact was such that not only was the large hunting rifle toppled, but the entire jeep was sent crashing to the ground. Enemy attack. One individual suddenly reacted, shouting a warning. However, as he reached for his pokeball, he was struck by the rapidly approaching Zubat, which unleashed a supersonic wave, leaving him clutching his head in agony, unable to release his Pokémon in retaliation. Simultaneously, Cat Boss, accompanied by several Meowth, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise assault on the unsuspecting remaining foes. Particularly swift, Cat Boss knocked 2 opponents unconscious in the blink of an eye, while the remaining Meowth teams swiftly targeted the belts where their foes' Pokeballs were suspended, preventing them from summoning their Pokémon. Yaya, having established her prowess with the dragon's fury. Once again showcased her formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching the lone guard, a novice Pokémon, Ekans, who had failed to mount any effective defense. How the tables had turned. A creature that once required external assistance to defeat now fell easily to a single strike. The entire encounter transpired in mere seconds, leaving the 6 or 7 remaining adversaries incapacitated, their Pokeballs swiftly rendered unusable by Zheng Xuan's decisive actions. While this ambush could not be deemed flawless, given the enemy's gross underestimation and lack of vigilance, it was undeniably spectacular, swift, efficient, and devoid of unforeseen complications, successfully subduing all targets. The commotion outside the abandoned factory naturally drew the attention of the bearded man and his associates within. Damn it, after hunting geese all day, I've now been pecked in the eye by a sparrow. Upon seeing that the enemy was merely a youthful face, no older than a college student, the bearded man spat in disdain. He then erupted into a tirade. These worthless fools, always boasting about their prowess, yet they let a mere novice take them down. Capture that brat. With a roar, the bearded man commanded his remaining team members, each accompanied by their Pokémon, to charge at Zheng Xuan. Heh, I've been waiting for you fools. Zheng Xuan calmly redirected the large hunting rifle's barrel toward the bearded man and his crew. Get down. The bearded man was the first to react, swiftly dodging to the side. As for the other members, aside from the agile skinny monkey, they were not so fortunate. Boom. With a thunderous blast, a massive net descended, ensnaring the entire group of team members and their Pokémon. What the hell is this material? Even my Rattata can't chew through it. Of course, it's a net specifically designed for capturing Pokémon. If it were that easy to break, how would we capture so many wild Pokémon? What nonsense are you spouting? We're the ones trapped. Stop struggling. The more you resist, the tighter it gets. Hey, don't touch my backside. Standing at the front of the vehicle, Zheng Xuan surveyed his handiwork, unable to suppress his admiration for the efficacy of the large hunting rifle. You've truly angered me now, little brat. Aware that the rifle could only fire once in a short period, the bearded man stepped forward calmly. At that moment, the fortunate escapee, the skinny monkey, hurried to the bearded man's side, whispering urgently, Boss, this isn't good. I recognized that brat just now. P.S. Zheng Xuan, the champion of the last Rising Star Cup. Oh, the kid who commands dragon-type Pokémon. The bearded man's gaze fell upon Yaya, standing beside Zheng Xuan, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Boss, it's not just the dragon-type Pokémon we should be concerned about. This brat has a special connection to the Zhongyu gym. I fear he may have backup. The skinny monkey hastily explained. Damn, whether he is backup or not, he's already crossed me. He must be taught a lesson. Infuriated, the bearded man swung his hand at the skinny monkey, sending him reeling. Electrocute that brat. With a single command, the bearded man ordered his Electabuzz and Magnemite to unleash a barrage of electric attacks aimed directly at trainer Zheng Xuan. Zheng Xuan remained unfazed, casting a quick glance at the Electabuzz and Magnemite, both at levels 26 and 25, one a professional intermediate and the other a novice, both possessing yellow-grade potential. Meanwhile, Yaya erected a protective energy shield, thanks to her type resistance and the successful elevation to level 17 following their last battle. Even if the shield were to falter, Zheng Xuan had faith that Yaya could withstand the onslaught. Bang! The two powerful electric currents collided with Yaya's energy shield, causing only a significant tremor, ultimately failing to breach its defenses. Humph, such a handy skill. It's rare to see such practical moves. The bearded man grumbled, somewhat disgruntled, as such a useful and rare skill disc was hard to come by, even in the black market. Continue. Break through that energy shield. Just as Electabuzz and Magnemite prepared to unleash their electric fury once more, Cat Boss, having stealthily maneuvered to the flank, launched a surprise attack. Watch out. Stop it. The bearded man shouted, panic-stricken at the sight of Cat Boss, who moved with the swiftness of a cheetah. Focus fire on Magnemite. Yaya. Execute a two-step attack with malicious pursuit. Zubat Shadow Ball. Zheng Xuan simultaneously commanded Yaya and Zubat to engage the weaker Magnemite. Chapter 130. Is this normal? In truth, with its excellent steel-type resistance, Magnemite was not inferior to the intermediate-level Electabuzz, thus seizing the opportunity presented by Cat Boss's surprise attack to distract the enemy. Zheng Xuan prioritized eliminating the troublesome Magnemite first. Clang! Yaya's two-step attack struck Magnemite's metallic body, while Zubat swiftly followed up with a Shadow Ball. Not possessing the sturdy trait, Magnemite was defeated in the first round by the combined efforts of Yaya and Zubat, collapsing to the ground as it lost its magnetic support. Meanwhile, Electabuzz, in a panic, unleashed its electric attack, but Cat Boss, with agile footwork, easily evaded it. Drawing from a wealth of combat experience, Electabuzz's subsequent assaults all missed as Cat Boss lunged forward, sinking his teeth into its body and inflicting maximum damage through a series of fierce bites. With both Magnemite and Electabuzz incapacitated, The bearded man began to frantically release his remaining Pokémon. The newly summoned Beedrill and Rattata, both novice level, were left bewildered by the fierce advance of Yaya, who struck fear into their hearts. The Rattata, in a hasty attempt to fight back, was no match for Yaya's charged Dragon Claw. With a single swipe, it let out a pained howl, unable to endure the severe damage, and collapsed to the ground. The flying Beedrill desperately flapped its wings, attempting to gain altitude and distance from the terrifying Yaya, only to be intercepted by Zubat, who had been lying in wait, sending it crashing back to the ground. Yaya then delivered the final blow. Everything unfolded so swiftly that the bearded man, as a trainer, couldn't react in time to issue effective commands. How could Electabuzz, the strongest among them, stand a chance against the professional advanced cat boss? It was utterly ravaged, while Magnemite, Beedrill, and Rattata were all dispatched by Yaya and Zubat. The remaining team members, bound by the capture net, had long since ceased their struggles, staring in astonishment at their leader, who had been so effortlessly defeated by this young man. My goodness, this is merely a high school student, who might not even qualify as an ordinary trainer. Yet he has managed to defeat a professional trainer through sheer audacity. The skinny monkey, witnessing the entire battle, was utterly astonished, especially knowing Zheng Xuan's true identity. Although the burly man with a beard was a fierce individual, he lacked the confidence to face off against Pokémon himself, unlike those formidable fighters. With his subordinates ensnared in nets, the bearded man could only rely on the inept skinny monkey. Fool, what are you dawdling for? Release your Pokémon and engage in battle. Boss, you're not even a match for him, let alone me. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering myself to the slaughter. The skinny monkey, terrified, hurriedly refused and crouched down, expertly cradling his head with his hands to signal his surrender. Damn it, the bearded man cursed, then followed suit, squatting down and covering his head. Huh, I thought you were tough. Zheng Xuan chuckled, amused to see the opponent's bravado crumble midway. Come now, good sir. This is our first offense. Please spare us. All the spoils in the vehicle are yours. We asked for nothing. The skinny monkey pleaded humbly, suddenly indifferent to his pride, noting that even the seemingly fearless leader had knelt. Capturing you means the spoils belong to me as well. Your words lack sincerity. Zheng Xuan replied with a teasing smile. Boss, say something. The skinny monkey turned to the bearded man, who hung his head in silence. I say your mother is quite a beauty, young brother. If you let us go, we will hand over all the spoils to you and even compensate you with 100,000 alliance coins as our ransom. The bearded man's demeanor softened slightly. However, inwardly, he was cursing, you little brat. Once you release the nets, my brothers and I will swarm you. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fend off 10 opponents, and then we'll see how you fare. Bang! Just as the bearded man indulged in his fantasies, he was caught off guard and knocked down by a kick from Zheng Xuan. Hey, little brother, what are you doing? The burly man suppressed his fury, forcing a reluctant smile. Yet my Woobat tells me it senses your malicious intent. Zheng Xuan approached menacingly, wielding a bone stick he had pulled from somewhere. Is it unusual for a decent person to carry a bone stick in their backpack? Of course not. This was part of my previous haul. A rather sturdy bone stick that I simply hadn't had the chance to sell. What are you doing? If you resort to vigilante justice, I will call the police. The bearded man stammered, trembling in fear as he met Zheng Xuan's fierce gaze, fully aware of the determination behind it. Just then, the distant sound of police sirens echoed. The bearded man rejoiced, shouting, Officer, I want to. Before he could finish, Zheng Xuan rendered him unconscious with a swift blow from the bone stick, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ah, this bone stick proves quite useful. Zheng Xuan mused as he assessed its weight, though it was slightly heavy. It suited him well. He could practice with it to create a bone boomerang, ineffective against Pokémon, but quite effective against fragile humans. Unbeknownst to Zheng Xuan, this bone stick would indeed have a special purpose later. The onlookers were struck with fear. This young man was truly audacious. The police arrived, albeit late. Hello. Are you the one who reported the incident? A police officer, accompanied by a swift hound, surveyed the scene, initially taken aback before turning to Zheng Xuan with a look of astonishment. Had it not been for the other's unsavory appearances, he might have suspected that it was this unfortunate group who had called for help. Yes, I made the report. These are illegal hunters who, within city limits, use specialized hunting rifles against stray Pokémon and even employ electric shocks to torture them, eradicating their wild instincts and ability to resist. I have video evidence of their crimes. Wait, you look familiar. Zheng Xuan, the champion of the last New Star Cup? The officer suddenly recognized Zheng Xuan. Ah, it was merely a stroke of luck. Zheng Xuan explained with a smile. Please, there's no need for modesty. You are the likely candidate for the next top scholar in Zhongyu City. Not to mention the reigning champion. The officer praised him without reservation, adding in his mind. Additionally, you are a young talent highly regarded by Master Wu of the dojo. Chapter 131, The Hatching of the Pokémon Egg. Young brother Zheng Xuan. We have confirmed that this group of illegal hunters is a small adventure team registered in the neighboring Qingshan city with a prior criminal record. They have come to Zhongyu City to commit further atrocities, and we are thankful for your timely intervention. However, you must understand that the penalties for their illegal activities targeting stray Pokémon may not be severe. Aside from confiscating their illicit gains and related equipment, they will likely face a fine. Of course, since you reported the crime and provided evidence, along with subduing this group of illegal hunters, we will transfer the stray Pokémon to the Alliance's breeding facility, compensating you based on their market value, along with the corresponding reward for your report. The officer patiently explained, now fully aware of Zheng Xuan's identity. I understand. Thank you, officer. Zheng Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. He had already contemplated the severity of the penalties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dealt the bearded man a blow as a lesson. Naturally, the bearded man was well aware of this, so under Zheng Xuan's relentless pressure, he chose to confess, preferring a fine over facing Zheng Xuan's wrath. In truth, had this group of illegal hunters not targeted Cat Boss and his family, Zheng Xuan would not have intervened. He would have merely reported their abuse of Pokémon. With this matter resolved, the absence of the large canine pack alleviated the food distribution issues at the dump. Moreover, with Zheng Xuan's ample resources and the over 100,000 coins earned from this group of illegal hunters, he could still provide ordinary Pokémon food for Cat Boss and his family without difficulty. However, the ever-proud Cat Boss continued to search for food in the dump with his meows. This was the survival method of stray Pokémon, and Zheng Xuan could not force them to change, only assist where possible. Time flew by, and before long, more than a month had passed. In this time, the previously devastated Zhongyu City had seemingly emerged from disaster, showcasing a revitalized urban landscape filled with towering buildings and vibrant activity. Zheng Xuan's family had moved out of their temporary shelter, opting for a modest apartment closer to both the school and the abandoned factory. All the while, Zheng Xuan had been watching over the Pokémon egg in the hatching device, and it had finally hatched successfully. Crack! As soon as it was born, it eagerly devoured the remaining eggshell. It resembled a small shark, with a large fin atop its head, a tiny notch in its dorsal fin, and two standard protrusions on either side of its head. Its body was predominantly deep blue, with a red underbelly extending from its jaw to its abdomen, and light blue stripes on its dorsal protrusions and head. It possessed a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth akin to those of a shark. This was the pre-evolved form of the quasi-divine Pokémon, Bite Land Shark, Round Land Shark. Pokémon, Round Land Shark. Level, LV1, Hatchling. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Rough Skin. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Shallow Black. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive, Reverse Scale. Skill discs, None. Just as Zheng Xuan marveled at the peculiarities of evolution, the little round land shark opened its mouth wide and leapt energetically, preparing to bite Zheng Xuan on the head. Just as Yaya relishes the act of polishing her teeth, the round-bodied shark, with its gaping maw adorned with sharp teeth, instinctively bites into any hard object it encounters. Fortunately, Zheng Xuan was aware in advance that the spirit within the divine egg was a round-bodied shark, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Clang. The raucous sound of the bone stick is the perfect dental chew toy for the round-bodied shark. As Zheng Xuan assumed a defensive stance with the bone stick in hand, the round-bodied shark's eyes lit up with excitement, instantly favoring this bone over Zheng Xuan's head. Although the round-bodied shark would not bite down hard, and would retract its sharp teeth as much as possible, Zheng Xuan could guarantee that the sensation would be anything but pleasant. Ah, little one, you are utterly captivated. Zheng Xuan casually tossed the bone stick to the round-bodied shark. Crack, crack. The newly hatched round-bodied shark struggled to grasp the bone stick, which was longer than its own height, and excitedly gnawed at one end. This raucous bone stick, having been treasured by the valiant leader of the Redemption Club, could not be an ordinary object. Its hardness surpassed even that of steel. No wonder that day, when Zheng Xuan struck with the stick, the burly man fell into a deep slumber, clearly not due to his age. However, grinding teeth alone does not satiate hunger. The round-bodied shark looked up at its trainer with a pitiful expression, prompting Zheng Xuan to chuckle softly as he presented the prepared moo-moo milk before it. Reluctantly, the round-bodied shark released its grip on the bone stick and eagerly indulged in the milk. At that moment, Yaya and the Wobbuffet entered the room, observing their new companion. As it sipped the moo-moo milk, the round-bodied shark made sure to greet Yaya and Wobbuffet. Zheng Xuan's round-bodied shark was quite intelligent, detecting the trainer's scent on Yaya and Wobbuffet, instantly recognizing them as fellow spirits. Giggling, wobble wobble, Yaya and Wobbuffet reciprocated the greeting warmly, instantly bonding over their shared dragon lineage. I am being unwittingly propelled towards becoming a true dragon-type trainer, Zheng Xuan mused as he watched the heartwarming scene unfold among his three spirit companions, reflecting on a certain champion. The following day marked the beginning of a new school year. From this day forth, Zheng Xuan officially stepped into his senior year, joining the ranks of prospective college entrance examinees. This also signified the passage of a full year since Zheng Xuan embarked on his journey as a trainer. Due to the inconvenient location of Zheng Xuan's new home, he and his friend Wu Jialong no longer commuted to school together. Zheng Xuan first navigated through the bustling crowd to report to his new classroom, where, as the class committee member, he naturally assumed the responsibility of collecting his classmates' summer assignments. Subsequently, clutching a stack of assignments, he made his way to the office, where he spotted Wu Jialong being reprimanded by their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, for failing to complete his summer work. Wu Jialong was being penalized with a standing punishment while claiming to be a practical trainer focused on real-world experience. Next came the inevitable and unavoidable opening ceremony that marked the beginning of every new school year. Standing on the freshly renovated playground, which had been recently restored due to the destruction caused by the Redemption Club members, even Zheng Xuan found himself drowsy from the principal's lengthy speech. Had it not been for the occasional praise that broke through the monotony, he might have been lulled into a trance, akin to the hypnotic prowess of that microphone-wielding Jigglypuff from the animated series. In contrast to last year's tumultuous events, this year's opening did not witness any conflicts. As for the notorious Wong brothers, it remained unclear whether they had matured upon entering their senior year or if they were simply intimidated by Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, opting for a more subdued existence. Chapter 132, The Observation Group. Just before school ended, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong received an unexpected summons to the principal's office. What the heck? Is it really necessary to escalate an unfinished summer assignment to the principal? Wu Jialong lamented, his expression morose. It can't be just about that. Have you noticed that the Wong brothers and Lu Qiaoyu have also been summoned? Zheng Xuan explained. The five of them arrived at the principal's office door, knocking cautiously. Lu Qiaoyu, being the class leader, took the lead. The door isn't locked. Please come in, came a voice from within, tinged with authority. With permission granted, the five entered the office in order. Besides the familiar face of Principal Li Yunlong, there was also a stern-looking middle-aged man present. Ah, this is the principal, Li Yunlong, who was just about to explain, but before he could finish, Wu Jialong interrupted with an exclamation. Oh my, uncle, you're back at school. Clearly, Wu Jialong exhibited a greater degree of trepidation towards this middle-aged man than even the principal. Stand still. When the principal is speaking, you shouldn't interrupt. You clearly lack basic manners. I see that Cheng has spoiled you. The middle-aged man scolded sternly. Haha, this is Vice Principal Wu Linghua. Wu Principal, please take a seat over there. You can find a place to sit. I have something important to discuss with you. Principal Li Yunlong gestured for the group to take their seats. The five of them settled down. The reason I called you all here is that the Magic City Pokémon University, aware of our city's recent challenges, has granted our schools in Zhongyu City some slots to form a special observation group, which will last for a week to visit the Magic City Pokémon University and experience its facilities. You must know that the Magic City Pokémon University ranks second in the entire Daxiao Alliance and is a prestigious institution globally. This opportunity is rare. Our school, like City No. 1 High School, has received the maximum of 5 slots. Along with students from other schools, a total of 20 students, accompanied by their respective teachers, will fly out this Saturday. Vice Principal Wu will be one of the teachers leading our school on this trip, and you 5 are the selected candidates for this observation group. If you have anything to say, or if you wish to opt out voluntarily, please feel free to do so. Li Yunlong surveyed the 5 of them. A week of fun in the Magic City? I'm the first to sign up, Wu Jialong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he raised his hand eagerly. This is for observation and learning, not for leisure. Vice Principal Wu reminded coldly from the side. Yes, I absolutely love learning. Wu Jialong quickly amended. The Wong brothers exchanged glances, their delight evident as they chimed in unison, Principals. We are eager to attend the Magic City Pokémon University for observation and learning. Lu Qiaoyu, noticing Zheng Xuan's hesitation, finally succumbed to the overwhelming temptation and timidly added, Principals, I would like to join the observation group to visit the Magic City Pokémon University as well. And you, Zheng Xuan? Li Yunlong inquired gently. Zheng Xuan, being the face of the school in terms of trainer capability, academic performance, and even looks, would be ashamed not to showcase him. Suddenly recalling something, Li Yunlong slapped his forehead in regret and continued. Oh, my memory. I forgot to add that this observation group's travel expenses, including airfare and accommodations for the week, will be fully covered by the Magic City Pokémon University, so you need not worry about those costs. Haha, since you've put it that way, I can only graciously accept. Zheng Xuan replied with a smile. It wasn't that Zheng Xuan was overly concerned about such matters. Indeed, the recent hatching of his round-bodied shark required substantial attention and care. At this juncture, if he were to embark on a journey, he would need to consider and prepare many things, which was why he hesitated to give a definite response. Setting those considerations aside, This observation trip undoubtedly represented a splendid opportunity for Zheng Xuan to broaden his horizons and gain insights into the world. Stagnation was certainly not an option. Of course, it was not solely due to the generous offer of free airfare and accommodations that he nodded in agreement. No, absolutely not. Haha. In that case, the 5 student spots from our school have been officially decided. You can discuss it with your parents when you return, and make some preparations in advance. I have matters to discuss with Principal Wu, so you may return to your respective classes. Li Yunlong waved his hand, indicating that Zheng Xuan and the others could leave. Goodbye, the 2 principals. The 5 of them left the office, understanding the situation. As soon as they exited, Wu Jialong burst into a jubilant display of monkey-style kung fu, exclaiming, "Awesome, absolutely awesome. A week off from classes, and we get to travel to the magical city, enjoying food and drink without spending a penny. It's for observing and learning at the magical city Elven University," Zheng Xuan reminded him helplessly. With Wu Jialong's uncle, Vice Principal Wu Lianghua, leading the team, what trouble could this little monkey cause? Once we get to the magical city, who cares about observing or studying? Enough of that, Dog Xien. Let's draft a travel itinerary for our 7-day trip to the magical city. Wu Jialong pulled Zheng Xuan along, brimming with excitement. The remaining 3 exchanged glances. Class leader Lu, you should head back to class as well. My brother and I have some matters to discuss. Wong Hao politely suggested. All right, then I'll take my leave. Lu Qiaoyu departed with a hint of melancholy. Once everyone had moved away, Wong Hao pulled Wang Jie to a secluded corner. Brother, what are you up to, acting all mysterious? Wang Jie complained, feeling an itch to return and draft a travel plan himself. Observing the magical city Elven University might just be the opportunity to humble Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. Wang Hao couldn't hide his grin. Brother, have you lost your mind? Zheng Xuan is incredibly strong, and Wu Jialong has made significant progress too. After last year's seniors graduated, I doubt anyone in Zhongyu City can rival these 2. Even those who transferred from Kyoto City were swiftly dealt with. Wang Jie lamented, frustrated that he, a distinguished trainer from a prominent family, had been reduced to merely tagging along. I know very well that no one in Zhongyu City can match those 2, but aren't we on their turf this time? Remember our cousin? He got into the magical city Elven University 2 years ago. I think we can leverage that. Chapter 133, Magical City Elven University. Saturday, Zheng Xuan and the other 4 students, accompanied by Vice Principal Wu Lianghua, boarded a special vehicle en route to Zhongyu Airport. Soon, their small group from 4 middle school merged with teams from other schools. Ah, Wu Lianghua, Principal Wu, what a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wang Defa, Vice Principal of First Middle School. The leader, a portly middle-aged man, greeted Wu Lianghua warmly. Thank you, Principal Wong, for your kindness. The distance from 4 middle school is considerable, and I appreciate everyone's patience, Wu Lianghua responded courteously. Not at all, Principal Wu, you're too polite. We just arrived not long ago. The other leading teachers from various schools exchanged pleasantries. I knew that Zheng Xuan would be a part of this observation group at the magical city Elven University. That makes this trip somewhat worthwhile, spoke a person with an air of arrogance. Naturally, it was Xia Xiaodian, the top student among the Kyoto City transfers. With Xia Xiaodian from First Middle, it was only fitting that Wu Jialong from 4 Middle would respond with disdain. Wasn't your last defeat enough? When did the dialogue between strong individuals include a weakling like you? Xia Xiaodian's expression darkened, and he retorted sharply. Strong? Are you joking? When did a defeated cur dare to bark? Wu Jialong fired back with equal fervor. If it weren't for the strict security at the airport, their verbal sparring might have escalated into a physical confrontation. Thankfully, the respective school leaders quickly intervened to extinguish the rising tension. Wu Jialong, if you continue to make a fool of yourself here, do you believe I won't kick you out of the team on the spot? Wu Lianghua chastised, slightly exasperated. It was frustrating that this troublemaker could cause a ruckus in mere moments. He couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy for his brother Wu Luqing and his siblings, realizing how much effort it took to raise a child like this. I apologize, uncle, but the classmates can attest that it was they who spoke first. I was merely responding. Wu Jialong feigned innocence. How many times must I remind you? During this observation activity, treat me as Vice Principal Wu or simply Principal Wu. Understood. Principal Wu. Wu Jialong replied obediently. Haha, Principal Wu, it's just playful banter among children, nothing serious. There's no need to be too harsh on the students. By the way, it's almost time. We should pass through security and prepare to board. Wang Defa said with a smile, reminding everyone. With the small altercation concluded, the observation group, led by first and 4 middle schools, along with other schools from Zhongyu City, gradually passed through multiple security checks and finally boarded the plane. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Everyone is in first class. The magical city Elven University is quite affluent, Wu Jialong remarked with awe. The observation group comprised 20 students, 5 supervising teachers, and 2 leaders, all in first class, undoubtedly a considerable expense. It was no wonder Wu Jialong, a child of privilege, expressed his astonishment. In this world, where human habitation barely occupied 1/10 or 1/12 of the land, the vast skies belonged to countless flying types and capable flying Pokémon. Save for the strong who dared to traverse them. Establishing a stable flight route requires immense effort and the dedication of many powerful individuals to maintain. And the high costs of aviation mean ticket prices far exceed those of other transportation methods. Furthermore, those who can afford air travel, especially in first or business class, are either wealthy or privileged. Even economy class is not something the average person can easily bear. For ordinary individuals wishing to leave their cities for distant lands, the time and expenses involved are significant, a challenge of the era. I digress. As this was Zheng Xuan's first flight, he was filled with wonder. He often peered through the window, observing the large flying Pokémon or powerful trainers riding on their majestic steeds, such as the Sky Dragon, the cat-headed Night Owl, or even the Fire Dragon, escorting the plane for a while. Several hours later, the passenger aircraft finally landed at Magical City International Airport. Guides were already waiting for the observation group. "Excuse me, is your team the observation group from Zhongyu City?" One of the guides inquired. "Indeed, indeed. Are you teachers from the Magical City Elven University?" Wong Defa, as one of the leaders, spoke first. "Yes, please follow us to board the special vehicle to the university." The lead guide replied courteously, ushering the group onto the vehicle. At the majestic entrance of the Magical City Elven University, renowned as the second-ranked university in the Great Xia Alliance and well-known in the Global League, countless visitors flocked daily to take photographs. Yet, no one dared to trespass. The reason being the elderly gentleman guarding the gate was a formidable quasi-king level powerhouse. With such a venerable figure stationed at the entrance, who would dare to charge in? However, it wasn't that the Magical City Elven University possessed such terrifying strength. The gatekeeper was merely a retired professor who volunteered for security duties out of boredom. "I say, why are you lot loitering around here so early? Are you waiting for someone? If not, stop hanging around and disturbing the school's image." The old man, though aged, had sharp eyes, sternly reprimanding the nearby students. "Luo Lao, I have heard that a delegation from Zhongyu City is coming to visit our school. We have no ulterior motives. We merely wish to observe the quality of the next cohort of students." "Indeed, Luo Lao, I assure you, our intentions are solely to observe, and we will not cause any disturbances. We are simply curious." Faced with the elderly gentleman who was temporarily acting as a security guard, the group hastily offered their explanations. The old man, holding a lunchbox, stepped out of the security booth and reminded them, "You little rascals, I'm heading to the cafeteria to get my meal. Please keep an eye on the entrance for me. Under no circumstances are you to allow unauthorized individuals into the school. Otherwise, you will personally teach us a lesson." One of them quickly responded, "That will do. Just keep an eye on the entrance when you have the time, and don't create any trouble when you don't." With that, the old man entered the school gate with his lunchbox. "Rest assured, Luo Lao, we will take care of everything here." "Luo Lao, the food in the cafeteria today is quite good," the group eagerly called out. Chapter 134, Brotherhood Among Friends. "Hey, Xiao Wong, has your cousin really mentioned that there are formidable students in their cohort who can overshadow the entire city's students?" The leading student inquired of the frail youth beside him. "Yes, boss. My cousin even asked me to teach them a lesson, just to let them know the limits of their abilities." The frail youth, known as Xiao Wong, promptly replied. "Interesting. The freshman who entered the elite class this year is the so-called champion of the Southwest Alliance. Isn't he from your hometown?" "Indeed, boss," the frail youth answered earnestly. "That lad is rather arrogant. He might have been a source of pressure for the students in Zhongyu City that year. Unfortunately, this is the magic capital, home to the renowned magic capital Elven University, where he was subsequently dealt with harshly by the true geniuses of the elite class, those extraordinary individuals." Haha. The leading student laughed heartily. "You're right. That fellow was indeed too arrogant, demanding that we seniors carry his luggage when school started. I was overjoyed to learn he was put in his place. I celebrated with 3 large bowls of rice. The champion of the Southwest Alliance is simply not worthy of consideration at our magic capital Elven University." "Exactly. Next time we encounter him, let us break his legs for daring to order us seniors around." The others indignantly chimed in. Although feeling aggrieved, the frail youth had to confront the harsh reality and nodded repeatedly. The boss speaks wisely. As the leading student had noted, this is the magic capital. The magic capital Elven University, a gathering place for exceptional students from the entire Great Xia Alliance, and even those from the World Alliance. It is undoubtedly a hub of true genius. A city champion, if not from a large metropolis, may find themselves met with ridicule rather than applause and accolades here. Even the champion of a sub-alliance, despite their strength, was subdued upon entering the rumored elite class, a testament to the caliber of students present. "Look, boss." One of the followers pointed toward the approaching bus in the distance. The VE finally arrived. The leading student sprang up from the ground, stretching his somewhat numb legs. In truth, there were chairs in the nearby security booth, but the group refrained from moving them out of respect for the esteemed Luo Lao. The leading student, accompanied by several others, moved closer. Greetings, teachers. We are members of the student council, and we have been notified to guide these younger students on a tour of the school and arrange their accommodations. Upon meeting, the leading student readily explained to the head of the guiding personnel. Very well, student council, please ensure these younger students have a thorough tour of our school. The head of the guiding personnel seemed to take him at his word and turned to the delegation's leader and accompanying teachers, stating, Teachers, feel free to entrust your students to our student council. There are some matters regarding the delegation that require communication with our school leadership. I will continue to lead you to the conference room. As the delegation's leader and teachers separated from their students, they began to offer earnest reminders. Lu Chaoyu, you are the class monitor. While I'm away, you will oversee the team from the 4th school. Zheng Xuan, please assist Lu Chaoyu. Wu Jialong, you must remain low-key. This is the magic capital Elven University. Any student here could dominate you. Do not cause any trouble, and the same goes for the other two. Wu Linghua enumerated all the matters needing attention in one breath. With time pressing, he could only helplessly follow the guiding personnel away. Fantastic. My uncle has finally left. Seeing the departing figure, Wu Jialong let out a long sigh of relief. He then proceeded to complain, what a dreadful school. That's only because my uncle has been stationed at our family's secret realm for so long that he rarely comes to school. His liberation this time is nothing short of a nightmare for me. Let us go, Xiao Xian, we are finally free. After his complaints, the unrestrained Wu Jialong immediately became arrogant. That is not acceptable, Wu Jialong. Just now, Principal Wu advised you to keep a low profile. This is the magic capital Elven University, so do not act recklessly. Stick with the seniors from the student council. Lu Chaoyu promptly blocked Wu Jialong's path, gently rebuking him. Ah, that statement carries weight. A voice unexpectedly interjected. It was indeed the group of university students claiming to be members of the student council. This lovely junior speaks wisely. Children, the magic capital Elven University is vast, and you should follow us seniors to avoid getting lost. The leading student approached, wearing a smile that held a hint of malice. What is the purpose of a mobile navigation app if we need you to guide us? You should return from whence you came. Sensing the ill intentions of the newcomers, Wu Jialong displayed a contemptuous expression and retorted immediately. Oh, this young junior has quite the temper. But you should be grateful that you have not yet been admitted to the magic capital Elven University, otherwise. The leading student's expression darkened as he mockingly continued. Ah, with my intellect, whether I could even get in is still up for debate. I apologize, but my aspirations have always been set on the prestigious capital city Elven University. Wu Jialong replied derisively. Unable to contain himself, the leading student burst into laughter. Huh. So the junior's ambitions are lofty. However, from my perspective as a senior, one should not aim too high, whether in life or in endeavors. All right, senior, kindly guide us on a tour of your esteemed institution, with so many eyes upon us. I trust you wouldn't want to bring shame to the magic capital Elven University. Zheng Xuan interjected promptly, gesturing toward the surrounding crowd that had gathered to watch, along with the students emerging from the cafeteria at mealtime. Cough, cough. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leading student cleared his throat and reorganized his words, deliberately raising his voice. Haha, just a little joke with the younger students. Come, let your senior show you around. He then added, by the way, have you younger students eaten? The cafeteria at the magic capital Elven University is quite remarkable. Come, let us use my meal card. Don't hesitate to enjoy yourselves. In that case, thank you for your generous hospitality, senior. Zheng Xuan smiled. To outsiders, it undoubtedly appeared as a harmonious scene of camaraderie between seniors and juniors. Chapter 135, The Unveiling of True Intentions. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the hand of the leading student clutching the meal card began to tremble uncontrollably. The 20 members of the delegation had completely drained his meal card, which held several thousand in savings. Especially the two students named Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, who, under the guise of enjoying a lavish meal for the first time in the high school cafeteria, ardently encouraged their peers to order the most expensive dishes, until their meal cards were utterly depleted. Fortunately, with his family's affluence, although he felt a twinge of pain at the expense, it was not crippling. He merely struggled to swallow his indignation. Dear junior students, ahead lies the training facility, which boasts specialized training rooms for various abilities of Pokémon, as well as a unique training chamber equipped with the latest gravity devices, significantly enhancing the effectiveness of daily training. One member of the group explained to the observing students. Zheng Xuan gazed in the direction indicated, and the mere sight of the training center rivaled the battle center of Zhongyu City, leaving the integrated training and battle center of number 4 high school in the dust, prompting a wave of admiration. Truly, This is the Pokémon University of the Magic City. If history is any guide, dear junior students, you will soon receive temporary identity cards, and possessing such a card will grant you access to all these training facilities. The speaker, evidently well prepared, smiled as he explained to the wide-eyed observers. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, the Wong brothers, Wong Hao and the frail Wong, were deep in discussion. Cousin, have you made any headway on what I previously mentioned? Xiao Hao, Xiao Jia, since you've rarely asked for my assistance, I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Did you not see the discord between those two you wish to discipline, and our captain? Rest assured, they will be dealt with. In front of his younger cousins, the previously meek young man now spoke with confidence. Cousin, you're amazing. Truly the hope of our Wong family. Being able to enroll in the Pokémon University of the Magic City is indeed something else. Wong Hao quickly praised him. Cousin, we absolutely trust you. But how formidable is your captain? To be honest, among the two we must confront, especially the one named Zheng Xuan. His strength is simply outrageous. Even students who transferred from the capital were no match for him. Compared to Wong Hao, Wang Jia appeared less assured. Hey Xiao Jia, what are you saying? How can you not trust our cousin, or his captain? Wang Hao feigned irritation. Alas, to be honest, Xiao Hao, Xiao Jia. If you both continue to limit your vision to the small confines of Zhongyu City, your future growth will undoubtedly be restricted to this small area. Unlike you two, I have seen countless geniuses at Pokémon University of the Magic City. Those once deemed geniuses in my eyes are merely pretenders. Not to mention the elite class filled with individuals even more formidable than geniuses. The frail young man reveled in the admiration emanating from his two cousins during this lecture. Returning to the main point, the individuals you view as exceptionally strong are truly insignificant at Pokémon University of the Magic City. Moreover, considering you have only just entered your senior year with merely a year of Pokémon training, what kind of genius could possibly emerge? Furthermore, even if they are genuine prodigies, the gap between them and us second-year students is a full 2 years of training time. The disparity in strength between professional and non-professional trainers is even more pronounced. As he spoke, the frail young man seemed to return to the spirited self he once was when he first stepped onto the university campus. A self unscathed by various geniuses. The observing group continued to follow the guidance of these individuals, drawing the attention of numerous university students. I've heard that a group of observers would be visiting our school today. It seems they are merely high school students. Oh, I truly missed the days of reigning supreme in high school. Now at Pokémon University of the Magic City, one can only humbly lie low. What do you mean by lying low? Quiet down. I can guarantee that there will be a spectacle to behold. The leading few are notorious troublemakers from the second-year training department, and them taking on this thankless task for the student council surely means trouble is brewing. The tradition of university students to revel in the drama did not merely belong to bystanders. Zheng Xuan, this feeling of being treated like a monkey is rather unpleasant. Even the typically thick-skinned Wu Jialong felt a hint of shyness. If all goes as expected, we are sure to make a name for ourselves. Zheng Xuan remarked with a knowing smile. As the observing group approached the battle center, they were once again awestruck by the grand scale of Pokémon University of the Magic City. The vast battle center, nearly a landmark of Zhongyu City, could accommodate twice the number of spectators as the battle center. Dear junior students, unlike the training facility, the battle center does not require an identity card or student card. Everyone can enter and experience the fervent atmosphere of battles that ignite daily at the university. The intent of the leading student became increasingly clear. Upon entering the battle center, the observers quickly realized that only by standing within could one truly grasp the terrifying depth of Pokémon University of the Magic City. Aside from the central battle arena, there were symmetrically arranged hundreds of battlefields, bustling with intense matches as the leading student had described. As the saying goes, words without action are mere empty rhetoric. Action without words is foolishness. Only through both can one truly demonstrate skill. Now, dear junior students, which of you has the courage to step onto the battlefield? Rest assured, I will select some first-year students from behind to engage in instructional battles with you. The leading student initiated the challenge. Indeed, merely watching is uninteresting. One must participate to truly feel the passionate atmosphere. What our leader says is correct. Is there any junior student willing to face off against the upperclassmen? I find this proposal quite agreeable. It also allows the upperclassmen to provide guidance, which will be beneficial for your future. The remaining few quickly caught on to the rhythm. I will. The prominent figure from number 1 high school, Xia Shoudian, confidently stepped forward. Damn, that kid actually jumped in ahead of me. Wu Jialong seethed with frustration, feeling overshadowed. Chapter 136, Consecutive Defeats. On the battlefield, Xia Xiaotian's expression grew increasingly grim, having lost the previous air of confidence. Students who gained admission to Pokémon University of the Magic City are the top contenders from their respective cities. Even first-year students generally possess the skills of a novice professional trainer. Moreover, even if Xia Xiaoyan's Pokémon were of exceptional quality, enabling him to triumph over stronger opponents. The first-year students at Pokémon University of the Magic City equally possess such capabilities. Thus, the disparity in training time was vividly illustrated in this battle. However, Xia Xiaoyan's electric-type Pokémon remained formidable, managing to exhaust a significant portion of the opposing Pokémon, the sluggish Snorlax, as well as depleting the stamina of the incoming Houndoom. Ultimately, with the appearance of the Water-type and Steel-type Prince Wave, he successfully dispatched 2 of his opponent's Pokémon, garnering numerous praises for his outstanding performance. Yet, when confronted with the opponent's ace Pokémon, the Bayleaf, which had a type advantage, and after having expended considerable energy in the previous 2 battles, Prince Wave could not withstand the relentless and vigorous Leaf Blade assaults, ultimately falling in defeat. It is likely that only the evolved second-stage Pokémon, the Emperor Napo, which possesses both water and steel attributes, could effectively resist the Grass-type Pokémon's advantages. As for why his expression was grim, it was due to the newly summoned third Pokémon, Heracross. As a Pokémon he had recently captured, Xia Xiaoyan struggled to command it, and in terms of level and strength, it was far from the Bayleaf's match. Even though Bug-type Pokémon have an advantage over Grass types, Heracross found itself retreating steadily. In the end, Xia Xiaoyan met with defeat. However, as a high school senior, losing narrowly to a freshman is sufficient to attest to his formidable strength. He is indeed a promising candidate for the prestigious magical capital University of Spirits. This thought sprouted in the minds of the surrounding university students who were keenly observing the spectacle. This junior possesses remarkable prowess. Is there anyone else willing to step forward and demonstrate their skills? As he spoke, the leading student cast a glance towards Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. I'll take the challenge. Wu Jialong, acutely aware of his opponent's formidable abilities, refrained from uttering any harsh words this time, lest he find himself in an embarrassing predicament. In truth, this demonstrated a rare moment of cleverness on Wu Jialong's part. The leading student had deliberately selected one of the stronger freshmen to effectively suppress Wu Jialong. Seeking to settle a previous grudge, Wu Jialong sent forth his evolved Charmeleon to lead the charge, while his opponent unleashed a formidable Mismagius. Known for its exceptional offensive and speed capabilities, Wu Jialong's side held the advantage in type effectiveness, yet his adversary was bolstered by superior level and strength. As the battle commenced, it was a fiercely contested match, both sides unwilling to yield. However, as time passed, the disparity in strength became increasingly apparent. Charmeleon found itself on the defensive, struggling to evade Mismagius's sharp onslaught, quickly depleting its stamina. Seizing the opportunity, Mismagius executed a devastating high-level attack that struck a critical point, sending Charmeleon crashing to the ground. In a strategy reminiscent of Xia Xiaoyan's approach, Wu Jialong sent out his ace Pokémon, the powerful Hawlucha, which, thanks to its speed boost ability, began to close the gap in speed against Mismagius. With its robust offensive capabilities, especially against a fatigued Mismagius, Hawlucha soon gained the upper hand. After only a few exchanges, Hawlucha had successfully subdued Mismagius, and considering Mismagius's dual dark and ice typing, it was doubly weak to fire-type attacks, and even more so to fighting-type moves, which were 4 times effective. With a resounding impact, Mismagius succumbed to a powerful double kick from Hawlucha, ultimately unable to withstand the assault and letting out a pained cry before losing its fighting ability. The opponent's second Pokémon was a dark flying type, the formidable Honchkrow with the ability Super Luck. Notably, despite its flying type designation, Honchkrow was unable to soar due to its underdeveloped wings. Moreover, the evolution line of Honchkrow consists solely of females, while its pre-evolution, Murkrow, features only males in its evolved form, Honchkrow. Even without the ability to fly, Honchkrow's powerful legs ensured remarkable speed and adorned in bone-like armor. It charged fiercely at Hawlucha with a brutal pecking assault. Owing to its super luck ability, when struck by Hawlucha's physical moves, Honchkrow shed some of its armor, resulting in a decrease in defense but a significant increase in speed. This Honchkrow proved to be a challenging adversary. However, it faced the steadily accelerating Hawlucha. After an arduous confrontation, Hawlucha ultimately overcame the level disparity and managed to claim victory. At this juncture, Wu Jialong found himself in a situation akin to that of Xia Xiaoyan, both possessing an advantage with 2 Pokémon remaining. Yet the opponent's next ace Pokémon struck a heavy blow. The audience, along with the observers, began to suspect that this individual was indeed a trainer specializing in Dark-type Pokémon. In the next moment, the opponent threw out a Pokeball, releasing a colossal figure, the fearsome Gyarados. In fact, the mega-evolved form of Gyarados indeed possessed Dark-type attributes. Damn! Wu Jialong exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon witnessing the entrance of Gyarados. The disparities in level, type, and base stats culminated in a significant gap in overall strength, leading to the inevitable downfall of Hawlucha despite its valiant effort. Not to mention, Gyarados' hidden ability, Intimidate, rendered it a terrifying presence capable of dismantling teams. Wu Jialong's third Pokemon was not the previously mentioned Ponyta, but rather a modestly competent herdier, barely at the intermediate level. Faced with the ferocity of Gyarados, the timid herdier was nearly brought to tears, yet out of loyalty, it bravely charged at its opponent. However, with the considerable disparity in strength, even the attacks from herdier proved futile. Ultimately, Wu Jialong could only command herdier to attack a couple of times symbolically before recalling it to prevent any severe harm. This high school student was evidently a promising candidate for the magical capital University of Spirits, yet he had unfortunately encountered the formidable Zhang Xiaofeng, a freshman who was truly a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, Zhang Xiaofeng's prowess, particularly with that Gyarados, suggested that among the freshmen, aside from the exceptional group in the elite class, few could rival him. The onlookers began to murmur, pointing fingers and voicing their opinions. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression soured. Initially invited to showcase his abilities as an under-the-radar freshman, he found himself the target of accusations for bullying a high school student. Hey, everyone, I assure you, this battle was not organized by me. It was inherently unfair to have freshmen battle high school students. Zhang Xiaofeng protested, lamenting that he should not be blamed for this apparent mismatch. Coughing to regain attention, the leading student, noticing the shift in sentiment, quickly intervened. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not overstate this notion of bullying. This is merely an exhibition match intended to provide our junior students with a glimpse into the atmosphere of university battles. Moreover, if we didn't select freshmen to compete, are we to send the sophomore students? Surely, we cannot expect our formidable senior students to take the stage. That would truly be an unfair matchup. Furthermore, the outcome was beneficial, as it allowed everyone to witness the potential of these two junior students. Even at the tender age of 18, they could hold their own against a senior. The leading student, skilled in rhetoric, managed to shift the narrative. Senior Gao Ming is correct. I merely aim to exert a bit of pressure to showcase the boundless potential of this junior. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly chimed in, eager to support the new narrative. Cunning fellow, Gao Ming, the leading student, silently chastised himself. This freshman, whenever in trouble, delegates the responsibility of explanation to him. And just as he managed to turn the tide, this kid capitalizes on the opportunity to appear virtuous. Yet, this young man is indeed an excellent fighter. Contemplating this, Gao Ming devised a clever plan. Stepping forward once more, he raised his voice. However, let us acknowledge that in a standard 3v3 battle, freshmen do have an additional year of training their Pokemon, which does seem somewhat unbalanced. Therefore, let us propose this. Zhang Xiaofeng shall continue to take the stage, while the observing junior students will command their Pokemon in a 3-against-1 wheel battle. Defeating his Gyarados will count as a victory. Although this wheel battle format appeared fairer to offset the level disparity, one must consider that Zhang Xiaofeng's Gyarados was inherently powerful and possessed the Intimidate ability. If it were to defeat an opponent, it would gain an increase in attack. In such a scenario, should the opponents lack sufficient strength, they would easily fall, inadvertently providing Gyarados with additional buffs. Wu Jialong, I can only rely on you to help me exact revenge, he lamented, his expression a clear reflection of his dismay. Since that is the case, allow me to give it a try. Zheng Xuan nodded slowly, perceiving that Gao Ming was deliberately targeting him, and this battle seemed unavoidable. This fellow has finally made his move. In the observation team, Xia Shoudian crossed his arms, watching Zheng Xuan step forward, and scoffed. Xia? That Zheng Xuan can't possibly be a match for that Gyarados, right? Wei Chao cast a doubtful glance at Zheng Xuan. After all, during the last field training, he had only faced Wu Jialong and was unaware of Zheng Xuan's true capabilities. Even after hearing that Xia Shoudian had been defeated by the opponent, he still lacked a clear understanding of their strength. Foolishness. Among the entire observation team, aside from myself, perhaps only this guy has a chance of victory. With that thought, Xia Shoudian straightened his back even more. Didn't you lose as well? Wei Chao wanted to retort, but ultimately lacked the courage. Haha, splendid. Finally, a junior is stepping into battle. You must know that this Zheng Xuan is an exceptionally talented student, having triumphed over numerous opponents to seize victory in the Urban Star Cup. Zheng Xuan's participation elicited a flurry of praise from Gao Ming. Any discerning observer could see that this junior had likely crossed paths with Gao Ming in a way that ruffled the latter's feathers. After all, even the title of city champion holds little weight at the prestigious Magic City Pokemon University, let alone a minor city tournament. Mentioning it merely invites ridicule. That little brat. The expenses from lunch were not in vain, as I managed to extract some information from other students. Gao Ming muttered to himself. In the arena, Junior Zheng Xuan, let us see how you fare in the next few rounds of offense and defense. Don't be shy. This match is meant for entertainment, so there is no need to take it too seriously. Zhang Xiaofeng, standing opposite, was wary of being accused of bullying the weak by the audience after the match and decided to grant his opponent a slight advantage. Senior, let us forego that. A 3-on-1 will battle is already quite unfair to you. I don't wish to be labeled as a privileged dog. Zheng Xuan smiled gently and waved his hand in refusal. Jiang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Do you want a little game experience? Just don't complain if you end up getting wiped out. This junior truly has character. Jiang Xiaofeng, regaining his composure, gave a thumbs up in reluctant praise. The Gyarados made its grand entrance, its massive form dominating the battlefield and occupying a significant area. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV22, Professional Beginner. Type, Water Flying. Ability, Overconfidence. Gender, Male. Status, Lightly Wounded. Quality Rating, Purple. Held Item, Mysterious Water Drop. Level Skills, Tackle, Leer, Twister, Bounce, Thrash, Bite, Hydro Pump, Ice Fong, Water Gun, Roar, Waterfall. Inherited Skills, Crunch, Rain Dance, Hydro Cannon. Skill Discs, Protect, Thunder Wave, Water Gun. Strong, Exceedingly Strong. This was entirely unlike the professional beginners Zheng Xuan had previously encountered. At the same time, Zheng Xuan sent out Yaya to battle, clearly intending to turn the tide in one decisive clash. Oh, it's the rare dragon-type Pokémon Yaya. Jiang Xiaofeng seemed relieved, understanding why this junior exuded such confidence. Dragon-type Pokémon, especially a rare one like Yaya, are indeed a rare sight even at the Magic City Pokémon University. However, Jiang Xiaofeng was only slightly surprised and did not believe that the opponent's Yaya could pose a challenge to his Gyarados. Yaya Dragon Claw. Zheng Xuan issued the command without hesitation, undeterred by the opponent's formidable strength. Yaya cast a disdainful glance at the colossal foe and raised its claw, infused with dragon energy, aiming straight for Gyarados' abdomen. Watching Yaya, which was undoubtedly much smaller compared to his Gyarados, rush toward it, Jiang Xiaofeng refrained from issuing any commands, seemingly curious to see just how powerful the opponent's Yaya could be with such a bold attack. Chapter 138, Defeating Gyarados. Bang! Yaya swung its massive claw in a thunderous strike, actually causing the gigantic Gyarados to stagger back several steps. Roar! Gyarados, equally dismissive of its opponent, let out a pained roar, only realizing the terrifying impact of that tremendous force after personally enduring the blow. No, this isn't right. How could this Yaya inflict such damage with a single strike on Gyarados? Jiang Xiaofeng's expression turned to one of shock. His Gyarados had been subjected to rigorous anti-damage training and possessed defense far superior to its peers. Not even a Pokémon of ordinary strength, let alone a professional beginner, could harm his Gyarados. Even the previous muscular chicken had only managed to inflict light injuries on Gyarados before being defeated. Gyarados, use Crunch to counterattack. Jiang Xiaofeng, looking somewhat displeased, hastily issued the command. He also felt a twinge of relief that the opponent had declined his earlier suggestion. Otherwise, after enduring a few such attacks, even Gyarados' strong defense would struggle to withstand the damage. The colossal Gyarados moved, utilizing its flying-type agility, even outside of rivers or seas. It did not suffer from the mobility issues of its size. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth, and charged toward Yaya with a fierce momentum. Yaya dig. Zheng Xuan, having anticipated this, calmly commanded Yaya to quickly burrow into the ground, evading Gyarados' reckless assault. Damn it! It felt akin to throwing a powerful punch only to strike a soft pillow. This frustrating sensation made Jiang Xiaofeng seethe. In his anger, he regretted that after this battle, even if he could not acquire rare skill discs like Earthquake, he at least needed to obtain moves that could counter-dig. To deal with this pesky digging mouse. Why not to drown it? Yes, drown it. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Jiang Xiaofeng shouted, Gyarados, use Water Gun on the hole to flush the opponent out. This Jiang Xiaofeng is somewhat clever. Gao Ming, ever vigilant of the field's dynamics, couldn't help but praise as he crossed his arms. Following the command, Gyarados opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of water into the hole where the opponent had vanished. Crash! Noticing the unusual sounds emanating from the ground, Jiang Xiaofeng warned. Here it comes, Gyarados, use Ice Fong. He also wore a hint of disdain. It was just the beginning, and the opponent was already unable to maintain composure. However, this also indirectly proved the brilliance of his water gun strategy. Gyarados surged forward, its fangs enveloped in ice energy, biting down on the raised ground, directly creating a sizable pit in the battlefield. Roar! Spitting out the dirt from its mouth, Gyarados roared furiously at the sky. Indeed, it had been outsmarted once again by that little brat. After this bite, all that remained was dirt. Where was Yaya's figure? Behind you, Jiang Xiaofeng hurriedly warned. A somewhat damp Yaya erupted from the ground, empowered by Sword Dance, its dragon claws now even more formidable, aimed directly at Gyarados' back, tearing into it with ferocity. Gyarados, in a panic, attempted to turn and defend itself, but its massive size ultimately hindered its reaction time. Roar! Struck by such a heavy blow, the excruciating pain made Gyarados roar in agony. and its overwhelming fury caused it to lose all rationality, disregarding its trainer's attempts to calm it, vowing to shred its opponent into pieces. Yet the cunning Yaya, having succeeded with its strike, once again burrowed underground. Bang! Gyarados, unable to vent its pin-up rage, slammed its tail down onto the ground with its massive body, willing to endure self-inflicted damage just to shake that mouse out from beneath the soil. The continuous thumping drew the attention of many onlookers. Goodness, is this a battle or a construction site? Boom. In the area where the Gyarados resides, the ground suddenly gave way, as if reaching its structural limits, due to the forceful impact of its heavy tail, causing the entire massive body of the Gyarados to plunge into the abyss. The battleground, firmly established, was certainly not a flimsy construction. Rather, it was the result of Yaya's burrowing. It wasn't merely hiding underground, but rather creating a passageway that connected the area occupied by the Gyarados, compounded by the erosion from the residual torrents of water. Ultimately, it could no longer withstand the relentless pounding of the Gyarados, leading to the collapse. Yaya, seizing the opportunity to strike a fallen opponent, continued to unleash its dragon claw. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that executing this entire strategy, including an extended stay underground, would severely deplete Yaya's stamina, thus necessitating a swift resolution. Breaking through the surface, Yaya gasped for fresh air before once more brandishing its massive claws, charging toward the heavily entrenched Gyarados. The poor Gyarados, just managing to extricate its head from the mire of water and mud, was met with another vicious blow from Yaya. Even though it promptly obeyed its trainer's command to raise an energy shield to fend off the opponent's assault, it remained ensnared in the immobilizing muck. Gyarados, quickly crawl out of the mire and retaliate with Ice Fang, commanded the trainer. Yaya, having mounted Gyarados, initiated a bite attack. Both trainers issued their commands almost simultaneously. However, compared to the agile Yaya, the Gyarados, encumbered by its massive form and trapped, was undoubtedly a step slower. Taking advantage of Gyarados' continued entrapment, Yaya swiftly ascended onto its colossal body, successfully sinking its sharp fangs into the vulnerable skin at the nape of its neck. The searing pain compelled Gyarados to thrash wildly. Yet its physical structure made it difficult to reach its back, especially where Yaya clung on. It could only shake its body furiously in an attempt to dislodge Yaya or awkwardly strike with its tail. Despite this, Yaya maintained a firm grip on Gyarados, refusing to relent until the pain and damage reached Gyarados' threshold, at which point it collapsed, and Yaya finally released its fangs. Even after triumphing over Gyarados, Yaya paid the price with a broken tooth. However, such dental fractures at Yaya's developmental stage were quite normal and would regrow within a few days, becoming even sturdier due to the previous breakage. I actually lost to a high school student. In the face of this unbelievable outcome, Jiang Xiaofeng sank to the ground, his gaze vacant, utterly despondent. If he had lost to any other student from his cohort, he would not have felt so defeated. But losing to a third-year student who had yet to face the Pokémon College entrance examination made him deeply question the strength he had once prided himself on. Chapter 139, Judging People by Their Actions. What the hell, Dog Xien, incredible. You actually defeated a freshman, and one from the prestigious Magic City Pokémon University at that. Originally devastated by the crushing defeat, Wu Jialong now appeared rejuvenated, cheering loudly, which only served to further sour the expressions of the surrounding university students. If they had lost in a 3-against-1 battle, they might have had some justification, but the first Pokémon sent forth by their opponent exhibited a remarkable performance, achieving victory against the odds. The harsh reality was laid bare before them, leaving them utterly speechless. Was Jiang Xiaofeng's Gyarados truly weak? Only the freaks from the elite class dared to claim such a thing. The rest of the students likely did not have the standing to make such disparaging remarks. In fact, many second-year students would hardly be able to match Jiang Xiaofeng. Without a doubt, this third-year student, if he were to continue performing at this level over the next year without any significant missteps, would undoubtedly be a pillar of Kyoto University or the elite class of Magic City University. Meanwhile, Gao Ming's expression grew increasingly complex. When Zheng Xuan dispatched the dragon-type Pokémon Yaya, Gao Ming's face displayed merely mild surprise, as it was not uncommon for students from Magic City Pokémon University to produce 1 or 2 dragon-type trainers. However, as Yaya transitioned from burrowing to avoid the confrontation to dominating the battle and ultimately defeating Gyarados against all odds, Gao Ming's astonishment morphed into disbelief, eventually culminating in fear. Was this individual, comparable to the extraordinary students of his own elite class, truly someone a student from his ordinary class could afford to provoke? It was utterly absurd. Who brought this group of students to the battle arena to challenge others? A booming voice interrupted Gao Ming's tangled thoughts. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice to see a slightly hunched elderly man in security attire who had mysteriously appeared on the battlefield. It was the renowned Old Luo. Upon sighting this esteemed figure, the crowd unhesitatingly pointed at the bewildered Gao Ming, effectively betraying him. Old Luo, I was merely allowing the observing students to experience the collegiate battle atmosphere, engaging in some friendly sparring for entertainment. Gao Ming stammered in explanation. Who the hell reported this and brought that esteemed elder here? The old man, Old Luo, remained silent, merely surveying the crowd with a piercing gaze. The atmosphere in the venue instantly froze to a chilling halt. Oh, let it go, let it go. It's just a minor scuffle among students. There's no need for blame. A kindly voice promptly alleviated the tense atmosphere. The crowd turned to see several familiar figures accompanied by numerous unfamiliar faces entering the battle arena through the main entrance. The speaker was the elderly man at the forefront, the director of the training department at Magic City Pokémon University. Director, these troublemaking students are simply out of control. Dragging the observing students in a battle, what a disgraceful display of bullying. Old Luo expressed his outrage, feeling that such shameless behavior was unacceptable, especially after losing to a high school student. If word got out, it would tarnish the reputation of Magic City Pokémon University irreparably. Haha, Old Luo, calm down. They're just young people, and youthful exuberance sometimes leads to a bit of competitiveness. This isn't entirely a bad thing. However, a group of university students challenging high school students is indeed somewhat inappropriate. How about this? Each student present today will write a reflective piece, and those who participated and organized will have 10 credits deducted as a warning. The director imposed a light punishment. After all, if the situation escalated, it would ultimately be Magic City Pokémon University that would suffer the consequences. Once the matter was settled, the director spoke again. Dear students, today we warmly welcome the teachers and students from the observing group visiting our Magic City Pokémon University with a round of enthusiastic applause. Following the mild reprimand, the university students present graciously applauded. The director then proceeded to discuss various matters concerning the observing group, delivering the usual, albeit unavoidable, lines. However, Zheng Xuan caught wind of an important detail, the mention of a temporary identification card. Possessing this temporary ID would grant access to the well-equipped and advanced training facilities at Magic City Pokémon University, which undoubtedly filled Zheng Xuan with excitement. You all are truly full of surprises. On just the first day, you've already engaged in battles with the students of Magic City Pokémon University. If this continues for a few more days, won't you all be soaring to new heights? Without delay, the voice of Vice Principal Wu Lianghua interrupted. Vice Principal, we truly did not instigate trouble. It was the opposing side that struck first. Wu Jialong attempted to explain, but was promptly silenced by Wu Lianghua's raised hand. Zheng Xuan, please explain what exactly transpired. Though they had not known each other for long, Wu Lianghua recognized that Zheng Xuan was not the impulsive type like Wu Jialong. Yet here he was, embroiled in a battle. Principal, ahem, Wu Jialong is correct. It was indeed the university students leading our campus tour who organized this battle, and we acted out of a desire to learn from these outstanding seniors. Zheng Xuan clarified, omitting any mention of the potential ulterior motives from the opposing side. Students of the magical capital Elf University are all outstanding individuals from their respective cities. Beneath their lofty aspirations lies the ability to achieve remarkable feats. However, this time, Zheng Huan's performance was commendable, bringing pride to our Zhongyu city and earning respect for the fourth high. Wu Lianghua, rarely showing a hint of a smile, praised him. Isn't this a case of favoritism? If I had said the same thing, I would have been criticized. Yet this fellow, Dog Huan, speaks and earns praise. Wu Jialong murmured quietly from the side. Wu Jialong, what are you mumbling about? Wu Lianghua's sharp gaze turned towards him upon hearing the commotion. Oh, nothing at all. Wu Schoolmaster, you are absolutely right. Zheng Huan has indeed brought honor to us all. Wu Jialong hastily corrected himself. All right, here are your temporary identity cards. Do not lose them. During your time at the school for observation, all expenses can be paid using these cards. Your accommodations have also been arranged, and shortly, you will be escorted to your dormitory, where your luggage has already been delivered. The activities for tomorrow afternoon involve a tour, so I hope you will not squander the morning on meaningless sleep. Take your temporary identity cards to the training facility and immerse yourselves in the professional, advanced training equipment. With less than a year until the Elf College entrance examination, I hope you will seize every moment to strengthen yourselves. Though Wu Lianghua typically maintained a stern demeanor, when it came to education, he resembled most teachers, becoming quite verbose. Chapter 140, The Training Facility. Guided by a staff member, Zheng Huan and his companions arrived at the dormitory designated for the observation group. Due to privacy concerns, most elf universities offer single accommodations. But the magical capital Elf University is somewhat more luxurious, with dormitories resembling small duplex apartments. Upon entering his room, Zheng Huan assessed the environment while releasing his companions, Yaya, Wong Bat, and the Roundland Shark. Yaya and Wong Bat adapted well to the confines of the Pokeball, but the Roundland Shark expressed some displeasure at being confined for nearly a day. Nevertheless, Even the sulking round land shark could not resist the allure of the moo moo milk and bone sticks offered by Zheng Xuan. The nearly 60 square meter dormitory was spread over 2 floors. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, a bathroom with a dry-wet separation, and a balcony, while the second floor featured a bedroom and study. Zheng Xuan could not help but marvel at the depth and luxury of this place. His previous university seemed utterly inferior in comparison. As evening approached, Zheng Xuan needed to prepare food for Yaya and the others, especially the round land shark, as it required a proper diet during its juvenile stage. After resolving these matters, he tidied himself and set out to meet Wu Jialong and the others for dinner in the cafeteria. Upon exiting the cafeteria, other students in the observation group suggested exploring the campus, but Zheng Xuan waved them off, eager to experience the training facility. Now that he had his temporary identity card and had addressed the trivialities, he was determined to be the first to explore. The training facility was brightly lit. Much like the battle arena, it shone as one of the brightest gems of the expansive campus at night. Even in the evening, the front desk for registering training rooms was bustling with a long queue, akin to an esteemed university library with no available seats. After waiting for about 20 minutes, it was finally Zheng Xuan's turn. "Hello, could you please register me for a gravity training room?" he requested, presenting his temporary identity card. "Apologies, but all gravity training rooms are currently occupied," the receptionist regretfully informed him. Indeed, it was quite competitive. Zheng Xuan thought to himself. He had no choice but to adjust his request. "Then please register me for a regular training room." After completing the registration, Zheng Xuan spent some time locating the designated training room, swiped his card, and stepped inside. Even the ordinary training room was equipped with spatial technology. From the outside, it appeared to be the size of a typical classroom, yet inside it was expansive, resembling a small gymnasium, complete with an array of training equipment. Given such luxurious training facilities, it was no wonder that entry was restricted to outsiders. Only individuals possessing temporary identity cards could enjoy the same freedom as students. Zheng Xuan retrieved the mandatory training device from his spatial backpack and equipped it on Yaya, as thus far, only Yaya was capable of utilizing this apparatus among his Pokémon partners. Wong Bat, on the other hand, would find it exceedingly difficult to fly while wearing the mandatory training device, making training nearly impossible. Zheng Xuan could only resort to purchasing a special weighted vest online, gradually allowing Wong Bat to adapt to the added weight during flying exercises. As for the round land shark, currently in its juvenile stage, it could only engage in simple physical training and skill exercises, with the primary goal being to consume more energy for rapid growth and to take the appropriate dragon-type nutrient solution at the right time to transition through its juvenile phase. However, Zheng Xuan observed a glimpse of the formidable nature of quasi-divine Pokémon through the round land shark's performance. Even in its juvenile stage, the round land shark could directly consume lower-grade dragon blood grass, displaying a fierceness surpassing that of Yaya at the same stage. As it matured, the lower-grade dragon blood grass would likely become a mere snack. Of course, this is the price of nurturing powerful quasi-divine Pokémon. The resources required for their development are immense. Even the formidable Tyranitar, in its unevolved state, must consume an entire mountain's worth of soil to gain sufficient nutrients for evolution. Indeed, if dragon-type Pokémon are known for their resource consumption, then quasi-divine Pokémon are undoubtedly insatiable money pits. To put it in relatable terms, a supercar consumes a lot of fuel. But when compared to a fighter jet, it is merely a minor concern. Fortunately, Zheng Xuan's finances were currently sufficient to support the expenses of his 3 Pokémon. But once he advanced to the professional level, the costs would undoubtedly escalate, potentially returning him to the previously challenging days of financial strain. Yaya, equipped with the mandatory training device, was running on the treadmill, while Wong Bat, donned in the weighted vest, engaged in flying training against the strong winds generated by the apparatus. The round land shark, clutching a bone stick, was running back and forth on the regular track. Zheng Xuan himself was also working out on a nearby treadmill. Perhaps it was the influence of the trainer and the exemplary Yaya and Wong Bat that encouraged the initially playful round land shark to take its training seriously. A positive training atmosphere within the team is indeed a contributing factor to their growth and strength. After completing physical training, they proceeded to specialized training aimed at enhancing evasive abilities. Utilizing professional equipment, projectiles akin to baseballs were launched from various angles, nearly without blind spots, to maximize their evasion training. As a flying-type Pokémon, Wong Bat undoubtedly possessed the best evasion skills in Zheng Xuan's team, easily dodging projectiles launched at speeds of 180 km per hour, a rate surpassing the record for the fastest baseball pitch. Yaya, constrained to ground evasion, faced challenges with many blind spot attacks, suffering minor setbacks, yet remained capable of evading projectiles traveling at 160 km per hour for extended periods, which was already quite impressive. To exaggerate, it was akin to constantly being on guard and swiftly dodging countless express trains. Subsequent skill training involved robust and reliable targets, far superior to the iron barrels of the abandoned factory, continuing until 11 p.m., just before the training facility's closing time, when Zheng Xuan finally departed. "Hey, you must be Zheng Xuan from this observation group, right?" A voice called out to him as he returned to the dormitory under the glow of campus streetlights. "Are you Meng Xiaojie?" Zheng Xuan queried, scrutinizing the newcomer, barely able to recognize them in the dim light. The magical capital Elf University, in theory, had no acquaintances of Zheng Xuan's, yet the person before him was none other than Meng Xiaojie, last year's top student from Zhongyu City and the overall champion of the Southwest Alliance. He was also the unfortunate individual who lost a quasi-divine egg due to an attack by the Redemption Society. To be candid, upon being called by this individual, Zheng Xuan could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, although it was not his own father, the lazy fish, who intervened. The precious divine spirit egg could have very well fallen into the hands of nefarious individuals from the Redemption Society. Moreover, according to the League's special regulations, any spoils obtained from unlawful organizations rightfully belong to the individual involved, just as when Zheng Xuan apprehended that group of illegal hunters. Their illicit gains subsequently became the spoils of Zheng Xuan, the most significant contributor. However, regardless of the arguments one could present, the divine spirit egg is undeniably a rare and valuable entity, ultimately finding its way into Zheng Xuan's possession. Facing a former adversary, Zheng Xuan was not as unburdened as that fellow Wu Jialong, naturally feeling a bit anxious. "Don't get me wrong, I witnessed your performance today. Being able to defeat a freshman from the Magic City Spirit University as a senior high school student is indeed impressive. It's no wonder your reputation in Zhongyu City far surpasses mine," Meng Xiaojie jested, though the tone carried an undertone of sincerity. During his time in Zhongyu City, Meng Xiaojie refrained from participating in the New Star Cup, which was intended as a platform for high school seniors to showcase their talents, opting instead to conceal his abilities. In contrast, Zheng Xuan, a mere sophomore, triumphed over numerous seniors and claimed the championship. Coupled with his victories during outdoor training and his defeat of the highly anticipated transfer student group from the first high school, it became evident that Meng Xiaojie's notoriety paled in comparison to Zheng Xuan's name prior to the Spirit College entrance examination and the Grand Champion duel. "Senior, you jest." Zheng Xuan replied courteously. There's no need for hostility towards me. While the first and fourth high schools may be rivals in Zhongyu City, here in the international city of Magic City, we are both from Zhongyu City. After all, when fellow townsfolk meet, it's only natural to feel a sense of camaraderie," Meng Xiaojie quipped, seemingly sensing a hint of Zheng Xuan's reluctance. "Given this, shouldn't you be catching up with friends and teachers from the first high school in the observation group rather than trailing me here and saying such things?" Zheng Xuan inquired with a smile, maintaining his vigilance despite Meng Xiaojie's light-hearted banter. Even though the campus of the Magic City Spirit University might deter extreme actions, unless one was prepared to gamble their future and life, Zheng Xuan remained cautious. "Junior Zheng Xuan, allow me to speak frankly, among those from the first high school, only one, Xia Showdown, has caught my attention. The others do not merit my time or conversation," Meng Xiaojie stated. "As for my late visit, it is precisely because you, Junior, are so diligent, staying in the training hall for so long that I was compelled to practice alongside you for several hours." Zheng Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Meng Xiaojie. Noticing Zheng Xuan's indifference, Meng Xiaojie felt compelled to maintain a smile and continued, "All right, had I known you were such a serious character, I would have been more direct from the outset. Though it's still early, I firmly believe that next year's Southwest Alliance champion will undoubtedly be you, Junior Zheng Xuan. I hope you will consider applying for the elite class at the Magic City Spirit University. Please don't rush to decline. I am aware that many exceptionally talented students instinctively gravitate towards the top-ranked Kyoto Spirit University. However, allow me to assert that while competition at Magic City University is fierce, Kyoto University is an even deeper abyss. Even if you gain admission to the pillar class, you would be fighting alone. Would it not be more advantageous to join forces with me? Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will contemplate it seriously. However, it is getting late, and I must return." Zheng Xuan smiled and gestured dismissively. "How about this, Junior Zheng Xuan? In October next year, right after you start your studies, there will be the triannual Trial Island competition, limited to professional trainers under the age of 25. I hope we can collaborate then." Seeing that he could not sway Zheng Xuan, Meng Xiaojie opted for a more reasonable approach. "We shall see when the time comes. Perhaps a collaboration is indeed possible. For now, Senior, I must take my leave." With that, Zheng Xuan turned to depart. Rejected once more, Meng Xiaojie's expression grew complex, neither angered nor saddened. He merely muttered to himself as he stepped back into the shadows. Knock, knock. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zheng Xuan was greeted by a knock at the door. "Today has been quite busy. Is someone else here to see me?" he remarked, slightly exasperated, as he set down his spatial backpack and opened the door. Dog Xien, I saw your room light up from the balcony and knew you must have returned. Come, let us talk inside. Wu Jialong barged in as if it were his own dormitory, pushing Zheng Xuan inside without a hint of politeness. So, did that fellow Meng Xiaojia seek you out? As soon as the door closed, Wu Jialong was eager to inquire. He suggested that you consider the Magic City Spirit University after the Spirit College entrance examination, correct? Zheng Xuan replied, slightly surprised, before quickly connecting the dots. Yes, shortly after dinner, he approached me, proposing that we join forces at the Magic City Spirit University. Claiming that Kyoto University is fraught with challenges I might not be able to navigate, Wu Jialong exclaimed, rising from the sofa in excitement. How outrageous. Do I need someone to dictate my choices? Kyoto University? I, Long Xiao, shall meet those fellows head-on. Hey, can you tone it down a bit? Zheng Xuan pulled the overly enthusiastic Wu Jialong back down into his seat, exasperated. However, it seems Meng Xiaojia is indeed in a rather unfortunate position, otherwise he wouldn't be seeking external assistance. Zheng Xuan considered the situation, recognizing the importance of small groups and fixed teams in a spirit university where outdoor missions were frequent. Meng Xiaojia appeared to be someone who, for various reasons, was not well regarded in the elite class, but was too proud to associate with the students from the ordinary classes. Hence his urgent search for suitable candidates as backup team members. Who told that guy to be so arrogant without the corresponding strength? Wu Jialong scoffed. Noticing Zheng Xuan's perplexity, he elaborated, I've heard some whispers. This guy flaunted his status as the champion of the Southwest Alliance when school began, being exceedingly ostentatious. He even aspired to be the class leader of the elite class, only to be put in his place. The elite class, touted as the best of the best, truly lives up to its reputation, Zheng Xuan mused. Zheng Xuan had indeed witnessed Meng Xiaojia's prowess. Even a single Milotic surpassed the ferocity of that Gyarados from today. And with the grass-type starter, Qingting Snake, and the adorable yet formidable bear cub, once evolved, the cute exterior would give way to undeniable power. Even such prowess had led to Meng Xiaojia being reprimanded, illustrating the hidden talents within the elite class. How much more prodigious must the pillar class of Kyoto Spirit University be? Well, let us focus on our respective duties without overthinking, Zheng Xuan remarked, unsure if he was addressing himself or advising Wu Jialong beside him. Wu Jialong nodded enthusiastically, declaring, that makes sense. I plan to rise early tomorrow and train an extra hour in the training hall. The following day, as Zheng Xuan arrived early to queue at the training hall, Wu Jialong slowly stirred from his slumber, rubbing his somewhat sluggish brain, muttering, I feel like I set some kind of goal last night. But I can't seem to recall what it was. After a considerable moment of recollection, he exclaimed, I remember. I need to go to the training hall. Hurriedly dressing, Wu Jialong dashed to Zheng Xuan's room and knocked on the door, but received no response. Darn it, Dog Xien is at it again. Wu Jialong ruffled his messy hair in frustration. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuan, having waited in line for quite some time, finally registered for the coveted gravity training room. Swiping his card to enter, he was greeted by several enclosed sections that, contrary to his expectations, appeared rather simple and unassuming. In the center of the room stood the gravity adjustment apparatus, from which Zheng Xuan selected one of the compartments and simply set it to double gravity. After all, he was not like the neighboring Scion with their grotesque ability to withstand dozens or even hundreds of times gravity, nor was he a superhuman from Shinshin Town. However, Zheng Xuan prided himself on his regular physical training. Thus, he bypassed the adaptation setting of 15 times and opted for the moderate intensity of double gravity. Upon entering the compartment, he immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him, akin to carrying an extra self. Breathing became increasingly laborious, yet as his body gradually acclimated, he found he could ultimately endure this weightiness. Glancing to the side, he observed Yaya, who frequently donned a mandatory training device, moving as if nothing had changed, her speed undiminished. Similarly, Wang Fu, accustomed to flying against the wind while burdened by a specially designed weighted vest, seemed largely unaffected. However, on the opposite side, Yuan Lusha initially struggled to adapt. Experiencing this unusual environment for the first time, the little one found it arduous to manage the bone club, wobbling dangerously close to falling but managing to stand tall once more. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes, Yuan Lusha had fully adapted to the gravitational setting, joyfully bounding around with the bone club, a testament to its formidable innate constitution. Witnessing this scene prompted Zheng Xuan, who had initially considered withdrawing Yuan Lusha, to abandon that somewhat foolish thought. It was evident that double gravity was not the appropriate training setting for either Yaya or Wang Fu. After a brief trial, it was determined that Yaya would train under 4 times gravity, while Wang Fu would operate at 3 times gravity. The results were remarkably significant. Within just 1 hour, they achieved training results that would typically take several hours. Once returned to normal conditions, the speeds of Yaya, Wang Fu, and Yuan Lusha as well as Zheng Xuan himself, exhibited noticeable enhancements. Moreover, leveraging the pressure of gravity, Wing Fu managed to break through to level 17, finally matching Yaya's level. However, with a wealth of combat experience and energy accumulated, Yaya was on the cusp of a level up, poised to surpass once more. The gravity training room differed from conventional training facilities. Aside from the exorbitant cost in credits, it also imposed time constraints and was non-transferable. Typically, a cycle lasted 3 days, with time allowances determined by academic year. First-year students had only 1 hour, while second-year students enjoyed 2 hours. This unique system aimed to ensure equitable access to training facilities for all students. Otherwise, affluent students could monopolize the gravity training room, depriving others of the opportunity and inadvertently squandering educational resources. Of course, exceptions were made for special classes and individuals. Zheng Xuan's temporary identity card granted him only the privileges of a first-year student, compelling him to vacate the gravity training room after an hour and transition to a standard training facility. Indeed, had it not been for the privileges of this provisional identity card, an ordinary student with limited credits could hardly indulge in the luxury of spending entire days in training rooms. Generally speaking, aside from class time, a significant portion of university student schedules was consumed by executing various tasks in the field to earn credits. And this time allocation only became more pronounced as one progressed through the academic years. Following the morning training, Zheng Xuan felt as if he had seamlessly integrated into university life, joining the throngs at noon to dine in the cafeteria before returning to his dormitory for a brief rest. In the afternoon, he hurried to the assembly point. Under the guidance of a tour leader, the observation group visited essential buildings such as the Historical Museum of the Magic City Pokémon University, the library, and the Nurturing House. Notably, the Nurturing House of the Magic City Pokémon University turned out to be a multi-environment sanctuary, its scale far exceeding that of the entire campus. Nearing the size of a city like Zhongyu, it had evidently reached the standards of a medium-sized sanctuary. Sanctuary sizes were categorized from largest to smallest, super large, large, medium, small, and micro. Take, for instance, the Wu family sanctuary, which housed a massive active volcano teeming with thousands of fire-type Pokémon. It was merely classified as small. This exemplified the profound heritage of a top-tier institution within the Great Xia Alliance. As long as they could afford the fees, students at the Magic City Pokémon University could house Pokémon beyond their main battle team within this sanctuary, where professionals would care for them. It is worth noting that the Pokémon University was not solely populated by trainers. Breeders also played a crucial role, often finding themselves in higher demand than trainers at the same level. Furthermore, the abundance of high-quality juvenile Pokémon and eggs within the Nurturing House stemmed from the breeding of Pokémon housed there by many powerful individuals. Of course, such matters transpired in the Nurturing House with an unspoken understanding. After completing the tour, evening approached once more. Zheng Xuan casually attended to dinner before returning to the training hall. Aware of the precious nature of credits, and as a seasoned freeloader, he was determined to make full use of his privileged temporary identity card. After all, the observation event lasted only 7 days, and time was of the essence. At the security booth, it was hard to imagine that an elderly man dressed in ordinary attire, sharing simple meals with a security guard, was the dean of the Magic City Pokémon University and a true king-level powerhouse. Old Luo, among the children in the observation group, do you have any favorites? He inquired casually between bites of food. There are indeed a few promising candidates, but the only one whose name I truly remember is. Old Luo replied. Is it that boy who commanded the dragon-type Pokémon Yaya and defeated the Gyarados despite being outmatched? The dean continued to probe. Yes, that's the one. Being able to triumph over a first-year student of considerable repute at the level of a senior high school student is indeed impressive. Old Luo nodded in agreement, elaborating further. Moreover, I had the finance department check the expenditures on this child's temporary identity card. He has incurred the highest costs among all the students in the observation group. And it is clear that this is not due to indulgent spending on food and entertainment, but rather because he has spent virtually the entire 2 days in the training hall, the dean remarked with evident satisfaction. This student not only possesses exceptional talent, but also demonstrates a commendable work ethic in training. Combining both qualities, he is bound to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. However, we may find ourselves troubled next year when we have to compete with Kyoto University for recruits. I wonder what conditions we will have to offer, the dean sighed, shaking his head. There's no need to overthink it. Students of such caliber will surely attract the attention of Kyoto University's admissions office, and we'll have to engage in fierce competition with them, Old Luo replied with a laugh. Old Luo, you're reveling in this misfortune. In a couple of days, I'll need you to lead a team to the sea battlefield. The dean feigned anger, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. I say, Dean, you came to find me today, going in circles, but your true intention is to have this old man put in some work, I assent it? Old Luo retorted playfully. Who else, but you, the soon-to-be king, would be so engrossed in playing security guard? Besides, we genuinely need manpower over at the sea battlefield. Things have been rather unsettled recently. Are those tribes once again invading our territorial waters? Old Luo responded, visibly irritated. I've said it before, if we are to engage, we should annihilate them entirely. Maintaining a policy of leniency only leads to the annual breeding of numerous adversaries who return to invade our waters once more. When discussing this matter, Old Luo's frustration was palpable. The ocean is vast and boundless, home to a plethora of Pokémon species, with their numbers far exceeding those on land. And the threats they pose are considerably more severe. Thus, we cannot recklessly disrupt the balance, or we may invite an even greater crisis. As the Dean, he undoubtedly contemplated more deeply and comprehensively. That is a matter for your higher-ups to consider. After a moment, Old Luo slowly nodded. Very well, I agree. However, I believe we can seize this opportunity to take the children from the observation group to the battlefield for some practical experience. Coincidentally, under the premise of ensuring safety. I share the same sentiment. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Magic City, a raspy voice echoed, how interesting. I never expected to find an old friend from Zhongyu City even after fleeing to the Magic City. As the figure turned slowly, it was none other than the masked individual known as Ghost Fong, who had previously fled in haste from Zhongyu City. Initially, we thought our whereabouts had been exposed. But it turned out that Zhongyu City had organized an observation group to visit the Magic City's Elven University. The person responding was Chao Lei, who had forged an alliance with Ghost Fong. Then he spoke softly. That esteemed individual has already withdrawn. We have been promoted to direct squad members and must find a way to leave the Great Xia Alliance to reunite with him. Perhaps this is also a test for us. In order to advance further, we must continue to collaborate sincerely. Following the battle in Zhongyu City, where the Redemption Society suffered significant personnel losses, both Ghost Fong and Chao Lei, despite their failures, found themselves receiving attention. Rest assured, Lord Black Crow has already arranged for personnel to take action. However, those rabid Alliance searchers seem to have traced our whereabouts and have also arrived in the Magic City. For the time being, you and I should remain low-key and refrain from any vengeful actions. I see you were frightened silly last time, Ghost Fong. When did you become so timid? Chao Lei was somewhat astonished. The usually unruly Ghost Fong had indeed become so indecisive. Foolishness. That Zheng Xuan clearly possesses a significant background, capable of attracting such powerful beings to his aid. If you seek death, do not drag me along. Of course, our cooperation ends here. Faced with the skepticism, Ghost Fong instantly became furious. How dare this scoundrel mention the previous incident? If it weren't for that powerful individual viewing them as mere ants, too disdainful to crush them, they would not have had the chance to engage in such discussions here. Chao Lei did not expect Ghost Fong to react so emotionally. As if a wound had been touched, he had no choice but to soften his tone and respond. Let us set that matter aside for now. Our priority should be finding a way to escape the Great Xia Alliance. In the following 2 days, Zheng Xuan primarily confined himself to the dormitory, cafeteria, and training hall, seemingly disconnected from the observation group, with his daily interactions limited to his close friend, Wu Jialong. Dog Huan. Principal Wu asked me to inform you that there's an event tomorrow, so don't rush off to the training hall early. Wu Jialong specifically came to remind him. An event? Tomorrow we are going to the renowned battlefield of the Magic City, where an entire expanse of artificial dikes serves to thwart rising tides and protect the city from the assaults of oceanic elves. It is the largest source of marine products and various aquatic resources in the Magic City, as well as the optimal region for capturing water-based elves. Wu Jialong recited from the travel guide he had previously purchased. That sounds rather intriguing. Zheng Xuan felt a flicker of interest. After all, immersing oneself solely in arduous training is not a sustainable path. One must also take time to unwind. Just be aware of it. My task is complete. Wu Jialong, stifling a yawn, was about to return to sleep when Zheng Xuan raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment, Jialong. Do you know where I can find resources related to dragon types nearby? Zheng Xuan revealed a faint smile. Upon arriving, he had prepared resources for about 10 days based on the usual consumption rate of 3 elves. However, due to the high-intensity training over the past few days, it had dwindled to a mere fraction. Once the supply of resources halts, the pace of his power enhancement will undoubtedly slow, which could directly affect the cultivation resources. For instance, after high-intensity training, without energy blocks for replenishment, merely recovering physical strength and energy would consume half a day. However, the basic materials needed to create energy blocks, such as fruit and moo milk, are relatively easy to replenish and can be purchased around the campus of the Magic City Elven University. Yet, cultivation resources are different as they require credits, a special currency. As for the temporary identity card in Zheng Xuan's possession, although it grants privileges for various training facilities, it does not provide any extra privileges for exchanging cultivation resources. just as Zheng Xuan had learned long ago from a passerby named Ma Xiaoping through commissioned tasks. In the university, credits serve as the hard currency, while cultivation resources, especially rare ones, are often unattainable even with money. No need for pleasantries, Dog Huan. I'll help you look. Wu Jialong continued to flip through the guide. If you want to buy cultivation resources, there is an auction house at the battlefield, complete with legitimate shops and a black market, offering a comprehensive range of facilities. Chapter 144, The Ocean. Look, it's the ocean, exclaimed the students of the observation group. Indeed, a vast expanse of blue. It's simply magnificent. This is the first time I've seen the ocean in my life. I've only ever seen it in films and pictures on my phone. It's truly breathtaking. I feel the same way. The other students echoed their sentiments. After all, in the region of the Southwest Federation, large rivers and lakes are a rarity, let alone the boundless ocean. The sky is vast, and the sea is expansive. Seeing the magnificent ocean inspires a flood of thoughts within me. This scenery is perfect for a poem. Wu Jialong stood atop the dike, gazing at the distant ocean, hands clasped behind his back, and called out loudly. Oh, Jialong, you can compose poetry? Indeed, who would have thought that Jialong is quite the cultured individual? Over the past few days, the sociable Wu Jialong had clearly become familiar with most of the observation group. His exaggerated antics naturally drew playful jests from the students. Ahem. Wu Jialong cleared his throat and coughed lightly. Oh ocean, you are all water. Oh steed, you have 4 legs. Oh love, you are a mouth to mouth. He barely finished the last line before a booming voice interrupted him. Wu Jialong, what on earth are you doing making a fool of yourself there? It was undoubtedly the furious roar of Vice Principal Wu Linghua from the 4th Secondary School. Faced with the sudden reprimand, Wu Jialong stumbled, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground. Amidst the astonishment or bemusement at this so-called poetry, Wu Jialong clambered up from the ground, looking disheveled, and hurried down the dike, not daring to meet Wu Linghua's furious gaze. Haha, this student is quite amusing. He suits my taste. Old Luo, leading the group, laughed heartily, disregarding his image. This small observation group, with just 20 students, surprisingly harbors such talent. Old Luo, I apologize for the embarrassment. This child has been spoiled since childhood, raised with care by his family, and indeed has a rather unruly disposition, Wu Linghua explained awkwardly. If there are more observation group activities in the future, as long as Wu Jialong is present, I will certainly not participate. I cannot bear to lose face. These are minor matters. During my years teaching at the Magic City Elven University and serving in security, I have seen all sorts of students. I have high hopes for this student. He will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Old Luo not only did not mind, but rather praised him. The spirited student Wu Jialong, coupled with the exceptionally talented Zheng Xuan, led Old Luo to seriously consider whether to intervene and persuade the dean to ensure that the next admissions committee secures these 2 students. All right, everyone. Let us discuss some serious matters. In the coming days, the battlefield may not be peaceful. Numerous marine elf factions have already crossed the territorial waters warning line. And once they form a certain scale, we will face a tide of elves. The observation group has nearly completed their tour of the school, and lingering in the comfortable campus holds little significance. I have suggested this to the dean, who immediately agreed to the decision to take the observation group to the battlefield for practical training, ensuring safety while allowing these high school students to experience the baptism of the elf tide. Thus, the remaining time for the observation group will be spent in the battlefield of the sea, and they must also be prepared for potential delays. As for your accommodations, food, and transport, the school has already made arrangements for you in the nearby town, and rest assured, you will not be shortchanged in terms of treatment. Now, do any of the teachers have something to say? Just a moment ago, Old Luo was praising the students, but in the next instant, his tone shifted dramatically, leaving several leaders of the observation group and accompanying teachers in utter shock. After a brief pause for contemplation, Wu Linghua was the first to express his agreement. If ensuring the safety of the students is the priority, I have no objections to allowing these children to experience the tide of spirits. It is not a bad thing for them to gain early exposure to what is typically encountered in university. Another leader of the observation group, Wong Defa, also expressed his concurrence. With both leaders in agreement, the remaining teachers followed suit. After all, should any danger arise, with tall individuals standing at the forefront, their capabilities would suffice to safeguard a small number of students from their respective schools during evacuation. With no opposition, the matter was thus settled. Please take the opportunity to inform the students of the observation group. I have matters to attend to and must leave. A dedicated person will be in touch with you soon. After giving this instruction, Old Luo hurriedly departed, leaving the leaders and teachers of the observation group exchanging glances. Before the tide came in, the lengthy coastline, with its shimmering golden sands and glistening sea surface, occasionally stirred up a flurry of waves, undoubtedly rendering it a prime tourist destination. On the beach in front of the dam, the students of the observation group mingled with numerous passersby and tourists, cheerfully gathering shells and sea snails, even attempting to catch large clams and crabs that washed ashore with the waves. Meanwhile, in a more secluded area of the beach, aside from Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, there were no other outsiders. The two released their respective spirits from their pokeballs. What in the world? Is that a roundland shark? Dog Xien, slap me. Did I just fall and hit my head, leading to this hallucination? Wu Jialong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the unfamiliar yet familiar spirit before him. Clearly, Zheng Xuan had decided not to continue concealing the identity of the roundland shark this time, releasing all his spirits equally when he threw the pokeball. In fact, Zheng Xuan could not hide the identity of the roundland shark forever. It was only a matter of time before it was revealed. And although it would be better for him if that revelation came later, Wu Jialong was not an outsider, so Zheng Xuan felt no need to be overly secretive. You are not mistaken. This is indeed the unevolved form of the quasi-divine Sharpedo, the roundland shark. As he introduced it, Zheng Xuan did not forget to rummage through his spatial backpack for a crunchy bone stick, tossing it to the eagerly reaching roundland shark. That is a quasi-divine spirit, each one an extraordinary existence. Wu Jialong, somewhat dissatisfied with Zheng Xuan's nonchalant attitude, excitedly inquired, Dog Xien, quickly tell me, how did you manage to acquire a quasi-divine spirit without a word? Theoretically, it was given to me by my father. He said he sold 2 ancestral courtyard houses in Kyoto City and worked hard to obtain the egg of the roundland shark, Zheng Xuan slowly replied, aligning with the unified narrative he had established with his father, Zheng Dali. Although this explanation was somewhat far-fetched, it could at least be considered a plausible excuse. Wow, Dog Xien, your father must have been through a lot. How could he have so much money yet pretended to be poor for over a decade? He truly put a lot of effort into raising you. Wu Jialong remarked with a touch of admiration. Zheng Xuan could only smile helplessly in response. Well, it seems that such a far-fetched explanation is still believed by some. By the way, your roundland shark has quite the personality. Why is it holding the crunchy bone stick? Wu Jialong, with a playful thought, noticed another detail. That is the roundland shark's tooth-grinding stick. If it doesn't chew on the bone stick, does it intend to bite your head? In that case, it might as well stick to chewing the bone stick. My brilliant mind cannot withstand such turmoil. Wu Jialong quickly waved his hand in refusal. Just kidding, with those shark-like sharp teeth. A bite could easily lead to a serious injury. After a playful exchange, they delved into the main subject of training. The reason for releasing the roundland shark was to allow Yaya to teach it how to use the sand attack move and to accumulate experience in digging. The former is relatively simple, but for the latter, the roundland shark may need to advance beyond its juvenile stage, enhancing its physical abilities to master and execute the move effectively. Thus, they opted for the soft, sandy environment of the beach for practice. As a dragon-type spirit with dual ground attributes, the roundland shark's formidable talent in learning ground-type moves was unquestionable. It quickly grasped the essence of sand attack, demonstrating remarkable precision. Moreover, with its astonishing control over ground-type energy and sand manipulation, the roundland shark began to surf on the beach using the bone stick, propelled by waves formed from ground-type energy combined with endless sand. In such an environment, a ground-type spirit thrived as if it were a fish in water. Wow, Dog Xien, your roundland shark's talent is quite astonishing, Wu Jialong exclaimed, watching the roundland shark revel in its playful antics with the cutty dog. The talent of quasi-divine spirits is rarely weak unless afflicted by congenital diseases or disabilities. Otherwise, why would so many trainers eagerly pursue a quasi-divine spirit as their ace? Zheng Xuan explained with a smile. However, Zheng Xuan also understood that he had stumbled upon good fortune. The extraordinary quality of this black roundland shark was enough to indicate that it was among the elite even within the ranks of quasi-divine spirits. So far, he had only seen such talent in Yaya and the roundland shark. After excessive play, the roundland shark had exhausted its strength and energy for further learning of the digging move. After consuming an energy cube that Zheng Xuan had slightly modified for Yaya, it sat on the soft beach, continuing to gnaw on the bone stick. Currently, the pressing issue was that Zheng Xuan did not possess any Yangao regarding the roundland shark. He could only base his training plan primarily on Yaya's pure dragon-type Yangdrissa, with some references to the Yu Yangao of the Zubat and other ground-type spirits, attempting to formulate a suitable Yangfa. As a trainer in a budding Yangjia, Zheng Xuan was also progressing and understood that relying solely on external knowledge without his own insights and judgments was evidently unwise. Nonetheless, given the opportunity, Zheng Xuan still wished to acquire an axe specific to the roundland shark as a reference to minimize detours and reduce the possibility of delays in its growth. On the other side, Yaya, who temporarily did not need to guide the roundland shark, jumped into the shallow sea under Zheng Xuan's encouragement, trying to learn swimming skills. While Zubat, facing the sea breeze, energetically chased after the distant soaring long-winged gull, showcasing the ferocity of dragon-type spirits. As for the spirits under Wu Jialong's command, being all fire types, they naturally showed indifference to the ocean, choosing instead to engage in playful antics and training on the beach. Suddenly, from a distance, Zubat, which had been chasing the long-winged gull, swiftly turned back. Oh no, Zubat is signaling that a tide is coming, along with countless spirit groups attacking. Zheng Xuan quickly alerted. It was only then that both of them noticed that the previously clear sky had abruptly turned overcast, with thunder and lightning rumbling ominously. What a disaster! Wu Jialong exclaimed. We have only just arrived at the battlefield of the sea. Typically, one might not encounter a spirit tide for a month or two. Yet we face it on our very first day? Fool, hurry and retreat to the dam. Find the students of the observation group, and the principal. Hearing the distant lighthouse alarm ringing, Zheng Xuan promptly recalled the round land shark, leaving only Yaya and the rapidly approaching Zubat. Wu Jialong also hurriedly recalled his Charmeleon and Cuddy dog, leaving only the sturdy chicken as a guard. In such a critical moment, excess spirits would not contribute to effective combat power. The two swiftly fled toward the dam. At this moment, forewarnings had long been issued, and the multitude of official and wild trainers, who had been waiting for days, orderly departed from the coastal towns, heading towards the dam clusters and designated battle zones to face the sudden yet anticipated surge of Pokémon. As for Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, the two students, the leader of the observation team and the accompanying teachers began to account for the students' numbers. Teacher, those two went to another beach and are not with us, reported a classmate. That Wu Jialong is simply causing trouble. It's evident he led Zheng Xuan astray, exclaimed one anxious teacher, somewhat overstepping his authority in his reproach. If Wu Jialong were present, he would undoubtedly shout in protest. This time, it's truly not my fault. Just as the biases of the human heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain, no amount of effort can easily shift them. Principal Wong, I kindly ask you and the other teachers to keep an eye on the observation team's students. As the leader, I cannot abandon a single student. With that, Wu Yinghua had already thrown out a high-grade Pokeball, releasing a Rapidash. Though Principal Wu goes to search for those two students, the observation team is under my and the other teachers' watch. Nothing will go amiss, Wong Defo assured with a pat on his chest. Thank you all. Wu Yinghua nimbly mounted his Rapidash and surged towards the direction indicated by the informed students. Wow, there are so many people. This has clearly been planned. Wu Jialong remarked in awe as he observed the orderly throng heading towards the coastal battlefield. Being a coastal city, Magic City naturally possesses abundant experience in dealing with such Pokemon surges, and it is likely that they had anticipated this occurrence, enabling them to respond promptly. Zheng Xuan nodded in agreement. In truth, each outbreak of a Pokemon surge presents both a disaster and a significant opportunity for the city. Rare Pokemon, seldom seen in everyday life, and even wild starter Pokemon, along with various Pokemon items and resources, emerge alongside the surge. Thus, many small to medium-sized adventure groups or lone hunters had long awaited this feast, hoping to strike it rich through battle. Chapter 146, Pokemon Surge. You too. Hurry and regroup with the team. A Pokemon surge is not a mere jest. Wu Yinghua, rushing over, pulled Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong onto his Rapidash. Principal Wu, we sensed something amiss and intended to return immediately, only to encounter you, Wu Jialong explained with a somewhat ingratiating smile. You troublemaker, you never cease to give me concern, and you've led Zheng Xuan astray. Wu Yinghua felt increasingly that since taking on the role of observation team leader, his hair had turned noticeably grayer. Managing thousands of students was effortless for him. Why then was leading a mere 20-student observation team so arduous? Principal Wu, the folks from the Magic City Pokemon University brought us to the coastal battlefield to allow us to experience this Pokemon surge, right? Zheng Xuan inquired tentatively. Wu Yinghua nodded and responded. Indeed, such common disasters as Pokemon surges are typically encountered only once you attend university. But we have arranged with the university to allow you to experience it early. It is not without its merits. He continued, after we regroup. We will line up to receive hunting balls from the Pokemon Association. Any Pokemon captured using these hunting balls must be surrendered to the League, but rest assured, you will be compensated in League currency at market value afterward. If you encounter a Pokemon you fancy, capture it with your own Pokeballs. Just be careful not to mix them up, as it can be quite troublesome to handle. After all hunting balls must be returned to the Pokemon Association following the battle, whether used or not. Zheng Xuan understood that Wu Yinghua was imparting valuable experience and outlining necessary precautions for them. Understood, Principal Wu. The two responded in unison. Soon, Wu Yinghua led the two to regroup with the observation team. Zheng Xuan queued up and received 20 hunting balls, the maximum quantity available for novice trainers. However, it wouldn't be long before his round land shark broke through its juvenile phase, allowing Zheng Xuan to meet the requirements and naturally advance to an ordinary level trainer. Although, to the majority, There seemed little distinction between novice and ordinary levels. It was only the professional level that held any significant prestige. The beach, once a tourist destination, was gradually being engulfed by the rising waves, with the sea nearing the base of the dam. Numerous Pokémon, led by the Kingler and Shellder, were already making their way up towards the dam. From his elevated vantage point, Zheng Xuan observed the dense swarm of Kinglers attacking the human-constructed defenses, launching a barrage of attacks using water gun, bubble beam, hydro pump, and various other water-type moves. The human trainers, amidst cheers, commanded their Pokémon to retaliate with a dazzling array of techniques. Among them, a powerful Lizard King, leveraging its formidable strength and type resistance, executed a sliding tackle, breaching the battlefield from the flank and swiftly dispatching several Kinglers with its sharp leaf blade. One particularly dramatic moment unfolded as a self-destructing Magnemite trainer shouted, "Shatter the darkness with thunder." The Magnemite transformed into a storm of lightning, using its superior steel-type resistance to withstand the attacks from its allies behind, charging directly into the throngs of adversaries. The electric flashes intensified, and countless Kinglers and Shelders faced dire consequences. What fierce competitors! If only my Pokémon weren't at a disadvantage, I would also display my prowess, Wu Jialong remarked, watching the formidable Pokémon charge into the enemy ranks, his eyes brimming with admiration. This seemed merely the beginning, and despite such fervor, the number of Kinglers showed no significant decline. In contrast to the excited Wu Jialong, Zheng Xuan remained remarkably composed. Observing the still countless Kinglers climbing towards the dam, one could only imagine the dread an individual with a fear of crowded spaces would feel standing here. Look, it's a swarm of cannon fish. Cannon fish are renowned for their long-range prowess. Quickly, we need to have some people on defense. Block them. They are about to launch an attack. A sudden turn of events sent the human trainers into a flurry of confusion. The nearby Kinglers and Shelders had yet to be dealt with when the vast swarm of cannon fish initiated their assault. Streams of water shot through the air like a torrential downpour. While each individual stream lacked significant power, the sheer volume of attacks proved overwhelming. And a Bulbasaur standing at the forefront ultimately succumbed to the damage, crashing down. It is no wonder cannon fish is dubbed the ocean snipers. Their fearsome reputation is wholly warranted, devoid of any embellishment. After a brief period of panic among the human trainers, it was clear that they could not allow the cannon fish swarm to rampage unchecked. Dozens of flying-type Pokémon, including Pikachu, Electric Squirrel, and Dunsparce, swiftly ascended into the sky to strike the cannon fish swarm. Electric currents surged through the waters occupied by the cannon fish. Although the ocean dispersed some of the electric energy, the continuous output from dozens of electric-type Pokémon proved too much for many cannon fish, causing them to flip over, revealing their bellies. Almost synchronously, the giant winged fish, tightly bound to the cannon fish, charged out of the water with remarkable speed, utilizing their flying type to glide for extended periods, launching attacks on the enemies above. The advantage of employing these smaller electric-type Pokémon became evident at this moment. Thanks to their lightweight, these flying Pokémon could swiftly respond, rapidly ascending to evade the giant winged fish's assault, with only a few unfortunate ones struck, plummeting into the sea. Their fates unknown. This was a war between humans and wild Pokémon, unimpeded by the cries of trainers mourning their lost Pokémon or the countless wild Pokémon being slaughtered. Rather, it grew increasingly fierce and brutal, the clamor of battle echoing thunderously. The observation team is assigned to Area 9. Once the team in that sector withdraws to rest, we shall take their place. A leading teacher, promptly relaying the directives from the temporary command center established through a collaboration between the Magical City Dojo, the Pokémon Association, and the municipal government. The entire maritime battlefield takes on a convex shape, facing the ocean and encompassing a coastline of over 100 kilometers within the region, marking the forefront territory of the Magical City and serving as the primary line of defense against the onslaught of wild Pokémon. The lengthy coastline of the maritime battlefield facilitates management and wartime command, according to the unique division of the Great Xia Alliance. Areas are designated using the 10 celestial stems such as Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding, further subdivided by numerical classifications for defense lines. What Xien currently observes is merely one of the many fierce battles occurring. It is even not the most intense area. The orders from the command center are absolute. Even a quasi-king must comply, prompting over 20 members of the observation team to hastily proceed to the designated Gue District 9. Chapter 147, Gue District 9. On the maritime battlefield, at the Gue District 9 defense line. Such a backward designation indicates a location at the very edge of the battlefield, considerably more remote than the sandy beach area where Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong ventured. This also implies that, compared to other areas, the number of wild Pokémon attacks here would be relatively sparse, and their intensity would be lower. Clearly, this arrangement is a deliberate consideration for the observation team. specifically for Zheng Xuan and his cohort of high school students. What on earth are the higher-ups thinking, deploying so many students as reserve forces? A thought crosses Zheng Xuan's mind, glancing at the individuals around, who do not appear to be university students, nor do they possess the naive innocence of youth, leading him to wonder if they are indeed just a group of high schoolers. Although it is Gue district, such disregard is unexpected. Upon the arrival of the observation team, several small adventure groups and lone hunters initially assigned to reserve duty began to grumble. For these seasoned veterans, even the most capable university students, despite their impressive qualities and abilities, are seen as burdens in the absence of experience dealing with wild Pokémon waves. Let alone a group of high school students who haven't even faced the Pokémon entrance exams. It is entirely reasonable for them to be looked down upon. Humph. The leader, Wu Yinghua, snorted coldly, summoning his fiery steed and ace Pokémon, Blaziken, which emanated the pressure of elite peak and dojo-level strength. Few know that the strongest figure at the 4th high school is actually Wu Yinghua, who has long been stationed at the family as secret realm while also serving as the vice principal. With such prowess, he could effortlessly fulfill the role of a principal at a key high school, or even serve as a gym leader in a small city. The previously complaining veterans immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they promptly sealed their lips in silence. If only you had revealed your strength earlier, we might have avoided this predicament, they thought. Reserve forces, hurry and take your positions. The frontline's Pokémon are heavily exhausted and about to collapse. At that moment, a rider hastily arriving on a Dada called out in desperation. The wild Pokémon wave had been assaulting for over an hour, and the intense combat had drained not only the Pokémon but the trainers themselves. This was still the relatively safe Gue district. The intensity of the battle in the forward areas is unimaginable. All reserve members, it is our turn to take the stage and relieve the frontline personnel for rest. As the strongest individual present, Wu Yinghua naturally took command, and none dared to oppose or express dissatisfaction. On the embankment, within the defensive works of the Gue District 9 line. What the hell? Why are there only these few reserves, and they include students? What are the higher-ups thinking? Initially hoping these reserves would hold their ground longer, it now seemed utterly futile. Everyone be quiet. Focus on recuperating and restoring our main Pokemon's conditions. We might be called to the front again soon. Even the reserves in the rear expressed doubts, let alone the frontline personnel, who were already on edge due to the battle. Wu Yinghua remained impassive, directing the others to take over the defense line, and commanded Blaziken to unleash a powerful flamethrower, effortlessly dispatching over 100 Clawitzer and Krabby minions attempting to scale the embankment, thereby proving his strength and successfully silencing the murmurs of discontent. Those who had voiced doubts felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they retreated from the defense line. The number of wild Pokémon in this area was indeed significantly lower than in previous zones, and with Blaziken's sudden burst of power, the assault from the wild Pokémon had slowed considerably. The reserve members began deploying their main Pokémon to engage in battle, successfully pushing the Clawitzer and Krabby back down the embankment. Under such circumstances, Zheng Xuan opted to release his flying and ranged attack-capable Woobat, choosing to strike from the air, which was undoubtedly the best decision. As for the other students, those lacking in strength followed the veterans to learn how to operate special devices to retrieve the hunting balls thrown by others. Most were willing to risk their lives to participate in repelling the wild Pokémon wave. Aside from the noble cause of defending their homeland and city, they also sought to capture wild Pokémon to earn Alliance coins and even contribute to the Alliance. Thanks to the special devices that could extract and recover Pokeballs, the team could throw their hunting balls without reservation while defeating wild Pokémon, later distinguishing ownership based on the identity information on the hunting balls. In this way, they could simultaneously resist the wild Pokémon wave while capturing them for profit. Due to the extensive coastline, the defensive works here could only cover a limited area. Sections of the wild Pokémon wave that attacked from different angles required personnel to be redeployed for defense. At this moment, Zheng Xuan commanded Woobat to attack several isolated Krabby minions. Woobat's speed was astonishing, creating violet afterimages as it swiftly approached the enemy, catching them off guard. It generated a gust that lifted the largest of the Krabby, a Pokémon of initial professional level, and with a wing strike, sent it flying into open space, allowing Zheng Xuan to promptly throw a hunting ball to capture it. The remaining Krabby, not having reached professional level and with average value, Zheng Xuan chose not to linger, directing Woobat to use Shadow Ball to obliterate them, sending them tumbling back into the sea. However, even with Zheng Xuan's selective use, all 20 hunting balls were quickly thrown, and according to regulations, he could only turn in the captures to receive new hunting balls. Thanks to the formidable strength of the observation team leader and the accompanying teacher, the battle soon tilted overwhelmingly in their favor. Within less than an hour of taking over the defense line, they managed to repel the wild Pokémon wave solely based on their reserve status. This also positively affected the overall situation in the Gue district, leading to notable improvements. The wild Pokémon wave in the 9 district has retreated. The reserves, initially anticipating merely to substitute the main forces for a while, were astonished to have actually repelled the wild Pokémon wave. Indeed, just wait until those fools who look down on us see this. They'll be in for a shock. The reserves erupted into victorious cheers. Oh my, I thought we were here to fend off the wild Pokémon wave, but instead, I ended up just hauling hunting balls. Wu Jialong plopped down on the ground, panting heavily while still finding time to complain. Among the observation team students, aside from Zheng Xuan, who revealed his hidden identity as a 3-star adventurer and was permitted to engage in battle, the rest of the students were forced into auxiliary roles due to a lack of manpower. A 3-star adventurer is sufficient to prove that the holder is capable of undertaking individual professional-level commission tasks, though not highly regarded. Achieving this at the high school stage undoubtedly earns respect from many. As for Wu Jialong, having failed to learn the operation of various devices, he could only serve as manual labor, hauling the hunting balls collected by the devices. He regretted not having insisted on following Zheng Xuan to execute commission tasks and elevate his adventurer rank. Leave a portion of the team on guard while we clean up the battlefield. The rest will support other defense lines. Wu Yinghua commanded further. Chapter 148, The Gyarados Clan. In truth, Wu Yinghua had received advance orders to assemble in the highly pressured Area A as a gym-level powerhouse. It was indeed a waste of valuable manpower to station him in the more remote Area Gue. Thus, immediately after resolving the onslaught of the Pokémon tied at the No. 9 defense line, he hastened towards the still beleaguered Area A. Uncharacteristically, he chose to take along Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong this time. Wu Yinghua, well aware of Wu Jialong's nature, felt that if he did not bring him along to exert personal restraint, the lad might well venture to Area A on his own, leading to unforeseen accidents beyond his reach. Principal Wu, your decision to bring us along is undoubtedly wise, exclaimed Wu Jialong, grinning broadly as he rode atop the familiar fiery steed. He had initially thought he would have to expend considerable effort to secretly arrive and observe the battle, only to be pleasantly surprised that his stern uncle had changed his temperament and was willing to include them both. Area A, once a vibrant azure sea, had gradually turned a deep crimson due to the tumultuous waves and the fierce battles fought therein. The entire area seemed to morph into a colossal meat grinder. The overwhelming number of Pokémon tides unleashed a terrifying onslaught, compelling the human side to deploy numerous elite-level fighters and above. Despite this, the already battered first line of defense ultimately fell, completely submerged by the relentless waves of water-type Pokémon. On the second line of defense, thousands of human trainers commanded their prime Pokémon, striving valiantly to fend off the advancing wild Pokémon. The initial fodder, such as Kingler and Corphish, had been entirely exhausted, making way for the high-level onslaught of Kingler, Crawdaunt, and Clawitzer. In the rear, a vast number of predatory sea creatures like Sharpedo and Gyarados, along with the majestic Man-O-War and Tentacruel, lay in wait, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Should the waves sweep over the dam, these ferocious predators would be unleashed, leading to unimaginable consequences. In addition to the large-scale Pokémon presence, a few rare specimens like Seadra and Lapras, as well as the elusive water-type starters such as Feraligatr and Blastoise, appeared amidst the tide. However, the trainers on the human side were too preoccupied with the looming threat of losing Area A to even contemplate capturing these rare Pokémon. Should Area A fall, not only would the entire maritime battlefield be submerged, but the towns would also be engulfed, and even the international metropolis of Magic City in the rear would suffer, leading to incalculable losses. In the command center, it was noted that this Pokémon tide was somewhat peculiar. Typically, after sustaining significant casualties, a retreat would be expected. Yet this time, they had already engaged high-level Pokémon groups without any signs of withdrawal. The speaker was the deputy mayor of Magic City. Historically, either the Sharpedo or Tentacruel groups had dominated the Pokémon tides, but this time was different, as both the formidable Sharpedo and Tentacruel swarms had mobilized. A representative from the Magic City Gym concurred. The Pokémon Association had dispatched Rotom for reconnaissance, and images had already surfaced showing a swarm of Gyarados lurking behind the Sharpedo and Tentacruel groups. Not just a few, but an entire horde. The vice president of the Magic City Pokémon Association spoke with a grave expression. A horde of Gyarados. These words weighed heavily upon everyone present. Previously, in the Cherry Blossom Alliance, there had been instances of large Gyarados swarms obliterating coastal cities, which could not be treated lightly by those gathered. Moreover, the mastermind behind such tragedies, a senior member of the Redemption Society known as the Seeker, had recently appeared within the Great Xia Alliance, further intensifying the seriousness of the situation. According to reliable sources, the Seeker had already fled the Great Xia Alliance, rendering this Pokémon tide largely unrelated to him. Of course, it was not that our search department was incompetent. Rather, It was that a monarch-level powerhouse could only be intercepted by several monarchs or top-tier champions. The square-faced middle-aged official, a search officer directly under the Great Xia Alliance, provided this explanation. Everyone, let us set aside the matters concerning the Redemption Society for now. The most pressing issue is to address the current Pokémon tide. My suggestion is to deploy a Quasi-Monarch to eliminate the leaders of the Sharpedo and Tentacruel groups. Even if we cannot directly resolve this Pokémon tide, it will certainly cause disarray among their ranks. After a prolonged silence, the representative from Magic City Pokémon University, Elder Luo, abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "That is precisely the solution. Elder Luo, please sit down. We must deliberate further on this matter," others urged. Indeed, Elder Luo. The current situation remains unclear, and we do not yet know from where this Gyarados swarm has emerged. Acting rashly may incur tremendous risks. They cautioned. Everyone is correct. Further discussion is necessary, they echoed in agreement. In a unique city like Magic City, aside from the traditional triad of gym, city government, and Pokémon Association management, the top-tier institutions such as Magic City Pokémon University wielded considerable influence, capable of swaying decisions among the three parties. Discussion is futile. Our current disadvantage necessitates a proactive assault to reverse the tide. Elder Luo reprimanded in frustration. Clearly, he had never endorsed the previously defensive and passive strategies. I concur with Elder Luo's perspective. This Pokémon tide cannot be addressed using past methods. We possess numerous strong individuals here, and with Monarch-level forces stationed in the rear, there is no need for hesitation, the previously silent search officer interjected once more. Now that is the spirit. Thankfully, you, the search officer, still possess some vigor to support my resolution. Elder Luo's anger subsided slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as Elder Luo's implication was a critique of their cowardice. Cough, cough. Elder Luo recognized he had perhaps spoken too harshly and cleared his throat. He then elaborated. Upon my arrival, the director also mentioned that in crucial moments, some aggressive measures could be adopted. While the extermination of entire species is not advocated, at the very least, we must inflict considerable pain upon them. With Elder Luo's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. The fact that Magic City Pokémon University had dispatched the typically aggressive Elder Luo as their representative likely signified their stance on addressing this Pokémon tide, especially with the director's approval, indicating that Monarch-level forces would be backing them up. Those chosen to make decisions at the temporary command center were all exceptional in both strength and stature, not out of fear of the Pokémon tide, but rather concerned that overly aggressive actions might trigger uncontrollable crises. Chapter 149, The Quasi-Monarch Mobilized. Look, a Quasi-Monarch-level powerhouse is making a move. Someone exclaimed in astonishment on the battlefield. They're here. Finally, the high-level forces from the Alliance have arrived. With the intervention of these prominent figures, the Pokémon tide would surely be resolved. At long last, this will come to an end. Instantaneously, thousands of human trainers erupted in cheers. A colossal beam of light shot forth, instantly transforming the countless water-type Pokémon that had been desperately climbing the dam or thrashing about in the waves into ice sculptures, freezing vast expanses of seawater in the process. The fierce combat that had eluded thousands of trainers was momentarily pushed back by the intervention of a Quasi-Monarch-level Frostlass. Not only that, but a blazing Charizard soared into the sky, dispersing a swath of gloomy weather, unleashing torrents of flames that transformed a section of the sea into an unending inferno, scorching the Pokémon swarming the surface of the water. Even those wild Pokémon that reacted swiftly and plunged into the depths to seek refuge were thoroughly cooked due to the sudden rise in temperature of the fiery ocean. On the other side, the electric shock beasts erupted as well, utilizing the dense clouds to unleash dozens of terrifying bolts of lightning, transforming a section of the sea into what could be described as a lightning purgatory, reducing countless spirits to charred remains. Even the lanternfish and electric lamp Pokémon, originally adept at countering human trainer strategies through their electric properties, found their defenses utterly futile against the Quasi-King level electric shock beasts, unable to escape the onslaught of frenzied lightning. My goodness, this is truly ferocious. The one expressing such astonishment was none other than Wu Jialong, who had accompanied Wu Lianghua to Area A. The once precarious defenses of Area A had, with the intervention of these formidable beings, transformed from danger to safety. Zheng Xuan could not help but voice his admiration. Such a visually striking spectacle, no matter how many times one witnesses it, still retains its awe-inspiring impact. Otherwise, what do you two think? It is precisely because of the formidable strength that Quasi-King level experts can preside over regional gyms. They possess the power to safeguard an entire area, not just the tranquility of individual cities. As Wu Lianghua elaborated, his eyes were similarly filled with longing. Since the passing of the elder generation of the Wu family, it was only Wu Lianqing, with his exceptional talent and the support of an expert-level nurturer who managed to ascend to the status of quasi-king during his prime, with hopes of challenging the king level. Even so, it had consumed a significant portion of the Wu family's long-accumulated resources and foundation. However, it was precisely because Wu Lianqing opened new avenues that the next generation of outstanding disciples, such as Wu Zhan and Wu Jialong, were afforded greater prospects for advancement. Especially with Wu Jialong's luxurious lineup of a purple aptitude vigorous chicken, a fire dinosaur, and a cat-eye dog, he stood as a promising candidate for the next quasi-king, if not a king-level goal. As for Wu Linghua himself, he was well aware of his own limitations, having surpassed the golden age for power enhancement. He realized that he would likely only achieve gym leader-level strength in his lifetime. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself to education, striving to cultivate the next generation to reach greater heights, despite later being burdened with the responsibility of guarding the Wu family's secret realm, leaving him little choice but to take on the nominal role of vice principal with scant opportunities to visit the school. In the marine battlefield, with the intervention of quasi-king level experts, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously, with numerous spirit populations becoming targets of slaughter. Once casualties reached a certain threshold, the spirit tide naturally began to dissipate, even with the presence of the great tooth sharks and the poison-spiked jellyfish. These apex marine predators could not deter other spirit populations from fleeing in droves, seeking refuge in the depths of the sea and their habitats. In that moment, their fear of human experts far outweighed any dread they held for these predators. The bloodthirsty great tooth sharks advanced, led by a great tooth shark of an extraordinary size. A swarm of great tooth sharks and fong fish swam rapidly, their massive jaws wide open, ready to tear into the fleeing spirit populations. Blood soon stained the entire expanse of the sea, the metallic scent wafting over great distances, causing many with weaker constitutions to vomit uncontrollably. Especially the great tooth shark leader, ferociously powerful, had brought down countless spirits with its razor-sharp teeth. Even a water arrow turtle of considerable strength that attempted to resist was crushed on the spot. Its thick shell shattered, plummeting to the seabed, its fate unknown. The fire dragon, with its quasi-king level strength, had a trainer who was none other than Old Luo from the Magic City Pokémon University. Upon seeing the great tooth shark charging towards the dam, he scoffed disdainfully. They dare to seek their own demise. Old Luo, the poison-spiked jellyfish population vanished from sight, and the Gyarados population at the rear also sprang into action. The situation was urgent. We must join forces to eliminate this great tooth shark first, urged the square-faced investigator, who was also the trainer of the snow elf. All right. After a brief moment of hesitation, Old Luo nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, his temperament would have never allowed such cooperation. But this time was different, against quasi-king level strength. Relying solely on individual power for a swift resolution was nothing short of wishful thinking. The snow elf made its move, and countless snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, initially melting upon contact with the sea surface, but as time passed, the sea began to gradually crystallize into shards of ice, forming numerous icicles in an attempt to impede the rampaging advance of the great tooth shark leader. The great tooth shark leader soon found itself riddled with injuries from the countless icicles, yet this only ignited its bloodthirsty instincts, driving it into a frenzy as it surged forward with waves, intent on overwhelming the dam. However, the snow elf's attack was not in vain. While it could not halt the ferocious assault of the great tooth shark leader, it effectively kept the other great tooth sharks and fong fish at bay, successfully severing the connection between the great tooth shark leader and its kin. At that moment, the fire dragon unleashed its assault. A powerful dragon breath surged towards the great tooth shark leader, providing no respite as the fire dragon followed up with a fist glowing with electric radiance, crashing down upon the opponent. Although the great tooth shark leader was caught in a frenzy, it had not completely lost its wits, leveraging its swift movements. It braced against the damage of the dragon breath while channeling the power of water to charge towards the fire dragon. Boom. In the clash, neither side gained an advantage, each suffering from their respective weaknesses. The great tooth shark plummeted into the sandy shallows, while the fire dragon was propelled backward a short distance. When the great tooth shark leader resurfaced, it was struck by the snow elf's peculiar beam, temporarily plunging it into disarray. It is said that the snow elf is the spirit of a woman who vanished in the snow-capped mountains, possessing a vengeful spirit that has taken residence within the ice pillars, wielding a terrifying ability that can easily captivate hearts. Even a great tooth shark of equivalent strength, caught off guard, could not escape the snow elf's control. Chapter 150, Intensification. Just as the fire dragon and snow elf attempted to subdue the great tooth shark leader together, the poison-spiked jellyfish population lurking beneath the sea suddenly emerged on the near shore of Yaya, accompanied by countless pairs of crimson eyes lighting up. A multitude of poison-spiked jellyfish surged forth in a wave, once again assaulting the first line of the dam where the seawater had receded. Humph. If you think you can break through this line of defense, let me tell you, this path is closed. A cold scoff rang out as the electric shock beast stood defiantly before the poison-spiked jellyfish, unperturbed. The voice belonged to the senior representative of the Magic City Gym. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly incinerating over 100 poison-spiked jellyfish into charred remains, the violent currents rapidly spreading like a web, electrocuting even more poison-spiked jellyfish due to the conductivity of the water. The colossal poison-spike jellyfish leader surged forth from the depths, unleashing a torrent of venomous liquid, aiming to bypass the electric shock beast and target the trainer directly. However, unexpectedly, a robust figure appeared, devouring the venom as if savoring a delicacy. It was the Dragon King Scorpion, another top-tier predator of the poison type. Behind the Dragon King Scorpion, a middle-aged man in a suit chuckled. Let us join forces like Old Luo and take down this poison-spiked jellyfish first. This individual was the deputy mayor of the Magic City, representing the city government, with the addition of the yet-to-move vice president of the Pokémon Association. It was rare for a typical large city to have one or two, at most 3 Quasi-King level experts stationed, yet the Magic City managed to deploy 5 Quasi-Kings. Not to mention, they also had King-level strength stationed in the rear. Boom. Several colossal beams of light struck the dam, causing a massive collapse, while the surging sea water rapidly rose. A dire situation. The terrifying Gyarados population had arrived at the marine battlefield, though only about 20 in number. They commanded a vast swarm of great tooth sharks and poison-spiked jellyfish, a testament to their status and power. This was bad. The strength of this Gyarados population was exceedingly formidable, rivaling the might of 3 great tooth sharks and poison-spiked jellyfish leaders, with the weakest among them being elite level. The vice president of the Magic City Pokémon Association, left on high alert, lamented. The terrifying combat capabilities exhibited by the Gyarados, influenced by various factors, were not something typical spirits of the same strength could withstand. The vice president, possessing a remarkable self-awareness, understood that even if all 6 of his main Pokémon were deployed, he would still likely fall short against the 3 quasi-elite Gyarados. Particularly, the Gyarados leader exuded an intimidating aura, its might approaching that of true elite combatants. Fortunately, on the human side, there was encouraging news. The formidable duo of Old Luo and the Alliance Investigator had successfully repelled the Great White Shark leader. Had they not been in a hurry to return for support, they would not have so easily allowed the severely injured Great White Shark leader to escape. In the face of the Gyarados' overwhelming power, even if Old Luo and the Investigator returned just in time to create a 3-on-3 standoff, they did not dare to be complacent and each sent forth another main Pokémon. Gyarados leader versus Old Luo's ace Pokémon, Charizard, and main Pokémon, Crobat. Gyarados, female, versus Alliance Investigator-S Pokémon, Glacian, and Pidgeot. Gyarados, another female, versus the Vice President of the Pokémon Association-S Pokémon, Gardevoir, and Exploud. Simultaneously, the remaining Gyarados were confronted by numerous gym and elite trainers summoned for the battle. For those below elite level, facing this horde of Gyarados was akin to courting death. Wu Linghua naturally topped the list of summoned individuals. You all stay put in the rear and do not scatter, especially you, Wu Jialong. Zheng Xuan. You keep an eye on this guy. We may need you in the future, but this fight belongs to us. Wu Linghua solemnly instructed as he departed. Rest assured, Wu School, Wu Jialong, and I will prioritize safety. They replied. Uncle, be careful. If it turns out to be too much, we'll make a hasty retreat. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong responded. The battle commenced with a thunderous roar from the Gyarados leader. The brief standoff was shattered as the Gyarados clan unleashed torrents of water guns, surging toward the dam, while the summoned trainers commanded their main Pokémon to defend or counterattack. Leading the charge was the Gyarados leader, its formidable presence stirring up crashing waves, aiming to inundate the dam. However, Charizard and Crobat joined forces to fend off the assault, managing to hold the line just barely. Other Gyarados were also met with powerful opposition, resulting in a fierce clash across the vast ocean expanse, with the battle rapidly escalating to a fever pitch. Behind the battlefield, trainers of less than elite caliber began to withdraw, as the conflict that concerned the majority had come to an end, leaving them to await news from the front lines. After the fierce battle, many sat exhausted on the ground or leaned against supports to rest. Small groups and teams gathered to boast about their performances or busily tally their gains. Excuse me, could I borrow a lighter? I accidentally lost mine during the fight. A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man awkwardly addressed a solitary, silent stranger leaning against the wall. I'm sorry, but I don't smoke. The man instinctively waved his hand in refusal. To his surprise, the middle-aged man seized his arm, producing handcuffs with the intention of subduing him. Unexpectedly, the man erupted into action, easily pushing the middle-aged man away, his features contorting into a twisted, maniacal grin. Huh. I've known all along that you are but pawns of the Alliance. From the shadows emerged two houndoms, lunging at the middle-aged man, compelling him to hastily release a pokeball, summoning a rapidash to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, the stranger abandoned the houndoms and swiftly fled, aided by the crowd of onlookers providing ample cover. The middle-aged man cast a furious glance, his anger boiling over as he barked. Alliance investigator apprehending a wanted criminal. Unrelated personnel, disperse immediately. Upon hearing this, the onlookers who had initially been intrigued and eager to watch the spectacle suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Scattering in all directions. Alliance investigators, these lunatics are far more terrifying than the regular enforcers. Leave those two controlled houndoms to me. Everyone else, pursue the target. But tread carefully, he is on drugs. The middle-aged man seethed, realizing that the duck he had nearly caught was now slipping away. However, he had not anticipated that the target would discover their whereabouts and take the special medication beforehand, leading to the failure of his capture attempt. The lurking personnel in the crowd wasted no time and quickly followed the direction in which the stranger had fled. To avoid raising alarms, they had kept their distance, inadvertently granting the target an escape window. Chapter 151, Unfathomable. Damn it, the after effects of compound number 5 have kicked in so quickly. The stranger, having escaped from the investigator, suddenly clutched his chest in agony while fleeing. Compound number 5 is a special drug developed by the Redemption Society, capable of unleashing immense potential within the human body, temporarily granting strength, speed, and stamina comparable to professional-grade Pokémon. The stranger had consumed this compound number 5, which had enabled him to easily repel the middle-aged man's capture attempt and escape under the watchful eyes of many. However, the compound number 5, while transforming a frail human into a formidable state akin to that of a humanoid Pokémon, came with a hefty price. The aftermath of its use left the individual utterly weakened, accompanied by excruciating pain in the heart and other organs, suffering that was unbearable for an ordinary person. No, I can be captured by the investigators, but I cannot allow what is needed by my superior to fall into the hands of the Alliance. Otherwise, my fate would be far worse than death. The stranger's face twisted in pain, yet he still clutched his spatial backpack as he fled. Damn it. I was promised backup. Where are they? Time was running out, and the Alliance's hounds, the investigators, were closing in. I must hide the item. It absolutely cannot fall into the Alliance's hands. More than the intense pain, what left the stranger feeling desperate was the fact that upon reaching his destination, he found no one from the Redemption Society waiting to assist. Wait, backup has finally arrived. Suddenly seeing hope, as if a ray of light had pierced through the darkness, the stranger strained his weary, aching body to hasten his pace. Dog Xien, surely my uncle will be okay, right? You think he, a fire-type trainer, could possibly stand a chance against a water-type Gyarados? Last time I faced a Gyarados from a freshman at Magic City University, I was utterly crushed due to type disadvantage. Throughout the journey, Wu Jialong had been incessantly chattering. Considering that the other was worried about Wu Yinghua, Zheng Xuan endured the incessant prattle and offered reassurance. Don't worry. Jialong, Wu School is incredibly powerful. Even if he doesn't emerge victorious, he won't come to harm. Though the words rang true. A sudden realization struck Zheng Xuan as he noticed an unexpected intruder approaching them. Hey, who are you, and what do you want? Wu Jialong quickly intervened, attempting to halt the stranger's advance. There's no hostility, I assure you. I'm one of you. The stranger wore an expression filled with renewed hope as he hastily clarified. Who said we're one of you? Wu Jialong retorted angrily. I understand, but time is of the essence. Quickly, let us exchange spatial backpacks. Saying this, the stranger seized Zheng Xuan's spatial backpack and initiated the exchange. Initially puzzled, Zheng Xuan had not anticipated that Wu Jialong would have acquaintances so far away in Magic City. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed the stranger to snatch his backpack. What was even more perplexing was that after exchanging the backpacks, the stranger took off with Zheng Xuan's bag, fleeing with great urgency. What the hell? Dog Xien, that bandit just stole your backpack. Wu Jialong exclaimed in shock. Buzzbat, locate that guy. Zheng Xuan's expression darkened. In this day and age, one would still encounter daylight robbery. Buzzbat flapped its wings, soaring into the air and emitting ultrasonic waves to track the stranger's whereabouts, quickly yielding results. Jialong, keep up, Zheng Xuan urged. But what about the spatial backpack? Forget that for now. Let's find that scoundrel. Zheng Xuan replied anxiously. In his spatial backpack, he carried a significant portion of his belongings. Should it be taken by the adversary, the loss would be catastrophic. Zheng Xuan and his companion hastened to pursue the humming bat. Upon arrival, they were met with a team clad in dark cloaks, highly trained, who had already apprehended the unfamiliar man. Alliance investigators are apprehending a wanted criminal. Bystanders must keep their distance. Upon noticing Zheng Xuan and his companion approaching, someone immediately stepped forward to obstruct their path. Alliance investigators? Zheng Xuan was quite astonished. Was it truly necessary to deploy the renowned Alliance investigators to deal with a mere robber? The cloak of the investigator, known as Tai Ku La, was said to be made from a special material customized by the Alliance, fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to electricity, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attack. And even high-quality replicas could not be found on any marketplace. Wu Jialong stepped forward to scrutinize, marveling. The investigator was instantly exasperated. Where did this oddball come from? Instead of feeling trepidation in the presence of the fearsome Alliance investigators, he dared to critique them. Considering you are students, I will warn you once more. Leave at once, and do not interfere with the investigators in the execution of their duties. The investigator reiterated. Excuse me, but that man you have apprehended stole my spatial backpack. Zheng Xuan finally managed to interject. Stole your spatial backpack? Impossible. You must be mistaken, the middle-aged man responded skeptically. He could not fathom that the target, in the throes of a desperate escape, would have the presence of mind to snatch a bystander's backpack. My humming bat tracked him here, it cannot be mistaken. If you do not believe me, you may examine the contents of my spatial backpack. It contains my identification documents and, notably, a temporary identity card from the Magic City Elf University as proof. Seeing Zheng Xuan's earnest insistence, the middle-aged man, though still skeptical, ordered a subordinate to verify the claim. Moments later, the investigator returned to the middle-aged man's side and whispered something. Return the spatial backpack to him. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, yet he raised his hand, signaling for his subordinate to return the spatial backpack to Zheng Xuan. Thank you, I appreciate your efforts. Zheng Xuan expressed his gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, it was this unexpected group of investigators that had retrieved his spatial backpack. However, Zheng Xuan was perplexed by the strange look from the man who had been captured, which left him feeling bewildered. Chapter 152, Attribute Energy Crystals. Zheng Xuan, now that you've retrieved your spatial backpack, why do you appear so glum? Did you lose something? Wu Jialong inquired, puzzled, on their way back. No, everything is intact. I merely find today's events rather baffling, Zheng Xuan replied, shaking his head and softly elaborating. Wu Jialong, ever carefree, suddenly remarked. But your spatial backpack looks identical to that man's. You are absolutely right. It is indeed a spatial backpack. That man spouted a series of peculiar remarks and even swapped our spatial backpacks, which certainly raises suspicions. Zheng Xuan exclaimed, as if a revelation had struck him. What could possibly be amiss? It is merely a spatial backpack. I have plenty at home. Come on, let's return to the previous location. With that, Zheng Xuan pulled Wu Jialong back the way they came. At the maritime battlefield, during the brief interlude of capturing the unfamiliar man, chaos reigned as the battle escalated into a tumultuous frenzy. The violent Gyarados, once venerated as a god of destruction in ancient times, lived up to its notorious reputation on the battlefield. Especially the Gyarados leader, whose strength approached that of a king-level Pokémon, possessed the ability to alter the very colors of the sky with its every movement. Its might was earth-shattering, effortlessly overturning rivers and devastating the dams upon which humanity relied to fend off the tide of elves. Such terrifying destructive capabilities prompted even quasi-king-level beings to retreat, let alone those below that threshold, who had long since distanced themselves from the battlefield, fearing they might become collateral damage. As for the Gyarados leader's adversary, Old Luo from the Magic City Elf University, a seasoned quasi-king-level powerhouse, had already lost 4 of his elves, leaving only his ace, the Charizard, and the final Crow leader, barely holding their ground against the Gyarados leader thanks to their advantage in flight. Assisting Old Luo were the representatives from the Magic City Gym and the Deputy Mayor, who had previously appeared alongside the Electrike and Dragon King Scorpion, as well as the Electric Dragon and Roserade. Indeed, this Gyarados leader was single-handedly contending against as many as 6 quasi-king level elves, if it were not for Roserade occasionally using grassy terrain to provide healing. The battle would likely have tipped in favor of the Gyarados despite their numerical superiority. Fortunately, the 3 quasi-king level fighters began to coordinate more effectively, with their 6 elves providing mutual cover while attacking and countering, gradually subduing the Gyarados leader's furious rampage. However, the true turning point of the battle came when 2 other quasi-king level fighters each defeated their respective Gyarados, joining the main battlefield. Although the Gyarados leader was, in some respects, nearly king level, it was still not a true king level entity. The disparity in strength was significant, and it could not withstand the bombardment from 5 quasi-king level fighters working in concert. The ultimate outcome was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Zheng Xuan and his companion hurried back to their original location. Fortunately, at this moment, almost everyone's attention on the maritime battlefield was focused on the main clash, and with the notorious Alliance investigators apprehending a wanted criminal, few were wandering about. Thus, the valuable spatial backpack was spared from being picked up by any fortunate passersby. Indeed, it looks just like my spatial backpack. Previously preoccupied with the significant contents of his backpack, Zheng Xuan now realized that Wu Jialong was correct. Both spatial backpacks belonged to the same category. It was worth noting that Zheng Xuan had acquired this current backpack from the Redemption Society. Furthermore, he had been unable to locate any product information for the spatial backpack, indicating that it was not a legitimate Dragon Tong group item, but rather a counterfeit without any official backing. This also implied that the spatial backpack before him, which similarly lacked identifiable information, was likely connected to the Redemption Society due to the earlier encounter with the Alliance investigators. Zheng Xuan, why are you dawdling? Hurry and open it. It might not be empty. There could be something valuable inside, Wu Jialong urged, nudging Zheng Xuan's shoulder with impatience. Zheng Xuan snapped back to reality and slowly opened the spatial backpack. Inside, there were not many items, aside from some daily supplies for his elves and pokeballs. There was a lavish jade box containing a gem-like object, significantly larger than a pebble, glistening with clarity. Upon the slightest touch of Zheng Xuan's finger, the gem emitted a resplendent purple glow, exuding a palpable sense of immense energy. This appears to be an attribute energy crystal. Good heavens, Zheng Xuan, you've struck it rich. Wu Jialong exclaimed, examining the gem closely, his voice rising in astonishment. Yet he quickly hushed himself, leaning closer to whisper, Zheng Xuan, quickly stash it away. One must not flaunt wealth. This attribute energy crystal is a treasure that enhances strength, coveted even by quasi-king level beings, let alone such a sizable piece. Do not doubt it. I have witnessed it myself. My father possesses one, not a chunk, but rather a gem. His fire attribute energy crystal is not nearly as large as yours. Yet he treasures it as a priceless possession and steadfastly forbids me from handling it. Attribute energy crystal, you say? Zheng Xuan mused quietly. Nevertheless, his hands acted as Wu Jialong had instructed, carefully placing the attribute energy crystal back into the jade box and securing it in his spatial backpack. Wealth has come. Wealth has come. Dog Xien, my father's crystal is worth several tens of millions of alliance coins. Yours must be valued at least a few small targets. It is a pity I do not know what attribute it possesses. If it happens to be a rare attribute, its worth could potentially double. Wu Jialong remained exceedingly excited. In truth, Zheng Xuan, utilizing the secondary function of his golden finger to identify items, had already discerned that the energy crystal before him was undoubtedly a dragon attribute crystal. In an instant, his worth soared from less than 1 million to that of a wealthy individual possessing several small targets. Zheng Xuan's emotions were so elevated that he found it difficult to articulate, especially knowing he could utilize a dragon attribute crystal. Come, Dog Xien, let us return first. Afterward, I will have my father assist you in identifying the exact attribute of this energy crystal. Regardless, you are certainly treating me to a meal. And it must not be ordinary fare or spicy hot pot. It cannot be from Sha County either. It must be a lavish feast. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that Wu Jialong's words indicated he would not contend for ownership of the energy crystal. Rest assured, once we return, you may choose the location. I will treat you to the grand meal, and if the opportunity arises, I will endeavor to acquire a fire attribute crystal to compensate you. Zheng Xuan genuinely felt guilty about hoarding the dragon attribute crystal. Why bother with such talk? I have already reserved my father's fire attribute crystal. After all, I am the sole heir in my family. If it is not mine, whose could it possibly be? Wu Jialong, however, appeared unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 153, The Investigator. The grand battle at the maritime battlefield concluded with the leading group of the Violent Gar, the dragon-type Pokémon, retreating, marking the end of the chaos that had engulfed the Pokémon tide. Relying on their numerical superiority to repel the Violent Gar leader was already a considerable achievement. And it was not that the several quasi-king level experts had not contemplated subduing the opponent. The reality was simply that it was unfeasible. Firstly, resorting to sheer numbers to achieve victory would not earn the volatile Violent Gar's respect. Even if they managed to capture it with a rare Pokeball, the creature would not obey commands, even under confinement. Secondly, all the quasi-king level experts were acutely aware that subduing this near-king level leader of the Violent Gar involved colossal benefits that no single party could monopolize. Finally, and most importantly, to truly defeat the fearsome Violent Gar leader would likely require the human side to suffer significant losses, including several quasi-king level main Pokemon being grievously injured or even sacrificed. It was a price that none of the quasi-king level experts could accept. Conversely, among the numerous gym level and elite trainers dealing with the Violent Gar, a few fortunate individuals managed to capture 1 or 2 Violent Gar, marking a noteworthy gain. A portion of the trainers remained as sentinels, vigilant against the possible return of the Pokemon tide, though the likelihood was minimal, given that the Violent Gar, sharp-toothed sharks, and venomous jellyfish had all sustained substantial injuries and would not recover swiftly. Subsequently, as the Pokemon tide receded, although it left a significant mess, It equally revealed a plethora of valuable items. Therefore, when the news of victory finally reached the rear, there was little prolonged jubilation. Instead, the throng surged towards the maritime battlefield to scavenge. The observation team was naturally among the throngs. Haha, Dog Xien, I have found another pearl. I am rich. Truly rich, Wu Jialong exclaimed, disregarding the scent of blood as he gleefully uncovered a valuable item, a pearl. Apologies, but I have already claimed the most valuable item in this region, a rare-grade Pokémon item, the mysterious droplet. Zheng Xuan retorted with disdain. Oh, come on, Dog Xien. Having your Wobbuffet use ultrasonic waves to search is cheating. Upon glancing at the Wobbuffet perched above Zheng Xian's head, Wu Jialong instantly grasped the situation. Let us move to the next area. Sticking with Brother Xien guarantees, use 6 meals a day. That sounds splendid. Command Center. Ladies and gentlemen, our investigation department has determined the cause of this Pokémon tide. The investigator with a square face, after receiving a report from his subordinates, slowly elaborated. It was the Redemption Society that stole the treasures of the powerful violent Gar group, provoking their wrath and revenge, which in turn triggered this massive Pokémon tide. Investigator, did you not previously assert with utmost confidence that this Pokémon tide had nothing to do with the Redemption Society? The Vice Mayor of the Demon City queried. Vice Mayor, what I meant was that it has little to do with the recluses, otherwise, involving king-level powers. This calamity would not have been something we 5 could manage together. The mastermind behind this incident is a newly promoted candidate from the Redemption Society, codenamed Black Crow, who has just risen to the gym level. Earlier this year, they caused a minor incident in Zhongyu City in the Southwest Alliance, resulting in thousands of casualties. Recently, they reappeared during the incident involving the Firebird in Zhongyu City, and we have been tracking their whereabouts ever since, following them to the Demon City. Their action this time was to trigger the Pokémon tide to draw our attention, allowing them to escape the Great Xia Alliance. An hour ago, they hijacked an international cruise ship that had yet to dock, fleeing into international waters, and their whereabouts are now unknown. Due to a lack of manpower, combined with the need to respond to the Pokémon tide, we only received the news afterward. My subordinates managed to apprehend the key suspect who attracted the violent Gar group to attack the maritime battlefield using stolen treasures and the personnel sent by the Redemption Society to assist. After hearing the explanation from the square-faced investigator, everyone fell silent. The Redemption Society's strategic maneuvering, diverting all attention in the Demon City to counter the Pokémon tide while successfully escaping the Great Xia Alliance, was undoubtedly a significant success. We can deal with those scoundrels from the Redemption Society later. Our immediate focus must be on reconstructing the maritime battlefield. The battle with the violent Gar group has utterly devastated most of District A and several surrounding areas. Even the most radical of them, Old Luo, spoke with remarkable rationality at this moment. The losses from this battle, along with the subsequent reconstruction efforts at the maritime battlefield, are indeed responsibilities that our city government must account for and plan. The Vice Mayor nodded in agreement. Our Pokémon Association also has responsibilities regarding the recovery of hunting balls, the placement of captured Pokémon, and the rewards for adventure teams. The gyms here will oversee the inspection of the maritime battlefield. While the group discussed, the square-faced investigator was the first to take his leave. Ladies and gentlemen, the investigation department has urgent matters to attend to. I must depart. After leaving, the square-faced investigator summoned his subordinates, the middle-aged man who led the apprehension. Boss, the key suspect is a tough nut to crack. We couldn't extract any information from him. However, the person responsible for assisting him was much more compliant and confessed everything. The treasure that attracted the violent Gar group to attack the maritime battlefield is, in fact, a highly rare dragon attribute energy crystal, the middle-aged man reported without delay. So, it was a dragon attribute energy crystal. No wonder the violent Gar were attacking the maritime battlefield in a frenzy. Had there not been 5 quasi-king level Pokémon stationed today, the entire battlefield would have likely been obliterated, turning into an ocean. He reflected on this, and even the seasoned square-faced investigator felt a shiver of apprehension. Clearly, the terrifying power of the violent Gar leader had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Since the suspect has been captured, what about the stolen dragon attribute energy crystal? The square-faced investigator inquired, regaining his focus. Although he had to admit that hearing about the dragon attribute energy crystal sparked a flicker of greed and a desire to seize it. Reason warned him that such a valuable item, according to the regulations of the investigation department, had to be surrendered and subsequently allocated for contributions. Unfortunately, boss, we did not locate that dragon attribute energy crystal. The suspect stubbornly refused to divulge its whereabouts. Having spoken, the middle-aged man wore a look of deep shame. It was only after the interrogation results were released that he became aware of the existence of the dragon-type energy crystal. Furthermore, the notorious criminal who was privy to the whereabouts of the dragon-type energy crystal was a formidable individual. After a series of interrogations, no information had been divulged. Foolishness. The significance of the dragon-type energy crystal is something you need not have me elaborate on. It must be found. Otherwise, should the higher-ups lay blame upon us. Do not hold me responsible for your fates. The square-jawed investigator chastised with a tone of exasperation. Chapter 154, Interrogation. Due to the premature outbreak and resolution of the Elven Tide, the observation group was granted a 2-day respite for rest and exploration within the Magic City district. Subsequently, the originally planned 7-day journey in the Magic City concluded successfully, and on the morning of the 8th day, the group, laden with bags, hurried towards the Magic City International Airport to board their flight back to Zhengyu City. During the security check, Zheng Xuan and his companions were unexpectedly intercepted by a group of uninvited guests. Greetings. You must be Zheng Xuan, correct? We met previously. We now suspect that you and another student, Wu Jialong, may have connections with the members of the Redemption Society, and we would like you to accompany us for an investigation. We hope you both can cooperate. The speaker was none other than the middle-aged investigator, who presented an official search warrant. The moment the group of investigators appeared, Zheng Xuan realized that the origins of the mysterious dragon-type energy crystal were likely beyond his grasp. Indeed, the notion of a windfall rarely materializes without either deception or difficulty in attainment. What do you think you are? Even if you are League investigators, you cannot arbitrarily suspect 2 students like us of being involved with members of the Redemption Society. Wu Jialong immediately retorted. Were it not for the fact that they were in the Magic City, he would have already taken action, astonished that anyone would suspect him. A paragon of lineage as the 2nd generation of a gym leader, of associating with such a nefarious organization. Jialong, do not be impulsive. They are likely here concerning that energy crystal, Zheng Xuan whispered in caution. If a conflict were to arise between Wu Jialong and the League investigators, it would ultimately be they who would suffer the consequences. You may be mistaken. Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong are my students, both of whom are innocent students from the Alliance High School. Especially Wu Jialong. He is the son of Wu Lianqing, the gym leader in Zhengyu City. How could he possibly be involved with the Redemption Society? Wu Yingwa stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. I apologize, but we have received orders to have the 2 students cooperate with our investigation. Of course, this does not necessarily imply that they are connected to the Redemption Society. I hope you can understand and do not obstruct our duty, the middle-aged man said, fully aware of Wu Yingwa's strength, opting for a conciliatory tone. If you insist on taking my students, I require to accompany them. If you refuse, I shall not acknowledge your search warrant. Wu Yingwa's gaze was icy as he surveyed the middle-aged man and the group of cloaked investigators. While outsiders may fear the League investigators, as a gym-level powerhouse and a member of the Alliance's inner circle, he felt no such trepidation. Since you willingly accompany us, then let us proceed. The middle-aged man, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, gestured for his subordinates to escort the 3 away. Wait, I must advise you first. Without waiting for the middle-aged man's consent, Wu Yingwa approached Wong Defa. Principal Wong, I must trouble you once again to ensure the safe return of the other students to Zhengyu City. I cannot return until I have resolved matters here. Principal Wong, please leave the other students to us. My abilities are insufficient, and I can only wish you good fortune. As League investigators are not to be trifled with, Wong Defa replied, feeling guilty. After giving his instructions, Zheng Xuan and the others were taken away by the group of investigators, leaving the observation group in a state of murmured concern and the onlooking passers-by whispering among themselves. Captain, they are indeed here. An investigator extracted the dragon-type energy crystal from Zheng Xuan's spatial backpack. Upon seeing the resplendent dragon-type energy crystal, the middle-aged man finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief, muttering to himself, at last, I can fulfill my duties. Regaining his confident demeanor, he spoke with a sense of triumph. I knew those 2 little rascals were problematic. It appears the dragon-type energy crystal is indeed in their possession. However, Captain, among these 2, the student named Wu Jialong seems to have a significant background. He is the son of the gym leader in Zhengyu City, and the Wu family is quite prominent in the Southwest Alliance, with considerable influence. Capturing him could prove to be somewhat troublesome. An investigator cautiously presented this information to the middle-aged man. Despite having conducted a preliminary investigation into their backgrounds prior to apprehending the 2 students, he remained wary. Captain, the inspection report is in. At that moment, another investigator hurried in. The middle-aged man merely glanced at the document before dismissively closing it with a sneer. Isn't it now a case of being caught red-handed, with irrefutable evidence? Even the Wu family cannot contest this. Moreover, as League investigators, why should we fear a gym leader or an obscure family? In the interrogation room, this marked Zheng Xuan's first encounter with such a unique setting in his 2 lifetimes. The surroundings were reminiscent of those depicted in various films and dramas. Upon entering the room, the middle-aged man tossed the folder aside and fixated his gaze on Zheng Xuan, attempting to dismantle the psychological defenses of a mere student. Yet, what the middle-aged man failed to realize was that Zheng Xuan, having lived 2 lives, possessed a well-established mental fortitude, coupled with his innocence. He felt no guilt or vulnerability to exploit. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man's eyes grew weary, yet he had not achieved his goal. And thus he slowly began. Now, tell me, what is your relationship with the Redemption Society? I have no connection with them. If I must stretch the truth, I have crossed paths with the Redemption Society on a few occasions, Zheng Xuan replied calmly. The middle-aged man questioned incredulously, you, a high school student, have encountered the Redemption Society? Earlier this year, I undertook a commissioned task and fortuitously stumbled upon a base of the Redemption Society, which I helped to dismantle alongside the Zhongyu Gym's team. This incident even made the news. If you don't believe me, feel free to search my companion's backpack. I am sure there are newspapers he carelessly carries. This student may prove to be quite troublesome. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Here is the inspection report. Your spatial backpack is a high-quality imitation developed by the Redemption Society based on products from the Longting Group, featuring special identifiers that outsiders cannot discern. However, members of the Redemption Society can distinguish them, as can we, the League investigators who deal with such evils. If my subordinate had not been negligent, allowing you an opportunity to take the backpack, we could have apprehended you on the spot. The middle-aged man's tone grew increasingly severe. I believe you may be mistaken. I found this spatial backpack during the attack on Zhongyu City by the Flame Bird and the Redemption Society. A certain individual codenamed Ghost Tooth was forced to flee by a supporting powerhouse and abandoned the backpack in his escape. I simply picked it up. Investigator, did you not say that outsiders cannot discern it? At that moment, I naturally believed it to be a product of the Longting Group, under fortunate circumstances. How could I have suspected it was a trap? By the way, sir, recovering a backpack belonging to the Redemption Society should not be considered a crime, right? Chapter 155, Pressure from Above. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the middle-aged man rubbed his slightly swollen head. He would rather confront the most despicable criminals than face these 2 students, whose unusual identities presented a hindrance during the interrogation, and who were themselves quite formidable. One possessed a high psychological defense, frequently countering his words, leaving even this seasoned investigator momentarily speechless and unable to retort. The other was even more challenging to handle. Brazen and arrogant, nearly resorting to violence even while restrained in the interrogation room, let alone during questioning. Captain, these 2 students are like hedgehogs. They are quite prickly. An accompanying investigator could not help but shake his head and sigh. Such trivialities. I nearly received a couple of punches myself. Had it not been for the consideration of our student identities and existing connections, the situation would not have been so convoluted. The middle-aged man felt a pang of regret for having apprehended these 2 individuals. Had he known, he would have simply seized the dragon-type energy crystal and submitted it, thereby claiming a significant achievement. Captain, there's another dilemma. The gym-level trainer who came along is still waiting in the office. A diligent investigator cautioned. Have you shown him the inspection report and the interrogation records? The middle-aged man inquired. Indeed, if there was anything more troublesome than dealing with these 2 students, it was how to handle the accompanying gym-level expert. Those capable within the search team had already accompanied the investigator on the mission, while his experience was substantial. His strength fell short of that of a gym-level opponent. They've all been sent over, and after reviewing, they remained silent, the investigator reported honestly. Let us stall for now. I'll consult with the superior first. When it involves a gym-level expert, I cannot make decisions unilaterally, the middle-aged man stated. Captain, the investigator's call. At that moment, another investigator in the office called out. To his surprise, his superior contacted him proactively, saving him the trouble of making a call. The middle-aged man, without a hint of suspicion, hurried to the office area to take the call. Soon, he hung up the phone with a grim expression. Captain, what transpired? The accompanying investigator asked cautiously. My superior has ordered us to release these 2 students immediately, return all their belongings, and we must also offer a formal apology. The middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. What is the meaning of this? Even if the quasi-king from the Zhongyu Gym exerted pressure, the investigator is also a quasi-king. There should be no reason for him to yield. It is pressure from even higher authorities that compelled my superior. This search warrant has been rendered invalid. The middle-aged man's demeanor darkened further. He could not fathom that this incident had escalated to such a degree that even the investigator, a quasi-king level powerhouse who supported him, buckled under the pressure. Captain, could it be that the student named Xien possesses some unknown, mysterious background? A nearby team member suddenly suggested. The middle-aged man looked at him, puzzled. Captain, while registering information on this student named Xien, I scanned his Pokeball and discovered. The team member, momentarily at a loss for words, was visibly excited. Speak up, don't dawdle, the middle-aged man urged. I found that his Pokemon are all dragon type, including the exceedingly rare Yaya and Wangbat, as well as the unevolved form of the dragon type quasi-divine Pokemon, the round land shark. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless. Such an astounding lineup of Pokémon was unheard of in his lifetime. Yet today, he witnessed it firsthand. No wonder this investigator was so astonished he could hardly speak. Had he been in the same position, he would not have fared much better. In retrospect, the opponent's formidable psychological defenses were indicative of having foreseen the outcome, thus exuding confidence. Returning to the interrogation room, the middle-aged man said, "Zheng Xuan, I sincerely apologize. We have determined that you indeed have no ties to the Redemption Society. This was a misunderstanding. The wanted criminal, at a specific time and place, misidentified you two as members of the Redemption Society due to your unique spatial backpack. Of course, the same factors misled our judgment, and we extend our apologies once more." The middle-aged man forced himself to apologize, deliberately omitting any mention of the dragon-type energy crystal. Under pressure from higher-ups, they had successfully broken through the psychological defenses of the stubborn wanted criminal by leveraging the dragon-type energy crystal, swiftly clarifying the reasons and exonerating Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, confirming the misunderstandings that ensued from this debacle. "Now I understand," Zheng Xuan mused quietly. In truth, upon discovering the anomaly with the spatial backpack, Zheng Xuan had suspected that this incident was indeed linked to the Redemption Society. Ultimately, that invaluable dragon-type energy crystal did not come without complications. It had brought him trouble. After all, in a certain sense, that dragon-type energy crystal could be considered as spoils. Yet strictly speaking, it could not be deemed a trophy, since it was the wanted criminal apprehended by the Alliance investigators. "Zheng Xuan, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation. You are free to leave at any time. Your belongings have been securely kept and will be returned in full upon your departure," the middle-aged man affirmed, emphasizing the latter part of his statement. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan immediately grasped many things. The two exited the interrogation room side by side, as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the frustrated investigator rushed over, lamenting, "Captain, that Wu Jialong refuses to leave, insisting that we have wronged him and that we must wait for someone to settle the score with us." Indeed, the middle-aged man, having just resolved the issue with Zheng Xuan, found his momentary good spirits dissipated in an instant. The reason he had sent his subordinates to handle Wu Jialong was precisely to avoid confronting that audacious individual again. "Leave it to me. I will persuade him," Zheng Xuan volunteered. If Zheng Xuan could assist, that would be most welcome, and a smile finally broke through the middle-aged man's stern demeanor. As soon as Zheng Xuan entered the room, he was greeted with, "Dog Xuan, are you all right?" Wu Jialong, who had been throwing a fit and venting his anger, instantly changed his tone to a cheeky grin. "I'm fine. Wow, you really went all out, huh? Like the Monkey King causing havoc in heaven?" Zheng Xuan remarked, surveying the chaos in the interrogation room, marveling at Wu Jialong's destructive prowess. "Who told them to wrong me? They even thought of detaining someone like me, an upstanding student with a clean record who studies diligently every day." Wu Jialong still fumed. "Are you kidding? Those things have nothing to do with you at all. Now that you're fine, we should leave this place. Otherwise, Wu Jiao and our relatives and friends in Zhongyu City will surely be worried." Chapter 156, Return to Zhongyu. With the unexpected minor upheaval concluded, Zheng Xuan and his companions had no choice but to reschedule their flight for the afternoon. Moreover, this time, the quasi-king investigator personally led the escort, making quite the impression. "Zheng Xuan, quite impressive. I've reviewed your profile. Becoming a 3-star adventurer while still in high school shows you have substantial experience in executing various tasks, coupled with your boundless potential. Would you be interested in becoming an investigator after graduating from university? I can make an exception for you. No need to go through the examination process." The square-faced investigator enticed. "Sir, I haven't even graduated from high school yet. Discussing post-university matters might be a bit premature," Zheng Xuan replied with a wry smile. "Haha, I suppose I was a bit hasty. Today's events unfolded thanks to your cooperation in the investigation, allowing us to clarify the situation. Naturally, any minor unpleasantness during the process, I hope you too can forgive. We usually deal with the most heinous criminals, and perhaps over time, our behavior has become somewhat excessive." The square-faced investigator humbly apologized to Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, disregarding his status. "Sir, you're too kind. It is our honor to assist the Alliance investigators." Zheng Xuan feigned surprise, responding graciously. Beside him, Wu Jialong remained silent. His compliance was purely due to the presence of the investigator, who was of the same caliber as his father, Wu Lianqing. "Sir, it's getting late. We should prepare to board. If we delay any longer, it might affect the students' regular attendance on Monday," Wu Lianqing gently reminded. "Take care. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to meet again." The investigator bid farewell as he watched the three depart. Finally summoning the courage to inquire, the previously silent middle-aged man asked, "Boss, I still don't understand. Which superior exerted pressure on you to the extent that you relinquished something as precious as the dragon-type energy crystal? To be aware, Such a substantial piece of dragon-type energy crystal is undoubtedly priceless. Exchanging it for 1 or 2 energy crystals of other attributes would be more than sufficient. It might even provide your ace Pokémon with a tangible chance of ascending to the king level. The middle-aged man spoke the truth. A typical quasi-king would not casually utilize the coveted attribute energy crystal to enhance their strength unless absolutely necessary. Instead, it is primarily to bolster the chances of their strongest Pokémon when attempting to break through the threshold of the king level. The square-faced investigator cast a glance at the middle-aged man, and, considering their long-standing acquaintance, he spoke slowly. The leader of the Southwest Alliance, Zhang. Is he not the top-tier king level, the foremost powerhouse of the Southwest Alliance, Elder Zhang? The middle-aged man's heart trembled at the revelation that this matter involved the leader of the distant Southwest Alliance. This incident, you will personally instruct to proceed with utmost confidentiality. As for the leadership of the Alliance's investigation department, Elder Wei will handle those discussions. There's no need for us to concern ourselves with that. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Given the magnitude of this incident, it was already fortunate that he bore no punishment. Afterward, provide me with the registration information of this Zheng Xuan from our records. With that, the square-faced investigator turned and departed. With the keen intuition honed from years as an investigator, he linked this incident to the previous case involving the theft of a quasi-divine Pokémon egg in Zhongyu City. In truth, during the last incident where the Redemption Society abducted the quasi-divine Pokémon egg, he, as a present investigator on site, had already uncovered some leads. Just as the mystery was about to be revealed, however, the leader of the Southwest Alliance personally intervened to halt the operation. In both instances, the legendary figure from the Southwest Alliance had intervened, and a common thread connected them, a student named Zheng Xuan. Did that dog Xuan lose that attribute energy crystal to those investigators? On the plane, Wu Jialong leaned in mysteriously and asked in a hushed tone. No, for certain reasons. They ultimately returned it to me, Zheng Xuan replied with a slight shake of his head. It seemed likely that his slothful father had once again intervened. After all, a dragon-type energy crystal of such immense value would undoubtedly tempt many to take risks. There was no way it could be returned to him so easily. Moreover, it was the distinguished investigator, a quasi-king level powerhouse, who personally saw them off from the Magic City. Well then, if it were to be taken, I would have to call my dad for assistance. This group of investigators clearly disregards the old adage. What is found is to be treated as purchased. Wu Jialong muttered with some indignation. You two are truly reckless. It was only then that Wu Linghua, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Oh no, I forgot that my uncle, Wu Xiao, is seated next to us. Wu Jialong, you better sit still. Your actions are the most serious. How dare you act so brazenly on the territory of the investigators? If it weren't for your status as a student and your family's background, do you think you could have walked away unscathed? Wu Linghua admonished in a low voice. He then turned his gaze to Zheng Xuan. And you, Zheng Xuan, what were you thinking? In light of such a significant event, your first instinct was to collude with Wu Jialong to conceal it instead of notifying your parents or teachers. I understand the allure of the attribute energy crystal is immense. But when you lack the ability to safeguard such wealth, the best course of action is to contact your parents or a trusted elder. Both of them hung their heads, resembling children caught in wrongdoing being scolded by a teacher. Due to the unique environment of the airplane, Wu Linghua could only touch upon the matter but still felt compelled to add, I hope this incident serves as a profound lesson for both of you. Do take heed. In the evening, the plane landed at Zhongyu Airport. Zheng Xuan hailed a ride and soon returned home. Oh, you're back. I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow. Just so you know, I only packed 1 serving of beef noodles. If I share it with you, I won't have enough for myself. After a casual greeting, Zheng Dali resumed slurping his noodles. Dad, thanks this time. I know it was you who intervened, allowing us to escape the clutches of the Alliance investigators so easily. Haha, you and that Wu Jialong kid are truly lucky. I suspect you've been blessed by Jirachi. Just wandering around. You managed to encounter the fools from the Redemption Society and ended up with a precious dragon-type energy crystal. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, even the usually unflappable Zheng Dali couldn't help but express his astonishment. Precious, indeed, is an understatement for such a rare dragon-type energy crystal, especially when one could utilize it to enhance strength even before reaching the quasi-king level. Even the heirs of prominent families from Kyoto City would find it hard to match. Chapter 157, An Endless Resource. Let me see that dragon-type energy crystal of yours. I need to evaluate how far it can support your development. Zheng Dali extended his hand expectantly. Here you go. Zheng Xuan tossed the jade box to his father. Whoa, you little rascal, be careful. This is a dragon-type energy crystal, worth enough to buy several districts of our city. Don't just throw it around like that. Zheng Dali quickly caught the jade box, wiping it with his sleeve while scolding his son. Dad, although I haven't encountered many attribute energy crystals, I tried using this one to polish some glass. and the results were quite impressive. It was rather smooth. Besides, Wu Jialong also bit it, nearly cracking his molars. So that proves this dragon-type energy crystal is quite sturdy and won't easily be damaged. Zheng Xuan explained calmly. You two are indeed remarkable. Zheng Dali expressed his admiration for their thought processes. A priceless attribute energy crystal, particularly a rare dragon-type one, with one using it to polish glass like a diamond and the other testing its hardness with his teeth. Wait a moment. There is something off about this dragon-type energy crystal. Zheng Dali suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, could it be that Wu Jialong actually damaged it? Zheng Xuan, despite his outward calm, felt a surge of panic, even more so than when he was taken by the Alliance investigators from the airport. Not at all. This is splendid news. Overall, this is a dragon-type energy crystal, but its core is a dragon-type source crystal. Initially, I assessed that this dragon-type energy crystal had a considerable mass, sufficient to support you until the Quasi-King level. However, it now seems it could potentially sustain you all the way to the pinnacle of the Quasi-King level and even serve as a significant aid in your breakthrough to the King level. Of course, it is fortunate that this dragon-type energy crystal has not drawn the attention of a true expert, whether a Quasi-King or King level. Otherwise, the allure of even a tiny fragment of the source crystal might outweigh any reputation one might possess. Zheng Dali explained with a smile. I see. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan finally exhaled in relief, realizing why the results had been somewhat inaccurate when he had previously used his golden finger to probe it. You little rascal, congratulations. The greatest efficacy of this dragon-type energy crystal is that it can expedite the prolonged growth of quasi-divine Pokémon like the round land shark. It is far more effective and harmless than any nutritional liquid or cultivation resource. Moreover, owing to the core being a higher-tier source crystal, the consumption prior to the Quasi-King level can be considered negligible. It will autonomously absorb the natural energy of the world for recovery. In a sense, it can be deemed inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Zheng Dali added, unusually earnest in his advice. Of course, this means you can have multiple Pokémon absorb its benefits simultaneously. But I must remind you, never neglect your daily training and accumulation, and do not hasten growth artificially. Zheng Dali cautioned with a rare tone of earnestness. Zheng Xuan nodded solemnly in response, stating, I understand. Having a rank without corresponding strength is ultimately nothing more than an illusion, easily shattered by others. The ease with which my Yaya and Wong can defeat opponents of higher levels is largely attributed to their innate qualities, as well as the consistent training and nurturing methods that have never faltered. Understanding this is sufficient. I've spoken enough for today. It's time to return and rest. You have also traveled a long distance, so do take an early respite. Zheng Dali waved his hand and returned to his room, clutching a bottle of wine. Understood, he remarked, and Zheng Xuan began to prepare dinner for himself and his 3 Pokémon. Time flew by, and before long, it was midterm season, which also marked the annual registration period for the new Star Cup Battle Tournament. This time, as a senior, Wu Jialong finally redeemed himself, effortlessly slicing through the preliminary rounds and establishing his formidable reputation as Dragon Young Master. As for Zheng Xuan, having secured victory in his sophomore year, he relied solely on the second strongest Pokémon in his team, the Wombat, to leave a troop of seniors and ambitious sophomores who sought to emulate Zheng Xuan's past feats utterly bewildered and defeated. During this period, with the absorption of the concentrated dragon-type energy from the Dragon Energy Crystal, both Yaya and Wombat ascended to level 19, while the Round Land Shark also broke through to the basic stage from its juvenile phase. Pokémon, Round Land Shark. Level, LV11, Intermediate. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Rough Skin. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Shallow Black. Held Item, None. Level Skills, Tackle, Sand Tomb. Inherited Skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive, Draco Meteor. Skill Disc, None. Taught Skills, Sand Attack, Dig. With the cultivation supported by the Dragon Energy Crystal and abundant resources provided by Zheng Xuan, it barely managed to catch up to Yaya's earlier growth pace. This was not due to Round Land Shark's inferior aptitude. On the contrary, its potential was on par with Yaya's. However, this illustrates the slow growth disadvantage of quasi-divine Pokémon, which is even more pronounced than that of Dragon-type Pokémon. After all, compared to the lengthy lifespans of quasi-divine Pokémon, 100 or 80 years spent with human trainers constitutes merely a fragment of their existence. Their growth is measured in years, or even decades. This is also the reason why many proud quasi-divine Pokémon, and those of similarly long-lived types, once they acknowledge a trainer, readily entrust their offspring to them. For these Pokémon, it undoubtedly guarantees a long-term source of sustenance, and they can take advantage of numerous resources for cultivation, systematic training, and opportunities to engage with formidable opponents, thereby rapidly enhancing their strength. Trainers, in turn, gain powerful Pokémon partners, striving for greater prowess and realms, beyond emotional ties and bonds, It is inherently a mutually beneficial relationship. A win-win scenario for both parties. Just as Zheng Xuan commanded the rampaging Wobat in this year's New Star Cup preliminary rounds. The initial decision to entrust Wobat was not without reason. Then came the main event, where, whether by luck or the deliberate arrangement by the organizing Pokémon Association, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong found themselves assigned to two unrelated halves of the draw, only meeting in the finals. As for the formidable competitor from Municipal No. 1 Middle School, Xia Xiaodian, it was unclear why he did not participate in this year's New Star Cup battle tournament. Otherwise, he would have posed a significant threat. On the day of the finals, Zheng Xuan, come on. I've been eagerly anticipating our battle, exclaimed Wu Jialong, basking in the applause and cheers from the audience as he stood on the final stage. I will accompany you to the end. Zheng Xuan replied with a slight smile. Although the two had sparred numerous times, this marked their first official duel. At the referee's signal, both released their Pokémon simultaneously. Zheng Xuan chose Wobat, while Wu Jialong sent forth his Charmeleon. Chapter 158, Defending the Championship. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Level, LV19, Advanced. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Purple. Held Item, Charcoal. Level Skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flame Fawn. Inherited Skills, Fire Punch, Flare Blitz, Dragon Tail. Skill Disc, Protect, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Fire Pledge. Charmeleon possessed exceptionally impressive stats, clearly demonstrating Wu Jialong's consistent strength, which was by no means inferior to Zheng Xuan's. Moreover, unlike Zheng Xuan, Wu Jialong had the advantage of his family's heritage, allowing him to easily acquire various rare skill discs. If not for the fear of being overwhelmed, the moveset of Wu Jialong's Pokémon could undoubtedly dazzle Zheng Xuan. Additionally, with the assistance of elder Pokémon serving as sparring partners and imparting experience, his strength naturally surged. This exemplifies the myriad advantages enjoyed by top-tier second-generation trainers. For grassroots trainers without such opportunities, it is indeed challenging to mitigate the gap created by these advantages. As for Zheng Xuan, he stands as a unique exception, possessing strengths in both areas. Wobat, use Shadow Ball. Zheng Xuan commanded, taking advantage of the aerial superiority. Wobat. Having practiced the Shadow Ball move for an extended period, Wobat was now proficient in its execution. The ghostly energy coalesced into an orb resembling a miniature black hole, swiftly hurtling toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, quickly evade and retaliate with Flamethrower. Wu Jialong commanded. Charmeleon's sturdy legs propelled it powerfully off the ground, enabling a swift lateral dodge. Boom. The Shadow Ball suddenly erupted, creating a sizable crater upon impact with the ground. Roar. As Charmeleon evaded the attack, it threw back its head and let out a mighty roar, flames erupting from its tail in a fierce blaze, directed at the airborne Wobat. Charmeleon's counterattack was undeniably swift. Yet it faced the speedier Wobat, which spread its wings and effortlessly dove downward, avoiding the onslaught of flames. Wobat's speed was so remarkable that it left behind faint afterimages, ultimately creating three distinct figures that suddenly scattered, yet quickly converged on Charmeleon from three different angles. Wobat's proficiency in creating shadow clones had advanced to another level, enabling it to easily generate duplicates to confound its opponent. Charmeleon, remain calm and do not lose your composure. Just as Charmeleon was overwhelmed by the three incoming adversaries, Wu Jialong's timely reminder cut through the chaos. Use Fire Spin to trap yourself. Upon receiving the command, Charmeleon wasted no time. It exhaled a torrent of flames, instantly forming a fiery cage that seemingly ensnared itself while, in reality, it utilized the Fire Spin to isolate Wobat's assault. Wobat, of course, would not be foolish enough to dive into the Fire Spin and entrap itself. It had to forsake the attack and ascend to a higher altitude. Whoosh. Position high above. Wobat rhythmically flapped its wings, manipulating the wind currents across the battlefield, gradually creating a powerful gust centered around itself, unleashing an explosive burst of flying-type energy. The sheer force was so immense that it even affected the audience in the distance. A moment's distraction could see small items swept away by the fierce winds. The tempest gradually coalesced into a more potent tornado, sweeping toward Charmeleon ensconced within the Fire Spin. This marked Wobat's inaugural use of the high-level flying-type move, Hurricane, boasting a formidable power of 110, and it was among the few significant moves in the flying-type repertoire. Were it not for Wobat's exceptional flying-type talent and control, attempting to execute Hurricane with its current strength would have been sheer folly. Nonetheless, even in this diminished form, it instantly drained the majority of Wobat's stamina and nearly all its energy reserves. On the other hand, Charmeleon's Fire Spin had already been extinguished by the violent surge of flying-type energy the moment the tempest erupted. After all, moderate winds could fan the flames, but a fierce gale could easily dissipate the heat of the fire or even violently snuff it out. Charmeleon, protect. As long as we withstand this strike, victory will be ours. Sensing the impact of the gale, Wu Jialong gritted his teeth and called out loudly. Clearly, Wu Jialong understood that Wobat had exerted itself to the utmost in unleashing Hurricane. It would surely be left fatigued afterward. If they could withstand this decisive attack, the ultimate victory would belong to him and Charmeleon. Upon receiving the command, the fiery dinosaur unleashed another explosive burst from its tail, exerting every ounce of strength to uphold the blazing energy shield, valiantly resisting the encroaching tempest of the tornado. Crack! Under the fierce assault of the tornado's rapid onslaught, the radiance of the energy shield gradually diminished until it emitted a distinct, crisp sound. Though the noise was faint, Wu's family dragon, with its heightened focus, perceived it with utmost clarity, causing a sudden pang in its heart. Buzz, the bat, with a final roar, summoned its last reserves of energy to push the terrifying tornado forward a short distance once more. Ultimately, the dimming energy shield, despite the desperate support of the fiery dinosaur, had reached its breaking point. Like glass struck by a heavy hammer, it shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into luminous fragments that vanished into thin air. It was not that the fiery dinosaur was weak. Rather, the tornado, born of the violent storm, possessed an overwhelming lethality. The incredible rotational speed produced an unquantifiable impact each second, rendering the energy shield incapable of withstanding such a relentless and intense onslaught. Although the tornado's ferocity diminished significantly after breaching the shield, the state of the fiery dinosaur was far from its prime, and even the comparatively feeble bat was not in a much better condition. Bereft of the shield's protection, the fiery dinosaur faltered, swept up by the tornado's suction, and endured tremendous damage amidst the unceasing onslaught. Ultimately, as the tornado's energy waned, the battlefield fell silent, and the fiery dinosaur plummeted from several meters high, crashing to the ground, defeated and incapacitated. On the other side, the victorious bat was also not unscathed, despite promptly utilizing its feather rest to recuperate. Its final state remained dire due to the exhaustion of its powers, making its victory a Pyrrhic one. This battle was nothing short of spectacular. While it lacked the prolonged exchanges and stalemates of previous encounters, the intensity of the collisions was on par with a professional-level contest. Zheng Xuan successfully defended his title as champion of the Nova Cup for the second consecutive year, an outcome that elicited no surprise among the citizens of Zhongyu City and its neighboring locales. During the awards ceremony, Zheng Xuan, a returning champion, navigated the process with ease, once again opting for the rare item, Dragon's Fang, much to the chagrin of the staff at the Pokémon Association. Chapter 159, Return to the Black Market. The conclusion of the Nova Cup battle also signified the approaching end of the senior year's first semester. Notably, Zheng Xuan's consecutive championship win granted him another customized membership card from the Longting Group. As a result, the head of the Southwest branch made an exception, upgrading his original silver membership card to gold status. In other words, his status transitioned from VIP to SVIP. Apart from the enhanced prestige, the more tangible benefits included complimentary 3-year supplies of customized Pokémon food, along with superior purchasing privileges and discounts. The 1-year supply of Pokémon food previously acquired by Yaya had been consumed half a year prior, despite careful rationing and the inclusion of alternative recipes, leading Zheng Xuan to question whether his Pokémon were truly small Snorlaxes or starry Snorlaxes. Fortunately, this time, the bat performed admirably, successfully securing 3 years' worth of Pokémon food for itself and its 2 companions, translating to a year's sustenance for 3 Pokémon. A source of relief for Zheng Xuan was the fact that, being all Dragon-type Pokémon, the dietary needs of the 3 were largely consistent, with only minor variations. As for the prize money of 200,000 Alliance coins, it effectively compensated for Zheng Xuan's expenses during his trip to the Magic City. What? You wonder where the 200,000 expenses came from, given that everything was paid for? Naturally, it stemmed from the 2 days spent after the Pokémon Tide, during which Zheng Xuan accompanied Wu's family dragon to 2 auctions in the Marine Battlefield and Magic City. The 50-year-old Dragon Bloodgrass, with a market price of 10,000 per stock, saw Zheng Xuan purchase 10 stocks at a slight premium, totaling 120,000. The 100-year-old Dragon Bloodgrass, priced at 50,000 each, had Zheng Xuan gritting his teeth as he bought 3, 1 for each of his 3 Pokémon, costing 180,000 Alliance coins. The 50-year-old Dragon Power Fruit, used to enhance the strength of Dragon-type Pokémon, had a market price of 20,000 each. Zheng Xuan, with tears in his eyes, bought 10, costing him 230,000 coins. In total, he spent 530,000 Alliance coins, compelling Zheng Xuan to admit that after acquiring the valuable Dragon-type energy crystals, he felt somewhat euphoric. As for the Marine Battlefield venture, The wild Pokémon captured through hunting balls and the subsequent collection of minor items at the auction yielded over 300,000 coins. Regarding that rare-grade mysterious water droplet, its value would undoubtedly diminish in the resource-rich Magic City. Thus, Zheng Xuan decided to bring it back, planning to participate in the black market auction again at the year's end. However, the Magic City truly lived up to its reputation as an international metropolis, where items that could only be found at Zhongyu City's annual large auction were readily available at regular auctions, with prices remaining stable and close to market value. Consequently, Zheng Xuan tearfully purchased numerous cultivation resources to prepare his Pokémon for their breakthroughs into professional levels. This was precisely why Zheng Xuan had previously expressed concern over the escalating costs associated with advancing to the next tier of professional levels. If the expenses for ordinary levels were measured in thousands, then the rate for professional levels was tenfold. Otherwise, why would professional trainers be relegated to mere sparring partners for clubs, or frantically participate in various professional leagues, or join adventure teams to undertake commissioned tasks and hunt wild Pokémon? They were essentially selling themselves to powerful factions and teams. Similarly, university students, outside of class hours, were engaged in various tasks in the wild to earn credits. All of this was for the same reason. Individuals found it difficult to bear the sudden surge in costs for cultivating professional-level Pokémon, unless they relinquished their ambition to grow stronger and chose to live a lackluster life, abandoning their golden years of potential to become mere ordinary members of society. Some may wonder, with the Dragon-type energy crystals being an inexhaustible resource, why the need for so many cultivation resources? From a biological perspective, Dragon-type energy crystals resemble a unique enzyme, primarily functioning as a catalyst, but they can also serve as substrates for reactions. To put it simply, if we compare Dragon-type energy crystals to special fertilizers, then the Pokémon are akin to crops, just as crops require fertilizer for nourishment to grow rapidly. They also need sunlight and water. As the year drew to a close, the annual large auction of the black market was upon them. Initially, the aftermath of the Redemption Society's actions, which had led to the destruction of Zhongyu City by the legendary Molters, had left the black market in a dire state, nearly suppressed throughout the latter half of the year. However, as the year-end approached, the black market finally revived, and due to prolonged suppression, this auction was unprecedentedly grand. For this auction, Wu Zhan and Zheng Xuan acted out of humanitarian concern, bringing along the troublemaking Wu's family dragon. Both Zheng Xuan and Wu's family dragon were nearing professional levels, having reached the initial tier of excellence, and were barely capable of self-defense, thus alleviating some of the pressure on Wu Zhan as their bodyguard. The trio donned disguising masks and cloaks, paid the entrance fee, and entered the bustling black market. For Zheng Xian's current fame made it uncomfortable for him to venture out without a mask, especially in such a lively black market. The expansive black market, though crowded and somewhat chaotic, caught Zheng Xian's keen attention. He noticed several sharp gazes scanning the crowd, and numerous individuals clad in alliance uniforms maintaining order from a distance. This black market was on the verge of becoming a legitimate market. In truth, this situation was understandable. With the leadership of the Southwest Branch taking residence and the fallout from the Redemption Society's criminal activities, the existence of such a market, if it were not to transition into a semi-legal state while providing substantial tax revenue, would likely have been eradicated long ago. As the seasoned freeloader Zheng Xuan, seizing the opportunity before the auction commenced, he naturally began to scour the area, hoping to unearth hidden treasures. What? You dare to price this tile-like object at 20,000? Along with 3,000 alliance coins and a heap of worthless junk beside you, will you sell it? Zheng Xian's gaze fell upon one of the vendor's wares. Good sir, I too am operating a modest business. If you continue to haggle like this, I shall find it impossible to conduct my trade. Very well, take it for 3,000. Consider it a gesture of friendship. The vendor's face contorted with a look of despair, as if he had just suffered a loss on several small ventures. A deal? On second thought, I regret it. Make it 2,000. Promise me you'll transfer it directly. Take it, take it. Encountering you today has truly been my misfortune. With that, the vendor hastily bundled several items and thrust them into Zheng Xian's hands, fearing further negotiation. Zheng Xuan calmly settled the payment and stowed the items away in his spatial backpack, feigning continued interest in the other stalls. Once he had distanced himself, Wu Jialong could no longer contain himself and eagerly remarked, Dog Xien, why spend money on a heap of trash? That vendor's demeanor clearly indicates he was trying to dupe you. These items are hardly worth a few coins. Chapter 160, A Fortuitous Find. Ah, no worries. Recently, I've taken quite a liking to studying ancient artifacts. Spending a bit of money on my interests isn't too much of a loss, Zheng Xuan softly explained. Though he spoke thus, only he knew the true worth of the so-called junk he had acquired for 2,000 alliance coins. One could say, without exaggeration, that the entirety of goods traded in the black market, excluding rare treasures like the divine spirit egg and dragon-type energy crystals, could not even compare to the value of this so-called trash. Superficially, these items appeared to be mere worthless trinkets. However, hidden within was a Mega Evolution Keystone. While it may not rival the value of a Pokemon-specific Megastone in terms of rarity, it nonetheless held immense worth. After wandering around, I've no idea how many good items I've purchased, and I thought you looked down on these. Yet, the only time you made a move was to spend money on a pile of worthless antiquities. Dog Xien, you truly are something else. Wu Jialong feigned disdain. Though he often criticized Zheng Xuan for being a lavish spender, his expenditures were primarily aimed at enhancing his strength. He would seldom waste money on frivolities. Otherwise, his father, Wu Lianqing, would have long since disciplined him severely. You wouldn't understand. The auction is about to start. Let us prepare to enter. Zheng Xuan waved his hand, suppressing his excitement, eager to steer the conversation away. The recent streak of incredible fortune had left even Zheng Xuan incredulous. First, the divine spirit egg was snatched by the Redemption Society, only to end up in his possession thanks to the unexpected intervention of Zheng Dali. Then came the trip to Magic City, where despite some setbacks and minor hardships, he inadvertently acquired the rare dragon-type energy crystal, with its core being an even higher-level source crystal. Now, back in Zhongyu City, casually spending 2,000 Alliance coins to make such an exaggerated find of a Mega Evolution Keystone led Zheng Xuan to question whether he might indeed be the protagonist, enjoying the privileges of one. Though he often teased his friend, even Wu Jialong, a top-tier second-generation Pokemon trainer, seemed like a mere supporting character in comparison. Such banter was but jest, yet should it ever be taken seriously, it would bring Zheng Xuan immense joy. Beside them, Wu Zhan chuckled and interjected, Jialong, there's no need to make such a fuss. Little Xien is correct. Everyone has their peculiar hobbies, and it's hardly surprising. I've even heard of a champion from a certain alliance who became so engrossed in mining stones that he ultimately relinquished his championship position and title to a friend, all in pursuit of rare stones. Could it be you, Brother Stone, Zafuchi Dahu? Goodness, I thought Dog Xien spending money on a pile of junk was already bizarre enough. Yet I never anticipated there would be someone even more extraordinary, Wu Jialong exclaimed, only to quickly quiet down upon noticing the gathering gazes of those around them. You are the strange one, spending merely 2,000 Alliance coins to acquire a keystone of immeasurable worth. If word of Xien's exploits were to spread, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the strongest king of the Taba realm. Shoo! Wu Zhan quickly motioned for silence. Then, with a serious expression, cautioned, Jialong, you must be mindful of your words. Discussing the secrets of two champions in such a public setting is rather inappropriate. You may inquire privately, but do not expect us to freely divulge the name of that champion. In due time, you will come to learn of it. Come now, the auction is commencing. Let us not waste time here. The true highlights of the black market lie within the auction itself, where the items up for bidding are the genuine treasures. The rare goods from the peripheral stalls are exceedingly scarce. Wu Zhan, eager to shift the topic, recognized that mentioning the non-mainstream exploits of world-class champions in such a public forum was indeed disrespectful. Not necessarily. Zheng Xuan, who had just made an incredible bargain, disagreed with this perspective, his anticipation for the upcoming auction having waned to a point of indifference. The grand auction commenced. Various rare Pokemon, such as the original starter trio, continued to attract fervent bidding, all in hopes of securing powerful Pokemon for themselves or their children, thereby gaining an edge in their training endeavors. Following closely were various Pokemon items, whether they were held items or consumables that could directly enhance strength, all starting at the rare grade threshold. Otherwise, they would not meet the standards of such a long-prepared grand auction. The rare-level mysterious water droplet Zheng Xuan had discovered in the naval battlefield quickly fetched over 80,000 due to the auctioneer's persuasive rhetoric and the charged atmosphere, significantly surpassing its market value. Next came various breeding resources, with the more expensive ones naturally belonging to the dragon, ghost, and psychic types, which were quickly snatched up by eager buyers as soon as they appeared at the auction. Given that Zheng Xuan had already acquired sufficient breeding resources at the auction in Magic City, and with alternative purchasing avenues for lower-tier resources, he adopted a similarly cautious approach this time. Beside him, Wu Jialong and Wu Zhan had no need to source breeding resources from the auction. Though the Wu family's secret realm had lost its firebird habitat, the future yield and quality of fire-type resources would certainly be affected, but they would not allow these two youngsters to suffer. Finally, the grand auction's piece de resistance was about to be unveiled. It's worth noting that last year's auction's grand finale featured the location of a dragon-type Pokemon habitat, a piece of information of incalculable worth, with the final auction price soaring to an astronomical 4 million. Clearly, such a staggering price had set a record for auction prices over the years, rivaling the grandeur of those held in Kyoto and Magic City. Of course, replicating such a miracle would be exceedingly difficult. But if this year's grand finale item were to fall drastically short in comparison, it would undoubtedly diminish the perceived value of this auction. Soon, as the auctioneer built suspense, the moment the black cloth was lifted, a row of exquisitely packaged fruit appeared before the eager bidders. Initially, everyone was taken aback. After extensive preparations for such a grand auction, the final item was merely a few fruits. How could this not provoke skepticism and perhaps even ridicule? However, through the auctioneer's detailed introduction, the attendees soon realized that these were no ordinary fruits. Each was a rare special fruit capable of permanently enhancing certain aspects of a Pokémon's abilities and influencing their growth. Chapter 161, Special Fruits. The crowd, having come to a complete understanding, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. It is, of course, not surprising that they found themselves in such a state of disarray. A single fruit from this extraordinary tree, possessing such remarkable properties, would suffice to serve as the piece de resistance of any auction. Yet, on this occasion, an entire set is available. This includes fruits that enhance attack, like the branch lychee, defense, such as the dragonite fruit, speed, exemplified by the sandscale fruit, and special attack, represented by the dragonfire fruit, among others. Achieving a rare quality, the enhancement effects of these unique tree fruits have undergone a profound transformation, resulting in minor but permanent improvements. Furthermore, the ability to gather a complete set of these distinct yet complementary fruits speaks volumes about the considerable effort invested by the organizers of this grand auction. Even if it cannot rival last year's miraculous occurrences, the quality is certainly commendable. Haha, it's finally time for young Master Long to make his move, laughed Wu Jialong, who had already caught wind of the rumors regarding the rare quality tree fruits at this auction. I've discussed it with my father, and we are determined to secure this set of unique tree fruits. It is no wonder that Wu Zhan chose to bring along the notoriously troublesome Wu Jialong. It is evident that their intentions were focused on this particular set of rare tree fruits. Zheng Xuan then understood why Wu Zhan had opted to include the often unruly Wu Jialong. Clearly, it was not out of humanitarian concern. Jialong, do not underestimate the situation. This year's Zhongyu City is unlike any previous year, and the pressure in this bidding war may well be considerable. Wu Zhan cautioned. Due to the administrative city's rotation, not only has the leadership of the Southwest Federation settled in Zhongyu City, but numerous families and factions have also taken notice. The current landscape of Zhongyu City is no longer dominated solely by the gym, the Pokemon Association, and the city government. Wu Zhan's concerns are not unfounded. When it comes to financial might, the Wu family faces numerous competitors, and without the absolute dominance of a gym leader, the struggle to acquire this set of rare tree fruits will undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that it has taken us nearly 6 months to gather this complete set of rare quality tree fruits, so please cherish this hard-won opportunity. The auctioneer proclaimed without further ado. This set, comprising 6 varieties and 12 unique tree fruits, opens at a starting bid of 600,000, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 50,000. As the auctioneer nearly shouted the announcement, the atmosphere in the room soared to new heights. The price began to ascend rapidly. 700,000, 800,000, 1,000,000. Brother Jean, what distinguishes these rare quality tree fruits from consumable items like the strength feather? Zheng Xuan inquired with curiosity. He recalled that during his first auction, Wu Jialong had spent 110,000 alliance coins to acquire a rare consumable item, the strength feather. Wu Zhan pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. In truth, there is little difference between the two, and their value is quite similar. However, if we must delineate, consumables like the strength feather focus more on enhancing training effects beyond mere direct boosts. In contrast, the set of tree fruits on the auction block, achieving rare quality, undoubtedly brings about a qualitative change, providing permanent enhancements to relevant abilities. Moreover, these fruits are generally easier to absorb and yield gentler effects. As for the last time when Jia Long acquired the rare strength feather for just 110,000, it was largely due to the gym leader's favor and the reluctance of others to waste funds on consumables. This time, however, the situation is bound to be different. It was evident that the black market auction house had prepared thoroughly, presenting a complete set of rare quality tree fruits, which is far more advantageous than bidding on individual fruits, causing prices to skyrocket, and it was likely that the final transaction would exceed expectations. Amidst their conversation, the bidding had already surpassed 1,200,000. This staggering figure had deterred the majority of bidders, even those capable of affording it, as they opted to withdraw upon realizing it exceeded their psychological price point. Instead of spending such a hefty sum on consumables, it would be wiser to invest in high-quality, powerful Pokemon or superior carry items. Nevertheless, a handful of bidders continued to engage, comprised of affluent tycoons or representatives from prominent families or factions. 1-400-000. Wu Jialong made his first bid. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Even the seasoned auctioneer swallowed hard before announcing the countdown for the bidding. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 1, 500-000. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, someone else placed a bid, increasing the price by 100-000, thereby resetting the auction. Wu Jialong, incensed, immediately pressed to continue bidding, adding another 100-000. This stirred the entire auction house into a frenzy. As the astonishing figure of 1-600-000 left, everyone in attendance astounded. Meanwhile, in a private room, a young man dressed in luxurious attire slammed his hand on the table, sending the fruit scattering, and shouted in fury, "Butler, what on earth is happening? All my other Alliance bank cards have been frozen. Young master, apart from the bank card you use for your daily expenses, the rest have been ordered frozen by the master. Thus, you currently have only 1-500-000 left at your disposal. Of course, you also have this month's allowance of 200-000, but I strongly advise you to forego this bidding. Clearly, your opponent is better prepared. Even if you were to invest all your funds, it would be to no avail," the well-dressed old butler gently advised. "No way. I have never lost in my life. And this time will be no exception." The young man slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming. "In that case, young master, I shall go negotiate." The old butler sighed with a hint of resignation, realizing that to satisfy the young master's competitive spirit, he would have to invoke the master's name to dissuade the opponent. As the countdown resumed on the auction stage, a voice echoed from the private room. "Ladies and gentlemen, my young master is the foremost heir of the Southwest Federation, and he has a particular interest in this auction's highlight item. We hope you can understand and withdraw from further bidding." The words were polite, yet the tone was undeniably assertive, even somewhat aggressive. Who does he think he is, demanding that I withdraw? Does he truly believe that young Master Long lacks a temper? Wu Jialong prepared to raise his bid by 100-000 to counter the earlier offer. "Wait." Wu Zhan seized Wu Jialong's arm, halting his bidding action. With a grave expression, he cautioned, "Jialong, you must consider this carefully. If the other party is indeed the foremost heir of the Southwest Federation, offending them over these unique tree fruits could lead to severe consequences." Chapter 162, The Virtuous Shall Inhabit It. The foremost heir of the Southwest Federation. This sounds somewhat familiar. Could it be that current strongest figure, King Zhao? Zheng Xuan inquired. Indeed, the number of kings in the Southwest Federation is rather limited, and only a select few would dare to claim the title of foremost heir. It must be King Zhao. Wu Zhan's expression darkened, for his greatest fears had ultimately materialized. With Zhongyu City transitioning into the new administrative city of the Southwest Federation, it was only natural that figures of kingly strength would take notice, and without a king-level powerhouse to support them, the Wu family would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. In such a scenario, where strength outweighs circumstance, they might have no choice but to concede. Unless the current head of the Wu family, Wu Yansheng, who has the most potential for a breakthrough, manages to ascend to king-level strength, there may be little room for improvement. The threshold for king-level power is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once crossed, it results in a complete transformation, a stark contrast to that of quasi-king-level beings. Just as the last violent carp leader, nearing king-level strength, could engage 6 quasi-king-level Pokémon in fierce battle. Yet, such thresholds are not easily surmountable. Far too many quasi-king-level powerhouses have spent their entire lives without managing to breach this formidable divide. Alas, can a titan of unparalleled strength truly be so unreasonable? The failure at the auction has compelled others to relinquish their bids. Wu Jialong, filled with indignation, reflects on the irony that he has always treated others in this manner, yet has never been subjected to such treatment himself. Sighing, Wu Zhan muses that, in theory, all are equal before the law of the Alliance, but in reality, strength dictates everything. As a man of greater age and experience than both Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, he is acutely aware of the implications at hand. "Let me contact my father and see what he has to say." Wu Jialong, not a mindless brute, decisively seeks guidance from his parent upon grasping the gravity of the situation. In another private chamber, the luxurious youth lazily reclines on the sofa, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Humph, it seems that after invoking my father's name, these cowards have lost their nerve. Butler, continue to raise the bid by 100-000. If the living expenses run out, I shall simply bypass my father and request funds from my mother to deal with this month." The butler, while manipulating the bidding device, cautions, "Young master, although the master holds the title of a titan and is the chief of the Southwest Alliance, he cannot monopolize the position entirely. Therefore, it is imperative that you focus on enhancing your own strength to secure the illustrious honor of a dual titan marriage for the Zhao family." Understood, understood. I am investing this considerable sum in acquiring this set of rare fruit to bolster my prowess. Once I attain the status of a Titan, the current alliance leader will surely retire, allowing my father to assume the leadership of the Southwest Alliance, and I shall become the chief. At that point, the entire Southwest Alliance will undoubtedly be governed by the Zhao family. Initially dismissive, the luxurious youth's demeanor shifts to excitement as he envisions himself ascending to the level of a Titan, with the vast expanse of the Southwest Alliance falling under their family's dominion, causing him to salivate at the prospect. Young master, although we have thoroughly checked for any surveillance or eavesdropping devices, it is advisable to discuss these matters in private or at home. Such remarks should not be made in public, lest they bring considerable trouble to the master and the Zhao family. The old butler refrains from disputing the validity of the young man's assertions, merely reminding him to be mindful of his surroundings, implicitly acknowledging his viewpoint. On the auction floor, the staggering bid of 1.7 million for a single batch of consumable fruit leaves the onlookers in astonishment, a glimpse into the world of the affluent. Particularly, the fact that the bidder is a prominent figure, the son of the chief of the Southwest Alliance, sends shivers down the spines of many. Even those with the strength to compete hesitate to continue bidding. Soon, to everyone's further astonishment, another bid of 100,000 pushes the total to 1.8 million. The auctioneer, visibly alarmed, quickly inquires, "Esteemed guest from box 6, did you possibly mispress the button?" Under normal circumstances, the auctioneer would revel in the thrill of witnessing a bid that resets the final price. However, this situation is unprecedented, as it involves direct relatives of a Titan, a relationship that cannot be treated lightly by the already sensitive auction house. They would rather incur a loss than face any repercussions from this matter. No mistake was made. This set of rare special fruit is an unequivocal treasure. The saying goes, "He who possesses virtue shall claim the world's treasures." This simple truth is one I learned in middle school. If you can afford to bid, continue. If not, refrain from calling. In a bid to impress, Wu Jialong pulls out his phone, scouring for classic quotes to bolster his bravado, taking a moment to compose himself before speaking. His words leave the crowd dumbfounded. Here is indeed someone unafraid of the consequences, boldly raising the bid while issuing such a fierce proclamation. Such audacity suggests either genuine strength and backing or a severe lapse in judgment. Coincidentally, Wu Jialong embodies both aspects in equal measure. Ah, Wu Jialong, you possess some remarkable qualities. Even Zheng Xuan cannot help but acknowledge that the brilliance radiating from Wu Jialong nearly rivals his own. While others may tremble, I, young Master Long, feel not an ounce of fear. Wu Jialong's pride swells, his smile widening into a near grin. Now, tell me, Jialong, what did the master say on the phone? Wu Zhan reveals a wry smile, realizing they have truly stirred up significant trouble this time. Brother Zhan, what is there to fear? My father told me directly to not back down. Backing down would mean I am not a true scion of the Wu family. He also mentioned that times have changed, and if we yield now, the Wu family's standing in Zhongyu City will be further jeopardized. Wu Jialong's expression remains one of smug satisfaction. Now that is more like it. The last time I faced a setback in Magic City was one thing, but here in Zhongyu City, there is no way I will suffer defeat on my home turf. Did the master truly say that? Wu Zhan expresses his astonishment at Wu Jialong's interpretation. Although Wu Lianqing, as the master of the fire-type dojo, is known for his fiery temper, he is not one to misjudge the situation, nor is he a mindless brute. After all, he is the head of the formidable Wu family. What audacity! Who does this person think he is, daring to challenge me? Even if he is a direct descendant of the Wei family, I shall make him pay dearly. The luxurious youth, now seething with rage, leaps from the sofa, wreaking havoc before bellowing in anger. The old butler does not intervene, merely stating coldly, "I have already requested information from the auction house regarding our adversary. News will arrive shortly." Chapter 163, Profligacy. The grand annual auction of the black market has finally concluded. The rare special fruit, serving as the finale of the bidding, was ultimately secured for an astounding 1.8 million, setting a record that rivals, if not surpasses, all previous auctions, excluding the prior extraordinary case. Wu Jialong has successfully acquired these rare special fruits, confident that his strength will soon breach the professional level. After all, Wu Jialong commands a team of exclusively purple aptitude spirits, rendering the daunting threshold of professional advancement trivial, devoid of any pressure. As for Zheng Xuan, his spirit, Yaya, has already reached level 20, and it is likely he will achieve the initial professional level before the winter break concludes, positioning him at the forefront among third-year students. Even when compared to the elite students from the capital and Magic City, he holds his own without a hint of inferiority. Dragon-type spirits are notoriously slow to mature and difficult to cultivate, yet he has managed to catch up, steadily improving with the capacity to triumph over challenges. A feat that is truly astonishing. Furthermore, this black market auction has inevitably woven a rivalry between Zheng Xuan, Wu Jialong, and the son of the Titan. Undoubtedly, Wu Jialong bears the brunt of the responsibility, while Zheng Xuan finds himself ensnared in the fallout. Wu Jialong, a student from Zhongyu City's 4th high school, is in the third-year training class, his father being Wu Lianqing, the master of the Zhongyu dojo and a near-titanic powerhouse. It is no wonder he possesses the audacity to provoke me, for he is indeed the most formidable local force. The luxurious youth, clutching the information extracted from the auction house through the butler's pressure, smirks mockingly. He continues to deride. I initially believed this year's Pokémon entrance examination would follow the same pattern, with the students from Zhongyu City's 1st high school as my primary competitors for the top score. However, it seems a new contender has emerged, Wu Jialong, alongside the seemingly strongest Zheng Xuan. How amusing. In this cohort of privileged students from Zhongyu City, it is quite laughable that a mere bumpkin with no background is riding high, making a show of himself. It is evident that this luxurious youth is also among the third-year students. The individual in question holds quite an esteemed title, being the strongest student from the elite class of Shishu High School, renowned since his enrollment as the most formidable high school student in the institution's history. His class is even referred to as the ultimate class. Manual jest. Young master, now that the auction held by the black market organization in Zhongyu City has concluded, we should return to Shishu City. Staying away for an extended period will surely cause concern for your father and mother, the old butler remarked, sensing the opportune moment to interject. All right, after spending a couple of days enjoying ourselves, it is indeed time to head back. There will certainly be more opportunities to visit Zhongyu City in the future. I trust it will not be too long before we return. Of course, the matter of Wu Jialong's offense against me cannot be brushed aside so easily. Moreover, the Wu family has been indulging in their leisure in Zhongyu City for far too long. It is time to stir up some trouble for them. The extravagant youth, known for his vindictiveness, naturally left with a stern warning. After all, having acquired knowledge about his adversary, the extravagant youth was not foolish enough to venture onto another's turf accompanied solely by the old butler, especially considering the sensitive nature of the current period and location. Young master, let us first depart the city's no-fly zone by vehicle, and then we can ride a flying-type sprite back to Shishu City, proposed the old butler. Many cities have established no-fly zones above their territories, strictly prohibiting the passage of flying sprites, let alone allowing unrestricted flight, even within the city limits. Riding sprites is generally forbidden, and unless absolutely necessary, few would dare to infringe upon the law, except for those of king-tier status or above, or individuals with special privileges. What a hassle. Next time, I'll have my father bring me along, grumbled the extravagant youth, expressing his discontent regarding the no-fly and no-riding regulations within the city. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zheng Xuan and his companions were oblivious to the extravagant youth's predicament. Dog Xuan, seriously? You came all the way to the black market, and you actually thought it was a sightseeing trip? Aside from spending a bit of money at the beginning to purchase a bunch of ancient relics, you didn't even participate in the auction that others had been preparing for so long. Are you short on funds lately? That doesn't seem right. Didn't you just win 200,000 in the New Star Cup competition? Forget it. Just let me know what catches your eye. And today, Long Xiao is in a good mood. I'll cover the expenses for you and Zhang Go. After all, I've already spent a considerable amount of money. A little more 1T make a difference. Wu Jialong was indeed quite generous, having already spent an astonishing 1.8 million, showing no interest in counting the remaining small change. Even aside from the financially robust Wu family, Wu Lianqing, as the master of the regional dojo, was not lacking in funds. His mother, being a seasoned expert breeder, served as a continuous source of wealth. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify Wu Jialong's extravagant spending habits. No need, Jialong. I haven't found anything that piques my interest yet, which is why I haven't participated in the auction. The nurturing resources I require most were already acquired during my last visit to the Magic City, Zheng Xuan replied with a smile, graciously declining. In terms of gains, the sum spent by Wu Jialong on a rare set of special fruit was far overshadowed by Zheng Xuan's fortunate acquisition of a super evolution keystone. As the saying goes, with precious gems ahead, mere stones cannot compare. Having obtained the rare treasure of the keystone, other items failed to capture Zheng Xuan's attention. And with no further opportunities for fortunate finds, he naturally spent the entire time leisurely browsing. Jialong, I also have nothing I require. Once one reaches the elite level, many items and resources become less significant. The team is nearly finalized, and unless an exceptionally rare sprite appears, it is challenging to stir my interest. Wu Zhan similarly waved his hand in refusal. Furthermore, Wu Zhan spoke the truth. At the elite level, the items and resources needed were beyond what the black market and auctions could typically provide. Of course, this was not due to the inadequacy of a large city like Zhongyu City. Rather, genuine high-quality goods rarely circulate through black markets or auctions. For powerful individuals, Official currency has become insufficient for their transactions, as contributions to the alliance cannot be freely traded. Thus, transactions among these powerful figures and high-ranking nobles are primarily conducted through barter. Such trading events or exchange gatherings are the true venues for the circulation of valuable items. As for the sprite teams of elite trainers, they have likely been solidified long ago, with even secondary teams beginning to cultivate, naturally pursuing sprites of even rarer and higher quality. Chapter 164, Professional Beginner. Abandoned Factory. With the departure of the Great Wolf Dog Pack, their biggest rival, and the city returning to its former state, many stray sprites have returned to the resource-rich urban area, with the cat boss's family becoming the veritable rulers of this region. Numerous wandering meows have also sought refuge here, bringing newfound vitality to the abandoned factory. This morning, Zheng Xuan arrived here, not only for daily training but also because Yaya was on the verge of a significant breakthrough to the professional beginner level. Just moments ago, Yaya had consumed the century-old dragon blood grass purchased at the auction in the Magic City and was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the abundant dragon-type energy in preparation for a decisive leap over the threshold of professional rank. Thump, thump. Zheng Xuan's expression grew solemn, as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Though aware that with Yaya's terrifying aptitude, breaking through not just to the professional level but even the elite level threshold, which has confounded countless sprites, would be a mere formality. Yet, this was the first moment in his life witnessing his sprite advance to a new level of strength, evoking a wave of excitement. Reaching the professional level is distinctly different from the ordinary level. Crossing this threshold signifies that both the sprite and trainer's strength will gain societal recognition, albeit to a limited extent. Bang! Suddenly, Zheng Xuan, who had been wholly focused, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though a small hammer was striking his heart, causing a sharp pain and making his breathing somewhat rapid. This wave of pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Clearly, Yaya had successfully advanced to the professional beginner level. Sprite, Yaya. Level, LV21, Professional Beginner. Type, Dragon. Ability, Breakthrough. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude Evaluation, Shallow Black. Held item, Dragon Tooth. Level skills, Scratch, Leer, Cut, Scary Face. Inherited skills, Dragon Claw, Reverse Scale, Swords Dance. Skill Disc, Dig, Protect. Taught skills, Sand Attack. With a week remaining before the start of school, Yaya achieved a professional level milestone. Were it not for the minimum requirement for professional trainers to have 3 main sprites at the professional level, Zheng Xuan, as an ordinary trainer, might have swiftly ascended without delay. Buzz. In light of his elder brother Yaya's breakthrough, Wong felt a genuine sense of joy but also a tinge of urgency. Don't worry, it won't be long before you also achieve the professional level. Zheng Xuan smiled, offering words of encouragement. Wong had also been at level 20 for some time, diligently absorbing dragon-type energy crystals, engaging in rigorous daily training, completing entrusted tasks, battling various opponents, and obtaining all necessary resources for nurturing. He firmly believed that it would not be long before he, too, would break through to the professional beginner level. Meanwhile, Yuan Lushark was currently frolicking with a group of meows. Meow? The slightly bulkier Yaya apologetically scratched its belly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as it addressed Zheng Xuan. At the moment of its breakthrough to the professional level, it had not managed to contain the surging pressure in time, inadvertently affecting Zheng Xuan, which left Yaya feeling guilty. It's nothing serious, Yaya. There's no need to apologize. As your trainer, I must also strive to keep pace with your growing strength. Zheng Xuan chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Yaya's head. Previously needing to bend down, he could now easily reach Yaya's head, as its height and size had surpassed 0.6 meters and 18 kilograms, nearing twice that of its ordinary counterparts. Taking advantage of the daily training of the 3 sprites, Zheng Xuan distributed a considerable amount of Pokémon food, berries, and moo milk as gifts to the cat boss and the meows. Furthermore, with the abundance of food delivered from the junkyard after the spring festival, it was more than sufficient to sustain the cat boss and its feline entourage for a prolonged period. A week later, the time for school to commence had arrived, marking the countdown to the official start of this year's Pokémon College entrance examination. Zheng Xuan, having prepared early, set off for school, noting that the streets were still adorned with the vibrant red lanterns that had yet to be taken down post-festival. This year's spring festival in Zhongyu City was particularly lively, being the inaugural year of the Southwest Division's administrative city, with numerous prominent leaders taking residence, coupled with the celebration of the city's resurgence from disaster. The preparations were extensive, resulting in a festive atmosphere filled with lights, drums, songs, and dances. However, for Zheng Xuan, this year felt no different from the past. His focus remained steadfastly on the upcoming Pokémon College entrance examination in the first half of the year. Upon arriving at school, he could hear Wu Jialong's booming voice from a distance. Predictably, He was likely boasting about the breakthrough of his sprite into the professional level. In fact, Zheng Xuan had already been bombarded with this news 3 days prior. However, in anticipation of the chance to flaunt his success before the entire school community after the new term commenced, Wu Jialong had endured the suspense and only confided in Zheng Xuan, which was rather burdensome for him. Zheng Xuan was not surprised by Wu Jialong's robust chicken achieving a professional breakthrough. After all, his progress was on par with Zheng Xuan's, and his main sprites were formidable fire-type Pokémon like the robust chicken and the fire dinosaur. The renowned starter Pokémon were particularly well-suited for novice trainers, exhibiting great potential, formidable strength, and rapid growth, with their training materials thoroughly researched and updated numerous times. Moreover, Wu Jialong had the backing of a quasi-king-level trainer and an expert breeder as parents, alongside the full support of the Wu family. It was evident from the last black market auction, where he spent a staggering 1.8 million alliance coins without a hint of hesitation. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be remarkable if his strength did not progress rapidly. Observing Wu Jialong, who was surrounded by admirers and exuding an air of arrogance, Zheng Xuan could not help but shake his head. Such ostentatious behavior was bound to lead to trouble eventually. Additionally, due to Wu Jialong's refusal to back down during the last black market auction, which led to him mocking his rival and consequently forming enmity with the chief's son, Zheng Xuan had heard Wu Zhan mention it briefly. The chief, King Zhao, proposed at the post-New Year meeting that a new policy should be adopted in the new year, which would see many gym leaders rotated to different cities, including Wu Lianqing. He justified this by saying that having strong trainers stationed in the frontline cities would better safeguard the peace of the Southwest Division, and he was willing to lead by example personally. However, although this proposal received considerable endorsement from higher-ups, it was ultimately rejected by the alliance's Chongwei Jiangwo. Otherwise, the Wu family, having settled in Zhongyu City for many years, would lose the protective identity of the Zhongyu gym leader, resulting in potentially incalculable losses thereafter. Furthermore, as the administrative city of Zhongyu was undergoing a rotation, the relocation of Wu Lianqing away from the power center and into the territory overseen by King Zhao was all too apparent. Fortunately, despite the significant influence of King Zhao and the Zhao family, the Southwest Division was not a one-man show, and it could not alter the decisions made by the Alliance's leadership. Chapter 165. The exchange student. The familiar back-to-school routine resumed, now interspersed with accolades for Zheng Xuan's consecutive triumph in the Rising Star Cup and encouragement to continue preparing for the Pokemon College entrance examination, alongside an inexplicable announcement regarding exchange students. This bewilderment extended beyond Zheng Xuan and the general student body, as even the director of education appeared perplexed while endeavoring to assist the principal in managing the situation. After the opening ceremony, the director approached the principal, inquiring, "When was this exchange student notification decided?" As the director of education, how was I not informed? His tone bore a hint of grievance. Such a significant matter. And the principal had not consulted with other teachers, let alone him, who held the position of the school's second-in-command, now relegated to third-in-command. Yet he remained oblivious to the details. "This matter has already been discussed with Vice Principal Wu, and we found no issues with it," the principal replied. Historically, Sichuan City No. 1 High School has proposed exchange students from Zhongyu City No. 1 High School, but this year it has shifted to our school. I believe this is a positive development. At the very least, it will allow outsiders to recognize that our No. 4 High School is no less formidable than No. 1 High School. The principal smiled with satisfaction, as his long-held aspiration was to see No. 4 High School surpass No. 1 High School. This exchange student initiative was an opportunity to prove that, and he saw no reason to oppose it. However, principal, in previous years, the exchange students were typically from the second or third year during the first semester. Now, it is already the second semester of the third year. Will this not impact the exchange students' ability to participate in the Pokemon College entrance examination? The director pressed on. It is indeed somewhat different from previous years. The principal nodded in agreement before continuing. Vice Principal Wu and I have discussed this issue as well. However, the rationale provided by Sichuan City No. 1 High School is quite logical. Last year, Zhongyu City suffered attacks from the Firebird and the Redemption Society, which delayed their usual exchange student program. Thus, this rare opportunity has now come to our school. Since they have proposed third-year students as exchange students, we can send 2 students from the Wong family. This way, we won't lose our top students while still showcasing the strength of our school's students. The principal was unwilling to send a top student like Zheng Xuan as an exchange student, fearing that if the other party offered enticing conditions, the hope of No. 4 High School rising would vanish like a bubble. As for Vice Principal Wu Liangua, who was also a high-ranking member of the Wu family, he naturally opposed sending Wu Jialong as an exchange student to the Zhao family's territory in Sichuan City. Thus, the exchange student slots naturally fell to the Wong brothers, and it was a mutually agreeable arrangement. Upon learning about this excellent opportunity to study as exchange students at Sichuan City No. 1 High School, the Wong brothers were overjoyed, especially since neither Zheng Xuan nor Wu Jialong had been selected. They eagerly accepted the offer, seemingly fearful that the two principals would change their minds. Reflecting on the previous observation group at the Magic City Pokemon University, which had included them, and now being part of the exchange student plan with Sichuan City No. 1 High School, renowned for producing numerous top scorers from the Southwest Division, it was undeniable that they were the most valued students in No. 4 High School. Who else could possibly rival them? Even the most favored candidate for the next Southwest Division top scorer, Zheng Xuan, and the ever-arrogant Wu Jialong were mere juniors in comparison to the Wong brothers. In the classroom of Class 1 of the third-year training course, Wu Jialong approached with a sly expression, asking, Zheng Xuan, why do I feel like someone is always staring at me during class? Is it because I've been a bit too arrogant today and someone is plotting against me? It should be the Wong brothers, Wong Hao and Wong Jia. I noticed them glancing between you and me during class. When I caught them, they were no longer cautious and even dared to glare back, Zheng Xuan replied, putting down his textbook, seemingly understanding the situation, and smiled as he explained. Damn, have they become too bold? They know my robust chicken has broken through to the professional level, yet they still dare to provoke me. Just wait and see. I'll make sure they regret ever laying eyes on us during class. Wu Jialong exclaimed in fury, ready to take action, but was promptly stopped by Zheng Xuan. Wait a moment. If you end up injuring those two brothers, the school's exchange student program will surely be jeopardized. Aren't you afraid that the principal and Mr. Wu will come looking for you? Zheng Xuan cautioned. Exchange students, just the two of them? How is that even possible? Wu Jialong exclaimed incredulously. Zheng Xuan shook his head and continued. Why is it impossible? I believe they are clearly the best candidates. First, I certainly do not wish to make a trip to Shishu City at such a crucial time this semester. Secondly, both Mr. Wu and your parents would undoubtedly disapprove of your going to Shishu City, since that is Zhao's territory. Lastly, the Wong brothers suddenly daring to treat us this way surely indicates some significant change or event. Do you think they would still need to consider us if they were selected as exchange students to study at Shishu City First High School? Damn, Xien, that's quite insightful. No wonder those two seem to have the audacity of a bear and a leopard, challenging us. It turns out they're about to leave as exchange students, which is why they feel so fearless. Wu Jialong suddenly understood. At the same time, he became frustrated, pulling at his hair. So, with the principal and my uncle backing them, I really can't do anything about those two scoundrels? You should just return to your position and focus on your own matters. Why bother with them? In a couple of days, they'll be off to Shishu City, and by then, even if you miss them, there will be no opportunity. Zheng Xuan remarked, gesturing towards the clock to indicate that class was about to begin. Cut it out. Who would miss those two fools? The sooner they leave, the better. I'm just worried that one day I might really lose my temper and hit them. Wu Jialong retorted with irritation. Once Wu Jialong departed, Zheng Xuan could finally reflect in peace on the mysteriously introduced exchange student program. Logically speaking, even if two schools had agreed to organize an exchange program, they should have selected second-year students, as the final year is the most crucial, and wasting a month or so could adversely affect their preparations for the college entrance examination. Yet, the Wong brothers, both in their final year, had been chosen as exchange students, likely at the behest of the other party, which left Zheng Xuan perplexed. 2 days later, the school officially announced the selection of exchange students, along with the Wong brothers, who had already embarked on their journey to Shishu City accompanied by their families. Similar to the prior delegation from the Magic City Spirit University, the selection of personnel inevitably sparked some debate, but this was a final decision made by the school leadership, set in stone and not subject to change. Jilong. During this time, I think it would be wise for you to maintain a low profile, Zheng Xuan abruptly suggested. Huh. Wu Jialong, somewhat bewildered, pressed for clarification. Xien, did you take some strange medicine today? Why are you saying these things out of the blue? Zheng Xian's expression grew slightly grave, and without offering an explanation, he merely patted Wu Jialong's shoulder and mysteriously stated, you will know soon. Damn it, Xien, what is wrong with you today? Please don't scare me. Hearing this, Wu Jialong began to tremble, feeling a chill run down his spine despite it being broad daylight in the sunny schoolyard. He hurriedly ran in the direction Zheng Xuan had departed, seeking some semblance of safety. During class hours, the school was quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of students reading aloud. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the campus, shaking the very ground and causing damage to several plants and trees. In the classroom of Class 1 of the third-year training department, the most agitated Wu Jialong slammed his hand on the desk, standing up to shout. What the hell is that sound? Is there a wild spirit rampaging in the city, or has a criminal attacked the school? Under Wu Jialong's lead, the students were thrown into a panic, some even releasing their spirits in their agitation. Wu Jialong, stop inciting panic. Whatever happens, the school leaders and teachers are here. So sit down. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming promptly admonished, simultaneously calming the anxious students. The absence of alarm bells indicated that it was not an enemy attack, but rather that a significant figure was visiting the school, and the school leaders would be there to welcome them. As for the students, their task was to continue with their lessons. Upon hearing this, especially under Zhou Ming's piercing gaze, the unruly Wu Jialong had no choice but to sit back down obediently. At the school entrance, Principal Li Yunlong and Vice Principal Wu Lianghua, having prepared to welcome the distinguished guest, exchanged peculiar glances. The important figure they were to greet had bypassed them entirely, landing directly on campus riding a flying spirit. Unbeknownst to them whether this was an accidental occurrence or intentional, a large, fearsome spirit resembling a pterosaur, once the ruler of the skies in ancient times, had been resurrected through modern high-tech methods from fossils or amber. With a thunderous flap of its mighty wings, the pterosaur descended abruptly, leaving a noticeable crater in its wake and stirring up clouds of dust. On its back stood a composed middle-aged man, exuding an air of superiority, alongside a noble youth who clung tightly to the man's leg in fright. What a disgrace! I told you, while the pterosaur may not be suitable for riding, it possesses remarkable flying techniques without the risk of accidents. Is it really necessary to be this terrified? The middle-aged man reprimanded the noble youth, who was visibly shaken. Before the noble youth could defend himself, a round of applause erupted. I was wondering how a wild pterosaur could disrupt the city, or if it was the work of criminals. Who would have thought it was King Zhao? The one clapping was none other than Wu Lianxing, the master of the Zhongyu Dojo, accompanied by his ace spirit, a fiery chicken nearing king-level strength. Master Wu, it has been a while. You still exude that same charisma. The middle-aged man's sharp gaze swept over Wu Lianxing and his fiery chicken before he slowly began to greet him. Yet it pales in comparison to King Zhao, who commands such awe as the chief of the Southwest Alliance. In response, Wu Lianxing similarly regarded the middle-aged man and the intimidating pterosaur. At that moment, the principal, along with a group of school leaders, hurriedly arrived, breaking the bizarre atmosphere. King Zhao, Master Wu, your presence truly graces our school, the principal remarked, offering a rare compliment to the two distinguished figures. Haha, Principal Li, I have come to Zhongyu City for some official matters to report to the Southwest Alliance and the League leader, and also to escort my son here to Zhongyu 4th High School as an exchange student. I must admit, the reputation of 4th High has soared in recent years. I have heard much about it, even in Shishu City. Of course, I also wanted to catch up with my old friend Master Wu. What a coincidence that I would run into him just as I brought my son to school. King Zhao explained courteously. I sensed a king-level powerhouse was arriving in Zhongyu City, so as the master of the Zhongyu Dojo, I naturally rushed to welcome such distinguished guests. The two powerful figures exchanged pleasantries, completely disregarding the hostile tension from moments prior. In the teaching building, the students crowded around the window as class ended, praising and teasing Wu Jialong. Dragon Xiao, your father seems to have a good relationship with King Zhao. Impressive, Dragon Xiao. You have quite the formidable background. With a father who is nearly a king and connections to a king-level powerhouse, your future seems limitless. As students of Zhongyu City, they recognized Master Wu Lianxing of the Zhongyu Dojo, and as for King Zhao, hadn't they seen the leaders behind him holding up banners welcoming King Zhao's visit to Zhongyu 4th High for inspection? Zheng Xuan had also noticed the banners that had yet to be hung, which is why he had warned Wu Jialong. You all know nothing. Wu Jialong, who harbors numerous secrets, ultimately lacked the courage to publicly reveal the truth behind the feud between the two families, instead adopting a stern demeanor and retorting. Zheng Xuan merely caught a glimpse of the commotion outside the window and quickly lost interest. Such is the nature of politics. It is not merely a matter of allowing two rival titans to engage in light-hearted banter before the public. Even the most bitter enmity may require a temporary truce. After all, one is a powerhouse of celestial rank, a pillar of the alliance, while the other is the master of a regional dojo, equally emblematic of the alliance's image. It is inconceivable for these two representatives to engage in a skirmish in such a significant venue as a school, especially considering that the true authorities of Zhongyu City are the senior leaders of the Southwest Federation, particularly Alliance leader Wei Jiangwo, who possesses both power and influence, and would certainly not stand idly by while two formidable figures clashed under his watchful eye. Chapter 167, The Grudge. There you have it. That encapsulates the enmity between my father and that Zhao Tianwang. During a moment of leisure, Wu Jialong recounted the history of the feud to Zheng Xuan. In essence, it began when the seasoned Zhao Tianwang provoked the newly promoted Wu Lianxing due to conflicting interests. Both were known for their fiery tempers, and without further ado, they engaged in combat. To the astonishment of onlookers, the overconfident Zhao Tianwang was unexpectedly bested by the rookie Wu Lianxing. Subsequently, Zhao Tianwang, seizing a significant opportunity with the Zhao family's unwavering support, successfully transcended the threshold to become a pillar of the alliance at the celestial level. With the backing of the Zhao family's ancestors before their passing, the true Zhao Tianwang finally ascended to the position of chief within the Southwest Federation. Wu Lianqing's ascent was equally rapid. Having just risen to celestial rank, he quickly distinguished himself among his peers. His combat prowess placing him among the top 10 within the Southwest Federation's celestial ranks, and even vying for a spot in the top 3. Such prowess is indeed formidable. Many seasoned celestial practitioners have spent decades honing their skills, and a moment's lapse can lead to a newly promoted titan's downfall. The animosity forged between these two titans, compounded by years of familial conflict, explains why Wu Lianqing allowed Wu Jialong to act freely at the black market auction, resolutely refusing to yield. Interestingly, the grievances of the previous generation have now fallen upon your shoulders. I surmise that the reason this scion of the chief has come to our school through the exchange program is to humiliate you publicly, particularly after his previous misstep at the black market. Xien chuckled, finding it perplexing that these young scions would go to such lengths for a mere vendetta, traveling great distances and making such a spectacle of it. With such energy and time, they would be better invested in training to enhance their own Pokemon's abilities. Humph. He better not provoke me, or I shall take no heed of the principals or my uncle's reputation and secretly bring my entourage to ambush him. Wu Jialong scoffed, confident that once the opposing family members left, he could easily dominate the territory of number 4 middle school. I hope these young rascals can coexist peacefully without incident. Zheng Xuan shrugged, opting to conclude the topic and return to the classroom, though, of course, such a statement would be met with disbelief. Not just from himself, but even from the spirits. Class time. In the cultivation class, the subject head, Teacher Zhu, was fervently delineating the essential exam topics. A student raised a hand and remarked, Teacher Zhu, the essential topics you've outlined add up to over 250 points, yet the foundational cultivation subject only has 100 points, including several open-ended questions. It was clear that the only one audacious enough to voice such a challenge, aside from the Wong brothers who had already ventured far away, was none other than the notorious Wu Jialong. Knock knock. Outside the classroom door, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, politely tapped before casting a cold glare at Wu Jialong, causing him to immediately sit down and feign earnestness while flipping through his textbook. Teacher Zhu, I apologize for interrupting your class. The principal has asked me to escort this exchange student, Zhao, to our class. Only after Wu Jialong had settled down did Zhou Ming offer an explanation. Not at all. Teacher Zhou, please proceed. I have heard that this exchange student is a top student from West Shu City No. 1 High School. Having him study in our class will foster communication between the two schools, which is certainly a positive development. Teacher Zhu responded courteously. Hello, everyone, I am Zhao Xian. From West Shu City No. 1 High School. I will be visiting Zhongyu No. 4 Middle School as an exchange student for a while, and I kindly ask for everyone's guidance. At this moment, the refined young man presented himself with a demeanor of utmost politeness, entirely devoid of the previous volatility. During his self-introduction, Zhao Xian took the opportunity to scan the classroom, quickly identifying Wu Jialong and the notably unremarkable Zheng Xuan. Clearly, Zhao Xian had done his homework prior to arriving, enabling him to swiftly locate his two target figures. He even deliberately chose the vacant seat closest to Zheng Xuan. In the city, adjacent to the Pokémon Association, a newly constructed office building served as the workspace for the leadership of the Southwest Federation after their relocation to Zhongyu City. Old Wei, this Zhao Xinjie is indeed a restless spirit. He has been seen riding a pteranodon, causing quite a stir in Zhongyu City and prompting numerous citizen complaints. Reported Councilman Zhu timely. Well, that's normal. Wei Jiangwo shook his head, chuckling. If he weren't causing a ruckus, he wouldn't be Zhao Xinjie. Moreover, according to Alliance regulations, those of celestial rank and above enjoy privileges that exempt them from flight and riding restrictions. While somewhat ostentatious, it remains within reason. Old Wei, your rejection of his proposal last time has me concerned. This sudden visit from Zhao Xinjie likely does not bode well. Councilman Zhu's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. A celestial-level powerhouse venturing outside their own territory was hardly a trivial matter. What does it matter? He is merely visiting Zhongyu City under the pretense of escorting his son as an exchange student. Or are you truly worried that a celestial affiliated with the Alliance could commit some heinous act? It's simply a matter of securing greater benefits for his family. The recent opening of a new area suitable for city development has prompted the Great Xia Alliance to hope that our Southwest Federation can establish a complete city there as a foothold for exploring unknown territories. At this point, Wei Jiangwo paused, lifted a cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and surveyed the slightly apprehensive Councilman Zhu before continuing. I am also aware that several prominent families within the Southwest Federation are stirring, eager to compete for the position of dojo master in the new city, as well as the significant roles of mayor and Pokémon Association president. TSK. The construction of a new city and the development of surrounding unknown areas involve immense profits that could drive many to madness. Do you think Zhao Xinjia's previous proposal was not intended for him to personally vie for those opportunities? Wei Jiangwo slammed down his teacup, directly exposing the underlying motives. As for you, Councilman Zhu, I suspect you too are seeking to secure a portion of the benefits for your family, which is why you frequently come to advocate on my behalf. Chapter 168, Joint Combat Class. At the entrance of No. 4 Middle School, a series of temporary stalls had been set up, where a dozen chefs busily prepared an array of breakfast dishes. Thank you, young Master Xien. I had yet to eat breakfast. This is delicious. Young Master Xien, your family as chefs must be celestial rank within the culinary world. Young Master Xien, you are too kind. Providing free breakfast to all students for several consecutive days must be quite an expense. Standing at the stall, the exchange student Zhao Xian, now clad in the uniform of No. 4 Middle School, maintained a friendly smile at all times. I kindly urge all students to feel free to partake in a complimentary, warm breakfast, which I have prepared as a token of my appreciation. During this period as an exchange student, my presence may be somewhat intrusive, and I am grateful for your tolerance. Whether you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine, there is certainly something to suit your palate. After dining, please place your dishes in the designated area, where staff will attend to the cleaning. Let us ensure we do not pollute the surroundings of the school entrance. Each person is entitled to a serving, and I implore you to refrain from disputes that might disturb your fellow classmates. Standing at the school gate, the supervising director witnessed this scene and could not help but express his admiration. What a good child. Distributing free breakfast daily as a gesture of gratitude towards classmates. I can only imagine the expense, and he even specially reminded the cleaning staff to leave the area spotless after the event, ensuring the school's environment remains untainted. Truly, he is the son of the esteemed Zhao Wong from the Southwest Alliance, possessing a notable background, yet showing kindness rather than arrogance, quickly befriending unfamiliar students as an exchange student. Behind him, a teacher continued to command. At this juncture, it is essential to highlight another student. Previously at the school gate, he obstructed others while distributing newspapers that chronicled his own deeds, even coercing students into accepting them. Another teacher chimed in, agreeing. Indeed, while both students come from prominent backgrounds, one generously funded meals for the entire student body over several days, treating others with gentleness and humility, while the other embodies the essence of a spoiled rich kid, bullying classmates and provoking teachers, often facing reprimand for his misdeeds. The contrast between the two is stark. At the school gate, Zheng Xuan encountered Wu Jialong. Ah, Jilong. Your reputation as a spoiled brat was already less than admirable, and now with the emergence of the exceptionally talented and beloved Xian Xiao, you must be feeling quite flustered. Zheng Xuan jested, observing Wu Jialong's exasperated expression. The arrival of Zhao Xian, usurping his status as the school's prominent figure, especially with the latter's seemingly virtuous demeanor, filled Wu Jialong with revulsion, provoking his scorn. Dog Huan, do you really not see through this person's facade? After your last auction experience, are you still unaware of his true nature? Utterly disgusting. A base individual, pure and simple, reflecting on the events at the black market auction. Zheng Xuan nodded in agreement with Wu Jialong's sentiments. Zhao Xian was evidently no saint. The seemingly harmless guise he wore heightened Zheng Xuan's wariness. Yet, he shook his head, reminding, at least he excels at superficial charm. In that regard, you indeed fall short, especially given your prior unsavory reputation, which makes comparisons all too easy. Rest assured, I will eventually catch him in his misdeeds, exposing his true repugnant self to all. With that, Wu Jialong stormed into the school. Zheng Xuan glanced toward the stall and coincidentally locked eyes with Zhao Xian, who raised an eyebrow, sending a provocative glance before returning to a facade of congeniality. How intriguing, Zheng Xuan mused, a smile gracing his lips as he leisurely entered the school. In the afternoon, at the combat training hall, the first and second classes of the senior training course convened for a joint practical lesson. Class 1, your homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, has urgent matters to attend to. So I will be your substitute today, and you will join Class 2 for practical training, explained Li Xiao, the instructor for Class 2, addressing the puzzled students. Her beautiful eyes swept over Class 1's lineup as she continued. Since we have this opportunity for collaboration, today as practical lesson will adopt a more entertaining format. Pausing for effect, Li Xiao drew out the suspense. The students from Class 2, well acquainted with their charming instructor's temperament, remained unfazed. However, the members of Class 1, having finally escaped the stringent rule of Mr. Zhou, were instantly intrigued by the prospect of a lesson under the beautiful teacher from the neighboring class. Ms. Li, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. One student urged. Indeed, Ms. Li, our homeroom teacher is rarely away. Please do not squander our joyful time. Another added. Could it be that Class 1 and Class 2 are to engage in a battle? Seeing their eagerness, Li Xiao finally spoke. Ah, one student has guessed correctly. It's quite simple. Each class will vote to send representatives into combat. Upon a loss, the next student will immediately take their place. To save time, we will maintain a one-on-one format. Each student may only participate once, and the class with the most remaining students at the end will be declared the victor. As her words settled, the room erupted in excitement. Isn't this merely a way to bully us? One student protested. Hey, don't think just because you managed to land in Class 1 by luck that we in Class 2 are pushovers. Look at the top 10 students in the school. How many are from your class? The vast majority hail from Class 1. Huh, if you're so confident, why not step up for a match? Class 1 relies solely on a few outstanding students for its reputation. The youthful exuberance and bravado of the students fueled a lively exchange between the classes. As the competitive atmosphere thickened, haha, I've longed for an opportunity to challenge the little fellows from Class 2. This is my chance to shine. Class 1, how do I typically treat you? Without further ado, let us vote and get me in the ring. Wu Jialong, ever the instigator, rallied his followers to garner votes in his favor. Everyone, over the past few days, how has Xian Xiao treated you? I believe everyone here, including those from Class 2, can attest to his generosity. Therefore, the opportunity to lead should rightfully go to Xian Xiao. Absolutely. In light of the complimentary breakfasts, we should all cast our votes for Xian Xiao. A few students who had benefited from Zhao Xian's kindness chimed in enthusiastically. In the midst of Zheng Xuan's usual low-profile demeanor, Class 1 found itself with only 2 candidates for voting. One was the newly arrived exchange student, who, despite having a prominent father, displayed no arrogance and treated others with kindness, along with the allure of continued free breakfasts. The other was a classmate of nearly 3 years, whose friendship was invaluable. After much deliberation, the students of Class 1 tearfully cast their votes for Zhao Xian. How could you heartless individuals forsake years of camaraderie for a few days of free breakfast? Wu Jialong exclaimed in indignation, lamenting the many lavish meals he had treated this group of ingrates to in the past. Jilong, keep your head down, your time to shine will come. Besides, don't you understand the principle of a grain of rice breeds kindness, a grain of millet breeds enmity? Small acts of kindness are the most effective means of winning hearts. Zheng Xuan reassured him, patting Wu Jialong's shoulder. Dog Xuan, you don't get it. Watching this guy steal the spotlight is more painful than death. Wu Jialong grumbled, his frustration palpable. The popularity and reputation he had built over years were rapidly eclipsed in mere days by Zhao Xian's facade of benevolence, a reality he struggled to accept. Are you foolish? This is the perfect opportunity to gauge his strength. Take advantage of this chance to discern what he's truly capable of. Zheng Xuan admonished. You're right. Dog Xuan, you truly have a sharp mind. Wu Jialong exclaimed, a light bulb going off in his head. In the combat arena, Zhao Xian feigned humility as he addressed his classmates. Being selected to lead the charge indicates that the representatives from Class 2 are formidable opponents. Please, I ask for your leniency when we engage. Yet, inwardly, he could not suppress a smirk of disdain. The level of the second high school in Zhongyu. After spending just a few days there, he has already witnessed its caliber. While a few individuals indeed possess some strength, they cannot possibly compare to the elite class he led at Shishu City, First High School, not to mention the training Class 2, which is even inferior to the elite class of Zhongyu Second High School. With just a slight effort, he could easily dispatch a significant number of them as if slicing through vegetables. It is understandable, after all. They are merely a majority of underprivileged runners preparing for college entrance exams, lacking the capability to compete with someone of his exceptional status. His rivals have always been the top students from the capital and the Magic City, as well as a handful of other major cities with backgrounds that rival his own. Rest assured, young Master Xien, considering the free breakfasts I've enjoyed at your expense these past few days, I will be attentive later. As one of the few students capable of breaking into the top 10 of the entire school, he harbored considerable confidence. Thank you, classmate Zhao Xian, whose fleeting expression of anger hinted that had it not been for maintaining his persona, he might have erupted into a furious assault. As both sides released their pokeballs, the white light dispersed. The opponent from training Class 2 sent out a fire and flying-type Pokémon, the Rocket Sparrow, renowned for its speed, ranking among the top of all avian Pokémon. No wonder he was brimming with confidence before the match. Facing the son of the Southwest Alliance's chief without a shred of fear, he had likely triumphed over numerous formidable foes due to the Rocket Sparrow's aerial advantage. However, this time, the Rocket Sparrow faced an adversary, the Steel and Rock-type Cocodora. The Rock-type Pokemon boasts a quadruple advantage over the Rocket Sparrow, and the flying moves that the Rocket Sparrow excels at would inflict minimal damage on Cocodora. Here it comes, our Zhao family's trump card, the Boscadora lineage, Wu Jialong explained. Clearly, despite his lack of serious pursuits, Wu Jialong possessed some knowledge about the rival family's background. I see, Zheng Xuan nodded, finally comprehending why the seasoned Quasi-King Zhao Wong had carelessly lost to the newly promoted Quasi-King Wu Lianxing. The type advantage must have played a significant role. After all, Boscadora's defensive prowess is indeed formidable, yet it cannot withstand the quadruple damage from fighting-type moves, let alone the impressive offensive capability of Blaziken. Pokémon, Cocodora. Level, LV21, Professional Beginner. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Heavy Metal. Gender, Female. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Purple. Held item, Evolutionary Stone. Level moves, Harden, Tackle, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Roar. Headbutt. Inherited moves, Stomp, Takedown, Iron Tail. TM moves, Rock Slide, Protect, Heavy Slam, Stealth Rock. Tutor moves, Dig, Sandstorm. Upon glancing at the impressive data of this Cocodora, Zheng Xuan recognized its strength, which he seldom encountered. Indeed, the terrifying power of top students is evident at this stage, as their Pokémon have already reached the level of Professional Beginner. As for his opponent, who displayed a hint of regret, the Rocket Sparrow was indeed quite capable, boasting a deep green qualification and reaching level 18, making it a standout among the senior students. Even considering a single Pokémon, it ranks among the best in all of Zhongyu City. Unfortunately, facing someone like Zhao Xian, a top-tier student at a regional level, and particularly one so severely countered, was akin to an egg striking a stone, destined for a disastrous outcome. After several rounds of combat, the Rocket Sparrow's speed advantage was stifled by Cocodora's Rock Tomb, and with limited evasion space, it ultimately could not dodge the impact of Rock Slide, plummeting like a spent arrow into the earth Cocodora had prepared for cushioning, losing its ability to battle. Thanks to young Master Xian's mercy, I managed to hold on for several rounds, and he even allowed Cocodora to catch the Rocket Sparrow, preventing secondary damage. I am immensely grateful. This battle concluded with the opponent conceding wholeheartedly. To outsiders, young Master Xian's character shone as brightly as his formidable strength, leaving no room for doubt. Feigning arrogance and ostentation, Wu Jialong, representing the disparaging faction, could not tolerate Zhao Xian's facade nor the adulation he received from his peers. Observing Wu Jialong's discomfiture, Zheng Xuan found amusement in the situation, although he ultimately stood by his friend. Yet, at present, Zheng Xuan maintained a watchful stance. While it appeared that Wu Jialong was entirely outmatched in terms of cunning, remaining in a passive position, the reality was that in this world, strength prevails. Any scheme pales in comparison to absolute power. Just as witnessed during the previous incident in Zhongyu City involving the Firebird, despite the Salvation Society's prolonged scheming, their lack of strength rendered all plans and preparations futile, forcing them to flee for their lives. Chapter 170, Bullying the Weak. On the battlefield, Zhao Xian had already defeated 13 students from Training Class 2, and Cocodora remained in excellent condition. This exemplifies the gap between professional and ordinary levels. Without exceptional talent, it is challenging to bridge such a significant disparity. Observing the demoralized students of Class 2, Li Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows slightly. In fact, seizing the opportunity of the practical class, she proposed the duel between the two classes to gauge the extent of disparity between ordinary and elite classes. As the homeroom teacher of Training Class 2, though young, Li Xiaoxiao prided herself on her dedication, never daring to slacken her efforts. As an elite-level trainer, she generously imparted her knowledge and often dipped into her own pockets to provide foundational training resources for underprivileged students, striving to help Class 2's students compensate for their inherent disadvantages in background and family status. However, despite her efforts, the students of Class 2 could not close this enormous gap, just as exemplified by the exchange student Zhao Xian, whose terrifying prowess effortlessly triumphed over 13 opponents. He truly deserved his reputation as a top student from Shishu City, First High School. Furthermore, Li Xiaoxiao was well aware that the Training Class 1 students boasting such strength were not limited to just this exchange student. It seemed that today, Training Class 2 was fated to suffer a crushing defeat. Although she had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing the loss firsthand was still difficult to bear. Li Xiaoxiao's expression turned slightly melancholic as she muttered to herself. Having consecutively vanquished 13 opponents, and for the sake of maintaining his persona, Zhao Xian voluntarily raised his hand, claiming Cocodora was in poor condition and conceding. This action garnered cheers from numerous classmates, as it was evident to astute observers that young Master Xian was intentionally allowing Class 2 to avoid a more devastating defeat. In the subsequent matches, Training Class 2 continued to win fewer than they lost, but they managed to triumph over several students from Class 1, and with the advantage of larger class numbers, morale began to recover slightly. When it was Wu Jialong's turn to take the stage, he sprang forth from the ranks, eager to unleash his fire dinosaur. Roar. The fiery creature, matching Wu Jialong's exuberant and tempestuous nature, immediately roared upon being released from its pokeball, taunting the opposing Paras. As a professional beginner, Wu Jialong's rapid rise in strength was indeed remarkable. In less than 10 days, his fire dinosaur had successfully caught up to the Blaziken, breaking through to professional beginner status. Even without any special advantages, Zheng Xuan could gauge its power from the intensity and pressure emanating from the fire dinosaur. Yet another professional beginner Pokémon. It was no wonder Wu Jialong was the son of the gym master, not falling behind the son of a king, and now possessing 2 professional-level Pokémon at this stage. Li Xiaoxiao could not help but lament that today's students are far more formidable than those from her own time. It is no wonder they possess the audacity to provoke me, particularly when they exhibit a modicum of strength. Even Zhao Xian must concede that the prowess displayed by Wu Jialong is barely sufficient to be considered a worthy opponent. The already weak Paras, who was at a severe disadvantage due to the fire type's 4-fold effectiveness, found itself easily scorched by the fiery breath of the fire dinosaur, leading to its agonizing collapse from the battlefield. Fortunately, a water-type Pokémon was swift enough to extinguish the flames clinging to Paras, averting a potential life-threatening situation. Faced with the resentful gazes of those around him, including the peculiar stares from his own classmates, Wu Jialong found himself at a loss for words. I have shown restraint. Who could have anticipated that Paras would be so feeble? Typically accustomed to sardonic jibes, Wu Jialong struggled to articulate anything complimentary. The more he explained, the more the crowd condemned him for his excessive force. Enough of this. Let us proceed to the next contestant. Wu Jialong, weary of defending himself, called for the next challenger to step forward. Misunderstood and frustrated, compounded by Zhao Xian's infuriating demeanor, Wu Jialong's anger intensified, channeling his negative emotions into a determination to vanquish more opponents to prove his strength. 1, 2, 4, 6, and eventually 18 opponents fell before him. As the number of defeated adversaries grew, Wu Jialong and the fire dinosaur succumbed to an inexplicable exhilaration, or perhaps a gradual loss of rationality. Is there no one else? I want to face 10 more, Wu Jialong boasted. The students from Class 2 were furious but could only seethe in silence, for they were no match for the professionally trained fire dinosaur, which preyed upon their ordinary-level Pokémon. In a situation where ordinary-level Pokémon faced a professional-level adversary, unless individual strengths were exceptionally formidable, they could only rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm their opponent, much like a pack of Rattatas in the wild, which could defeat a much stronger predator through coordinated attacks. However, in this scenario of continuous combat, while it could deplete the stamina of the stronger side, the vast disparity in strength rendered such tactics largely ineffective. All right, Wu Jialong, you have successfully consolidated the fire dinosaur's strength post-evolution through this battle. And it is time for the rest of us to have our chance to perform, Zheng Xuan interjected suddenly. Zhao Xian, who had initially intended to incite the crowd against Wu Jialong, found himself forced into silence, casting a cold glare at Zheng Xuan for his unwelcome interruption. Zheng Xuan merely smiled in response. Fine, my fire dinosaur is not in peak condition, so let the other students from our class take the stage. Wu Jialong, realizing Zheng Xuan's intent, conceded and called for his classmates to step up. According to Zheng Xuan's reasoning, Wu Jialong's aggressive actions were merely to solidify the fire dinosaur's newly acquired strength. Though somewhat self-serving, this was a marked improvement over his previous bullying behavior. While the students from Class 2 remained disgruntled, Wu Jialong's timely retreat and pragmatic explanation prevented the situation from escalating into hostility. Phew! The departing Wu Jialong exhaled in relief, regaining his composure and gaining newfound clarity. Thank you, Zheng Xuan. Wu Jialong understood that had it not been for Zheng Xuan's intervention, his emotional outburst could have alienated the entire Class 2, tarnishing his reputation and potentially casting a shadow over the Wu family. Teacher Li, I have a suggestion. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it, Zhao Xian suddenly raised his hand, calling attention to himself. My class does not require such rigidity, Zhao Xian. If you have something to say, please feel free to express it. Li Xiaoxiao gestured for him to proceed. Observing that Zhao Xian and Wu Jialong had already defeated more than half of their classmates, she had lost any hope for a fair outcome in this contest. Receiving her acquiescence, Zhao Xian continued, Teacher Li, I believe this match is somewhat inequitable. Although I am a transfer student and have only recently arrived at this school, I am aware that there exists a significant disparity between the elite Class 1 and the ordinary classes. Not to mention that students from Class 1 dominate the top ranks of the entire school, with many within the top 50. In light of this, even if Class 2 loses, it would not be justly attributed to their capabilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited a spectrum of expressions: surprise, confusion, and even admiration. What on earth is this rascal up to now? Wu Jialong's expression soured. Did he intend to play the Good Samaritan and garner sympathy from his peers? Uncertain. Zheng Xuan maintained his interest, eager to see what further schemes Zhao Xian might devise. Noticing the varied reactions from the audience, Zhao Xian feigned a conflicted demeanor and continued. If it is merely to save face that we must continue this match, then, Teacher Li, I would like to temporarily join Class 2 in order to balance the disparity between our teams. Of course, if you and the students from Class 2 deem my abilities insufficient, then consider this a rather immature suggestion, merely a jest to ease the tension. He sighed dramatically, feigning embarrassment. Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this exchange student, Zhao Xian, would be so considerate, willing to stand on the side with less favorable odds to prevent Class 2 from suffering an embarrassing defeat. Zhao Xian, your proposal is quite commendable, but it ultimately depends on whether the students from both classes are amenable to it. If they agree, I have no objections. As a teacher, Li Xiaoxiao naturally aimed to remain neutral and thus entrusted the decision to those present. We have no objections. If young Master Xien can temporarily join Class 2, it will spare us from further accusations of unfairness. I wholeheartedly agree. Young Master Xien's skills are far from lacking, not only within our school, but throughout the entire Zhongyu city and even the Southwestern Alliance. Few can rival him. Precisely. If young Master Xien joins the opposing side, the match will undoubtedly be more equitable, and most importantly, I will have the opportunity to participate. Having heard Zhao Xian's remarks, the audience unanimously expressed their approval. Even Wu Jialong, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Xian, was no exception, almost eager to push him into the opposing camp at once. Very well, in this match, Zhao Xian will temporarily belong to Class 2. Time is of the essence. Let us continue the competition. Noticing the absence of dissenting voices and the favorable turn of events, Li Xiaoxiao was delighted and promptly made her decision. Having just joined Class 2, Zhao Xian stepped back up to the battlefield. His opponent was none other than the formidable young Abi from Class 1, commanding the powerful Rhydon. Zhao Xian chose to send out Cacnea, having previously feigned a poor state as an excuse to concede, when, in reality, Cacnea had not exerted much energy at all. Abi is up next. Rhydon, with its ground-type advantage, possesses a fourfold effectiveness against Cacnea. I hope this kid doesn't wind up defeated before I even get my turn. Wu Jialong felt a surge of satisfaction at the prospect of seeing Zhao Xian struggle. That may not be so clear-cut. While Tang Bin's Rhydon is indeed formidable and enjoys a type advantage, it has yet to reach the professional level, which significantly hampers its strength. Moreover, and what about that? Wu Jialong eagerly pressed for more. Moreover, you have already participated. According to the rules of the match, you will not have the opportunity to face Zhao Xian. Zheng Xuan reminded him with a smile. That's unfair. Zhao Xian gets to join the opposing side and compete again. I must protest. Silence. The battle has begun. Zheng Xuan firmly grasped Wu Jialong, easily asserting his superior physicality over the smaller boy. On the battlefield, Tang Bin was acutely aware that his Rhyhorn was at a disadvantage in both level and strength. Therefore, he decided to have his Rhyhorn continuously employ Stomp, utilizing its wide-ranging impact to assault the formidable Kecleon. However, Kecleon's defenses were exceptionally robust, boasting an impressive 100 defense stat even in its unevolved stage with a total base stat of 330. Coupled with its evolutionary stone, its defensive capabilities were further augmented, which explained why it remained in good condition after facing more than 10 adversaries consecutively. While it was true that ground-type moves were quadruple effective against Kecleon, Rhyhorn's inferior strength meant that the impact of Stomp, though it did inflict some damage, was ultimately merely a mild annoyance. Consequently, Kecleon weathered the pain, and with its Rock Lock ability hampering the already sluggish Rhyhorn, it unleashed a Metal Claw, a Steel-type move that dealt double damage, leaving Rhyhorn in considerable distress. The mismatch in strength rendered the battle lopsided. Even with type advantages, it was insufficient to bridge the gap, and throughout the match, Kecleon maintained a dominant position over Rhyhorn. Nevertheless, Rhyhorn exhibited remarkable performance, particularly in critical moments, executing its high-level move, Horn Drill, which inflicted significant damage on Kecleon. Although Rhyhorn ultimately succumbed to defeat, its battle performance far surpassed that of the numerous opponents it had faced previously against Zhao Xian, earning both Tang Bin and his Rhyhorn a round of applause from their peers as a mark of recognition. Tang Bin and his Rhyhorn displayed formidable strength, promising a bright future ahead. Even Zheng Xuan could not help but commend them. It seemed that Tang Bin's family circumstances were slightly better than those of the earlier mentioned Zheng Xuan, making his ability to hold his own against top-tier students all the more impressive as a trainer from a humble background. As for Zheng Xuan, he had also been a standout in the early stages, but gradually veered off course in the realm of grassroots trainers. Due to a momentary lapse in concentration, Zheng Xuan failed to keep an eye on Wu Jialong, who darted into the spotlight like an elusive eel, raising his arms in protest. I protest. I have grievances. Why does Zhao Xian get to participate twice? Since this is a competition, I demand fair treatment and equal opportunities. Chapter 172, Charmeleon vs. Kecleon. Sigh. Here comes Wu Jialong again, stirring up trouble. Li Xiaoxiao felt a slight headache, but was also somewhat relieved that her training Class 2 did not have such a troublemaker. However, as a teacher, she could not simply stand by. Reluctantly, she inquired, Speak up, Wu Jialong. What do you mean by fair treatment? Teacher Li, since Zhao Xian can take the field again, I want the same privilege. But I am not joining Class 2. I want to battle him. I've long wanted to see how the students of Shichu City No. 1 fare. Wu Jialong declared, pointing eagerly at Zhao Xian. Li Xiaoxiao surveyed the crowd, noting that the students either looked astonished or displeased. She then sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Wu Jialong. Zhao Xian is temporarily joining Class 2 to make up for the gap between the two classes. His return to the field is to address that. Your sudden demand to re-enter the battle would not be fair to Zhao Xian and the other students, would it? Teacher Li. As long as Wu Jialong does not switch out his Pokémon, I have no objections. After all, Kecleon's condition might be somewhat lacking against Wu Jialong's fully energized main Pokémon. Zhao Xian interjected with a sly glint in his eye. This. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated. If she set a precedent by allowing Wu Jialong to continue, what would happen if other students felt dissatisfied and demanded to re-enter the match? Wouldn't that throw the entire competition into chaos? Teacher, this isn't an official match with strict regulations. It's just a friendly sparring session in our practical class. We can do as we please. Zhao Xian, perceiving the teacher's concerns, offered her an easy way out. Fine. The time for this practical class is nearly up anyway. Do as you wish, Li Xiaoxiao conceded, opting to wash her hands of the matter. As long as it did not delay her afternoon plans to go shopping and get her nails done with her friends. Seeing his goal achieved, Zhao Xian waved at Wu Jialong. Come on, Wu Jialong, Teacher Li has agreed. Although I don't know what grievances you have against me, I have always yearned to battle a formidable opponent. Humph. Wu Jialong scoffed dismissively, uninterested in Zhao Xian's complaints, and resolutely stepped onto the battlefield. However, Wu Jialong was no slouch when it came to trash talking. I know you're afraid of my Maitaiana, which is why you're restricting my Pokemon swaps. Just like my father commanded Charizard to defeat your father's Kecleon back in the day. As soon as Wu Jialong finished his statement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The revelation that King Zhao had once lost to Wu's father was a shocking secret they had never heard before, leaving them in awe. Even if I may have inadvertently offended you in the past, Wu Jialong, throwing around trash talk before the match is hardly a commendable habit. Zhao Xian retorted, barely containing his anger at the personal jab. Seeing Zhao Xian's barely restrained fury, Wu Jialong felt a surge of delight, akin to sipping a cool drink on a sweltering summer day. With hands on his hips, he laughed dramatically. Haha, rest assured, since I've agreed to battle, I want to switch Pokemon to bully you. I will command Charmeleon to defeat your Kecleon head-on. Let us hope so. Send out your Pokemon and stop wasting everyone's time. Zhao Xian replied, increasingly irritated by Wu Jialong's arrogance. Go, Charmeleon, crush my opponent. After basking in his moment of triumph, Wu Jialong threw his Pokeball. With a perfect arc, the ball was thrown, and as the white light dissipated, the previously reluctant Charmeleon, filled with pent-up frustration, re-entered the fray. Charmeleon appeared to be in a state of disarray, seemingly weaker than Kecleon. Zheng Xuan, with keen eyes, noted the concealed fatigue hidden beneath Charmeleon's fierce demeanor. Clearly, having battled 18 opponents previously, especially under the emotional strain from his trainer, had taken its toll on Charmeleon, leading to considerable exhaustion. In Pokemon battles, success is not solely determined by the Pokemon's strength. The battle experience, performance condition, and emotional control of the trainer also play vital roles. Of course, Wu Jialong's aggressive tactics were not without merit. In a war of attrition, such excessive consumption of energy could indeed have consequences. Yet it was undeniable that his approach aligned well with Charmeleon's temperament, allowing it to often exceed its limits in battle. Just as now, Wu Jialong immediately commanded Charmeleon to launch a ferocious offensive. The flames under Charmeleon's control danced with an artistic brilliance, unleashing a barrage of fire-type moves that left Kecleon with no means of evasion. The display of fire spin was particularly masterful, as it moved with the finesse of a fiery serpent, ensnaring Kecleon in a swirling vortex of flames. When Zheng Xuan had previously commanded Zubat against this Charmeleon, he had already recognized its remarkable talent for controlling flames. Even when compared to Wu Jialong's Maitena, it appeared slightly superior in this regard. As the crowd watched Kecleon struggle to withstand Charmeleon's relentless assault, their sentiments were mixed. Although Wu Jialong's character and integrity were indeed questionable, his prowess was undeniable, living up to the reputation of the son of the fire-type gym leader. Fool, enjoy your moment of glory for now. Once your Charmeleon's stamina and energy are nearly depleted, that will be the moment I command Kecleon to strike back, Zhao Xian muttered to himself. Indeed, during the course of the battle, Zhao Xian keenly observed that although his opponent's Charizard initially radiated an overwhelming aura, it gradually revealed a hint of fatigue as the fight progressed. Logically speaking, given that both were of the professional tier and Charizard possessed considerable talent, it should not exhibit such frailty. Zhao Xian quickly recalled that previously, Wu Jialong had defeated a greater number of adversaries in a similar time frame, indicating that his relentless pursuit of swift victories had undoubtedly drained both stamina and energy. Thus, he concluded that Charizard's condition was inferior to that of Cacnea from the very outset. Although Zhao Xian was initially astonished by Wu Jialong's ferocious fighting style, he subsequently adopted a defensive and evasive strategy, aiming to deplete Charizard's energy as much as possible. After all, with a father possessing the strength of a champion and formidable mentors within his family, even a mediocre individual lacking combat talent like Zhao Xian would likely develop an extraordinary perceptive capability from such an advantageous upbringing. Moreover, as Zhao Xian was groomed as the heir of the Zhao family and cultivated with the ambition of becoming a second champion, his potential as a trainer was undoubtedly recognized by his family. At this moment, Wu Jialong was intensely focused, commanding Charizard to unleash its full power against the enemy. Oblivious to the sweat that had soaked his back, was Wu Jialong unaware of Charizard's condition? Certainly not. While outsiders could discern the irregularities, as Charizard's trainer and companion, Wu Jialong had undoubtedly formed a bond that made him acutely aware of the creature's state. Wu Jialong was not a fool. Despite occasionally displaying a somewhat foolish demeanor in daily life, his actions often appearing extravagant and bewildering, his combat talent far surpassed the ordinary, having inherited his father's fierce spirit. Of course, he was not one to endure hardship when it came to physical training. Wu Jialong was fully aware that Charizard's condition was indeed inferior to Cacnea's, and he understood that if the battle continued without a decisive victory, Charizard would ultimately be the one to fall. Nevertheless, he could not abandon his offensive approach, as a hasty and relentless assault was his signature fighting style. It is worth noting that fire embodies a consuming nature, and such all-out aggression often proves to be a pitfall for many fire-type trainers. Conversely, this unyielding assault, akin to an unstoppable wildfire, also constitutes the strength of fire-type Pokémon trainers. Under the relentless onslaught of Charizard, Cacnea was left battered and bruised. Although its defensive capabilities were remarkable, its special defense was not as formidable. However, Charizard's condition was scarcely any better. The once blazing blue and white flames at its tail had significantly diminished, and its agility was far from what it had been at the start. The moment had arrived for Cacnea to unleash Rock Slide. Noticing Charizard's attack slowing, Zhao Xian promptly issued the command. Cacnea retaliated, gathering rock-type energy to form several massive boulders that hurtled toward Charizard, which struggled to evade them. Zhao Xian had underestimated either Wu Jialong and Charizard's strength or overestimated the extent to which the injured Cacnea was hampered in its movements. When one strike failed, Zhao Xian resorted to his trump card, continuing to direct Cacnea to execute a less-than-masterful sandstorm, transforming the arena into a swirling tempest of dust, thereby attempting to establish it as his domain. Wu Jialong's Charizard, possessing the ability to alter the weather, seized the opportunity presented by the afternoon sun's relentless glare to transform the battlefield into a clear day, dispelling the swirling sand. Yet, it was precisely this considerable expenditure in seizing control of the weather that exacerbated Charizard's already weakened state. After an intense exchange, the battle ultimately concluded with Charizard, having expended its solar energy, collapsing, while Cacnea, albeit trembling, managed to remain standing until the end, determining the victor. However, to any discerning observer, it was evident that Cacnea was on the brink of collapse, and any further assault could potentially become the proverbial final straw. Under such dire circumstances, with its condition already precarious and facing a type disadvantage, Charizard's ability to force Cacnea into such a desperate position was indeed a testament to its prowess. Thus, even in defeat, Wu Jialong was met with neither mockery nor derision from the onlookers, but rather a sense of regret. As for Zhao Xian, despite harboring intentions to deliver a scornful remark, he could only remain silent, observing Cacnea's precarious state. Had fortune been less favorable, Cacnea might have been the first to succumb. And in such a bittersweet victory, Zhao Xian found no merit in taunting his adversary. The fierce clash between the two top students proved to be as thrilling as any formal professional league match, eliciting admiration and lingering intrigue from the spectators. The next contender to take the field was Zheng Xuan. In truth, Wu Jialong's audacity to cut in line stemmed from his awareness that Zheng Xuan was soon to compete, coupled with a concern that Zheng Xuan might defeat his opponent and usurp his own glory. Alas, Cacnea's state was truly unsustainable, and now facing Zheng Xuan, Zhao Xian internally lamented. Even against an ordinary student, Cacnea would likely falter, let alone against an opponent whose strength rivaled that of the previous Wu Jialong. Upon entering the battle arena, Zheng Xuan calmly stated, "You may substitute your Pokémon. I do not wish to take advantage of your weakened state." Zhao Xian grimaced, internally cursing Zheng Xuan for his arrogance, which surpassed even that of the earlier Wu Jialong. All eyes turned to the ever-watchful Li Xiaoxiao, the beautiful teacher, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Well, the rules for this match have already been thoroughly disregarded, so do as you please. Li Xiaoxiao waved her hand, continuing her role as a detached overseer. As she explained, this combative match had long since deviated from any formal regulations, thus allowing the students to follow their instincts. As long as the practical teaching objectives were achieved. Since Teacher Li has given her consent, I shall respectfully comply. However, be cautious, Zheng Xuan. Zhao Xian advised with a smile, though internally he reveled in delight. This overconfident Zheng Xuan seemed intent on courting disaster, and Zhao Xian was more than willing to oblige. Seizing the splendid opportunity presented to him, both parties released their Pokémon. After recalling the battered Cacnea, Zhao Xian summoned Skarmory, a steel-flying type Pokémon clad in what appeared to be a heavy armor, yet was remarkably lightweight, allowing for swift flight. Despite Skarmory's base stats totaling only 465, its astounding 140 in defense rendered it formidable. Zheng Xuan, on the other hand, deployed Woobat for the battle. Indeed, it was a dragon-type Pokémon, Woobat. Even though Zhao Xian had previously researched Zheng Xian's background, witnessing Woobat's emergence left him somewhat astounded. To be frank, leveraging the Zhao family's substantial influence to uncover Zheng Xian's detailed information, Zhao Xian was all the more astonished upon first laying eyes on the Pokémon. After all, it was quite unfathomable for a mere commoner, lacking in connections, to possess two dragon-type Pokémon, including both Woobat and Axew. Furthermore, Zhao Xian held little fascination for dragon types. Given his esteemed status as the heir of the Southwest Alliance and a prominent family lineage, ordinary dragon types did not particularly impress him. As for rarer specimens like Axew, acquiring one would merely require a modest expenditure, as his father, the champion Zhao, could easily procure it for him. However, compared to powerful dragon types, Zhao Xian had a greater affinity for steel types, though ideally, he would prefer a combination of both attributes. Moreover, he was exhilarated to learn from the Zhao family's intelligence reports that a newly discovered region along the Southwest Alliance's border had been home to sightings of steel dragon Pokémon. And not just a single one. Chapter 174, Hooked by the Lure. Zhao Xian was acutely aware that this was a formidable Pokémon, a powerful fusion of steel and dragon attributes. Not only was it a rare sight in the Great Xia Alliance as an exotic species, but even in the Dragon Valley, it was virtually non-existent. Even in the earliest discovered foreign alliances, its presence was exceedingly scarce, particularly upon discovering its evolutionary connection with the aluminum dragon. Its already exceptional attributes and high base stats surged to rival those of quasi-deities, boasting a staggering base stat total of 600, categorizing it as a unique alternative to quasi-deities. This was precisely the reason why his father, King Zhao, dared to leave the safety of his designated area to venture once more into Zhongyu City in pursuit of new regional authority. The construction and development of this new city, fraught with enormous benefits, were undeniably enticing. However, for the Zhao family, the paramount desire lay in the pursuit of strength. Securing the position of the chief of the Southwest Division was indeed a glorious achievement, yet King Zhao did not ascend to this status solely through raw power. The humiliation of past defeats had invited skepticism and criticism from numerous political adversaries. The discovery of the aluminum dragon represented an undeniable opportunity for the Zhao family's rise. Having initially prospered through the steel-type prowess of the Bosquido clan, should they manage to command a population of aluminum dragons and cultivate them secretly within their family's hidden realm, it would only require one or several generations of effort for these formidable Pokémon to become another trump card for the Zhao family. They could even supplant the Bosquido, emerging as the true, unparalleled ace Pokémon within the Great Xia Alliance. Regrettably, the outcome of the discussions did not unfold favorably, and after several days of deliberation, King Zhao was compelled to return to his designated area. This nascent city, still merely a concept and yet to be constructed, was undoubtedly the most coveted prize for the Southwest Division at this stage, attracting the attention of numerous individuals and families. Even the Zhao family could not overpower the multitude of voices. Moreover, the ultimate decision-making authority rested in the hands of the preeminent king-level powerhouse, the Alliance's Grand Marshal, who no one dared to coerce with threats or manipulation. Classmate, letting your mind wander during battle is not a wise habit, Zheng Xuan reminded. Simultaneously, the Zubat in the air flapped its large ears, vibrating at a specific frequency, emitting ultrasonic waves of up to 200,000 Hz, launching a widespread assault on the armor bird. Oh no! Thanks to trainer Zhao Xian's inaction, the armor bird, unable to evade in time, was struck by the ultrasonic wave, revealing an expression of acute distress. Even a large raptor like the armor bird could not escape the might of Zubat's formidable ultrasonic assault. Pokémon, Armor Bird. Level, LV21, Beginner Class. Type, Steel Flying. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Purple. Held item, Leftover Food. Level moves, Glare, Peck, Sand Attack, Fury Attack, Metal Claw. Wing Attack. Egg moves, Quick Attack, Roost, Peck Drill. TMs, Return, Protect, Quick Attack, Air Slash. Tutor moves, Spikes, Fly. Upon examining the data of this armor bird, Zheng Xuan could not help but marvel at the opponent's formidable strength, as it rightfully belonged to the top echelon of students, now possessing a second professional-level Pokémon akin to the Wu family's dragon. Damn it, why am I overthinking things at such a crucial moment? Committing the cardinal sin of battle, Zhao Xian lamented, feeling regret as the trainer's blunder resulted in an immediate loss of the combat advantage, clearly burdening the armor bird. He could only laboriously issue commands. Armor bird, look for an opportunity to use quick attack. Zubat, pursue an attack with Shadow Ball. Utilizing telepathy, Zheng Xuan was able to communicate swiftly with Zubat, although the armor bird's level surpassed that of Zubat. Escaping the unusual control of the ultrasonic wave in a short time was no simple task. Zubat, flapping its wings, Zubat gathered ghost-type energy, forming a spherical shadow that resembled a miniature black hole, crashing down onto the armor bird. In excruciating pain, the armor bird managed to maintain flight. The fact that it had not plummeted to the ground was a testament to its impressive strength and robust physical constitution. However, faced with the incoming Shadow Ball attack, its frantic attempts to evade were evidently insufficient. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, the briefly uncontrolled armor bird crashed down to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In a battle of equal strength, if one side makes a mistake and the opponent seizes the opportunity, the severity of that error will be magnified infinitely. Just like the current situation with the armor bird, when comparing strength, it was indeed superior to Zubat, competing at the professional level against a regular one, augmented by its higher initial base stats. However, since it had been struck by Zubat's ultrasonic wave, the armor bird had no capacity for resistance, with the entire battle being dominated by Zubat. Nevertheless, the intense pain finally jolted the armor bird from its disarray, and with a fierce flap of its steel-like wings, it returned to the aerial battlefield with an enraged cry. Excellent, armor bird. Show everyone your true strength. Use wing attack to crush the opponent. Witnessing the armor bird's recovery from adversity, Zhao Xian felt a surge of joy, eager to command the armor bird to utilize its size advantage to charge at the weakened Zubat. Whoosh! The armor bird's steel wings glimmered with a brilliant white light, propelled by the roaring winds as it charged towards Zubat, intent on avenging the earlier humiliation. Given its size, Zubat was ill-equipped for a direct confrontation. Naturally, it opted to evade the onslaught of the armor bird. Moreover, its diminutive form provided a considerable advantage at this moment, coupled with its superior flying skills, allowing it to swiftly maneuver and deftly dodge the armor bird's continuous attacks. Zubat even feigned vulnerabilities, enticing the armor bird to charge in anger, only to evade at the last moment with thrilling precision. This sensation of offering the opponent a glimpse of hope while remaining perpetually out of reach was reminiscent of a large fish attempting to catch a loach, only to be playfully outmaneuvered. Poor Tom, thus becoming the one caught in the lure. At this moment, Zhao Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. He had fully grasped that Zubat's flight speed was on par with the armor bird's full-speed dash, yet in terms of flying technique, it far surpassed the armor bird, which was constrained by its size and physical structure. Particularly, Zubat's hidden ability of telepathy allowed for seamless communication with its trainer, making its agility even more pronounced, rendering the armor bird a mere plaything. Even though the armor bird was ferociously powerful, its tremendous force felt as though it were striking against cotton, leaving Zhao Xian concerned that if this continued, the armor bird would suffer significant exhaustion. Chapter 175, Victory and Breakthrough. Armor bird, after using quick attack, continue with wing attack. Feeling both frustrated and enraged, Zhao Xian remained undeterred, determined to have the armor bird regain its momentum by reinforcing its speed before reclaiming the advantage with the same move. Where he fell, he would rise again. As the target of mockery, the rebellious armor bird had never experienced such profound anger as it did today. Oh no! With a surge in speed, the armor bird flew swiftly, its silver armor taking on an aerodynamic shape, greatly reducing air resistance. Shooting forth like an arrow with a piercing sound, once again charging towards Zubat. The armor bird's sharp steel beak and its wings, hard yet razor-sharp, served as lethal weapons. Even a glancing touch would inflict harm. Zubat. Zubat unleashed another ultrasonic wave, its innate ability honed to perfection, coupled with radar-like detection, ensuring that even with the armor bird's increased speed, it could not escape. Having endured pain once, the armored bird faced another onslaught of ultrasonic waves. Its resistance had notably increased, and it did not crumble as it had during the first encounter. However, the attacks were inevitably thwarted. Confronted with the sudden drop in speed of the armored bird, the buzzing bat no longer needed to evade. Instead, it boldly charged towards the armored bird. Seek your doom, armored bird. Tear your opponent apart with your metallic claws. Zhao Xian could not help but roar. The facade of good temper he had managed to maintain had long been eroded by the shameless tactics of the buzzing bat and his rival, Zheng Xuan. Breaking free from its momentary constraint, the armored bird lifted its sharp claws, glistening with metallic luster and emitting a blinding cold light, and fiercely struck at the overconfident foe that dared to attack first. Whoosh! The armored bird lunged at the buzzing bat, but suddenly stumbled, nearly losing its balance and control over its form. A pair of iron claws tore through the shadow of the buzzing bat, shattering it into fragments that dispersed like a flurry of light. Not good, it's just a shadow clone. Armored bird, dodge quickly, do not defend. Xien shouted in panic as he realized the dire situation. However, at the moment the armored bird shattered the clone, it was already too late for any command or reaction. A mass of dark shadow energy surged forth, striking the unsuspecting armored bird directly. Boom! The explosive impact interrupted the armored bird's flight. Despite its desperate flapping of wings, it was futile, and it crashed back to the ground. This time, the shadow ball unleashed by the buzzing bat targeted one of the armored bird's wings. Even though the armored bird's wings were incredibly sturdy, this severe blow still compromised its feathers, significantly impairing its flying ability. Much like Kecleon, the armored bird's defensive capabilities were indeed remarkable, while its special defense was decent. It was not its strong suit. To make matters worse, suffering damage from the buzzing bat's shadow ball triggered an adverse effect, reducing its special defense by 1 level, an undeniable misfortune for the armored bird. Armored bird, quickly use protect, Xien urged anxiously, fully aware that the opponent would not let this opportunity slip by. Sure enough, in the next moment, another shadow ball from the buzzing bat followed swiftly. Fortunately, although the armored bird was still dazed, it managed to raise an energy shield just in time to withstand the impact of the shadow ball. Otherwise, after sustaining consecutive severe blows, even with leftover items continuously restoring its strength, the armored bird would likely not withstand the buzzing bat's attack, which possessed a lethality comparable to that of a professional-level assault, ultimately leading to its defeat. In truth, the armored bird's ability to endure until now was entirely reliant on its robust constitution and the power of its items. Otherwise, it would have long since succumbed. Having withstood it, there is still hope. Understanding this, Xien did not lose confidence. As long as the armored bird utilized ruse to recover its stamina, combined with the restorative effects of its leftover items, it had a chance to prolong the battle. Xien, equally aware of this, would naturally not grant the armored bird excessive opportunities to recover. Under his command, the buzzing bat unleashed Dragon Pulse, channeling its draconic energy to create a massive shockwave. The defenseless armored bird could only endure the blows, shaken by the violent impact, and its roost move was forcibly interrupted. The limited healing effect would likely not offset the damage it had incurred. Buzzing bat, finish it off with the final shadow ball, Xien shouted in excitement. Even abandoning telepathic communication, already battered by consecutive strikes, the armored bird, still suffering from its wounded wing and unable to evade attacks on the ground, was struck directly by the shadow ball. After a mournful cry, it collapsed, bringing an end to this frustrating battle. Curse it! Xien's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair. In 2 battles, one was won by mere luck, a victory that was hardly commendable. As for this battle, it was marred by his own blunder, allowing the opponent to seize the initiative and subsequently expand their advantage, leading to an entire match dominated and toyed with, culminating in a dismal defeat. Haha. Dog Xien has won. We are the champions. We are the champions. Wu Jialong suddenly emerged, dispelling the gloom of defeat with loud cheers. The audience, captivated by the thrilling battle or still in shock, gradually regained their composure, offering applause and praise. Undoubtedly, this match was the most remarkable of the day, especially with the buzzing bat's triumph against the stronger armored bird, which drew admiration from everyone present. Is this a breakthrough? Wu Jialong exclaimed upon witnessing the somewhat familiar sight. Incredible. Dog Xien, you truly are something else. You've enabled the buzzing bat to break through the professional level threshold through that unfortunate opponent. Buzzing bat, catch. Xien paid no heed to Wu Jialong's deliberate shout. Instead, he retrieved a century-old dragon blood herb from his backpack and tossed it to the buzzing bat, which was on the brink of a breakthrough. Upon consuming the dragon blood herb, the buzzing bat fully absorbed the draconic energy within, no longer suppressing itself, and its momentum surged dramatically. This action prompted a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Some were thrilled to witness a Pokémon break through the professional level up close, while others expressed admiration for Xien and the buzzing bat's extraordinary performance, and many displayed envious and jealous glances. As for the other party involved, he was engulfed in fury. Damn it, they treated me like an experienced fodder. More infuriating than being defeated by an enemy using a weaker Pokémon was the fact that the enemy had gained strength from it. Extreme rage gradually eroded his remaining rationality. Xien instinctively reached for his waist. Chapter 176, Cunning and Deceitful. Xien focused intently on the buzzing bat. Even though he had already experienced a successful breakthrough to the professional level, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. "Quick, stop it, Monarch Serpent." At a critical moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a deep green figure darted forth like a flash, effortlessly blocking the massive burst of light with its leaf-adorned tail. Its ruby-like serpent eyes radiated disdain, and the yellow patterns on its serpentine body resembled royal insignia. The leaf vines unfurling around its neck resembled the collar of a suit, exuding an air of mysterious nobility and elegant authority. This was one of the grass-type royal trio, known as the Monarch Serpent, a creature that embodied both beauty and strength. Yet even with the Monarch Serpent's arrival, the onlookers shifted their focus, lingering not too long, for the attacking Pokémon was even rarer. Is that a quasi-divine Pokémon? My goodness. Will I be fortunate enough to witness a rare quasi-divine Pokémon in my lifetime? Is this the legacy of the chief son of the Southwest Alliance? That previous battle likely didn't showcase its full strength. With a flying saucer-like body tinted in azure hues, its massive iron claws at the ends of its arms, scarlet eyes, facial spikes, and silver blades along its sides all underscored its ferocity. It hovered mid-air, relying on magnetic force. It was the evolved form of Iron Dumbbell, known as Metal Monster. Zhao Xian, you don't know when you've come to the side of the Monarch Serpent, Li Xiao, who had unknowingly approached, was ready to question him. However, Zhao Xian, flustered, hastily recalled the Metal Monster and the incapacitated armored bird, his voice tinged with urgency. "Teacher Li, I'm sorry. I was momentarily dazed and grabbed the wrong Pokeball. I actually meant to recall the armored bird. I truly apologize. This Metal Monster is a Pokemon I captured not long ago, and I haven't had the chance to cultivate a bond with it yet, so I can't effectively command it." It mistook the buzzing badass display of energy as a provocation, which is why it acted rashly. Wu Jialong, visibly furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Xian and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. It's clear you lost to Dog Zheng Xian and, in your anger and frustration, intentionally released the Metal Monster to ambush, hoping to force the buzzing bat into a failed breakthrough, even causing severe aftereffects that would impede its potential. After the fact, using the excuse of having mistakenly grabbed the wrong Pokeball and being unable to properly command the Steel-type Pokemon, regardless of whether the ambush succeeded or not, you can absolve yourself of blame. Cunning and deceitful, you are truly a shameless scoundrel." In terms of verbal sparring, Wu Jialong is seldom defeated. Zhao Xian was instantly agitated and rebuked. "Wu Jialong, I warn you to cease your nonsensical slander against me. I have already clarified that it was an unintentional error. Moreover, with Teacher Li present, no significant harm was done. At worst, I will apologize to Zheng Xian, but you have no right to blame me here." Although feeling guilty, Zhao Xian still maintained a defiant attitude in his rebuttal. Should he be accused of intentional harm, interrupting the Pokemon's evolution, even as the son of a champion-level trainer, he would face considerable repercussions. It is crucial to recognize that during the critical moment of a power breakthrough, being attacked and forced to halt can lead to injuries and failure, or worse, leave lasting repercussions that complicate future breakthroughs and potentially affect the Pokemon's innate abilities. The impact on power breakthroughs, and the even graver issue of diminished potential, undoubtedly jeopardizes the Pokemon's future, akin to severing a person's prospects, a matter of grave seriousness. This is why the International Alliance strictly prohibits attacks on Pokemon undergoing evolution or power breakthroughs, especially the latter. Even the most notorious criminals and members of malevolent organizations dare not cross this line unless absolutely necessary. Pokemon, Zubat. Level, LV21, Beginner Class. Type, Flying Dragon. Ability, Telepathy. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple. Held item, None. Level skills, Tackle, Absorb, Wing Attack, Bite. Inherited skills, Roost, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane. TM skills, Protect, Shadow Ball, Fly. At last, Zubat has successfully evolved. Zheng Xian's furrowed brow finally relaxed. In truth, he had not anticipated that Zhao Xian, in his embarrassment from defeat, would dare to resort to violence in such a public setting. Had he foreseen this, he would have surely dispatched Yaya to guard the area, just as Zubat had done when Yaya broke through the professional threshold. This experience undoubtedly served as a wake-up call, prompting him to be exceedingly vigilant in the future to prevent similar risks from arising again. Congratulations, Zubat. You've caught up with Yaya, but do not become complacent. Continue to strive for excellence. After internally congratulating and encouraging Zubat, Zheng Xian withdrew him into his Pokeball and turned his attention to the root of the dispute. Zheng Xian, I sincerely apologize. This time it was my fault. Feel free to punish or scold me as you see fit. I bear no resentment. Zhao Xian feigned contrition, hastily offering another apology upon noticing Zheng Xian's icy gaze. He was abruptly interrupted as Zheng Xian raised his hand, stating, Wu Jialong has already articulated what needs to be said. Regardless of your justifications, the facts are clear before our eyes. and I will only trust what I have witnessed. Zhao Xian, I hope you understand that this is Zhongyu City, specifically Zhongyu 4th High School. This is not the lawless West Shu City, nor West Shu 1st High. Zheng Xuan rarely exhibited anger, but his frigid gaze fixed intently on Zhao Xian. In that moment, even the typically audacious Zhao Xian found it difficult to meet Zheng Xian's piercing eyes. Zheng Xian, while Zhao Xian has indeed made significant errors, whether you mediate privately or inform parents to resolve this, could we not, for the sake of the teacher, keep this matter from escalating too far? Li Xiaoxiao patiently advised. As the granddaughter of the principal, Li Xiaoxiao was not an ordinary individual. She understood the considerable influence of the Zhao family, particularly that of Zhao Tianwang. Behind the exchange student Zhao Xian, Wu Jialong also had a formidable background. Thus, even if a dispute arose between him and Zhao Xian, as long as it did not infringe upon school regulations, Li Xiaoxiao wisely chose not to intervene. However, Zheng Xian's situation was different. As a student highly regarded by the principal, she had some insight into Zheng Xian's background, which, in comparison to the other two, was notably clean. In such circumstances, should this issue escalate, it might cause some trouble for Zhao Xian, but for Zheng Xian, even as the justified party, it would not bode well. Chapter 177. 2 requests Teacher Li. I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. Otherwise, Zubat would surely have suffered, and it might have resulted in lasting repercussions. I will repay you if the opportunity arises. Zheng Xian expressed his heartfelt thanks. The timely intervention of Teacher Li Xiaoxiao spared Zubat from disaster. Indeed, a significant favor. Not at all, Zheng Xian. As a teacher, it is my duty to protect my students. Today it was my turn. Had it been your homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, he would have done the same, Li Xiaoxiao explained with a casual demeanor. She also reiterated, however, I hope you heed my earlier advice. Teacher Li would never wish you harm. Zheng Xian was well aware that Teacher Li Xiaoxiao feared that if he handled the situation improperly, it would offend Zhao Xian's powerful backing and the influential Zhao family throughout the Southwest Division. Acknowledging this, Zheng Xian nodded slightly and smiled before speaking. In consideration of your position, Teacher Li, I agree not to escalate matters by involving the authorities, but I do have 2 requests regarding this incident. Speak on, Li Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, recognizing that Zheng Xian had taken her words to heart. She also felt relieved that this Zheng Xian was a remarkably rational student. Had he been a problematic student like Wu Jialong, he would likely have relished in escalating the situation. First, Zhao Xian must be held accountable for his transgressions and receive a major demerit, along with a public reprimand throughout the school. Zheng Xian intended to seize this opportunity to completely dismantle Zhao Xian's facade, thereby stripping him of the privileges that came with being a good student. A major demerit is acceptable, but a public reprimand might be a bit much, Li Xiaoxiao hesitated. Teacher Li, according to the school's standard disciplinary procedures, we cannot treat Zhao Xian differently simply because of his unique status, can we? Zheng Xian gently countered, his tone softening. Come on, this punishment is far too lenient. A major demerit and a public reprimand. I've received countless of those. Wu Jialong interjected indignantly from the side, his authority on the matter undeniable. Fine, I'll agree to this. I will communicate this matter to the principals and the head of the administration, Li Xiaoxiao conceded, acknowledging the validity of Wu Jialong's interruption. Secondly, even if we cannot revoke Zhao Xian's status as an exchange student, I demand a reduction in his exchange period, allowing him to return to his school early. Zheng Xian's tone grew firmer, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Even Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unable to fathom how this relatively young student could instill such a sense of pressure upon her as a teacher. Bravo! I wholeheartedly support this. Let us expedite his departure for everyone's benefit. Wu Jialong chimed in enthusiastically. I will also need to discuss this with the school leadership before providing you with a definitive answer, as the exchange student program is a decision made by the higher-ups. Not something I can arbitrarily interfere with, Li Xiaoxiao explained with a sigh of resignation. Thank you, Teacher Li. If the school can accommodate the aforementioned points, I will consider this matter settled. Zheng Xian's ability to shift his demeanor was remarkable. One moment he appeared stern and intimidating, the next he was smiling again. As for Zhao Tianwang and the Zhao family, Zheng Xian was not keen on provoking too much trouble, especially with the Pokémon exams approaching. Yet he would not be intimidated by their background or lineage. Setting aside the seemingly lackluster individual from his family, who is, in truth, a father of paramount caliber. As long as he remains in Zhongyu City, especially with the leadership of the Southwest Federation firmly established, the illustrious Zhao family cannot exert any significant influence over him. As for after the spirit examination, it is highly probable that he will venture beyond the confines of the Southwest Federation to explore broader horizons, at which point any thoughts of retaliation will be of little concern. Moreover, one cannot pursue vengeance to the ends of the earth over mere trivial grievances, nor issue any kind of bounty for his head as depicted in other novels. Such actions are hardly plausible under normal circumstances. Any reasonably intelligent individual would refrain from such folly, especially in the absence of substantial conflicts of interest. Ultimately, while the Zhao family wields considerable power within the Southwest Federation, their reach does not extend to the entirety of the Great Xia Alliance. Well then, this class concludes here. The competition is over. Class dismissed. Li Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and eagerly announced. To be honest, she somewhat regretted organizing this confrontational competition, for it had undoubtedly spiraled into a multitude of complications. Upon hearing Li Xiaoxiao's announcement, the attendees gradually regained their composure. Frankly, the events that transpired in this brief class were overwhelmingly numerous. From the initial altercation between Wu Jialong and Zhao Xien, both of whom possessed formidable backgrounds, to Zheng Xuan's unyielding demands. The reality was far too complex to summarize in mere words, far more riveting than the roles of these supporting characters throughout their lives. As for Zhao Xien, one of the principal figures, ever since he was intimidated into silence by Zheng Xuan's fierce gaze, he had not uttered a word, instead keeping his head bowed, obscuring his expression, as if genuinely contrite and acquiescing to all forms of punishment. But that was hardly the case. Zheng Xuan. I had thought Wu Jialong was already intolerable enough, yet I never anticipated that my most formidable adversary would turn out to be a mere commoner without any connections. He demands the school to record a serious demerit and issue a public reprimand, causing all my previous efforts at maintaining a facade to come crashing down. And now he wishes to revoke my status as an exchange student, forcing me to return to Shichu City in disgrace, the subject of everyone's ridicule. Everything you have done to me, I shall remember, and one day I will return it 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold. In a fit of extreme rage, Zhao Xian's arm was scratched by his own nails, bleeding profusely, the pain intensifying with each jolt. It was through this self-inflicted agony that he momentarily alleviated the fury burning within him. Everyone disperse, the teacher has left, we are dismissed early. Wu Jialong shouted exuberantly, bouncing with enthusiasm, showing no trace of the earlier defeat. He then threw an arm around Zheng Xuan's shoulders, exclaiming, Dog Xuan, let us celebrate your Wong Wu's breakthrough to the professional level. It's on me, let's feast. Only after all the students had departed in groups did Zhao Xian, dragging his wounded arm, finally make his exit. Most of his previous supporters, sensing the shift in public sentiment, had already turned against him, now voicing his shortcomings instead. Small favors may win hearts, but their effects are fleeting and cannot forge lasting friendships like those of Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. Chapter 178, Envy. Following that practical class, Zhao Xian found himself utterly humiliated and, citing illness, requested a week's leave from school. Simultaneously, how to handle the misconduct of Zhao Xian, a uniquely positioned exchange student, posed a significant dilemma. On one hand, he was the son of the Southwest Federation's chief, with an intimidating background that the school dared not offend. On the other, he was a prominent figure representing the current student body, whose importance was self-evident. The school leadership engaged in fervent discussions, ultimately led by two principals who, against the tide of opposition, decided on a course of action. Zhao Xian would receive a serious demerit and a public reprimand, as proposed by Zheng Xuan. Additionally, the duration of the exchange student program would be reduced from half a semester to 1 month, with formal communication to Shichu City's first high school to follow. As soon as the punishment notice was posted in the bulletin board, Wu Jialong hurriedly seized Zheng Xuan and rushed over, quickly locating the relevant details with a proficiency that elicited sympathy. Haha, this is utterly delightful. It's a true moment of justice. The students can finally see this brat's true colors. The pent-up resentment was finally released, causing Wu Jialong to beam with joy. In his elation, however, there was also a tinge of regret. Dog Xuan, to be honest, your punishment is far too lenient. This scoundrel nearly caused your Wong Wu's breakthrough to fail, potentially leading to serious repercussions. There's nothing I can do. I'm just an ordinary student without a distinguished background. How could I possibly compare to you privileged heirs? The circumstances were what they were, and thankfully, Teacher Li Xiaoxiao intervened to prevent the situation from escalating too far. Given her influence, the outcome remained confined to school-level repercussions, which is the best I could hope for. I personally don't mind. Aside from a lackluster father, I'm essentially all alone. But I certainly wouldn't want this incident to affect Teacher Li. Indeed, the Zhao family and Zhao Tianwang have quite a fearsome reputation throughout the Southwest Federation. Zheng Xuan explained, waving his hand dismissively. This time was an exception. Should there be a next time, I will ensure that scoundrel faces dire consequences. Moreover, I realized last night that I was duped by that fellow. Had I sent a stronger Pokémon into battle, the outcome would have been decisively different. With that, Wu Jialong displayed a face full of regret. While Zhao Xian may have issues with his character, his strength was undeniable. If it hadn't been for his lapse in concentration during their duel, coupled with my Wong Wu's exceptional flying skills, the outcome could have been quite different. Moreover, it was evident that the Zhao family had invested considerable resources into him, as evidenced by the professional-grade Cocodora and armor bird, along with the metallic creature that had briefly appeared yesterday. The sheer force of that cannon light attack was indicative of a power level that clearly neared the pinnacle of the professional tier. Zheng Xuan spoke candidly, not allowing yesterday's victory to cloud his judgment regarding Zhao Xian's capabilities. Damn it, I never imagined that brat would possess a quasi-divine Pokémon. Such a waste of potential. This simply won't do. I must also seek assistance from my parents to strategize for a quasi-divine Pokémon of my own. Wu Jialong felt a surge of envy. Despite already having an impressive lineup featuring the likes of a robust chicken and a fiery dragon, along with a cutty dog of comparable rarity, it paled in comparison to the prestige of a quasi-divine Pokémon. Didn't you always prattle on about being the king of fire types? Why the sudden desire for a quasi-divine Pokémon? You do realize their rarity is not akin to common Pokémon like Caterpie, right? Zheng Xuan retorted, exasperated. For an ordinary person, the most likely opportunity to obtain a quasi-divine Pokémon would be through excelling in the spirit examination, standing out among numerous contenders to earn the title of top student in the Federation, thus gaining exclusive entry into Dragon Valley for a chance to acquire one. The quasi-divine Pokémon Egg awarded last year was a result of a fortunate encounter during a major event in the Southwest Federation, and such opportunities are indeed difficult to replicate. Well, I want one. Knock knock. In a luxurious villa, the elderly butler rapped gently on the closed door, reporting, "Young master, the school has granted you a week's sick leave." Noticing the continued silence from within, the old butler furrowed his brow, a hint of worry etching itself onto his weathered face. He spoke again, "While I understand that you are not in the best of spirits, you cannot remain cooped up in here forever. It is time to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Perhaps you could head to the training grounds for your routine practice. This recent defeat clearly indicates that your Pokémon require more training. Relying solely on cultivated resources for strength will ultimately lead to emptiness." The elderly butler holds a unique position, having attended to the Zhao family across 3 generations, transcending the typical role of a mere servant. He has come to regard young master Zhao Xien almost as a grandson. Upon noticing something amiss with his young master, he promptly initiated an investigation into the matter, which left him utterly astonished. Young master Zhao Xien is no ordinary individual. He is the foremost heir of the Southwest Alliance, the next in line nurtured by the Zhao family, and a leading figure in the elite class of Shishu City No. 1 High School. It is a significant demotion for someone of his stature to come to Zhongyu No. 4 High School as an exchange student, particularly given his displayed prowess, which stands unrivaled among the younger generation of Shishu City. He could easily be compared to the elite prodigies of the capital and Magic City. Yet, he found himself defeated by an ordinary trainer with no background in a school lesser known than Zhongyu No. 1 High School. Although it was merely a routine sparring match, the tangible sense of defeat was palpable even to the butler himself. As for the subsequent events, they were deliberately glossed over, regardless of the failed attack. Even if it had resulted in injury to the opponent's Pokémon, it would have posed some difficulty, yet with the backing of Zhao Wong and the Zhao family, everything could have been easily resolved. Creak. The door slowly opened. "Butler, are there any underground organizations like the Hunters Guild in Zhongyu City?" Zhao Xian, with dark circles under his eyes and affected by a tumult of negative emotions from a sleepless night, rasped his inquiry. "The Hunters Guild? Indeed, it exists. This underground organization, much like the black market, has a presence in nearly every city, entangled in vast interests that are impossible to eradicate. However, during this period, Zhongyu City has undergone administrative changes, and with the Flame Bird incident and the Redemption Society attack, both the black market and organizations like the Hunters Guild have adopted a more discreet approach. By the way, young master, what is your interest in the Hunters Guild?" the butler asked, puzzled. Suddenly, it seemed the butler comprehended something. He hastily cautioned, "Young master, you mustn't. He is merely a commoner. It is not worth resorting to the Hunters Guild for assassination, especially now, as master is preoccupied and overwhelmed with the struggle for power in the new city. Causing a commotion in Zhongyu City at this juncture would undoubtedly impede our interests. Moreover, you have only recently had a dispute with that individual. If anything were to happen to him, all eyes would undoubtedly turn towards you. Even if the deed were executed flawlessly, suspicion would still linger." The butler's fears stemmed not from the act of murder itself, but rather the potential disruption it could cause to Zhao Tianwang's plans and the risk it would impose on Zhao Xian. "Butler, I am not a fool. I am fully aware that I cannot act against him during this time. However, I have my suspicions that this fellow named Zheng Xuan may possess an extraordinary background. How could an ordinary peasant have 2 dragon-type Pokémon, Yaya and Wongfu? Furthermore, his second Pokémon, Wongfu, broke through to the professional level after our battle, indicating that he has nurtured his initial Pokémon far earlier than I have. Could a student of such caliber truly be an ordinary person? Especially considering the challenges of nurturing dragon-type Pokémon, which are notoriously difficult to cultivate and grow slowly. Following that devastating defeat, Zhao Xian, consumed by boundless rage, had evidently contemplated much. Upon hearing this, the butler's expression turned grave. With age comes experience, and he had heard tales of illegitimate offspring of powerful trainers being raised in secrecy, endowed with exceptional Pokémon and talents, only to be summoned back to their families upon reaching a certain stage. In the Great Xia Alliance, every few years, some so-called commoner trainers emerge as dark horses, seizing the top honors in major cities or even in the Alliance's overall standings. In truth, most of these are the hidden progeny of king-level or near-king-level trainers. Only a rare few achieve such status purely through innate talent or unique abilities, managing to outshine students from prestigious backgrounds and claim the highest honors of academia. Thus, since conventional methods yielded no results, Butler, we might leverage the resources of the Hunters Guild. Perhaps we will uncover something valuable. Let us not forget, our Zhao family acquired the confidential information regarding the aluminum steel dragon partly thanks to the Hunters Guild. Zhao Xian smiled proudly, for this was a scheme he had pondered over for an entire night. Experiencing his first significant defeat, a deeply etched scar on his psyche, Zhao Xian had undeniably come to regard Zheng Xuan as his most formidable rival, overshadowing even the status of his old adversary, Wu Jialong. You have grown considerably, young master. For this alone, one must express gratitude to the student named Zheng Xuan. The butler could not help but reflect with profound emotion. A week passed. In the wilderness nearly 100 miles west of Zhongyu City, the soft rustle of the wind through the grass and the occasional chirping of insects and birds filled the air. Zheng Xuan, map in hand, frequently glanced up at the sky and examined tree stumps for their rings, or assessed the density of foliage, seeking references to ascertain his location and find a route out. This skill of interpreting the environment is essential for survival in the wild. Indeed, Zheng Xuan found himself here as part of another outdoor survival training organized by the school. Each senior student was blindfolded by their practical class teacher and dropped into unfamiliar terrain, provided with only 3 days' worth of rations, basic supplies like tents and maps, and specialized smoke bombs for escape. Such outdoor survival training had been conducted multiple times, but this was the first time they ventured so far from Zhongyu City. Unlike the previous joint training at Xiaoba Mountain, this was true wilderness. Should fortune not favor them, they could encounter professional-level Pokémon. And if the practical class teacher failed to thoroughly scout the area, elite wild Pokémon could also pose a threat. It is worth noting that these survival trainings have casualty quotas. Every year, students fall victim to misfortune, negligence, or mistakes. Failing to activate the smoke bombs in time or not surviving until the patrol arrives, succumbing to the jaws of wild Pokémon and missing the final Pokémon examinations. Furthermore, such outdoor survival training is a strict requirement of the Great Xiao Alliance. Every school must organize enough sessions to fulfill the ultimate goal of honing students' abilities. Becoming a Pokémon trainer necessitates preparation for encounters with the ferocious wild Pokémon, rather than merely hiding in seemingly safe cities. Buzz, the Wongfu, having swiftly returned from the air, reported back to its trainer. Have we found a water source? Then let's establish our position and set up camp. Zheng Xuan decided after a brief contemplation. Given that the school had provided 3 days of rations, aiming to reach the designated location on the first day seemed rather unrealistic. Moreover, these 3 days' provisions were tailored for Zheng Xuan as the trainer. Each individual's Pokémon would need to fend for themselves. This time was unlike Xiaoba Mountain, where they could carry their spatial backpacks, transforming the training into a semi-leisurely outing. Therefore, Zheng Xuan's primary objective was to first secure food and water for himself and his Pokémon, which led him to send out Wongfu, his living radar, to scout the surroundings. As the saying goes, one cannot reach the mountain's peak without effort. Following Wongfu's description, Zheng Xuan traversed the mountains and forests for half an hour before finally arriving at the stream. Along the way, he endured no fewer than 4 or 5 attacks from wild Pokémon, all of which were at least intermediate level or higher, presenting a far greater danger than the low-level Pokémon that would flee at the sight of humans encountered at Xiaoba Mountain. It is no wonder that even the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, solemnly instructed all students in the class to prioritize forming teams with their peers during this wilderness survival training rather than hastily fleeing at the first sign of danger. For the ordinary students, their Pokémon typically possess a strength around level 15, with a select few exceptional students standing at a higher tier. Thus, venturing into this area alone could indeed pose significant risks. In fact, the instructors had already considered this when deploying the students, positioning them several hundred meters apart to facilitate the formation of small teams. As for top-tier students like Zheng Xuan, they were afforded special considerations, resulting in Zheng Xuan walking for half an hour without encountering any fellow classmates. Chapter 180, Yaya vs. Explode Monkey. The backpacks distributed by the school were not spatial. A small tent for one person took up most of the space, leaving only compressed biscuits, a few cans, several bottles of water, and basic tools like knives and folding shovels. The only item related to Pokémon was a bottle of healing medicine, thanks to his father, who was akin to a salted fish. Zheng Xuan had unwittingly engaged in a city-based version of wilderness survival from a young age. Coupled with his continuous involvement in commissioned tasks around the outskirts, he quickly adapted to the outdoor environment. However, Zheng Xuan could easily picture the helplessness and despair on the face of the pampered Wu Jialong upon seeing these basic supplies. After selecting a suitable campsite, Zheng Xuan began to erect the tent, gathering nearby branches, and striking a magnesium rod with his knife to start a campfire. Yaya acted as a vigilant guardian at his side, while Wubbit ventured out in search of tree fruits for sustenance. As for the round land shark, it remained obediently within its Pokeball, both due to its unique status as a quasi-divine Pokemon and Zheng Xuan's concern that its childlike nature might lead to more trouble than assistance. After missing lunch, Wubbit successfully hunted several wild rabbits using ultrasonic waves, which Zheng Xuan cruelly processed into roasted rabbit meat. Unfortunately, lacking seasoning, he found the taste rather unpalatable upon taking his first bite. Just as Zheng Xuan prepared to slice and distribute the rabbit meat, Wubbit, ever vigilant, detected something amiss and sounded a warning. Suddenly, with Wubbit's alert, the previously hidden threat revealed itself with a cacophony of monkey calls. Zheng Xuan focused his gaze to see an explode monkey accompanied by over a dozen monkeys leaping and bounding out of the forest. This was a dire situation. At the very least, the explode monkey was a mid-level professional Pokemon, and coupled with the numerous monkeys, it would be quite formidable. Zheng Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that this team led by the explode monkey possessed considerable strength and seemed to have ill intent. This was also a moment where Zheng Xuan's Pokemon, all of exceptional talent, had the capability to challenge opponents of a higher level. With Yaya and Wubbit having advanced to the professional novice stage, they could contend with typical mid-level professionals. Had this been any ordinary student, even a team of 4 or 5 would likely have turned to flee in the face of such an intimidating assembly or activated a special smoke signal to endure until help arrived. As for those who failed to escape or hold out until the teachers arrived, their fate would remain unspoken. Without further hesitation, Zheng Xuan released the round land shark from its Pokeball. In this scenario, with the odds stacked against him, he couldn't afford to worry about commanding 3 Pokemon simultaneously. Every additional ounce of fighting strength increased his chances of survival. With a fearsome roar, the explode monkey seemed to declare its dominion. After communicating with Wubbit, Zheng Xuan understood why they had not encountered any obstacles in this prime location near a clean water source with abundant resources. It turned out that the explode monkey and its entourage of monkeys were the reigning rulers of this area, and other Pokemon or animals dared not linger here. Zheng Xuan's actions of setting up camp, cooking, and foraging for fruits had undoubtedly incensed the local sovereign. With a powerful thud, the explode monkey pounded the ground, raising its fists and directing its ire towards Zheng Xuan and Yaya, once again issuing a challenge. Zheng Xuan, even without needing Wubbit's translation, grasped the message. The explode monkey sought to engage Yaya in combat to determine who would reign supreme in this territory. Known for its fiery temperament, the explode monkey was unpredictable, often flying into a rage for reasons unknown. Sometimes it would become furious simply by making eye contact, and even fleeing could provoke its wrath. It was not uncommon for territorial disputes among Pokemon to be resolved through battle in the wild. Pokemon, explode monkey. Level, LV30, professional intermediate. Type, fighting. Ability, guts. Gender, male. Status, healthy. Quality evaluation, green. Item held, none. Level skills, scratch, leer, cross chop, pursuit. Inherited skills, seismic toss, rampage. With its eyes now resembling vertical lines after evolving from monkeys, the explode monkey's gaze turned increasingly menacing, and the veins on its forehead bulged with rage. Before Zheng Xuan could even nod in agreement, it charged at Yaya with a cross chop, its hands sharpening into deadly blades as it aimed for Yaya. Yaya, block it with Dragon Claw, Zheng Xuan calmly instructed as the explode monkey launched its fierce assault. The clash between the two resulted in a powerful explosion of sound. In terms of raw strength, the higher-level explode monkey would undoubtedly have the upper hand. However, at this moment, they remained in a stalemate. Yaya's sudden surge of power allowed it to suppress the explode monkey, somewhat compensating for the disparity in levels. In truth, since Yaya had passed its juvenile stage, it had exhibited remarkable strength. Whether it was relying on its reverse scale to withstand the rolling power of a small elephant or resisting the onslaught of the nefarious Chow Lei from the Redemption Society, Yaya had managed to hold its ground against a professional advanced Nidoking with its ordinary level strength, all thanks to this formidable power. Initially, Zheng Xuan was unaware of this, thinking all Yayas possessed such extraordinary strength. However, after learning from various sources, he discovered that his Yaya was indeed gifted with innate strength. akin to Pokémon with traits like Hercules or super strength, naturally surpassing its peers in physical power. At this stage, the evident enhancement in its combat prowess due to this unique strength was undeniable. Zheng Xuan believed that once Yaya evolved into its ultimate form, the Axe Dragon, its power would further ascend, elevating the Axe Dragon's capabilities to new heights. This was also why Zheng Xuan had invested heavily in acquiring dragon power fruits to amplify Yaya's strength. Simultaneously, Yaya's prodigious appetite for Pokémon food was somewhat correlated to this extraordinary attribute. Suddenly, utilizing its two-stage attack technique, Yaya unleashed another explosive burst of power, successfully forcing the exhausted Exploud monkey back. As a fighting-type Pokémon, the Exploud monkey was clearly displeased at losing in a contest of strength, and it retaliated with another cross-chop, unleashing an even greater force to reclaim its pride. Yaya, not to be outdone, responded with Dragon Claw under Zheng Xuan's guidance, and the two once again collided with tremendous intensity. Chapter 181, A Battle of Strength. This time, the bulging veins on the Exploud monkey's head swelled even larger. Its arm muscles tensed, and it easily created small craters beneath its feet as it prepared for the next confrontation. Yaya's gaze was sharper than ever, and despite its short arms being somewhat disadvantaged in the bout of strength, the immense power within it allowed it to withstand its opponent. Utilizing the force of the ground beneath, the earth groaned under the pressure, cracking underfoot. The clash between the two had transcended mere technique, evolving into a pure contest of strength, a common occurrence in battles between fighting-type Pokémon. In the end, seizing the opportunity when the fiery monkey was momentarily drained of energy, Yaya suddenly surged forward, forcefully pushing the fiery monkey aside and emerging as the victor of this struggle. Even though the fiery monkey was stubborn, it could no longer deny the reality that it was outmatched in both strength and endurance. As a fighting-type Pokémon, to lose twice in such a contest was undeniably a blow to its pride and dignity. Unable to tolerate such a defeat, the fiery monkey's eyes blazed with fury, and its aura surged dramatically as it charged towards Yaya. This was not good. A rampage was imminent. Observing the fiery monkey charging mindlessly at Yaya, Zheng Xuan realized the gravity of the situation. The move Rampage was known to be one of the most powerful final techniques, boasting an impressive power of 120. Once unleashed, it would plunge the Pokémon into a frenzied state, allowing it to launch a series of chaotic attacks in the following turns. However, the downside was that after the onslaught, the Pokémon would be left in a state of confusion. During the duration of the rampage, the Pokémon would lose its rationality, leaving the trainer unable to issue commands for other moves, swap Pokémon, or evade attacks. This move elicited a love-hate relationship from trainers. Faced with the fiery monkey's overwhelming momentum, reason dictated that the best course of action for Zheng Xuan was to have Yaya evade the oncoming assault, biding its time for the fiery monkey to exhaust itself and subsequently fall into a state of disarray, its moment of weakness. Yaya retreat? Zheng Xuan hesitated as he looked at Yaya, who was brimming with fighting spirit and refused to back down. As a trainer, commanding a Pokémon in battle should not be a matter of blind authority. One must also consider the Pokémon's feelings. This was the essence of being a true Pokémon trainer and the bond that exists between trainer and Pokémon. Jimmy, Yaya was undeniably filled with determination, embodying the pride of a dragon-type Pokémon that would not allow itself to cower in fear at such a moment. Very well, I respect your choice. Since the opponent has initiated the rampage, Yaya, let us unleash Dragon's fury and face them head-on. With Yaya's unwavering resolve, Zheng Xuan chose to trust his Pokémon partner and commanded Yaya to execute its most powerful move. Dragon's Fury could be considered the dragon-type equivalent of Rampage, with a staggering power of 120, making it one of the mightiest moves in the Dragon arsenal. With the command issued, it signified that Zheng Xuan, despite being Yaya's trainer, could no longer intervene in the ensuing clash between Yaya and the fiery monkey. Everything now rested solely on Yaya's shoulders. Both Dragon's Fury and Rampage were among the strongest techniques, each carrying immense power while also demanding a significant expenditure of energy. It was challenging for an ordinary-level Pokémon to sustain such high-powered attacks, much like when Yaya faced the principal small elephant, where even a weakened version of Dragon's Fury had left Yaya's dragon energy severely depleted. This was Yaya's first use of Dragon's Fury since its promotion to the professional level. The small body emanated an aura of might and pressure, resembling a ferocious dragon, hinting at the nascent form of a dual-axe battle dragon. The fiery monkey, relying on its near-professional level, faced Yaya, who drew upon its extraordinary talent and terrifying strength to triumph against the odds. Boom. The clash of their attacks resulted in a tremendous explosion, creating a crater in the ground and sending shockwaves that uprooted nearby trees and kicked up clouds of dust. The dozen or so monkeys who had been rallying behind the fiery monkey, sensitive to the energy fluctuations, quickly fled several dozen meters away to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the titanic battle. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that both Pokémon were unleashing high-powered techniques, and the combat's impact was considerable. He had already retreated to a safe distance with his Wong Bat and Round Land Shark. Moreover, Wong Bat stood ready to deploy its energy shield to mitigate any potential fallout from the impending confrontation. At this juncture, Zheng Xuan, as a trainer, found himself unable to assist. His presence would only serve as a hindrance, and he could do nothing but trust in Yaya. Boom. Following the final explosion, this harrowing duel had drawn to a close. Anxiously, Zheng Xuan, under the protection of Wong Bat and Round Land Shark, hurried back to the battlefield. The site of the clash had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once lush grass and shrubs had vanished, leaving behind a barren expanse littered with craters and broken tree limbs. The very center of the confrontation between Yaya and the fiery monkey had morphed into a pit no smaller than half a basketball court, with the deepest part reaching nearly a meter in depth. Pokémon of professional caliber had moved beyond the trivial conflicts of ordinary levels, exhibiting a destruction capability that could not be overlooked. According to folklore, the tale of Yugong moving mountains was accomplished through the strength of powerful Pokémon, initiating the earliest rock blasting. In the pit, Yaya and the fiery monkey remained locked in a standoff, yet neither possessed the stamina or energy to continue attacking one another. Ultimately, the fiery monkey could not endure any longer, collapsing backward with a thud, losing its ability to battle. Jimmy, struggling free from the chaos, Yaya valiantly stood upright, affirming its status as the ultimate victor. Zheng Xuan hurried over, quickly assessing Yaya's condition. Aside from some exhaustion, it had not sustained significant injuries, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yaya, return to your Pokeball to rest. After tending to Yaya's wounds with the healing supplies from his backpack, he recalled it into its Pokeball for recuperation. Zheng Xuan felt a pang of regret. Had he possessed his own spatial backpack, whether through exclusive energy cubes or directly summoning dragon-type energy crystals, Yaya would have swiftly regained its vitality. Finally, Zheng Xuan turned his attention to the incapacitated fiery monkey, retrieving one of his few Pokeballs to capture it. Despite his lack of admiration for the fiery monkey, its notable qualifications and near-professional level made it a strong contender. Otherwise, a typical professional intermediate Pokemon would not have pushed Yaya to such lengths for victory. Chapter 182. When disaster strikes, each flees. Though Zheng Xuan held little regard for the fiery monkey, a Pokemon of its caliber and strength would undoubtedly attract fierce competition at an auction, even serving as a headliner at a small-scale event. Meanwhile, the other monkeys, despite their numerical advantage, witnessed their leader's defeat and capture, scattering in a flurry of chirps without a single one daring to return for rescue or revenge. With the reign of this territory shifting hands, Zheng Xuan could finally settle down to enjoy a meal, having alleviated the fatigue from a morning of searching and travel. Unbeknownst to him, several kilometers away from the battlefield between Yaya and the fiery monkey, someone was monitoring his movements. Wow, the commotion from their battle was quite significant. Unfortunately, with a search expert like Wong Bat in Zheng Xuan's ranks, getting too close would risk revealing their presence. Otherwise, I could have observed the battle up close, mused Li Yunlong, the principal of the 4th middle school. Principal, that fiery monkey's strength is nearing professional advanced levels, while Zheng Xuan's Pokemon has only just ascended to the professional tier. Isn't the level disparity too great? Remarked the usually decisive director of education, now tinged with concern. After all, facing opponents with nearly professional level strength, even 1st and 2nd year students from the esteemed Zhongyu University, and even some 3rd year students who merely coast through their studies, can prove to be rather challenging. Yet, it seems quite absurd to be compelled by strong individuals to test the abilities of a high school student. Indeed, Zheng Xuan was immediately met with the assault of a fiery monkey, and aside from intruding on its territory, it was the principal of the 4th high school who deliberately orchestrated this test. Beside him, Zhou Ming remained notably calm, gradually articulating, Zheng Xuan is my student, and I have great faith in him. Even if he cannot defeat that fiery monkey, he possesses an impressive speed that would allow him to escape unscathed. Moreover, his strength has always been the pinnacle of Class 1, and he has kept it well hidden, only revealing glimpses during formal competitions like the Rising Star Cup. This presents a valuable opportunity to assess his true capabilities. Zhou Ming's words elicited nods of agreement from several others. Education emphasizes personalized instruction. Exceptional students naturally require exceptional methods of guidance. Placing him in a challenging area alongside other students will hardly yield any significant growth. Rest assured, after overcoming this fiery monkey, further challenges await him, Li Yunlong remarked with an enigmatic grin. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically upon receiving news from his communication device. Damn it! That Wu Jialong is truly a source of concern. Just a short while after leaving, that rascal has set the forest ablaze. If the flames spread and affect other students, Or worse, attract the attention of elite wild Pokémon. It could spell disaster. Sigh. I suppose I must handle this, Zhou Ming sighed, shaking his head. As the homeroom teacher of Class 1, he bore responsibility for the troubles his students caused. In another part of the forest, come back, armored bird. Zhao Xian disdainfully brushed off the dust from his clothing, having witnessed several Beedrill being vanquished by his armored bird. Even as an exchange student, Zhao Xian could not escape the requirement to participate in this outdoor survival training. Much like Zheng Xuan, Zhao Xian, being among the top-tier students, was similarly thrust into a high-risk area. 10 minutes prior, he had encountered a swarm of 5 or 6 Beedrill. In the face of this squadron of professionally trained Beedrill, he promptly dispatched his armored bird to engage, managing to rout the opponents despite being outnumbered. The Beedrill, with their lance-like stingers, were indeed formidable. Yet against the armored bird's steel defenses, they were akin to mere tickles. These opponents are utterly pathetic. There is no challenge whatsoever. This outdoor survival training is simply a waste of my precious time. Moreover, providing only a rudimentary map without a compass or similar tools, how am I to ascertain my direction? No, I must locate others. Only by leveraging their strengths can I navigate out of this area. And what is this atrocious food? Ugh, it's utterly inedible. Throughout his journey, the pampered Zhao Xian voiced numerous complaints. Suddenly, he halted, detecting a peculiar burnt odor in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xian's expression shifted to one of delight. A fire in the wild could not ignite without reason. It must have been ignited by the students participating in this survival training. If he could locate the source of the fire, he might just find others. Meanwhile, the returning Zubat relayed timely information back to Zheng Xuan. You mean to say there is a major fire in the forest in that direction? Zheng Xuan inquired, pulling out the map to compare it with the direction indicated by Zubat. He muttered to himself, this direction appears to be the only route leading me out of this area. Should I venture forth to investigate? Departing at this hour might mean I cannot return before nightfall, which could necessitate abandoning this camp. However, the water and food supplies have been replenished, so continuing onward should not pose a significant problem. Zheng Xuan was not one to waver. Although his original plans had been disrupted, he swiftly made a decision, packed his belongings with little hesitation, and set forth once more. Zubat led the way, while the slightly weakened Yin guarded Zheng Xuan's side. And the round land shark remained in its pokeball, ready to provide support at a moment's notice, each fulfilling their designated roles. This is precisely why the Alliance stipulates that a rookie trainer must possess 3 ordinary-level Pokémon to advance to the ordinary level. And that ordinary-level trainers must similarly have 3 professional-level Pokémon to continue their progression, as well as the requirement for 3 Pokémon in the Pokémon College entrance exam. In the perils of the wild, a single Pokémon may not suffice to protect its trainer. Typically, one Pokémon battles while another safeguards the trainer, supplemented by a third ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. A quarter of an hour later, as Zheng Xuan pressed onward, he abruptly halted, gazing up to see a somewhat familiar figure in the distance. However, after a brief moment's contemplation, he turned to leave without further delay. The reason was simple. That figure was unmistakably Wu Jialong, but the swarm of Beedrill pursuing him was densely packed and impossible to estimate in number, certainly no illusion. Zheng Xuan. No, Brother Xuan, save me. Please, help me. Wu Jialong, fleeing for his life, recognized Zheng Xuan and immediately cried out for assistance. You might want to seek your own fortune. I can handle a few dozen Beedrill, but facing several hundred? It's every man for himself. Chapter 183. The Yellow Bird Lurks Behind. Damn it, Zheng Xuan, you really are a piece of work. At a time like this, please don't crack such hellish jokes. I'm at my wit's end. Wu Jialong exclaimed in a panic. Just hold on a moment longer. Once we escape the woods, there's an open area ahead where you can strategize a counterattack. Zheng Xuan called back, glancing over his shoulder. Hey, wait for me. Wu Jialong, who was lagging behind, could only choke on his dust. Had it not been for the hundreds of Beedrill urging him on from behind, he would have long succumbed to tears and complaints. Much like during physical education class, Zheng Xuan understood full well that in the dense forest, the Beedrill, being bug-type Pokémon, had a natural advantage, coupled with their terrifying numbers. Resisting them in this terrain would make it difficult to manage their attacks from all directions. Thus, he resolved to shift the battlefield to an open area where they could not hide. Thanks to years of training, Zheng Xuan arrived at the destination first. Yin, still somewhat weakened from the previous battle, stood by, while Zubat, in excellent condition, would serve as the main force in this upcoming fight, especially against a swarm of enemies. Zubat, adept at special attacks, was undoubtedly more suited to face the adversaries than Yin. Recognizing this, Zheng Xuan decisively issued commands. Zubat, unleash Dragon Pulse. Yin, use Dragon Rage to help intercept those Beedrill. Zubat spread its wings, swiftly soaring past the fleeing Wu Jialong, its momentum surging as it unleashed a torrent of draconic energy. a terrifying shockwave hurtling directly towards the relentless Beedrill swarm. Meanwhile, Yin, rooted in place, similarly concentrated draconic energy to execute Dragon Rage. The two attacks, particularly Zubat's Dragon Pulse, caught the leading Beedrill completely off guard, resulting in devastating damage. In the blink of an eye, over 10 of the weaker Beedrill collapsed. However, the remaining Beedrill quickly surged past their fallen comrades, their extreme fury stripping them of reason and thought, as they brandished their glimmering stingers and continued their pursuit of the enemy. Idiot, release your Charmeleon. In this situation, it would be the perfect asset against this swarm of Beedrill. Seeing Wu Jialong momentarily escape danger, Zheng Xuan immediately admonished him. I know, in that situation earlier, Charmeleon couldn't keep up, so I recalled it into its Pokeball, Wu Jialong explained, justifying his earlier decision. Simultaneously unleashing Pokeballs, he summoned both Charmeleon and Herdier, commanding them to unleash Flamethrower to thwart their adversaries. Meanwhile, the sturdy Blaziken stood beside Yaya, prepared to confront any stragglers that dared to approach. With the addition of Charmeleon and Herdier as reinforcements, the pressure on Woobat diminished significantly, particularly due to the fire-type's effectiveness against Beedrill. The once formidable swarm of Beedrill found their momentum quelled by the ferocious flames. Seizing the opportunity, Woobat concentrated its energy to unleash a powerful gust. Observing Charmeleon and Herdier taking over the defensive role, Zheng Xuan promptly directed Woobat to retreat and charge up for a flying-type attack. Zheng Xuan understood that the sheer number of Beedrill posed a significant threat. Currently, their fear of fire, coupled with the disarray in their formation as they pursued, allowed for a temporary suppression. However, once the enemy regrouped to launch a coordinated assault, relying solely on Charmeleon and Herdier, despite the assistance of Yaya and Blaziken, would prove futile against the fully assembled swarm of Beedrill. Therefore, Zheng Xuan aimed to exploit this moment to reduce the Beedrill population as much as possible, initiating with Woobat's most potent move. The battlefield erupted with a raging wind, stirring up debris and dust. In the open terrain, devoid of trees, the wind became easier for Woobat to manipulate, a key reason for Zheng Xuan's choice of location. Many weaker Beedrill struggled to maintain their flight amidst the gale, flapping their wings laboriously. Yet, their true nightmare was the colossal tornado gradually forming under Woobat's exertion. In an instant, nearly 100 Beedrill were scattered by the vortex, crashing awkwardly to the ground. Countless unfortunate ones were sucked into the tornado, spiraling skyward. Zheng Xuan, you truly are formidable, Wu Jialong exclaimed in astonishment at the awe-inspiring scene. The storm unleashed by the professionally trained Woobat was even more ferocious than during the previous Nova Cup finals. Let's chatter, and take this opportunity to thin out the Beedrill ranks. Had it not been for Wu Jialong's presence, Zheng Xuan would not have allowed Woobat to employ such a high-energy, high-consumption move while Yaya was in a weakened state. Especially given the current difficulties in resupplying, such immense energy expenditure would undoubtedly impact subsequent combat performance. A potentially fatal error in the perilous wilderness without reliable allies. Understood. Today, in light of you saving my life, I shall heed your counsel. Wu Jialong hurriedly commanded the 3 Pokémon to exploit the opening and attack the Beedrill. The damage inflicted by Woobat's gust was most effective, harnessing the omnipresent winds to target the fragile wings of the Beedrill, rendering them temporarily flightless. For the grounded Beedrill, their capabilities diminished significantly, making them easy targets. Nonetheless, Zheng Xuan refrained from deploying Yaya into battle, his hand still resting on the Pokeball at his waist, ready to release Gibble at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Zheng Xuan remarked, "Classmate, if you do not intervene soon, the title of bystander will likely tarnish your reputation. Moreover, you should seriously consider that since this is a wilderness survival training, there may very well be teachers observing from the shadows. Do you really believe hiding over there is of any use?" Wu Jialong, who had been focused on commanding his Pokémon to strike down the beleaguered Beedrill, turned to Zheng Xuan, confusion etched on his face. Humph. A cold snort echoed from the nearby woods, followed by the appearance of Zhao Xian. What a surprise to see you, you scoundrel. This is truly a narrow path for enemies. Wu Jialong, taken aback yet filled with indignation, recognized that Zhao Xian had been lurking nearby, likely plotting something insidious, perhaps intending to ensnare them while they were distracted. Impressive as always, Zheng Xuan. I am quite curious as to when you discovered my presence. Zhao Xian disregarded Wu Jialong and addressed Zheng Xuan directly. Chapter 184. The Retreat of the Beedrill. Zhao Xian was not unaware of Woobat's inherent abilities, which allowed it to easily detect hidden foes through its sound wave capabilities. However, maintaining vigilance while engaged in full combat was no simple task. Spotting your shoddy disguise was hardly a challenge. Zheng Xuan replied with a smile. In truth, Zheng Xuan had been exploring the area for nearly an entire day, and despite Woobat's extensive flight range, he had yet to encounter any of his fellow students, which raised suspicions. Additionally, even when initially blindfolded, he had sensed through hearing and intuition that he had been taken to a distant location. Now, witnessing Wu Jialong being relentlessly pursued by a dense swarm of Beedrill further confirmed Zheng Xuan's suspicion that their wilderness survival training was of a different caliber than that of ordinary students. Any typical student encountering the fiery monkeys Zheng Xuan had faced earlier or the current horde of Beedrill would likely succumb without a chance to escape or survive until help arrived. After all, the League and school organized wilderness survival training to hone student skills and enhance their survival abilities, rather than employing a ruthless method akin to a nefarious organization that thrived on high mortality rates for selection. Since both Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong received special treatment, it stood to reason that their powerful exchange student classmate Zhao Xian would be no exception. Trusting in Zhao Xian's character, Zheng Xuan had kept Wu Bat on high alert, even while unleashing the storm, always wary of potential dangers. Zhao Xian found himself at a loss for words. He could not discern whether Zheng Xuan was mocking him for hiding and watching or subtly referencing past events. Nevertheless, while the words were harsh, they were undeniably true. He was still officially a student of Zhongyu No. 4 Middle School, and under the watchful eyes of potential teachers, he could not afford to reveal his plans. Consequently, feeling the pressure, Zhao Xian begrudgingly released his pokeballs, sending out Corfish and Skarmory to join the fray against the Beedrill. This swarm of hundreds included many professional-level individuals, and any one of Zheng Xian's trio would have struggled alone against them, much like Wu Jialong had initially been forced to flee. It was well known that countless trainers and Pokemon fell prey to Beedrill stingers in the wild each year, earning them a fearsome reputation. A few isolated Beedrill posed little threat, but a coordinated swarm was enough to intimidate even the honey-loving Ursaring. Yet now, the three exceptional high school students, Zheng Xuan, Wu Jialong, and Zhao Xian, joined forces against the enemy, altering the dynamics of the encounter. Although their Pokemon had only recently entered the initial professional stage, their high aptitude and meticulous training enabled them to match the combat prowess of mid-level professionals, especially with Wubat's Gust attack, which inflicted widespread damage, impacting over 100 Beedrill. The once menacing swarm quickly lost its vigor. Following this, the onslaught from Blaziken, Charmeleon, and Herdier, all fire types, proved devastating. The majority of bug-type Pokemon, genetically predisposed to fear fire, were incapacitated. With the addition of steel-type trainer Zhao Xian, the Beedrill, dual bug and poison types, faced severe disadvantages, as their sharp stingers were rendered ineffective against Corfish and Skarmory. In just a quarter of an hour, the frightened Beedrill retreated, leaving behind over 100 fallen comrades. Thoroughly defeated. In the shadows, witnessing all of this unfold, Zhou Ming could not help but nod in approval, feeling quite satisfied with the performance of Zheng Xuan and his companions. However, he shook his head and sighed, lamenting, alas, the principal has underestimated the capabilities of these students. The challenge that was originally intended to stall them for at least 2 or 3 days has been resolved on the very first day. Yet, who could have anticipated that due to the involvement of Wu Jialong, these three were gathered so swiftly, indeed reducing the difficulty of the assessment. With that, Zhou Ming turned and departed. After the conflict, Zheng Xuan inquired about the sequence of events. Once I was abandoned by Zhou Yin Wong, it all began. You have no idea. These large wasps kept swarming out one after another to trouble me. In order to resolve the issue once and for all, I had no choice but to set their nest ablaze. Consequently, I attracted hundreds of these wasps, and seeing the overwhelming numbers against me, I could only flee. After which I encountered you, and then it all went blank, Wu Jialong explained, waving his hand with a look of trepidation. No wonder these wasps were so relentless in their pursuit, even willing to endure attacks. It turns out you so ruthlessly torched their home. Zheng Xuan finally understood why the wasps, despite suffering attacks from Wong Fu and Yaya, remained undeterred in their quest for vengeance. Wu Jialong had indeed stirred up a deep-seated animosity. Enough of that, Dog Huan, do you have any food? I hope it's not some dry rations. That would be utterly dreadful, Wu Jialong complained, having never encountered such unpalatable fare before. Isn't there canned food? Zheng Xuan was somewhat taken aback by Wu Jialong's eager demeanor. That little bit is hardly sufficient. It wouldn't even suffice for one meal, Wu Jialong retorted. I have some cooked rabbit meat left over from lunch, though lacking in seasoning. It's far superior to dry rations, along with a few foraged fruits. However, given the limited space in my backpack, I don't have much to offer. Quick, hand it over, Huanggu. You are truly my brother. At this, Wu Jialong's eyes gleamed with hunger, having been famished and exhausted from their frantic escape. That's all I have. Make do with it for now. As soon as Zheng Xuan finished speaking, Wu Jialong hastily snatched the paper bag containing the dry rations, eagerly devouring the rabbit meat, clearly starved. It's getting late. We must find a campsite to pitch a tent before we can address our food concerns. With that, Zheng Xuan glanced at Zhao Xian, who had been silent and seemingly envious. By the way, Zhao Xian, Will you choose to accompany us, or? I have my own campsite. I will not accept your charity, Zhao Xian declared angrily, turning away without another word, leaving Zheng Xuan somewhat baffled. As Zhao Xian distanced himself, he muttered, Zheng Xuan, I've taken note of all the tasks you've assigned me today. Your days of ease are numbered. Once this wilderness survival training concludes, we will soon receive news from the Hunters Guild. It must be said, these hunters are truly inept. It has taken them so long to gather any useful information regarding the commissioned tasks. Chapter 185, Infiltration. In Zhongyu City, to the west of the city, at Jinhua Community. It's about time. Let us reconfirm before we act. Lao Air, has the target confirmed that he has consumed the spiked beverages? The question came from a middle-aged man, whose face bore a grotesque scar that traversed it, exuding an intimidating presence. The one referred to as Lao Air did not dare to slack off, promptly nodding in response. Boss, I disguised myself as a passerby, shopping, and observed him taking the tampered drinks from the convenience store owner we bribed. Later, from observation point 1, I used binoculars to spy on him, and I witnessed him drink it before stumbling back to his room. Very well. Has the security of the community been resolved? Lao San. The scar-faced man continued his inquiry. Boss, rest assured, the security system of this civilian community is so outdated it feels like it's from the last century. I easily infiltrated their system. Aside from a few cameras to handle the situation, there are no hidden devices. And even the community security guards are a bunch of useless fools. It won't hinder our infiltration, the other man explained with a foolish grin. Since that's the case, let us proceed according to the original plan. With a command from the scar-faced man, the three swiftly moved under the cover of darkness. Arriving at the designated location, a Ariados emerged from the shadows, effortlessly climbing to the target's floor. It then released its resilient silk, allowing the three agile individuals to quickly infiltrate the living room through the balcony. Be cautious, let us not cause any fatalities, otherwise we won't be able to stay in Zhongyu City any longer, the typically cautious scar-faced man reminded them once again. Boss, rest easy. After drinking the concoction I personally prepared, that fellow named Zheng. Ugh, what a laughably mundane name. Will not awaken until noon the next day. Not only will there be no commotion, but we could even have a party here and not disturb him, Lao Air confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. As a trainer of poison-type Pokémon, his skills in concocting and administering toxins were exceptional. The Ariados that assisted their infiltration was his primary Pokémon. Hurry and search for relevant information, focusing particularly on this Zheng Xuan's details, as requested by our benefactor. Fortunately, this student is participating in wilderness survival training and is not at home, which saves us the trouble of dealing with him as well. Understood, boss. The other two quickly replied. This mission posed little difficulty. It was merely to gather information on the target, yet the reward was astonishingly high, enough to indulge them for quite some time after its completion. This was precisely why these three wanted criminals dared to take action during such a risky period. Wow, boss, I've discovered an abundance of valuable items. Lao San, responsible for searching through the spatial backpack, wore a face of unrestrained delight. There are several Pokemon items of decent quality. We truly struck it rich. He unearthed materials previously confiscated from members of the Redemption Society, some of which had yet to be disposed of. What is this? Such a large gemstone, shimmering brightly. It can't be fake, right? Yes, given this family's ordinary circumstances, it must be a fake. After carefully examining the gemstone in his hand, Lao San reached this conclusion. You foolish ignoramus, hand it over. If I'm not mistaken, this gem-like object is the legendary attribute energy crystal, a priceless treasure. Snatching it from Lao San's hands, the scar-faced man cradled the gemstone, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. As an elite trainer, he possessed a keen eye and instantly recognized the rarity of the attribute energy crystal. What a ridiculous commissioned task. With this attribute energy crystal, we're truly on the path to unprecedented success. It's as if we struck gold after years of waiting. To possess an attribute energy crystal suggests that this family's background is likely extraordinary. It's no wonder the benefactor offered such a high reward for investigating it. Perhaps it was indeed for this crystal. Unfortunately, such a valuable item has fallen into my hands. There's no way I'll part with it. At worst, I'll change cities and identities. With my elite-level strength, my companions, and I can still live in luxury. The ecstatic euphoria from this unexpected windfall caused the scar-faced man to abandon his usual caution. Boss, is this really a genuine gemstone? Lao San, still somewhat bewildered, could not comprehend why his typically composed boss was so incredibly excited. Idiot. This is worth far more than any worthless gem. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Just know that once we complete this deal, the three of us will never have to worry about food and drink again. The scar-faced man sighed, somewhat exasperated, recognizing that Lao San's talent was somewhat misaligned. Despite having self-taught various hacking techniques and being a capable trainer, his intelligence was lacking. By the way, where's Lao Air? Emerging from a state of ecstatic rapture, the scar-faced man inquired. Oh, you are aware of the temperament of the second brother. He has gone to assess the effectiveness of the drug, while simultaneously rummaging through another room, replied the third brother with earnestness. Inform him that the mission is complete, and we shall withdraw in advance. The scar-faced man, feeling the allure of such a priceless treasure, entertained thoughts of retreating swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. I believe you may not be able to leave. A voice suddenly rang out from behind the two. Startled, they turned around, immediately sensing a formidable threat. The figure before them was none other than Zheng Dali, the very target who was supposed to be unconscious, a disheveled middle-aged man with a chaotic lifestyle and a penchant for excessive drinking. Yet, the aura he exuded at that moment instilled fear in them, sending chills down their spines. As for the second brother they mentioned, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, being lifted like a mere chick and carelessly discarded like refuse. My good sir, it seems there may be some misunderstanding between us, the third brother stammered. Attack. Attempting to distract the enemy with words, the scar-faced man seized the opportunity to launch a surprise assault. Suddenly, from the shadows, a ghostly fairy doll unleashed a shadowy ambush, its dark silhouette elongating into a giant claw, tearing towards its target. The third brother, standing beside the scar-faced man, also summoned his own fairy, a slick, lizard-like creature, whose advanced prowess erupted in a fierce strike aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. Initially intending to engage more politely, Zheng Dali scoffed, dismissing the situation as overly dramatic. His flippant demeanor revealed that he held no regard for his adversaries. Just as the two fairies were about to make contact with Zheng Dali, an ominous glimmer radiated from behind him. Chapter 186. The Arson Expert in the Early Morning. The first rays of sunlight kissed the earth. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and thus, the forest was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds at dawn. Ugh, this sleep has left me with aches all over. This tent is far too rudimentary. Complaining first thing in the morning could only be attributed to that rascal Wu Jialong. Are you awake? Breakfast consists of the tree fruits gathered this morning. They are quite delectable, Zheng Xuan remarked, gesturing towards a pile of assorted fruits on the ground. Without much fuss, he picked one up, gave it a quick wipe, and took a hearty bite. Succulent and juicy. Yaya, the buzzing bat, and the round land shark, who had come out for some fresh air, also indulged in the fruits without hesitation. When will we be able to escape this place? I cannot endure this miserable existence any longer, he grumbled. Yet Wu Jialong's hands were quite honest as they reached for the fruits. After all, the tree fruits were far more palatable than the unappetizing rations. After devouring a few, Wu Jialong felt unsatisfied and snatched a bright red fruit from the round land shark's grasp, relishing in its annoyed expression while he gleefully munched away. I must take advantage of this opportunity to bully this little one before the round land shark evolves into the formidable, sharp-toothed land shark. Who knows who will be bullying whom then? Despite the current situation, in a real fight, even 10 Wu Jialongs would not stand a chance against the round land shark. You, an adult, bullying a mere half-year-old child, do not provoke it too much, or when the round land shark bites your head, do not blame me for not intervening. Zheng Xuan selected a larger fruit and tossed it back to the irate round land shark. After finishing breakfast, the two packed their belongings and officially set out. On the way, Zheng Xuan took out a map for comparison and analysis. To reach the designated assembly point, we must traverse the territory of the large needle bees you mentioned. I suspect this is a test set by the school authorities. After the skirmish yesterday, the sizable population of large needle bees had been significantly reduced, diminishing their threat. However, they still needed to observe the situation. It would undoubtedly be better to avoid confrontation if possible. What are you afraid of? If you ask me, we should locate the large needle bee's nest and crush our way through. Together, what enemy could withstand our combined strength? Wu Jialong exclaimed confidently. After all, they had already dealt with so many large needle bees yesterday. Why fear the diminished swarm? You cannot think a bit more critically? The emergence of so many large needle bees yesterday clearly indicates the vastness of their colony. According to their social structure, there must be even more iron-shelled pupae. If we burst into their nest and provoke those iron-shelled pupae into evolving, we could face hundreds more large needle bees chasing us. Zheng Xuan doused Wu Jialong's confidence with a bucket of cold water. Those iron-shelled pupae cannot move quickly. I suspect I incinerated them all with the fire I set yesterday. At this point, Wu Jialong scratched his head, perplexed. But it's strange, the fire I started was quite fierce and should have quickly spread throughout the forest. Yet it mysteriously extinguished afterward. You know, I come from the fire-type dojo, and I am naturally an expert at starting fires. Such a forest fire is difficult to extinguish and can easily reignite over a large area. Zheng Xuan was at a loss for words. After a while, he finally spoke. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You truly have the audacity to start a fire in the forest. Even if we are far from the city, the flames would not affect others. But do you understand that once the fire spreads, it can easily attract those terrifying wild spirits? Even without specific regulations, this is quite taboo in the wild. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be our teacher behind us who cleaned up your mess. Otherwise, the fire would not have been extinguished so quickly. Such a feat is beyond even a professional-level water spirit. Bah! I was merely thinking of eliminating that horde of large needle bees blocking our path. In a moment of crisis, who could have anticipated so much? Wu Jialong timidly explained. Forget it. What has happened, and there's no point in dwelling on it. We must hurry along. If we can pass through this area without disturbing the large needle bees, that would be ideal, but we must also prepare for battle. Zheng Xuan waved his hand and quickened his pace. Hey, wait for me. Wu Jialong hurried after him, continuing to inquire. By the way, what about that bastard behind us? Are we just going to let him follow us? If he enjoys tagging along, let him. At the right moment, he can serve as a decent fighter and can be quite useful, Zheng Xuan replied with a smile. In truth, since their departure, Zheng Xuan had noticed Zhao Xian tailing them, but had chosen not to expose him. In Zhongyu City, the Jinhua community was already in a frenzy, with police sirens blaring as they quickly set up a cordon to keep the curious crowd at bay. Ma'am, what on earth happened? Someone inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard that last night, a thief broke into the apartment on the 7th floor where that drunkard lives, causing quite a ruckus, and several spirits were killed when the police carried them out. Oh, it was a grisly sight. An elderly woman with a soy sauce bottle gossiped with interest. Really? How terrifying. The person was taken aback. Indeed, they were beaten to a pulp. I saw it myself. It was simply too cruel and bloody. I heard it left even a rookie policewoman in shock. The elderly woman and those around her lamented. Just then, the elderly woman looked up at the man, suddenly displaying a face of terror as she stammered. Wait a minute. You're that drunkard from the 7th floor, aren't you? Indeed. I reside on the 7th floor and do enjoy my drinks, Zheng Dali replied with a raised hand, explaining with a smile. Then why are you asking me? Shouldn't you know better, being involved? The elderly woman felt she had been teased, her expression turning furious. I was merely curious to see you all gathered together. It's time for me to head home. Saying this, Zheng Dali, amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, casually crossed the police line. Hey, what do you think you're doing? How dare you cross the police line? The leading officer immediately stepped forward to stop him. Sir, I reside here, on the 7th floor. And my neighbors outside can attest to that, Zheng Dali replied with a smile. You are Mr. Zheng Dali. Please hurry upstairs. Master Wu has been waiting for you for quite some time. The man's complexion shifted, and he hurriedly approached. I stepped out to procure some liquor, and upon my return, I was taken aback to see a throng outside, with another crowd inside. It certainly was quite lively early in the morning. You should make your way up without delay. Chapter 187, Punishment. In the living room, the identities of the 3 individuals had been thoroughly investigated. The leader was named Wei Fongming, an elite-level trainer whose strongest Pokémon, the Cursed Doll, had reached elite intermediate strength. The others, Li Du and Sun Weihao, were at elite beginner and professional senior levels, respectively. All 3 were wanted by the Southwest Alliance as notorious hunters, bearing the weight of numerous lives lost. Especially Wei Fongming, the leader, whose methods were exceedingly brutal. He tortured humans and Pokémon alike to instill resentment, which the Cursed Doll absorbed to enhance its power. Li Du, the second in command, was a master of toxins, equally as cruel as Wei Fongming, often using live subjects for toxic experiments. The last, Sun Weihao, was a self-taught hacker who had committed many atrocities alongside the other 2, with a penchant for bloodshed. Their trio was infamously dubbed the Brass Iron Triangle in the underground realm of the Southwest Alliance, their adept counter-surveillance and disguise skills allowing them to evade capture, until last night, when they encountered you and were completely apprehended. Having said that, Wu Lianqing respectfully presented the collected information. However, Zheng Dali waved his hand dismissively, indicating a lack of interest in viewing it, casually remarking, had I known these 3 rascals had such unsavory backgrounds, I would have dispatched them last night, thereby sparing you the trouble of bringing them to justice. Never mind. Has the mastermind behind their actions been identified? Though they had operated covertly and anonymously commissioned a task through the Hunters Guild, we expended considerable effort and mobilized the Southwest Alliance's resources, ultimately uncovering that the commissioner was the steward of Zhao Xian, the heir to the Zhao family and son of the Southwest Alliance's chief, Zhao Tianwang, who possessed elite senior strength. Given the recent altercation between Zhao Xian and the other party, it was not difficult to deduce that the true puppet master behind this scheme was Zhao Xian himself. Likely harboring suspicions about Zhao Xian's identity, and, unable to ascertain the truth on the surface, sought to leverage underground organizations for assistance. Wu Lianqing relayed the intelligence gathered through the urgent activation of the Southwest Alliance's inspection and intelligence departments, along with the independent search units and the local police department in Zhongyu City, all collaborating diligently to piece together the information. for ordinary citizens. Last night was merely another typical evening. However, among the higher echelons of Zhongyu City and the Southwest Alliance, it was akin to the eruption of an earthquake. Particularly, the black market and the underground hunters guild were thrown into disarray, as countless so-called underworld leaders found themselves summoned to various departments for tea, where they were forced to divulge even the color of their undergarments just to escape with their lives. Many underground organizations suffered collateral damage, with numerous strongholds dismantled and many criminals apprehended, including the last remnants of the Redemption Society in Zhongyu City, who also fell victim to the crackdown and were imprisoned. As the night concluded, the major prisons in Zhongyu City reached full capacity, with news of imminent expansion circulating. He's just a little brat. If I were to bully him, it would only bring shame upon myself. After all, as the saying goes, if a child misbehaves, the father must bear the blame. However, being a king-level powerhouse and a visible pillar of the alliance, I must still maintain some semblance of decorum. Perhaps I shall impose a 2-month house arrest on him for reflection. Zheng Dali took a hearty swig of liquor, his demeanor rather frivolous. This order must come directly from you. I am merely a quasi-king and lack the authority to discipline Zhao Wong, Wu Lianqing expressed with a resigned countenance. You can simply report it to Old Wei, issue it in the name of the alliance, and he will surely understand and cooperate. Understood, Wu Lianqing nodded solemnly. By the way, how is your elder brother, Wu Lianghua, faring? Zheng Dali inquired abruptly. His main strength lies in dojo-level trainers, with others at elite peak levels, and his ace Pokémon, Blaziken, nearing quasi-king strength. Although puzzled, Wu Lianqing answered truthfully. I've heard that a new city is set to be established on the border of the Southwest Alliance, yet the dojo master has yet to be confirmed. Since your brother possesses commendable strength, it would be prudent to recommend him to Old Wei as well. I truly am a good Samaritan, after all. The last time Old Wei coerced me into revealing myself, here I am assisting him in resolving personnel selection dilemmas, an exemplary case of repaying kindness with kindness. With that, Zheng Dali reclined on the sofa, taking another swig of liquor, completely devoid of any semblance of a strong man's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wu Lianqing's spirits lifted. Should his brother, Wu Lianghua, become the dojo master of the new city, once established, he would receive corresponding privileges and resource allocation. It would not be long before the Wu family produced another quasi-king level powerhouse. Just as Wu Lianqing prepared to express his gratitude, Zheng Dali interjected impatiently. All right, enough of this. You should command those downstairs to withdraw and pacify the residents with suitable reasons. Your ostentatious display makes it quite difficult for me to lead a peaceful life in this community. Zheng Dali felt quite helpless. He simply wished to live a life of leisure, yet reality continually compelled him to strive. Understood, you may rest now. I will handle the subsequent matters. Wu Lianqing respectfully took his leave. Southwest Alliance, Office Building. Wei Jiangwo had just managed to dismiss the complaints of the 2 department heads of inspection and intelligence under the guise of an alliance order when he settled down to address the mountain of issues left over from the previous night, only to receive a request for an audience from Wu Lianqing, the dojo master of Zhongyu. Recognizing Wu Lianqing's connection to the aforementioned individual, Wei Jiangwo temporarily set aside his work and upcoming meetings to meet with him privately. After Wu Lianqing recounted the entire sequence of events, Wei Jiangwo sighed softly. Alas, this fellow is retaliating for my earlier attempt to draw him out. However, this method of handling the situation is quite fair. Let it be done in the name of the alliance, for he possesses the qualifications to issue orders on its behalf. As for the dojo master of the new city, I will appoint Wu Lianghua as the master, per his suggestion. Although having an existing fire-type dojo complicates matters, with the alliance's endorsement, any dissenters will not be able to implicate me. I must caution you. Although the Wu family has undoubtedly gained significant advantage in this matter, it is crucial to perform your duties diligently and participate in the planning of the new city's construction. Be prepared for potential hostility from other families within the Southwest Alliance. As Wei Jiangwo remarked, the Wu family had indeed struck a fortuitous deal. Wu Lianqing, as the head of the Wu family, nodded repeatedly, humbly accepting the counsel. Chapter 188, Enraged. Shichu City, Zhao Family Mansion. As the renowned residence of Zhao Tianwang, the chief of the Southwest Alliance, the mansion sprawled over nearly 10,000 square meters, adorned with pavilions and towers, exuding opulence and grandeur to the utmost degree. Even the security personnel at the entrance comprised rare elite-level trainers from society. Crash. A valuable vase shattered upon impact. Surrounding it, damaged rosewood furniture, exquisite decorations, and renowned literary works were all items of considerable worth. The distant servants and attendants could only bow their heads in silence, none daring to step forward to offer counsel, let alone intervene. The cause of this disarray was none other than the furious middle-aged man before them, none other than Zhao Xien, the chief of the Southwest Alliance and a pillar of the organization. Half an hour earlier, Master, There are officials from the inspection department outside claiming to deliver an official document from the Alliance. A servant timidly presented a spatial package with both hands. It is essential to recognize that the middle-aged man before us is a formidable champion, surpassing even the esteemed master of the West Shu City Gym, the mayor of the city, and the president of the Pokémon Association. That old rascal, Wei Jiangwo, has swiftly grasped that my Zhao family has relinquished substantial interests, and has successfully aligned with several prominent factions and families in the Southwest Alliance. With this, there are no longer any rivals for the position of gym leader in the new city, and he has preemptively sent the appointment documents. Zhao Xinjie felt a surge of joy and promptly accepted the spatial package, gesturing for his servant to depart. Indeed, my efforts to humble myself and flatter him have not been in vain. Securing the gym leader position for my Zhao family will enable us to openly explore the wilderness and claim the exceedingly rare aluminum steel dragon clan as our own. All these tremendous sacrifices will be worth it. However, why has an inspector from the inspection department delivered the documents? Never mind. Perhaps the old coot Wei Jiangwo has become a bit muddled in his old age. After venting his frustration, Zhao Xinjie finally opened the spatial package and retrieved the documents. Wait, why are there two documents? Although puzzled, Zhao Xinjie did not suspect anything amiss and continued to unfold the hardshell folder containing the documents. As he read through each word, his expression shifted dramatically, from initial delight to furrowed brows of confusion, then to a grim countenance, culminating in an overwhelming fury. Bang! Slamming his hand on the table, Zhao Xinjie rose abruptly, cursing vehemently. What audacity! Wei Jiangwo truly possesses immense gall to unjustly confine me for 2 months and even appoint our Zhao family's political adversary, the Wu family, as the gym leader of the new city. I, Zhao Xinjie, esteemed as the chief of the Southwest Alliance and a pillar of the League's strength, may not hold a position equivalent to that of the Alliance leader, nor can I overpower Wei Jiangwo. Yet one must understand the principle that a champion must not be humiliated. Brother, what is the matter? Inquired another middle-aged man who hurried in upon hearing the commotion. This newcomer, Zhao Xinli, Zhao Xinjie's cousin and a senior member of the Zhao family, had recently leveraged various resources to forcibly attain gym-level strength, solely to qualify for the gym leader position in the new city. You see the documents for yourself. That damned Wei Jiangwo has schemed against me at this critical juncture. Zhao Xinjie's anger remained unabated. After striving for so long and investing so much, he was on the brink of reaping the rewards, only to be informed that he had been ousted from his rightful place, an intolerable situation for anyone. But, brother, the seals on these two documents do not bear the mark of the Southwest Alliance. They are stamped with the official seal of the Great Xia Alliance. Have you perhaps offended some high-ranking official within the League? Zhao Xinli hesitated, lacking the courage to continue. If the Southwest Alliance had hastily made a decision without a proper meeting, Zhao Xinjie, as the chief, along with the Zhao family's influence, could potentially challenge these punitive and appointive documents. Yet, it was evident that these were official documents issued by the Great Xia Alliance, thus possessing mandatory enforcement. Even if Zhao Xinjie, the champion, and the entire Zhao family were unwilling, they would have no choice but to comply, unless they were bold enough to rebel against the Great Xia Alliance. Consequently, it seemed that they need not wait for the top-tier powers of the Great Xia Alliance to intervene. The leadership of the Southwest Alliance, led by Wei Jiangwo, could arrive at the Zhao family's doorstep the very next day, and news of the rebellion against the champion's capture and the Zhao family's downfall would spread throughout the Great Xia Alliance. What? A shocked Zhao Xinjie paused momentarily, forcibly snatching the two documents, and upon closer examination, confirmed that they indeed bore the official seal of the Great Xia Alliance. In his fury, he had overlooked this critical detail. What on earth is happening? Why would matters within the Southwest Alliance involve the Great Xia Alliance? No, I must investigate. Send someone to Zhongyu City to uncover the truth, leaving no stone unturned regarding recent events. Zhao Xinjie was acutely aware that he had been preoccupied lately, too busy to engage in disputes. He had already reached a consensus with other factions and families regarding interests, making it unlikely that he had offended any significant figures. Furthermore, the simultaneous arrival of these two documents suggested some underlying connection. Despite his anger, Zhao Xinjie retained his capacity for judgment and promptly ordered an investigation into the intelligence from Zhongyu City. Zhao Xinli nodded repeatedly. Understood, brother, I will personally handle this matter. As for you during this time, mentioning the discomfort, Zhao Xinjie retorted angrily, enough. To issue documents under the name of the Great Xia Alliance, I must have the courage to refute them. For now, I can only remain confined at home, remotely overseeing various affairs of the Zhao family. Moreover, the gym leader position that was promised to you is likely to be completely dashed. Such formal appointment documents, especially those directly intervened by the Great Xia Alliance, cannot be contested unless there is a significant error. At this point, Zhao Xinjia's tone softened slightly. I am not overly distressed. But the family's plans may face considerable setbacks, especially since the benefits will now go to the adversarial Wu family, who will hold the gym leader positions in 2 cities. I fear the Wu family's influence will greatly expand. Zhao Xinli expressed his concerns. Humph, as long as the Wu family lacks a champion-level power to secure their position, they shall remain beneath our Zhao family. While outwardly dismissive, Zhao Xinjia's increasingly grave expression betrayed a deep-seated wariness of the Wu family. After Zhao Xinli departed, Zhao Xinjia, beset by a tumult of frustration and fury, began to unleash his wrath through reckless destruction. Chapter 189, Suspicion and Misunderstanding. In the wilderness, the previous day's battle had yielded remarkable results, perhaps having learned a lesson or due to a reduction in the number of beedrills. This particular swarm had voluntarily contracted their territory, allowing Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong to traverse their domain with relative ease. Having exited that area, they faced no formidable opponents, akin to returning to a novice village, prompting Wu Jialong to exclaim that it was far too easy. After half a day of travel, the trio, including Zhao Xian, finally arrived at the designated assembly point. Oh, Long Xiao, this is unexpected. Given your and Huan Ji's prowess, how could it possibly take you a day and a half to emerge together? Stop the nonsense. What level of difficulty is this wilderness survival training? How could it possibly pose a challenge to Long Xiao? Surely you must have spent a day frolicking along the way. Otherwise, you would have emerged much sooner. Perhaps Long Xiao got lost, which is why he arrived at the assembly point so late. Familiar faces from the training group began to chatter. Nonsense. That childish difficulty of yours cannot be compared to the hellish level I faced at the start. Have you ever encountered a professional-grade beedrill? Have you witnessed the terrifying scene of hundreds of them charging at once? Wu Jialong naturally blended into the banter. By dusk, the first group of students to reach the assembly point, accompanied by several teachers, concluded their training early and returned to Zhongyu City. Zheng Xuan arrived home. Why are you back so soon? Were you not supposed to be in wilderness survival training? Usually, it lasts at least 3 days, right? Zheng Dali exclaimed in alarm, hastily rising from the couch to block Zheng Huan's path. Having spent a day and a half reaching the assembly point and completing the training, I was naturally able to return early. Why are you so flustered? And why are you hiding at my doorstep? Wait, where's the door to my room? Zheng Xuan suddenly realized that the door was missing, and there was a gaping hole where it had been. Had there been a violent demolition? What a surprise. This father, who had effortlessly punished a champion, now found himself slightly anxious in the face of his son's inquiry. The previous night's confrontation had resulted in the capture of the infiltrating trio. With all his Pokémon perishing in battle, Zheng Dali had not emerged unscathed. The cost was that during the battle, a surge of power from the dual-axe war dragon inadvertently breached the confines of Zheng Huan's room, creating a substantial hole. Zheng Dali initially intended to seek someone to repair it, but after indulging in alcohol once more, he encountered Zheng Xuan upon his premature return and had no choice but to provide a somewhat abridged explanation. Is this how you handle things? A figure of your stature. And you can't even safeguard your own home? Indeed. I placed the spatial backpack in the house because I trusted you. Yet it nearly fell into the hands of a thief. Yes. Have you not found anyone to mend the damage throughout the entire day? Your procrastination is simply unacceptable. I will reflect upon this. With that, the minor incident concluded. Meanwhile, upon returning to his opulent residence, Zhao Xian was promptly seized by the old butler, who insisted on packing their belongings for an immediate departure from Zhongyu City. During this commotion, a perplexed Zhao Xian repeatedly inquired, "Butler, what on earth is happening? Why must we leave Zhongyu City in such haste? Returning in such a disheveled state to Shishu City will undoubtedly subject me to ridicule. Please, enlighten me about the situation." Faced with the relentless questioning, the old butler was left with no option but to clarify, "Young master, certain unforeseen events have transpired. Your father has been inexplicably placed under house arrest for 2 months, and the position of the new city dojo master has fallen into the hands of the Wu family. While nothing overt occurred last night, beneath the surface, tumultuous waves have been stirred. The Black Market, Hunters Guild, and various underground organizations are now under investigation by the Southwest Alliance. Your plan to commission the Hunters Guild for intelligence gathering may have to be forcibly abandoned. Though the reasons remain unclear, I fear there are those who wish to target the Zhao family. For your safety, after reporting to the master, he has decided to take you away from this troublesome place and return to Shishu City at the earliest opportunity. In fact, had you not returned today, I would have intervened with the wilderness survival training at the 4th high school and forcibly brought you back." The butler's words struck Zhao Xian's mind like a hammer, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a prolonged silence, he incredulously retorted, "Butler, my father is a king-level powerhouse, the chief of the Southwest Alliance. Surely, even the Alliance's leader, Jiangua, cannot impose house arrest upon him. Young master, it is not the Southwest Alliance, but rather an edict issued in the name of the Great Xia Alliance. While the Zhao family is regarded as a prominent family within the Southwest Alliance, we are but slightly larger ants in the eyes of the Great Xiao Alliance. Even the designation of larger is merely in consideration of your father's king-level prowess, the butler explained with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xian lapsed into complete silence. The term ant, which he had always used to describe others, was now being applied to himself. As an administrative city, changes in Zhongyu City could not remain concealed for long, quickly spreading throughout the Southwest Alliance, albeit primarily among the major powers and families. Ordinary citizens were largely unaffected, though a considerable number of lawbreakers were imprisoned, leading to noticeable improvements in public safety. The core details of the incident were tightly controlled, and despite the extensive efforts of various factions and families to uncover relevant information, they yielded no results, only receiving warnings from the Southwest Alliance's leader, Jiangua. This compelled the various powers and families to cease their inquiries and retreat cautiously, lest they follow in the footsteps of King Zhao and the Zhao family. Even a king-level powerhouse could be subjected to 2 months of house arrest, causing the once mighty Zhao family to adopt a significantly lower profile, retreating into Shishu City and reluctantly abandoning certain illicit enterprises. Moreover, the family that profited greatly from this situation happened to be the Zhao family's sworn enemy, the Wu family, conveniently located in Zhongyu City. All these factors led other factions and families to suspect that this upheaval was likely orchestrated by the higher echelons of the Southwest Alliance, aimed at suppressing the resplendent Zhao king and his family. Such suspicions and misunderstandings persisted for an extended period, during which various factions and families adopted a more subdued demeanor. Concurrently, regarding the power struggles in the new city, with the dojo master now determined, the contentious debates that had long persisted finally reached a conclusion. Under the directive of the higher-ups of the Southwest Alliance, the framework for the city government and the Elven Association was established, culminating months of preparation. And various aspects had been refined, ushering in a wave of construction for the new city. Soon, June arrived, and yet another session of the Elven College entrance examination was set to take place, shifting the public's focus from the construction of the new city. Chapter 190. The Elven College entrance examination. Ding ding ding. The examination has concluded. All candidates must cease writing immediately. Should any candidate continue, the invigilators are to intervene promptly. The final subject of basic cultivation concluded, and the theoretical examination was complete. The practical examination would take place 3 days hence. What on earth was the math exam about on the first day? To study the impact of a certain drug on Pikachu's growth, we had to divide 60 Pikachus into 2 groups, find the distribution of X, and calculate the mathematical expectation. Not to mention the probability of Pikachu evolving into Raichu after accidentally touching a thunderstone. The language exam was truly absurd, requiring us to analyze a poem penned by a certain king after a successful breakthrough, interpreting and analyzing various emotions. What is there to analyze? Of course, he would be elated after such an achievement. What else could there be? In my opinion, the last subject of basic cultivation was the most ridiculous, testing us on the dietary composition and precise steps for massaging the ghost-type Pokémon, Mismagius. How can one even massage a ghost? This was far too obscure. After the cultural examination wrapped up, students exited the examination hall in small groups, voicing their grievances about the exam's difficulty. Many students, like Wu Jialong, were overjoyed. Woohoo! It's finally over. The last month of intensive cultural training nearly exhausted me, but the upcoming practical exam is my forte. However, those who could exhibit such social prowess in public were ultimately in the minority. Wu Jialong, with his keen eye, quickly spotted Zheng Xuan making his way out of the examination hall and hurriedly pursued him. Ignoring the latter's eye roll of disdain, he eagerly exclaimed, "Zheng Xuan, how did you perform? I feel like I did quite well this time. Perhaps I'll successfully turn the tables and shed the label of an academic underachiever." It was merely a standard performance. The most critical aspect of the training program is still the practical examination results and rankings, while cultural scores are merely an embellishment. Moreover, I've heard that various alliances have begun developing Pokémon databases and related recognition apps. The Great Xiao Alliance is no exception. In the future, there may be a greater emphasis on practical achievements, further reducing the hours dedicated to academic studies related to Pokémon. Zheng Xuan reflected. Perhaps one day, we will witness scenes reminiscent of anime, where newly matured children, armed with a Pokémon database and accompanied by their starter Pokémon, embark on journeys across various regions. Much like a certain hero from Pallet Town, known for his foolishness and incompetence, he began his journey at the tender age of 10, traversing for 25 years before ultimately defeating numerous strong opponents to seize the championship title at the age of 10. Ugh, how could I not solve this question? If this were the final question of the Pokémon College entrance examination, it would undoubtedly leave countless students scratching their heads, their pens worn down to nubs as they struggled to find the answer. Yes, I've heard about it too. It's simply outrageous. After all these years of diligent study, We still cannot compete with a mere Pokédex machine that can scan a Pokémon and instantly provide a wealth of information. It's utterly disheartening. Wu Jialong exclaimed, full of indignation. It seems you are the least qualified to speak on the topic of diligent study. 3 days later, at the battle center in Zhongyu City, various schools' battle arenas, including the battlegrounds of Zhongyu University, became the venues for the practical examination. Zheng Xuan's 3 battles were scheduled for the morning, with the examination taking place at the battle arena of Zhongyu Pokémon University. Although Zhongyu Spirit University may not rival the esteemed Shanghai Spirit University, it remains one of the more renowned institutions within the Southwestern Alliance, boasting a battle arena that is hardly inferior in scale to that of the battle center. Furthermore, the practical examination for the Pokémon College entrance examination diverges significantly from the nature of previous competitions, as its rules are predicated upon in-school practical assessments and the New Star Cup battles. To ensure fairness to the greatest extent possible, candidates must undergo numerous battles, all conducted in a formal 3-on-3 format, with advancement determined by their final win rates. Only then can they compete in the main event against other formidable contenders for the coveted title of champion. Additionally, the win rates and performances in these practical examinations dictate the ranking brackets, which are directly linked to the admission criteria of the universities applied to. In the audience of the battle arena, "Good morning, Senior Ma," greeted a throng of students, recognizing the outstanding upperclassman, Ma Xiaoping, who was about to enter his 3rd year. "You're here again to watch these high school seniors participate in the Pokémon entrance examination? Good morning to you all as well. I happened to have a break and couldn't find anything else to do, so I thought I'd come and observe these high school students in battle. Who knows? Among them might be many future juniors," Ma Xiaoping replied courteously. "Senior Ma, you arrived just in time. A high school student just now displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly defeating 3 opponents with a single Pokémon. He likely has reached a professional level." "Oh, a student of such caliber has emerged so swiftly?" Ma Xiaoping mused, feeling fortunate to witness such a top-tier student firsthand. It is worth noting that in his own time, he was considered somewhat talented, yet before entering university, his strongest Pokémon had never breached the threshold of professional rank. You must be quite ignorant to not recognize him. He is a well-known figure in the student community of Zhongyu City. He once triumphed over numerous 3rd-year students in his 2nd year and claimed the championship of the New Star Cup, and upon entering his 3rd year, he effortlessly defended his title. One individual chimed in with a smirk. Ma Xiaoping was taken aback. Having immersed himself in field missions and intensive training over the past 2 years, he had lost track of such remarkable talents emerging in Zhongyu City. Oh, it seems it's his turn to take the stage again. Mind you, that isn't even his strongest Pokémon, yet given the strength of his opponents, it's unlikely they can force him to reveal his ace. The individual pointed towards the stage with pride. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that he was once a 3rd-year student who had been defeated by Zheng Xuan while still in his 2nd year. The stronger his opponent, the more glory it brought him. Is it really him? Wait, wasn't he a graduate last year? Following the direction of the individual's finger, Ma Xiaoping's eyes widened in astonishment at the familiar face standing on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Zheng Xuan's Pokémon, the hidden identity of the Roundland Shark, had to remain concealed, while the most powerful, Yaya, was reserved for the finale, leaving only the diligent Woobat to take the stage. The opponent posed little challenge, with only one of their 3 Pokémon being of ordinary high rank, thus succumbing easily to Woobat, who triumphed effortlessly once again. It was anticipated that Zheng Xuan would face such caliber of opponents for a considerable time, as only a handful of this year's 3rd-year students in Zhongyu City could pose any real threat to him. Zheng Xuan was not inclined to engage in a one-sided battle, and the other students were equally reluctant to match up against someone of his level, as such encounters would inevitably lead to defeat and diminish their win rates. Chapter 191. Seeking allies. After completing 3 battles, it was already noon. Zheng Xuan followed the throngs of people exiting the battle arena, preparing to return for lunch when he was unexpectedly halted. "Ah, Zheng Xuan, you have truly deceived me. I thought you were participating in last year's entrance examination. I took the time to come and watch your battles, only to find no trace of you. Who would have thought you were taking the entrance exam this year?" The newcomer exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Who are you?" Zheng Xuan inquired, puzzled, as he seemed to have no acquaintances at Zhongyu University. "How could you forget? Ma Xiaoping. Remember when you used a bottle of healing medicine to con me out of 1,200 coins while dealing with that Arbok at the breeding ground?" Ma Xiaoping reminded him with a smile. "Oh, now I remember. You were that unfortunate fellow," Zheng Xuan recalled, realizing that his first encounter with a professional-level opponent was when he had teamed up with this individual to defeat the fearsome Arbok. Ma Xiaoping couldn't help but twitch at the memory. "Could you refrain from being so blunt? I was merely joking." "So, Senior Ma, what brings you to seek me out today?" Zheng Xuan asked, recalling that he had only interacted with Ma Xiaoping once, inquiring about dragon-type breeding resources, after which he had gradually forgotten about this individual. Unexpectedly, Ma Xiaoping expressed, I didn't anticipate that in just over a year, you would progress at such a staggering rate. With the prowess you've displayed, you could even apply to the top 2 Pokemon universities in the capital and Shanghai. As he marveled, Ma Xiaoping offered a bit of flattery. Senior, you flatter me. You're not merely here to reminisce, are you? Zheng Xuan responded with a smile. Given his experiences in 2 lifetimes, Zheng Xuan maintained a certain degree of skepticism towards those who approached him, unless they were familiar acquaintances. Ma Xiaoping appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Zheng Xuan's straightforwardness. He could only muster an awkward smile and reorganize his thoughts. Hee, your words are still as sharp as ever. But there are indeed some matters at hand. Have you heard of the Trial Island Tournament? Ah, the Trial Island Tournament. Zheng Xuan suddenly recalled that during his time at Shanghai Spirit University, the previous year's champion, Meng Xiaojia, had mentioned it while persuading him to consider applying to the university. Subsequently, Zheng Xuan had searched for information on the Trial Island Tournament online, discovering that it was held once every 3 years. With participation limited to professional trainers under the age of 25, yet little else was disclosed. He speculated that the lack of information was likely due to the potential for violence among competitors, thus prompting the league's officials to restrict details. Perhaps this was also the reason why Meng Xiaojia, who had offended the elite class, and now Ma Xiaoping, who had suddenly reappeared after a long absence, were both seeking reliable teammates. What kind of allure did the Trial Island Tournament hold that instilled fear, yet simultaneously compelled individuals to expend energy in search of partners? Seeing the expression on your face, I take it you have heard of it. I'll get straight to the point. I am organizing a reliable team for the Trial Island Tournament, and the more skilled teammates we have, the better. Therefore, while I am here to catch up, I also wish to inquire if there is an opportunity for collaboration. I have great faith in your abilities and character. In the brutal and bloody Trial Island Tournament, you may shine brightly. With a hint of concern, Ma Xiaoping added, moreover, even if you were to enroll in the capital or Shanghai's top Pokemon universities, the connections you would make would only be with first-year students. Although they are prestigious institutions, their strength may not yet surpass that of us third-year students. Senior, let us discuss other matters later. My primary focus now is to participate in the Pokemon entrance examination and strive for an excellent result. Zheng Xuan replied, after a moment of contemplation, politely declining. The time was still early, and he had yet to determine whether he wanted to participate in the Trial Island Tournament. Furthermore, he preferred to compete alone, even if it meant facing overwhelming odds, rather than teaming up with someone of unknown background. Very well, it's still early. You can take your time to consider. Ma Xiaoping conceded, realizing that even with his thick skin, it would be inappropriate to press further. As Ma Xiaoping gazed at Zheng Xuan's retreating figure, a sense of regret washed over him. Setting aside the matter of strength, it was indeed rare to find a trainer with a Dragon-type Pokemon at Zhongyu University. As the end of the month approached, the main event, the semifinals, was upon them. After enduring over half a month and a total of 50 battles, Zheng Xuan had entered the main competition stage with an impeccable winning streak, continuing to carve his path through the tournament until he reached the semifinals. His opponent was a student from the city's first high school, a newcomer who had never appeared in the Rising Star Cup or any other public arena. Seemingly a student who had deliberately concealed his abilities in preparation for the ultimate Pokemon examination. Having heard of Zheng Xuan's illustrious reputation, he was finally face to face with him and playfully remarked, "During our battle, please show some mercy. I hope I won't lose too terribly." Zheng Xuan responded earnestly. Fighting with all one's might is the greatest respect one can offer to an opponent. With the referee's signal, Zheng Xuan sent out his Woobat to battle. After months of training leading up to the examination and the past month of combat, Woobat's strength had recently risen to level 23. As for his other Pokemon, Yaya had also reached level 23, while the slowest to progress, the Roundland Shark, had attained level 19. His opponent's Pokemon was a small gray pig with short, stubby arms and no legs, boasting a spring-like tail and a large pearl atop its head, perpetually bouncing around. It was the rare Psychic-type Pokemon, Jigglypuff. Pokemon, Jigglypuff. Level, LV22, Beginner Profession. Type, Psychic. Ability, Carefree. Gender, Female. Status, Healthy. Qualification Evaluation, Light Purple. Item, Curved Spoon. Level Moves, Bounce, Telekinesis, Screech, Hypnosis Beam, Self-Suggestion. Inherited Moves, Strange Light, Psychic Headbutt, Sleep. TM Moves, Protect, Light Screen, Reflect. Indeed, it exhibited professional-level prowess. Zheng Xuan had observed his opponent's performance, but from a distance. He could not discern specific data. However, it was not difficult to recognize the formidable strength of Jigglypuff from its previous battles. If Dragon-type Pokemon symbolize power, then Psychic types embody the notion of being troublesome. Their pervasive mental forces can be insurmountable, barring Dark-type Pokemon. Others lack the special means to resist, even with their own formidable strength and unwavering willpower. As the battle commenced, Jigglypuff's dark pupils suddenly glimmered with blue light, unleashing an invisible mental force that surged toward Woobat like a tidal wave. Despite Woobat's remarkable speed, it could not evade the onslaught and was ensnared by this mysterious power, which then forced its body downward, crashing violently into the ground. The opponent had immediately showcased the unsettling capabilities of a psychic type. As long as the mental force was sufficiently potent, the damage and destruction inflicted by psychic Pokémon could be incalculable. However, Woobat was not a weakling to be trifled with. Though it sustained some damage, it utilized the rising dust as cover, unfurling its wings like a dart and charging swiftly toward Jigglypuff. Seeing this, the opponent smirked mockingly, thinking to sneak up on the powerful Jigglypuff? How naive or fanciful of you. Jigglypuff, use telekinesis to seize your opponent. With a huff, Jigglypuff was irked. Did the opponent truly underestimate it? Its eyes blazed with blue light as it unleashed its psychic energy, striving to capture Woobat once more. Yet, as soon as Jigglypuff's telekinesis made contact, it was as if a hot knife had sliced through butter, causing Woobat's rapidly approaching form to dissipate. Cognizant of the situation, Jigglypuff hastily retreated, its expression shifting to one of alarm. Boom. Before the opponent could finish their command, a powerful shockwave imbued with dragon energy struck Jigglypuff, who was then unable to evade due to its intense focus on controlling its mental power. The explosion sent the fragile Jigglypuff flying several meters away, leaving it in evident pain and clearly wounded. Damn it, the ability to sense minds is indeed vexing. As a trainer of psychic Pokémon, the opponent quickly realized that Woobat possessed a hidden ability. After all, aside from legendary Pokémon, the ability to sense minds was fundamentally exclusive to psychic types. Furthermore, if a psychic Pokémon was sufficiently strong, it could use its formidable mental power to bridge communication with its human trainer, allowing for seamless interaction. However, Jigglypuff had yet to reach such heights. Returning to the battle, emboldened by its advantage, Woobat flapped its wings, darting like a streak of light, and unleashed the Dark-type move Bite, sinking its fangs into Jigglypuff's tender body. Bang! The Dark-type move inflicted even more devastating damage than Woobat's previous Dragon Pulse, eliciting a pained wail from Jigglypuff. Everything transpired swiftly. The opponent, who had intended to issue the Protect command, swallowed the words as they reluctantly recalled their battered Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff possessed a unique physiological mechanism, relying on constant bouncing to keep its heart beating, even while asleep. Thus, if it ceased bouncing, its heart would stop, putting its life at risk. As a trainer, the opponent dared not gamble on allowing Jigglypuff to fight until the bitter end. The replacement was another bat-like Pokémon, sporting a heart-shaped mark on its nose. Indeed, it was the psychic flying type, Heartbat. Zheng Xuan cast a glance at the opponent's Heartbat, noting its slightly inferior strength compared to Jigglypuff. At level 21, it had only recently breached the professional tier, possessing a green qualification rating. While it was still an exceptional specimen, it paled in comparison to Zheng Xuan's Woobat. Moreover, Heartbat's ability was not a simple hidden trait that doubled its power. It was a pure trait that ignored the opponent's ability changes, significantly diminishing the threat level. Whoosh! Under the direction of both trainers, Woobat and Heartbat unleashed their respective wind gust moves, generating two opposing gales that intertwined like two colossal serpents, momentarily unable to determine a victor. The howling winds, even from a distance, stung the faces of the trainers present. Heartbat used telekinesis. Having faced a setback, the opponent had shed their arrogance and disdain, issuing commands with a serious expression. After clashing with Woobat, Heartbat recognized the tenacity of its foe and dared not be careless. Its eyes shone with an unusual light, and under the enhancement of its mental power, it intensified its whirlwind, ultimately overpowering Woobat's gale. The surging mental force, undiminished, continued to propel toward Woobat, enveloped in a storm. Woobat unleashed Shadow Ball. On the other side, aided by the mind-sensing communication, Woobat swiftly received Zheng Xuan's command, changing tactics with remarkable speed. The Shadow Ball it had already gathered was hurled just before being ensnared by telekinesis. Boom! Woobat endured the dual assault of telekinesis and the gale. While Heartbat was struck directly by the Shadow Ball, the explosion sent Heartbat tumbling, unable to maintain flight, crashing to the ground like a meteor. The battle clearly showcased Woobat's superiority. Damn it, Heartbat, get back up. You cannot fall here. The opponent cried out in desperation. If Heartbat were to lose, they knew their final Pokémon strength would not suffice to withstand a 3-to-1 battle. On the battlefield, it seemed as though the trainer's calls infused Heartbat with newfound strength, as it valiantly flapped its wings and ascended back into the air. How splendid! Heartbat, just like during our usual training sessions, unleashed the psychic-powered blades of air, allowing our adversaries to witness our true might. A myriad of icy winds, imbued with mental energy, surged forth with an augmented ferocity, their speed exponentially amplified as they hurtled towards the buzzing bat. Bang! Bang, bang. Multiple explosive sounds reverberated, stirring up clouds of dark mist. Could it be a success? The opponent's heart leapt with joy, as the tireless efforts of Heartbat's training had evidently borne fruit. Speaking of which, have you ever heard of the law of smoke and no harm? Zheng Xuan, standing in the opposing corner, spoke for the first time. What? The opponent, taken aback, quickly looked up. As the smoke dissipated, they beheld the buzzing bat enveloped in a shimmering purple energy shield, clearly unscathed. Subsequently, the buzzing bat retaliated with a swift shadow ball aimed directly at the opponent. Although it was met by the same energy shield, Heartbat, now weakened to the extreme, struggled to withstand the subsequent onslaught from the buzzing bat, and ultimately succumbed in silent resentment. Chapter 193, The Champion's Duel. As the last of the opponent's EV fell beneath the might of the buzzing bat's dragon pulse, defeat was complete, utterly lost. For this endeavor to secure the title of champion in the Pokémon entrance examination, I had endured in silence for years, only to ultimately falter. Succumbing to an opponent who effortlessly triumphed over 3 of my Pokémon. Crushed under the immense weight of this defeat, I wept openly. Surely, this isn't how it should be. I feel as though I am cast in the role of a villain. Zheng Xuan scratched his head, mumbling awkwardly. The opponent appeared so resilient. How could they be reduced to tears so easily? Hey, buddy, I'm not particularly skilled at comforting others. Let me put it this way. I clinched first place in the campus round of the Zhongyu City Pokemon Theory competition in my first year, third in the citywide competition, and was the MVP in the Zhongyu City Pokemon League simulation. I've reached the top 16 in the Grand Online Pokemon Battle Tournament of the Daxiao Alliance. And in my second year, I won the New Star Cup Battle competition, defending my championship title in my third year. I've even bested the son of a regional gym leader and the son of the Elite Four champion. So, what I'm trying to say is, losing to me is certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Zheng Xuan believed that his words would bring some solace to the opponent. The opponent glanced up, meeting the sincere smile of Zheng Xuan, only to feel a tightening in their throat, tears, and snot flowing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the spectators watching from afar were unfazed. Having witnessed many students brought to tears in the past, though not a common occurrence, it was by no means rare. After all, the Pokemon entrance examination is a pivotal moment, determining whether students can enter their desired Pokemon universities and shaping their future paths. Thankfully, the referee arrived promptly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I must remind both contestants that this is the practical examination arena for the Pokemon entrance examination. Once the battle concludes, please exit promptly and refrain from lingering. This examination is closely monitored by the Southwest Federation, the Zhongyu City Pokemon Association, and the Zhongyu City Police Department. I repeat, with the referee's warning echoing in his ears, Zheng Xuan could no longer afford to console the weeping opponent and awkwardly departed. As he exited the arena, Wu Jialong seized the opportunity and approached with a teasing grin. Wow, Zheng Xuan, you struck hard, leaving your opponent in tears. What did you say that made them cry even more? Wu Jialong was in high spirits, for the final stage represented yet another confrontation between him and Zheng Xuan. I should mention that Wu Jialong had already triumphed over his opponent, Xia Xiaotian, in another battle earlier that morning. Although Xia Xiaotian's ace Pokemon, the Wave Prince, posed a significant threat, Wu Jialong managed to rise to the occasion. Reflecting on the morning's battle, Wu Jialong had abandoned a conservative strategy from the outset, deploying his strongest Pokemon, the robust Chicken, which managed to take down the opponent's electric Pokemon, recently promoted to professional level. With its accelerating ability, the robust Chicken grew ever more formidable, overpowering Xia Xiaotian's second Pokemon, Heracross. In the subsequent clash with the Wave Prince, the now terrifyingly swift robust Chicken dominated the battlefield, delivering a devastating blow before its stamina waned, laying the groundwork for ultimate victory. Finally, seizing the advantageous state of his Fire Dragon, Wu Jialong successfully defeated his former opponent, Xia Xiaotian. In truth, Xia Xiaotian's Pokemon had a higher overall level than both Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. However, the journey of a Pokemon trainer is akin to a lifelong marathon. A slight lead at the outset can easily be overcome and surpassed by those who follow, or even lead to a drastic decline. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. My victory was partly due to luck, Zheng Xuan asserted honestly, not attempting to boast. Although it appeared that the buzzing bat had decisively triumphed, the opponent's capabilities were genuinely impressive. Had he faced them 2 or 3 months prior, he would have undoubtedly engaged in a grueling battle. Moreover, had the opponent's third Pokemon, an EV equipped with a Soothe Bell, reached the necessary bond threshold to evolve into a solar Pokemon, the already weakened buzzing bat might not have emerged victorious so easily. The following day, at the battle center, the finals, which would determine the city champion, the crowd gathered was a veritable sea of faces, rivaling the scale of last year's championship match. As for the two protagonists of this battle, they were currently undergoing interviews with media reporters. Zheng Xuan, already a familiar face, spoke candidly. What do you have to say about your opponent this time? I will strive to give my all, leaving no regrets. Ah, you're still saying that. Do you have anything else to add? The reporter, somewhat exasperated, pressed further. Striving to leave no regrets, giving my all. The usually loquacious reporter found himself momentarily speechless. In contrast, the reporter interviewing Wu Jialong found it impossible to interject. Reflecting on my last encounter with Zheng Xuan, it was a situation where I did not perform to my potential. This time, I believe that after regrouping, I will not repeat the mistakes of the past. Of course, the lessons from my previous defeat have awakened me. I will not falter again, and if there is a next time, I will. Amid the audience's laughter, the interview segment concluded hastily. On stage, the host introduced the senior leaders of the Southwest Federation, alongside familiar faces from the Zhongyu City delegation. Wei Jiangwo intentionally positioned Wu Lianqing beside him, which, in the absence of other top-tier combatants, was not overly presumptuous. Is that child the one? Wei Jiangwo inquired, gesturing towards Zheng Xuan, who had just completed his media pre-match interview and was heading to the preparation area. Alliance leader, with your capabilities, surely you were already aware? Why bother asking me? Wu Lianqing responded with a wry smile. He's merely a quasi-elite, while he may seem exalted in the eyes of outsiders. He pales in comparison to the two top-tier powerhouses. Wei Jiangwo abandoned his usual stern demeanor, laughing. Haha, I just wanted to confirm once more. This child is indeed quite exceptional. As a dragon-type trainer, he is a rare presence not only in the Southwest Federation but throughout the entire Daxiao Alliance. I look forward to his growth. In the future, he may well become a true dragon-type champion. After extolling one side, Wei Jiangwo turned his attention to the other, having been left with a deep impression of Wu Jialong following his media outburst. However, your son is also quite impressive. To have come this far, I believe he possesses even more potential than you did at his age. Perhaps the Wu family will indeed produce two fire-type champions. Wu Lianqing had long noticed Wu Jialong's embarrassing displays, and being called out by Wei Jiangwo left him feeling somewhat sheepish as he replied, I am humbled, Wei Lao. This child has been spoiled since childhood and has a rather unruly disposition. Chapter 194, Yaya versus Robust Chicken. Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong. The two students who have battled their way to the final showdown strode onto the central battlefield under the scrutiny of thousands of onlookers. They've arrived? They've arrived. Where's the prize I seek? What you desire may not necessarily be what you have brought. What do you mean? Are you here to bask in the sun? Grant me an opportunity. How do I provide you with that chance? In the past, I had no options, but now I aspire to be a better person. Enough of that. We agreed to put on a show together. Did you take it seriously? Zheng Xuan retorted with annoyance. This 50,000 yuan performance fee is no easy matter. The judges at the scene were undoubtedly taken aback, not expecting such a dramatic turn from the two competitors during the pre-match polite exchanges. Huh, are students today this amusing? Haha, it's delightful, truly delightful. Xianbao, don't let that guy over there corrupt you. Are you trying to pay homage to the classics while engaging in awkward banter? I can't take it anymore. Even my grandfather's dentures might fall out from laughter. The audience erupted in laughter. Cough, cough. It appears these two students possess quite the sense of humor, bringing us a great deal of joy. However, it also reveals their formidable psychological resilience, making them promising candidates for large-scale competitions. The professional commentator on the podium insisted in defense of the duo. Now, let us return to the main topic. Both contestants are exceptionally talented students from our city. One is Zheng Xuan, the champion who has claimed victory in the New Star Cup for 2 consecutive years. As for the other, he is none other than Wu Jialong from the Zhongyu Dojo. Today, we witnessed the battle to determine the top student in the Spirit College entrance examination for Zhongyu City. Let us anticipate their remarkable performances. As the commentator's voice faded, cheers and applause erupted throughout the venue. The judges, regaining their composure, did not wish to lose their steady jobs and promptly straightened their backs. Announcing the commencement of the battle with solemnity, Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously tossed their pokeballs. The white light dispersed. Yaya versus Li Zhuangji. Both sides commenced with identical tactics, deploying their strongest Pokémon in a bid to seize the initiative. Pokémon, Li Zhuangji. Level, LV23, Professional Beginner. Type, Fire. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Qualification rating, Purple. Held item, Black Belt. Level skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Detect, Sand Attack, Wing Attack. Inherited skills, Focus Energy, Fire Kick, Survival Instinct. Skill discs, Grudge, Flamethrower, Protect, Agility, Low Kick. Taught skills, Low Kick, Brick Break. Upon witnessing the impressive statistics of Li Zhuangji, Zheng Xuan couldn't help but admire Wu Jialong's prowess. At the same time, he understood that if it weren't for the Dragon-type energy crystal, Yaya's level would likely fall behind the rapidly advancing Li Zhuangji. Prior to reaching the professional level, as Pokémon transition from their juvenile phase, many factions and families advise their descendants to deliberately slow their Pokémon's leveling up to solidify their foundation. Once they break through the professional level, the importance of not suppressing their levels and the significance of nurturing resources become increasingly evident. Many powerful nurturing resources can be absorbed by Pokémon, allowing them to level up at a pace comparable to that of ordinary levels. In this battle, Wu Jialong was evidently well prepared, aware that Dragon-type Pokémon resist Fire-type damage. He replaced the charcoal with a black belt to enhance the power of Fighting-type moves. Yaya, use Swords Dance to boost your own power. Li Zhuangji, use Focus Energy. Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong issued their commands almost simultaneously. As each executed their respective enhancement moves, the momentum of Yaya and Li Zhuangji surged dramatically, creating an intense standoff. Li Zhuangji, unleash our momentum and execute low kick. Wu Jialong shouted, as the focus energy empowered Li Zhuangji forcefully struck the ground, creating a crater and launching itself forward with a speed akin to the wind. Scaredy cats. With its combination of speed and power, Li Zhuangji's legs shone brilliantly, aiming ferociously at Yaya's lower body. Yaya, counter with Dragon Claw. Facing the onslaught of Li Zhuangji, Zheng Xuan opted for a direct confrontation. Claw. Yaya swung its massive claws, infused with dragon-type energy, in a grand display, tearing towards Li Zhuangji. Boom. The clash of Yaya's claws against Li Zhuangji's legs produced a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The intense exchanges of attacks continued unabated. For a prolonged period, the two remained locked in combat, until the ground beneath them could no longer withstand the brutal confrontation, cracking under the strain. The saying one force can break 10,000 techniques implies that with sufficient strength, one can overcome various methods and techniques. Even though Li Zhuangji possessed inherent speed and skillful kicking techniques, facing the battle-hardened and formidable Yaya inevitably led to its downfall. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Zhuangji was sent flying. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, as Li Zhuangji adeptly adjusted its body mid-air, executing a commendable backflip before landing safely. Yaya proved to be the strongest Pokémon of Zheng Xuan, even when faced with a type disadvantage against the water-type Pokémon. Li Zhuangji had not experienced such a setback in direct combat. Wu Jialong shed his usual flippancy, his demeanor growing increasingly serious, as if transformed into another person entirely. Since brute strength was not the answer, he resolved to rely on speed for victory. Li Zhuangji, entangle the opponent and await the opportunity to employ Brick Break. The might of Yaya compelled Wu Jialong to shift from his usual quick-strike tactics, intending to prolong the battle. With its speed boost ability, Li Zhuangji had the upper hand in dragging out the match. Should I allow you to win by relying on your speed boost? Yaya, unleash a terrifying Dragon Claw attack. Following the command, Yaya made a fearsome face, glaring menacingly at the moving Li Zhuangji. As Li Zhuangji rapidly approached its opponent, it was struck by an inexplicable fear, momentarily halting in its tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Yaya erupted with astonishing speed, its dragon-type energy coalescing into colossal claws, surging towards Li Zhuangji. Li Zhuangji, brace yourself and defend. Witnessing Yaya's terrifying claws tearing towards it, Wu Jialong dared not gamble on whether Li Zhuangji could still evade given its reduced speed, opting instead to play his trump card. Regaining a semblance of composure, Li Zhuangji immediately summoned its internal energy, desperately erecting a fiery energy shield to withstand Yaya's fierce assault. Chapter 195, Wind Speed Dog. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Yaya's dragon claw struck the energy shield, splashing ripples upon initial contact, and the subsequent overwhelming force caused the shield to shake violently. Fortunately, the Protect move lived up to its reputation, as the wobbling energy shield managed to withstand Yaya's ferocious onslaught. Witnessing this, Wu Jialong let out a breath of relief. Had the dragon claw struck while in a Swords Dance enhanced state, Li Zhuangji would have likely sustained severe damage, losing its ability to prolong the fight. It won't be that easy to finish this. Yaya, follow up with a second attack. Use Brick Break to shatter Li Zhuangji's defense. Zheng Xian's voice interrupted Wu Jialong's moment of relief. Just when Yaya seemed to have exhausted its strength, it suddenly erupted once more, its momentum surging dramatically as new energy poured forth from within. Its sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light as they forcefully breached the now weakened energy shield. Scaredy cat. Struggling to maintain the energy shield, Li Zhuangji found itself unable to resist the powerful blow, letting out a pained cry as it flew backward like a kite with a severed string. Subsequently, it no longer exhibited the agility it once had and crashed heavily to the ground. Li Zhuangji, Wu Jialong shouted anxiously. Hiss. After enduring a series of relentless blows, particularly this devastating strike, the status of the mighty chicken has plummeted, leaving it struggling even to breathe. Come on, Rise up, mighty chicken. Show everyone your strength and your pride. Even in defeat, you must fall while attacking. Wu Jialong exclaimed, disregarding his image. As a trainer, he understood the proud nature of the mighty chicken all too well at this moment. It was not about substituting in another Pokemon, but rather about providing unwavering trust and encouragement. Upon hearing the motivating words from its trainer, an inexplicable surge of power welled up within the mighty chicken. Coupled with its indomitable will, it managed to brace itself on its two claws and slowly rise to its feet. Observing the mighty chicken wobble as it stood, Wu Jialong did not exhibit excessive joy. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Mighty chicken, unleash your last-ditch effort. At that moment, words were unnecessary. The profound bond between trainer and Pokemon allowed Wu Jialong and the mighty chicken to synchronize their thoughts and make a collective decision. With a fierce roar, the once feeble mighty chicken erupted with a brilliant blaze, radiating tremendous might, and bolstered by its speed-enhancing ability, surged towards Yaya with lightning speed. Yaya, defend. Zheng Xuan had already issued the command the moment the mighty chicken unleashed its fury. In battle, the roles of offense and defense are ever fluid, interchanging in a dance of strategy. While Yaya yearned for a direct confrontation with the rampaging mighty chicken, it understood that this fight, critical for its trainer's future, was not merely a one-on-one skirmish but part of a 3-on-3 melee. Moreover, as the elder sibling of the team, it had to lead by example, ensuring that it maintained a strong condition to secure advantages for its teammates. The vast energy shield of Protect was upheld by Yaya, standing firm against the full force of the mighty chicken's assault. Yet, the latter was already primed to unleash its pent-up energy. Boom. The terrifying impact resulted in a violent explosion, shrouding both combatants in a cloud of darkness. After a prolonged moment, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the two combatants. Yaya stood defiantly, though battered, while the mighty chicken succumbed to the burden of its own power, rendered unable to continue fighting. In truth, beneath the cacophony of the explosion, the mighty chicken's final strike, its ultimate last-ditch effort, had indeed shattered Yaya's protective barrier, inflicting damage upon it. The backlash from the broken shield, combined with the residual force of the mighty chicken's attack, which, despite being mitigated, still carried considerable potency, left Yaya significantly injured. Regardless, Yaya had successfully defeated the mighty chicken, granting its team an early lead. Come back, mighty chicken. You performed admirably, Wu Jialong said as he retrieved the incapacitated Pokemon into its Pokeball, his face reflecting no frustration from the brief setback, but rather a sense of appreciation and encouragement. He soon revitalized his spirit by tossing out another Pokeball. As the white light faded, a magnificent creature emerged, an imposing Arcanine, adorned with striking black and orange stripes, its thick, luxurious fur flowing majestically. After surpassing the professional threshold, has it chosen to evolve? Zheng Xuan mused silently, gazing at the valiant Arcanine. Pokemon, Arcanine. Level, LV21, Professional Beginner. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Aptitude rating, Purple. Held item, Charcoal. Level skills, Leer, Ember, Howl, Bite, Quick Attack, Extreme Speed. Inherited skills, Takedown, Crunch, Flare Blitz. TM skills, Flamethrower, Protect, Fire Spin, Roar. The splendid statistics highlighted its formidable prowess. Although the evolved Arcanine lagged slightly in level, its true strength rivaled that of the mighty chicken, perhaps even surpassing it by a slight margin. Historically, Arcanine was once misconstrued as a legendary Pokemon, capable of galloping across the land fueled by the flames burning within, covering a staggering distance of 10,000 kilometers in a single day. Its base stats soared to an impressive 555, showcasing a commendable balance across all attributes. Furthermore, the Arcanine lineage, including its pre-evolution, was an exclusive treasure of the Great Xiao Alliance, serving as powerful partners for officials or law enforcement. Acquiring such a high-quality Arcanine was no small feat, even for the Wu family, known for their affiliation with Fire-type Pokemon and the regional gym leader Wu Lianqing. Has its aptitude improved? Zheng Xuan pondered, noting the previously pale purple Arcanine had now transformed into one of purple aptitude. It seemed the teachings from textbooks were indeed accurate. Each Pokemon had a chance to enhance its aptitude upon reaching its final evolutionary form. Given Wu Jialong's background, procuring a top-tier Firestone not only bolstered the strength of the evolved Arcanine, but also increased the likelihood of a boost in its aptitude. Zheng Xuan couldn't help but admire the truth behind the playful rivalry. Wu Jialong's prowess was genuinely formidable. Returning to the battlefield, Wu Jialong commanded, Arcanine, use extreme speed. Unfazed by the previous loss, he directed Arcanine to initiate a fierce offensive. The moment it received the command, Arcanine erupted with astonishing vigor, dashing forth with a speed that rivaled lightning, leaving behind afterimages that rendered its movements nearly impossible to track. Yaya, block with Dragon Claw. The speed was so swift that Zheng Xuan could not discern the direction of Arcanine's attack, relying solely on Yaya's instinct to defend. Bang! A heavy collision resonated through the air. With its keen dynamic vision, Yaya managed to catch Arcanine's trajectory, and they met in a fierce clash, generating a wave of force. Leveraging its inherent strength, Yaya's massive claws absorbed the impact of Arcanine's charged assault, barely taking a half step back. However, under the influence of extreme speed, Arcanine was too agile. After a brief exchange with Yaya, it did not linger but instead effortlessly leaped over Yaya's form. At that moment, Wu Jialong shouted, "Arcanine, take advantage of this opportunity and use Flare Blitz." With a burst of flames enveloping its body, Arcanine transformed into a colossal fireball, hurtling fiercely towards Yaya. Seeing this, Zheng Xuan felt a surge of alarm. The previous battle's toll, coupled with the rapid series of engagements, had dulled Yaya's reflexes. In this hurried confrontation, it would be challenging to exert its full strength. Moreover, everything transpired too swiftly, leaving no time for Yaya to erect its protective barrier, let alone for Zheng Xuan to issue commands in time. Boom! Sparks erupted. Just as Zheng Xuan had anticipated, Yaya swiftly repositioned to evade a hit to its vulnerable rear. However, Arcanine barreled through like an out-of-control truck, sending Yaya hurtling several meters away, unable to fully harness its power. Arcanine, press the advantage and use Bite. Wu Jialong was determined not to squander this golden opportunity. Without a moment's respite, Arcanine, its limbs ablaze, lunged forward with its gaping maw ready to sink its teeth into Yaya once more. Yaya, rise and defend. Though a hint of urgency flickered across Zheng Xuan's face, he retained unwavering faith in Yaya's capabilities. With an enraged roar, Yaya sprang to its feet, erecting its protective energy shield. Fortunately, being a dragon type, it possessed resistance against fire-type moves. Otherwise, the earlier Flare Blitz would have severely wounded Yaya, leaving it without the capacity to defend. Nonetheless, this was the first time Yaya had faced an opponent of equal caliber with such disarray, showcasing the formidable strength of Arcanine. Of course, the prior desperate gambit from the mighty chicken had also contributed to Yaya's injuries. Bang! The swift wind speed dog, with a physique as formidable as that of a lion or tiger, collided fiercely with the energy barrier, sending ripples through the air and causing a significant tremor. With a ghastly visage, Yaya persisted in unleashing its dragon claws. Zheng Xuan was acutely aware that prolonging the battle would disadvantage Yaya due to the disparity in their conditions, and he promptly issued commands. From the previous encounter between the Cardi Dog and the Gyarados at the Magic City Elf University, it was evident that Wu Jialong's Wind Speed Dog did not possess the hidden ability of Justice Heart. Otherwise, its profound sense of justice would render it incapable of feeling fear. Startled by Yaya's grimace, the Wind Speed Dog faltered, granting Yaya a fleeting opportunity to unleash its full potential. In a contest of speed, Yaya may not rival the accelerated strength chicken or the swift wind speed dog, yet in short bursts of power, it stood equal to any Pokémon. As fate would have it, mirroring Yaya's earlier plight, the wind speed dog was obstructed at a mere arm's length, unable to react in time, let alone evade or execute any defensive maneuvers for survival. Thud! The sound of giant claws striking flesh resonated with a dull thump. The wind speed dog was sent staggering backward by Yaya's ferocious strike, retreating 10 steps before it managed to halt the terrifying impact. The intense pain made the wind speed dog tremble, emitting a low whimper. In terms of size, the wind speed dog was undoubtedly the largest among all the Pokémon belonging to Zheng Xuan and Wu Jialong, yet it had only recently evolved and remained. At its core, the sensitive Cardi Dog. Wind speed dog, rally yourself. Your opponent is also in a poor state. Unleash another quick attack. Wu Jialong urged anxiously. Yaya, deliver the final dragon claw. Zheng Xuan understood that, at this juncture, Yaya's stamina was nearing its limit. While the wind speed dog had suffered considerable wear and tear and was gravely injured, the ensuing clash would undoubtedly decide the victor of this battle. The loyal wind speed dog, spurred on by its trainer's encouragement, regained its footing and surged forth with astonishing speed, dashing towards its opponent with reckless abandon. Yaya likewise shed its feeble demeanor, its momentum surging once more, as it gathered formidable dragon energy into its colossal claws, striking with incredible ferocity. Boom! The clash resounded with a deafening roar. The shockwaves generated by their confrontation stirred up clouds of dust, sweeping around them. The sheer power of the encounter left the spectators in awe. This was far from a mere battle between two high school students. As the smoke cleared, two figures became increasingly distinct. The wind speed dog, collapsed and devoid of combat capability, and Yaya, half kneeling and striving to rise using its opponent's body for support. Yaya triumphed once more over its adversary, yet its deplorable condition rendered it incapable of engaging in another battle. Come back, wind speed dog. You have performed admirably, Zheng Xuan declared. Yaya, let your companions handle the remainder of the fight. Both trainers returned their Pokémon, the wind speed dog, and Yaya, to their pokeballs. The next to enter the fray were the seasoned rivals, the Wubbits and the Charmeleon. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Level, LV23, beginner professional. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Gender, male. Status, healthy. Qualification evaluation, purple. Item held, charcoal. Level skills, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon breath, flame fong. Inherited skills, fire punch, flare blitz, dragon tail. Skill discs, protect, fire spin, flamethrower. Fire pledge, brick break. Taught skills, sunny day. Before Zheng Xuan could collect his thoughts, the hot-tempered Charmeleon launched the first attack, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy from its mouth. The airborne Wubbit spread its wings, performing a near-perfect roll to evade the dragon breath, showcasing the artistry of flight to the onlookers. As Wubbit drew closer while executing evasive maneuvers, its large ears began to vibrate rhythmically, emitting ultrasonic waves at a frequency of 200,000 Hz. Charmeleon, evade and counter with flamethrower, Wu Jialong commanded promptly. Having encountered the might of the ultrasonic waves before, Charmeleon was not about to let its guard down. With powerful legs, it sprang into action, swiftly dodging to the side. Chapter 197, Farewell to the Storm. Having evaded the oncoming Wubbit, Charmeleon adeptly adjusted its position, its tail flame flaring dramatically as it unleashed a fierce blast of fire to drive away the low-flying Wubbit. Faced with the searing flames, the usually adept Wubbit was forced to ascend to avoid the scorching heat, abandoning its continuous ultrasonic assault. In a sudden display of prowess, Wubbit transformed, creating 5 shadow duplicates that spread out from a single point, diving towards Charmeleon from all angles. With its enhanced professional-level abilities, Wubbit could skillfully maneuver multiple shadow clones, each indistinguishable from the real one, enabling a coordinated ambush. Charmeleon, employ the old strategy. Encircle yourself with fire spin. Wu Jialong decisively instructed. Without hesitation, Charmeleon unleashed a brilliant flame from its mouth, conjuring several walls of fire that formed a barrier to keep its foes at bay. Despite Charmeleon's remarkable control of fire allowing it to turn the fire spin into a defensive move, Wubbit's intent in using shadow clones was to close the distance. Zheng Xuan, observing the scene, could not help but shake his head. It is crucial to note that creating a barrier with fire implies confinement. While the fire spin walls shielded against external threats, they also trapped Charmeleon in a confined space from which it could scarcely escape. The intangible high-frequency ultrasonic waves could penetrate even solid walls, and while the firewalls were somewhat diminished in strength due to the differing mediums, they ultimately still affected Charmeleon within. In a moment of excruciating discomfort, Charmeleon struggled to maintain control over the flames, causing the strength of the firewalls to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Wubbit, guided by Zheng Xuan's command, unleashed a powerful dragon pulse, obliterating the nearly 10-foot-high firewall and continuing its assault directly towards Charmeleon. Boom! The violent impact forced Charmeleon to stagger backward several steps in agony. Though it was forced to endure Wubbit's dragon pulse passively, it was evident that Charmeleon's physical constitution was exceptional, likely a result of rigorous training. Charmeleon, deploy smokescreen. Wu Jialong swiftly directed. The pain coursing through Charmeleon propelled it out of its chaotic state, reminiscent of a tortured love where one party, deeply wounded, ultimately chooses to let go with clarity. Charmeleon opened its mouth wide, expelling a thick cloud of black smoke that enveloped the nearby Wubbit. A sense of unease crept into Zheng Xuan's mind. Wu Jialong would not be so naive as to overlook that Wubbit, being a bat-like Pokémon, was not deterred by smoke or fog obscuring its vision. It could effortlessly rely on its high-frequency ultrasonic waves to locate its adversary. In this context, employing smokescreen could not possibly be a redundant action. Indeed, the next moment, a massive fireball erupted, dispersing the black smoke and ascending towards the sky, resembling a miniature sun hanging on the horizon. Wu Jialong's true intention was to momentarily drive Wubbit back, preventing it from interfering with Charmeleon's full execution of the weather-altering move, Sunny Day. Beneath the dazzling sunlight, Charmeleon, fueled by its solar power ability, radiated fiery brilliance as if its very bloodline had been awakened. An overwhelming pressure, tinged with a sense of suffocation, descended upon the scene. Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower. At Wu Jialong's command, an intensely scorching flame erupted from Charmeleon's mouth, its temperature, power, and form significantly enhanced compared to before. Wubbit reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to evade the incoming assault. To tread along the riverbank is to embrace the inevitability of wet shoes. In the midst of dodging the onslaught of flames, the Buzhong bat was scorched on its back by the ferocious fire. Fortunately, it was not the wings that suffered harm. However, the crisis was far from averted. The Buzhong bat had no choice but to endure the searing pain of the flames clinging to it, straining to continue its flight. weaving deftly to avoid the relentless torrents of fire unleashed by the Charizard. Only when it found a suitable moment to ascend to a height beyond the reach of the Charizard's attacks did the immediate danger begin to dissipate. As the Bujang bat temporarily extricated itself from peril, now it was the Wu family's Long and the Charizard that found themselves in a state of anxious urgency. After all, whether maintaining the radiant sunshine or amplifying the power of the sun came at a significant cost, exacting a tremendous toll on the Charizard's stamina and energy. Each minute of delay was a disadvantage for the Charizard. In the wild, facing a true adversary would have been straightforward, simply directing the Charizard to assault the vulnerable trainer. Yet, this was a formal competition, and the opponent was none other than the dear friend, Zheng Xuan. Fortunately, formal contests are governed by specific rules. Aside from the inherent limitations of the enclosed battle arena, even in an open-air battling center, there are strict restrictions on the altitude and duration of flight for flying-type Pokémon. Simultaneously, leaving the confines of the battleground would result in disqualification. Of course, if the Bujang bat were to prolong its time in the skies, the Charizard would inevitably weaken under the dual strains of the sunny weather and solar power. Even if the weather control were to cease, the Charizard's prior efforts would go to waste, not to mention the unnecessary expenditure of stamina. However, for Zheng Xuan, employing a strategy of attrition to secure victory would render any triumph hollow, and the title of champion would feel unjustly obtained. Furthermore, while the Bujang bat is a flying-type Pokémon, maintaining prolonged flight at such heights also incurs substantial fatigue. Under normal circumstances, aside from larger raptors, most flying Pokémon find comfort and sustainability at lower altitudes or mid-air. Another drawback of soaring too high is the inability to receive commands from the trainer in a timely manner. This is where the Bujang bat's telepathic ability proves advantageous. Returning to the battle, the Bujang bat, high in the skies, exerted itself to manipulate the winds of the entire battling center, summoning fierce gusts under the guidance of its flying-type energy. The crowd in the distant stands gasped in astonishment as snacks, drink bottles, and various debris were whisked away by the gusts, swirling together above. This was the true intention behind Zheng Xuan's command for the Bujang bat to ascend. He aimed to harness the altitude to enhance the ferocity of the storm. Ultimately, the burst of flying-type energy erupted, and a violent whirlwind formed around the Bujang bat. Creating a destructive tempest, a terrifying tornado was born. Chapter 198, Top Scholar of the Entrance Examination. On the podium, despite relying on external forces and employing somewhat clever tactics, the sheer destructive capability displayed by a professional-level Bujang bat was indeed extraordinary. It was a testament to both its innate talent and the exceptional training it had received. The usually reticent Wei Jiangwo offered a commendably high appraisal at this moment. It is worth noting that during the last Southwest Alliance's top scholar battle, Wei Jiangwo had merely given symbolic praise to Meng Xiaojia, who ultimately claimed the top scholar's crown. Even so, the media had fervently reported on it, showering him with titles such as the Prodigy and a promising future. The impact of such remarks varied greatly depending on the speaker's status. For instance, Zheng Xuan, while praising Meng Xiaojia's formidable strength, would likely have elicited only a scoff from the latter had he known of Zheng Xuan's prowess beforehand, dismissing him with a thought of, "What significance do you hold?" It was only after Zheng Xuan defeated the Gyarados, revealing his strength, that Meng Xiaojia regarded him as an equal and sought to ally with him. On the battleground, Wu Jialong's expression grew increasingly grave. His previous defeat in the New Star Cup had already demonstrated that merely relying on a defensive move to sustain an energy shield was insufficient to withstand the terrifying tornado summoned by the Bujang bat. Charizard, unleash your flames to the fullest. In a moment of urgency, he could no longer afford to hesitate, commanding decisively. The Charizard, fully committed, thrust its powerful legs into the ground, the orange flames of its tail transforming into a hotter blue-white blaze, raising the surrounding temperature. With its mouth agape, it amassed intense fire-type energy and unleashed a colossal torrent of flames. Initially, the fierce winds and rapid rotation of the tornado easily extinguished this inferno. But as the Charizard continued to exert itself, the swirling vortex gradually transformed into a whirlwind infused with flames. Undeniably, as the Charizard poured forth all its might, the overwhelming energy collision began to diminish the tornado's ferocity. High above, the Bujang bat also flapped its wings vigorously, channeling its flying-type energy to sustain the tornado while slowly directing it toward the Charizard. This was a grueling tug-of-war, with both sides engaged in a battle of attrition. If the Charizard could muster all its strength to weaken the tornado's might before it engulfed them, it might still hold the potential to defend against the subsequent onslaught and redeem itself. Likewise, if the Bujang bat managed to push the tornado toward the Charizard despite the opponent's interference and the high degree of control required, it could tip the scales toward victory. As the tornado roared closer, it resembled a dragon unleashing a fearsome roar, accompanied by the rustling of paper and debris swirling about. As the tornado approached, its terrifying pull threatened to overpower even the Charizard's sturdy stance. Fearing for the safety of the Charizard, Wu Jialong shouted, "It's too late. Charizard, use your shield. Hold firm." The already weakened Charizard summoned its remaining strength, igniting its orange flames once more, and expanded the protective shield into a flaming energy dome. Under the relentless onslaught of the tornado, the shield flickered with fiery brilliance, embodying hope, but it was not merely trembling like ripples on water. It swayed violently as if caught in a tempest at sea. With a resounding crack, the dimming energy shield grew increasingly unstable, until it could bear the strain no longer, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. Alas, have we truly reached our limit? Wu Jialong sighed heavily, recognizing the inevitability of defeat. Not wishing to see the Charizard suffer further harm, he reluctantly raised his hand in surrender, retrieving the now incapacitated Charizard into its pokeball. With the Charizard no longer a target, the raging tornado continued its chaotic path, difficult to disperse due to the abundant natural winds. The Buzhong bat, in its weakened state, found itself unable to control the tornado's trajectory, let alone disperse it. As the tornado spiraled out of control, threatening to cause harm to the two students on the battlefield, Wei Jiangwo finally ceased his restraint. With a sweeping gesture, a massive crimson figure surged forth, the iconic blood-winged, dragon-like creature, the powerful Aerodactyl, Wei Jiangwo's ace Pokémon. Its terrifying speed was unmatched, even by the swiftest of Pokémon, the Manectric, in the blink of an eye. It had traversed from the podium to hover above the central battleground. Far away, objects in the audience can be swept away, a testament to the formidable suction of the tornado. Yet, the fierce dragon before us merely flaps its blood-red wings, seemingly indifferent as it stands resolutely against the tempest. Then, with a singular claw, it strikes. Indeed, there is no dramatic display of thunderous winds or tumultuous skies. It is merely a casual swipe. The terrifying tornado, which the fire dragon struggled against with all its might, is effortlessly dispelled by the fierce dragon's gentle claw, dissipating into countless wisps of wind. The battle concludes. It is time to announce the results. With that, Wei Jiangwo takes the lead in applause. The top scholar of the Spirit Entrance Examination in Zhongyu City is none other than Zheng Xuan from Zhongyu No. 4 High School. Let us celebrate this student with fervent cheers and applause. Upon hearing the leader's proclamation, the commentator reacts swiftly, springing from their seat in excitement. The audience, momentarily stunned by the earlier spectacle, finally regains their composure, erupting into cheers and thunderous applause. Although the spotlight may have been somewhat eclipsed by the dominant performance of the fierce dragon, this moment rightfully belongs to Zheng Xuan, the newly crowned top scholar. Moreover, the significance of this battle, spanning 5 chapters, is evident to the discerning eye. It is not inferior to the overall champion battle of the entire Southwest Alliance. While Zheng Xuan does not relish such grand occasions, he has no choice but to comply with the various protocols of interviews and speeches. The final event is the personal award presentation by Wei Jiangwo, the leader of the Southwest Alliance, who bestows upon Zheng Xuan the title of top scholar of Zhongyu City, along with a medal and his most cherished prize, a scholarship of 1 million. Of course, these are merely the visible rewards. Behind the scenes, the prestige of being the top scholar in a major city like Zhongyu effectively secures him spots in the elite academies of Kyoto City and Demon City, and even grants him the opportunity to enter the rumored classes of luminaries and heroes. Chapter 199, The Peculiar Wu Jialong. In Zhongyu City, the scholar's mansion. Zheng Xuan glances around at the buzzing bats and the round landsharks frolicking in the spacious courtyard, as well as the diligent Yaya, who is self-training with weights. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, 3 days have passed since that battle for the title. As for the expansive new home covering over 1,000 square meters, designed in a quadrangle layout, it is yet another hidden reward for Zheng Xuan's achievement as the top scholar, graciously provided by the city government. A scholar should reside in a scholar's mansion. This is not just a slogan. It is a significant policy of the Zhongyu city government. The cost is merely a house, while the city benefits from the publicity and the opportunity to retain exceptional talent within its luxurious confines. On the day of the house viewing, Zheng Xuan was struck by the government's generosity. He spent nearly an entire day exploring the lavish estate, marveling at everything from the feng shui and layout of the rooms to the opulent decorations surrounding the property. This left Zheng Xuan, who was accustomed to a more modest lifestyle, at a loss for words. The specially arranged area in the center of the courtyard further facilitates daily training and battles. After the viewing, everything was prepared. All that remained was for Zheng Xuan to move in with his father, carrying their belongings. As a seasoned connoisseur of free perks, Zheng Xuan was overjoyed. That day, he dragged his sleepy father, Zheng Dali, along with bags in hand, completed the necessary registration, and successfully moved in. Wow, this scholar's mansion is truly extravagant. The exclamation came from Wu Jialong, who habitually dropped by. He then began to complain. Hey, Zheng Xuan, can you please stop lazing around and get a move on? In just a couple of days, the Southwest Alliance will host the overall champion battle. You need to take it seriously. Zheng Xuan chuckled wryly. You've used that opening line several times already. Can't you see I've just finished training? I barely have a moment to rest, and here you are, urging me on. Is taking a break now a crime? Moreover, for the past 3 days, Wu Jialong has been coming over every morning, ostensibly for casual visits. But in reality, he's been pushing Zheng Xuan to train his Pokémon, even bringing along an array of supplements. After all, you defeated Long Xiao and became the top scholar of Zhongyu City. If you lose to the top scholars from other cities in the battle, won't that reflect poorly on me? Wu Jialong argued passionately. Zheng Xuan looked at him in surprise, then scrutinized him from head to toe before replying. All right, using a sense of righteousness to pressure me now? Have you been secretly consuming those brain supplements? Your intelligence seems to have improved lately. Stop with the jokes. Those supplements taste awful, like flavored water gone wrong. I won't touch them, Wu Jialong retorted immediately. Now that's the intelligence I expect. You can visit, but please stop wasting your money on those supplements. At my age, I probably won't need them. Besides, my dad has consumed everything you brought over. Upon hearing this, Wu Jialong was taken aback, pointing to his head and tentatively asking, Wait, Zheng Xuan, is everything all right with your dad? Don't worry. All those expensive supplements were sold off by him for liquor, Zheng Xuan explained, giving Wu Jialong a playful knock on the head. Hey, take it easy. If you damage my brilliant mind, no amount of supplements will fix it, Wu Jialong complained, covering his head. Enough of the jokes. Let's get back to business. Yesterday, you hurried home, saying you wanted to gather intelligence on the top scholars from other cities. Today, you come back grinning. It's clear you have some news. You see, your brain is working quite well. It seems those supplements aren't doing you much good. Here, Wu Jialong said while pulling a storage device from his pocket and tossing it to Zheng Xuan. As a token of thanks for agreeing to act with me during the finals, I'm giving you this exclusive intel I gathered from various sources and match videos. Completely free. Wu Jialong beamed with pride. Gathering information was his forte, especially when it came to rumors. Thank you. From last year's matches, it was evident that anyone who becomes a city's top scholar is no ordinary opponent. With this intel, I can prepare in advance, as the saying goes. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Zheng Xuan understood that the intensity of the overall champion battle involving the entire Southwest Alliance would far surpass that of a city-level examination. What thanks? You just focus on becoming the overall champion. When you tell others that the overall champion was once my subordinate, it brings me glory as well. Besides, securing the privilege to go to Dragon Valley and obtain a quasi-divine Pokémon is your ultimate wish, isn't it? So you must work even harder. Wu Jialong encouraged, patting Zheng Xuan on the shoulder. You're acting a bit strange these days, Wu Jialong. A person who is usually so lazy is not only coming to supervise my training every day, but also tirelessly gathering information on my opponents, Zheng Xuan remarked, half teasing and half revealing. You see right through me. I can't hide anything from you. Wu Jialong's playful demeanor suddenly shifted to one of concern, sighing heavily and appearing conflicted. Let us not dwell on that. After all these years, I know you well enough. You may feign this lethargic demeanor, but it's clear you have something good in mind, Zheng Xuan asserted, further confirming his suspicions. Oh no, you've caught me. All right, I confess, Wu Jialong admitted, waving his hands in a fluster. In truth, after our battle at the center, my father entrusted the gym's affairs to my uncle. This is to help him adapt to the role of gym leader since he will be moving to a new city later this year. Last but certainly not least, my father is poised to embark on a profound retreat aimed at achieving a breakthrough. The fire chicken has long been teetering on the precipice of advancement, and this time, with the aid of the nest left behind by the departing firebird, he is poised to grasp the remnants of the primordial fire essence. There exists a significant likelihood of a successful breakthrough. Should my father's fire chicken attain this coveted advancement and ascend to the rank of Fire King, he will undoubtedly secure the privilege of a recommendation slot, enabling his offspring to gain direct access to the elite classes of the foremost Pokémon universities in the capital and the Magic City, namely the Pillar class and the Hero class.